You are the most esteemed young master of the supreme deity clan in the upper realm, with all the elders in your family being unparalleled experts in the realm of emperors. But now, your cultivation has been destroyed and your divine bones have been dug out by a mere ant from the lower realm. It's all because they discovered that you were just an orphan without any background, yet possessed monstrous talent and divine bones. So they conspired with the families in the city to falsely accuse you of killing a disciple of this realm's lineage. However, they did not know that the people of the upper realm imperial family would have their memories sealed and be sent to the lower realm for training when they turn 12. Soon, your memories will be unsealed and you will return to the upper realm. Your loved ones at home undoubtedly do not anticipate the day of your return, but they did not expect to receive news that your soul card is about to shatter. In the lower realm where you reside, there are 4 major sects, holding the highest status. Once, a disciple of one sect was killed by a member of a prestigious family, leading to the annihilation of the entire clan on the same day, leaving no trace of the innocent million people in the city. Upon hearing this news, the prominent families in the capital immediately stripped you of your cultivation and publicly judged you in the square in front of the people. Meanwhile, in the upper realm of the imperial family, when your father learned of your accident, a raging killing intent accompanied by the pressure of the quasi-emperor realm surged out like a ferocious flood, as if about to collapse. At this moment, Su Wudao was like an enraged lion. How dare mere ants from the lower realm touch my son? Do you wish to be exterminated? At this moment, on the square of the Azure Stone realm, everyone is waiting for the final judgment of Su Chunling. Su Chunling, you have killed the senior disciple of the Tianqi Daoist sect, falsely accused the female member of the Lu family, with solid evidence against you. Do you acknowledge your guilt? At this moment, Su Chunling, who is being judged by everyone, kept silent with his head down. Hiss, it hurts so much, I seem to have crossed over. Vast memories surged like tides. The original owner possessed exceptional talent, a divine and demonic body, as well as rare divine bones, making him the most outstanding genius in Xincheng. However, someone with such outstanding talent fell in love with Lu Ruyan from the Lu family. Yan Ruyan was extremely eager to enter the 4 great Dao sects. In order to fulfill her pursuit, Su Chenshao did not hesitate to expose his greatest secret, using his own divine and demonic essence to help her step into the realm of bone and blood. Later on, he spared no effort to seek various heavenly materials and earthly treasures to assist this mediocre individual in advancing to the foundation-building realm. At the age of 16, reaching the foundation establishment stage and joining one of the 4 major Taoist sects should have been more than enough. I thought this would make it easier for them to devote themselves to me, but in the end, it only led to their collusion and betrayal with Tianqi Daoist sect's Fang Yuan Kai, both harboring ulterior motives. It ultimately resulted in the current predicament I find myself in today. After sorting out everything in front of him, Su Chenling's scalp tingled, cursing under his breath. What a top-notch boiling sheep! Starting with a hellish level of difficulty, how am I supposed to play this? Enduring the intense pain in his body, Su Chenshao looked towards the direction of the Lu family's men and women not far away, and said coldly, word by word, Lu Ruyan, I have treated you with such affection in vain. If it weren't for me, how could you have entered the Dan building? There, a woman dressed in white, fair and cold in appearance like an otherworldly fairy, was coldly observing everything before her. This woman was Lu Ruyan from the Lu family in Xincheng. All that I have achieved is the result of my own efforts, and has nothing to do with you, such as Su Chenling. Ha ha, Su Chenling's eyes revealed a murderous intent, laughing loudly, what a hard-earned effort of your own, pretending to be virtuous while acting shamelessly. Lu Ruyan, you truly are an out-and-out despicable woman. Yen Ru's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of displeasure lingering in her heart, the last trace of guilt vanishing. When did this guy dare to speak of himself like this? At this moment, a clear and hearty laughter sounded beside me. Su Chenling, at this point, are you still unwilling to admit it? Beside Lu Ruyan, a handsome and extraordinary young master from a prestigious family was gently swaying a folding fan in his hand. Fang Yuankai of the Tianqi Daoist sect had a faint smile on his lips, his eyes full of disdain and mockery as he said, you were once a pride of the Qingcheng, but alas, what good is having a divine body? Without any background, you can only hide in this small place for the rest of your life. Remember, in the Tsangshe realm, those who dare to kill disciples of my Tianqi Daoist sect never end up well. As the instigator of all this, he naturally knew that Su Chenshao was wrongly accused. He and his senior brother came to this barren land this time to find exceptionally talented disciples. Unexpectedly, they stumbled upon someone with a powerful physique and extraordinary talent in this Qingqing area. Both of them were consumed by greed, each wanting to claim this earth-shattering opportunity for themselves. After killing their fellow martial brother, they simply found a random excuse to frame Su Chenshao. Surprisingly, this group of fools from the Qingqing family actually believed it. Now that he had obtained the opponent's divine bone, all that was left was this powerful physique, which could only be dealt with by his master. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan proudly took out the divine bone and carefully examined it, saying, "Ruyan, don't you think it's a waste to give such a bone to someone like him?" Ruyan Lu nodded her head with a calm face without commenting. "What senior brother Fang said is good. It's just that I still ask senior brother not to forget what he promised me before." Fang Yuankai grinned. "That's natural, as long as today is over. From now on you are a disciple of my Tian Qi Dao sect, and I will ask master to take you under his tutelage. At that time, you can be my senior sister." Speaking of this, Fang Yuan glanced at Lin Qinglian's full bosoms, flashing a hint of lechery. This unbridled gaze Lin Qinglian was naturally aware of, but she had to pretend she didn't see it. Nodding his head slightly, he eyed the miserable and incomparable Su Chenxiao who was tied to a pillar not far away. "Su Duanxiao, don't blame me. If you want to blame it, you have to blame it on the fact that you don't have a good background. With his own natural talent, he would not be able to join the four great Taoist systems even at the Dan building realm. Since you like me so much, you should fulfill me." Lu Ruyan only felt that everything was as it should be. After all, in front of the Tianqi Dao sect, even if your talent was as demonic as it was nothing more than a mole cricket. If I had to choose between the two, then she would not hesitate to choose the Tianqi Dao sect. After all, the heavenly Qi Dao sect possessed a heaven ascension realm powerhouse, one of the Taoist lineages with the strongest underpinnings, and the other side. Su Chenxiao laughed with an extraordinarily teasing smile. "Bitch with a dog. When it's true, it's true, it's true, it's true." Fang Yuansai's eyes narrowed slightly, and his tone was somewhat unkind as he said, "Who are you calling a dog? Is this the right place?" "Enough." Yi Hongtian, who was seated in the first seat, spoke coldly. "Su Duanxiao, up to now you're still here to show off your mouth. A mere casual cultivator. Do you know what the Tianqi Daoist system is? Even 10,000 of you would be no match for the life of a dog of the Tianqi Dao system. The four great Dao lineages were supreme in the Zongzhi realm. There was once a disciple of the Taoist system who was killed by a member of a family. On the same day, they were exterminated and burned down the city. The old and young women and children in the clan, and hundreds of thousands of people in the city had no bones left. I don't know if this comment was intentional or not." Fang Yuankai frowned and gave Yi Hongtian a somewhat dissatisfied look. At this moment, the scene was clamoring, and the people of the three great clans of Qingcheng were all cursing with resentment. The disciples under the Tianqi Daoist system died in Qingcheng. I think this little is trying to get all of us in Qingcheng killed. Right, he must be stripped to the bone and executed by the death of 1,000 cuts. Otherwise if we wait for the Tianqi Daotong to be angered, at that time all of us in Qingcheng will give this little burial. Ahem. Su Chuanxiao spat out a mouthful of black blood, his eyes flickering with ghostly light, oozing terrifyingly. Staring at Yi Hongtian slowly said, "That's a grandiose way of putting it, but it's just seeing that I have no one to turn to and trying to find a scapegoat." Himself once explained, but in the end he understood. As long as the four big words Tianqi Dao sect were here, it would be useless to explain anything else. What's the point of wanting to do that? Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered as he took a deep breath. I can't imagine that I've just crossed over into such a desperate situation. Cultivation was wasted and the divine bones were drawn. Both eyes were drenched in blood, and his vision began to become blurrier and blurrier. Endless darkness swept in like a tidal wave, forcibly resisting the urge to go to sleep. Su Chenxiao gritted his teeth and said, "The dog system. It's been so long. If you don't come, I'll really die for you." Ding. The system may be late, but it is never absent. System is activating. Activation successful. Congratulations on binding the big bad system. Chapter 3 Activating the Heavenly Destiny Villain System. Innate Chaotic God Body. Finally, upon hearing the system's voice, Su Chenxiao's gradually dimming eyes suddenly brightened, cursing darkly. "Any later and you'd really be dead. Don't dawdle. Is there anything to save your life? Bring it all." Congratulations to the owner for obtaining a supervillain gift pack. Do you open it? Su Chenxiao said without hesitation. Open. Ding. The villain's prize pack was opened successfully. Unlock panel view function. Manifest destiny protagonist radar detection. Playback function. Congratulations to the host on the reward. Huanyu innate chaos divine body, red. Chaotic formlessness. Can be transformed into all kinds of laws. All contact through the Taoist Ryman body. Can be imitated. Can also be merged with other physical integration. Is the supreme god body of the heavens. Huanyu Chaos Sutra, red. The long-lost supreme ancient scripture, containing 10 types of ancient divine laws, 99 great and small divine powers. Above the Emperor's scripture. The most suitable companion technique for the innate chaos divine body. Huan Yu dead soul beast embryo, red. Ancient evil spirits that have been extinct for a long time in the heavens can feed on the souls of the gods to strengthen the host's body. Villain value * 10,000. A number of heaven-mending Dan and realm-breaking Dan. Destiny's villain title, black and gold. Plus 50% charisma. Plus 10% deterrence. Plus 10% damage. Plus 300% hatred to those around the divine protagonist. No, there's quite a lot of stuff. The question is there anything I can use in my current condition? Su Qinxiao's face darkened. None of these treasures, as of now, could solve their current predicament. Master's life is on the verge of death detected. The system automatically fuses the innate chaos divine body. The innate chaos god body is fusing. Ding! Detected that the master carries an innate divine and demonic body. Automatically compatible in innate chaotic god body? Su Qinxiao frowned, before he could think much about it. The next moment, a majestic to the extreme, terrifying power burst out from Su Qinxiao's body. Rumble! A blazing to the extreme golden divine aura rose up to the sky. In the sky, the golden divine charm haloed the dome of the sky, and the mysterious chaotic chi that was like a river and sea spread outward in a circle. And in the shroud of chaotic divine light, Su Qinxiao's original shattered and ruined body was being repaired at an extremely terrifying speed. Bang! Bang! From it came the sound of a pale and powerful heartbeat, and the chi and blood were like a river and sea, surging and raging. This breath was astonishingly strong and extremely powerful, causing everyone present to be unprepared and their faces to change drastically. What is this? What happened? Wasn't that little wasted root and bone cultivation, but he still has power? Yi Hongtian's face was a look of horror. His pupils were filled with that blazing golden divine pillar. The tables and chairs around them are shaking violently. Could this be a vision of heaven and earth? He had once only read in the ancient books that only that kind of supreme demon would be able to invoke the heaven and earth's visions. How is this possible? Even Fong Yuankai couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Wasn't the sky's cultivation nullified? Meanwhile, outside the Zhongshe realm, in the vastness of the void, dozens of divine origin realm powerhouses shivered as they looked at the youth in front of them who contained monstrous killing intent. The youth's nose was straight, his appearance was handsome, and his eyes seemed to be filled with thunderous fury and a murderous aura. His face was like a knife, his eyebrows were like swords, his posture was divine and martial, and he was wearing a battle armor that was black as ink and stained with fury. Holding a red-colored spear in his hand, an extremely terrifying aura permeated his body. Supervisory Heavenly Pavilion. With you guys, you dare to stop me? Beside the youth, there was also a woman with a stunningly beautiful face. The woman was tall and slender. A red dress outlined her slender and proud figure clearly, and her jade-like legs were long and straight, ebony eyebrows and phoenix eyes, a flame mark on her brow, and a head of long, crimson hair like divine flames fluttering in the air. It was as if she was an empress who could not be looked at directly. Only at this moment, the woman's beautiful eyes were chilly and icy, somewhat terrifying. Get out of the way. This? The eyelids of the many elders of the supervisory heavenly pavilion who were in charge of the countless worlds below jumped wildly, facing these two killing gods in front of him. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't afraid. One is a heck of a lot more famous, carrying the Shinfeng divine body. In the entirety of the heavens, the second miss of the Su family of the imperial clan, Su Yao Wang, who had countless suitors, and the other one that's even scarier, oppressing a generation of heavenly pride, Su Jingheng, the divine sovereign of the subdued realm who had once exterminated millions of extraterrestrial foreign races with the power of one man. The supervisory heavenly pavilion is responsible for guarding the 30 million lower realms, but in front of the duo, they didn't even dare to say more than a fart. One of the elders stiffly stepped forward and said in a humble and incomparable manner, I don't know what the two lords are traveling to the lower world for. The lower realms simply cannot withstand the power of a supreme being. Please let us know so that we can explain to the pavilion master. Su Jingheng's face was ice cold to the extreme as he said in a cold voice, if you don't want to die, get out. The red-colored lance in his hand buzzed, and the supreme realm pressure poured out like a landslide and tsunami. In an instant, it nearly scared the piss out of the dozens of supervisory heavenly pavilion elders present. One by one, they subconsciously sacrificed their magic treasures, fearing that this god of murder would rise up and kill. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Su Jingheng frowned and looked in one direction. The pair of deep eyes seemed to penetrate through the layers of boundaries as they murmured softly, God's magical power, my brother's breath. No time for nonsense. If anything happens to my brother in the middle of this lower realm of yours, none of you from the supervisory heavenly pavilion will be able to escape. Noticing the gradually weakening aura, Su Jinghong's murderous intent was revealed in his words. Leaving only a cold sentence behind, he transformed into a crimson meteor and disappeared in an instant. Su Yaowang frowned slightly and turned her head to look at the supervisory heavenly pavilion elders as she opened her mouth. My youngest brother is practicing in the Tsongshe realm, and now his life is in danger. If you dare to block again, I will not blame my Imperial Su clan for not speaking the rules. With a cold snort, Su Yaowang also left with him. Only a group of creepy supervisory heavenly pavilion elders were left in place to stare at each other with chills running down their spines. I don't know how long it took before one of the elders spoke quietly. Won't you stop them? Stop? The people from the Imperial Su clan. The one who came is still that god of murder. Giving you 10 lives is not enough to cut. You go and stop? Not. When did our supervisory sky pavilion offend this killing god again? Bad. At this moment, an elder suddenly came to a realization and said with a great sense of badness, didn't you guys hear the Divine Phoenix Mistress say just now that her brother is practicing in the lower realms under our jurisdiction? I'm afraid that the youngest son of the Su family is having problems in the lower realms. Go! Immediately send someone to notify the Tao of the Tsongshe realm, and have the entire realm go find that young son of the Su family for me. Damn it! If someone from the Emperor clan Su family really dies in the lower realms under our jurisdiction, then my supervisory heavenly pavilion will really be finished. Drone. Just as the crowd was getting antsy, a message came from within the supervisory pavilion. It's not good. The Emperor Qin clan's great Emperor Qianshang and his clan leader have arrived at my supervisory heaven pavilion. There's also someone from the Imperial Su clan. Asterisk. What's the situation? It's not even if the Empyrean Su family comes. Why is that old Empyrean emperor from the Empyrean Qin family here as well? Is my supervisory heaven pavilion breaking the laws of heaven today? Chapter 4. The Godless Clan comes. I'll see who dares to touch my brother. Meanwhile, inside the Tsongshe realm, that golden divine aura gradually receded. The heaven and earth visions caused by the innate chaotic god body in the sky haloed the firmament for a long time. Innate chaos divine body. Fusion progress 16%. Su Chuanshao only felt that a warm current was constantly washing over his torso, feeling much better, and that ruined root bone and cultivation was gradually recovering. Shudan realm now. Su Qianshao looked towards the people present who were once in shock. System, view panel, ding, panel in view. Name, Lam Hung Tin. Identity, head of the Yi family of Qingcheng. Songshe realm, Soul Sea realm triple. Name, Fong Yuan Kai. Status, elder disciple of the Tianqi Taoist system in the Tsongshe realm, Soul Sea realm. 5th level, Soul Sea realm. Su Qianxiao's eyes flickered as he let out a long breath. The highest cultivation level in this place is only the Soul Sea realm. He himself was previously restricted by Lu Ruyan that with the help of Tianqi Dao Zone locking Spirit Dan limit, only waiting for the innate chaotic divine body to fuse and restore his Soul Sea realm 9th level cultivation. At that time, everyone present would not be able to stop themselves. It's a damn hell of a difficulty. 30 years on, 30 years off. Since I have awakened the villain system myself, when I get out of this danger, I will make all of you pay. Su Qianxiao's pupils flashed with a trace of ruthlessness as he secretly thought in his heart. And the other end. A heaven and earth vision. This is definitely a heaven and earth vision. I can't imagine that with his cultivation roots and bones abolished, this guy is still able to do this. Looking at the nearly blinding golden divine aura in the sky, Fong Yuansai's breathing gradually shortened, and his face was filled with a color of obsession and fervor. This Qingcheng native had no idea how powerful the so-called god body was. Innate divine devil body. It was definitely a vision caused by the innate divine demon body. This kind of powerful physique is only worthy of a Fong Yuan. It's mine. It's mine. Fong Yuan just growled in his mind. Lu Ruyan beside her was similarly filled with dismay. She suddenly remembered that once Su Qianxiao had said to herself, the reason why he was able to possess a Soul Sea realm cultivation level at such a young age was because his physique was unrivaled. Even when looking at the heavens, it was one of the top existences, but such a physique is most likely to be coveted during a period of weakness without background. Even if he was unable to deprive himself of his physique, there were countless people who wanted to use his essence, blood, and flesh to make pills. The reason why he had remained in Qingcheng, a remote place in the Tsongshe realm, was partly because of his physique. More than that, it was because of himself. Ruyan Lu looked at the shocked and overwhelmed crowd, and then at Fong Yuan Kai, who was filled with crazy longing. The mind could not help but sprout a thought it had never had before. Perhaps, one could wait for Su Qianxiao to grow? But as soon as the thought appeared, it was quickly dismissed by her. No, the only ones who are worthy of me, Ruyan Lu, are those with extraordinary backgrounds and top demons. so what if it's a more powerful physique, without a strong background? Nowadays it is still to be used as a dowry for others. Besides, she had never been the kind of woman who wanted to rely on others. The only way to dominate everything was to join the Tianqi Dao system and make oneself strong. Just as everyone was mesmerized by the spectacular sight, a loud, pleasant to the core, mid-air laugh rang out from the arena. Ha ha ha, a vision of heaven and earth. My good disciple, I can't imagine that it's really as you said on the talismanic order, that a demonic divine body has appeared in this tiny Qingcheng, only to see an immortal, crane-haired elders fall from the air. When you see the visitor, the patriarchs of the various clans present in Qingcheng were all startled, and hurriedly rose to greet each other in unison. Qingcheng Yi family patriarch Yi Hongtian, welcome Elder Ning of the Tianqi Dao sect. We have met Elder Ning. From the moment of his arrival, Ning Feng's eyes had been locked on top of Su Chenxiao, who was tied to a pillar, simply scanning the crowd in the arena, not saying a word. The bottom of his eyes were full of condescension and disdain. Qingcheng, a bulletproof place. If it wasn't for his own disciples saying that an unearthly chance existed here, he wouldn't have come all the way here with his status. Ning Feng skipped right past the group of clan leaders and arrived in front of Fang Yuankai. The people present were at least a large Qingcheng clan. Seeing that Ning Feng had completely ignored himself and the others, the faces of several patriarchs didn't look too good. This scene was taken in by Lu Ruyan, and she was even more glad that she had made the right choice. By merely sacrificing a background-less Su Chuanxiao, he would be able to exchange a bright future for himself. Worth it, master. Only then did Fang Yuan put away the folding fan in his hand and bowed forward. Aha! Ning Feng nodded slightly and said indifferently, apprentice, the body of an innate god devil is rare in the world. You've done a good job this time. After returning, master will reward you properly. Speaking of this, Ning Feng paused and glanced around. He sought his disciple Fang Yuankai alone in this place only, and said with some doubt, well, where is your senior brother? Fang Yuankai hurriedly made a sad expression of pain. Master, disciple is incompetent. I wanted to find talented and outstanding disciples for my clan in this Qingcheng, but I didn't expect that god-demon body to have a vicious mind. I was just having a verbal argument with my senior brother, so I shot him down. If it weren't for the help of this Miss Lin, I'm afraid that this devil would have escaped without a trace. While saying that, Fang Yuan just pushed out Lu Ruyan who was beside him. So, when he learned of his disciple's death, Ning Feng's expression didn't fluctuate much. A disciple only. He had many disciples under him, and he wasn't short of this one. Ning Feng faintly swept a glance at Ruyan Lu, who was on the side, and opened his mouth. You're the daughter of the Lin family that my disciple was talking about. Lu Ruyan, aren't you? Senior Fang's master, that's a great power in the broken realm. Lu Ruyan only felt that her body was being seen through, and hurriedly saluted. Greetings, Elder Ning. Ning Feng nodded slightly. Just because the master did not deeply investigate the death of the senior brother relieved Fang Yuan just saw the scene, rushed to the side to remind. Master, Ruyan has a cultivation level of the Chudan realm when she is only 16. Her cultivation level is still good. You see. Ning Feng glanced at him. Fang Yuansai's little thought could not be hidden from him. This girl has a good face, but her qualifications are mediocre and she cannot be used. I don't know how I reached the Chudan realm at this age, but it was a bit of a chance. But remembering that Fang Yuan just found an unearthly chance for a merit, Ning Feng didn't think too much about it either, and said indifferently, not bad, for the merit of helping my Tianqi Daotong to catch the thieves. From now on you will be my Ning Feng's disciple. What? A simple sentence caused the hearts of everyone present to be shaken. The Lin family is truly blessed. If one were to join the Tianqi Taoist system, then it would be a true case of one man winning the road, and all his men and women getting in on the ground floor. At one time, Qingcheng was honored by the Yi family, but even if thousands of Yi families were added together, they would be nothing more than ants in front of the Tianqi Dao system. In the future, this Qingcheng, I'm afraid it's going to change the sky. Many people cast envious gazes at once. Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up with great joy. His father, Lin Tai, was even more flushed and excited toward his baby daughter. Ruyan, to be able to enter the Tianqi Daoist system and worship under Elder Ning, it is truly my Lin family's third life's fortune. Hurry, why don't you pay your respects to master? Ruyan Lu held back the excitement in her heart. Favored by the man, he stepped forward, bowed slightly, and humbled himself. Disciple Lu Ruyan, greetings to master. She could feel the envious, jealous gazes of the people around her at the moment. The heart couldn't help but be more condescending. He himself entered the coveted Tianqi Taoist system. After today, there will be no more relations with this group of mortals in Qingcheng. Okay, Ningfeng didn't show much emotion. Instead, he turned to look at Su Chenxiao, who was tied to a pillar. Eyes twinkling, he opened his mouth. Disciple, a person with an innate divine body is not a generalized person. This son was able to kill your senior brother at such a young age. Could it be that he's not from one of the other 3 great Tao units? Most of the demons like this had terrifying backers behind them. If it was a disciple of a certain supreme elder from one of the other 3 great Tao units, then even he could not afford to offend himself. It was as if he could see the master's concerns. Fang Yuan just smiled and stepped forward to explain. Also, please rest assured, master, this son's origin I have already probed clearly, but is Qingqing fatherless and motherless, an orphan? There is absolutely no one behind it. That's... Ningfeng's eyes narrowed slightly, flashing a hint of imperceptible greed. Although he wouldn't deprive the god body essence blood, it was a good thing. Just why did the apprentice, me also from you, also felt a Tao rhyme breath? Fang Yuansai's face suddenly changed at his words. This old undead, sure enough, I couldn't hide it from him. As if he had suddenly thought of something, he directly offered the divine bone he had obtained of his own accord. Ha! Master insight. I just happen to have also obtained a treasure. Seeing that this object is extraordinary, I am also prepared to offer it to you. Master insight. Such a divine object, the disciple thinks that only you, master, are worthy of possessing it under the heavens. This jade bone is natural and exquisite. It possessed natural ancient and mysterious runes on it, and the Tao energy flowed all around it, so it was not a mortal object at a glance. Feeling the aura that was full of Tao, the greed in Ningfeng's eyes intensified. Without moving, he took that divine bone and nodded, revealing a rare smile as he said, not bad, not bad, good apprentice, you have a heart. My master has been stuck at the 9th level of the broken realm for a long time now, and with this divine item, I think I will be able to break through to enlightenment in a matter of days. As for that fellow with a divine body, may draw out this son's divine body essence blood to refine a pill. At that time, naturally, there will be a share for you as well. Fang Yuankai was instantly ecstatic and hurriedly said, I wouldn't dare. To be able to allow master to make a breakthrough to enlightenment, that would be my disciple's greatest wish. Ha ha ha. Ningfeng laughed out loud, clearly in an extremely good mood. Their conversation was uncovered, so naturally, Su Chenxiao heard it clearly. This old thing still wants to catch himself back to draw blood to make pills? Judging from Ningfeng's panel, the other party was a shattering realm powerhouse. The broken realm was sufficiently 2 great realms above the Sea of Souls. This also meant that even if he recovered his cultivation, he simply couldn't escape this person's clutches. Dog system, if you want me to die, just say so, Su Duanxiao said in a cold voice. Whose villain is like this right off the bat? Broken realm powers are here, how can I run? Ding! Master is the great villain of heaven's destiny. As a villain, he should have the grace that a villain should have. At present, please also wait for the chaos divine body to fuse. There is no need to worry too much. Progress of the fusion of the innate chaos divine body 45%. Su Chenxiao just wanted to speak. From time to time, opposite Ningfeng took a step directly in front of Su Chenxiao. He raised his withered and pale right hand and placed it directly on top of Su Chenxiao's face. Immediately afterward, a strange power surged out. Ningfeng laughed out loud. Apprentice, watch this. This mastery of my master will be passed on to you when I return. From now on, you will be in charge of extracting the blood slave's essence blood daily. This law is called blood attraction. Ningfeng bellowed, his head full of white whiskers fluttering recklessly, and a surging, terrifying suction force surged out of his palms. Like a whale swallowing the sea, the tide returns. Directly make Su Chuanxiao a body essence blood boiling agitation, to reverse the flow of the momentum of uncontrolled attempts to be drawn out of the raw. Ah! Su Chuanxiao gritted his teeth, his eyes crimson as he stared dead at Ningfeng. Damn! Old thing! Feeling the essence blood being drawn out raw, the pain was no less than the pain of having one's bones pulled out and one's marrow drawn out, and the surrounding Qingqing crowd stared at the scene in front of them one by one with wide eyes, full of incomprehension. What is Elder Ning doing? It's like he's trying to draw that blood. Smoking is good. Only when he dies will the anger of the Tianqi Dao sect be calmed. In the distance, Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes flickered and she only felt a wave of chagrin. Is Su Chuanxiao's blood really that powerful? It was unthinkable that even the heavenly Qi Dao sect elder was so eager for all of Su Chenxiao's divine blood. He himself is the one who gets the most credit for this. Later, after the master refines the blood, he must also find Fang Yuankai to take a share of it. And what Ruyan Lu didn't know was, with her mediocre talent, the reason why she was able to break through to the Dan building realm. It was because Su Chuanxia fed his body daily with divine and demonic essence blood interspersed with pills to change his body that he was able to achieve today's cultivation. Feeling that surging and powerful qi and blood power, Ning Feng's eyes grew brighter. Good stuff. Suddenly, rumble. The sun should have been shining brightly on a sunny day, but lightning and thunder, dark clouds, the ground shook, the sky, as if tipping over. From within the firmament, a furious, thunder-like roar resounded. I'll see who dares to touch my brother. Griffins of the Zhongshe realm, you guys, do you want to be exterminated? Chapter 5 The Breath of the Little Brother's Sacred Bone. All of you deserve to die. With just a single blast, countless living beings within the Zhongshe realm couldn't help but kneel on the ground, trembling. 10,000 miles away in the Zhongshe realm among the 4 great Taoist systems, all of the sect's ancestor-level figures felt a force that was strong enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. They have awakened from their seclusion, and their old eyes are filled with disbelief. What a terrifying power. This is an upper realm powerhouse coming to my Zhongshe realm? How is this possible? The upper and lower realms are not only guarded by the supervisory heavenly pavilion, but there is also an insurmountable heavenly Tao gully. Someone forced this realm and crossed over. It was as if a great terror was about to descend. Before the person arrived, the vast and majestic pressure enveloped the entire Qingcheng. All of the people in the room were not filled with qi and blood, trembling, and could not help but prostrate themselves and fall to their knees. Ning Feng, who was in the midst of performing the blood drawing technique, was abruptly interrupted. Thinking about his broken realm cultivation, in front of this breath, he even felt as if he was as small as a mole cricket. His body trembled more than a little, his eyes wide and his face horrified as he looked into the sky. Rumble. It was only seen above the endless vaulted heights. It was as if there were terrifying beings fighting, and an astonishing light continued to blossom. A small lower realm heavenly Tao is worthy of stopping me. Su Jinghong, get out. Rumble. An incomparably blood-red, dazzling light bloomed. Shasta. A deafening, vibrating sound that crowned heaven and earth resounded. This 10,000-foot dome of the sky was as if it had been torn open by brute force, a huge and incomparable abyssal fissure. This crack was tens of thousands of kilometers long. Through that crack, one could clearly visualize the void turbulence that prevented countless cultivators from ascending in the lower realm. At this moment, countless living beings looked at the sky with terrified faces. The Qingcheng crowd was even enveloped under a crazy air current, and the sky, which was isolated from the void turbulence, was actually torn apart alive. This despairing, heavenly meteor-like howling sight caused Ning Feng's eyelids to suddenly jump wildly. An extremely ominous premonition surged in his heart. The sky cracked? How is this possible? Wait, people, it's people. In that crack, there are 2 of them. Whoever was present shouted out in fear, and everyone couldn't help but look up. Rumble. Only 2 majestic and vast, terrifying divine auras were seen descending from that ravine, holding a red-colored lance in his hand, like a god or a devil. The divine and magnificent Su Jinghong stood proudly in the sky above. Beside him, the phoenix cried long and long, as if the absolute goddess like Su Yaowang also appeared here. The 2 of them were shrouded in divine aura, and their powerful aura caused everyone present to gasp for air. Everyone raised their heads to look at the 2 dazzling and incomparable figures in the air. Are they from heaven? Ruyan Lu's beautiful eyes flickered and trembled continuously. The moment she saw Su Yaowang, even she who had always been quite conceited about her looks could not help but feel a strong jealousy rise in her heart. Long hair as dazzling red as the god's flame, absolutely beautiful and flawless face. Every inch of his body is like the most elaborate masterpiece of God. Just standing there, it was like a proud phoenix, a goddess that could not be blasphemed and was generally humbling. Is there really such a perfect woman in this world? What are they, really, here for? This. Can't see through it. It's even more terrifying than the old man. It is like a deep, bottomless sea, and with the strength of his own broken realm, he can't even see the human cultivation at all. Ning Feng's scalp tingled and his insides surged wildly. Only himself he was able to vaguely guess that the 2 people were afraid that they were big shots in the upper world. Why would such an existence capable of opening the heavens appear here? Ning Feng forced back the fear in his heart, arching his hand and opening his mouth in the most humble of gestures. My name is Ning Feng. Meet the 2 seniors. But it was as if those 2 great powers hadn't heard them, just kept looking around like he was looking for something. Suddenly, the woman in the sky seemed to have realized something. The pupils shrank, somewhat incredulously, and said, Little brother? Who? Just as everyone was a bit confused, Su Yaowang appeared in front of Su Chenxiao at an unknown time. Upon seeing Su Chenxiao, who was covered in blood and bound to a pillar by chains, Her stunningly beautiful face was filled with the colors of grief and anger. Ka! The chains shattered at once. Su Yaowang directly stepped forward and swept Su Chenxiao into his arms, covering her mouth. A layer of water mist emerged from her beautiful eyes and she murmured, "How come? Little brother, quick, this is the Green Emperor Dan. Take it, tell my sister who really did this to you." Boom! Su Duanxiao's sister? This scene was like a bolt from the blue that left everyone from the three great clans present stunned in place. The head went blank. No way! Isn't he an orphan? Where did the sister come from? Little brother? Yi family patriarch Yi Hongtian's face instantly turned white as he muttered in disbelief. How is this possible? Lu Ruyan looked at Su Yaowang across the room with a deadpan expression. After realizing that there was actually some resemblance between Su Chenxiao and that woman's eyebrows, the entire person was struck by lightning. Trembling, he took a few steps back. No, this can't be. In her mind, she suddenly remembered the joke that Su Chenxiao had once played with herself. Su Duanxiao, you're so young at this level of cultivation. Are you really just a casual cultivator? Ha ha, a loner, fatherless and motherless. Ruyan, what am I lying to you for? I don't really remember anything from my childhood, but do you think there's a possibility? Did my parents leave me behind for some hard time? Will they come back for me later? For some reason, I always have the vague feeling that I don't seem to be from here. Ruyan Lu didn't say much at that time. It was only after knowing Su Chenxiao's background that last bit of affection for him dissipated. How could a mere loose cultivator help himself leave this lower realm that was like a cage? I can't imagine that today. A prophecy has come true, compared to the hard-to-accept Xingcheng crowd. At this moment, even Su Chenxiao himself was in a daze. Not buddy. What the hell? What kind of villain is it to keep getting beaten up? As a heavenly destiny villain, it makes sense to have a supreme background, right? The master's true identity is the youngest son of the Su family of the Emperor clan of the heavens. His parents are alive. His grandfather's grandfather is a great emperor of the world. His elder brother is a divine ruler of the Jin domain. And his elder sister is a divine phoenix female, and she is going through the experience of the lower realm. Su Duanxiao. Grass. I love you Tetsuko. You should have said so. I was ready to explode with him. As a villain, one must always maintain the grace of a villain. Not pushing when you can do it. Not grating when you can shout. The system was re-emphasized. In mid-air, Su Jinghan likewise saw the situation of his youngest brother now. The divine bone that he himself had gifted was dug up. The chi and blood decayed. The root and bone cultivation were all abolished, and his body was bruised and battered, as if he were a candle in the wind. Boom! The terrifying power rolled again. At this moment, the hearts of everyone in Xingcheng were as if they were tightly grasped by a large hand could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He appeared in front of Ning Feng in an instant, his eyes terrifyingly cold. On you, why do you have the scent of my little brother's divine bone? Ning Feng's pupils dilated. How had he ever seen such a terrifying great power capable of tearing apart the heavens of the lower realms? A moment of creepiness and a strong sense of death filled his mind. The hallowed elder of the Tianqi Daoist system actually directly fell to his knees and loudly begged for forgiveness. Elder, spare. Bang! Not giving a chance to speak at all. Su Jing pressed Hengda's hand on top of Ning Feng's head. A demonic glint flickered in the pupils filled with anger. Direct soul search. The art of soul searching is overbearing. Without any regard for the other party's death or life, he forcibly tore open the sea of consciousness to obtain memories. Miserable to the core screams rang out. Everyone present was awakened by the scream. One could only watch as Elder Ning of the Tianqi Daoist system continued to wail in pain. Don't! Spare me! The scream went on for who knows how long. Su Jinghan's eyes slowly opened. Ningfeng looked like he had lost his soul and was as limp as a puddle of mud. The divine bone that had just been obtained not long ago also flew out from within the clothes. Sure enough, seeing this scene, the monstrous rage in Su Jinghan's pupils was almost ready to erupt. Bang! Under the hands of the General Ningfeng like a dead dog, the head was even like a watermelon was pinched alive, exploded into a cloud of blood mist. You, all of you, deserve to die. Chapter 6. Like to compare backgrounds? Today his kin came. Not even dregs were left. Even the divine soul was reduced to ashes under this terrifying power. Master? Seeing this scene, not far away Fan Yuan just felt a sense of suffocation coming from him. Both eyes went black, his legs went weak, and he almost fainted directly to death. In front of the other party, his own master is like an ant is so easily pinched to death. It's over. What the hell are they? Why did this Lu Ruyan never mention it to herself? Ruyan Lu, who the hell are they? Fang Yuan Kai yelled lowly. Are you trying to get me killed? Bitch, He didn't dare to think what would happen to him if that divine bone was still in his hands. Ruyan Lu was filled with fear and didn't know what to do. This was an elder of the broken realm of the Tianqi Dao system, the master he just worshipped himself. Just die? I don't know. I don't know. He never told me about. Su Jingheng, who already knew everything through soul searching, couldn't stop his eyelids from fluttering at the moment. Breathing fluctuated a bit, and his chest was filled with endless hatred. I think my youngest brother was in the clan when he was young. Everyone treats Xiao Di as a treasure in their hands, holding it in their mouths for fear of melting, and placing it in their hands for fear of dropping it. Even if you want to eat the golden-winged rock yourself, you have specially gone to the Demon Emperor domain to capture the son of that rock emperor and bake it for dinner. Ever suffered this kind of aggravation? The red blood god gun seemed to have sensed its owner's mind and continuously emitted a buzzing sound. Su Jingheng's eyes swept over the crowd of people present at Qingcheng and said in a deep voice, "My youngest brother is but a trial for the lower world. Just because you covet my brother's physique divine blood and think he has no background, you want to dig out his bones and draw blood. You group of lower realm ants. You really have a lot of guts." Each of the three great family patriarchs' faces were pale to the point of bloodlessness. "No, not us. Senior, spare your life." One by one, the people of the three great clans knelt and kowtowed to beg for forgiveness. "Don't you like to compare backgrounds? Then today, his kinsmen are here." Under Su Jingheng's cold and violent gaze, a horrible scene happened. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the people of the Yi, Lin, and Wang families exploded into a mist of blood plasma. Broken pieces spilled all over the ground, and the entire martial arts arena was like a downpour of blood. It was like an invisible death scythe that was mercilessly harvesting lives. The rich, fishy odor of blood filled the air. A large amount of blood splattered on top of Ruyan Lu's cheeks. She couldn't stop her delicate body from trembling, afraid that she would be next. Even now, he did not understand why Su Jingheng had such a powerful elder brother, and in the face of this absolute power, Feng Yuankai was trembling, having been scared less long ago. Where was the appearance of the heavenly Qi Dao sect's heavenly pride? "I don't want to die. I don't want to die here." Suddenly, there seems to be a feeling, like being locked by a horrible power. Inside the body of the true Qi crazy agitation backflow. Feng Yuan just mouth and nose cannot stop overflowing blood. His pupils gradually dilated, and he was terrified to the point of trying to escape, roaring furiously, "No! I can't die! No!" Bang! Next moment, without even escaping with his soul, Feng Yuankai died so tragically within Qingcheng just like his own master. There are no bones left, one after another. The people of Qingcheng burst into flames. Under these extremely depressing circumstances, finally, someone's psyche broke down, couldn't bear it, and desperately wanted to escape from this place. Escape! Escape! Don't kill me! I don't want to die! Bang! Bang! But the end result, too, remains the same. It was a one-sided massacre. It's like hell on earth. And just then, several streams of light came quickly in the distance. "Please calm down, Senior. But Sanshur realm's boundaries are shattered. If Senior strikes again, I'm afraid that hundreds of millions of living beings in the Sanshur realm will die miserably under that void turbulence." Only to see that not far away, a few great powers from the Tianqi Dao sect were rushing in hot pursuit. They knew that the visitor was bound to be an upper realm powerhouse. Solely directly moved out behind the upper realm Taoist system Tianxian sect want to use this to dissuade. Seeing the visitor, the originally desperate crowd were all overjoyed. "Elder Taisheng, it's the Tianqi Dao system powerhouse coming. We are saved." But the other party's next sentence directly shattered their last hope. "My Tianqi Dao system is a branch of the heavenly Xian sect in the upper realm. So please, Senior, for the sake of the heavenly Xian sect, just slaughter Qingcheng and spare the lives of the other billions of living beings in the Zangshi realm. If Senior isn't relieved enough, you can take all the 100 cities in the southern border. I only ask that Senior restrain his divine might and stop destroying this realm." Everyone can't believe it. The supreme elder of the Tianqi Daoist system is at this moment begging for mercy? Was this still what the Tianqi Dao sect, one of the four major Dao systems in the Zangshi realm, had said? Everyone's body was cold, and their hearts were even more desperate. Tianxian sect? Su Jingheng's eyes were cold and oozing as he said with a murderous aura, "Today, not to mention the bull Tianxian sect, even if there is a great emperor standing behind you, you won't be able to save your lives. Rather, it's you, Tianqi Dao sect. I didn't go looking for you, but you yourselves actually took the initiative to come to the door. Die." As his words fell, Su Jingheng swept a strike across the room with his red blood divine lance in hand. It turned into a blood-colored divine light and chopped towards the incoming person. The incomparably terrifying power came out suddenly as if it were a mountain of mountains. In an instant, the earth shattered and space collapsed. Such divine might was like the fall of the sun that one could not look directly at it and could not stop it. He was so enraged that he didn't even want to care about the deaths and lives of the ants in this realm. Just want to bury everyone here to avenge my brother. No, Senior, we have no intention whatsoever of making an enemy of Senior. Senpai, rumble, a shocking loud noise came from the sky, under the blood light that was full of killing intent. Several of the heavenly Chi Taoist system's Enlightenment Realm Taishan elders were instantly killed in seconds without leaving even a trace of their corpses. Even the distant airspace was torn apart, leaving behind a striking and oozing crack. And with this unrivaled power, the aftershocks alone had shaken countless living beings inside and outside of Qingcheng alive. Even the cultivators below were all bleeding from their 7 orifices as well, and their internal organs were shattered. Lu Ruyan subconsciously tried to raise her hand to resist. An amazing scene occurs. The jade bracelet she wore on top of her wrist even suddenly burst out with a brilliant light. Buzz! A pure white light dissipated everything, even the divine might of the supreme realm. Resisting it. I'm alive? Ruyan Lu looked incredulously at the jade bracelet in her hand. This is... Su Jinghong above frowned, keenly noticing the scene. How could the immortal jade given to little brother by mother be in the hands of a woman from the lower realms? With a movement of his body, he appeared in front of Ruyan Lu in the next second. Ruyan Lu's heart shook. Looking at the tall and godly man in front of him, as if he were a demonic god, he took a few steps backward in fear. Su Jinghong, however, could not help but step forward and grabbed her right hand, his eyes staring intently at her as he opened his mouth. Who are you? Why is my little brother's life-protecting treasure in your possession? Monstrous killing intent and blood aura. In the other party, Ruyan Lu seemed to see a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, causing her to choke a few times. P.S. During the new book, the chase reading is very important. Trouble small dish people point to urge more chase reading. Duck thanks. Don't feed the book. Don't feed the book. Don't feed the book. Chapter 7 complicated to the core? Lu Ruyan, the servant girl. Father is dead. But I, Ruyan Lu, absolutely cannot die here. A strong will to survive made her force the fear in her heart to open her mouth. This jade bracelet was given to me by Su Chenshaoim. Su Jinghong frowned, staring at Ruyan Lu's face for a while. The immortal jade given by my mother is bound to my little brother in some way. Unless my little brother gives it away himself, not even a great power of the supreme realm will be able to disarm it. This woman, could it be that she really has something to do with my little brother? Before he could think more about it, Su Yaowan's exclamation of surprise suddenly came from the distance. Big brother, little brother looks so strange like this. Do you see what's wrong with little brother? Su Jinghong's face changed as he hurriedly checked over. Little brother? What did you say about little brother? Ruyan Lu, on the other hand, was relieved, as if he had just drowned and gotten out of the water. He knelt on the ground and took a big mouthful, greedily breathing in the air that was full of the stench of blood. The other end, only to see that Su Chenshao and Su Yaowan's arms had a pained expression, and a cold sweat was continuously running down his forehead. Su Yaowan looked anxious and anxiously said towards Su Jinghong, I've just given my little brother the Green Emperor Dan, which is capable of healing all injuries, but why is my little brother still in such a painful state? Ding! Progress of the fusion of the innate Chaos God and the innate God Devil body 90%, 95%, 97%, 100%. Fusion complete. Boom! Su Chenshao, who was in the process of fusing the two great divine bodies, had a shocking aura violently erupt from his body. Ancient and mysterious chaotic gas mixed with the power of gods and demons gradually filled out. Su Jinghong's face was grave. The divine and demonic qi. But why? There is another special breath on my little brother that I have never seen before? Even he had never seen such a thing as a physique fusion before and can only speak in a deep voice. Father and mother, they will be here soon. You stay here and take care of little brother first. That woman seems to have something to do with my little brother. My little brother is in a poor state now. Wait until he wakes up. Su Yaowan nodded, looking at the stunned Lu Ruyan not far away. She naturally noticed that her little brother's immortal jade was on the other side. Hearing the strangeness in the words, Su Yaowan turned back to look straight at Su Jinghong and said, Big brother, what are you going to do? Su Jinghong's eyes were haunted, flashing through a thick chill, the gloom in his heart still evaporating. Coldly, murder. As his words fell, Su Jinghong immediately disappeared into a blood-colored stream of light. Su Yaowan saw the situation also did not say anything more. She understands that at this moment, The only way to reduce the anger of the big brother's heart is blood. Su Yaowan looked towards the pained Su Chinchao in her arms, her beautiful eyes full of heartache and sourness. The fire phoenix seal flickered between her eyebrows, and a wisp of blazing red innate divine flame leaped out to encase Su Chinchao without any intrusion. Don't be afraid, little brother. Soon father and mother will arrive. We're taking you home. After Su Jinghan left, the terrifying pressure suddenly passed away. Only then did the remnants of the crowd have a chance to catch their breath. Lu Ruyan was as if her soul had been pulled out of her body, and she was powerless and paralyzed in place. One thought of heaven, one thought of hell. Obviously the moment before he was immersed in the joy of becoming a disciple of the Tianqi Dao sect. The next moment, like gods, the man and woman who called themselves Su Chinxiao's relatives descended from the sky. Even the Supreme Elder, who was supreme in his own eyes and at the level of the heavenly Qi Dao sect's enlightenment realm, was killed with a single strike. Everything seemed like a dream. She looked at the breathtakingly beautiful, honorable and arrogant peerless woman Su Yaowan not far away, the blood and debris all around them. None of it was telling itself that everything here was real, as if it were a lifetime ago. Lu Ruyan's hair was disheveled, her face was lost in thought, and she was powerless and limp on the ground. Looking at the jade bracelet she wore on her right hand, Ruyan Lu murmured softly, "What the hell? What the hell am I missing?" Just as she was frustrated, Su Yaowan didn't know when she arrived in front of Ruyan Lu. That stunningly beautiful face was full of coldness, without a trace of emotion, as if she was a goddess looking down on Lu Ruyan from above. Those eyes, as if they were trying to see all the way through her. "You said that the immortal jade in your hand was given to you by my little brother himself?" Ruyan Lu slowly raised her head. Mind blown, the close contact made her feel Su Yaowan's flawlessness even more. In contrast, the other party's noble and cool temperament was as if it was born, while he was nothing more than a forced fake. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but feel even more inferior in her heart for a moment, not daring to look directly at the other party's gaze at all, only able to lower his head in shame. He whispered, I'm not lying to you, it's true." Su Yaowan's jade finger lightly lifted, and the storage ring in Lu Ruyan's hand floated out uncontrollably. Buzz. With just a thought, he easily broke the forbidden shackles within the storage ring, as one piece of magic treasure after another floated out from it. Looking at that piece of treasure that belonged to her little brother, Su Yaowan's willow brows became more and more furrowed. These, among other things, were the life-preserving treasures that he and his big brother had given to his little brother. But if my little brother had one of these on him, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation today. Su Yaowan's eyes were suddenly attracted to a jade bottle. She felt the aura of her little brother's innate divine demon body on that jade bottle. Boo! The mouth of the bottle was opened, and a pure white elixir floated out from the bottle. Su Yaowan's beautiful eyes stared at Lu Ruyan, who had her head lowered with incomparable anger. "This is an elixir refined with the blood of junior brother's divine demon essence?" Upon discovering this object, even the always good-tempered Su Yaowan was a bit annoyed. "I can't believe my little brother went this far for you?" This terrifying aura caused Ruyan Lu to tremble. "I don't know, I really don't." Su Yaowan couldn't stand it any longer, raised her jade hand, and directly toward Lu Ruyan's cheek was a heavy slap. Pop! No power was used, just a plain, crisp slap. "Bitch!" Ruyan Lu was confused. A slap mark soon surfaced on that snow-white cheek. The humiliation was thick as a tidal wave, but in front of this noble and stunning woman in front of her, she couldn't even raise a trace of resistance in her heart. Su Yaowan pinched her chin, and that radiant phoenix eyes gazed straight at Lu Ruyan, full of killing intent. "Do you know that these treasures are existences that even a quasi-emperor would blush at? It is impossible to be at your place without the permission of my little brother. I don't know exactly how you and little brother are related, but after my little brother treated you so well, you merely watched from the sidelines while he was being robbed?" She felt bad for her little brother. How could such a woman from the lower realm with mediocre looks and extremely poor qualifications be able to make the son of the Su family head, who was the son of the emperor clan and his own brother with his elder brother, so enchanted? Feeling Su Yaowan's undisguised killing intent, Lu Ruyan was cold through and through, and her fear in her heart was even greater. She couldn't say a word. Su Yaowan pulled Lu Ruyan's hair and directly knocked her to the ground. The eyes were cold to the core as he opened his mouth. "You know how to play the white rabbit now? Bitchy servant girl, let me tell you, if anything happens to my little brother, all the living beings in your Tsongsha realm will have to be buried with my little brother." Emperor clan, Su family? This name, which he had never heard of before, appeared for the first time in Ruyan Lu's world. Ruyan Lu had never imagined that Su Chinxiao would come from the heavens of her dreams and even possess such a terrifying background. She didn't dare to say a word more for fear that the other party who knew the cause of the matter would kill her. At the same time there is a hint of a remaining fluke in the mind. Even. Bugger? Chapter 8, Chagrin Qingcheng Crowd. Imperial parents arrive together. With Su Chinxiao's love for himself, if he woke up and admitted his mistake himself, the other guy will forgive himself, right? Su Yaowang didn't know what Ruyan Lu was thinking at the moment. Finally, he swept a cold glance at her and got up to look at the remaining fearful crowd in Qingcheng. There was no doubt about the opening of the mouth. Before little brother wakes up, all of you are not allowed to leave this place by half a step. She flicked her right hand. Boom! A divine flame with a terrifying temperature, capable of burning the empty realm, came out flat. It directly surrounded this martial arts field tightly. Just by being within this flame, one would have to suffer that temperature that was terrifying enough to scorch. After doing this, Su Yaowang brought the unconscious Su Chinxiao straight towards a house. Quietly wait here for your parents to arrive. In this rolling sea of fire, the Qingcheng crowd was all stunned. What happened today was too sudden, as if in a dream. No one would have thought that what stood behind the backgroundless Su Chinxiao was a great power from the upper realm, clear and smoky. One of the Lin family's elders who was still lucky crawled over shakily. His heart felt as if it was about to jump out of his chest for a long time, and he was unable to calm down, inquiring with a strong fear. Then did Su Duanxiao ever say that he came from the upper world? Many people have the same question in their minds. Seeing the other party's meaning, he was not killing his own and the others yet, like he was planning to wait for Su Chinxiao to wake up and let him make the decision. The other two Qingcheng clans were even. One by one, the most panicked people of the Qingcheng family had already turned ashen, paralyzed with despair. They were the ones who tortured Su Chinxiao the most in order to curry favor with the Tianqi Dao system. Ruyan Lu looked at the elder beside her and shook her head. Ruyan! That elder grabbed her arm and pleaded like a sob. I know that you are usually on good terms with that Su Duanxiao. If you wait for him to wake up, you must help my Lin family to say something. You should know that our Lin family has never done anything to wrong him. Su Chinxiao, we also have no choice but to be forced by the Tianqi Dao system. If I had known, why would I have done it in the first place? If he had known that Su Chinxiao's origin was so amazing, who would join in just to curry favor with the Tianqi Dao system? The people of the three great families of Qingcheng all regretted it to the extreme. Even Lu Ruyan herself looked complicated to the extreme, lightly biting her vermilion lips. Try to give it a shot. Surprisingly, she didn't have much of a mental shakeup about her father's death. Instead, it was Su Chinxiao's identity that made her heart beat faster and her thoughts swirl. The big deal was that he would go and apologize to Su Chinxiao himself. Let's just say that he was forced to do it by senior brother Fang Yuankai. Seeing Lu Ruyan agreeing, the many elders of the Lin family's faces were overjoyed at the words and continuously nodded their heads. Good, good, so much the better, so much the better. As things stood, they were still holding on to the slightest illusion. Now that Su Chinxiao's kinship clan was coming, his status and position had long been different from what it used to be. If his Lin family can climb on one or two of them, I'm afraid, even the four great Taoist systems could be disregarded. One day later, shower. Su Chinxiao seemed to have heard someone calling out to him over and over again. During the slumber of endless darkness, it seems that many memories of being a child are unraveled to the surface. Su Chinxiao slowly opened his eyes, only to realize that his vision was a little blurry. Here is. Shower, you're awake? A voice of incomparable surprise came. In front of the bed, a beautiful woman with a tear-stained face was ecstatic and rushed to help Su Chinxiao up, and Su Wudao, who was pacing back and forth in the room, annoyed beyond measure, was also shaken and walked over with a face full of guilt. Shower. Su Chinxiao looked at the two people in front of him, their appearance gradually overlapping with the memories that had just awakened in his mind. Subconsciously shouted, Father, Mother? The sealed memories from before the age of 12 had all been lifted, and he himself was the son of the head of the Su family of the Emperor clan of the Upper Realm. And they, in turn, are their own biological parents? Chen Wuyue's beautiful eyes could not hide her excitement, covering her mouth and sobbing softly. My good shower, you've finally woken up. You've scared my mother to death. Although Su Wudao couldn't see any emotional fluctuations on his face, his eyes were obviously quite a bit softer. He slowly sat down, reaching out his broad palm to gently stroke Su Chinxiao's hair, and said in a deep voice, Good boy, do you remember your father? Shower, letting you suffer in this lower realm. Su Chinxiao looked at the front of his eyes. At the moment his head was still a little drowsy, and nodded. Chen Wuyue's face went cold as soon as she heard those words. Coldly glancing at Su Wudao, he opened his mouth. Su Wudao, you still have the nerve to say that? If it weren't for your Su family's abominable clan rules, would my family's shower have suffered so much? Ever since arriving at this Zhongshe realm and seeing Su Chinxiao's miserable state, Chen Wuyue then never gave Su Wudao a good look. Su Wudao was also blaming himself in his heart and nodded his head rather guiltily without denying it. You're right. It's time to revise this rigid and mean rule. Madam, Shower should be fine now. I have specially brought the creation immortality pill. Not to mention that Shower has now been blessed by misfortune and awakened his innate chaotic god body. With the creation pill in place, even a great power with half a foot in the ground can pull him back from the ghost gate. Chen Wuyue did not say anything, but instead turned her head to look at Su Qinshan. Her voice was gentle to the extreme and full of loving inquiries. Shower, how are you feeling physically now? Is it better? Su Qinshan felt his body today. Eyes lit up. His own blood-soaked clothes had been replaced by someone unknown. Now only feel the body blood surging. Soul see full. A body injury has long been restored as before. Not only that, even the root bones and cultivation that had been wasted before were completely restored as before. It even directly crossed a large realm. Broken Realm 9. It was as if there was an inexhaustible amount of energy in his body, and he was as good as he had ever been. Looking toward his parents who were full of worry and concern in front of him, Su Qinshan could not help but feel a warm current welling up in his heart. I am now much better. It's just that the head hurts a bit. Su Chuanxiao held his forehead and mumbled. Su Wudao's face that had been boarded up when he heard this finally revealed a smile and said in a gentle voice, Shower, you have just recovered your memories from before the age of 12. You still need a bit of time to digest them. Ma'am, Shower has just awakened now. His body is no longer in any serious condition. Let's go out for a while and leave him alone. Chen Wuyue also knows that her precious child has not seen her for many years, and I am afraid that she is still a little rusty. So somewhat reluctantly cupped Su Qinshan's cheeks. Filled with heartache and love, he kissed his forehead and said, Shower, you've suffered in the middle of the lower realms for so many years. Now that the memories are unsealed, my mother knows it may be a little hard for you to accept. Your father and I will go out first. Feel free to yell at us if anything happens, okay? That warmth came from his cheek. Mother's warmth caused Su Qinshan to nod involuntarily and said softly, Well, I know. Both parents left the house. Outside the house soon came the voice of second sister Su Huangyao. Mother, is little brother awake? I'm going in to see. Yao Huang, listen to mother. Let's leave first. Your little brother's memory has just recovered. Let him be alone for a while. Well, listening to the movement coming from outside the house, Su Qinshan lowered his head and muttered, Is this kinship? It feels pretty good. In his previous life, his parents had left him early, and he had never even seen what they looked like. The fortune teller also said that he was born with a heavenly destiny. I thought this world was similarly like that, but I never thought so many caring family members existed. Su Qinshan smiled and took his thoughts back. System, still alive? Master, inferred replay. I want to see what actually happened during the period when I awakened my innate chaotic god body. Su Qinshan faintly said, Obey master. The deduction replay function requires 100 villain value to be consumed. Is it consumed? Consumption. Ding. Consumed successfully. Current villain value, 9,900. Playback begins at half an incense stick of time later. This jade bracelet was given to me by Su Qinshan. Su Qinshan looked at Lu Ruyan, who had an innocent face like a white lotus flower in the deduction interface, and let out an expressionless sneer. Meh, good you Ruyan Lu. I can't imagine that you've even been allowed to survive. Through the system's deduction replay, Su Qinshan knew everything that had happened before. Fong Yuan was cheap, but there was another culprit. The smelly who had put herself in a desperate situation Lu Ruyan herself hadn't forgotten. This Lu Ruyan was also smart, knowing to muddle through with his unspoken relationship with her. Su Qinshan slowly got up, a cold aura flickering in his eyes. Let's go. Since you're a vindictive villain yourself, it's time to settle the score with those guys. Since you're a villain, you should have the awareness of a villain. Chapter 9 The Pale Stone Realm awaiting judgment. Revenge begins. Outside the house, Su Jinghong was holding the red blood divine pistol, his eyes closed as if he were a statue standing motionless in place. Su Yao Wang, on the other hand, was filled with worry and was torn between whether or not to go into the house to check on his little brother. Squeak dash. With the sound of a door opening, Su Qinshan walked out from the room. Little brother? Su Yao Wang's stunningly beautiful face flashed with a hint of joy. Walking over to him he immediately grabbed his little brother's hand and felt it carefully. Well, the qi and blood are flowing freely and the meridians are solid. Big brother, little brother is really fine. Su Jinghong nodded with a cold face, unable to tell if he was happy or angry. Pretend, you just pretend. Su Yao Wang skimmed her mouth. Don't look at the big brother, this paralyzed face is not smiling. But when the little brother accident then anyone is anxious. Su Yao Wang looked towards Su Qinshan and asked with a smile. little brother, recognize who I am? Smelling that fresh fragrance at the tip of his nose, Su Chenshao smiled helplessly and nodded. Alright, sis, I've got it all figured out. Where are mom and dad? Su Yaowang's beautiful eyes lit up as she excitedly went straight forward and hugged Su Chenshao into her arms. The supervisory heavenly pavilion of the upper realm has come, and mother and father have gone to ask for punishment. Amazing softness and fullness came from Su Chenshao, who was close to the proud peaks, and felt that it was difficult to breathe for a while. Well, welcome back, little brother. Aggrieved, Su Yaowang huffed her agitated nose. Obviously outside is a lonely, arrogant and cold, unrivaled divine phoenix female dignity, but in for this little brother. She is in the heart eyes love tight. Su Chenshao struggled for a while before leaving the fragrant embrace. Somewhat embarrassed, he touched his nose and opened his mouth. Sister, a man and a woman are not related. Su Yaowang was stunned at his words, and couldn't help but pff a laugh. Her eyebrows arched, and even the worried emotions in her heart couldn't help but dissipate quite a bit. This smile was like the melting of a 10,000-year-old iceberg. Beautiful beyond words. What's the matter, little brother? Now that you're all grown up, you won't let your sister hug you? When you were little, you used to clamor to sleep with me every day. Su Chenshao was momentarily speechless. After knowing that his little brother was no longer in any serious condition, Su Yaowang also resumed her previous cool temperament, staring earnestly at Su Chuanxiao's face as she opened her mouth. Okay, little brother, the people who bullied you before are now within the martial arts field. Their lives and deaths are in your hands. Junior brother, your sister doesn't ask much about your personal matters, but you are my Su Yaowang's own brother, the son of the Emperor clan's Su family head. Experiencing in the lower realms is like a dream. Don't let a woman fool your mind. Understand? Although it wasn't directly mentioned, Sister Su Yaowang's meaning was already obvious. Su Chenshao gave a slight beat and returned. I understand, sis, just leave these things to me. Su Yaowang nodded and glanced at Su Jinghong on the side and said, here, your big brother is there too. This guy, who has obviously only returned from the domain, has such a heavy killing aura. In order to avenge your anger, and destroy the 4 major Dao lineages of others in the Tsunxia realm, the patriarchs and elders of those 4 major Dao lineages are likewise in the martial arts arena at the moment to plead for their sins. Su Chenshao glanced at his big brother and walked forward. Big brother. Su Jinghong still had that cold look and said succinctly, aha, buzz. A white divine aura suddenly flashed. This is. Su Chenshao froze. In front of Su Jinghong, the divine bone floated silently. Su Jinghong's voice slowly sounded. You are now an innate chaotic god body. This supreme bone is useless to you though, but since it was something I gave you, now, it's time to return it to its rightful owner. After the parents arrived, they also learned that the little brother's previous situation like that was precisely because of the awakening of another powerful physique. The innate chaotic god body was an existence that ranked in the top 3 of the divine bodies of the heavens. However, compared to their little brother awakening such a heaven-defying divine body, they were more concerned about their little brother's safety. Su Chenshao took the supreme bone and said after a moment of silence, Big brother, thanks. Su Jinghong nodded and didn't say anything else. It was until after Su Chenshao left for the martial arts field. The corners of Su Jinghong's mouth rose slightly just then, revealing an imperceptible smile. Inside the martial arts arena, the red-colored terrifying divine flame closed off this place, and under the scorching heat, the airspace around the divine flame was incinerated. Unease and fear pervaded, like a sword of Damocles hanging overhead awaiting judgment. Everyone is distracted and on edge. The atmosphere, depressing and somewhat frightening, not a word was spoken. The elders of the 3 great clans of Qingqing were as numb as if their souls had been extracted and they were walking corpses. In one short day, they saw with their own eyes the great man they had never seen before in their lives. One by one, the 4 great Dao Tai Shang elders, and even the old ancestors with astonishing cultivation and unfathomable depths were all imprisoned. These, without exception, were all capable of shaking the Tsunxia realm by 3 points with a single stomp of their feet. But even such an existence was kneeling on the ground with a face like death. The Qingqing crowd had also gone from the initial shock, which was unbelievable, to the current despair. Bastard, what on earth have you Tianqi Taoist system done that the heavens have grumbled and the people are angry about? That you have provoked the great powers of the upper realm? To think that I, Cloudsea sect, knew nothing about this matter and was implicated by you, Tianqi Taoist system, and suffered this unwarranted disaster for nothing. Elder Tianqi, you guys really deserve to die. The old ancestors of the other 3 great Taoist systems in the Tsunxia realm here all had indignant faces. He couldn't wait to kill this group of people from the Tianqi Dao system on the spot. Old ancestor Tianqi's entire body knelt on the ground, his pupils constantly fluttering. He only remembered a young man holding a blood-colored lance, as if he was a demonic god, appearing in the Taoist system. With just one strike, the Dao lineage that had stood in the Zhongshu realm for 1,000 years was destroyed. In front of that young man, even if he had lived for thousands of years, he only felt that he was like an ant. The heart simply could not rise a bit of resistance. I also simply don't know what exactly my Tianqi Dao system has done to offend the great powers of the upper realms, but all of you don't panic. My Tianqi Dao system has the shelter of the Tianxian sect of the upper realm, and I've already contacted the Tianxian sect's great powers, and they'll be arriving in a matter of days. With these words, the faces of the other Dao ancestors present only eased up a bit. Someone sighed softly and quietly. I only beg that Lord to spare our lives for the sake of the Tianxian sect. And just then, the endless divine flames that surrounded this place were actually opened up. Everyone looked over in unison. Little brother, they're right here. At this time, in the opposite side of that divine flame, a young man dressed in a green shirt, with a handsome face and eyebrows full of nobility came face to face. The teenager seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist. The innate chaos chi faintly emitted a white aura, and there was a deep color in his eyes that did not belong to this age. Lu Ruyan's face was pale, and her eyes were filled with complex remorse. The visitor was no one else. It was none other than Su Chenxiao, who had now recovered his cultivation. Chapter 10, Exploding the Sea and Stripping the Bones, Executing the Progeny. The Qingqing crowd was in a trance and saw the once cynical Qingqing demon with amazing talent. Only this time, it was different from before. Standing beside the teenager was an absolute woman of the upper realm who came from all the heavens and all the worlds and whose strength was sufficiently terrifying. Looking at that noble and magnificent young man, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but be a little lost in thought for a moment. Su Duanxiao, who could have thought that in just one day's time, the identity of Su Chenxiao, who was originally a casual cultivator, had undergone a radical change. At this moment, old ancestor Tianxi looked indignant and shouted, "Demonis! I advise you to better let us go. My Tianqi Dao sect is a branch of the heavenly Xian sect in the upper realm. The Tianxian sect has a Seal King realm powerhouse in existence. Someone will descend to the realm in a matter of days." Seal King realm? Su Yaowang smiled at his words. Among the heavens, there are countless Taoist systems. The Dao lineage where the Seal King realm was located could not even be considered a ninth-rate one. Su Yaowang said disdainfully. Seal King realm? Not even worthy of being a dog for my Emperor Su clan. Brother left you old things alive because he wanted my little brother to punish you. Otherwise you, a tiny little heaven Ascension realm mole cricket, are worthy of speaking to someone from my Emperor Su clan? Boom! As his words fell, the terrifying aura of the Supreme Realm exhibited just a hint. It then made the opposite Tianqi old ancestor's muscles and bones shatter by inches, and he didn't even have the strength to breathe. Ah! Old ancestor Tianqi let out a miserable cry of pain and slammed heavily on the ground. Flesh in pieces, gasping for heavy, ragged breaths, unable to breathe at all. Old man Tianqi? Seeing this scene, none of the other three great Dao units of the Zhongshu realm, as well as the people of Qingchang, were all shocked and incredulous. To them, the Seal King realm was already a great power capable of dominating everything in the lower realm with monstrous strength. But in the eyes of the other side, it's even worse than a watchdog? With their eyesight, they were destined to never be able to imagine the energy of the Imperial Su family in this lifetime. Su Yaowang's strong and lonely appearance caused Lu Ruyan's chest to rise and fall, her heart surging. Is Su Chuanxiao's background really so terrifying? With the tragic situation of old man Tianqi, everyone dared not say another word. Su Yaowang's cool eyes swept over the crowd present without a trace of emotion. Turning his head to the little brother beside him, he whispered, "Little brother, I'll leave this group of people to you. Whether they live or die, it's only at your whim. I'll just go out first. What happens in the Zhongshu realm is all my little brother's personal business. If it wasn't for my little brother's suffering, the mole in the Zhongshu realm would never have been able to come into contact with the existence of the Emperor Su clan in his lifetime." She didn't want to stay here and influence her little brother. Feeling his sister's protection, Su Chenxiao was somewhat moved to look at Su Yaowang and nodded. Aha! Su Yaowang is gone. Only then did Su Chenxiao turn around, his face extraordinarily calm. He didn't even look at Ruyan Lu, who was located in the crowd. Instead, he locked his gaze on a middle-aged man in the crowd who was cloaked in hair and didn't dare to raise his head to meet his eyes at all. Su Duanxiao opened his mouth indifferently. So it's time to settle the score, too, isn't it? Yi family master. It's not very loud. However, it was like a huge stone weighing heavily on Yi Hongtian, making him breathless. Yi Hongtian's heart thumped, his body trembled and shivered continuously. Mr. Su, Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Su Qianxiao revealed a brilliant smile and came to Yi Hongtian's body without slowing down. Except for the two pairs of dogs, Lu Ruyan and Fang Yuankai, the person he hated the most was none other than Yi Hongtian. This person has put a lot of effort into torturing himself in order to please Tianqi Daotong Fang Yuankai. Su Qianxiao squatted down and said with a smile in his eyes, but what a big misunderstanding. Strip the fingers, penetrate the bones, explode the sea, TSK, that kind of taste, don't want to experience it a second time. The more Su Qianxiao said, the fear in Yi Hongtian's heart became more and more intense, and his pupils trembled violently. In the end, his body prostrate on the ground full of pain and remorse confessed, it's all my fault, Mr. Su, I have eyes and I don't recognize them. Tai, you can do whatever you want to me. I, Yi Hongtian, am willing to die as thanks for my offense. I only ask that you, as an adult, spare the only remaining remnants of my Yi family. Family head. None of the Yi family members' faces were in agony and disbelief when they heard this. Su Qianxiao, however, frowned slightly and said with some displeasure, I haven't even started yet, and this is too much to bear and want to die? It's not that easy to let you die. As he said that, he looked at the few trembling Yi family elders beside Yi Hongtian. In the middle of the crowd, there was also a youth with a face similar to Yi Hongtian's, who had long been scared out of his wits, kneeling on the ground in a hurry. Name, Yi Ling. Identity, son of the head of the Yi family of Qingcheng, Songshe realm. Realm, 7th level of the Chudan realm. This person was Yi Hongtian's only son, Yi Ling. No wonder. Su Qianxiao's eyes narrowed slightly as an interesting thought came to life. It was as if they were facing an old friend they hadn't seen for a long time. Su Qianxiao patted Yi Hongtian's shoulder on the ground without any concern and said with a faint smile, give you a chance. Use all the torture that was used on me on your son Yi Ling. I'll let you. No, it's your entire Yi family, how about it? These compelling words were certainly a bolt from the blue. Yi Hongtian's body trembled violently. Incredulously, he raised his head and looked at the young man with a smile on his face and an aristocratic and handsome appearance. Another look at his son, who was scared out of his wits and filled with horror. Father, don't Yi Ling was terrified to the extreme and kept retreating towards the back. Have you thought about it? Death for all, or torture? Su Qianxiao's nightmare-like voice sounded once again. You have 3 seconds to think about it. It is like the sound of the death knell of judgment. Under this intense fear, Yi Hongtian raised his head violently, his eyes red, and the corners of his mouth were overflowing with a trace of blood in a low roar. I'll do it. Oh, Su Qianxiao raised his eyebrows, seemingly somewhat surprised that Yi Hongtian would agree so quickly. Haven't counted to 3 myself yet. It doesn't matter if it's not enough. Su Qianxiao smiled faintly and stroked his hand in mockery. A man can't stand still if he's not ruthless. Worthy of being the head of the Yi family of Qingcheng, even his own son can go down on him. Such vigor. Then, let's start with the simple and easy Bakumi stripping finger. Under everyone's horrified and unimaginable gaze, Yi Hongtian got up trembling, his pace heavy and slow as he came to Yi Ling's side. Linger, it is for father, who is sorry for you, for the sake of the Yi family, only you. Yi Ling's breathing became more and more rapid, his eyes widened, and he kept pleading. No, father, please. Yi Hongtian's heart was dripping blood and his eyes were covered in blood. Finally, as if determined, his tiger eyes erupted with a regal light as he raised his hand and slammed it down. Bang! This strike hit Yi Ling's qi squarely. The surging incomparable true qi poured into Yi Ling's qi like a wild tide, constantly filling and expanding. Exploding the sea is a type of abolishing cultivation. With that countless amount of true qi pouring in, it was alive and well, bursting the other party's sea of qi. Yi Ling's pupils dilated violently. I only felt a sudden dropsy and sharp pain in my abdomen, and for a while the pain was so unbearable that I howled wildly. Father, no. Chapter 11, I gave you everything, so give it all back to me. A father makes a mistake and everything is left to the son. Tears of blood flowed out of Yi Hongtian's eyes as he kept murmuring softly, Linger, don't blame father. Having said that, the movements in his hands did not stop for a moment. The true qi in Yi Ling's body swelled more and more. At the end of the day, it was accompanied by a loud bang, boom, like the sound of a balloon exploding. The majestic true qi broke away from the sea of qi rushing around in the body. Yi Ling's eyes were rounded, both eyes black, mouth sprayed out a large mouth of blood on top of Yi Hongtian's cheeks directly fainted. Waste. Su Qianxiao's eyes were indifferent as he watched the scene. Can't even last past this first level. What a useless thing. You know, you were tortured for days and nights, and just then, The system's voice suddenly sounded in his head. Ding! Inverted Big Dipper. The villain is not to be insulted. In this metaphysical world, one cannot stand firm if one is not ruthless. Now issuing a newbie quest to abuse and kill bullies. Mission reward, Dustless Taoist Heart, Gold. The heart of the Tao is the basis of cultivation. If the heart of the Tao is shaken, the realm will be unstable. The light is the heart of the Devil Senior. The heavy is the fall of cultivation. Dustless Taoist mind. Naturally clear. Not troubled by the demons of the heart. No one from outside factors can influence its path. System mall open. Yi Hongtian himself abolished his son and his moral heart was shaken. Congratulations to the master for gaining 500 villain values. Oh, hearing the system's voice, Su Chenxiao's eyes narrowed slightly. Then he grinned and said, I can't believe there's a villain value reward for not having a divine order protagonist. But there's no need for you to say more. No one who is here today can escape. In a sense, the people here have already gotten themselves killed once. If we tell them any more about reason and mercy, that's really sorry for worrying so much about your parents and siblings. And this villainous system. Su Chuanxiao glanced at Yi Hongtian and spoke faintly, following his tone. There aren't many people who can be tortured under my Yi Hongtian and still be conscious. If we do it again, how can we let him pass out so comfortably? Wake him up. These words were once spoken by Yi Hongtian. Now give it back to him in its original form yourself. Yi Hongtian's tiger's body shook, deadly gritting his teeth. He nodded reluctantly. I see. Next, its stripping fingers through bones. Rip dash. Yi Ling, who had only just fainted, felt the nails on his finger bones along with the skin and flesh being torn apart in one breath. Snapping his eyes open, he howled with a sweaty head. Ah ha ha ha. This ruthlessness left the people of the surrounding Qingqing staggering. No wonder what they had seen before. Su Chenxiao was covered in blood and looked miserable. It turns out that this Yi family head has used so many extreme punishments? Looking at the Su Chenxiao who was dressed in green clothes, calm and self-assured as if he was a noble gentleman, Lu Ruyan in the crowd only felt a familiar yet unfamiliar feeling surging through her heart. Just in time, Su Chenxiao turned his head and similarly revealed a playful smile in her direction. Eyes locked. Next, it's your turn. Like a frightened rabbit, Lu Ruyan hurriedly lowered her head. Su Chenxiao slowly got up, ignoring the surrounding crowd that had a look of horror on their faces, and came straight to Lu Ruyan. Said one side. It's true that things change, don't you think so, Ruyan? Lu Ruyan's heart was beating wildly. Her hands clutched her dress tightly, and she was only able to whisper, Su Duanxiao, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to set you up. It was that Fang Yuan Kai who forced me to. I never thought of it that way. She still held a trace of fantasy, thirsting for Su Chenxiao to be able to forgive herself. As long as I admit I'm wrong, he'll surely forgive me, right? After all, no matter what, there was nothing at all wrong with the current Su Chenxiao. Su Chenxiao's voice came out. Of course, my good Ruyan, how could I blame you? When she heard this, Ruyan Lu's beautiful eyes were stunned, and an excited light flashed by. She raised her head somewhat incredulously and looked at the smiling Su Chenxiao in front of her. Sure enough, she was incomparably delighted in her heart. She knew that Su Chenxiao was still as in love with herself as before. At this moment, even the surrounding elders of the Lin family, each one of them had a face of ecstasy after hearing these words. Lu Ruyan's eyes surfaced a layer of water mist. Tears came out of her eyes, and she looked at Su Chenxiao with a soft voice. Really? Su Duanxiao, I was wrong to you before. It won't happen again. I promise. Dusty Xiao, can we go back to the old days? When really, it's an unabashed white lotus flower. At this point in time, it's amazing that they can still say such disgusting things so openly. Su Chenxiao narrowed his eyes and slowly approached while nodding his head. Of course. There was a pause in the tone, then leaned over and whispered in her ear. Of course it's impossible. How could I ever forgive you for doing something like that? Stinking. Ha! Lu Ruyan's originally excited heart was as if a pot of cold water had been poured on it, her expression stiffening. Suddenly, Su Chenxiao, who was in front of her, raised his hand and slapped heavily towards the right side of her face. Bang! Lu Ruyan's whole body just flew out. The blow that caught everyone in the room off guard was dumbfounding. The entire Qingcheng knew that Su Chenxiao liked Lu Ruyan. How could they not have expected Su Chenxiao to storm out and make a move? Bang bang bang! Ruyan Lu rolled several times on the ground and struggled to get up in a sorry state. She covered her cheeks, still having some difficulty believing it even now, and murmured with a face full of shock and disbelief. Su Chenxiao, you, how dare you hit me? At one time, he had never even spoken out loud toward himself, let alone to himself. I don't like hitting women, but nah, it's the only way to make me feel better. In the next moment, Su Chenxiao appeared in front of her and threw another punch towards her belly. Bang! Her body shook as a sharp pain in her abdomen hit her violently. Ruyan Lu took a few uncontrollable steps backward. A mouthful of blood was spat out from his mouth, and his internal organs were shaking. A woman who could care less about even the death of her father. Su Qianxiao knew that the only way to make her suffer the most was to take back everything she had gotten today. Lu Ruyan's aura was countless times weaker at this moment. Her painstakingly cultivated Chudan realm cultivation collapsed one by one. My cultivation? No, my cultivation. Su Qianxiao, you actually ruined my cultivation? Thinking that his talent was mediocre. I don't know how many days and months of effort he spent in order to cultivate to the Yuan building realm. And now, it's been nullified? Su Qianxiao nodded his head with a calm expression and smiled. It's not over yet. Since you worked so hard to get all this, just give me back everything I gave you. Lu Ruyan's eyes were filled with fear. Blood was flowing from the corner of her mouth, and her voice was hoarse. What more do you want to do? Chapter 12, Are you wrong? No, you just knew you were going to die. An invisible force filled the air. The storage ring in Ruyan Lu's hand, as well as the immortal jade on her wrist that she had gifted herself were all implicated together. Ding! Ruyan Lu's cultivation is ruined. The villain value is rewarded with 1,000. Seeing this scene, Lu Ruyan's face stiffened, and with a hint of currying favor, she said in a soft pleading voice, Dusty Sky, remember? These are the ones you once gave me. I can do without all of that. All I ask is that you can forgive me. Looking at the humble and incomparable Lin Qinglian in front of her, which had once been a little bit of the daughter of the Lin family's cool and proud appearance, Su Qianxiao smiled faintly. Stepping forward, he placed his hand on Ruyan Lu's neck, caressing the polished, jade-like skin, then slowly pinching. Don't be afraid. Soon, I'll forgive you. See over there? I'm forgiving them too. Su Qianxiao pointed at Yi Tianhong who was not far away. The screams resounded continuously. Ah. Yi Ling, who was being tortured, let out howls of pain again and again. Kill me, father, kill me. His cultivation was ruined, his 10 fingers were bloody, and even the bones in his body were broken. Yi Ling constantly woke up in pain and fainted, suffering the inhumane torture of his own father. Ruyan Lu merely glanced at it. The whole person then fell into an ice cellar and shook his head vigorously. She had never seen Su Qianxiao look this cold. The crowds around them, full of horror, the distant wail of agony, and the intense choking sensation that now suddenly sobered her. He was really trying to kill himself. Cough cough. Su Dust. I was wrong. Tears came out of her eyes. Lu Ruyan lost her color and was frightened as she begged bitterly. I was really wrong. Please for the sake of what was once our relationship, leave me alone. Let me do whatever I want. I can't die yet. She no longer asked for any forgiveness. Now she just wanted to live. Su Qianxiao smiled and shook his head. The eyes were cold to the core, but said in the gentlest of tones, as if to an intimate lover. Ruyan Lu, you, are not regretting it. You just know that you're going to die. Good night. The right hand that was gripping her neck tightly kept contracting with force, under the unbelievable, shocked gazes of the surrounding crowd. Click. Su Qianxiao crushed her neck raw. The cold smile of the teenager in front of him seemed to be fixed. Ruyan Lu's eyes were wide and she just died. Ding. Kill Ruyan Lu. Congratulations to the owner for gaining 1,000 villain value. The Lin family's group of elders and everyone in Qingqing only felt that the sky had collapsed. Their last hope. The idea of making Su Qianxiao let them go through Ruyan Lu's love in the past was also dashed at this moment. Even Lu Ruyan is dead. Then Su Qianxiao, would he still let himself and the others go? Bang! Casually throwing Lu Ruyan's body on the ground like a piece of trash. Her pupils widened and her eyes filled with remorse and disbelief. Even in the end, she didn't think that Su Qianxiao could really be ruthless enough to kill herself. Phew! Su Qianxiao indifferently looked at the corpse on the ground, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. The thoughts were unprecedentedly clear, and I only felt that the last bit of gloom in my heart dissipated. At that moment, a stunningly beautiful figure slowly emerged beside him. Su Yaowang didn't know when she appeared here. She looked at Lu Ruyan's body on the ground with an expressionless face, and then looked at her little brother on the side. Vermilion lips opened and spoke softly. You've done well, little brother. If it's someone you like, even if their talent is mediocre, my Imperial Su clan has the ability to be able to cleanse their meridians and change their physique. It's just a pity that this woman clearly has amazing opportunities right next to her, but she has no eyes. What are you going to do with the rest of these people? Su Qianxiao's face was calm as he slowly said, a little tired. Kill them all. When these words came out, everyone in the arena immediately turned pale and bloodless. What? His hands and face were covered in his son's blood, the appearance as if a severe ghost Yi Hontian as if struck by lightning. unbelievably turned his head to look. Yi Ling on the ground aside had long been lifeless. He could not bear the torture of broken bones and died tragically at the hands of his father. Yi Hongtian, an elder of the Yi family, rushed out. His face was pale, and those withered and aged hands tightly grasped the corner of Su Qinshao's coat, crying and begging on his knees in pain. Mr. Su, you promised us that you wouldn't make a move against our Yi family. Su Yaowan's brows knitted. Raising his hand, a powerful chi blasted that Yi family elder out. Alive or dead, you, too, are worthy of making conditions with my little brother? Su Qinsha looked towards the Yi family group and said with a playful mockery, why did I ever promise this? When hearing this, Yi Hongtian's expression was crazy, full of resentment, and he rushed towards Su Qinsha with no intention of dying. Asshole! I'll kill you! I'll kill you! He abused his own son with his own hands. The purpose is to preserve the bloodline of the Yi family. But now, the other side has gone back on its word? Ding! Yi Hongtian's heart is shattered. His soul is in turmoil and in madness. Rewarding the villain with a value of 500. Facing Yi Hongtian, who was murderous in choosing people to eat, Su Yunxiao merely released the pressure of the broken realm. It then caused his entire body to fall to the ground uncontrollably, covered in blood. Boom! Matriarch, Yi Hongtian only felt that his body was as heavy as Tarzan, and his bones were going to be broken and he could not move at all. Su Qinshao didn't even look at him, but instead opened his mouth towards his sister Su Yaowan, who was at the side. Sis, I'm going to trouble you here. Su Yaowan's beautiful eyes flashed with a moving light as she gently smiled. She knew that her brother had figured it out by now. My brother grew up. Su Yaowan somewhat dotingly rubbed Su Qinshao's head and said, don't worry, I'll take it from here. Little brother, you've only just awakened a short while ago. Hurry back and rest. If mother and father see you here when they get back, they'll blame big brother and me again. Su Qinsha nodded and turned around to leave the place. After my little brother leaves, Su Yaowan put away that gentle expression, and her face turned cold in an instant. That head of brightly colored, fire-like hair fluttered gently, as if it were a merciless empress, sweeping over all the desperate people present. You may resist, but the result, too, is all the same. Rumble. Endless flames spewed out as if they were ocean waves. The terrifying flames burned out everything, engulfing hundreds of people in a sea of fire in an instant. None of the four great Taoist lineages, and the people of the three Qingcheng clans had horrified faces at this moment. They fled in all directions in fear. No, I don't want to die. Su Qinshao, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Screams and curses abound. In the face of death, some people are remorseful and accept it openly, while others hurl invective and rise up in indignation. But as a result, it's all the same. This day, countless living beings in the Tsongsha realm witnessed this incomparably shocking and unforgettable scene. The dim and wild night, ashes filled the sky, the phoenix cried long and loud, and the flames transformed into a sky covering, dazzling and incomparable phoenix rushing up to the sky. No one knows what they did wrong. Just know, Tsongsha realm Tianxian calendar year 963, August 9th, border Qingcheng, the heavens howled and the earth cried, and the divine flame descended. None of the four great Taoist systems and the three clans of Qingcheng were spared in the flames, and they sank for eternity. Ding! Congratulations master on completing the mission. System mall opens. Reward for the dustless Taoist heart. Reward villain value 3000. Trigger the hidden reward and get the treasure. The divine pearl of fire. Chapter 13, Strange Beings Dead Soul Beast. Prize pool of the heavens. It's beautiful. Under the night, Su Qinshao sat in front of the window, looking at the blazing flames that tore through the darkness of the night to transform into a fire phoenix, and the starry flames drifted in the air. For a moment, he couldn't help but be a little disoriented. The sound of rewards coming from the system beside his ears. Su Qinshao was slightly stunned, and the corner of his mouth lifted up as he laughed. I can't believe that I was able to trigger a hidden reward. The divine bead of departing fire? Divine bead of fire, gold, containing the power of the South Yanli fire. Ranked 19th in the heaven and earth's foreign fire, it is known for its mighty power, and can burn all things. Buzz. A white light flickered, and a bright jade-like, crimson fire bead was floating in front of him. As soon as the divine bead of departing fire appeared, a terrifying temperature filled the room. Su Qinshao looked at the introduction about this item with interest, playing with the divine bead of departing fire in his hand. Feeling a warm energy coming from within the palm of his hand, he couldn't help but gently nod his head. Rather a nice thing to have. The five elements divine objects were a handful of existences within the heavens. If you get one of them, you will be able to change your destiny. Not to mention the Nan Yan Li Hua, which is ranked 19th in the list of foreign flames. Sister Su Yao Wang is an innate Xianfeng divine body. The only way to strengthen her cultivation to the next level is to have a large amount of heaven and earth foreign fire. Just this hidden bonus. Seemingly thinking of something, Su Chenshao opened his mouth. System, is the hidden reward that was triggered, the divine bead of departing fire, related to my sister Su Yao Huang? The system's response rang out quickly. The master's words are good. Special effect of the title of Divine Destiny Villain. It is possible to trigger the hidden rewards when obtaining the rewards. Hidden rewards are related to key people. Su Chenshao nodded slightly and said indistinctly, no wonder. In that case, in the future, when I solve those Heaven's Destiny protagonists, it's possible that I'll also get their related things. Look to the system's reward space. In addition to the chaos scriptures and various elixirs, what Su Chenshao cared more about now was the Dead Soul Beast embryo in the big gift package. Dead Soul Beast. Creepy beings from nowhere. From nowhere. It is a product of the Dark Age, long extinct in the heavens. That was an extremely terrifying and bizarre epoch that countless people did not want to mention. In the midst of that era, the heavenly Tao was overshadowed by a terrifying force that had never been sensed. The gong methods cultivated by the living beings of the heavens and the worlds were forcibly altered, and their hearts were infested with demons. Almost every 5 cultivators, there would be one crazy person. Many spirits that people had never seen before also appeared frequently, and the Dead Soul Beast was the most feared of them all. It is rumored to be able to forcibly suck the souls of living beings and permanently enslave the souls it sucks. The scariest thing is, the Dead Soul Beast is able to attach itself to a person's sea of consciousness when the person is unaware of it. Even those great powers with terrifying cultivation were hard to detect. Over time, it was not even known how it was devoured by the Dead Soul Beast. Until the end of the Dark Age, countless bizarre beings, including the Dead Soul Beast, suddenly disappeared from the heavens, and they left as if they had never existed. It was unthinkable that among the rewards of today's system gift pack, there would even be the existence of a Dead Soul Beast embryo. Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered as he tuned out the Dead Soul Beast embryo. It was a follicle about the size of a palm, encased in a gray film. In the midst of that, there was a being shaped like an embryo, with no face and no face, like it was sleeping, quietly waiting to awaken. Is this the legendary Dead Soul Beast? Looking at the object in his hand, Su Chenxiao murmured softly, it's not that different. He did not detect any aura above this embryo. It was like a stone on the side of the road, without any fluctuation of breath. According to the system, the Dead Soul Beast possessed the ability to devour divine souls and feed back to the host itself. How does it hatch? Su Duanxiao asked. The master needs to detach a strand of his soul and feed it with his blood before he can make the Dead Soul Beast awaken and recognize its owner. Divine soul? Su Chenxiao was slightly stunned at his words. Then without hesitation, he cut a strand of his divine soul and pulled it out from within his sea of consciousness. For cultivators, the divine soul was incredibly important. The pain of even the slightest damage is not something a normal person can endure. However, Su Chenxiao looked indifferent, as if he was painless, directly injecting that strand of divine soul into the Dead Soul Beast embryo. Immediately afterward, the index finger cut a small slit and a drop of blood dripped onto the top of the embryo. Snap! The blood, through that film, didn't go inside. The Dead Soul Beast embryo, which had no breath, actually slowly squirmed after receiving the feeding of the essence blood, until the nutrients of the embryo and essence blood were all absorbed by the Dead Soul Beast. A plush ball without flesh and body appeared in Su Chenxiao's hands. It was misty and had no nose or eyes, merely a sharp mouth full of fangs. The little guy was very fast and seemed to be very close to Su Chenxiao, floating in the air and bouncing around his cheek. Every now and then it makes a squeaky noise. Look at the throbbing white mist beside you. Su Chenxiao felt as if he had established some sort of connection with this little guy. One could control the life and death of the Dead Soul Beast through the connection to that strand of divine soul. It was hard to imagine that this white fluffy mass could be the Dead Soul Beast that everyone talked about in the Change Era. Is that you? Su Chenxiao tentatively touched that fur ball with his hand. The Dead Soul Beast even directly transformed into a wisp of white gas, intimately circling around Su Chenxiao's fingertips. Su Duanxiao grinned at the sight. That's interesting. I can't imagine that the Dead Soul Beast would look like this when it was first born. From now on, I am your master. Speaking of this, Su Chenxiao shook his head with some regret. It's a pity that all the people here in Qingcheng along with their divine souls were annihilated under the second sister's divine flame, or else it would have been able to make you eat your fill. When a Dead Soul Beast was first born, it needed a divine soul to feed it. Just as Su Chenxiao was considering whether or not to go out and find some food for the little guy, the wisp of mist lingering at his fingertips unexpectedly reshaped itself into the shape of a fur ball. It opened its mouth full of sharp fangs and began to gnaw away in the air. It made a clicking sound. Su Qianxiao looked over and his pupils slightly shrunk. This is? Only a thin gash was torn out of the space in front of him. That little guy actually began to gnaw on the space of the Zhongshe realm. Not even the void turbulence beyond the void realm was spared. The little guy's torso expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in no time it was a full size. In the end, it seemed like it was full and flew directly into Su Qianxiao's hands to fall asleep. Su Qianxiao's eyes flashed with a regal light, and his heart was astonished beyond measure. I can't imagine that the dead soul beast is still able to gnaw through the space of this Zhongshe realm. This is something that has never been documented before. As a living being specially labeled by the system as being able to be of the same rank as the supreme ancient scripture Chaos Scripture, it was naturally not something mortal. Su Qianxiao vaguely felt that he was afraid that this time he had driven to the jackpot. The ancient records are ultimately only words. Perhaps he could ask his mother and father about more dead soul beasts when he returned. Reincorporate the dead soul beast into the system space. Su Qianxiao was in an exceptionally good mood at the moment. Then next, it's time to consume a wave. 2. System, open them all. In the next moment, a wide array of interfaces appeared in front of Su Qianxiao. From imperial scriptures and divine abilities, down to divine weapons, even legendary beings were able to be purchased. 9 Dragons Divine Coffin, Beginningless Emperor Scripture, Tai Sword, Sanqing Tianlong Egg, Xianhuang Stone. The system mall is refreshed daily, and the highest classification is the Red World, followed by the Golden Emperor level, the Purple Holy level. Depending on the level, the villain value to be paid varies wildly. Su Qianxiao looked at his current villain value, 16,000. This little bit of villain value, compared to the divine objects in the system mall, was simply a drop in the bucket. Roughly scanning down the list, you basically can't afford what you're looking at. It's down on the far right side of the system mall. A prize pool interface full of light orbs attracted Su Qianxiao's attention. The random jackpot of the gods. 1,000 villain value / 1 time. The items you get are randomized, with a guaranteed purple color in 10 consecutive draws. Red, 0, 1%, gold, 1, 52%, purple, 6, 4%, blue, 13, 2%, green, 43, 6%. Chapter 14 Tai Sword Technique Gold. Single draw forever God. This incomparably familiar interface caused Su Qianxiao's eyes to light up. Drawing cards? I'm familiar with this, and the probability of the same highest quality red as the Chaos Warp Death Soul Beast was surprisingly high at 0, 1%. Simply don't be too conscientious. Su Qianxiao pondered for a little while. 16,000 villain value doesn't buy much anyway. Looking at the pool of the heavens in front of me, I decided to try a 10 consecutive draw first. 10 in a row. Ding. Consume villain value 10,000. Beginning of 10 consecutive draws. Guaranteed purple items. In the prize pool in front of him, 10 white balls of light were suddenly floating out. One by one, those clusters of light broke open, and from them burst forth the light that belonged to their qualities. Su Qianxiao held his breath, staring intently at the scene in front of him. He didn't blink. Ding! A ball of light exploded. Congratulations on obtaining white hexavalent pill *1. Congratulations on obtaining white masked sweat *1. Congratulations on acquiring blue toadstool kung fu. What the hell? Su Qianxiao's face darkened. 9 balls in a row in one breath. 8 white and 1 blue. Still, it's a comforting thought in my mind. It's okay, there's one last guaranteed purple. Turn that last ball of light on. Ding! Congratulations on winning the purple dress worn by a fairy. I'll do it. When he saw the last reward, Su Qianxiao's eyes went straight. Buzz. The fairy dress appeared in his own hands. Thin as a gossamer. Heavy as a cicada. It was a supreme grade immortal dress, but I don't know where the dog system got it from. But there was a surprising amount of warmth on it. Su Qianxiao had a black line on his face. After reclaiming this fairy dress back into the storage space looking towards his last 6,000 villain values, Su Duanxiao. No hesitation. Just choose the single draw to start. Stud. It's an intelligence. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring a gray burlap sack. Congratulations on acquiring the blue color 5 animal play. Refund. Until the last time when there were still 1,000 villain values left, Su Qianxiao was already numb. Think of it as patting the pool, with the mindset that you won't stop until you're done smoking. Finally a ball of light was opened. Consume villain value of 1,000. Click. This white, hazy ball of light gradually shattered. This time, turning the tide. A golden divine aura burst out from it. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the golden Tai Sword Technique. Emperor Tai Sword Technique, Gold. There are a total of 13 styles, capable of condensing sword fruits. The sword can cut through the sky and split the earth, attacking and destroying without equal. No, out of stock. Su Qinxiao's pupils shrunk, looking at this bright and incomparable, dense with golden divine aura of the ball of light heart excited beyond words. You know, this Taiya sword technique. Inside the system mall it was a gongfu aptitude worth 100,000 villain value. Deep night. Su Jinghong, who was resting with his eyes closed outside the house, slowly opened his eyes, feeling the chaotic aura coming from within the room, as well as a hint of sword intent if any. A hint of surprise flashed in his deep, incomparable eyes. What is my little brother doing? Since just now, there has always been a lot of commotion coming from inside the house, and I don't know what my little brother is doing inside. Now it seems that the fear is being cultivated. Not bad. The corner of Su Jinghong's mouth lifted slightly. At this exact moment, Su Yao Wang, who had resolved the Qingcheng crowd, also returned with him. Upon seeing the smiling Su Jinghong outside the house, Su Yao Wang felt a little strange and asked, "Big brother, what are you doing? Where's little brother? Resting?" Hearing my sister's voice, Su Jinghong's smile immediately tightened, coughed twice, and resumed his unsmiling, majestic appearance as an elder brother. Little brother is practicing. Don't disturb him. How can this work? Little brother has only recently recovered. How can? Su Yao Wang was a bit anxious. Just as he was about to open his mouth he felt that strand of arcane and unpredictable chaotic chi. She was slightly stunned, then said with a face full of surprise, "Chaotic chi? It's only been a short while, and little brother has already begun to control the innate chaos god body?" Su Jinghong nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "The innate chaos body has not appeared in the heavens for millions of years, and its body is terrifying, very much beyond human imagination. Once my father used the Tongshan Dan to awaken my little brother, but only the innate divine demon body appeared. Even the Tongshan Dan can't make my little brother's chaotic god body awaken. If not for this calamity, I fear that my little brother still doesn't know for a long time to be able to awaken, but it is also considered to be a blessing due to a disaster." Su Yao Wang said with some dissatisfaction. "So, we have those guys to thank for our little brother's suffering?" Su Jinghong sniffed with a cold smile and said with a murderous air, Thanks? It would be the greatest mercy for my imperial Su clan not to destroy this realm." Early the next morning, Chen Wuyue and Su Wudao, who had gone to the supervisory heavenly pavilion to ask for punishment, returned. After learning that his precious son was still in the middle of cultivation, Chen Wuyue couldn't help but feel even more heartbroken. Think this lower world barren place, Xiao child can still cultivate to this broken realm. Which bitter. Afraid I do not know how much to eat. Su Yao Wang on the side also nodded in agreement with her mother's words. Yes, mother. Disciples from other imperial world families have long been at the enlightenment realm cultivation at this age. Little brother's talent is even more outstanding than both my elder brother and I. If he were to stay within the clan, I'm afraid he would have sealed the king realm long ago. The two men had something to say. Su Wudao couldn't help but have a bit of a headache. The lady complained to herself, even if it is not enough, this daughter of his is also attached to it. How can you count like that? Let's not talk about the realm of the sealed king. You only need enough talent and Dao heart and resources to be able to reach it. Furthermore, is my Su family's dragon molting pool a fake? Yaoer, you and Jinger both came to be like this. Why are you as biased as your mother when it comes to your brother? Jinger, come and judge for my father. Seal King realm, in the heavens, is still considered a party of strong, ordinary loose cultivators throughout their lives is difficult to arrive. However, for the imperial Su family, which had a terrifying and unfathomable heritage, it wasn't a big deal. Su Wudao wanted his good oldest son to say a few words for him, but even the always obedient Su Jinghong slowly opened his mouth. Father, I think the second sister and mother have a good point. With little brother's talent, there's absolutely no need for downworld training, and he should also be able to cross the world. Su Wudao's eyes instantly widened at the words. No, playing? It was clear that before Shower's adventure, the big guys had agreed. I'm the only one who's guilty. Looking straight at the three standing in a battle line, he was half speechless. In the end, it was only possible to reply helplessly. Good. It's my fault. Saying this, Su Wudao paused. Feeling the fluctuations in the aura of this place, a hint of relief surfaced in his eyes. It's just that it's unthinkable that Shower would be able to awaken the innate chaotic god body. With the blessing of my ancestor, I'm afraid that my Su family will rise again in this world and set foot on the top of the heavens. As the sun and moon change, the stars alternate, and the rise and fall of the various races in the heavens depend on the demon of the day. The reason why the Emperor clan had lasted for so long was because of its terrifying cohesion and brilliant history. The dark ages of the past. The ancestor of the Su family, Su Yushang, led the 100 emperors of the heavens to tear apart that chaotic and bizarre era, changing the heavens and returning to order. The Empyrean Su clan and the various clans of the heavens had been in decline for a long time as a result, and since the last epoch, great emperors have emerged frequently. The Emperor clan returned to the top again, becoming the supreme rulers of the heavens. Just as Su Wudao was thinking, the chaotic aura of this place also gradually receded like the eastern tide. Su Yaowan looked at the tightly closed door of the room and said softly, "It looks like little brother is finishing his cultivation and is about to come out." Su Wudao nodded his head and laughed cheerfully. "Ha ha, Shower has only just awakened not long ago. The innate chaos god body is one of the most powerful god bodies in the heavens. This kind of divine body is by no means something that can be controlled overnight. When it returns to the Su family." The words were not yet finished. Suddenly, an extremely astonishing force violently stirred within the house. Bang! Chapter 15 3 Changes 9 Xian Heavenly Tribulation. Black Prison Divine Thunder. The gate was knocked open. This fierce power was like a roaring giant wave, raging and surging to the extreme, which contained an astonishing aura of gods, demons, and chaos. What happened? This sudden scene caused both Su Yaowang and Su Jinghong to be shocked in their hearts. Shower. Shen Wuyue looked at the house that was shaking, as well as Su Qinxiao who was cultivating with his eyes closed inside the house. The beautiful eyes stared as if they had sensed something and were filled with disbelief. Divine body achievement? How can this be? Wasn't Shower only just awakened to the innate chaotic body? Even Su Wudao, who was on the side, had his smile stiffen on his face as his tiger body shook. For the divine body to awaken to greatness, even the most demonic person would need some time to settle down. He himself had originally planned to bring Shower back to the clan to let him slowly feel his way around. But I never thought that in just a day's time Shower would have already accomplished her divine body. Junior brother, this is the divine physique coming to fruition? Su Yaowang was equally surprised beyond measure. Doesn't that mean? Su Yaowang's heart thumped as she looked up into the sky. The sky, which should be clear, was now cloudy and thunderclouds rolled in. The shadow of the ancient god and devil with divine weapons in hand would be when the top of the world, angrily staring at the sky. In front of him, a chaotic green lotus was floating. The whistling winds blew, seemingly brewing up a terrifying, sky-destroying thunderous fury about to fall. Not good. Little brother's divine body vision. This is a physique robbery. However, all those who were favored by heaven and earth and possessed a divine body and achieved great success were subject to the baptism of the physique cauldron. The physique robbery was terrifying to the extreme, and if one was not prepared carefully, they would die. Once himself, he had personally experienced the suffocating terror of the Xianfeng divine body physique robbery, and now that little brother is carrying the innate chaos god body and the divine demon body. He is even more powerful than his own Xianfeng god body. This kind of hasty crossing of the tribulation, I am afraid that the success rate is extremely slim, not 1 in 10. Su Wudao didn't expect this to happen either. Looking at the black thunder flickering in the sky, his face was a little less than pleasant as he said, "Damn it, 3 transformations 9 Xian, Black Prison Heavenly Thunder Tribulation. Is this trying to take my family's Shower's life?" The 3 transformations and 9 metaphysicals were the greatest of the physical robberies. If it was in the Imperial Su clan, he would naturally be fearless under the circumstances that he had prepared Shower well. But now this is the lower world. Shower now has only 24 life-preserving supreme treasures on her body that she gave herself. So how can she resist this 3 changes 9 Xian's tribulation? Su Wudao's eyes flickered as he stared intently at the power of the thunderbolt above him and frowned. It's good that Shower's cultivation level isn't too high nowadays. So I think that this 3 transformations 9 Xian Jun tribulation shouldn't be too much of an exaggeration. Wait, King Hung, what are you doing? Only to see that on the other side, Su Jinghong was holding the red blood divine lance. An extremely terrifying force was brewing, and even the surrounding space began to shatter by inches. He wanted to just cross over for his brother and break it. No! Seeing this, Su Wudao hurriedly stopped it and shouted, "The one who should answer the tribulation is Shower. If we join in, it will only make this thunder tribulation even more terrifying." Su Jinghong's face was icy cold as he spoke coldly. "Then let it change. I won't give it a chance to fall." Big brother. Su Yaowang also knew the importance of the matter at this moment, and shook his head as he pulled Su Jinghong towards him. In the face of his loved one's obstruction, Su Jinghong was silent for a moment. In the end, he slowly put away the red blood divine lance, and the terrifying power dissipated. TSK. And just then, a warm voice suddenly rang out from inside the house. "This thunderbolt, leave it to me. I can handle it." This sound, several people looked toward the house in unison. Little brother? Shower. Only to see that Su Qinxiao, who was in the middle of cultivation inside the house, woke up at some point. Su Qianxiao was bathed in black and white intertwined chaos god and demon chi, and his entire aura was extraordinarily dusty. He threw the useless ones he had drawn yesterday to the system for recycling. Then he used the villain value he received to cultivate the chaos scripture and the Taiya sword technique. Su Qianxiao walked slowly with a smile on his face. Looking up at the blackened thunderclouds in the sky, thunder seemed to flicker in his eyes. Su Qianxiao grinned and said softly, "It seems like this thunderbolt. It's been a long time coming." As early as the moment he fused the innate chaos body with the divine demon body, he seemed to feel something. His intuition told him that only after passing this thunder tribulation would his divine body be complete. Su Qianxiao looked at his mother, who had a worried face, and opened his mouth. "Mother, don't worry about it. This is my own physique robbery. Naturally I should be the one to deal with it." Chen Wuyue was slightly stunned and was just about to say something, but Su Wudao suddenly opened his mouth with a loud laugh from the side. "Ha ha, good, ma'am. Shower's natural talent is superb, and to be able to usher in such a thunderbolt is just proof of the power of Shower's divine body. In that case, Shower, then you go." Su Qianxiao nodded and came straight to his elder brother Su Jingheng. "Big brother, borrow the divine soldier." Su Jingheng glanced at his little brother with some surprise. In a trance, Su Qianxiao's face overlapped with the sightless, lawless little boy in his memory. He felt that his little brother had grown up and was no longer the mixed-up little devil he used to be. Su Jingheng sparingly handed over the red blood divine lance. Then he patted Su Qianxiao's shoulder and spoke seriously. "Go ahead. You're my Su Jingheng's brother. How could a mere thunderbolt stop a true dragon like you?" Su Qianxiao was able to feel his big brother's strong and powerful palm and nodded heavily. "Oh yeah, one more thing." Suddenly, Su Qianxiao seemed to have thought of something. Taking out the divine fire god bead from the system space, with a relaxed face and smiling eyes, he handed over to Su Yao Huang. "Sister, this is a gift for you that I got by chance in the lower realms. Take that." After saying that, Su Qianxiao took a step and rose, straight towards the terrifying thundercloud above. Looking at the divine flame divine bead that contained the heaven and earth's foreign flames, Su Yao Huang froze for a while, and only after a long time did she show a smile. "Brat." Seeing this scene, Su Wudao and Chen Ruiyue had even more mixed feelings in their hearts. Su Wudao gently took Chen Ruiyue into his arms, looking at the back of the handsome and peerless teenager in the sky, who was facing the thunderbolt directly. A trace of strong relief flashed in the depths of his eyes, and he opened his mouth with a face full of pride. It seems that in these few years in the lower realms, Shower has experienced a lot. Shower has grown up and understands things. Let's just trust him. On the sky of Qingcheng, the wind picked up and thunderous explosions were heard. Rumble. Looking at the terrifying triple transformation 9 Xian thunder tribulation in the sky, Su Chuanqiao held the red blood divine lance, and the chi of God and demon and the chi of chaos surrounded his body. His face was calm, but an excited light emerged in his eyes. It was just time to try out his newly cultivated Taiya sword technique. Although the object used was not a sword, his elder brother's red blood divine lance was sufficient. Black held divine lightning, annihilating the body and soul. Even a hint of contamination will cause the flesh to collapse by inches. Below, Su Wudao and the others stared at the scene in the sky above with dead eyes, their faces filled with worry. It's impossible to say you're not worried. Just between a soft shout, the chaotic chi poured out as if it was a big wave. Su Qianxiao raised the red blood divine lance in his hand high. His eyes were like a starry river, pointing straight at the sky and domed out. "Come on, break you." Seemingly sensing the provocation of the person who had crossed the threshold below, the triple transformation 9 Xian's tribulation emitted a heaven-shaking and earth-shaking popping sound. Boom! Black divine thunder pierced through the sky. It was like a thick dragon running through and down, carrying an incomparably appalling destructive force that wanted to destroy everything. Rumble. Su Qianxiao's eyes were stern. In the face of the black hell divine thunder, which was enough to destroy everything, he did not even try to avoid it, and even used the red blood divine spear in his hand to directly chop across. Taiya sword technique. Falling sky style. Chapter 16, Transitioning the physique tribulation. One step to the heavenly realm. The Taiya sword technique is unrivaled in its attacks. The red blood divine lance in his hand swept out a shocking strike of light, and actually split the incomparably thick black prison divine thunder that ran through heaven and earth in two. Rumble. Terrifying ripples rippled through the air. The sky turned into a sea of black thunder oceans, and the black prison divine thunder was chopped into countless thin thunderbolts that exploded. For a time, the ground shook, and even the mountains that stretched around Qingcheng were knocked apart by the aftermath of this wave, and the ancient trees in the sky and various buildings were reduced to pieces. With such a terrifying strike, even Su Yao Wang below could not help but mutter as her eyelids jumped. How did little brother ever learn such a terrifying divine ability? The fine thunder was attached to the tip of the gun, flexible as if it was a black snake rapidly coming towards Su Chenxiao. Su Chenxiao raised his eyebrows, and with a vibration of his wrist, he immediately shattered the countless fine thunderbolts. Grin. Is that all there is? Boom! The thunder in the air seemed to roar and erupted in a blast, landing angry thunder once again. This time, 3 even thicker and terrifying thunderbolts. Like a mountain falling, the destructive atmosphere pervades the entire pale stone world. Countless living beings cannot help but look at that world-destroying divine thunder, cannot help but prostrate themselves on the ground. Trembling, the 3 thunderbolts blasted in unison, as if the thunder dragon twisted and intertwined together, becoming even more thick and majestic, rolling with the breath of annihilation of all unstoppable. The 3 changes. 9 Xian's tribulation had 3 changes, each of which would be dozens of times more powerful. Even Su Wu Dao below couldn't help but have his eyelids jump, and couldn't help but pinch a cold sweat in his heart for his precious son. And right at that moment, a crack was torn open in the Zhongshe realm space. As soon as the Supervisory Heaven Pavilion and the Tianxian sect, who were preparing to come to personally make amends, stepped on their feet, they felt the terrifying heavenly Dao tribulation. They were stunned as they looked at the heavenly meteorite land full of divine thunder falling from the sky. What the hell? Someone's transcending? Su Wudao below happened to see this scene, and a thick rage burst out from his eyes. Someone from the Supervisory Pavilion? These guys, they don't come early, they don't come late, they have to come at this time. Is it to give your baby boy's physique robbery another intensity? Get off! He was furious and directly grabbed it with his big hand. The surging and terrifying power transformed into a golden hand, directly holding the people of the Supervisory Heavenly Pavilion and the Tianxian sect alive in their hands and dropping them heavily. Rumble. Do you guys think that my son's 3 transformations of the 9 metaphysical tribulation isn't powerful enough? 3 transformations and 9 metaphysical robberies? One by one, the faces of the people of the Supervisory Heavenly Pavilion and Tianxian sect who had been thrown to the ground instantly turned pale. How could they not know that this was the legendary strongest physique robbery that had obliterated countless celestial pride? Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Shut up. I'll settle the score with you guys later. Su Wudao coldly glanced at them. Then with a nervous and incomparable expression, he looked towards Su Chenxiao, who was in the air in the process of transcending the tribulation. The thunderbolt had reached its climax, and the black divine aura blazed, like a roaring dragon engulfing towards Su Chenxiao. The red blood god gun in Su Chenxiao's hand emitted a buzzing sound, and the gun intent was astonishing. A stern light flashed in his eyes and he said in a deep voice, "The district physique robbery is nothing more than that." The Chaos Sutra was in operation, and the surging chaos power and the power of the gods and demons poured out like an ocean. If it was an unusual divine body, facing this black hell divine thunder would only be too much to avoid. However, Su Chenxiao, who was carrying a dual god body, was currently bathed in this violent and destructive black hell divine thunder, wrapped by the hazy white innate chaos chi. His divine body was radiant to the extreme, untainted, Taiya sword technique, chopping heaven style. Boom! The monstrous divine aura penetrated the black prison divine thunder, blossoming with unparalleled light amidst that oceanic sea of thunder. This sword aura raged to the extreme, rushing and roaring. Surprisingly, it went all the way across and chopped straight into the thunderclouds, and even the dome of this Zhongshe realm was torn open with a huge gash. Rumble! The sky is falling and the ground is shaking. The crowd of the Supervisory Heavenly Pavilion and the Tianxian sect, one by one, with their eyes wide open, had already looked dumbfounded. They only felt that their vision was flooded by that divine aura. Next moment, that horrifying triple transformation 9 mysteries divine tribulation dissipated and disappeared, and the heavens and earth were silent, like a star-filled sky sprinkled with lightning. Underneath the thundercloud that was torn apart, only the Su Chuanxiao in the air, who looked like a noble gentleman, who was magnificent and untainted by dust, held the red blood divine lance. A green coat stood proudly in the air, the divine body flawless and flawless, the Tao flowing. After experiencing the baptism of the black hell divine thunder, the innate chaotic divine body was now complete. The innate chaotic body transformed that monstrous thunder, plus the various Emperor Dan given by his sister and father earlier. This is, Su Chenxiao only felt a sense of alienation. A cultivation of the 9th level of the broken realm had actually broken through at this moment. Enlightenment Realm 1. A majestic true chi at this moment was like ascending to the sky in layers and layers, constantly impacting. Enlightenment Realm 2. Gnosis Realm Triple. It didn't stop until the 9th level of the realm of enlightenment. Above enlightenment, one needs to have a clear mind and an untainted Taoist heart, but this in nowadays, The Su Chuanxiao who had returned from the calamity and was in the heart of the dustless Tao had no bottleneck to speak of in front of this. And that is not the limit. A divine aura flickered in Su Chuanxiao's eyes, full of disdain and arrogance as he lightly chortled. Break! In a flash, the cultivation level of the 9th level of the Enlightenment realm broke at this moment. Ascension realm, 1st level, 1 step to heaven. From shattering to ascending to the heavens, it was a full span of 2 major realms. Looking at the ancient and modern times, even the most powerful demon with the most powerful natural talent would not be able to do so. Such an overwhelming scene caused the mother below, Chen Wuyue, to cover her mouth and burst into tears. Shower. Su Yao Wang beside her was also supporting her mother, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Not only has junior brother survived the thunder tribulation, he's still in the Ascension realm now? A painfully incomparable and magnificent laughter rang out. Ha ha ha, good, good, good. Worthy of being my Su Wudao's son. A small physique divine tribulation is too much to handle. Su Wudao had just clenched his fists in excitement. Honestly, he had never been so nervous even when he broke through the quasi-emperor realm. Shattered 3 transformations 9 Xian divine tribulation. Shattered realm 1 step to heaven. Shower is a peerless demon that my Emperor Su clan has not been able to produce in 10,000 years. The same goes for my Su Wudao's son. At this moment, Su Wudao's face was filled with a color of pride and pride that was hard to hide for his precious son. Even the crowd of the supervisory heavenly pavilion and the Tianxian sect, who were caught up in a prolonged shock on the side, reacted violently. Taking advantage of Su Wudao's great mood, he hurriedly rose from the ground and came to congratulate him. Congratulations to the Imperial Su family. Congratulations to the Emperor Su clan for producing another supreme demon. Your son's 1 step to heaven is unprecedented in all of history, and for us to be able to see it with our own eyes is truly a blessing in 3 lifetimes. Su Wudao glanced at them and said in a cold voice, "None of your business? You old things almost affected my son's physique robbery. Get out of here. I'll deal with you guys later." Chapter 17, handing over 90% of the sex resources. Related characters. The faces of the people from the 2 clans all stiffened. The hallowed supervisory heavenly pavilion and the heavenly Xian sect sage realm ancestors. At this moment, each one of them stood upright as if they had committed a crime, and none of them dared to make a sound. Su Chenxiao, who had just broken the boundary in the air, smiled faintly. The realm of Ascension was then already the highest in the lower realm, 1 step to the side of his father and brother. Su Chenxiao's face was warm as he handed over the red blood divine lance. "Big brother, give it back. Honestly, this red blood god gun of elder brothers is really good. Later on, I'll get myself a weapon that's handy." Looking at the handsome young man in front of him whose face was crowned like jade and who was extraordinary, Su Jinghong smiled and opened his mouth. "You liked to play with it when you were a kid, and now you're kind of grown up. There's nothing I can give you as an elder brother, so this red blood divine spear will be given to you." Su Chenxiao's face changed at the words and hurriedly said, "Big brother, this cannot be allowed. This gun is your original imperial weapon. You also saw the technique I just used. I prefer swords to guns. Take that." After saying that, Su Chenxiao couldn't help but shove this red blood divine lance over. Su Jinghong received the red blood divine lance and froze, then let out a laugh and shook his head. At the same time, his sister Su Yao Wang and his parents also came forward together. "Little brother, congratulations on your breakthrough to the Ascension realm." The people were filled with joy and relief. Looking lovingly at the youngest infant son of the family, Su Chenxiao looked towards Chen Weiyue, who was full of compassion and whose eyes were a little red, and opened his mouth. "Mother." Chen Weiyue went forward and gently held Su Chenxiao in her arms, stroking his hair tenderly. "Shower, congratulations. You've suffered in the lower realms these past few years, warmed up with my family for a long time." Su Wudao Fong said with a smile. "All right, Shower, now that your trial in the lower realm has also ended, it's also time to return to the Imperial Su clan with us." Speaking of this, Su Wudao looked like he had thought of something. Looking towards the people from the supervisory heaven pavilion and Tianxian sect who had been standing in punishment for a long time, their faces turned cold for a moment and opened their mouths. "But you, what's the point of running here?" The supervisory heavenly pavilion and the Tianxian sect, several old ancestors were even in the mood to cry at this moment. Finally remembered us. This large family was warming up here, completely ignoring people like themselves. This could be described as making a few of them sit up and down, embarrassed to the extreme, unable to stand or sit. Su Chenxiao also looked over together. Ding! Faithful protagonist aura detected. Manifest Destiny protagonist related characters appear. Oh, Destiny's protagonist? Finally, it's here. Su Chenxiao's eyes lit up and looked slightly playfully at those old men. System, bring up the panel. Name, Gao Feng. Identity, the ancestor of the heavenly pavilion. Realm, first level of the sage realm. Name, Bai Yu. Identity, ancestor of the Tianxian sect. Realm, first level of the supreme realm. Su Qinxiao's eyes narrowed slightly. The ones who had crossed paths with the Heaven's Destiny protagonists were surprisingly all from the Tianxian sect. It seemed that the other party should be in the Tianxian sect correctly. At this moment, the people of the supervisory heavenly pavilion and the Tianxian sect were all being tortured by Su Wudao. Su Qinxiao, who was on the side, stepped forward and spoke. Father, they are? Seeing Su Qinxiao appear, the crowd immediately went forward as if they had seen a savior. Mr. Su, we didn't know that you were practicing in the lower realm under my supervisory heavenly pavilion's jurisdiction before, and I, supervisory heavenly pavilion, can't escape the blame for what happened this time, so I've come here to ask for forgiveness. An old ancestor of the Tianxian sect also rushed to say, Sir Su, although the lower realm Taoist system Tianqi Dao sect is a branch of my Tianxian sect, it is true, but it has had nothing to do with my Tianxian sect since 3,000 years ago. Even if I were to give my Tianxian sect 10,000 guts, I wouldn't dare to instruct the Tianqi Dao sect to make a move against you. We are willing to pay compensation, and we ask the Emperor Su clan to forgive us. Humph, a cold voice sounded beside him. Su Wudao said with indifference and disdain, do you think that my Imperial Su clan will look at that little bit of resources of yours? This? The people of the two clans all looked at each other in dismay, and for a while, they were at a loss as to what to say. Su Wudao's face was indifferent as he spoke in an extremely strong manner. I have made myself clear. After this, there is no need for the supervisory heavenly pavilion and the Tianxian sect to exist in the heavens. The Tianxian sect was the backer behind the Tianqi Dao sect that wanted to poison Shower, and the supervisory heavenly pavilion had repeatedly sent people to stop Yao Huang and Jing Han when they wanted to go down to the realm. Just because his baby boy was fine didn't mean his anger had died down. What? The crowd's hearts thumped at the words, as if they were thunderbolts from a clear sky. The Tianxian sect's old ancestor was even more pale and bloodless. Supervisory heavenly pavilion. That was a power that ranked in the middle and upper echelons of the heavens. On the contrary, his Tianxian sect could not even be counted as a ninth rate, and he was the only supreme realm ancestor in the entire sect. How could he not have thought that even a behemoth like the supervisory heavenly pavilion Imperial Su clan would be destroyed just by saying so? Then wouldn't your own Tianxian sect be finished? Patriarch Su, spare your life. We are willing to bear this matter alone. It's not easy for my supervisory heavenly pavilion to stand in the upper realm, and I'd never thought of offending the Imperial Su clan. Even the always gentle and soft Chen Wuyue didn't say much about Su Wudao's decision. Thinking that she was the imperial daughter of the imperial clan Chen family, she was by no means a soft-hearted person. Thinking back to the time when Su Qinxiao was young, the reason why he acted so recklessly and did whatever he wanted, half of it was because she was spoiled. Seeing that Su Qinxiao did not say anything, and thought that his son was a bit reluctant to do so, Chen Wuyue said softly from the side, Shower, this is what they deserve. No need to think much. Su Qinxiao smiled and shook his head, saying, Mother, that's not what I was thinking. It's just that there's still a few months to go before the trial ends. I think, if we just go back, I think it will be hard for father to do the same. Chen Wuyue sniffed slightly, then laughed lightly. Silly child. Let's not talk about the fact that you're already at divine body completion and have an ascension realm cultivation. Your father is the head of the Su clan of the current imperial clan, and grandfather are great emperors again. If anyone dares to chew on you behind your back, my mother will cut out their tongues. Su Qinxiao froze, staring blankly at the gentle and beautiful, seemingly unearthly like a fairy mother in front of her. Half a dozen words. I can't tell. Mom is a tough one too. Su Qinxiao said helplessly. Mother, it's actually child who wants to go on a tour of this peripheral Dao domain before going back. Heard his baby boy wasn't kidding. Chen Wuyue stared at Su Qinxiao's eyes for a while. Finally some helpless favoritism. Hey, you kid, you're still as playful as when you were a kid. Well, since you are what you decide to be, it's not good for my mother to force you. She discussed with Su Wudao and wanted to let this fatherly persuasion. Who knew that Su Wudao laughed out loud after listening? Ha ha, Shower, this child has a heart. After all, there's still some time until the end of the calendars, and since Shower wants to wait until the end of the trials, that's fine. I'll have Elder Qing come over later. Nothing can happen to Shower with him around. Chen Wuyue pondered for a moment and nodded. Elder Qing was the commander of the Imperial Su clan's current generation of dead guards, and his cultivation level was that of a quasi-emperor. Once when Shower was causing trouble in the Demon Emperor realm, it was precisely Elder Qing who watched over her, and there was never a slip-up. Su Wudao thought about it and still felt that there was something wrong. So he looked towards the several old ancestors of the supervisory heavenly pavilion and the Tianxian sect who were kneeling on the ground. Without anger, he said in a deep voice, I give you a chance to redeem yourselves. Hand over 90% of the clan's resource base with a wisp of divine soul to my son. During the time that my son is in the lower realms, you and others are my son's slaves, so be sure to take good care of them. If you let my shower suffer the slightest bit of aggravation, you all know the consequences. Chapter 18 Million Extreme Spirit Stones. Imperial Soldier White Emperor Sword. The moment these words came out, the eyes of all the people from the Tianxian sect and the supervisory heavenly pavilion suddenly lit up. Although it was necessary to surrender 90% of the clan's resource base, in comparison, being able to preserve the clan was a great fortune. The people of the two clans were like Amnesties, nodding his head desperately as if he were a chicken pecking at rice. He did not hesitate to hand over a strand of his divine soul. Only then did Su Wudao's icy cold face find some relief. Nodding in satisfaction, he turned to look at Su Qianxiao. Shower, since this is your own decision, it's not good for father to interfere with you. After we return to our clan, we will have Elder Qing come, and if there is anything, we can also seek help from Elder Cheng. Before parting, the mother said a lot with extra reluctance. Sister and brother also said solemnly, Junior brother, in 3 months, we'll be waiting for you to return at the Imperial Su clan. Mother has prepared 100 marriages for you, so you can have your pick then. 2. Well, no, 100 marriages? What the hell? And, don't worry, they're all daughters of the great clans of the heavens. There will be a martial arts competition held at that time, and all the great clans of the Dao lineage will bring their daughters to participate. It'll be lively. They are eager to send their daughters to our Su family. Mother said that only the one with the most outstanding appearance and talent will be able to be the daughter-in-law of my Imperial Su family. Witness the departure of the kinsman. Su Qianxiao's face was odd to the extreme. A fiancé for me? Forget it. Without much thought either, Su Qianxiao turned his head to look at the crowd of supervisory heavenly pavilion and Tianxian sect ancestors in front of him. The eyes rested on an old man with a pale face and a stooped figure. A slight smile said, the people of the Tianxian sect stay. All the others, they can leave. What? A few supervisory heavenly pavilion ancestors were filled with puzzled looks as they hurriedly said, Sir Su, it's not right. Your father, Patriarch Su, personally explained just now that he wants us to watch over you. Tianxian sect ancestor Bai Yu was at a loss at the moment. He didn't know why eunuch Su preferred to let himself and the others stay. Su Qianxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, flashing a trace of displeasure. Open mouth. Father told you to stay and to listen to me. Don't forget what you promised my Su family before. The supervisory heavenly pavilion returned to the clan to take 90% of the resources back from themselves. For the Tianxian sect, this Gongzi will go get it himself. The several old ancestors of the supervisory heaven pavilion hesitated for a moment, and then they were only able to glance at each other and nodded. Understood, Mr. Su, we're on our way. After saying that, several supervisory heavenly pavilion ancestors transformed into beams of streams of light and quickly left this realm. The several members of the Tianxian sect were filled with puzzled looks. Bai Yu inquired with some caution. Mr. Su, my Tianxian sect can actually. Su Qianxiao said with some playfulness. That won't do. Your Tianxian sect is different. This Gongzi intends to make a personal trip to your Tianxian sect. The hearts of the several Bai Yu old ancestors were shaken, all of them not understanding the deeper meaning of eunuch Su's words, but it was only possible to nod helplessly. Understood, Mr. Su. In the middle of the endless void, a large spirit boat traveling, Su Qianxiao was at the moment like a worldly son who had come out to play, lazily reclining on a chair, looking at the endless, barren and silent void around him. Su Qianxiao's eyes flickered and said, System, bring up the panel. Ding. Owner, Su Duanxiao. Title, Destiny's Great Villain. Identity, son of the head of the Su family of the Imperial clan. Realm, first level of the Ascension realm. Physique, innate chaos divine body. Innate divine devil body. Techniques, Chaos Sutra. Tai sword technique. Storage space, Dead soul beast. Immortal jade, Kongdong realm. Heaven mending pill * 50. Realm breaking pill * 50. Villain value, 0. Hunting destiny protagonist, 0. Somewhat dried up storage space, needing the divine protagonist as a sustenance enrichment. Aside from the life-preserving spells given by his parents, it looks a bit shabby though. However, Su Qianxiao didn't care. Instead, he idly took out that realm-breaking Dan, this extremely precious holy elixir. Su Qianxiao casually threw it into his mouth and chewed it like a candy pill. Even if one could not consume this majestic and terrifying energy for a while with one's cultivation, the innate chaotic god body would store it on its own. Suddenly, like sensing something, Su Chenxiao's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke with a smile. Coming. The several Tianxian sect ancestors beside him were all stunned at the words. Mr. Su, are you calling out to us? Su Chenxiao didn't say anything, and just then, the space directly in front of them fluctuated vaguely. An old man clad in a black robe with a stooped and unrecognizable figure appeared at an unknown time. The old man's breath was introverted, as if it were an ocean of unfathomable depth. His sudden appearance caused the faces of several Supreme Realm ancestors of the Tianxian sect to suddenly change drastically. Old Ancestor Baiyu's pupils shrunk violently. Immediately protecting in front of Su Chenxiao shouted, "Protect Mr. Su, who are you?" He was shocked beyond words in his heart, knowing that within this surrounding Dao domain, the highest was only the Supreme Realm, and he, surprisingly, did not have the slightest sense of when exactly this old man in front of him had appeared. The old man walked slowly. Boom! Around him, a terrifying force erupted as if it was a shocking wave that shook several people from the supervisory heavenly pavilion away. Quasi-Emperor, this guy, is actually a quasi-emperor? How is that possible? Under the eyes of old Ancestor Baiyu and the others with a look of horror, the black-robed old man unexpectedly knelt on one knee in front of Su Chenxiao. The black-robed old man's voice was hoarse as he respectfully said, "Old slave Qinghe, meet your excellency." Su Chenxiao grinned and waved his hand. "Long time no see, Elder Chang. Get up." Looking at the surrounding Tianxian sect and the others who had shocked faces, Su Chenxiao faintly said, "Elder Chang is a member of my Su family." It was then that the crowd came to a realization, and their hearts couldn't help but be even more horrified. Anyone would know that this person in front of them was definitely the Dao protector sent by that Emperor clan patriarch. A quasi-emperor realm protector. The Emperor Su family. Its depths are truly unfathomable. Elder Cheng slowly got up and stretched out that withered and old right hand, with a storage ring in his heart. "My lord, this is what Madame ordered and told the old slave to give to you." "Oh?" Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow and snapped his fingers to receive the storage ring with a strand of true qi. God's mind probed in. It was better not to look, but even he was startled at the first glance. Inside the large storage ring, there were mountains of extremely high-grade spirit stones stacked up in several pedestals. At a rough estimate, at least 1,000,000 is there. Not only that, underneath this mountain of extremely high-quality spirit stones, there was also a magic treasure with a terrifying aura and different forms. Like noticing something in it, Su Chenxiao's pupils stared. "This is Imperial soldiers?" Only to see that in the center of the storage space, an emperor's sword with a terrifying, radiant and polished aura was standing in it. This sword is sharp to the extreme. The curve is clean and sharp. The blade of the sword seems to have red blood source flow. The hilt is set with heaven and earth gods, Gungjin god beads. This emperor's sword merely stood here. The pressure that permeated from above the sword body caused countless surrounding magic treasures to tremble in fear. One must realize that the heavens today have long been different. Although there were many great emperors, since experiencing the passage of the Dark Era, countless divine weapons had lost their divine splendor, and not a single one of them existed. The value of an emperor's soldier was simply self-evident when placed in the present. Buzz. Tune out this emperor's sword with its scabbard. Su Chenxiao gently stroked this sword emperor soldier. The body of the sword was cold to the extreme, and one could clearly and incomparably feel the lingly killing aura in it. At this moment, a divine thought attached to an imperial soldier surged into his mind. Chen Wuyue's voice suddenly rang out. "Shower, there are millions of spirit stones and dozens of magic weapons in the storage ring. I observe that the divine ability you cultivate seems to harbor a powerful sword intent. This item is something that I asked your grandpa to take out from the treasury of the Chun clan of the Imperial clan. It was forged by the Heavenly Sword Divine Sect Great Emperor himself. Named the White Emperor's Sword." Chapter 19, Imperial Clan's Noble Son. Traveling to the Tianxian sect. The White Emperor's Sword. Su Chenxiao looked at this imperial soldier in front of him for a long time and lost his concentration. A warm current surging through his heart. Qinghe was standing aside as if he were a statue at this time and was not speaking. The people of the Tianxian sect, however, sensed the sudden appearance of the overpowering Gungjin Qi. Old Ancestor Baiyu's heart jumped and his bones were creeped out just by stealing a glance. Is this the Emperor's sword? He felt that in front of this sword, his Supreme Realm's physical body seemed unbeatable. Thinking about this, old Ancestor Baiyu hurriedly closed his eyes, sensibly not looking any further. Su Chenxiao gently stroked the sword, somewhat lovingly, and said slowly without lifting his head, "Elder Baiyu." Seeing the Emperor's son mention himself, old Ancestor Baiyu hurriedly responded, "Mr. Su, the old man is here." Su Chenxiao said with a faint smile, "Let me ask you, within the Tianxian sect, Are there any special people? The special one? Old ancestor Baiyu inquired with some confusion. Your Excellency, please forgive my ignorance. I don't know what the special person in your mouth is. The Cloud Realm. The Tianxian sect was not very powerful, so it was situated in the Cloud Realm, which was more remote in the heavens. Having said that, the Heavenly Xian sect's mountain gate was extraordinarily magnificent, with outstanding people. A magnificent palace stood above the clouds of stretched, towering peaks. The ancient trees in the sky were emerald green and green. Rare birds and exotic beasts could be seen everywhere, and the surrounding area was filled with a very abundant amount of oceanic spiritual qi. At this moment, outside the Heavenly Xian clan sect hall, Patriarch Yuan Fengxiao led a group of elders who were waiting here with trepidation. The crowd looked tense to the extreme, and one of the elders couldn't help but open his mouth. Patriarch, that Duke Su, you said, shouldn't be any unreasonable person, right? 90% of the resources will be given, but we are afraid that that gentleman will still be unwilling to let go of my Taishan sect. Yuan Fengxiao's face was similarly filled with worry. The events of the past few days had made him look like he had aged a few dozen years in a moment. No one could have imagined that the Tianxian sect would be subjected to an unwarranted disaster due to a Taoist lineage with no name in the lower realms. He shook his head and spoke. One can never tell about such things. Old ancestor has already picked up that imperial clan male. Grand Elder, have you notified the disciples of your sect to arrive? We of the Tianxian sect will definitely greet this gentleman together with the highest etiquette, the Grand Elder said from the sidelines. Back to Patriarch. Everything has been prepared. The disciples within the sect are now waiting within the dojo. Yuan Fengxiao nodded slightly. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes and he said in a deep voice, have you found out clearly? Which elder of my Tianxian sect did not know how to live and colluded with the Heavenly Qi Dao sect of the lower realm? I have already said several times that my Heavenly Xian sect should never again be involved in unclear relationships with those lower realm Taoist lineages. Originally this patriarch turned a blind eye. Now that we've caused this monstrous disaster, if we don't uncover the person behind the Tianqi Dao sect, I'm afraid it'll be hard to explain to that Prince Su. There were countless Taoist systems in the heavens, and those that were weaker had problems with resources. Most of the elders within the Taoist system had connections to the lower realms. In the name of sheltering the Taoist system in the upper realm, he received many resource benefits from those Taoist systems in the lower realm every year. Over time, this all became the norm. It was the same within the Tianxian sect. If it wasn't for the heinousness of this incident, it could be said that his hallowed Heavenly Xian sect patriarch had never even heard of the name Heavenly Qi Dao system in the lower realm. The Grand Elder nodded his head and said, back to Patriarch. It has been investigated clearly. The one who received the benefits of the lower realm's Tianqi Dao system is none other than my Heavenly Xian sect's 17 chief, Elder Wu. Wu Linmu in the crowd cackled in his heart. Rushing to his knees, he begged for forgiveness. Patriarch, spare your life. Sovereign, spare my life. This was all the idea of my disciple Yi Shao, who was once a disciple of the Tianqi Dao sect and ascended to the upper realm to worship under the old immortal. It's all because the old man was momentarily obsessed, and that's why he listened to his bull *********. Yi Shao? Yuan Fengxiao's brows tightened at his words. He naturally knew this son, carrying a desolate ancient god's body. He was full of pride. Once, he almost turned Tianxian sect upside down. However, this son's talent is horrifying. A peerless demon that is rare to find in 1,000 years. The future hope of the Tianxian sect. So for Yi Shao, he himself had given a great deal of tolerance. Yuan Fengxiao laughed coldly. Good for you, Wu Linmu. In order to covet a little petty profit, yet he almost caused my Tianxian sect to be annihilated. If Duke Su blames you, then you will cut yourself down to thank you for your crime, and you must not involve my Tianxian sect. Know what? Wu Linwood was shaken. Trembling, he took a few steps backward and finally nodded. Hoarsely, yes, just as Yuan Fengxiao was secretly pondering in his mind how exactly to make that Mr. Su rest his anger. A huge spirit boat traveled in the distance. When one looked clearly at the person above the spirit boat, it was clearly Tianxian sect's old man Baiyu. Yuan Fengxiao was shocked in his heart and hurriedly led a group of Tianxian sect elders forward to greet him. Tianxian sect patriarch Yuan Fengxiao, leading the 18 elders and 100 deacons of the sect, welcomed the great presence of Prince Su Chenxiao. Yuan Fengxiao led the way and knelt down, with his head on the ground, his appearance incomparably respectful and pious. The 100 people behind him also knelt down in unison, and from a high place, they looked rather like they were pleading for their sins. Rumble dash the huge spirit boat fell. A gentle, jade-like, spring breeze-inducing light laughter rang out. Is this the Tianxian sect? Not bad. Just what is the meaning of all of you kneeling here? Hearing this young voice, Yuan Fengxiao, who had kept his head lowered, was startled in his heart and hurriedly explained aloud, "We have met Mr. Su. The lower realm's Tianqi Dao system has inadvertently angered His Excellency and deserves to die. And my heavenly Xian sect actually has nothing to do with the lower realm's heavenly Qi Dao system. It's only because one of the elders in the sect didn't know what to do and took their favors privately, which caused this heavenly misunderstanding. I still ask Mr. Su to let my Tianqian sect live." Su Chenxiao's face was calm as his eyes swept over this crowd present. It was found that their panels more or less had characters related to the Divine Order protagonists written on them, so it looks like he's in the right place. That heavenly fate protagonist was precisely within this heavenly Xian sect. Su Duanxiao let out a faint smile and opened his mouth. "All right, get up, all of you. If my lord really wanted to pursue this matter, your Tianqian sect wouldn't be able to survive even now." With a lift of Qing Lao's right hand beside him, an invisible force instantly forcefully lifted the hundreds of people present. This sent, as if sensing something, Yuan Fengxiao's pupils shrunk violently and he got up with a shudder. He slowly lifted his head up to look at that legendary son of the imperial Su clan. The posture is upright and noble, a white coat without dust, the face is like jade, the eyebrows are full of ing qi, the temperament is gentle and elegant as if the quiet pine and bamboo. In its body, there was also that innate aura of a higher power. Even he who had seen countless heavenly prides could not help but gasp in awe after seeing this handsome-faced, immortal-like young man in front of him. What a poised nobleman! The group of elders at the back were equally amazed. Like natural leaders, they rarely felt these two unrelated yet not at all incompatible feelings in one person. Is this the son of the Su family of the imperial clan? It is truly transcendent and different. Chapter 20 Heavenly Destiny Protagonist Yi Shao, Desolate Ancient God Body. In the end, he is the head of a clan. Yuan Fengxiao quickly reacted after a moment of surprise and hurriedly raised both hands to send a storage ring, respectfully and incomparably saying, "Tianqian Sect Patriarch Yuan Fengxiao, meet Mr. Su. This is 90% of my Tianqian Sect's resources. Please accept it with a smile." Su Chenxiao glanced at him with some surprise. This guy, on the other hand, knows what he's doing. Without moving, he took the storage ring and gave it a cursory scan. About 10 million medium-grade spirit stones, as well as various elixirs and magic treasures and techniques on display. When converted, it was only hundreds of thousands of extreme spirit stones. However, thinking about it, the Tianqian sect's highest supreme realm in the heavens is after all an unorthodox Dao lineage. To be able to have so many resources is already truly not easy. Su Chenxiao didn't care and nodded slightly. Seeing this Mr. Su take the storage ring away, Yuan Fengxiao was relieved and hurriedly said, "Please also come with us. I've already had a group of disciples under my door waiting for you to come with us in the dojo." It was also good that he would be able to find that heaven's destiny protagonist soon. Su Duanxiao smiled faintly and opened his mouth. "In that case, let's go." At this moment, inside the Tianqian sect's huge dojo, the crowd was surging, and the entire Tianqian sect's more than 3,000 disciples were all gathered here, only to see that not far from the clan hall, under the patriarch and a group of clan elders, Su Chenxiao walked as if he were a starry-eyed man. Countless pairs of eyes looked over in unison. It's patriarch elder and the others. That one is old ancestor Baiyu? Even ancestor Baiyu is here. Wait, that teenager, could it be that he's from the legendary emperor clan? It's really a noble gentleman. So handsome. Tianqian sect. Not a few young girls cultivators had ripples in their hearts after seeing Su Chuanxiao's handsome and incomparable face. It was like the difference between a white sun and a glowing fire. And even the other male disciples felt a strong sense of inferiority come over them. At that moment, a disgruntled voice rang out. Only a young man wearing a clan uniform with clear eyebrows clasped his hands to his chest and coldly grunted. "Humph, it's not just being born with a good skin and a good birth. What's the big deal?" As soon as these words came out, several unkind eyes were cast around. At a glance, they were all female disciples. "Ha, Yi Shao, I think you're crazy," an eagle-hooked-nosed, Jie-looking youth taunted. "That person is a member of the godless clan. His family doesn't even need to move a finger to destroy my Tianqian sect with a single word. You still dare to badmouth that imperial clan prince behind his back?" As if he suddenly thought of something, Yang Jie smiled indistinctly. "Oh yeah, I remember. You're just a loose cultivator from the lower realm. I'm afraid you're ashamed of yourself and have an inferiority complex in front of that gentleman, right?" Ever since Yi Shao joined the Tianqian sect himself, he was not dealing with him. This guy not only robbed his own little sister who he regarded as a forbidden nappy, not to mention, what was even more detestable was that he had also taken away his name as the #1 person in the inner sect, as if he had been spoken to a sore spot. Yi Zhao's eyes flashed with a hint of pain and hatred, and he said in a chilling voice, Yang Jia, if you say another word, we will meet on the stage of life and death. Yang Jia's face also suddenly turned cold and did not speak again. Yi Xiao sneered at the sight. So what if it's the pride of the upper realm? In front of me, Yi Xiao, you still don't even dare to let out a fart. Just, Yi Xiao looked across to the opposite side amongst the group of elders and searched for half a day without seeing his master's figure. Couldn't help but look a little puzzled and think darkly in his heart. Where's my master? And the other side. Under the leadership of Tianxian sect patriarch Yuan Fengxiao, Su Qianxiao quickly arrived within an attic above the dojo. Your Excellency, please. Yuan Fengxiao respectfully gave up the seat of the first seat and stood aside to serve water and pour tea himself. Even the old ancestor and the patriarch did not sit down. The crowd of elders present dared even less to take their seats, and one by one they were only able to stand on the sidelines, not daring to say a word, until Su Qianxiao smiled and waved his hand, checking the panel of the disciples below while saying in a gentle tone, Patriarch Yuan doesn't have to be so polite. Sit down, and all of you as well. Yuan Fengxiao felt flattered and arched his hands. He was in a roller coaster of emotions. He had poked around when Su Qianxiao arrived to find out about Su Qianxiao's brilliant battle record during his infancy. I had thought that the Tianxian sect was afraid to be finished, but after seeing it with his own eyes, the noble gentleman in front of him didn't seem to be as brash and unreasonable as rumors had it. On the contrary, it is extraordinarily gentle and elegant, and its cultivation and conversation are even better. It couldn't help but make him breathe a long sigh of relief, feeling grateful beyond measure while at the same time the respect and goodwill in his heart for this imperial clan prince increased greatly. He respectfully said, Mr. Su, all the disciples of our clan are already here. Grand Elder, why don't you let them pay their respects to Mr. Su? An elder beside him nodded his head in understanding as he faced the crowd of Tianxian sect disciples below and spoke loudly. Today, the son of the Su family of the imperial clan personally visited my Tianxian sect, causing my Tianxian sect to flourish with 3 lifetimes of honor. My Tianxian sect disciples, why don't you kneel down and meet Mr. Su? At this moment, everyone's gazes were on the body of Su Qianxiao, the head of the rear seat, or awe, or admiration, this kind of big shot, but in existence where even the old ancestors had to stand aside respectfully. With such an illustrious background and a handsome and extraordinary valor, it would be impossible to say that he was not in awe. After hearing the Grand Elder's words, the Tianxian sect disciples fell to their knees one by one. The gods looked at the person in the head seat above with awe and admiration, and shouted in unison, We, the disciples of the Tianxian sect, meet Mr. Su. We, the disciples of the Tianxian sect, meet Mr. Su. The sound vibrated like thunder, as if it were a mountain of mountains resounding in unison through this dojo. But it was at this solemn moment, among these thousands of disciples, there was clearly one person who was out of place, as if a crane in a flock of chickens, general spine straight, proudly stood in a crowd of kneeling disciples. This scene was naturally caught in the eyes of the crowd of elders present. The Grand Elder's eyelids jumped. He was not unfamiliar with this rather individualistic disciple, who was none other than the 17th Elder's personal disciple. Tianxian sect's inner sect heaven's pride no. 1. Yi Xiao. But what time is it now? Behind himself sat a giant of the heavens, the son of the unfathomably profound imperial Su clan. His father is the head of the imperial clan. His elder sibling is an unparalleled demon. And behind him stand several great emperors of the imperial Su clan and the imperial Qin clan. Is this your time to show your personality? The Grand Elder's heart burst with fury and he shouted angrily, Yi Xiao, what are you doing? Get on your knees. This sound naturally startled Su Qianxiao at the back and Patriarch Yuan Fengxiao who was serving tea and water. Su Qianxiao raised his eyes and looked over. When he noticed the youth with the resolute eyes of the legacy, his eyes lit up slightly. Name, Yi Xiao. Title, Against the Sky Martial Emperor Heavenly Fate Protagonist. Identity, Elder of the Tianxian sect's own lineage. Senior brother of the inner sect. Age, 27. Personality, ultramale. Lonely, cold, unyielding. Realm, first level of the Ascension realm. Physique, desolate ancient god's physique, small completion. Techniques, Tianxian technique. Barbarian blood alchemy. Gi Gong. Fabrics, Tarzan seal. Locked sky net. Destiny value, 100,000. Chapter 21 Prideful bones don't kneel? Then break his bones. Desolate ancient god body. 100 straight draws. This huge amount of heavenly destiny value made Su Qianxiao unable to help but be foolish. The desolate ancient divine physique was a powerful physique that ranked in the top 10 of the heavens. De Shang can be comparable to the ancient great evil. Breaking the void. The perfect is the blood chi like the sea. able to resist the ancient true dragon true phoenix. It is called the great canon of the earth, and the divine body is unrivaled. I can't imagine that the first divine fate protagonist comes with 100 consecutive draws and a horrible physique. You've really picked up a treasure for yourself. With a rich smile in his eyes, Su Qianxiao toyed with the teacup in his hand and looked at Yi Xiao below with interest. The character is solitary and unyielding. So it seems. Rather, it's a heavenly protagonist with a lot of personality. This reckless action of Yi Xiao caused both Old Man Bai Yu and Patriarch Yuan Fengxiao to fall into an ice cellar, their hearts beating wildly. Yuan Fengxiao could only feel his scalp tingling as he immediately stepped forward and bellowed, "Asshole! Yi Xiao! Just who gave you the guts to dare to disrespect the Imperial clan's son in front of him?" Even beside Yi Xiao, a wonderful young girl pulled his sleeve and flashed her mouth to dissuade him. "Brother Yi, quickly kneel down. You can't afford to offend that lord." Yi Xiao was indifferent. His eyes were radiant and his gaze looked at Patriarch Yuan Fengxiao without any fear. Word for word it was powerful and full of grace. "Patriarch, please still forgive me. There is gold under a man's knees. I, Yi Xiao, a 7-foot man, will never kneel easily except for my parents and master, cultivators of my generation, both contending with the heavens and contending with others. Never rely on anything but themselves, not their backgrounds." Su Qianxiao, who was drinking tea, almost didn't tense up when he heard this. Worthy of being a reverse martial emperor. What a macho! Yi Xiao had thought that this kind of impassioned words would get a lot of responses from his brothers and sisters. Unbeknownst to them, all the people kneeling on the ground had their expressions become brilliantly unbelievable at this moment. Many of the people from the same sex faces changed drastically and immediately discouraged them. "Senior brother Yi, stop it. Kneel down. Are you trying to get us killed?" The behemoth that was the Imperial Su family. They were only able to understand the tip of the iceberg from the ancient texts, but senior brother Yi, who had ascended from the lower realms, was usually high and mighty in the clan, so he simply couldn't understand the dreadfulness of the Imperial Su clan. Yuan Fengxiao was so angry that he was shaking cold at his words. He didn't dare to look back at Su Qianxiao at all, and at this moment, he wanted to die. To think that he and a group of elders groveled, even kneeling down to the old ancestor. For what? In order to preserve the hard-won foundation of the Tianxian sect. But this guy is good, relying on his own clan pride, not only irony himself and other people, and even now is still arrogant. "Yi Xiao, you shut up." As Yi Xiao's teacher, Wu Lingmu was also unable to endure it. It was not easy for him to be forgiven by Duke Su, but this rebel even made such a mess again. "Adversary, do you know what kind of person Duke Su is? Master orders you to kneel down for me now." Boom! The terrifying pressure of the Seal King realm whistled out, locking onto Yi Xiao, who stood out from the crowd. "Master?" Yi Xiao only felt as if a mountainous pressure fell down violently. The entire body shook and uncontrollably fell to one knee and 2 hands on the ground. A faint golden light filled his body, and the strong physical body of the desolate ancient god's body forcibly resisted the pressure to keep his knees from dropping to the ground. Yi Xiao gritted his teeth strongly and chided with a sweaty voice, "If master wants me to kneel down, then I, Yi Xiao, will naturally not dare to disobey. But to use one's power to oppress others by merely looking up to a good birth is truly disgraceful." "Asshole, don't shut up yet. This guy's head is really iron. He's got a donkey's head, doesn't he?" The Tianxian sect elders present were itching to tear his mouth off. But just at this moment, Su Duanxiao from the rear opened his mouth with a faint smile. "Your name is Yi Xiao, right? Desolate ancient god body, a proud and unyielding body. This Gengzi appreciates you." Yuan Fengxiao and the others were shocked in their hearts and hurriedly looked back. "Mr. Su Qianxiao ignored them and didn't even look up, unhurriedly shaking his teacup. His tone was extraordinarily flat and calm as he opened his mouth. "Since you don't want to kneel, don't. Elder Chang, keep him on his back." What? The moment these words came out, all the Tianxian sect elders present had their pupils shrink. Xing Lao, who was like a statue beside him, spoke respectfully. "Yes, my lord." The quasi-emperor realm's mighty pressure released just a trace of it, and it was like a landslide and tsunami, destroying and submerging everything. This shocking divine might made even the highest cultivated by you old ancestor present tremble in fear. The disciples below were even prostrate on the ground, not even having the courage to raise their heads to gaze. Yi Xiao's breath was choked as an extremely strong sense of death and suffocation surged, even if he possessed a desolate ancient god body and a peerless physical body. In front of the power of this quasi-emperor realm, he was still weak and no different from an ant. Boom! In a blink of an eye, the ground collapsed and Yi Xiao's legs were shattered into pieces in an instant by the rough and brutal force. Ah ha ha ha! A mournful and extremely miserable scream rang out. Yi Zhao's entire body collapsed on the ground as if it was a puddle of mud. His lower body was full of bloodstains. His face was in extreme pain, and he was sweating profusely. Ding! Heavenly Destiny protagonist Yi Zhao's 3 limbs are wasted. Loss of Heavenly Destiny value 10,000. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining a villain value of 10,000. Once you're up, it's 10 straight draws. Cool. Su Qianxiao hadn't thought that this first Heaven's Mandate protagonist would be so easy to deal with. Don't even have to look for them yourself. They appear in your field of vision of their own accord. Rather save yourself a lot of work. Su Qianxiao still had that warm smile on his face, looking downward at Yi Zhao, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. He drank a mouthful of tea and said indifferently, "A tiny disciple is able to defy my Su family so much. It seems that it's still my imperial Su clan that doesn't have enough prestige." "You say so, Patriarch Yuan." Yuan Fengxiao and Elder Wu Linmu's faces suddenly changed. Swish kneeled on the ground, trembling, and said, "Sir Su, my Tianqian sect has never had such thoughts." Wu Linmu's face was ashen, and he similarly kowtowed and begged for mercy. "Prince Su, Yi Zhao is a native who just ascended from the lower realm not long ago and is ignorant and fearless. With his vision, he simply doesn't know what a behemoth the imperial Su family really is. I also ask Mr. Su to spare Yi Zhao's life in consideration of his youth and ignorance." Su Qianxiao nodded his head in a fake daze and said, "The lower world? So that's it. Since that's the case, then it would be good for this male to let him have a clear understanding. Elder Wu, come here." Wu Linmu's body shook, and a bad feeling surged in his heart. He looked at the patriarch kneeling on the ground beside him, and then at old ancestor Baiyu, and tremblingly walked over. Su Qianxiao wore a warm smile as he stared at him and said softly, "Yi Zhao's master? That King Seal realm powerhouse behind the Tianqi Dao sect?" Boom! As soon as these words came out, Wu Linmu stiffened in place as if he had been struck by lightning, looking incredulously at Patriarch Yuan Fengxiao, who was kneeling on the ground to the side. "This gentleman, he knows everything?" Compared to him, Yuan Fengxiao was even more shivering and cold at the moment, like falling into an ice cellar. He had intended to let Wu Linmu go on account of the face of the person behind Yi Zhao. Unbeknownst to them, no one has any secrets until the system panel. Buzz! A white light flashed. The White Emperor's sword appeared in his hand. Su Qianxiao lowered his head and could not see the rest of the anger clearly. Just gently stroking the White Emperor's sword's blade, he lowered his head and murmured softly, "I think that this Gongzi is still too merciful to you and others for this to happen." Wu Linmu continuously kowtowed in front of his body and begged, "Spare your life, sir, your excellency, spare my life." Ignoring Wu Linmu, who was trembling more than once in front of him and whose pupils were trembling wildly, Su Qianxiao held the White Emperor's sword up, the tip of the sword resting against the place of his neck, revealing a gentle smile as he said, "Since your disciple has just come from the lower realms, he doesn't understand the affairs of these heavens, then my lord will be merciful and teach him a good lesson." I wonder what Patriarch Yuan thinks. P.S. New book begs for catch-up reading and hyping. Duck duck bye bye. If there are toxic points where the ducks are inadequate, ducks immediately change. Chapter 22, The False Protagonist of Heaven's Mandate. Thank you for giving death to the prince. Yuan Fengxiao knelt on the ground in a cold sweat and lowered his head as he exclaimed, "But at your command, your excellency." He now only felt that the gentle jade-like gentleman in front of him had suddenly become terrifyingly terrifying, making it impossible to see through the city. Everything seems to be simply hidden from him. The corner of Su Qianxiao's mouth lifted up in a faint smile. Turning his head to Yi Zhao, who was paralyzed on the ground below with regal eyes, he said, "Yi Zhao, you're saying that this eunuch is using his power to oppress people. Then today this gentleman will let you take a good look. What on earth is the use of power over others?" As he spoke, the White Emperor's sword pierced into Wu Linmu's neck for a fraction of a second. In front of this extremely sharp imperial weapon, even his fleshly body at the Seal King realm seemed as light as paper, a trace of blood that trickled down. Wu Linmu lowered his head and glared deathly at the Emperor's sword between his neck. He didn't dare to retreat for a moment, knowing that if he dared to resist even slightly, not only himself, but even the Tianqian sect would face extinction. So he was only able to watch this Emperor's sword stab in but didn't dare to move a bit. The thousands of disciples below, at this moment, even more so, none of them dared to raise their heads. "Master!" Yi Zhao's eyes were red and his face was fierce as he looked at Su Qianxiao in the distance and yelled, "Come at me for anything! Let go of my master!" He tried to rush up, but with all his bones broken, he was only able to lie on the ground like a jumping dead dog. Thinking about him, Yi Zhao, once was the lower realm Tianqi Dao system 10,000 years hard to come out of the demon. Since his debut, he had been carrying the desolate ancient divine body, which was unbeatable and crushed those of the same age. even if he ascended to this upper realm. Joining the Tianxian sect is that dazzling to the extreme, a white sun that everyone can ignore. For those super Taoist systems and forces, he was disdainful to the extreme, never thinking that with his talent and pride, he would be able to push all the way across the board and achieve greatness and the attention of all. But Su Qinxiao's appearance mercilessly shattered this beautiful dream of his. He could only watch as the other party stabbed that emperor's sword a little bit into Master's neck. The elders and patriarchs of the Tianxian sect, Naiji Laozu, all kneeled aside and trembled, not daring to have the slightest resistance. Is this the imperial clan of the heavens? As strong as a supreme realm ancestor, they were all as respectful as a dog. Yi Xiao roared, I, Yi Xiao, am a one-man operation. If you dare to touch my master, in the coming day, I, Yi Xiao, will definitely repay you with blood. As soon as these words came out, old man Chang, who was resting his eyes beside Su Qinxiao, snapped his eyes open. Griffin, thinking that you have a saint's divine thought in your body, you dare to threaten my imperial clan's son? Boom! It was like facing a demonic god standing in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Just a look. It made Yi Xiao's 5 viscera and 6 bowels shattered, and he spat out a large mouthful of essence blood mixed with broken pieces. His face looked painful to the extreme. Under such heavy injuries, even the desolate ancient god body was unable to make it recover. Ding! Heaven's Destiny protagonist Yi Xiao has been seriously injured and has lost 5,000 Heaven's Destiny values. Congratulations to the Master for obtaining 5,000 Heavenly Fate values. A saint's divine mind? Su Qinxiao raised an eyebrow. It seemed that this Heavenly Fate protagonist's background was extraordinary, but it doesn't matter. Su Qinxiao looked at Wu Linmu, who didn't dare to move a muscle in front of him, and laughed lightly. Your good disciple has committed a transgression. Will you do it yourself, or will this gentleman help you? Wu Linmu's body shivered cold. Naturally hearing and understanding the meaning of Su Qinxiao's words, his breathing became more and more rapid. Elder Qin coldly said, Why don't you thank my lord? Wu Linmu forced out a smile and said in a hoarse voice, Your Excellency is a body of 10,000 gold, which can be dirty by the blood of the Seal King realm. I've been cultivating for thousands of years, and now that I can die under the Emperor's sword, it's not a life wasted. I only ask that Your Excellency spare the Taishan sect, and I will thank Your Excellency Su here for granting me death. When Yi Xiao saw this scene in the distance, his eyes sobbed blood and he shouted, No, no, Master no. Wu Linmu's pale eyes suddenly became extraordinarily resolute, as if it had made some sort of determination. It slammed straight towards the Emperor's sword. Put! The White Emperor's sword penetrated his throat with the greatest of ease. At the last moment of his life, he condensed the qi and blood in his body, not daring to let the blood spray out to splatter the slightest bit on this noble gentleman's 10,000 gold body. Su Qinxiao narrowed his eyes and revealed a satisfied smile. Just as he was about to crush his divine soul, he took the dead soul beast out of it. The dead soul beast rushed directly into Wu Linmu's sea of consciousness. It transformed into a horrible and hideous faceless monster. With a big mouthful, he gnawed away at his divine soul. Not even a crumb remained. Bang! Wu Linmu's body just fell limply to the ground. Ding! Divine Fate protagonist Master Yi Xiao has perished. Loss of 500 Divine Fate values. Congratulations to the owner for gaining 500 villain values. Upon hearing the value of the villain that the system beside his ears was ringing out, Su Qinxiao raised his eyebrows slightly and murmured in some surprise. 500. The villain value of this haul is nothing short of pathetic. System, what's going on? Su Qinxiao asked. Ding! Back to the master. The more important the person is to the Divine Destiny protagonist, the more Divine Destiny value he occupies. Yi Xiao, hidden character, low self-esteem, extremely concerned about reputation and other people's eyes. Got it. In other words, Yi Xiao didn't actually think that highly of his master. The reason for this anger, rather than because he killed his master, rather, it was better to let him lose face by being humiliated in front of his fellow disciples one after another. Su Qinxiao squinted his eyes, a smile if any at the corners of his mouth. The fingertips gently tapped on the desktop, looking rather somewhat playfully at Yi Xiao, who was full of abhorrence and hatred in the distance, mouthing crazy words towards himself. Got it? If my lord wants to kill him, he can only kneel here and kowtow in gratitude. Yi Xiao said angrily. Bastard! Is this how the imperial clan behaves? If I, Yi Xiao, can survive this calamity, I must avenge my master. Su Qinxiao stroked his hand and laughed lightly. Obviously, there are no waves in his heart, but it's because he's Wu Linmu's personal disciple and the Tianxian sect's eldest senior brother, and at this point in time it's preferable to act all bitter and hateful, to be strong on the outside, to value honor more than life. Is this the so-called pride? Funny, but really funny. Buzz. A flash of white light appeared, and a green-colored elixir that contained a rich vitality appeared in Su Chenxiao's hand. Flexing his fingers, he flew straight towards Yi Xiao. This item was none other than the Green Emperor Dan that Mother had given to her storage ring. What is this? The Tianxian sect elders who had never seen this kind of divine elixir before stared at the scene in a daze. The rich and majestic vitality of the Green Emperor Dan, even if it was only to feel this vigorous breath. Let the presence of many elders as if the dead would back to spring general face full of surprise and shock color. What a dense vitality. This is definitely a sacred pill for healing. No, I feel that if I were able to take this item, I would be able to increase my lifespan by hundreds of years at least. What is Mr. Su doing? Just as the crowd was filled with doubt and confusion, this precious and incomparable Green Emperor Dan just disappeared into Yi Xiao's mouth alive. Ahem! Yi Xiao's body shook. Then he glared at Su Chenxiao with his eyes wide with hatred and roared lowly. What did you feed me? Chapter 23. Since you don't dare, then kneel down for my lord. Before he could react, in the next moment, extremely dense vitality surged out wildly from Yi Xiao's body. Under the efficacy and effect of this Green Emperor Dan, Yi Xiao's crushed leg bones and flesh began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Dense little flesh buds sprouted and intertwined from the base of his legs. Even the ground around him was rapidly growing emerald green plants. What is Mr. Su doing? Such a precious healing elixir. Why give it to that guy? The crowd of Tianxian sect people were filled with puzzled expressions. Yi Xiao's pupils trembled as he felt his severely injured body rapidly recovering, and a stream of warmth surged. He couldn't help but be shocked in his heart, and looked at Su Chenxiao across the room, his voice hoarse and questioning. Are you trying to humiliate me, Yi Xiao? Su Chenxiao sat on top of the first seat, condescendingly looking down on Yi Xiao below. Smell shook his head. Not so tightly. Yi Xiao, didn't you just say that you want to avenge your master's death? Now my lord is sitting here, giving you a chance to take revenge. Speaking of this, Su Chenxiao spread his hands out with a smile, his eyes full of teasing and mockery. Do you have the guts to do it? Yi Xiao was shaken. How could he not have expected that the other party would pull his heavily injured self back from the ghost gate with just a single elixir? And when he heard the other party's words, he even didn't think that this imperial clan Su family's son would dare to be so conceited, completely disregarding himself. What did you say? Yi Xiao said as he gritted his teeth, his eyes wanting to spit fire. Don't you really think that I, Yi Xiao, wouldn't dare? An elder of the Tianxian sect couldn't sit still and shouted angrily. Yi Xiao, you have to think clearly. This person in front of you is the son of the imperial clan's patriarch. Even your master Wu Linmu has cut himself. If you dare to hurt Prince Su today, then not only you, but even for our entire Tianxian sect, it will be the end of the world. Even the junior sister beside him, who was kneeling on the ground and didn't dare to raise her head at all, opened her mouth. Senior brother Yi, don't. At this moment, Fang Jie, one of the disciples, angrily rebuked. Yi Xiao, just for your own ridiculous pride, you're going to offend that lord. Elder Wu has treated you well. Your master was killed by you. You bogeyman, do you still want to kill all of us here? I don't want to die. You can't afford to offend that lord at all. Senior brother Yi, please come to your senses. Yi Xiao's pupils kept flickering as he clenched his teeth in death and a strand of blood flowed down from his mouth. Ever since awakening the desolate ancient god body, he had been all proud and unrivaled, pushing his way across the world from among the lower realms, soaring high, even in front of the one beside Su Chenxiao who was terrifyingly strong and extremely powerful. As a protector of the Tao he had never yielded. But today, after seeing the angry and hateful gazes of the elders and the disappointed and complaining gazes among the fellow disciples, but it made his indestructible Taoist heart, for the first time, a little shaken. You guys, put. A mouthful of essence blood spurted out. Yi Xiao's face was pale to the core and he took a few steps backward. Ding! The divine fate protagonist has been hated by his fellow clan members. His temper has been dampened, and he has lost 1,000 divine fate values. Congratulations to the master for obtaining a villain value of 1,000. Su Chenxiao gave a teasing smile. As expected, compared to killing his master, what this good-faced protagonist cared more about was the way others viewed him. In that case, it's a good thing. Su Chenxiao got up and stretched lazily. Then he leapt up and arrived in front of Yi Xiao in one step. The surrounding disciples all came to avoid the situation. Until the close contact, Yi Xiao was able to feel the noble temperament that was inherent in the other party. Handsome as jade, superior features, every move carries an air that belongs uniquely to the superior. The sky does not collapse, calm and unhurried. Such a dazzling presence eclipsed everyone present, even for him, who had always been conceited. A wave of emotions that had never appeared before welled up in his heart. Jealousy. Yi Xiao stared dead-on at the imperial clan prince in front of him, who was full of warm smiles and had an ethereal aura like an immortal. The eyes whispered in an unkind manner. You really dare to come? Why don't you dare? Su Qianxiao shrugged his shoulders, as if it was like conversing with an old friend that he hadn't seen for a long time. He smiled lightly. My lord is true to his word. Now that this eunuch is standing in front of you, Yi Xiao, you can make your move. Su Qianxiao had a flat and calm face. This guy, it's like he expected that he wouldn't dare to make a move. Yi Xiao clenched his fists, trembled, and gasped a heavy, thick breath. Don't you make me. The crowd of Tianxian sect elders in the back had long been scared out of their wits. Patriarch Yuan Fengxiao's breath caught and his face was bloodless as he exclaimed. Yi Xiao, calm down, calm down. If this is once he makes a move, then all of his Tianxian sect, that would really be the end of everything. Seemingly seeing Yi Xiao's hesitation, Su Qianxiao faintly said, my lord's patience is limited. If you don't do it again, don't blame my lord for not giving you this chance. Suddenly, as if something came to mind, Su Qianxiao grinned and walked over to Yi Xiao and unashamedly patted his shoulder. Whispered in its ear, or is it, you're afraid of a proud man? Yi Xiao forcefully endured the anger in his heart, and then after hearing these words, his chest rose and fell tremendously, immediately lifting his right hand and brewing a terrifying force. At this distance, if he were to do it himself, he was afraid that even the other side's Dao protector wouldn't be able to react in time at all. Oh, Su Duanxiao's eyes narrowed slightly as he laughed. Can't hold it in at last? At this moment, Yi Xiao was having a heavenly battle inside. He raised his fist high, and the atmosphere of the scene seemed to freeze. Everyone held their breath, and not one of them dared to say, Yi senior brother, calm down. I don't want to die. I don't know how much time has passed. Finally, reason overcame emotion. Yi Xiao's tightly clenched fists gradually loosened, and his right hand slowly let go as if it had lost its strength. He closed his eyes and tried to calm down now. Not another word was said. Seeing this scene, Patriarch Yuan Fengxiao, whose soul was almost scared away, then let out a long breath of relief. The whole man slumped helplessly in his seat. The other elders were also relieved. Just now, the entire Tianxian sect seemed to have taken a trip to the Ghost Gate. A hint of contempt and disdain flashed in Su Qianxiao's eyes. The smile tightened, and at this moment, he was like a supreme superior, towering above the rest, saying without a trace of emotion, since I don't dare, then kneel down for my lord. Yi Xiao violently opened his eyes. After seeing the strong disdainful scorn in Su Qianxiao's eyes when they looked at each other, monstrous anger swept over them once again. Yi Xiao's teeth were about to be gritted as his body's qi and blood flowed against the current. His body is trembling madly, but things are now. Can only face humiliation incomparable. Slowly kneel down. Flop. As soon as he knelt down, Yi Xiao's face suddenly turned pale, spit out a large mouth of blood. A breath contains chaos. Realm at this moment actually have hidden to fall trend. The heart of the Wei is shaken. Ding. Heavenly Destiny protagonist Yi Xiao's Taoist heart is shaken. Loss of 5,000 Heavenly Destiny values. Congratulations to the owner for gaining 5,000 villain value. This works, right? Yi Xiao almost squeezed these words out of his teeth. Su Qianxiao stood tall and sneered. If you make a move, perhaps my lord will still think highly of you. If you are not afraid of power, why do you kneel? Is it true that you're not afraid, or are you just not afraid? Pussy. Chapter 24, Hidden Background. Heaven's Destiny heroine Ming Su Kite. The opposing side of that horrible background. After all, he was allowed to give in. Yi Xiao closed his eyes in pain. Hold back for a while, and take a step back. But these sharp words from Su Qianxiao were tantamount to a sharp blade. Ruthlessness tore apart the inferiority complex hidden in the depths of Yi Xiao's heart, causing a crack to appear in his Dao heart. Used as phonetic ka. Ding. Heavenly Destiny protagonist Yi Xiao falls into self-doubt. Cracks appear in his Dao heart. Loss of 5,000 Heavenly Destiny values. Congratulations to the master for gaining 5,000 villain value. At that moment, the distant Qing Lao seemed to have sensed something and transmitted his divine thoughts. My lord, there are outsiders coming from this realm. 2 people, one at the Ascension realm and one at the Sage realm. And the saint's divine thoughts on this son's body were left by the other. Oh, it came pretty fast. Su Qianxiao raised his eyebrows and looked at Yi Xiao, who was kneeling on the ground, and spoke with some playfulness. Yi Xiao, there's something I'm afraid you don't know yet. Thinking it's all about the hard work that made you who you are today. In fact, what is relied upon is nothing more than the background that you speak so dismissively of. Yi Xiao froze at the words and lifted his head to look at Su Qianxiao full of puzzlement. What do you mean? Suddenly, A terrifying saintly pressure surged from the cloud realm. The aura of the saint realm has a saint descending into the middle of my cloud realm. Sovereign, what's going on here? Upon sensing this aura, Tianxian sect Patriarch Yuan Fengxiao's pupils condensed, as if he had thought of something, and said quietly, "It's that senior who's here. The person behind Yi Xiao." "What? There is a saint standing behind Yi Xiao?" The elders present all looked incredulous when they heard this. Yuan Fengxiao nodded his head, his eyes somewhat gloomy, and said, "In the past, when Yi Xiao had just joined my Tianxian sect not long ago, a saint realm powerhouse came. That senior knew Yi Xiao's impulsive personality and gifted me pills to break the boundary and asked me to take care of him. The reason why I am taking such a favorable care of this son is precisely for this reason." The saint standing behind Yi Xiao was afraid that he was from some powerful Dao lineage in the heavens. Only, this is going to be a pain in the ass. The one who was currently within the Tianxian sect was a giant of the heavens, the son of the godless clan Su family. A golden divine aura rapidly attacked from the distant sky. "I'll see who dares to touch my brother." An old crone with a shocking aura and a cultivation level as high as the saint realm appeared here with a wonderful young girl. The young girl's features were delicate and pretty. Her skin was like congealed fat, her bright eyes and teeth. Her body was light and slender, like a flower in bud, and a light blue dress moved with the wind. The young girl was not very old, but the first signs of her moving and beautiful features were visible. In time, she will surely be another woman who can amaze the world. As soon as she arrived at this place, Mingsu Kite's beautiful eyes flashed as she quickly searched for Yi Xiao's figure. "Granny Qian, is brother Yi right here?" Su Qianxiao looked up and his eyes narrowed slightly. Name, Mingsu Kite. Title, Against the Sky Martial Emperor, Divine Destiny Heroine. Identity, daughter of the head of a hidden ancient clan. Half-demon. Age, 17. Realm, 6th level of the Ascension realm. Physique, 9-tailed demon body, ancient fierce Tawny 9-tailed bloodline. Name, Chia Fei. Identity, protector of the Ming family. A hidden ancient clan. Realm, 7th level of the Holy Realm. Su Qianxiao looked at the panel of the duo above and said with interest, "Interesting, Yi Xiao heavenly destiny heroine?" Upon seeing the marvelous young girl above him, Yi Xiao looked a bit incredulous and muttered, "Iris, Iris?" At the same time, Mingsu Kite also found Yi Xiao in the crowd. Upon seeing Yi Xiao, whose face was pale and kneeling on the ground, his face turned cold for a moment, and he came straight from the air. "Let go of brother Yi. Stay back, Iris." Yi Xiao's face changed drastically. Xing Lao, who was located inside the pavilion, moved and appeared beside Su Qianxiao in an instant. "A mere hidden ancient clan dares to offend his excellency? Get out!" In a blink of an eye, the terrifying and overwhelming might of a quasi-emperor impacted out. It was as if Mingsu Kite had suffered a heavy blow, and Mingsu Kite's entire body was blown away uncontrollably. "Miss!" Granny Qian appeared behind her, immediately releasing the power of the Holy Realm to resist. However, in front of the power of this quasi-emperor realm, it was equally very unpleasant, supporting Mingsu Kite behind her back as she retreated. Granny Qian was alarmed. "Quasi-emperor? Are you the commander of the shadow guards of the Imperial Su family, Xiao Qinghe?" Granny Qian's pupils trembled furiously, and after seeing such a great person like Old Man Cheng in this tiny Tianxian sect, her heart and mind were shaken for a while. "Su family shadow guards, how could they appear here?" Elder Cheng said in an icy tone that did not contain a trace of emotion. "My clan's male son needs to explain himself to you even when he's doing his job? Roll to pay your respects to the prince." He grabbed with his large hand, suddenly releasing a shocking divine ability towards Granny Qian. In front of the quasi-emperor realm, even the saint realm was as small as a mole cricket. The imperial prince? Could it be that? Granny Qian immediately looked at the magnificent young man in the field, her face pale as she hurriedly explained. "I am a member of the Ming family, a hidden ancient clan, and this person beside me is the daughter of the head of the Ming family. I have no intention of offending. Please forgive me, Mr. Su." "All right." At this moment, Su Qianxiao raised his hand to interrupt and said with a smile as he looked at the two of them, "So it's someone from the ancient clan Ming family? A misunderstanding. Elder Cheng, stop." After Su Qianxiao opened his mouth, the terrifying quasi-emperor aura suddenly dissipated. Granny Qian gasped for air. How could she not have thought that in this small realm, she would have encountered someone from the emperor clan? And beside the other party, there was even an imperial Su family quasi-imperial realm powerhouse protecting the way. This age, and can have such treatment of people. The identity of the other party is obviously called out. The son of the Su family head and the Chen family's imperial daughter, Su Duanxia, my old self, Qian Chue. Meet Mr. Dusty Sky. Su Qianxiao was slightly stunned, then lost his smile and said, "You know me?" Granny Qian respectfully and incomparably arched her hand and said, "My lord's great name. We of the hidden ancient clan have naturally heard of it." Su Qianxiao waved his hand, looked faintly at Yi Xiao, who was kneeling on the ground on the side, and opened his mouth. "All right, you and the others have come this time, but because of this fellow? The saint's divine thoughts on the ground on this son's body. I think you left them behind as well?" A bad feeling welled up in Granny Qian's heart. Looking at the crowd of Tianxian sect disciples kneeling on the ground as well as Yi Xiao, the old and sophisticated person understood what was going on in an instant. This troublemaker, she rushed to clear the air. "Back to my lord. My clan's young lady was once favored by this person when she was in the lower realms, but this son's character is reckless and causes trouble wherever he goes, and my young lady has already dealt with the aftermath of hidden problems for him more than once. I can't imagine that he has offended you. Sir Su, I'll take the young lady away." Su Qianxiao waved his hand and said with a smile, "There's no hurry, you've come all this way, you might as well stay and watch a good show. Yi Xiao, see, the moment you are in danger, someone will appear to help. If they hadn't secretly helped you, how many episodes do you think you would have survived with your nature? Even if these are nothing more than the standard fare of the Divine Order protagonists." Yi Xiao clenched his fists and knelt on the ground, humiliated to the core. With his pride he simply didn't want Ming Sulwan to see his current ugly state. He bowed his head and spoke coldly. "I don't even know her. I, Yi Xiao, have never been able to get where I am today because of my own efforts. I don't need her help at all." Ding! Heaven's Destiny protagonist Yi Xiao is alienated from Heaven's Destiny heroine Ming Su Kite. Heaven's Destiny value lost 1000. Congratulations to the master for obtaining a villain value of 1000. Trigger the effect of the title of Heaven's Destiny villain, and receive an additional bonus supreme magic weapon. The Mangalicious Cauldron. Chapter 25, Depriving the Desolate Ancient God Body of its Essence. One leap to the 9 realms. Trigger reward? Supreme Magic Treasure Mangwoodian Cauldron. The force breaks 1,000 pounds. Indestructible. Can be with a tripod Jintian. Catalyzing the user's physical strength requirements are extremely high. Su Qianxiao's eyes lit up. On the other side, Ming Su Kite's petite body shook. Appearing somewhat unable to believe that these were Yi Xiao's own words, she said with a pale face, "Brother Yi, what's wrong with you?" "Don't know. Why do you say that?" Yi Xiao's words were tantamount to angering Granny Qian on the side. "Yi Xiao, you wolf-hearted, did you not think that everything you got today came from your desolate ancient god body? It's good that you're carrying a divine body, but there are countless heavenly prides with body qualities in these heavens. Do you know what happens to most of them?" Granny Qian's pale eyes were incomparably angry, and she was the only one who knew how much Miss had paid for this guy, being pumped of their essence blood and refined into pills. There are even powerful families that possess the method of depriving them of their grafted physique. If it wasn't for Miss helping you in the dark, you would have been drained of your holy blood by the people of the Tianqi Dao sect when you were in the lower realms of the Tianqi Dao sect, and fallen into the blood slavery of the Tianqi Dao sect. Even now in the upper realm, Miss is always worried about your situation. Especially let the old me instruct this Tianxian sect patriarch to take care of you, or else with this troublemaking character of yours, another 100 deaths would not be enough. And now you say that everything is your own efforts. One word and you want to negate the lady has been to you to pay. Really is a wolf-hearted dog-lung white-eyed wolf. What? Yi Xiao's pupils dilated when he heard this. He had trouble accepting this fact and raised his head with an unbelievable face to look at Ming Su Kite. "I dang why as soon as I entered the Tianxian sect there were elders who accepted me as a personal disciple. Is it that this is all you're doing?" Ming Su Kite's eyes were a little red at the side, biting her lip with a disappointed look and not saying anything. This cruel truth made the always arrogant Yi Xiao unable to accept it. Is it possible that everything one has ever experienced is being manipulated? Yi Xiao laughed to himself and kept denying it as if he had gone crazy on his own. This can't be. It can't be. I worked hard to get everything on my own. I, Yi Xiao, have never begged you to help me. Why are you interfering in my life like this? Answer me. Ding. Destiny protagonist Yi Xiao's relationship with Destiny heroine Ming Su Kite breaks down. Loss of Destiny value 20,000. Congratulations to the master for obtaining a villain value of 20,000. 20 straight draws. Su Qianxiao's eyes lit up. It was unexpected that this hidden ancient clan, the Ming family, had taken up such a large portion of Yi Xiao's heavenly fate value. This guy, moreover, seemed to be very dissatisfied with the divine destiny heroine secretly helping him. Getting it right. Su Qianxiao laughed and crouched down, his face mockingly looking at him. Yi Xiao, now you know? If it wasn't for the hidden ancient clan Ming family, you, Yi Xiao, would be nothing. In this world, there is never a lack of geniuses, but a genius without a background is just that. A genius. And what makes you think that a mere desolate ancient god body is worth the efforts of the countless forefathers and demons of our worldly ancient clan over the past 10 million years? Your so-called pride is cheaper than a stone on the side of the road in the eyes of this Gongzi. Asshole. You shut up. Yi Zhao's eyes were incomparably bloodshot and full of hatred as he looked at the person in front of him dead on. But he found to his horror that he could not refute him in the least. The talent that he was so proud of was so bad in the eyes of the other party. Granny Qian also looked at this scene with cold eyes, and said in a cold voice, Yi Xiao, it's okay for you to cause trouble when you once looked up to Miss Shelter. But Prince Su was a member of the Su family of the Imperial clan, a supreme being that even my hidden ancient clan wouldn't dare to touch. Today you have this calamity. It can only be said that it is your destiny. No one can save you. She was now only glad that she had reacted fast enough to bring her young lady in time to clear the air with the sun. Otherwise, if he was reckless and offended this Imperial clan prince, I'm afraid that even the hidden ancient clan, the Ming family, would have to suffer extinction. There are hundreds of hidden ancient clans in the heavens, but the Imperial Su clan, there's only one. Yi Zhao's pupils trembled dramatically as he knelt on the ground unable to say a word. Why? This can't be right. Su Qianxiao smiled and placed her hand gently on top of Yi Zhao's shoulder and said with a smile, Yi Xiao, did you ever say that just because you're a member of the Imperial clan you can do whatever you want? Then this Gongzi will tell today that my Imperial Su family can still really do whatever they want. Your proud desolate ancient divine body. Now, it's mine. As he spoke, a beam of demonic and incomparable purple light bloomed in his hands. Buzz. One of the 10 great ancient avatars of the chaos scriptures. 10,000 returns to one. As the Supreme Sutra most suited to the innate chaotic divine body, it was unknown who had created it. One of them had a divine ability that could deprive any special physique of its origin and incorporate it into his own. A terrifyingly terrifying force appeared at first, as if it was swallowed by a whale and forcefully extracted Yi Zhao's desolate ancient god body origin. Yi Zhao's essence blood, which contained the power of the desolate ancient, was reversed in a raw manner. As if swirling, it coalesced in the center of his chest into a light cluster blooming with a pale yellow divine aura, forcibly depriving the body of its origin. This kind of heart-eating pain was like the death of 1,000 knives. Yi Zhao's eyes looked like they were going to stare out. His forehead veins rippled and he wanted to try to resist. Boom! Right at this moment, Old Man Cheng on the side took the initiative to make a move. A terrifying cultivation forcefully suppressed Yi Xiao who could not move. Granny Qian's face was shocked to the core. And it wasn't just him. Everyone in the Tianxian sect was looking at this scene incredulously. This is the method of depriving the physique. Such a divine ability. Only the ancient era heard of it. I cannot imagine that the Emperor Su family actually has this skill divine ability. Brother Yi. Ming Sulwan's pretty flowery face lost its color. And when she saw this, she wanted to go forward to stop it. But she was mercilessly stopped by one of Granny Qian's hands. Miss, we've been sheltering him for a long time. And now Yi Xiao has offended the Emperor clan's prince and is eating his own words. If you dare to make a move again, I won't blame my old self for being unsympathetic. Ming Su Kai turned her head to look at Granny Qian beside her, only to see that the eyes of the always doting and obedient Granny Qian were cold and somewhat frighteningly unfamiliar. Granny Qian's pale eyes were ghostly, staring closely at Ming Sulwan as she transmitted her voice. Miss, you are 1,000 gold, and we have done enough for the people of this lower realm. But miss, you can't possibly be unaware of the might of the Imperial Su clan. My Ming clan can't afford to mess with it, so don't let it get your innocent clan members killed. Clan. Ming Sulwan's delicate body shook, as if she had figured something out, clenching her teeth, her beautiful eyes struggling painfully. Brother Yi, I'm sorry, I can't kill my mother and father and the rest of the Ming family. In front of the mountain that was the Imperial Su clan, she ended up choosing to stand by and watch. Ding! Heavenly Destiny protagonist Yi Xiao has lost his desolate ancient god body and has lost 30,000 Heavenly Destiny values. Congratulations to the master for obtaining a villain value of 30,000. Yi Xiao's wail of pain lasted for a long time. An incomparably radiant physique origin light cluster was slowly drawn out. His entire cultivation was also flying under. Enlightenment Realm 9, 8, 7. On the contrary, Su Qianxiao in front of him. After the innate chaotic divine body fused this powerful physique origin, in a blink of an eye, terrifying and incomparable desolate ancient power burst out from his body. Boom! It was as if the flesh was like a great murderer from ancient times. Su Qianxiao's body of treasures was as crystalline as jade, and the pale and ancient power of the Mangdao slowly permeated out. The cultivation level of the first level of the Ascension realm also jumped up at this moment. Ascension Realm 2, 3. It was only when he reached the 9th level of the Ascension realm that he managed to stop. A Leap of 9 Realms, Chapter 26, Future Martial Emperor Falls, Unlocking the Blessed Edge Viewing Function. Feeling the changes in the divine body, Su Chenshao slowly opened his radiant and incomparable eyes, and a hint of pleasure flashed across that handsome and noble face. Murmured softly, "The chi and blood are like dragons, and the flesh can shake the sealed king, desolate ancient god body. That's really good." My lord smiles. Under everyone's shocked admiration, Su Chenshao let go of Yi Xiao, who was as powerless and limp as a dead dog. Yi Xiao weakly kept roaring low on the ground. "My divine body is returned to me. This is my desolate ancient god body." He didn't even have the strength to try to get up at the moment, having lost his physique origin. Nowadays he was almost reduced to an invalid, and was not even as powerful as the disciples within the sect. Su Chenshao did not pay any attention to Yi Xiao on the ground. Instead, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and such a wonderful feeling poured over him for a moment. It was unthinkable that the Tonggu divine power in this chaos scripture was able to deprive the physique of its origin. Even so, he was even able to make himself break through 9 minor realms in one go. It is truly horrible. This kind of heaven-defying magical power. I do not know exactly what side of the great powers created. Some can't wait to try the strength of today's physical body. Su Chenshao opened his mouth indifferently. "Patriarch Yuan, come here." Yuan Fengzhao's heart thumped. Trembling, he came from a distance, in the utmost awe. "Congratulations to Mr. Su for harvesting the desolate ancient god body and greatly increasing his strength." Su Chenshao glanced at him with a frightened face and spoke with a faint smile. "Considering that my lord is in a good mood right now, Patriarch Yuan, use your divine origin realm fleshly body to receive a blow from my lord. I will then spare the lives of everyone in your Tianxian sect." Yuan Fengzhao froze at his words, then his eyes suddenly brightened with great joy. Although he had only just broken through the divine origin realm not long ago, he was at least a serious divine origin realm powerhouse, 2 realms above Deng Tian. Simply by taking one blow from the other party, he would be able to make this gentleman let the entire Tianxian sect have a chance at life. Where can you find such a good thing? Yuan Fengzhao was so excited that he hurriedly collected all his cultivation and stood in place with only the power of his physical body. Respectfully, he exclaimed, "Yuan is willing. Mr. Su has a big heart and is blessed by the heavens. On behalf of everyone in the Tianxian sect, Mr. Yuan thanks you for your openness." Su Chenshao smiled and squinted his eyes. "No harm done," he said, lowering his eyes to his right hand. A desolate and ancient aura of recklessness and gods and devils filled the air. Using his fist as a sword, the Taiya sword technique's Ling Li's sword intent was dense and encircling. A punch is thrown. This punch that was mixed with 2 terrifying auras shattered even the cloud realm space. Before even getting close, it caused Yuan Fengzhao to have his chi and blood churning all over the place, and his flesh seemed to have a stance of being torn apart. His pupils slammed shut as the choking sensation hit him. "This force, you told me it was the Ascension realm?" A thick deathly intent surged out. Yuan Fengzhao clenched his teeth, not daring to utilize his cultivation at all, and was only able to fight back with the power of his flesh. This punch, solidly bombarded with Yuan Fengzhao's body. Ka! In an instant, countless cracks filled his divine origin realm flesh, and his entire body was directly blasted away as if it were a cannonball. Rumble! Countless buildings shattered, and dust and fog rose in the distance. Such an astonishing strike was not at all like the power that a person in the Heaven Ascension realm was capable of erupting. Even Granny Qian, who was on the side, had her heart pounding, her face shocked as she looked at this Imperial clan male. How is that possible? The other party was at least at the divine origin realm cultivation level. Even if it is the desolate ancient god body, it shouldn't be strong enough to go against the heavens like this, right? What she doesn't know is this. Su Chuanxiao was already carrying a divine demon body. Now that he had obtained the top 10 ranked desolate ancient divine body, it was even more of a blessing. Across the street in the midst of that ruin, Yuan Fengzhao spat out blood from his mouth. His flesh was shattered, and the breath in his body contained chaos, an overriding to the extreme. Sword intent that seemed to cut through everything ran amok, as if his internal organs had been broken. He sat trembling on the ground for a long time and could not stand up. Yuan Fengzhao's face was pale and bloodless as he hoarsely said, "Yuan Mao, thanks you for your guidance." Su Chenshao, however, looked at his fist with some disappointment and muttered, "It clearly feels like it's capable of directly blowing up the physical body." Still missing the point? After possessing the desolate ancient divine body, Su Chenshao had the feeling that if he were to face the triple transformation 9 Shin tribulation once more, even the legendary Black Hell Divine Thunder itself could be physically hardened against it without the need for the chaotic chi to envelop it. But even though he was carrying a supreme divine body, he didn't have a powerful body forging technique. It was thought that with a little bit of cultivation, It would be able to strengthen a few times in terms of strength. Su Chenshao lost his smile and shook his head, not caring. After all, the matter of cultivation had to be gradual, and he had just obtained a divine body, so he couldn't be in a hurry. A green Emperor Dan appeared with the flip of a hand and burst out. Alright, Patriarch Yuan. This Gongzi never backtracks on his words. The matter of your Tianxian sect is not to be blamed. Take it. Yuan Fengshao was like being blessed with heavenly grace, kneeling and bowing with gratitude. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your kindness. At this moment, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. This is my divine body, the power of my Yi Shao. Yi Shao, who was lying on the ground, saw this scene and hated it even more in his heart. His own desolate ancient god body was actually tens of times stronger in the other party. Yi Zhao's eyes were livid and hideous. He fiercely looked at Ming Sulwan to the side and growled as if he were a severe ghost. Luaner, help me kill him. Kill him. I saved your life once. You helped me kill him. Ming Sulwan's pretty face turned even paler at the words, and her eyes were filled with strangeness. Is this really Brother Yi? Granny Qian's face suddenly changed and she shouted angrily. Shut up, my lady. Long ago, owed you nothing. She slapped her palm forward towards Yi Zhao's head, and the terrifying holy force directly shattered Yi Zhao's vitality. Bang! Just such a strike instantly caused Yi Zhao to lose all his vitality. She was afraid that if she let Yi Zhao say any more, when the time came, she would stir up a fire and it would be difficult to protect her Ming family. Brother Yi. Ming Su Kite's eyes went black. She didn't expect Granny Chen to take the initiative and actually fainted directly. Ding! Heavenly Destiny protagonist Yi Shao has perished. The Heavenly Destiny value is empty. Congratulations on hunting Yi Shao, the celestial protagonist of Against the Sky Martial Emperor. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining all the items of the Heavenly Fate protagonist, Tianxian Technique, Barbarian Blood Refining Technique, Tarzan Seal, and Heavenly Locking Net. Unlocked Script Function. You can roughly view the script of the main character of Heaven's Destiny. When the main character's destiny value is less than 30% of his destiny value falls, unlocking the remaining chances to view in case the owner misses a major blessing. Currently hunting Divine Order protagonist. 1. Current villain value, 105,000. Su Chenshao looked at Granny Qian with some surprise. This old woman was decisive and directly killed this Heaven's Destiny protagonist. But it can't hurt. On the contrary, this new feature of the system, Life Script, is quite interesting. In Su Chenxiao's field of vision, the panel of the number of hunting Heaven's Destiny protagonists had Yi Zhao's gray avatar on it. Yi Shao, Heaven's Destiny protagonist of Against the Sky Martial Emperor. Fallen. Remaining opportunities for Red Meteor Burial Ground, Godless Scripture, Ancient Divine Refining Technique, North Domain Demon Realm, Aqua Green Dragon Beast, Heavenly Materials and Treasures, Ancient Land of Tianxian, Sacred Realm Inheritance, Sacred Elixir. Chapter 27, Great Dao Fruit, Burial Ground Opportunity. Sangu Refining God Skill. Su Chenshao carefully examined the introduction of Yi Zhao's remaining chances. Some other things such as the Saint's Inheritance were not of interest to himself. Rather, this Sangu Divine Refining Technique. However, it was a supreme technique that was most suitable for one's divine demon body as well as the desolate ancient god body. Thinking about it, this was Yi Zhao's second greatest chance. Sangu Divine Refining Technique. Red Meteor Burial Ground? Su Chenshao murmured softly, but he hadn't heard of this place. And on the other side, until after personally killing Yi Shao to prevent him from saying anything more to implicate his Ming family. Granny Chen Fong sighed in relief and turned toward Su Chenshao. Prince Su, this son has spoken out of turn, repeatedly trying to provoke you, Prince, as well as our Ming family. I really couldn't help but take the liberty of striking this son down without authorization. Please forgive me, Your Excellency. Su Chenshao retrieved his thoughts. Looking at the fainted Ming Su Kite in the back, the other party had clearly lost the title of Heaven's Destiny heroine above her panel. Faintly, alright, since Yi Shao is dead, my lord doesn't bother to pursue the relationship between you. Granny Qian's face was delighted as she respectfully said, Duke Su is magnanimous, worthy of being the Imperial Su family's heavenly pride. On behalf of the head of the family, I would like to thank you first. If there is an opportunity in the future, I, the Ming family, will be the head of the Su family, and I am willing to do the work of a dog and horse. Oh, really? Su Chenshao heard smilingly looked at Granny Qian and opened his mouth. Then don't come in the morning. Why don't we just do it now? Granny Qian froze. Ha? Su Chenshao, let me ask you, do you know about the Red Meteor Burial Ground? Red Meteor Burial Ground, Granny Qian said with a frown, nodding her head after pondering for a while. The Red Meteor Burial Ground that Your Excellency spoke of is an ancient secret realm. It's open to the public once every 30 years, and only distinguished juniors who have been qualified are able to go in and compete for the creation. Mr. Su, what are you? Su Chenxiao said with a faint smile. This Gongzi intends to make a trip into this red meteor burial ground. This lord is actually going to enter the red meteor burial ground? Although the red meteor burial ground was an ancient secret realm with countless opportunities, but this is the son of the Su family of the imperial clan, and there is no shortage of any heavenly material or merit opportunity for the other party. Logically speaking, the things in this red meteor burial ground should not even be able to enter the eyes of the other party. Granny Qian was a bit perplexed, but she didn't think much of it and explained honestly. Back to my lord. This session of the red meteor burial ground will start in a little over half a month. If you really intend to travel, you can head to the Xian clan, a hidden ancient clan. After all, this secret realm exists within their territory and is under their control. Hidden ancient clan Xian family. Su Chenxiao nodded slightly and spoke. Understood. Then go and inform the Xian family that after half a month, this Gongzi is going to enter the red meteor burial ground. Granny Qian was shocked in her heart and nodded her head in a hurry. Old me understands. I will definitely relay what your excellency said truthfully. Only then did Su Chenxiao nod in satisfaction. Somewhat lethargically, he said with a yawn. All right, then. My lord is a bit tired, so you guys go. Granny Qian's eyes lit up. Mr. Su, you can come to the Ming family as a guest when you're free. Since that's the case, then I will take the young lady to leave first. Aha! Taking the unconscious Ming Su kite with her, Granny Qian turned into a stream of light and left this realm. After they left, Yuan Fengxiao, the heavenly Xian sect's patriarch who had taken the Green Emperor pill to recover, came. He coldly looked at Yi Zhao's corpse on the ground and said in a deep voice, this son has offended his excellency and deserves to die. If you, Mr. Su, intend to travel to the red meteor burial ground, we are willing to serve. You may as well stay in my Tianxian sect for the next few days, or let my Tianxian sect treat you well and redeem your sins. Su Duanxiao opened his mouth after a moment of contemplation. Good thing too. In a magnificent palace prepared by Yuan Fengxiao, Su Chenxiao looked at Yi Zhao's life script as well as the remaining chances to fall into thought. According to the system, there are 3, 6, 9 grades of heavenly protagonists, the strongest of which can achieve great emperors, and the weakest of which can become a realm power. Yi Zhao possessed the absolute god body, and the future of his life script was a party of eminence, capable of becoming the existence of a martial emperor. And just like this Yi Zhao, who has the script of the protagonist of the desolate ancient god body, will almost die in the red meteor burial ground. That's kind of interesting. Xian Ao Tian, how is the name? Such a strong vestigial feeling? Su Duanxiao opened his mouth indifferently. Elder Chang. Elder Chang said respectfully from the side. My lord, the old slave is here. Su Chenxiao, go and check the situation of the Xian family, a hidden ancient clan. For me, focus on investigating the person named Xian Ao Tian. Elder Chang nodded and said in a deep voice, the old slave understands. With that, he disappeared into the darkness. After Cheng Lao left, Su Chenxiao released the dead soul beast, causing it to devour the cloud realm space on its own. Ever since it had devoured the divine soul of the Seal King realm powerhouse Wu Linmu, the body of the dead soul beast had grown one size larger. It was now the size of a ball, and even the illusory body had become somewhat solid. The dead soul beast was just lying on Su Chuanxiao's leg, gnawing on the surrounding space. Looking at the dead soul beast on his lap, Su Chenxiao gently stroked his hand up. It didn't have the same tactile sensation as the entity, as if the hand had been placed into a blast of ice-cold mist. Dead soul beast, juvenile, little fellow, the system says that you'll be able to feed back to me after you grow up. A wonderful use. Looks like there's still a place for you to feast on. Just don't know exactly which Dao domain can be so lucky to become the dead soul beast's sustenance. The corner of Su Chenxiao's mouth lifted slightly, suddenly remembering that he had harvested more than 100,000 villain values this time. Opened the system mall and prepared to spend a lot of money. It just so happened that today, the system mall was refreshed with a new batch of goods. Upon seeing one of the objects, Su Chenxiao was slightly stunned and somewhat surprised. I can't believe you even have this kind of stuff? Avenue fruit. Being able to enter the realm of celestial beings and randomly perceive a Dao rule. Required villain value, 10,000. Great Dao fruits capable of comprehending complete Dao rules were extremely rare even among the heavens. Only under special circumstances of chance can one be born. As for himself, he was already at the 9th level of the heavenly Ascension realm, and further up, he was at the immortal realm. The immortality realm was a watershed for cultivators of the heavens, in which the time it took varied, and it was extremely dependent on enlightenment. It is necessary to condense the avenues under one's control into the original Tao fruits, and the more avenues under one's control, the more powerful one's ability to perform the divine art will be. Ordinary people can only seek to capture a trace of the power of the great Tao through a variety of chances and senses, and a person born with a divine body, even the weakest special physique, does not need to be controlled through sensation, and carries an avenue of his own. In other words, as long as there were enough resources, the lowest ceiling for those with special physiques was the immortal realm. Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered. Being in a chaotic body himself, it was natural that the more avenues there were, the better. Looking at the great Tao fruit that had been refreshed by the system mall interface only required 10,000 villain value apiece. Su Chenxiao bought all of them in one breath. The commodity of the great Taoist fruit turned directly to gray. Ding! Purchase of Avenue Fruit *5 is successful. Spend 50,000 of the villain's value. Remaining villain value, 55,000. Chapter 28 Breaking Through the Immortal Realm. 8 Great Paths. Buzz. Pull out the great Tao fruit from within the system storage space. In front of his body, a fruit with different forms, dazzling with Tao energy, and incomparably divine appeared. Some were covered in scales so bright and crimson that even the space around them seemed to be scorched. Some are permeated with a bizarre and incomparable aura, with a faceless human face growing on top of the fruit. Su Chenxiao looked at the several great Tao fruits in front of him, feeling the aura of the great Tao that belonged uniquely to it. 3 lower avenues, 1 middle, and 1 upper avenue fruit existed. Su Chenxiao couldn't help but let his eyes light up as he directly picked up a great Tao fruit and cultivated it. System, 10 times faster accelerated refining. In the next few days, Yuan Fengxiao had never seen Su Chenxiao leave the middle of the Great Hall. One of them he tried to visit, but he was stopped by Old Man Chang. After feeling 5 or 6 auras of the Great Tao that had never appeared before, Yuan Fengxiao couldn't help but be shaken, his face looking exceptionally brilliant. Where did you get so much power from the Great Tao, Sir Su? Is this preparation to break through the immortal realm? 10 days later, 8 rays of light of different colors rushed up from within the ancient hall. The surging power of the Tao rule filled heaven and earth, and the entire Tianxian sect shook as the elders of all parties appeared in front of the main hall in unison. Rumble. As the door to the temple was slowly opened, everyone couldn't help but look at the white-clothed young man with a dusty, ethereal air. The young man's face is handsome and noble. All divine splendor convergence, treasure body crystal flawless. 8 Tao rules surround the body. 3 of them are the most thick, filled with the atmosphere of ancient and desolate. Amazing. After feeling its cultivation level, all the people's pupils did not shrink. Immortal realm. Yuan Fengxiao's mind was wildly shaken and he was the first to react, rushing forward to congratulate him. Congratulations to Mr. Su for breaking through the immortality realm in one fell swoop today. 8 supreme Tao paths. Even if you put it amongst the emperor clans, there are few people who possess them. How long has it been? Reminiscent of dozens of days ago. This sun just came, but the Ascension realm first cultivation. Even if you get the desolate ancient god body strength increased greatly, this cultivation speed is really horrible. The rest of the elders present also all reacted and rushed to celebrate loudly. Congratulations to Mr. Su for breaking through the immortality realm. After today, Your Excellency will surely overwhelm all the heavenly prides in the heavens, and make a name for himself as a king in the battlefield of the ancient world. Su Chenxiao's face was calm as he faintly said, "It's only a breakthrough to the immortality realm. There's no need to make such a fuss. All disperse." This group of people from the Tianxian sect had truly overreacted in order to brag about themselves. Yuan Fengxiao and the group of elders looked at each other in disbelief, thinking about all of them present. Even Patriarch Yuan Fengxiao, who possessed the most great avenues, had only mastered 3 great avenues. This was still after staying in the immortal realm for hundreds of years, slowly comprehending one after the other. And now this gentleman just stepped into the immortal realm to comprehend 8 avenues. This kind of scene is simply unheard of and unseen. He didn't seem very happy about it. Such a terrifying request. In the end, it was still the imperial clan's son. The crowd left the place one after another in a slightly awkward manner. Elder Cheng also stepped forward at this moment and said, "Old slave congratulates Your Excellency. 8 great avenues are enough to seal a king. Lord Patriarch has prepared a great Tao fruit for you, coupled with the Emperor Su clan's metamorphosis dragon pool baptism. If you return to the clan now, you will be able to grasp the power of 10 great Tao in one fell swoop. When looking at the various clans, they are also definitely called the best." The best? Su Chenxiao smiled proudly. "My lord's quest is more than that. I think that my elder brother, Su Jingheng, once stayed at the Immortal Realm for 10 years before making a breakthrough in the 12th Avenue. As for himself, he was carrying an innate chaotic god body, and the more avenues he had, the better naturally. Su Chenxiao said flatly, there is no hurry about returning to the clan. Elder Chang, have you investigated the matter that I asked you to investigate before? Elder Chang nodded, his voice hoarse. Back to your excellency, everything about the Xian clan, the hidden ancient clan, has been investigated clearly. Tell me about it. The hidden ancient clan Xian family land is within the Canhai Mingdao domain, and its clan has a total of 489 people, and there are also a total of 97 outlying legacy sons with the Xian family bloodline. Su Chenxiao was stunned and had a black face. Get to the point. I told you to focus on Xian Aotian. So detailed. You're spacing out to check on your family? But this is also a side note. Su family shadowguard's terrible. Hall hidden ancient family. In just a short period of time, actually from top to bottom, to be able to investigate so clearly. Elder Qing paused and immediately turned his words around and said, Your Excellency, this son Xian Aotian is the first son of the Xian family's current patriarch. His natural talent is not bad, and he possesses the 24th ranked Heavenly Vault sword body. 15 years ago, his father Xian Yu and his cousin competed for the position of patriarch. Worrying about this son's safety sent him to other Dao domains for a few years before picking him up. It's just that somehow Xian Aotian soon after returning to the clan ruptured his relationship with his father and left the Xian clan after voluntarily severing his relationship. Severing relations? Su Chenxiao pondered for a moment after hearing this. This name is coupled with the background and life experiences of the hidden ancient race. I'm afraid that it's also a heavenly protagonist that can make Yi Shao, who is also a heavenly protagonist, suffer repeatedly. Where is he now? Clear Elder, back to the Duke. Xian Aotian is now within the Canhai Dao domain. It seems that because of the upcoming opening of the Red Meteor Burial Ground, they are fighting in the middle of the gladiatorial arena trying to gain entry qualifications. Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered. Calculating the time, there is still less than a week to go before the Red Meteor Burial Ground opens. He himself is going to get the Tsangu Divine Refining Scripture this time. It would naturally be the best thing if he could harvest another Heaven's Mandate protagonist in the meantime. Thinking about this, Su Chenxiao grinned, said with a smile, since that's the case, then we'll make a trip to the coming Dao region. Go and meet. What kind of character is this Xian Aotian, the void of the heavens? Learning that he was preparing to leave for the Canning Dao domain, Tianxian sect patriarch Yuan Fengxiao had taken the initiative to prepare a supreme-level spirit boat to escort him. Su Chenxiao didn't refuse. Only what he didn't expect was, this guy even brought over the famous female cultivator with extraordinary appearance and cultivation temperament, who is still a perfect body in the entire Dao domain, trying to climb the high branch of God's family, the Su family, in this way. Assholes, this gentleman is all about business. Is he not a man who indulges in sex and pleasure? Su Chuanqiao lying in a figure to cause trouble, the peaks of the young girl in the middle of some unhappy thought. Gongzi, come, eat the fruit. On the side, a few marvelous women with unassuming appearance were peeling spirit fruit grapes for him. The beautiful eyes were filled with fascination as she looked at the noble gentleman in front of her with a terrifying background and handsome appearance. Open your mouth. Ah, it's a pity that this male is lazy and extravagant though, but has never behaved beyond the bounds to any of them. This couldn't help but make the hearts of several young girls with countless suitors and stunning looks in the Tianxian sect feel a bit regretful. And the other side. Today is a good day. Yuan Fengxiao's face was flushed and he was in an excellent mood. Although Duke Su's punch earlier had nearly exploded his physical body, but the Green Emperor Dan given afterward not only restored his flesh to its original state, even the first level of the Divine Origin Realm cultivation, which had been stuck for a long time, had broken through. Now that he was able to have the opportunity to flatter this imperial clan prince in front of him, he was naturally excited and in a happy mood. As the spirit boat passed through the layers of formation barriers, only then did Yuan Fengxiao arrive in front of Su Chenxiao and spoke respectfully. Sir Su, we've arrived at the Canning Dao region. P.S. Chase is really too bad. During the new book to beg the small stacks of people temporarily do not feed the book. Point to urge to read the chase praise. Duck duck kowtowed. Bang bang bang. Chapter 29, Hidden Ancient Clan Xian Family, Brother of Heaven's Destiny protagonist Xian Aotian, the domain of the Kaming Tao. Within the Xian family, a hidden ancient clan, a middle-aged man with a calm and extraordinary temperament and a tall figure sat in the main seat. The man was the Xian clan head who had emerged from the clan headship fight in the previous generation. Hyun Woo. Hyun Woo's eyes were closed, and he couldn't tell if he was happy or angry. Where did Aoti go? Inside the lower hall. The fresh-faced teenager Xian Ning said with an arch, back to father. Elder brother, he's gone to the apocalypse gladiator. Gladiator. Zhenyu murmured softly. A hint of displeasure flashed in his incredibly deep eyes, and he sank his voice. That asshole. To think that a member of my ancient clan Xian family, my Xian Yu's son, with his honorable status, would not be able to go into that lowly gladiatorial arena to fight with barbarians? Seeing my father in shock, the lower Xian Ning's heart thumped as he slowly said, Father, the apocalypse gladiator has a qualification to enter the red meteor burial ground. I think elder brother is because of this. That's why. Zhenyu sniffed even more angrily. Humph. The red meteor burial ground is under the care of my Xian family. If that rebellious son is willing to come and confess his faults, how could my father not let him in? Xian Ning was silent for a moment as he sniffed. In the depths of his eyes surfaced a strong jealousy. The same for the father's son. Why father is always more favored brother Xian Aotiansum? Xian Ning hesitated for a moment, then raised his head to look at his father, his eyes filled with hope. Father, I don't understand. My elder brother doesn't understand your painstaking efforts at all. He has clearly severed his ties with our ancient clan Xian family and is not a member of my Xian family. Why do you still care so much about your brother's movements? Does it mean that my ancient clan Xian family can't continue without him? Xian Aotian alone? Father, I'm also at the immortal realm. My cultivation level is even higher than my elder brother's. I'm also able to represent the Xian clan to enter the red meteor burial ground. This statement was made. There was a crisp slap. Pow! Rebellious son. Aotian, he's your elder brother no matter what. Does that mean you're going to disobey me as a father too? You get down on your knees. Xian Yu did not know when he appeared in front of Xian Ning. His expression was angry, as if he was a furious lion. But when he saw Xian Ning, who was kneeling on the ground, his eyes red and not saying a word, seemingly as if he had thought of something, Xian Yu's face gradually softened again. He squatted down and gently stroked Xian Ning's red and swollen face that had been beaten, saying in a gentle tone, Ninjel. In fact, my father doesn't mean anything else. You are also my Xian Yu's son. It's just that your mother died early, and your brother Aotian was sent to the outside world by his father since he was young, lacking our care, which led to his radical character. It's only right that I, as a father, should give him some slack. Xian Ning was trembling, kneeling on the ground and forcing back the tears in his eyes. Looking at the familiar yet strange father in front of him for the first time, he chose to retort, But father, what about me? I was a hostage in the clan for 3 years. It was the bargaining chip Uncle Clan used to threaten you. Uncle Clan once told me himself that you had tried to give up on me as your son several times. Brother, he was at least safe and sound out there, and you even compensated him with countless resources after he returned. But what did he do? Bullying, blaming you for your mother's death, and having a million grudges against you. Father, your eyes were only on your elder brother him from the beginning to the end, and you were able to forgive him no matter what deviant things he did. Xian Ningna's tear-stained face loudly rebuked. But have you ever thought that I am also your child? That I am also a piece of flesh that fell from my mother's body? You're just making up for all the guilt of your mother's death on your older brother. These words of punishment were tantamount to an extremely sharp sword that deeply pierced Xian Yu's heart. You shut up! Xian Yu's gentle face became furious in an instant. He subconsciously raised his palm and wanted to hit. Xian Ning didn't avoid or let go, like he was ready for the judgment of the coming storm. Zhenyu's hand stopped in the air for a long time. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and spoke in a low, suppressed voice. Get out. Father, I'm telling you to get out as a father. Do you hear me? Xian Ning's body shook. Then it was as if he understood something in a flash. A self-deprecating, miserable smile followed, then slowly got up and walked out, trembling. After he left, Zhenyu alone returned to his seat, looking up at the ceiling for a long time. He had lost too much for this patriarchal position. The oldest son did this, and now even the youngest son, who is the most docile and understanding, is doing the same. Is it really true that I am not good enough as a father? Just as he was falling into self-doubt, a Xian family elder hurriedly walked over. Matriarch, matriarch, second elder Xian Yu rubbed his Harumi points and tried to calm himself as much as possible as he looked at the visitor. What's wrong? The second elder hurriedly said. Matriarch, as the ancient clans Ming clan said from their mouths earlier, that imperial clan Su clan's young prince is here. At this moment, the grand elder is outside to receive the honored guest. Are you the patriarch? What? Is it really someone from the imperial Su family? Xian Yu's heart shook at his words and hurriedly got up. Quickly, call up a group of elders and go forward with me to greet that imperial clan prince. At this moment, outside the Xian family hall of the ancient clan, Yuan Fengxiao followed beside Su Chenxiao with some apprehension. Think he is at least a clan chief, But when he came to this hidden ancient clan only to know that there are people outside the people, the sky outside the sky, not only was the palace of this hidden ancient clan, the Xian family, atmospheric and majestic, even the gatekeepers were of the same divine Yuan realm as himself. The Xian clan's grand elder was respectfully at the side, speaking towards Su Chinxiao. Sir Su, please wait for a moment, my clan chief will come over soon, please also follow me. I'll take you to rest in the water cloud Xian court. Su Chinxiao nodded and said faintly, aha. Suddenly, it was like a realization. Su Chinxiao noticed a red-eyed teenager hurriedly walking past from not far away. Name, Xian Ning. Title, Ruthless Evil Emperor, Divine Destiny Protagonist's brother. Identity, son of the head of the Xian family, a hidden ancient clan. Age, 20. Character, meek, jealous. Realm, 9th level of the immortal realm. Physique, amphibious divine body. Techniques, Xian Tian record. Yin Yang ancient art. Script, the youngest son of the Xian family, a hidden ancient clan, was taken as a hostage to threaten his father at a young age, and is very jealous of his father's preference for his elder brother, Xian Ao Tian. When he becomes an adult, the brother of the main character of Destiny? Su Chinxiao was slightly stunned. In that case, that Xian Ao Tian was indeed the Heaven's Destiny protagonist without a doubt. It's just that his brother's script is kind of interesting. The corner of Su Chinxiao's mouth lifted slightly as he pointed at Xian Ning who was walking by. Elder Xian, who is that one? The Grand Elder looked over, then spoke respectfully. Sir Su, that child is the youngest son of my clan's patriarch, Xian Ning. His talent is not bad. He is the contemporary pride of my Xian clan. Su Chinxiao nodded and said with a smile, I see that his face looks a bit not so good. Is something wrong? The Grand Elder froze, and he naturally noticed Xian Ning's somewhat reddened eyes. As a member of the ancient Xian family, he quickly guessed what was going on, but the family scandal could not be revealed, so he could only say with a bitter smile, the old man doesn't know what's going on. At that moment, a bright and incomparable laughter suddenly rang out in the distance. Ha ha ha, early this morning I heard a blessed bird chirping outside, and I thought in my heart that something good was happening. I can't believe it's Prince Su of the Imperial clan who has condescended to visit my Xian clan. It's really a great honor for my ancient clan's Xian clan to be honored. Chapter 30 Temperamental Xian Yu. Qualification Jade Order. Only in the distance, Clan Chief Xian Yu led a group of clan elders to greet him. Xian Yu appeared to be very bold, stepping forward and arching his hand without being humble. My name is Xian Clan Head Xian Yu. I've met Mr. Su a few years ago. I heard rumors about your son, and today I saw that his name is indeed true. Mr. Su is really a good judge of character, a dragon and phoenix among men. The elders beside him were also all respectful and decent as they stepped forward to show their goodwill. Name, Hyun Woo. Title, Biological Father of the Protagonist of the Heavenly Fate of the Ruthless Evil Emperor. Age, 2561. Personality, temperamental, biased. Identity, Head of the Xian clan, a hidden ancient clan. Realm, 7th level of the Holy Realm. Su Chinxiao smiled warmly and opened his mouth. I am only new to this place, and knowing that the Xian clan, a hidden ancient clan, is here, I came to take a look in passing. The Xian clan's grand hall is majestic. In the end, it lives up to the name of a hidden ancient clan. This Duke Su had an extraordinary background, and he was clearly a member of the Imperial clan, yet he was so courteous, and for a moment he couldn't help but let his good feelings rise. Xian Yu said with a bright smile, Your Excellency is wrong. Please also ask Mr. Su to come with me. I, Xian Yu, will receive you. The Xian family's Suigun Xian court, a pavilion sits in the center of the pool. The surrounding area was planted with heavenly treasures full of fragrance, and the place was full of spiritual qi, with blue waves and flowing water, beautiful mountains and rivers, and pleasant scenery. Xian Yu poured a pot of tea filled with an ethereal aroma, slowly pushed it forward and opened his mouth with a smile. My Xian family is located in a remote realm, but a small domain, not much of a specialty. Mr. Su, try this Dao Yuan tea. It can consolidate your cultivation and slightly feel the power of the great Dao. Speaking of this, Xian Yu looked at Qing Lao and Yuan Fengxiao, who were on the side of Su Chinxiao, and also sent a light. I think this is senior shadow guard of the Su family, right? And this one, the heavenly Xian sect patriarch. Long time no see. Qing Lao was indifferent, standing beside Su Chinxiao as if he were a statue without saying a word. Yuan Fengxiao, however, was flattered. How could he not have thought that this distinguished ancient clan patriarch would recognize himself as an unimpressive small clan master? Unbeknownst to him, with the ability of his ancient clan, the Xian family, the bottom line had already been mapped out as early as the time of his arrival. although he knew that the other party was looking at this Mr. Su's face. Yuan Fengshao still hurriedly arched his hand and thanked him. I wouldn't dare. Thank you, Patriarch Xian, for the tea. Xian Yu smiled and turned his head to look at Su Chenshao inquiringly. That Granny Qian of the ancient clan's Ming clan has already informed us some time ago that what Mr. Su has come here this time is for the matter of that red meteor burial ground, isn't it? Su Chenshao sipped his tea, his face calm, and said with a faint smile, the red meteor burial ground, which opens once every 30 years, is under the control of the ancient clan Xian family. Such a precious place. Since I'm here, I naturally want to take a look at it. It's just that this quota, however, will have to trouble Patriarch Xian. Hyunwoo hurriedly waved his hand at his words. Where are your words, my lord? If your excellency wants to enter the red meteor burial ground, not to mention just a single quota, even if it's 10 or 100, my Xian family would rightfully offer it with both hands. Saying this, Xian Yu took out a jade order from his storage ring and handed it over. This is? Su Duanxiao asked. Xian Yu, Mr. Su, please also keep it. This object is the qualification order. This red meteor burial ground, discovered by chance by my Xian family's ancestors 10,000 years ago, is rumored to be a battlefield where Dark Era great emperors fought with dark creatures, and there are great emperors' chances to exist. My ancient clan, the Xian clan, knows that it's not easy to control, so that's why we opened up the qualification of 1,000 names, and every 30 years other Dao ancient clans can enter with this order, and this token is the qualification to enter the burial ground. The only way to leave the burial ground when it closes is to hold it and crush it. This red meteor burial ground has existed for tens of thousands of years, and as a major economic source for the Xian family, the annual income brought by the issuance of this qualification order alone is massive. If it wasn't for the fear that handing out too many would lead to the depletion of resources within the burial ground, it wouldn't be a problem even if this imperial clan prince wanted 100 qualification orders. Su Chenshao took this jade order. In the center of the jade order was engraved the word Xian, vaguely able to feel the flow of the arcane and incomparable array pattern within it. Other than that, there was nothing different. Since that's the case, thank you, Matriarch Xian. Xian Yu grinned and said loudly in an extremely good mood. Where are your words, Mr. Su? A qualification jade order. Although in the outside world it was something that those cultivators fought to get, but for the Xian family, who issued their qualification orders, there were as many as they wanted. If one could thus make friends with this noble son with a terrifying background from the imperial clan, it could simply be considered a more cost-effective deal. As if thinking of something, Zhenyu continued, just Mr. Su, this red meteor burial ground continent is a self-made heaven and earth, with countless ferocious beasts and killing formations within it, and the location of the territory varies every 30 years, so only those under the Seal King realm are able to enter the interior. I'm afraid this protector of the way beside you is not allowed to enter. If you want to go, Mr. Su, you might as well enter with my Xian family disciples. My Xian family knows quite a bit about this burial ground at least, and in this way, we can also help you seize the opportunity. The only thing he was worried about right now was that this son of the Emperor clan would be damaged in the burial ground. If this kind of thing really happened, then it would really be a curse rather than a blessing for his ancient clan Xian family. Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered as he thought of what he had seen outside the hall earlier. That Heaven's Destiny protagonist sibling Xian Ning. The corner of his mouth lifted up. Su Chenxiao said with a faint smile, I wonder if Matriarch Xian has a candidate. Zhenyu's eyes lit up. Compared to the little chance in the burial ground, if they entered together and were fortunate enough to be able to make friends with this dignified son of the imperial clan, the future would be very promising. His first reaction was to hand over the heavenly opportunity of climbing up to the imperial clan's son to his eldest son, Xian Ao Tian. But suddenly the disgruntled and complaining face of his youngest son came into his mind. Hey, Xian Yu sighed slightly in his heart. Ao Tian's character is too impulsive, and he is unwilling to recognize himself as his father. And one has been, indeed, negligent in caring for Ninger. As he thought about it, the only person within the clan whose strength most closely matches that of his youngest son, Ninger. In the end, you can't favor one over the other. Then Jenna smiled and opened his mouth. Duke Su, my untalented young son Xian Ning can take on this responsibility. My youngest son, Xian Ning, has just turned 20 and carries the two-element divine body. Not only does he have an understanding and obedient character, his cultivation is also at the 9th level of the immortal realm. If he is fortunate enough to be able to assist you, sir, I think that this burial ground matter will certainly yield twice the result with half the effort. I don't know. What does the prince think? Xian Yu inquired tentatively. Su Chenxiao sipped his tea, pondered for a moment, and nodded slightly. So be it. Xian Yu's face was joyful, and his heart couldn't help but feel a little excited and grateful for a moment. Fortunately, the other elders are not here, otherwise they can accompany Su Gongzi. This matter cannot be so smoothed down, Jenna said while the iron was hot. Since that's the case, then Mr. Su, I'll call out to my untalented little son to come over. After saying that, Xian Yu immediately called over Xian Ning from within the clan through the Divine Messenger voice transmission. Chapter 31. Jealous of the younger brother of the main character of Heaven's Destiny. Father always cares only for the elder brother. Not much longer. Xian Ning arrives. His face seemed to look a lot better, and as soon as he stepped forward, he respectfully arched his hand towards his father Xian Yu and Su Chenxiao. Father, Mr. Su. Xian Yu intentionally wanted to compensate this youngest son of his, nodded his head and spoke in a calm and deep voice. Ninger, this is the Imperial Su clan's honored guest, Prince Su Chenxiao. Mr. Su intends to make a trip into the Red Meteor burial ground. During this period of time, you'll properly follow Mr. Su around, and do everything at Mr. Su's behest. Got it? As early as when he arrived, Xian Yu had informed Xian Ning as much as he could about Su Chenxiao's identity as well as the burial site through divine thought transmission. Xian Ning nodded and turned to look at Su Chenxiao, who was sitting opposite his father. A white dress, handsome and flawless. The face has been kept warm like jade smile. Hands and feet are more calm, smooth, as much as the world's son of that noble. Even Xian Ning, who had seen many of his peers' pride, couldn't help but sigh a little in his heart. Is this the son of the imperial family? He slowly stepped forward, clasped his hands and bowed his head respectfully. Xian Ning greets His Excellency. Please don't worry, Mr. Su, the Red Meteor burial ground has always been under the control of my Xian family. For its internal situation, Xian Ning knows it like the back of his hand. If Mr. Su needs anything, just order Xian Ning. Su Chenxiao carefully surveyed this Heaven's Destiny protagonist sibling in front of him. With a handsome face and sword eyes and starry eyebrows, Pale smiled and waved his hand. A talented man, worthy of being a son of the ancient clan. No need to be so formal. Sit. Xian Ning looked at his father with some hesitation for a moment, only to see his father Xian Yu's face was calm, sipping his tea and faintly opened his mouth. Since it was Mr. Su who asked you to sit, you can sit down. It wasn't until her father spoke that Xian Ning sat down somewhat restlessly. It was the first time since he was a child that he had been on an equal footing with his father. During the day my father had been unsmiling and majestic. I can't imagine that even someone like father is so kind and respectful in front of this Mr. Su. Xian Ning gave Su Chenxiao a somewhat grateful look. Su Chenxiao smiled faintly and cast a friendly and gentle gaze towards him. With the information about the pro-brother of the protagonist of this providence, maybe it's big in terms of helping you harvest your own protagonists next. After seeing Duke Su agree to this matter, Xian Yu smiled broadly and said, there are still 3 days before the Red Meteor burial ground opens, so during this period of time, I would like to ask you, sir, to condescend to stay at my ancient clan's Xian family. Even though my Canning Dao region isn't large, there are quite a few places with pleasant scenery, so I'll also have Ninger take you around the area. Sir. Saying this, Xian Yu glanced at the somewhat nervous Xian Ning beside him and cast him a look, then got up and said, Eunuch Su, before that, I still need to make preparations and give Ninger an account of some things. You'll also have to wait. Su Chenxiao nodded and said indifferently, go on. Xian Yu arched his hand and turned his head to signal Xian Ning to come along. Outside the Suigun Tingxian, Xian Yu looked towards Xian Ning who had his head lowered in front of him and did not say a word, and slowly opened his mouth. Ninger, raise your head. Father. Xian Ning was a little afraid to look up to meet his father's gaze, for just now, for the first time, he himself had disobeyed the majestic father in front of him. Xian Yu stared tightly at his son who was averting his gaze for a moment. His face gradually became a little softer, stretching out his big hand to touch Xian Ning's cheeks that were still a little reddened, and said, Ningel, just now for father, hit you pain, right? What you said before was good. All these years, my father's mind has been on your unproductive brother, and has neglected your feelings. Xian Ning froze at his words, his face filled with incredulity as he stared blankly at the father in front of him. He choked a little. Father is the patriarch of a clan, and he is in charge of everything day to day, so the child is fine. Xian Yu lovingly smiled. This little son of his own has always been the most obedient and understanding. He turned his words around and went straight to the point, speaking with a smile. Ninger, that Mr. Su is the most beloved son of that patriarch of the Su clan of the Imperial clan. His grandpa and grandpa are both one of the world's leading great emperor realm existences. My Xian family, if I can befriend this noble gentleman, perhaps in the future, I will be able to leapfrog to become the most powerful family among the hidden ancient clans. This time the opportunity is rare. My father has entrusted this task to you. Can you understand what my father means, Xian Yu asked with an expectant face? Xian Ning nodded. He naturally knew what a behemoth the Imperial Su family was. Just to make him some surprises, can contact to get acquainted with the Emperor clan's son such a good thing? To the father's character and how will turn to get their own. Could it be because of his own previous rebellious words in the Great Hall that made his father finally realize that only he was his most obedient and filial son? But Xian Yu's next sentence mercilessly shattered the last bit of thought in his heart. This matter, my father originally wanted to hand it over to your older brother Xian Aotian, but your older brother has a strong character and is too impulsive, and is by no means a suitable candidate. You are the only one who can put my father's mind at ease. As soon as these words came out, Xian Ning's heart, which was full of emotion, turned cold for a moment. He looked at his own father in front of him, who had a gentle face and constantly instructed him, and only felt extraordinarily strange. Sure enough, even if his elder brother Xian Aotian severed his ties with the family, he was the first person my father thought of when something good happened. Himself, always just the backup candidate. As if recognizing reality, the trace of emotion within Xian Ning's heart was gone in an instant. I understand, father. Xian Yu, who was the biological father, did not even notice his son's abnormality, but instead patted his shoulder with relief and said, if you are able to befriend that Mr. Su, it will be a heavenly blessing not only for you, but also for my Xian family. Feel free to talk to my father if you have any difficulties. Go on, don't let my father down. Sui Gun Ting Xian. Xian Ning came here in a state of disorientation. Su Chenxiao, who was sipping tea and idly enjoying himself, noticed this scene and his eyes narrowed slightly. Upon checking out Xian Ning's recent script experience, Su Chenxiao realized all of this. This natural destiny protagonist's own brother has a lot on his mind. Su Duanxiao smiled faintly and opened his mouth. Xian Ning. Xian Ning was slightly stunned and rushed forward after reacting. What is the order, my lord? Su Chenxiao smiled and said as he sipped his tea. My lord has said that there is no need to be so polite. Sit, come and drink tea with my lord. Xian Ning did as he was told somewhat woodenly. Su Chenxiao said lightly as he sipped his tea. Why, does it look like you have something on your mind? Could it be that your father is displeased with you for allowing you to follow my lord? Xian Ning instantly sobered up at the words and hurriedly got up and knelt on one knee. Don't dare. It's Xian Ning's honor to be able to follow Prince Su. It's just that Xian Ning is slightly bitter in his heart because of some family matters. Su Chenxiao said with interest and a smile. Oh, a family matter? Su Chenxiao snapped his fingers, and the gem-studded storage ring in his hand suddenly flashed with a white light. Almost wine-inducing, spirituous spirits were just laid out on the table, exchanging wine for tea. Tell me about it. This. Xian Ning hesitated for a moment, but once he thought of what his father had explained, he smiled somewhat bitterly. Since it's a request from your excellency, Xian Ning wouldn't dare to disobey. Still, the many grievances in his heart were given a truthful voice. While Su Chenxiao listened, the smile in his eyes grew stronger. Chapter 32 Apocalypse Arena. Female Master Purpleine Spirit Snake Willow Purple Shirt. About half an hour later, after drinking a lot of spirits, Xian Ning's face was a bit rosy, and the bitterness in his heart dissipated for the most part after some telling. He had not thought that there were people in this world who could still understand him, although some of the alcohol was getting to his head. Xian Ning was obviously still relatively sober and pleaded. Mr. Su, this matter, please don't let my father know. Su Chenxiao nodded and said with a faint smile. Naturally, it's just that from what I've heard from you, that older brother of yours seems to have a lot of personality. As soon as he mentioned his elder brother, a strong color of jealousy flashed in Xian Ning's eyes. Brother has always thought that keeping me in the clan was an injustice to his father and mother for favoring me. Unbeknownst to me, before my father became the patriarch, I, Xian Ning, became the handle of others for 3 years. The suffering I have endured is no less than that of his Xian Aotian. It's even worse, but he is good. After returning to the clan everywhere for me, relying on my father's doting, repeatedly disobeyed my father, not chastised, even if it is, even chose to cut off relations with my ancient Xian family. But how would he know that all the big troubles he has caused out there are being wiped by me, his younger brother, who has gone to wipe his ass? Su Chenxiao could feel the thick resentment and indignation in Xian Ning's heart, and nodded his head as if in approval, saying, since that's the case, have you ever thought of letting your elder brother understand that without your ancient clan Xian family, he would be nothing? Xian Ning sighed. It's useless. With father's favoritism towards him, he still sends people to keep an eye on him at all times even if his elder brother breaks off the relationship. How can I compete with him? Xian Aotian? Su Chenxiao grinned and said with a smile, "Then what if I say that my lord is willing to help you?" "What?" Xian Ning's heart shook, and somewhat incredulously, he looked up at Su Chenxiao, who had a handsome appearance and deep eyes. After a few drinks, he had long since taken this Su gentleman in front of him as a sincere confidant. When he heard that this Duke Su in front of him, who had a prominent status and a terrifying background, wanted to help himself, Xian Ning had all of a sudden sobered up quite a bit from some of his drinking and said incredulously, "Mr. Su, what do you mean by this?" The next day, Canming Dao Domain, Night Plume City. Due to the upcoming opening of the Tsang meteor burial ground once every 30 years, every Dao lineage and great clan in the heavens had brought their disciples. There was a sea of people within the various places of the Dao domain right now, with an endless stream of incoming and outgoing cultivators. As the most famous and prosperous city in the Canming Dao domain, the Apocalypse Gladiator Arena was similarly located in it. The entrance to the Apocalypse Gladiator Arena. Xian Ning was a member of the hidden ancient clan, and naturally, no one knew of him within this Canning Dao domain. Originally, after meeting Xian Ning, the gladiatorial arena steward had intended to arrange for him to be placed in the VIP box. However, after learning that the person beside Xian Ning was from the legendary Emperor clan, he was instantly scared less, rushing to notify the Lord of the Arena to come and personally receive the duo to invite them to the highest specification Supreme Box of the arena. The Supreme Box was the place to receive the patriarchs of the various clans and the Saint Realm powerhouses, and it was located directly above the entire gladiatorial arena with the best and highest field of vision. Inside the house decoration luxury, rare and incomparable spiritual fruits and wonders placed on the table. The wall is hung with a picture of the beauty of the gladiator arena for people to choose. The interior was extremely spacious, and from above, it was able to collect the entire Apocalypse Gladiator arena in a single view. Su Chenxiao was lying on a chair, enjoying the massage service of several beautiful-looking wonderful young girls around him. Xian Ning stood upright. At this time, a seductive to the extreme, softening voice rang out. "Thinking about my heavenly Apocalypse Gladiator arena. This is the first time I've received someone from the Emperor clan." Across from Su Chenxiao, a beautiful woman with a stunning appearance and a curvaceous and fiery figure said with a delicate smile, "I have long heard that the Emperor clan Su family young son was born extremely handsome extraordinary. Su's son can today come to visit. Really is to make slaves flattered." The heart of the deer banging ah. The beautiful woman's features were exquisite and charming, with a delicate goose-egg face and brightly colored, fire-like vermilion lips, a cascade of lavender hair, a tall and slender figure, full and high, with a swan-like elegant neck, shoulders draped with snow-white fluff. That light silk dress is a delicate curve outlined, intoxicating, in combination with that seductive, as if a pair of scissors autumn water-like beautiful eyes. It is simply a scourge of the country and a demon. Name, Lu Zisheng. Title, one of the heavenly hostesses of the ruthless evil emperor. Identity, Lord of the Arena of the Apocalypse. Age, 1523. Personality, cold-blooded. Realm, Triple Supreme Realm. Life script, the Purpline Spirit Snake Clan of the Demon Emperor Realm in the Northern Domain. Having missed out on the position of Patriarch due to a sneak attack, flees with the clan's greatest treasures to the Canning Dao Realm and establishes the heavenly Apocalypse Gladiator Arena. He met Xian Ao Tian in the gladiatorial arena, pressed the treasure on him, and decided to rely on Xian Ao Tian to allow him to return to the Demon Emperor Realm and reclaim the position of the head of the Purpline Spirit Snake Clan. This protagonist hadn't even met the person yet, but I couldn't imagine that he had arrived first at the Divine Destiny heroine. Lu Zisheng bowed slightly. "My small daughter, Lu Zisheng. Meet Mr. Su." An extremely good-smelling, mesmerizing aroma permeated Lu Zisheng's body, the aroma that was so seductive that it masked the demonic aura of its body. Su Chenxiao said indifferently, "The Demon Emperor Realm's Purpline Spirit Snake Clan. If you don't stay properly in your Demon Emperor Realm, what's the point of running to our human Dao domain?" Lu Zisheng was slightly stunned at her words, her beautiful eyes narrowing. He was in possession of a treasure that could hide his breath, and it was unexpected that the other party was able to recognize his true identity at a glance. In the end, it's still a member of the Imperial clan. Lu Zisheng let out a delicate laugh without caring, her voice soft and flirtatious. "Mr. Su is worthy of being a member of the Imperial clan. He even saw through my slave's identity with a single glance. Who would be willing to leave their home and go to this unfamiliar place if they didn't have some hard feelings?" Seeing that Su Chenxiao didn't say anything, he closed his eyes and lazily and cozily reclined on the chair enjoying the service of the young girl beside him. Lu Zisheng slowly got up and walked with a gentle pace, swaying her brute waist. "Let me do it," she said towards the young girl who was massaging Su Chenxiao on the side. The young girl did not dare to disobey. Lu Zishang put her slender, plain white jade hand on top of Su Chenxiao's shoulder, gently pinching and massaging his shoulder, and spitting out an orchid. Mr. Su is a pride of the imperial clan. It's better to let my slave serve you. On the side, Xian Ning frowned. Even as a person of the hidden ancient clan, he couldn't help but get goosebumps after hearing such a charming and fluffy voice. Su Duanxiao did not refuse. However, enjoying the service of the beauty, he opened his mouth with his eyes closed. I've heard that your gladiatorial arena has organized an event in which anyone who was able to win 100 victories will receive a qualification order for the Red Meteor Burial Ground? Lu Zishang gently massaged it while laughing softly. Oh, is your excellency not interested in that qualification order? If your excellency wants it, why bother? The slave naturally offers it with both hands. Su Chenxiao opened and looked up at Lu Zishang's demonic, beautiful and charming face and said with a smile, that won't be necessary. There is just one person. May he be within your gladiatorial arena now? Who? Xian Ao Tian. Chapter 33 Xian Family Outcast, 100 Battles of Death in the Gladiator Arena. Lu Zishang sniffed slightly, obviously remembering the name well, and said nonchalantly, the person in Prince Su's mouth. Slave naturally recognizes him. He's a big name amongst my apocalypse gladiators lately. Speaking of this, Lu Zishang glanced at the expressionless Xian Ning on the side and cackled. This is strange to say the least. This person is clearly a member of the ancient clan Xian clan, yet he has to come to this small place of news to compete for the qualification order. Now that he has won 95 consecutive victories, he only needs to win 5 more matches to be able to complete 100 victories. As soon as these words came out, Xian Ning on the side was filled with coldness, and his expression was unpleasant as he snorted coldly. Humph, to think that I, a member of the Xian clan, a hidden ancient clan, how can I enter such a trivial place for people to watch and have fun? He really wants to bring my Xian family into disrepute. Lu Zishang shrugged helplessly and said, we, in the gladiatorial arena, never force ourselves on anyone who competes. This small place of yours can't afford to mess with the ancient clan Xian clan. The 100 victory deathmatch was chosen by that Prince Xian Ao Tian himself, but it has nothing to do with our gladiatorial arena. I have been running the arena for more than 100 years, in order to find the outstandingly gifted young pride and bet on him, so that the other party will help him return to the Purpline Spirit Snake Clan. The original her, it was hard for her to find a Xian Ao Tian. The other party was not bad in terms of talent and background. He himself had wanted to bet on the other party, but after meeting this Imperial Clan male today, he changed his mind for a moment. Ding! Heaven's Destiny heroine Lu Zishang has decided to give up betting on Xian Ao Tian. Xian Ao Tian has lost 1000 luck value. Congratulations to the master for obtaining a villain value of 1,000. That's moving the goalposts? What a cold but realistic woman. Su Chenxiao didn't pay too much attention to it, but instead looked at the lower part of the gladiatorial arena. There are 12 areas in the gladiatorial arena, and almost every day there are hundreds of fights available for betting and fun. The bottom was packed with people. Cultivators on the viewing gallery were all flushed with excitement. Some looked down to the battlefield with fervor, clenching their fists and shouting, while others pounded their chests in chagrin and regretted placing their bets. Hit him! Hit him! I've bet 10,000 spirit stones on you! Asterisk him up hard. Looking at the hot and bustling atmosphere below, even Su Chenxiao could not help but sigh. It's rather lively. Then when will Xian Ao Tian's deathmatch begin? Su Chenxiao asked. Lu Zishang smiled gently and said, so that's what Mr. Su came here for this time off. Xian Ao Tian's last 5 deathmatches were scheduled to begin in the afternoon, but if you, Mr. Su, want to see it, then it's not impossible now. Su Chenxiao rather playfully glanced at Xian Ning on the side and nodded. Then let him begin now. It just so happens that my lord would also like to meet this Xian family outcast, Xian Ao Tian. How about that, Mr. Su? The third basement level of the gladiatorial arena. Inside the dim and damp dungeon, terrifying roars of ferocious beasts and frantic hisses were endless. Roar! Let me out! Let me out! All the prisoners here are death row inmates and ferocious beasts that have been consigned to fight or purchased from outside the gladiatorial arena. In an open and narrow room, a youth with a cold face and wearing a black shirt was sitting on top of a hard stone bed with his eyes closed to cultivate. The Tao energy flowed. A dark and incomparable Tao lingered around his body, and it seemed that nothing around him could affect him. The youth had a head of black hair hanging down, handsome and hard. His face was like a knife, and his eyebrows were similar to Xian family head Xian Yu for a few moments. Ta-da-da-da. At that moment, a sharp footstep sounded. As the door to the room was opened, a thieving, pot-bellied man walked in. Bishop said respectfully. That, Mr. Aotian, are you still practicing? The men are gladiatorial deacons. This person in front of him, although he was nominally a gladiator, anyone knew that the other party's true identity was the ancient clan Xian family's son. It was only because he had severed his relationship with the Xian family that he had come to their heavenly apocalypse arena to obtain a qualification order. Xian Aotian, who was sitting on the stone bed, slowly opened his eyes, and the essence of his eyes was revealed, as if he had the potential to swallow the sky. Boom! The surrounding stone wall was filled with cracks in an instant, and powerful air currents burst out from its body, creating a circle of ripples. Immortal Realm, 2nd level. The fat deacon was taken aback by this sudden scene. Waves of flesh trembled wildly and said with some fear, "Ao, Prince Aotian." Xian Aotian gathered all his cultivation and looked indifferently at the fat deacon in front of him. "What is it?" The fat deacon hurriedly explained. "That Prince Aotian. You still have the last 5 battles. The pavilion master has made arrangements, saying that your battle this afternoon has been brought forward and will begin in a moment. Aotian Gungzi you see. In advance?" Xian Aotian's face was calm, and it was impossible to see clearly whether he was happy or angry. It's good to be ahead of time. These few days of deadly fights, one's cultivation has refined a lot. Not only that, but now it was a leap to break through the Immortal Realm 2nd level. The time has come to get your own qualifying order to leave. Thinking about this, Xian Aotian spoke with indifference to the extreme. "Got it. Go arrange it. Today, I, Xian Aotian, will accomplish 100 victories in this deathmatch." The fat deacon sniffed in relief and nodded as he immediately left the place to arrange the duel. And this narrow, depressing, darkened room, Xian Aotian looked at the darkness in front of him, and his mind flashed back to all these years. "Sins, if you say another word, I, Xian Yu, will pretend that I don't have you as my son. To give birth to a child and not raise it, how have you ever fulfilled your duty obligations as a father? Fine, since you feel that you don't have me as a son and treat me so poorly, then from today onwards I, Xian Aotian, will break off my ties with your hidden ancient clan, the Xian family, Xian clan chief. Just pretend that you don't have me as a son, and I've never had you as a father." He himself had been exiled by his father in other Dao domains since he was a child, and he hadn't even seen his mother for the last time. "I thought that they were in some kind of pain, but I never thought that when my father picked himself up and returned to the clan, he somehow got himself a real brother, carrying the 2-element divine body. He was young, but at the age of 20 he possessed a cultivation of the 9th level of the Immortal Realm." Thoughts retracted. Xian Aotian's eyes were extraordinarily cold and determined. "Enough. I, Xian Aotian, have never needed to rely on anyone since I was a child." He's going to let that biased father know. Even without relying on the family, one would be able to obtain a qualification order to enter the Red Meteor Burial Ground. Chapter 34 Death to the Immortals. For Imperial Swords to Kill the Immortals. Apocalypse Gladiator Arena. Area 1. Being the most special of all time, countless gladiatorial favorites have fought to the death at one time or another. Only the fighters with the highest popularity ratings will be allowed to participate. And after the fat deacon's publicity in the other regions, the outcast of the Xian family, the hidden ancient clan that everyone was most concerned about, would also be having his last 5 death matches today. Finish that 100-win undefeated streak. At the moment, the first gladiatorial arena was full of guests. Not only those who had always loved the regulars of the arena and the avid gamblers, there were even immortals from various Dao domains, immortal Dao lineages, and great clan families who wanted to watch the action. The scene was crowded and lively. Have you heard? It's going to be 5 consecutive death matches for the outcasts of the hidden ancient clan, the Xian family. In a while, ancient clan Xian family. Could it be that contemporary Xian family head son, Xian Aotian? This generation of Xian family head is a ruthless man. When he came to power, he purged his own brothers all over. How could his son be here? Not as much as the crowd doubts. The fat deacon in the first arena laughed and said loudly, "Today, the reason why my first gladiatorial arena is open is because there are heavyweights who are going to fight to the death. I think all of you already know about this. So now let's invite the 95 consecutive winners of the Apocalypse Gladiatorial Arena, the hidden ancient clan Xian family, Xian Aotian, to appear." Rumble. As the words fell, the huge stone door on the east side of the gladiatorial arena rumbled open. In that endless darkness, a handsome and cold-looking black-clothed youth with a straight and upright figure slowly walked out from it. His entire aura was stern and cold, like an unsheathed sword blade. Once it exploded, it would be unstoppable and cut through everything. Wow! As soon as Xian Aotian appeared, he immediately filled the hall with clamor. The locals of the Canning Dao domain were a bit better, while the Dao Heavenly Pride who had come from other Dao domains because of the red meteor burial ground matter, all of them had faces that were not greatly shocked. It's really Lord Aotian of the Xian family of the hidden ancient clan. How is this possible? What is someone from the Xian clan doing in a deathmatch as well? Even in the seats located in the first arena, in the best position, many of the ancient clan's celestial pride, who had unassuming looks and extraordinary temperament, were also discussing a lot. Humph. A youth in the crowd with a shady face and a thin figure clasped his hands together and looked coldly at Xian Aotian on the fighting arena, mocking with a face full of disdain, thinking that he, Xian Aotian, is at least a person of the ancient clan? I can't imagine that nowadays. For the sake of a small burial ground qualification order, he has even fallen to the point of having to come to this kind of lowly and dirty gladiatorial arena to fight with the ferocious beasts and barbarians. It's really a disgrace to the reputation of our ancient clan, and a disgrace to the people of our hidden world family. The person who spoke was the ancient clan Qi family's contemporary heavenly pride, Qi Arbor. He had once been in a secret realm where he had a beef with Xian Aotian, and the two of them had never been able to deal with each other. Another ancient clan heavenly pride beside him said with a smile, "Brother Qi is right. We are all from prestigious families behind us, but we have never heard of any of our children coming to a place like this and choosing to fight to the death. This heavenly enlightenment fighting arena borrows my ancient clan's reputation to suck in customers, so sooner or later I'll have to settle the score with them. It's just that. Today is quite lively. Even the supreme battle viewing rooms above are open. Could it be that there are some big names arriving?" As soon as these words came out, the crowd of celestial pride present all raised their heads to look towards the arena directly above, only to see that in the middle of the sky, a golden, extravagantly ornate temple room floated high in the sky, condescendingly overlooking the scenery of the gladiatorial arena below. Inside the supreme room, ding! Congratulations on obtaining White Dragon Tiger Pill *1. Congratulations on obtaining White Black Silk *1. Congratulations to get Blue Tyrannical Yuan Dan *1. Congratulations on acquiring the purple color of the 9 escape steps. Current villain value, 46,000. Another ING purple guarantee. Su Chuanxiao, who was reclining on a chair and enjoying a massage from gladiator master Lu Zishang, was bored and came to a 10 consecutive draw. This man, when he's idle, he can't control his hands. I was going to save up for a 100 consecutive draw. The Supreme Shenji Geo-E Transportation Steps, purple. The speed is greatly enhanced after cultivation, and the pace is metaphysically unpredictable, with 9 steps to step into the realm, and the cultivation of the ultimate can be comparable to the Emperor Realm technique. The good thing is that the heavenly transportation law category of magical powers is already scarce, and this purple guarantee is a good thing to open. At that moment, Lu Zishang, who was being gently massaged behind her, said softly, "My lord, at your command, Xian Aotian is here." Su Qianshao narrowed his eyes and looked down at the black-clothed youth in the fighting arena below. Name, Xian Aotian. Title, Ruthless Evil Emperor, Divine Destiny Protagonist. Identity, son of the head of the Xian family, a hidden ancient clan. Age, 26. Personality, cold, indifferent, unscrupulous. Realm, Immortal Realm 2. Physique, Heavenly Vault Sword Body. Techniques, Emotionless Sword Scripture, Black Ancient Scripture, Heaven Slaying Sword Technique, Nameless Sword Technique, Remnants. Fabrics, Immortal Exorcism Formation Chart Red, Immortal Killing Sword Broken, Delusional Starry Night Chart. Destiny Value, 300,000. When he saw the magic treasure on Xian Aotian's body, Su Qianshao was slightly stunned, and his lazy eyes widened for an instant, appearing exceptionally bright. On this guy, surprisingly, it has the legendary Exorcist Formation Diagram, and an Imperial Soldier, the Immortal Killing Sword. This thing, but the legendary famous 4 swords of Tongtian, punishment, killing, trapping and extinction. Legend has it that each Emperor's sword contains an endless killing formation with infinite variations that can cut through the stars, sun and moon. The Immortal Killing Sword is known for its certain death, and the killing formation within it can burn people's hearts and blood, etching people's souls, and is terrifying to the extreme. Good guy. The Huanyu Great Immortal Exorcism Formation Diagram. The crippled Emperor's sword killing immortal. Looking at this protagonist's posture, it seems that he is trying to collect all the 4 great imperial swords completely. Su Qianxiao's eyes flashed as he stared at Xian Aotian below as if he had seen a mountain of gold. It seems that he was lucky. This Xian Aotian is definitely the category of quality protagonist. No wonder even Yi Xiao was not its opponent in the script. Excellent. On the other side, after seeing his elder brother, Xian Ning's eyes clouded over in an instant. Inside the first gladiatorial arena, seeing that the atmosphere had been ignited, the fat deacon shouted out with an excited expression, "Since Lord Aotian has already arrived, it's time to release the current installment's deadly demonic beasts. Gentlemen, this demonic beast is a powerful demonic beast from the northern domain's extreme inferno land that exists in the lava fire mountain range, Flame Prison Ghost Jiao." Rumble. After saying this, the stone door at the other end boomed open. A terrifying roar of a living being as if it came from eternity resounded. Roar. The fat deacon in the field was startled and cursed angrily. "My chow, letting go before we even yell start?" He hurriedly leapt up and directly detached himself from the fighting arena to the seats protected by formations. Within that open stone door, rolling scorching heat gushed out. Roar. A terrifying beast roar resounded, accompanied by a terrifying heat wave, and a sea of fire erupted from the sky. A pair of scarlet pupils filled with primal killing intent and violence blossomed amidst the sea of fire. It was actually a 30-meter tall, massive, reddish body, like a dragon or a python, covered with hard scales of a blood-colored scaly dragon. Its eyes were like torches, its body was pale and powerful, and the four claws under its belly were sharp like knives, capable of easily tearing apart the flesh of any living being. Every inch of its skin was extremely hot, burning like lava, and an extremely regal aura permeated its body. Immortal Realm, 9th level. Chapter 35, Flame Prison Ghost Jiao. Immortal Realm 9th level. Upon seeing this terrifying beast, the faces of many cultivators on the stage instantly changed and their souls trembled. Crazy, this is a ferocious beast of the 9th level of the Immortal Realm. What kind of being is this? It's terrifying. I feel like it's capable of killing me in seconds. Flame Prison Ghost Jiao? I've never heard of this name before. I can't imagine that the gladiatorial arena has even gotten such a powerful ferocious beast. At this moment, under the attention of all people, Shen Aotian in the arena, but his face is calm, eyes closed without the slightest movement. Within the supreme seat, Su Chenshao said with interest at this scene, "Underworld Fire Hell, Burning Sky Demon Dragon Bloodline. Interesting, for the first match to be like this. It seems that your gladiatorial arena is bloodthirsty this time." Seeing that this Emperor clan's son had broken the origin of this beast in a single word, Lu Zishang couldn't help but be a little surprised and said, "Mr. Su is so knowledgeable that he has even seen this kind of rare ferocious beast. That Prince Aotian's strength is not bad. A few days ago he was only at the first level of the Immortal Realm, but now he has already broken through. If it's an ordinary ferocious beast, it's not much to look at. You know, it took a lot of effort to catch this guy." Slave. Su Chenshao smiled and said lightly, "It's a pity that it's not a burning sky demon dragon after all. The bloodline is impure and falls short of meaning. Is it possible that the gentleman has seen it? He. The flavor of the burning sky demon dragon is quite good, and its tendons are also incredibly tough, making it a fine material for forging magic treasures." Behind him, Elder Cheng nodded approvingly. "Somewhat missing that flavor. I think that when the prince and his brother Su Jinghang were rampaging in the northern region, they killed the young dragons of the burning sky demon dragon lineage and cooked them. And I had the honor of tasting them myself when I followed them." "Taste? Good. Did you hear yourself right?" Lu Zishang's smile faltered and she opened her mouth at the words. Looking at this Imperial clan male in front of her, her mind buzzed a bit for a while, and she was half speechless. Bitterly, he said, "The burning sky demon dragons are the top demon race in the northern region, and my slave doesn't have the guts to dare capture the pure-blood demon dragon clan. This Flame Prison Ghost Jiao is just one of the thousands of ferocious beasts that possess the bloodline of the burning sky demon dragon, and is so powerful that I think even that Duke Aotian will have to go through some hard battles." As the owner of the Apocalypse Gladiator Arena, what she had to consider was naturally the revenue of the arena. The period of time during which Shen Aotian, the man of the hidden ancient clan, had arrived had brought in a splash of traffic, and the gladiatorial arena was making a fortune almost daily. These last 5 battles, naturally, could not allow him to win so easily. How else would you make money from the gamblers? Lu Zishang gently squeezed Su Chenxiao's shoulder and said with a smile, "It's just that I don't know if Mr. Su thinks that Mr. Aotian can win this battle." Su Chenxiao looked down to Xian Aotian, whose face was calm, and said flatly, "Let's burn a candle." Oh, Lu Zishang couldn't help but come to have a hint of interest. The Flame Prison Ghost Jiao is in the end at the 9th level of the Immortal Realm. Is the Duke so sure? Su Duanxiao let out a faint smile. Possessing the Immortal Execution Formation Diagram and the Immortal Killing Sword, if this Xian Aotian still couldn't solve this Flame Prison Ghost Jiao, then he wouldn't be worthy of being called a Heaven's Destiny protagonist. Su Chenxiao glanced at Xian Ning, whose face was calm on the side, and said, "Xian Ning, Aren't you worried about your brother's safety? Xian Ning said indifferently. Back to my lord. This is Xian Aot on his own choice. Even if you die, you're still to blame. In the lower arena, with the appearance of the flame prison ghost Jiao, the atmosphere in the arena was pushed to a climax for a while. Go! Kill this beast. Xian Aotian. I've sold my wife and children and put down my entire fortune. You can't lose. If you win this one, you'll be my real dad from now on. There was a constant cacophony of noise around his ears. Xian Aotian's face was cold as he looked across at the flame prison ghost Jia with its horrifying aura that wanted to devour people. In his hand, a black sword permeated with an ancient aura and rusted with stains had suddenly appeared. One's breath was like a sword out of its sheath, stern to the extreme, killing the immortals. He let out a deep cry without a trace of emotion. Come on, let me see what's so unusual about a ferocious beast at the 9th level of the immortal realm. The battle was imminent. Xian Aotian turned into a black stream of light and disappeared in a flash. Roar! And the flame prison ghost Jiao on the opposite side roared up to the sky, and monstrous blood-colored flames erupted from its mouth. Red flames burning the sky. The oozing flames, burning and distorting space, came with a horrible sense of oppression. Even if the arena was protected by a legal formation, this amazing temperature seemed to burn through the formation in the audience. A little closer to the seat of the seat only feel hot and sweaty. What a terrifying flame. Can Xian Aotian hold up? Only to see a beam of pitch-black sword aura blossom from it in the midst of that sea of blazing fire, and countless razor-sharp sword chi exploded. Xian Aotian held the immortal killing sword and chopped out a strike of the vast ocean, which tore a huge opening in the monstrous sea of fire. The sword slayer technique. Mandim. Rumble. Although the immortal killing sword in his hand was a broken imperial weapon and its power was 10 times less than 1, in Xian Aotian's hand it was by no means comparable to an ordinary sword. His movements were simply too fast, directly tearing through the fire domain and appearing in front of the flame prison ghost scroll. Seeing that this mole was not even burned to ashes, the flame prison ghost Jiao spewed out even more ferocious red flames from its mouth as if it had been enraged. Humph! Xian Aotian's eyes were icy cold as he moved like electricity, directly weaving to avoid this strike. The killing immortal sword's aura flashed in his hand. Put! Hurrah tore a huge gash in the immense body of the flame prison ghost Jiao. A large amount of blood spurted out. The flame prison ghost Jiao roared in pain, becoming even more wild and violent for a moment. Its scales stood up all over its body. Its thick and majestic body swept and drew out, and the earth crumbled, creating amazing waves for a while. With the powerful and terrifying flesh of its ferocious beast, if it was struck, even Xian Aotian of the immortal realm would be smashed alive. Rumble! This majestic and rough force exploded into a roar. The sky shook in the first arena, and the shockwaves seemed to touch even the crowd on the audience stage. Countless people's faces were horrified to the extreme, and those gamblers who had placed heavy bets were even ashen. That Shen clan outcast won't be dead, right? It's finished. This is a ferocious beast of the 9th level of the immortal realm. I've gambled my wife and child into it. Just when everyone thought that Xian Aotian would be seriously injured without dying under this strike, directly above the flame-held ghost skull, a cold laugh suddenly sounded. Asterisk 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 is after all. See, Xian Aotian stood in the air, a black dress hunting, Dao Yun surrounded, in front of the body to kill the immortal sword dense with regal black aura. He pinched out a calculated sword trick in his hand, and his eyes were extraordinarily cold as he drank in a low voice. Heavenly sword slayer technique, heavenly dimming, buzz. The immortal killing sword trembled violently. In the next moment, it was actually from top to bottom, transforming into a beam of overwhelmingly powerful sword-ons that seemed to be able to cut through everything as it fell. If it hit, it would penetrate the flame prison ghost Jiao's body with a single blow. In the meantime, Su Duanxiao in the Supreme Room saw this scene and grinned, saying, it wouldn't be fun if it ended so easily. Elder Qing beside him understood, and his fingertips erupted with a beam of breath that was simply undetectable. The breath instantly disappeared into the immortal killing sword. The position of the sword on that should have pierced the flame prison ghost Jiao with a single blow had actually undergone a slight shift that not even Xian Aotian had noticed. Rumble. Chapter 36 Nameless Sword Skill Chopping Ghost Jiao. Abominable Xian Ning. Accompanied by a loud sound. Within the sea of fire that filled the sky, the flame prison ghost Jiao's wail of excruciating pain came out from it. Roar! Everyone stared at this scene in a daze, holding their breath as the arena was silent. The whole place was abuzz. Countless people erupted in deafening cheers. I can't believe. 1. Xian Aotian actually defeated a demonic beast at the 9th level of the immortal realm. Get rich! Xian Aotian's face in midair was indifferent, devoid of sadness or joy. 9th level of the immortal realm? But that's all. A sword pattern surfaced in his palm as he prepared to retrieve the immortal killing sword. However, he suddenly realized that the immortal killing sword seemed to be firmly locked by something, and did not move for a long time. Xian Aotian frowned and muttered with some doubt as he looked downward at the sea of blazing fire. What's going on? Suddenly, a beastly roar that was furious to the extreme and regal resounded from the sea of fire. Roar! The raging sea of fire was unexpectedly broken open, and the hideous and incomparable head of the flame prison ghost Jiao sprang out from it. Its beast pupil indignation rage, open fangs full of blood bowl mouth. In its thick tongue, killing immortal sword is clearly inserted in it. How is this possible? One has obviously. Xian Aotian's pupils contracted violently as he looked at this scene in disbelief. An extremely terrifying red glow was brewing in the mouth of the flame prison ghost Jiao, and flames strong enough to burn everything spilled out in all directions. Boom! Endless flames forced their way in, and this sudden scene had already made it too late for him to think much. Xian Aotian had no choice but to only slap out a terrifying sword strike with his palm to fend it off, rushing to avoid it. The heavenly vault sword body. Every move contained a powerful sword intent. Rumble. In the midst of that roiling sea of red flames and fire, a fireman was blown away from it, rolled a few times and fell heavily on the far side of the field. Ding! Heaven's Destiny protagonist Xian Aotian is seriously injured, and has lost 2,000 Heaven's Destiny values. Congratulations to the owner for gaining 2,000 villain value. Everyone looked at this scene incredulously and exclaimed, "What's going on? That flame prison ghost Jiao didn't even die." Cough cough cough. Inside the field Xian Aotian's precious body erupted a divine aura, shattering the flames on his body and immediately pulling out a holy elixir to recover. In the end, it was a ferocious beast of the 9th level of the immortal realm, and the taste of its flames was not pleasant. Although he was carrying the heavenly vault sword body, as a sword cultivator, he was invincible in attack and attack, but his physical body was not strong. Therefore, he tried his best to avoid the flames of that flame prison ghost Jiao in the middle of the battle. However, what he did not expect was that the strike just now did not kill the beast. The previous indifferent and arrogant appearance no longer existed. Xian Aotian's eyes were filled with suspicion and incomprehension. Damn it, how could my sword be deflected? Roar! The flame prison ghost Jiao, however, didn't give him a chance to ease up at all. Directly rolling with monstrous flames, it charged across the sky and attacked with an extremely angry roar. The flames were jumping, undulating like a tsunami, and the terrifyingly extreme temperature, as well as the astonishing killing intent caused Xian Aotian to instantly wake up. He looked annoyed, and his eyes were filled with ice as he shouted angrily, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk. Think that if I don't have a sword anymore, I, Xian Aotian, will be afraid of you?" The emotionless sword technique was in operation, and Xian Aotian's entire aura suddenly and drastically changed in an instant. Majestic sword intent gushed out without any concealment. The earth trembled, and behind him, using chi to turn into swords, in an instant, thousands of sword chi condensed by true chi were floating in midair. The emotionless avenue appeared on his side, and at this moment, Xian Aotian was like a sword immortal, indifferently gazing at the opposite ghost Jiao. There would have been no need to use this against the likes of you. You've not wasted your life. Die! As the words fell, thousands of sword chi condensed by true chi burst out from the sky. This sword chi seemed to be able to tear apart everything in the world, and nothing was unbreakable. The raging sword on did not enter the raging sea of fire. A trace of panic flashed in the eyes of the flame prison ghost Jiao, and it gathered all its scales in an attempt to resist. In an instant, thousands of sword chi shattered the impenetrable scales and pierced through its extremely large body in unison. Roar! The flame hell ghost Jiao let out a deafening wail. With strong resentment and unwillingness, Boom fell to the ground. No breath. Xian Aotian's chest was heaving. Obviously using this strike had consumed a lot of his physical strength. He walked slowly, the flames around him not invading the slightest bit. Xian Aotian came to the corpse of the flame prison ghost Jiao and pulled out the immortal killing sword that was stuck in its mouth. Put. Afterwards, he coldly looked at the fat deacon on the stage who had a shocked face and had not yet slowed down, and said in a cold voice, "Prepare for the next one." Only then did the fat deacon react and hurriedly shouted out, "Lord Aotian slayed the demon flame ghost Jiao and won the 96th victory." The Supreme Chamber. Upon seeing Xian Aotian perform the move of beheading the ghost scaly dragon, Xian Ning's face changed violently, and he said in an unsightly manner, "Nameless sword technique? Damn it! I can't imagine that father would even bestow such things on him." Ding! Heaven's Destiny protagonist Xian Aotian has been hated by his sibling, and has lost 1,000 Heaven's Destiny values. Congratulations to the master for obtaining a villain value of 1,000. Su Chenxiao looked over. Nameless sword technique? Lu Zishang also looked over with incomparable curiosity. That divine move that Duke Otian just made was truly extraordinary. I can't imagine that without a sword it would be able to kill that flame prison ghost Jiao. Could this also be a Xian clan divine ability? Xian Ning's eyes were filled with jealous rage as he said in a cold voice. The nameless sword technique is a gongfu aptitude passed down from my mother's ancestors. Although there are only the remnants, they are infinitely powerful, and by practicing this skill, even without a sword in hand, one can vaporize a sword, and its power will not lose to the power of a magic weapon. This nameless sword skill has been with my father since my mother died. His heart was filled with puzzlement. Obviously he was also the son of his father and mother. Why did his father favor his elder brother so much and imparted this divine ability to him instead of passing it on to himself? Xian Ning gritted his teeth and trembled as he clenched his fists. Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered and said with some regret, "Hey, it's actually happening. I can't imagine that Patriarch Xian is so biased. It seems that even if your elder brother severed his ties with the Xian family, your father is still relieved." As if he had thought of something, Su Chenxiao pretended to be dazed and said, "This Gongzi Du's sword is also quite extraordinary. Seems to have the Emperor's content, although some broken, but think once was also a Supreme Emperor's sword. That sword, could it also be a relic of your mother?" Xian Ning closed his eyes and smiled to himself. Throughout the Xian family, the techniques practiced for generations were invariably Xian Tian records, and there were very few sword cultivators. The only other person who used to be a sword cultivator was his mother. What is this sword, if not a relic of my mother? Xian Ning opened his eyes filled with a bleak and painful color. Meh, with his Xian Ao Tian's immortal realm cultivation, how could he possess so many supreme treasures if not for my ancient clan, the Xian family? Chapter 37, I also ask you to let me fight to the death. The final battle. It's only ridiculous that my elder brother doesn't know himself, and has never known anything but to blame his father. And even though he has now severed his relationship with our clan, which of the magic weapons and techniques he uses is not related to his father? Lu Zishang was also a bit surprised to hear the secret stories of this ancient clan, the Xian family, and said, "I can't believe this is happening? But why is it that the rumor my slave heard was that the Xian clan's patriarch overly doted on his young son and coldly neglected this Aotian Gongzi, which caused him to sever his ties with his kin and run away from home? If it's really as you said, Mr. Ning, then it's really a case of the child that cries has milk to eat. Lu Zishang smiled and shook her head, sighing before asking any more questions. But her thoughtless remark shattered the last line of defense in Xian Ning's heart. Ding! Heaven's Destiny protagonist Xian Aotian has been pulled full of his cyborg brother's hate value, and has lost 2,000 Heaven's Destiny value. Congratulations to the owner for gaining 2,000 villain values. Su Chenxiao was slightly stunned and had a slightly appreciative look at Lu Zishang. Xian Ning's teeth were almost clenched and his eyes were red. It was clear that he had always been the most obedient one to his father. But why? Since he came, has everything changed? His father had given him all his love, unreservedly, and was able to forgive Xian Aotian no matter what he did. But what about yourself? After 3 years of being a hostage, gripped by the fear of death every day, and having to suffer the slap and scolding of his father simply for disobeying his father's words, on what grounds? At this moment, the last bit of affection in his heart for this elder brother was gone. Xian Ning stared dead on at the incomparably rebellious Xian Aotian within the gladiatorial arena below, as if he had made some kind of determination. A flash of unprecedented coldness flashed in his eyes. Brother, you've been under your father's protection all your life, without any twists or turns, and you've been too lucky and smooth. Since you want this qualification order so badly, I'll just not give it to you. Xian Ning respectfully stepped forward and bowed towards Su Chenxiao. Duke. Su Chenxiao raised his eyebrows and said with some doubt, "What's wrong?" Xian Ning lowered his head and spoke in a deep voice. "My lord, please also let me enter the middle of the gladiatorial arena. I want to fight Xian Aotian to the death." "Permission, my lord." Oh, Su Chenxiao's eyes narrowed slightly at his words, and he saw the light in Xian Ning's eyes filled with jealousy and anger. Su Chenxiao said with a smile, "Why, Xian Ning, although Xian Aotian is no longer a member of my ancient clan Xian clan, the aura on him is still there. I, as his younger brother, will make him realize that as long as he still has my Xian family's blood in him all the time, he will never be able to face true suffering." Su Chenxiao laughed, smiling extraordinarily brightly. "Do you hear me, Lord Willow Court? My lord is not one to break the rules of your apocalypse gladiatorial arena." Although Lu Zishang was a bit surprised at the sight, she saw this imperial clan prince open his mouth and said in a flavorful manner, "Bummer, what are the rules?" "Since it's Mr. Su's request, not to mention changing the rules a little, even if Mr. Su wants the entire gladiatorial arena and the slave will not dare to disobey. This fox, Su Duanxiu faintly said. Hear that? If you want to go, then go. Xian Ning's eyes lit up at his words, kneeling on one knee and clasping his fists. Xian Ning thanks you for your approval, Your Excellency. Su Duanxiu waved his hand. No harm done. It would have been your family's business. But, speaking of this, Su Chenxiao pulled out a milky blood-red rounded elixir from his system storage ring and sent it over with his true qi. This is. Xian Ning looked at the blood-colored elixir in front of him with some confusion. Su Chenxiao said with a faint smile, your father favors your older brother so much. I'm afraid he has quite a few tricks up his sleeve that he has yet to use. This item understands the tyrannical Yuan pill, capable of increasing cultivation strength in a short period of time, with no side effects after use, except that it will be weakened for a day. You are to accompany this Gongzi to the Red Meteor burial ground in 3 days. Then before that, this Gongzi will not wish to see anything happen to you. This elixir, which he had just obtained during his 10 consecutive draws, could not imagine that it could come in handy now. Xian Ning was slightly stunned at his words, feeling that Duke Su's words were not without reason. After all, even a supreme divine ability like the Nameless Sword technique was given to Xian Ao Tian by his father, himself, and nothing. Taking that tyrannical Yuan Dan, Xian Ning felt someone else's concern for the first time, grateful beyond measure. He looked at Su Chenxiao and said, Xian Ning, thank you, Your Excellency. Next, Lu Zishan used divine thought to send a voice message to have one of the deacons of the gladiatorial arena lead Xian Ning away. Only after he left did he look at Su Chenxiao with a charming face and said, my lord, the arrangements have been made. Aha, and how does the gentleman intend to reward his slave? Reward you with a slap, eat it or not? Inside the pitch-black, unbelievably dark passageway, Xian Ao Tian was sitting on the sidelines adjusting his true qi and recovering his condition, ready to wait for the next round of battle. Xian Ao Tian opened his eyes and looked at his right hand that was burned, a cold aura flickering. Damn it, I never imagined that the flames of that flame prison ghost Jiao would be so difficult to deal with. Even now, he did not understand why his strike of the immortal slaying sword had been deflected. As if sensing something, Xian Ao Tian coldly spoke, the next bout has begun? On the side, the fat deacon appeared at some point and had been quietly waiting by the side for him to recover. No, no, no. Seeing Xian Ao Tian wake up, the fat deacon said with a fawning smile, there's no rush, it's just that Mr. Ao Tian, our gladiatorial arena has something we want to discuss with you. Xian Ao Tian, what? The fat deacon rubbed his hands together and smiled. As per the previous agreement, you still have 4 more battles to complete your 100 victories and obtain that qualification order to enter the Red Meteor burial ground. I think you have some idea of the strength of the flame prison ghost Jiao that fought with you just now. If we follow this next progress, I'm afraid that it will be very difficult for you, Mr. Ao Tian, to finish the deathmatch within these 3 days. Xian Ao Tian frowned. The strength of that flame prison ghost Jiao was indeed terrifying. If the next 4 games were all this ferocious beast, it would not be easy for him to deal with it. So what are you trying to say? Fatty Deacon, Prince Ao Tian. It is for this reason that our gladiatorial arena has decided to exempt you from the remaining 4 death matches. Next, all you need to do is complete a death match and win, and you'll receive that qualification order. Xian Ao Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the smiling fat man in front of him and sneered. 1 game? I'm afraid this last one isn't that simple, is it? The fat deacon said with a smile. You can also refuse, but to disclose, the 4 death matches afterward, the ones to be faced will not be ferocious beasts of the immortal realm. Sealed King Realm? This fat bastard, how dare he threaten me? Xian Ao Tian's face sank. However, the Red Meteor burial ground was about to open, and he still needed to make some preparations in advance, and didn't have that much time to spend with them. It's nothing more than a final battle, so what if you release a peak Sealed King Realm ferocious beast? I, Xian Ao Tian, promise, you go prepare now. Today, I will get that qualification order. Seeing Xian Ao Tian agree, the fat deacon's eyes lit up and he arched his hand. Delhi, Chapter 38 Heaven's Mandate Protagonist vs. Biological Brother. Life and Death. Inside the know. 1 gladiatorial arena. The last battle is about to begin. Xian Ao Tian, who had almost recovered, had a calm breath and was quietly waiting for his last opponent in the field. The surrounding spectators had witnessed the scene of Xian Ao Tian crossing the border to kill the Immortal Realm's 9th level ferocious beast earlier. The atmosphere in the arena was ignited to a climax. Even after half an hour had passed, the enthusiasm remained undiminished. People are talking. I can't believe that Xian Aotian was really able to defeat the flame prison ghost Zhao. I remember that this guy only just arrived at the heavenly Ascension realm a year ago. How could he have progressed so rapidly? He is at least the son of the Xian family head. It's 80% that his father has tilted a lot of resources on him. I've heard that the Xian clan's leader also has a young son who is overly talented and has been within the clan since he was young, being cultivated with countless resources. You guys say that even Xian Aotian, who returned to the clan not long ago, is this powerful? Then wouldn't his brother Xian Ning's strength be even more terrifying? As his words fell, the person who spoke immediately felt a murderous gaze, only to see that Xian Aotian in the field had opened up at some point and was staring coldly at the man. The man hurriedly shut his mouth. Poof! Xian Aotian snorted coldly. I think he usually, the most hate is that people compare his brother with himself. How can a hothouse flower be compared to me? At that moment, a loud laugh came from among the hidden ancient clan. Ha 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 ha, Xian Aotian, you are really a great stand. Chi Arnold sat in the VIP seat and said with full of mockery, didn't the big guys pay out spirit stones just to see you? An ancient clan outcast? What's the matter? You're a dead gladiator in a gladiatorial contest, and you can't let us paid spectator lords talk about it? As people of the same ancient race, others feared Xian Aotian, but they were not afraid. It's just an outcast of the Xian family. Chi Arnold went on to say sarcastically, if you ask me, you, Xian Aotian, will never be able to compare to your brother, Xian Ning, in terms of both temperament and strength. Brother Xian Ning carries your Xian clan's ancient two-embodied divine body, and has the immortal realm's 9th level of cultivation at just 20. If not for your bloodline kinship, you wouldn't even be worthy of the qualifications of lifting up brother Xian Ning's shoes. Xian Ning was gentle and elegant, with outstanding talent, and had always maintained the poise that a hidden ancient clan should have. Therefore, it was very prestigious amongst the group of ancient clan prides. When these words came out, the surrounding hidden ancient clan celestials also laughed, looking exceptionally agreeable. Xian Aotian's face instantly became icy cold, full of killing intent. He looked towards Chi Arbor on the stage, and the killing immortal sword in his hand buzzed and quivered. You can come down if you want to die. Chi Arnold was even more disdainful when he saw this. It doesn't matter to me, but Xian Aotian, if you dare to make a move and break the rules of the arena, I'm afraid you won't be able to get that qualification order. The people of the ancient clan, even for the Red Meteor Burial Ground qualification here to fight for a bloodbath, we are really ashamed to be with you. It's disgraceful. Xian Aotian's chest rose and fell together, forcibly holding back the anger that wanted to strike, calming himself not to listen to this barking dog. On the other side, the fat deacon inside the gladiatorial arena communicated with Lu Zisheng through voice transmission. When he received the other's permission, he then nodded his head and exclaimed with a smile, as we all know, Duke Aotian is just short of these last 4 death matches to obtain the qualification order to enter the Red Meteor Burial Ground. But if we keep fighting the ferocious beasts to the death, I think you all are tired of seeing it, so I, Apocalypse Gladiators, have decided to make these 4 matches the last. And this time, what Lord Aotian is going to fight against is not a ferocious beast. Instead, it's an immortal realm 9th level cultivator. What? The moment these words came out, not only the spectators on the stands, but even Xian Aotian within the arena frowned and looked towards the fat deacon. Friar? One must know that even the immortal realm 9th level flame prison ghost Zhao himself had killed him. The strength of the fleshly body of the ferocious beasts has always been more powerful than that of the human race in the same realm. And this gladiatorial arena will not think that by virtue of a mere immortal realm 9th level cultivator, it will be able to hinder me from seizing the qualification order. Will it? Xian Aotian smiled disdainfully in his heart. Cut the crap. Just get the guy to show up and get started. Seeing Xian Aotian's eagerness, the fat deacon smiled mysteriously and nodded his head. Since Lord Aotian is so impatient, then let that lord make his appearance. Rumble. The words just fell. The huge stone door on the opposite side of the room was open. Ta-da-da-da-da. From the middle of that dark passage came the sound of an unhurried footstep. Everyone in the gladiatorial arena looked over. Still a real monk? Who is it? Could it be some old devil? The hidden ancient race's prides also looked over with interest. Chi Arnold said with a smile, this heavenly apocalypse arena is a bit interesting. To find a cultivator of the 9th level of the immortal realm to come. I just don't know what kind of character it is. But don't be defeated by that trash Xian Aotian. The crowd was talking and laughing, but when they saw the person who slowly walked out from behind the stone door, soon, they couldn't stop laughing. The entire gladiatorial arena, too, was quiet for a moment. Look at the person coming across the room. Xian Aotian's pupils shrunk violently. His face was filled with disbelief and shock. In an instant, he burst into a rage and roared lowly towards the person opposite him. It's you? What are you doing here? Xian Ning, shoo away. In an instant, the whole place was abuzz. Everyone did not expect that the cultivator who was going to duel with the ancient clan outcast Xian Aotian this time. Surprisingly, it would be the son of the ancient clan's Xian clan chief, Xian Aotian's own brother. Xian Ning, how is this possible? Crazy. It's insane. Am I dreaming? Xian Aotian is an ancient clan outcast after all, but this is the next clan head candidate, the most outstanding heavenly pride of the current Xian clan. Xian Ning, with such an honorable status, what is he doing in the gladiatorial arena? Could it be that he wants that qualification order as well? The people of the immortal Dao system and the hidden ancient clan within the arena were all stupefied. Chi Arnold's eyes were almost glaring out in general as he looked at the person across from him with a deadpan expression. Brother Xian Ning? How did Brother Xian Ning appear here? The fat deacon in the arena was clearly satisfied with the crowd's reaction. He gave a big smile and introduced himself. I think all of you know this cultivator. That's right. This cultivator that Duke Aotian's final deathmatch will be against. It is none other than the son of the current hidden ancient clan's patriarch, Prince Aotian's own younger brother, Xian Ning. This deathmatch is a battle to the death. There is only one condition for victory, until the other is killed. Crazy. It's all crazy. Two noble status of the ancient tribes of heavenly pride, the same brother of the duo. How dare you want to fight to the death in this gladiatorial arena? Asshole. A person from the hidden ancient race sensed that things were not going well and shouted, do you know exactly what the identity of the two people in front of you is? Who gave you the courage to dare to let them fight to the death? You, Apocalypse Gladiator, are trying to find death? The person who spoke was an ancient clan elder. The fat deacon looked toward the man and smiled. I'm sorry, this matter was requested by this Lord Xian Ning himself, and with that lord's permission, too. That lord, even if all of you people from the ancient clans present were added together, you wouldn't be able to compare to a single finger of someone else. Fat Deacon had never been so hardened. Ignoring the old man of the ancient clan who was shivering cold with anger, he exclaimed with a smile, you may all place your bets now. Today's deathmatch is rare in 1,000 years, so don't regret it for the rest of your life. Now then, the bout begins. Meanwhile inside the Supreme Chamber, Su Qianshao looked at the scene below with amusement in his eyes. A battle between blood brothers is really interesting to the extreme. Lu Zishang also laughed lightly from the sidelines. Clucking, a duel between two people from the ancient clan Xian clan. Thanks to your blessing, Your Excellency, I think that after today, the fame of my heavenly apocalypse gladiatorial arena will double again. Even slave, now I'm looking forward to who will win between these two brothers. The slave will accompany the gentleman inside this private room. Wait and see. Chapter 39 Dark Stream Protagonist, Killing Brother and Slaughtering Clan, Proving the Way with Blood. Xian Aotian's eyelids fluttered wildly, and his eyes were filled with anger. How could he not expect that his own brother Xian Ning would appear here? The two were incompatible with each other, one being a rebellious outcast and the other being the most excellent and obedient son of the family. Xian Aotian's eyes were sharp to the extreme, as if they were sharp blades taking in the heart. His voice was hoarse as he questioned word for word. Xian Ning, who the hell sent you over here? Is it that old undead thing? Opposite Xian Ning's face was calm as he slowly said, Brother, it's been a long time. I asked to come of my own accord. Elder brother, since you've chosen to sever your ties with my Xian family, you shouldn't be out there running amok under the name of my hidden ancient clan, the Xian family, including the use of the divine power technique that father gave you. A trace of killing intent flashed in Xian Aotian's eyes, and he suddenly let out a loud laugh at his words. Ha ha ha, good. I, Xian Aotian, have long since lost all semblance of relationship with your Xian family, and the technique I use is not at all your bull Xian Tian record. After saying that, the immortal killing sword appeared in his hand. Xian Aotian tightly gripped the immortal killing sword in his hand. The emotionless avenue floated on his side. His head full of black hair danced in the air, and a horrifyingly harsh sword intent rippled out. Xian Ning, since you're just as intent on preventing me from obtaining this qualification order, then I'll see if you have the ability to do so today. Come, die fighting. The killing immortal in his hand chopped through the air, and the raging and surging black sword aura tore through everything. Rolling, the earth underneath his feet crumbled inch by inch, and the vast and terrifying sword ons came wildly and fiercely, overpowering to the extreme, killing and destroying without equal. He had long looked at the brother who had taken everything from him with displeasure, and the opposite Xian Ning did the same. Xian Ning murmured with an incredibly calm face, Xian Aotian, I've been looking forward to this for a long time. 2. I, alone, am my father's most brilliant son, Buzz. The yin and yang poles suddenly surfaced behind them. The Xian heavenly record was in operation, and Xian Ning's precious body was jasper and flawless, and his palm he slapped out a strike of wave surge. The white palm containing countless runes rolled up for tens of feet and blasted towards that sword mange. Rumble. This was a battle between two teenage prides, the brothers of the Xian clan of the ancient clan. In an instant, the terrifying divine aura that erupted from the intense collision drowned the entire gladiatorial arena. This divine might, which was like a landslide and tsunami, made the people in the audience feel as if they were there. What terrifying strength! Is this the heavenly pride that the Xian family of the ancient clan has cultivated with all their might? Amidst that appalling light, a furious shout resounded. Only Xian Aotian held the immortal killing sword, and the monstrous sword intent and killing machine crushed this divine force layer by layer. He was like a beam of pitch-black lightning, both his speed and attacks reaching the extreme towards Xian Ning. And Xian Ning's face was also icy cold at the moment. His right foot stepped in the air, and the taiji and the two symbols emerged underneath his feet. He opened his 5 fingers, golden runes lingering at his fingertips as a mysterious and unfathomable power filled the air. Xian Aotian, since you appeared, I have disappeared from my father's eyes. If only, you never returned to the Zhen family. With the Xian Tian record as the base and the ancient art of yin and yang as the main focus, a divine aura erupted in Xian Ning's eyes, and with a deep cry, he pressed out a black and white interlaced flat heavenly palm towards Xian Aotian, the ancient art of yin and yang, subduing the mountains. It was as if the stars had fallen and the 10 pale mountains had collapsed. This vast and majestic palm, before it even fell, caused the approaching Xian Aotian to feel a huge and terrifying pressure. Rumble. This tremendous divine might caused Xian Aotian's pressure to increase for a moment. He slowed down and looked up at the huge black and white palm that was crashing down above his head, his eyes cold and terrifying. The immortal killing sword in his hand exploded with a crisp sword sound. Wisps of extremely sharp sword intent that could cut through all things but was merciless and ruthless circled around the body of the sword. Xian Aotian's face was furious as he chopped out horizontally towards the black and white giant palm above. Xian Ning, I'm going to tell you today that even if you get all of that old undead man's heartfelt cultivation, you are in no way a match for me. Xian Aotian. Heavenly sword slaying technique, heavenly dimming. Seeing this scene, Xian Ning spoke indifferently. Ungrateful man, who on earth has gotten father's heartfelt cultivation? Xian Aotian, although you are my elder brother, but the cultivation level between us is a gulf you can never cross. Shun. As the words fell, the black and white giant palm's breath instantly skyrocketed dozens of times, expanding by a full circle. Boom! It was accompanied by a terrifying explosion. Xian Aotian chopped out of the sword mango actually exploded into smithereens, while the black and white giant palm is unharmed. More and more close, eyes, will fall down. Xian Aotian tightly gripped the heaven-slaying sword. His killing intent was shocking. He looked at the black and white giant palm with a cold voice. Then open your doggy eyes and take a good look. I, Xian Aotian, am partial to shattering your divine ability. The nameless sword technique was in operation, and the scene of the previous Jiao beheading was reproduced. Xian Aotian's condensed sword intent transformed into a solid body, and several times more relentless sword chi than the previous quantity converged and condensed. Die! Xian Aotian chopped out his sword, and countless sword chi shot towards the black and white giant palm in the air as if it was a sudden and dense rainstorm. The sword cuts through the 8 wastelands. Boom boom boom. Terrifyingly sudden and dense attacks accompanied the great divine ability strikes, and under this overwhelming divine ability, the black and white giant palm even showed a slight crack. In the next moment, it was swallowed alive by the astonishingly bright sword awnings. Rumble. As if it was a loud thunderous explosion, the entire gladiatorial arena shook. Xian Aotian killed out of the divine sea like a god or a devil, facing a great divine ability blasted by his younger brother Xian Ning. It was as if an overwhelming sword capable of destroying everything had broken through all the laws of the world, and it was unrelenting. Countless people looked at the terrifying battle between these two ancient clans' heavenly prides and held their breath, not daring to breathe a single breath. Is this really a battle in the realm of immortality? I never thought that I would be able to see two ancient clans' celestial pride bathing in blood and killing each other in this life. This ticket today is really worth it. This apocalypse coliseum, it's so damn good. Even the celestials on the side of the hidden ancient race, none of them had faces that were shocked. Xian Aotian, actually able to fight his brother Xian Ning? How is this possible? Chi Arnold couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, looking at Xian Aotian, who was like a god of killing in the field. He had never thought that this fellow possessed such terrifying strength. The Supreme Chamber. Lu Zisheng, who had pinched some of her hands, looked at the scene below. Her beautiful eyes were astonished and surprised. To have such a cultivation level at such an age, it's worthy of being a member of the hidden ancient clan. Lu Zisheng sat beside Su Qinshiao and looked at the smiling Su Qinshiao and inquired, "The male doesn't seem surprised at all?" Su Qinshiao narrowed his eyes and laughed. "Don't worry, both of these two still have reservations. It's time for the good stuff to start next." Unsurprisingly, a brother is just a brother after all. In front of a Heaven's Mandate protagonist who crossed the realm as if he were eating and drinking, a mere 8 minor realms was nothing at all. If one didn't remember correctly, it seemed like there was another black ancient scripture amongst that Heaven's Destiny protagonist Xian'ao Tian's techniques, right? Dark Era Forbidden Technique. A technique that does not belong to the heavens. The history of the heavens had suffered from attacks and invasions by the dark side and extraterrestrial demonic gods, and frankly speaking, the tolerance for those strange and evil feats had long been commonplace. However, the feats of those bizarre beings of the Dark Era were different, unspeakable and unnameable. Not to mention cultivation, even the slightest touch will make a person's heart change greatly. Just exist here, its diffusion will radiate the entire domain, and in the end, all people will fall into the bizarre creatures that everyone has to be put to death. There had been rumors. The beginning of the Dark Ages is because an ancient black leather book that has never been seen before suddenly appeared one day, turning all the living beings of a domain into a bizarre start. AI, Xian'ao Tian, Xian'ao Tian. If this were to spread out, I'm afraid that great emperor-level figures would have to appear. Dark Flow protagonist. What a ruthless evil emperor. I think the evil in this refers to this black ancient scripture. By comparison, I'm positively white and red as a villain. Su Qinshiao's eyes flickered. After looking at Xian'ao Tian's life script, he lost his smile and shook his head. The life script of the ruthless evil emperor, killing the brother and slaughtering the clan. Witnessing the way with blood. Chapter 40 Black Ancient Scripture. This is all because you guys forced me. Rumble. Inside the gladiatorial arena, a blazing black and white light exploded along with a blazing black and white light. Xian'ao Tian's entire body was blown away. He rose from the ground covered in bruises, spitting blood from his mouth, and even the immortal killing sword in his hand was blown away. Xian Ning's face was cold, his feet stepping on the yin and yang, his black hair draped over his shoulders, and he gathered the gazes of everyone in the gladiatorial arena as if he were a teenage supreme being walking at a slow pace. Xian'ao Tian, see, this is the gap between you and me. I, Xian Ning, have practiced diligently since I was a child, and I have never slacked off for a single day. You keep blaming father, but have you ever thought that if it weren't for my Xian family's bloodline flowing through you, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to see me? Xian'ao Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and took out a pill to take it. His eyes were covered in blood and somewhat crimson. When he heard this, he threw his head back and laughed, his eyes filled with hatred and disdain. What a Xian family's heavenly pride. My good brother, realize that you are the pride of the Xian family, and I, Xian'ao Tian, it's just an outcast of the family. Boom! As his words fell, Xian'ao Tian's aura suddenly skyrocketed. In front of him, a dazzling to the extreme divine aura blossomed out, accompanied by the crisp to the extreme sound of sword chants. The killing immortal sword that was inserted on the ground in the distance actually began to tremble violently. Bang! A loud noise came. The immortal slaying sword turned into a long black rainbow rushing up into the sky, and in Xian'ao Tian's hand, a diamond-shaped disc had appeared at some point. The disc was inlaid with 4 holes, and the horrifying sword intent was alive and flowing non-stop. Exorcist Formation Diagram. Xian Ning, do you think that this is all I have to offer? Ridiculous. Immortal Execution Formation Diagram. Rise. Xian'ao Tian's eyes burst with divine aura. He shouted angrily, and the diamond-shaped Immortal Execution Formation Diagram in his hand quickly floated up. The immortal killing sword seemed to be pulled by some kind of summoning and came straight towards the Immortal Execution Formation Diagram. In an instant, a formation conjured by sword intent enveloped Xian Ning. Dragons and snakes rose and landed. Killing machines surged. Seeing this scene, the crowd on the stage undoubtedly did not have horrified faces. The sharp to the extreme, dense sword intent seemed to pounce on their faces, causing their cheeks to ache. What is this? Sword formation? Within that magic weapon, it actually contains a sword formation? Within the field, there was no lack of sharp-eyed people who seemed to have thought of something. An old man in the hidden ancient clan's face changed, somewhat incredulously looking towards Xian'ao Tian's figure in the gladiatorial arena. Could this be the legendary Immortal Execution Formation Diagram? Doesn't that mean that the piece of divine weapon that this guy is using is one of the Tontian immortal swords? Bad. Legend had it that the four swords of Tongtian each held a sword formation with endless killing opportunities, and if that was true, then I was afraid that Xian Ning, who was at the 9th level of the immortal realm, would not be an opponent at all. Xian Ao Tian, are you crazy? He's your own brother. Xian Ning has left his hand in yours countless times. Do you really want to kill him? A person from the hidden ancient clan shouted angrily. Xian Ao Tian's head full of black hair fluttered wildly, indifferent to everything around him. The killing intent on his face could not be faked. He stared intently at Xian Ning, who was enveloped by the immortal execution formation diagram. I, Xian Ao Tian, never recognized this bull ****** brother. Blood as admonition. The immortal killing sword as a guide. Immortal killing sword formation. Xian Ao Tian roared furiously, and the Norse sword formation rumbled and rotated, already intending to fight to the death. At this moment, in the sword formation, every inch of space was bursting out with the powerful immortal killing sword chi, making it impossible to defend against. But, even Xian Ning, for a moment of inadvertence, his cheek was cut with a bloody wound by this overpowering sword chi. Xian Ning's brows furrowed as he shielded his body with the heavy yin and yang binary power, and his eyes gradually grew heavy and icy. It's come to this, and you're still as obsessed. In that case, don't blame me for not remembering the bloodline. Xian Ao Tian, don't tarnish the name of my ancient clan, the Xian family, again. Die. As his words fell, Xian Ning took out the tyrannical Yuan Dan given by Su Chenshao and took it. Boom! In just a moment, what seemed like endless amounts of true qi surged out. Xian Ning's body then exuded a raging and surging qi, and the two instruments of yin and yang under his feet rotated rapidly, black and white as if they were fused and intertwined. His left and right eyes transformed into one black and one white, and the runes flowed, unreservedly activating the two elemental divine body to the extreme. Rumble! The sword array trembled, and countless immortal killing sword chi with astonishing killing intent whistled out, as if it were a torrential downpour of pear blossoms that were densely seared and frantically tilted. Boom! Boom! The roar went on and on. Xian Ao Tian pinched out a planned sword guide with both hands and urged the immortal slaying sword formation to its peak despite everything. Between blood brothers, now all have lost their sanity, and only want to fight for life and death in the middle of this gladiatorial arena. Enough! It's over! An explosion suddenly resounded within the sword formation, as if a volcano erupted and magma gushed out. A beam of black and white divine light blazed and collapsed, and under everyone's horrified gazes, it even pierced out directly from within the sword formation. Xian Ao Tian's pupils shrunk violently, and his entire body looked incredulous. That's never going to happen. The immortal slaying sword formation was activated, but it was capable of killing even powerful people of the Sealed King realm, and Xian Ning was only at the 9th level of the immortal realm, so how could he possibly break through the sword formation? Rumble! A shocking loud sound exploded, and in midair the immortal execution formation diagram and the immortal killing sword fell from the sky as if they had lost their splendor. Xian Ao Tian's face suddenly changed, and a mouthful of essence blood sprayed out of his mouth. The entire person's breath looked shriveled for an instant, and his face was pale to the core. Faced with the raging and terrifying aftermath, he subconsciously used his hands to fend it off, and his entire body was sent flying out like a kite with broken strings. Bang! Amidst that roiling fog, Xian Ning was covered in sword wounds and his robes were torn, resembling a bloody man. His incomparably pale face was covered in blood, his breath was incomparably chaotic, and he was panting heavily. If it wasn't for the tyrannical Yuan pill given by the Duke, which caused his cultivation to reach the Seal King realm in an instant, I'm afraid I'm going to die under the sword formation just now. Now that it was over, there was no more room for maneuver for either of them. Exhausting the last ounce of strength in his body, Xian Ning slapped out his right palm, and the two instruments of yin and yang under his feet seemed to have come to life as if they had transformed into twin dragons intertwined with yin and yang as they killed towards Xian Ao Tian. Ancient scripture of yin and yang, lifeless heavenly deity, that yin-yang twin dragons roared forth, rolling with monstrous divine might, and at this moment, a massive death intent surged to the forefront of his mind. Xian Ao Tian had a feeling that if he could not resist, he would definitely die under these yin-yang twin dragons. No, I can't die. It was you who forced me to. Xian Ao Tian's face was hideous, as if he had gone mad and offered up his last card. You made me, he roared furiously, and in an instant, an extremely bizarre black ancient scripture capable of corrupting the heavens and earth suddenly appeared in front of him. This tattered ancient scripture was weathered and shrouded by a wisp of blackness, harboring a breath that did not belong to this heaven and earth and was extremely unknown and unsettling. Chapter 41 Elder Chang Strikes. Strange divine object. As soon as the black ancient scripture appeared, This extremely evil power penetrated the barrier within the gladiatorial arena. It caused palpitations to surface in everyone in the room. Rumble. The monstrous divine ability yin-yang twin dragons swept in. But incredibly, before arriving, the yin-yang twin dragons began to dissolve and decay under the nibbling of that ominous chi. At the end of the day, nothing happened, not even the slightest aftershock. The distant Xian Ning's face was pale, and his physical strength was overwhelmed as he knelt on one knee, his face shocked as he watched this scene. Upon seeing the black ancient scripture that began to erode the surrounding space and even gradually spread outward, the always peaceful Xian Ning instantly seemed to think of something, and his eyes violently appeared with monstrous killing intent. Xian Ao Tian. Weird power. Dark era ancient scripture. Do you want to kill all the living beings in this Tao domain, asshole? Boom. The moment these words were uttered, a furor was immediately created within the entire gladiatorial arena. The dark era was bizarre, and no one in the entire heavens knew about it. What? Countless people present were shaken, their faces turning from shock to horror and horror. Weird power. That guy has the dark era death scripture on him. Escape. Quickly. I don't want to become one of those weird beings. He's trying to get us all killed. Run. Legend has it that the dark era began with an ancient black leather book, but anything related to weirdness, once it appeared, would assimilate all the living beings in the entire Tao domain. The entire gladiatorial arena was in chaos at the moment. Countless people watching the battle looked panicked to the extreme. Even those hidden ancient clan celestials were in awe. Go! We can't stay here. I can't believe Xian Ao Tian has this kind of thing on him. Let's retreat. Xian Ao Tian within the gladiatorial arena was like the source of a plague that was feared. Ding! Heaven's Destiny protagonist Xian Ao Tian exposes the bizarre ancient scriptures and loses his reputation. Loss of 30,000 destiny values. Congratulations to the master for obtaining a villain value of 30,000. Ding! Heaven's Destiny protagonist Xian Ao Tian's relationship with his sibling Xian Ning has completely broken down, with a loss of 5,000 Heaven's Destiny values. Congratulations to the master for gaining 5,000 villain value. The system's rewarding sound kept ringing out. Upon sensing this ominous aura, Lu Zishan was scared out of her wits. She hadn't expected that Xian Ao Tian would have this kind of thing on his body. Weird. How is this guy possible? Apocalypse Gladiator. It's over. Even old man Shing's face changed slightly, immediately wanting to strike. As a quasi-empire, he naturally knew what it meant for the weirdness to appear once again. At that moment, a faint laugh rang out, only to see Su Chenshao stretching somewhat lazily and said with a smile, "Hey, after admiring it for so long, it's time to strike." Something as terrifying as this shouldn't appear in the heavens. Inside the gladiatorial arena, Xian Ning's expression was furious to the extreme as he looked at Xian Ao Tian across the room in death and roared. Xian Ao Tian, are you crazy? Are you trying to make my entire ancient clan Xian family bury you? Wrapped in the ominous aura of the black ancient scripture, Xian Ao Tian seemed to have been slightly affected as well. His entire aura was recovering at a terrifying speed, and his face laughed crazily. Ha ha ha, so what? You guys are forcing me to do this. Since I, Xian Ao Tian, have exposed this black ancient scripture, then I also have no intention at all of letting you all return alive. Xian Ning's pupils shrank. Sky curtain. Xian Ao Tian roared as if he was insane. Boom! Under the holder's urging, the black ancient scripture he burst forth with an incredible power, and a black ominous aura enveloped the entire gladiatorial arena. Those who intended to escape or use teleportation talismans were all interrupted and stopped in place. Why is the teleportation charm unavailable? What is this? Xian Ao Tian had a terrifying aura and laughed in a hideous and incomparable manner. Suddenly, rumble, and unrivaled, divine power surging as if it were a vast ocean of supreme divine power crashed down. The golden divine aura shone in the sky, and with just a single strike, it shattered this gladiatorial sacred realm formation, as well as this bizarre canopy. Buzz. The black ancient scripture released an extremely lurid power that enveloped Xian Ao Tian, but even with the shelter of the weird power, Xian Ao Tian's body shook at this moment as if it was a titanic pressure, and all the bones in his body shattered by inches. Put. What kind of divine power is this? Emperor's might. This is Emperor's might. Could it be that a great emperor has descended? At that moment, a playful voice rang out from the air. Well, it's time to end it. Next, it's time for the Imperial Su clan to do their business. The Emperor and the Imperials? When they heard this voice, the faces of the tens of thousands of people in the gladiatorial arena all looked incredulous, staring towards the air with wide eyes, only to see that high in the sky, a handsome-looking noble gentleman with a white coat that was not stained with dust, just like an exiled immortal descended from the sky. Its godly body was like Hua, flawless and unblemished, completely unlike the characters of this world, and beside him, a stooped black-robed old man had a cultivation level as deep as an abyss, unfathomable. The golden divine aura filled out, surging like the sea, protecting the gentleman from that weird and ominous aura. Paramount Emperor. That person is a Paramount Emperor. Who the hell is this? Seeing the visitor, Xian Ning dropped to one knee and immediately exclaimed, Xian Ning greets His Excellency. Su Chenshao smiled and looked down at Xian Aotian, his eyes somewhat teasingly waving his hand. The Dark Era's stuff is truly amazing. The ancient black scriptures, containing a bizarre spirit, unbreakable and indestructible. It can erode all things in the world and turn them into ominous beings. While saying that, Su Chenshao looked towards the immortal slaying sword and the immortal execution formation diagram on the ground, grabbed these two divine objects with a big hand, and couldn't help but tsk and marvel at them. Exorcism array. Good baby. Ding. Heaven's Destiny protagonist Xian Aotian has lost the Heaven's Destiny supreme treasure, the immortal execution formation diagram, and has lost 50,000 Heaven's Destiny values. Congratulations to the master for obtaining a villain value of 50,000. Ding. Heavenly Fate protagonist Xian Aotian has lost the Heavenly Fate supreme treasure killing immortal sword remnant, and has lost 30,000 Heavenly Fate values. Congratulations to the master for obtaining a villain value of 30,000. Asshole. That's my immortal execution formation diagram and immortal killing sword. Seeing that his magic treasure was taken, Xian Aotian's breath choked as he waited for the person in front of him to die. However, after noticing the old man with astonishing cultivation beside Su Chenshao, his fierce eyes flickered for a moment. Then without thinking, he directly urged the black ancient scripture to blast off a terrifying black divine ability. Humph. Elder Qing shouted angrily and whisked his sleeve to directly shatter this divine ability. Although it's something from the Dark Era, do you not think that you can deal with the Quasi-Emperor with this item alone? Chapter 42, Weird Ancient Scripture Exposed. Heaven's Destiny protagonist foiled. Paramount? The Imperial Su family. That one is definitely the son of the Imperial Su family. As if he had thought of something, Chi Arnold and the hidden ancient clan breathed a sigh of relief and was overjoyed. Xian Aotian, do you know what kind of character is in front of you? You deserve to die for your crime of holding the Dark Era ancient scriptures. Now don't obediently bind your hands and capture them. Don't harm your father's clan, the Xian family. Shut the hell up, Xian Aotian roared. He took a deep breath and viciously glanced at Su Chenshao as well as Chi Ardent in the distance. His voice was icy cold and threatening as if he was from the Nine Spectres. You, all of you. After saying that, Xian Aotian was ready to push his divine ability to escape this place. But at that moment, Old Man Cheng beside Su Chenshao moved. Elder Qing sneered. Do you think that you have a chance to escape today? The monstrous pressure fell. The divine aura appeared. And the power of the Quasi-Emperor realm transformed into a golden great seal to suppress it as if it were a falling sun. Rumble. In just a single breath, this entire gladiatorial arena was shattered alive. And a shocking sinkhole appeared where Xian Aotian was. Ah! A scream of excruciating pain rang out. Xian Aotian was as if he was a puddle of mud covered in blood, lying miserably inside the pit, in front of a Quasi-Emperor realm powerhouse. He didn't even have a chance to use that black ancient scripture. If it wasn't for the presence of the Duke, this would still be the result after Qing Lao stayed his hand. Qing Lao frowned, suddenly noticing the terrifying nature of that ancient scripture, which had just eroded even his own Quasi-Emperor aptitude. The Dark Era ancient scripture is here, and if it is tainted with a trace of it, it may cause a person's mind to go crazy and turn into a weird thing, so he didn't dare to leave the Duke's side by the slightest bit. Not dead? Looking downwards at Xian Aotian, who was wrapped in an extremely dense and ominous qi and was almost about to disappear, Elder Qing once again executed a shocking divine ability. Rumble. And right at this moment, that bizarre black ancient scripture actually burst out with an incomparably bright black light. As if everything withered, the sky cried and the earth howled. From within that black ancient scripture, a humanoid-looking shadow unexpectedly appeared. The shadow grinned towards the Qing old man in the sky, revealing his morose snow-white teeth, and then directly rolled the Xian Aotian who did not know whether he was alive or dead and disappeared from the field, leaving behind only the ominous qi that corroded everything, until Xian Aotian's figure disappeared within the gladiatorial arena. The piece of heaven and earth that he existed in had been contaminated. Seeing that Old Man Cheng still wanted to make a move, Su Chenshao waved his hand and spoke indifferently. Okay. Su Chenshao gave a teasing smile full of unconcern. That black ancient scripture. actually still has a spirit? Interesting. In the end, it's something from the Dark Era. Even the great emperors can't handle it well. The Su family, won't get involved in this mess, and for the rest, I'll leave the rest to their hidden ancient clan, the Xian family, to deal with it on their own. Destroying these bizarre things was not only laborious and unappealing, but if one was not careful, one would have to take the risk of turning a domain's living beings into bizarre creatures and bear the blame of 1,000 people. Elder Cheng nodded slightly at his words, collected his terrifying cultivation, and stood aside without speaking. Su Qianshao narrowed his eyes, playing with the more than trembling immortal killing sword and immortal execution formation diagram in his hand, and in front of him, the system unfolded a huge map. A red dot is moving fast above the map. System marking, Su Qianshao said with a faint smile. It's just that Xian Aotian. How much heavenly fate value do you have to squander? A messy gladiatorial arena. After experiencing the Xian Aotian incident, everyone present had a feeling of having survived a robbery. Only when they saw the old man beside that Imperial clan prince shatter the eroded space did quite a few people from the immortal Dao system and the hidden ancient clan dare to come forward. Grateful beyond measure, he arched his hand. We, the others, pay our respects to Mr. Su. Su Qianshao waved his hand and said with a faint smile, a casual thing, no harm done. My lord originally just wanted to watch a good show, but I didn't expect this to happen. The bizarre beings have a blood feud with my heavens, so they should be executed by everyone. Speaking of this, Su Qianshao sighed and said with some regret, it's just a pity that ancient scripture, the black ancient scripture, is so bizarre and extraordinary that even the quasi-emperors don't have a way to kill him. The moment these words came out, none of the people present admired them to the extreme. Worthy of being the son of the emperor clan, one must know that once upon a time, in the Dark Era, it was the great emperor of the emperor clan Su clan who led the cultivators of the heavens to tear through that darkness. The hidden ancient clan Shi Arnold arched his hand in awe and opened his mouth. Your Excellency's great righteousness, if it wasn't for your hand, I'm afraid that it's highly likely for us to die a horrible death at the hands of that Xian Aotian, or to become ominous. Who could have thought that Xian Aotian would have such a thing? After such a thing happened, the ancient clan behind it, the Xian clan, can hardly escape blame. The other people around them nodded their heads, their faces indignant. Using this item in a vain attempt to kill all of us here, Xian Aotian's heart is punishable. After returning to the clan, I will definitely report this matter to the clan elder. With such a bomb buried in the Canhai Dao region, there is a risk of wreaking havoc in the heavens at any time. At this moment, Xian Ning also came from the distance with a pale face, his eyes filled with shame. If it wasn't for that tyrannical Yuan pill, I'm afraid that I would have already died under Xian Aotian's sword formation. Duke, Xian Ning has failed to live up to the expectations of His Excellency. Su Qianshao let out a faint smile and patted his shoulder. It's good that people are okay. Eat this down. A white aura erupted from the storage ring, and a vibrant green Emperor Dan was sent out with his hand. Could this item be the Green Emperor Dan? When they felt that extremely dense and amazing vitality, the eyes of many of the heavenly prides present suddenly lit up, and all of them looked enviously to the side at Xian Ning. It was only now that they realized why Xian Ning had appeared here. It turns out that today's nobleman in the supreme pavilion above is the Emperor's son, and Xian Ning is accompanying this son of the Lord to come together. Xian Ning was greatly shocked, and looking at the gentle-faced Duke Su in front of him, he only felt a sourness in his heart. This never-before-experienced feeling caused his eyes to turn a little red and said, Xian Ning thanks you, sir. In the meantime, in the middle of a deserted mountain range in the Canning Dao region, the ominous qi was dense, and the surrounding mountains and sky-high ancient trees were instantly eroded into ashes, expanding out at an extremely terrifying speed. Xian Aotian's wretched figure appeared at this place. Cough. He slumped to the ground, spitting out blood in large gulps. Xian Aotian's eyes were red and filled with hatred and anger as he roared lowly. Why don't you help me kill him? An eerie, hoarse laugh came from the black ancient scripture floating in the air beside it. Jia. Do you know that the one who appeared today is from the Su family of the Imperial clan? If I hadn't stepped in to save you, you would have died at the hands of that paragon emperor. Xian Aotian's body shook. The Imperial Su family? How he did not know the name. Each of the 10 great Imperial clans of the heavens was a supreme, inviolable existence. It could be said that the hidden ancient race was as weak as an ant in front of any emperor race, not to mention the fact that that person was from the Imperial Su clan. Chapter 43 Ancient Clan Xian Family finished. Last words. But as soon as he thought that not only had he exposed his biggest card, he would be hunted down by countless people in the future, and 2 more supreme treasures would be taken away, Xian Aotian was furious and madly pounded the ground. roaring, damn it. That voice from the black ancient scriptures sounded once again. You, stay here honestly to recover. And after the red meteor burial ground opens, leave this Tao domain after obtaining that item, and find an uninhabited place to cultivate. Don't worry, with my help, within 100 years, you will become a great emperor. Jia, red meteor burial ground. But one simply does not have the qualification order to be able to enter. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, Xian Aotian's eyes flashed with a trace of icy killing intent, and he said in a chilling voice, "It's done. So what if it's just one more sin?" 1 day later, hidden ancient clan Xian family, outside the main hall. The crowd of Xian family elders were ashen, kneeling outside the hall with their heads bowed, trembling and not daring to say a word. The entire Xian family was enveloped by an extremely oppressive aura. Bang! The only sound that came from the great hall was the roar, with the sound of porcelain being smashed. That is really crazy. How dare you keep something from the dark era on your body? Is he trying to get our ancient clan Xian family killed? Inside the dark and depressing main hall, Xian Yu was furious, even if there were outsiders here. At this moment, his face was almost twisted as he frantically smashed things. It had been centuries since he had been so out of shape. Su Chenshao quietly watched this scene, drinking tea unhurriedly at the side. The charge of colluding with the weird beings of the Dark Ages aside from the various imperial clans that had once led the heavens out of darkness being able to explain away their escape, not to mention the tiny Xian clan. I'm afraid that even those super Dao lineages and ancient saint clans that possessed great emperors couldn't afford it. It was no wonder that Xian Yu, who was the head of a clan, was so out of sorts. I don't know how long. Xian Yufang just as paralyzed to sit on the seat of the family head, eyes lost in thought, and cried and laughed. Ha ha ha, I thought Xian Yu, had been wise for 1,000 years, but I didn't expect to give birth to such a deviant and good son. Hand in hand, carrying the dark era ancient scriptures, that everyone gets to kill all these. Are they all retribution for my Xian Yu killing my brother and butchering my relatives? Is it all retribution? Xian Ning, who was currently kneeling outside the temple when he heard his father's rant, could no longer hold back and rushed in. Father, but as soon as he entered, he froze. The surrounding area was a mess, and Xian Ning had never seen his father so disoriented and disheveled. At this moment, as a hidden ancient clan chief Xian Yu for a time heart gas all without there, only that thick guilt and remorse, Xian Ning couldn't help but go up with a sore nose. Father, Xian Yu glanced at him and spoke somewhat feebly. It's Ninger, for father is ashamed of his ancestors and your mother's instructions. Xian family, it's going to be over. It was ruined by my Hyunwoo's hands. Xian Ning was shaken. The trance only felt like the sky was falling. He couldn't imagine that his father, who had always been wise and majestic, would say such desperate words. Xian Ning fell to his knees with a plop. He crawled towards the front step by step, and took his father's hands and exclaimed, Father, please stop saying that. My Xian clan is a hidden ancient clan that has stood in the heavens for 10,000 years. It will not be finished. Xian Yu tilted his head up and closed his eyes as he lay on top of this family head's position. The whole person seemed to have aged hundreds of years and said quietly, Ancient clan? But I, the Xian clan, can't afford to take on the offense of trying to restart the dark era. Last night the news came from the ancient clan Qi family. Your brother Xian Aotian he attacked several ancient clan celestial pride at night, killing Qi Arbor and 6 other ancient clan people and taking away the qualification order on his body. In a matter of days, the Qi family will lead a group of people from various other ancient clan Dao lineages to come and ask for their sins. What? Upon hearing this, Xian Ning's breath hitched, and he practically gritted his teeth as he growled lowly. Xian Aotian, it's him again. Father, he's going to destroy our Xian family. Xian Yu slowly opened his eyes. His complexion was haggard. He stared closely at Xian Ning in front of him, stretched out his big hand and placed it on his face, gently and incomparably said, Ninger, it is father who was then ashamed of you. After your mother left, after my father took over this patriarchal position he was even more negligent in caring for you. All along, you have blamed your father for favoring your brother Aotian too much. Maybe the reason why father is so indulgent your brother Aotian. That is because after your mother left, the last thing she asked me was to let me take good care of Tian'er. Though you have been a hostage for 3 years, your mother and I gave you all our love unreservedly when you were small, and that child Tian'er was still suffering in other Dao domains at that time. Xian Ning burst into tears and choked out loud with an incomparable sob. Father, please stop talking about him. Jenna smiled and shook his head. He had never shown such a loving and gentle side. Ninger, you look like your mother in both personality and looks. While Tian'er follows me, I know that I've always been a bad father in your hearts, but what I want to tell you today is that Ninger, in my father's heart you've always been the most obedient and understanding good boy, and my father's pride." As if he was giving his last words, Jenna said a lot in one breath. Xian Ning was trembling more than ever, and there was never a day when he didn't want his father's affirmation, but definitely not now. And just at that moment, the voice of the Xian family's grand elder came from outside the hall. "Matriarch, matriarch, the hidden ancient clan Qi family, the Zhao family, the Ming family, and several Taoist forces have all come." When he heard this voice, Xian Yu nodded his head. His eyes flickered and he didn't know what he was thinking. He gently stroked Xian Ning's cheeks, lovingly wiping away the tear stains at the corners of his eyes, and softly said, "Ninger, you've grown up. After I leave, if they are willing to let my Xian family have a chance of survival and my Xian family still exists, then you will be the patriarch of my Xian family from now on." Xian Ning clung to his father's arm, kneeling on the ground with his head lowered and begging bitterly, "Father, please stop talking. You'll be fine." Seeing his own son like this, even the inner strength of Xian Yu's deep eyes could not bear to float a tear. He now realized how negligent he had been in caring for his youngest son since Tianer's return. But why? Was it discovered so late? Xian Yu smiled and shook his head, finally rubbing Xian Ning's hair affectionately before getting up and looking at Su Chenxiao, who was sitting quietly at the side, and walking over. "Sir Su, in here is all of my Xian Yu's family belongings, as well as half of the resources that my ancient clan, the Xian family, has accumulated over the generations." Su Chenxiao looked up at Xian Yu Dao in front of him. "Matriarch Xian, what is the meaning of this?" Chapter 44. Who is qualified to prove it? Then I wonder if this gentleman is qualified enough? Hyunwoo knelt down with his hands clasped together, as if he was performing a dying consolation, a last will and testament, generally speaking, with his head lowered. If the son doesn't teach, it's the father's fault. For Tianer to be able to do such treacherous things is naturally inextricably linked to me, his father. But my good boy, Ningy, is innocent. I only ask Mr. Su to shelter Ninger's life for the sake of these meager gifts, and from now on, my canine son is willing to go through fire and water for Mr. Su, no matter what." Su Chenxiao was silent for a while. Honestly, one is not a nice person, but perhaps it is in the body of Xian Yu. See that the last loving kindness of parents cannot help but think of their own kindred family members. Su Chenxiao received the storage ring and calmly nodded his head and opened his mouth. "Understood. Go on." Xian Yu's body shook, and his face showed endless gratitude. He knew that the one who could save his young son's life amongst the countless ancient clans and immortal Dao lineages, the only other person to do so was this male from the Su family of the imperial clan. "Father, don't." Xian Ning only felt weak and begged bitterly at the back. Xian Yu slowly got up and took one last look at Xian Ning, then he knocked him out with a blow of his astral chi and made a final bow towards Su Chenxiao. "Goodbye, Mr. Su." Su Chenxiao nodded without saying anything, looking at Xian Yu's tall departing back. His eyes flickered as he played with the storage ring in his hand and muttered to himself, "Xian Ao Tian, you have a good father who is willing to take the blame for everything you carry, but why can't you just feel it?" According to Xian Ao Tian's script, from start to finish, the Xian family was blameless. It was merely his unilateral belief that all of this was owed to him by the Xian family. Everything that happened today was recorded by himself with a shadow-retaining stone. Su Duanxia was eager to see it. Seeing this image at a time when the protagonist of this heavenly destiny is on the verge of death and in a desperate situation, will he or she regret it? Su Chenxiao slowly got up and walked towards the outside of the hall. The sky outside the house was cloudy and black, seemingly with lightning and thunder, brewing a storm that was about to come. At this moment, outside the Xian family hall, Xian clan head Xian Yu and a group of elders looked at the raging people of the various clans high in the sky. "Xian Yu, your son, Xian Ao Tian, killed my youngest son, Qi Ardent, and my ardent son was tragically victimized by this unwarranted disaster. And I, Qi Kong, have only this one son. If you, the Xian family, do not give me an explanation today, my ancient clan Qi family will not share the same fate as you." Upon seeing Xian Yu appear, an angry, pale-faced old man above him roared. This person was Qi Kong, the head of the Qi family. He is old enough to have a son. For Qi Arti from childhood to adulthood are loved very much. Now Qi Arti perished. He than any of the present are incomparably heartbroken. My grandson also died at the hands of your son, Xian Ao Tian. Your Xian family colluded with the Dark Era's bizarre beings. Do you not want to turn over the sky? Today, our ancient race will act on behalf of the heavens and erase you group of betrayers of the heavens from the hidden ancient race. So don't ever tarnish the reputation of my hidden ancient race. Rumble. Angry thunder flashed in the sky. Under the terrifying pressure of these thousands of people from the ancient clans and Dao lineages, the sky above the Xian clan seemed to be collapsing. The crowd of Xian family elders were trembling, their faces desperate to the extreme. Master of the house. Xian Yu took a deep breath and faced this incoming crowd and shouted, I, the Xian family, recognize these things. A son does not teach his father. What my son, Ao Tian, has done, as a father, I can hardly escape the blame. I, Xian Yu, am willing to die as thanks for my sins and offer all the resources of my Xian family as compensation. I only beg you all to leave my Xian family alive, but to say that my Xian clan colluded with the Dark Era's bizarre beings, that's simply nonsense, the man at the top said without relenting. Die, Xian Yu, so many of us have come, do you think it will end just by you dying? How can it be that easy? If we don't exterminate your entire clan today, it will be hard for us to get rid of the hatred in our hearts. The Dark Era ancient scripture that your son Xian Ao Tian used in the apocalypse arena was witnessed by thousands of eyes. The evidence is overwhelming. What else do you have to answer for? If you say that your Xian clan has nothing to do with the Dark Era's bizarre beings, who can prove it? Who would believe it? The light in Xian Yu's eyes flickered, and he knew. In addition to the few people from the ancient clans that Xian Ao Tian had killed, the more present merely wanted to use this excuse to wipe out the Xian family and divide the spoils. And right at this moment, a faint voice suddenly resounded from the hall behind Xian Yu. How about this gentleman gives him proof? Only to see in the back, Su Chenxiao walked out of the hall unhurriedly, with Elder Qing following closely behind. Xian Yu's eyes lit up and he arched his hand with immense gratitude. Mr. Su, thanks a lot. The head of the Qi family above, Qi Kong, frowned and said coldly, you prove it? Who are you, milquetoast brat? However, once these words came out, the other people of the ancient race on the side looked like they had thought of something and their faces suddenly changed. A few Qi parent elders on the side even sucked in a breath of cold air. Expression as if they had seen a ghost hurriedly came to the side of Qi empty ear whispered something. Patriarch, don't talk about it. That person seems to be the son of the Su family head of the imperial clan. What did you say? Qi Kong's eyes widened for a split second at the words, and for a split second he wanted to die, itching to tear his own stinking mouth apart. Why didn't you say so? Was trying to get this clan leader killed? He glared viciously at that person, then hurriedly brought a group of Qi parent elders to the bottom with their asses, trembling and respectful. My name is Qi Kong, head of the Qi clan of the ancient clan. Meet Mr. Su. Other ancient people also came down one after another, not daring to stand above the head of this one at all, as if under the dumpling-like fear. Overwhelming Sea Taoist system. Meet your excellency. Ancient clan Zhao family. Meet your excellency. The Ming family has met the Gongzi. The name of the Gongzi. The daughter returned to the clan and also often mentioned with me. One by one, they have lived for hundreds or thousands of years. The ancient clan chief level. The status of the dignified great powers at the moment in front of Su Chuanxiao groveling, respectfully like a subordinate general. Su Chenxiao glanced at the people coming before him, his gaze resting on Qi Kong, the head of the Qi clan, and said indifferently, this eunuch proved for him that the Dark Era ancient scripture matter was all the work of Xian Ao Tian alone. Problems? Qi Kong instantly lost the same anger that he had when he arrived, and said with a lowered head in fear and a strong desire to survive, since you, Mr. Su, are the one who testified, it's bound to be impossible for there to be the slightest problem. This matter is all the work of Xian Ao Tian alone. Su Duanxiao swept his eyes at the others. Where are the others? Chapter 45, Offering the Sage Dao Fruit. I swear by the heavenly Dao. The scene at the moment was a little subtle for a moment. Originally, all the bigwigs from various forces who had come to ask for punishment, all of them nodded their heads desperately in front of Su Chenxiao as if they were chickens pecking at rice. This Lord Duke of the Imperial clan wouldn't be trying to bail out the Xian clan, would he? Everyone thought darkly in their minds. Qi Kong heart is even more difficult to the extreme. He died his only son. Want to come to revenge? Would have been natural. But when this Imperial clan prince appeared, let alone taking revenge, he was afraid that he would not be able to protect himself. When did the ancient Xian clan climb up to the godless clan? Just as the crowd was wondering, Xian Yu spoke with a calm face. Patriarchs, I understand the resentment in your hearts towards your canine son. It's just that there's a head for the grievances and a master for the debts. Everything I, Xian Yu, am willing to bear alone, and I only ask that all of you be able to think of the same hidden ancient clan and spare the other innocent people in my Xian family. After saying that, Xian Yu, who was the ancient clan patriarch, directly knelt down on both knees and bowed towards Qi Kong and the other group of ancient clan patriarchs. This? Everyone present was shocked. One's pupils were wide, looking incredulous. Xian Yu cloaked his head and raised his head to open his mouth towards everyone present. My ignorant child is still young, and has gone astray for a moment. After I die, I would like to use my body's essence, blood, and soul as a guide to bear the fruits of the Saint's Tao. The Xian family's treasure trove, which is located in the back hall, contains the accumulations of my Xian family over the generations. Xian Yu has nothing else to ask for. I only ask that after you all take these away you can calm down a trace of anger in your hearts, and spare the life of my Ao Tian's child after you catch him in the future. Under the incredulous gazes of one of the great powers, Xian Yu brewed an extremely terrifying saint's power in his hand, shouting worthy of the ancestors and slammed down. Bang! Patriarch! The crowd of Xian clan members stared deathly in disbelief. The sacred realm patriarch of a generation of hidden ancient clans fell. Ding! Heaven's Destiny protagonist Xian Ao Tian's biological father perished, losing the ancient clan Xian family's shelter. The Heaven's Destiny value is greatly injured, losing 100,000. Congratulations to the master for gaining villain value of 100,000. Buzz. After his death, a terrifyingly majestic cultivation and holy power coalesced into a golden ball of light that appeared in his chest. By choosing to condense the sage Tao fruit, one would have to sacrifice everything about oneself. Xian Yu's flesh, essence and blood, and divine soul all turned into ashes and slowly disappeared between heaven and earth. Until a few moments, a ground of quicksand was blown away by the breeze, and it was as if this person had never existed in this world. On the ground, a sage Tao fruit that contained endless divine splendor, surging holy power, and crystal clarity appeared. Everyone present was a bit silent for a moment at this scene. Who doesn't know? This is the ancient clan Xian family's most ruthless patriarch. Not only is his means heavenly, but he has also led the Xian family to leap up a ladder in just a few years, and is a lord, and just such a character. Now it is for the sake of his own son's affairs, giving them reparation and kneeling down, and the curtain falls with his death. The anger in many people's hearts dissipated for the most part, and they looked at each other, inevitably having the feeling of a rabbit dying. Even Qi Kong, whose son had died, frowned repeatedly and spoke with a sigh. Gee, have pity on the parents. Patriarch Xian, the family is unfortunate. Why are you suffering? As a fellow father, he could understand Jinu's state of mind. However, the pain of losing a son could not be calmed by this, and only with Xian Ao Tian's blood could he sacrifice his own child's spirit in heaven. Qi Kong looked at the crowd of painfully desperate elders of the Xian family present and said quietly, "The patriarch of your clan sacrificed himself to preserve the Xian family this day. It would seem unsatisfactory for us to go any deeper. This matter is over. Your clan's rebellious son Xian Ao Tian will be personally dealt with by us. If he still has an unclear relationship with your Xian family, I will not blame my Qi family for being unkind." After today, it also meant that the Xian clan, a hidden ancient clan, no longer existed. The Grand Elder stood out at this time, arching his hand with a face full of grief. I, the Xian family, understand. As for this sage Tao fruit, the group of people present looked at each other, and a bit of greed flashed in their eyes. The fruit of the saint's path contains the holy way. It could be said that with it, it would be a nail in the coffin to cross into the saint realm. Xian Yu as the clan leader who had killed his way out was already not bad, and his Saint Tao was at least upper level. Having an extra Saint Realm powerhouse could be a huge boost for their ancient clan. The people deliberated for a few moments, and in the end, the head of the Qi family, Qi Kong, was the leader. They still unanimously decided to offer this Tao fruit to this imperial clan prince. Su Chenshao raised an eyebrow. Do what for me? Qi Kong carefully held that sage Tao fruit with both hands, respectfully and incomparably came in front of Su Chenshao and said, "Sir Su, we had no eyes to see before and took offense. This sage Tao fruit, we have unanimously decided to offer it to you, Mr. Su, and we hope that you will not forget about it." More than the greed in their hearts, they were more fearful of this imperial clan prince in front of them. The heavens are vast and infinite, and the hidden ancient clans and immortal Taoist lineages are countless. However, there were only 10 supreme emperor clans. Even the demonic beasts raised by the people of their clan they didn't dare to offend, let alone the fact that the one in front of them was the son of the patriarch of the Su family of the imperial clan. Not only that, but that Xian clan's treasure trove is still there for you to smile at. Your Excellency, Su Chenshao narrowed his eyes and grinned. Without being polite to them, he directly took the sage Tao fruit and faintly said, "Then the treasure trove is even. Distribute it amongst yourself. You have come to avenge yourselves, and what you will do, my lord will not interfere. It's just that Xian Ao Tian is harboring an ancient scripture, and if it's not removed, it's a hidden danger to the heavens for one day. If we really can't find anyone, it's not impossible for my imperial clan to step in." The crowd's hearts shook at the words. If this matter were to spread to the 10 great imperial clans, then the ones who would be implicated at that time would be all of them in the hidden ancient clan. Chi Kung hurriedly said, Mr. Su, please don't worry, my Chi family has the method of tracing blood back to the source. As long as the Xian Aotian is still within this Kaming Dao domain, he will not be able to escape our pursuit at all. I can't believe that even after this matter of his father's demise is spread out, he'll still be able to remain indifferent. Su Chenshao nodded slightly and waved his hand. My lord is a bit tired, so I'll leave this place to yourselves. The main hall that Su Chenshao returned to only left a group of people here looking at each other. 1 hour later, the people coming from the various ancient clan Dao lineages left as much as they could. All the elders of the clan were clad in mourning clothes, ready to take care of the patriarch's affairs. There seemed to be a lingering haze in the Xian family's sky. At this moment, within the main hall, Xian Ning, who had not long awakened, sat on the ground lost in thought for a long time. Su Chenshao then quietly sat aside and sipped his tea. The entire hall was cold and quiet, with only 3 people present. After an unknown amount of time, Xian Ning tremblingly stood up from the ground and came in front of Su Chenshao. His full head of black hair turned pale and tears hung under his bloodshot eyes. Xian Ning's face was somewhat frighteningly calm at the moment. Please, sir, help me. He knew that there was only one person who could help him today. Su Chenshao glanced at him, eyes flat, as if a superior without any feelings, slowly opened his mouth. Help you with what? An incomparable look of madness surfaced in Xian Ning's eyes. He swore that he would kill the unrepentant one who had killed his father with his own hands. He ruined everything for himself. I would like to swear to the heavenly Tao with my lifelong cultivation and divine soul, as long as your excellency can help me kill Xian Aotian. From now on, this cheap life of Xian Ning is yours, Mr. Su, and I wish to honor you as my master for all eternity. P.S. 100,000 words, but also please Lord's point to urge more chase reading. Favorable comments. Duck duck kowtow to thank. Bang bang bang. Chapter 46 Tracing the blood back to the source and borrowing it for a while. Xian Ning's eyes were crimson, and they were filled with hateful fury. When the words were uttered, in front of its body, a slender and incomparable white line was draped up. Those lines continued to intertwine and change, transforming into a rune that contained the rhythm of the heavenly Tao. Xian Ning bit his index finger and inscribed his pledge in blood. In a flash, those runes exploded into white starlight and dissipated. It cannot be broken. The heavenly covenant. Su Chenxiao's face was as normal, staring closely into his eyes for a long time, and finally said calmly, Get up. He can't get away. When the red meteor burial ground opens, just let him be buried there along with that dark era black ancient scripture. Xian Ning was overjoyed at his words, and with a heavy kowtow, he exclaimed, Xian Ning thanks you, Your Excellency. What had happened to the Xin clan had caused quite a fluctuation amongst the hidden ancient clans. Everyone hadn't expected that such a ruthless and decisive clan leader would choose to kill himself because of his own son. But the capture of Xian Aotian did not come to an end. The various clans of the hidden ancient race had joined forces to blockade this Dao domain. At the same time, a major bounty was issued, and anyone who could capture or provide information about Xian Aotian would be rewarded with a huge amount of money. Under this exorbitant reward, even at the risk of being eroded by the Dark Era's trickster, there were also still countless cultivators who were rushing around, frantically searching for Xian Aotian. At this moment in the misty forest mountain range, a huge tremor erupted within this silent and incomparable ancient forest. Rumble, death to all. Xian Aotian was covered in blood, his face insanely hideous as he shot down the dozens of cultivators that appeared here. With his right hand, he grabbed an ancient race cultivator who kept struggling to force a soul search. Buzz. After forcibly ingesting the other party's memories, Xian Aotian's body began to tremble continuously, his eyes seeping, ignoring the other person's miserable screams of pain and misery. The right hand violently exerted force, crushing and exploding its head alive. Bang! A large amount of blood splattered his cheeks and eyes. The news of his father's death caused Xian Aotian to be so grief-stricken that he couldn't help but throw his head back and roar furiously. The black ancient scripture floated on his side, releasing an eerie and incomparable power to destroy all the surrounding corpses. The shadow appeared beside Xian Aotian. Looking at Xian Aotian who was kneeling on the ground trembling, he jia a strange smile. Why? Don't you hate your father? Why did you seem to be in pain instead after learning the news of his death? Boom! Xian Aotian thumped the ground with a wild punch. He didn't stop even though his hands were bloody, until the earth was smashed out of a deep crater. Only then did Xian Aotian raise his head in a ghostly manner. 2 lines of blood tears were left in those scarlet, incomparable eyes. The shadow created by the black ancient scripture scared in admiration from the sidelines. What wonderful eyes! I see hatred, anger in your eyes. Shen Aotian coldly turned his head and roared as he blasted his fist out towards the shadow. You shut the up, but his attack only caused the shadow to dissipate for a moment before healing again. That old miscreant, who clearly died for the Shen family, but had to say in a nice way that it was for me. All of this, he owes me Shen Aotian. Does he think I'll be able to forgive him for that? Never. From now on, one no longer had any bull **** bloodline ties, and no one was able to discipline one, no matter who it is. I, Shen Aotian, can kill whoever I want. Those who have offended me, Shen Aotian, I won't let any of them go. Thinking about this, Shen Aotian laughed up to the sky as if he had gone crazy. Ha 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 ha. Even his eyes were infested with strands of black gas. Oblivious to the fact that the shadow off to the side grinned a non-stop strange grin with a mouth full of fangs. One day later, the top of the Shen family's Thousand Chance Peak, an immense and incomparable red-colored vortex stood at the top of the mountain. Barriers were set up around the area, so that those who did not have a qualification order could not enter at all. Tens of thousands of people had gathered here, waiting for the opening of the Red Meteor burial ground today. Su Chuanchao sat on top of the first seat, with several ancient clan heads standing respectfully beside him. You guys say that you can catch that Shen Aotian today? Su Chenshao looked at Qi Kong, the head of the Qi clan, who was on the side with interest. Qi Kong's face was respectful as he arched his hand. Back to your excellency. Shen Aotian killed my youngest son and took away the qualification order from him in order to enter this Red Meteor burial ground. Nowadays, we have blocked off the entire Canning Dao region. If this son wants to escape, the only way to do so is through the ancient transmission formation within the Red Meteor burial ground. Shen Ning's eyes coldly swept over the group of people below in a deep voice. Maybe he's hiding in the crowd right now. Su Chenshao smiled faintly and said, Do you need my lord's help? Qi Kong and the other few clan leaders looked at each other and said with confidence, My lord, we are at least 4 saint realms present. If we can't even catch a tiny immortal realm outcast, wouldn't it be a laughing stock? The other matriarch was also assured, for saint realms have personally taken action. If they still can't catch Shen Aotian, they might as well find a block of tofu to crash into the presence. This damn vestigial. Su Chenxiao's face was a bit odd as he sniffed. Not speaking. Buzz. The system panel expands. The bright blinking red dot on the system map was here. Su Chenxiao looked toward the middle of the crowd below with a smile, only to see that among the crowd, a man clad in a gray cloak with a rugged face hurriedly lowered his head. Damn, this guy can't have found me, can he? A strange laughter rang out in the sea of consciousness. What are you afraid of? But you have the black ancient scripture with you, even if you are exposed. So what? You previously grabbed the qualification order. Purpose is too obvious. I feel the breath of the killing array here. I'm afraid that this group of people have long laid a dragnet, intending to pull you out today. When hearing this, Shen Aotian's eyes flashed with a trace of icy killing intent and laughed with disdain to the extreme. With this group of guys, thinking that they can catch me, Shen Aotian, just like that? He had long had plans. Su Chenxiao withdrew his gaze, sitting in a chair with his head lazily propped up on his left hand. He lowered his eyes and smiled somewhat playfully. It's still pretty early. Make a scene, and better yet, make that scene even bigger. You're carrying so much guilt on you anyway. You don't care about one more. The right hand flicked over. The white fur ball-like dead soul beast appeared in his hand. The dead soul beast had digested for a long time since it had devoured the divine soul of a Seal King realm. Now it was also considered to have evolved from the juvenile stage to the youth stage, with a much stronger aura. So I thought it was time to be able to play a bit of a role. About an incense stick of time passed. The Shen clan's grand elder looked toward the secret vortex at the peak, until the color of the secret swirl became bright red and completely revealed. Only then did he arrive in front of Su Chenxiao and the group of ancient clan patriarchs and spoke respectfully and incomparably. The time has come to enter the Red Meteor burial ground. Qi Kong nodded as he and the surrounding ancient clan patriarchs glanced at each other, signaling that they could begin to move. Early on in their visit they set everything up with confidence. Qi Kong sneered and opened his mouth. Then, let it begin. Shen Ning, borrow some blood. Chapter 47 Dragnet, Deadly Soul Beast, dinner is served. Shen Ning sniffed and dryly made a bloodstain on his fingertip. Qi Kong grinned, his eyes flashing with essence. Shen Aotian, although I don't know what method you are using to avoid our divine thoughts prying into your eyes, but now, that's as far as it goes. Trace the blood. Buzz. The blood in Shen Ning's hand was pulled out, and that blood turned into an arc of light that flashed across Qi Kong's eyes. Qi Kong's divine eyes were like electricity, quickly scanning through the crowd below amongst the people, and quickly locking onto that big man. Found you. Chi Kong's eyes lit up and he immediately shouted, "That's him, do it!" Without much ado, the three Saint Realm patriarchs on the side all exploded into action. Pounds of majestic holy might rose up to the sky as one of them shouted, "Xian Ao Tian, let's see where you can escape today. Seal the sky and lock the earth." The other person directly started a formation. Even if they were facing an immortal realm descendant, the several ancient clan patriarchs did not hold back at all. The Dark Era ancient scripture was bizarre to the extreme. Even in the hands of the immortal realm it was not something that could be easily underestimated. The lion will do its best to fight the hare, and excessive contempt will only lead to endless trouble. Rumble. The great formation tumbled down with a loud noise that shook the heavens and earth. This unexpected scene caught everyone present by surprise. Formation? What happened? The head of the Qi family, as well as the Zhao and Ming families? What are they doing here? Layers and layers of great formations quickly rose. The entire Thousand Chance Peak was transformed into an impenetrable wall in the mere blink of an eye. Countless thick and incomparable aura chains intertwined and twisted, as if the entire heaven and earth had been closed off. Taiku Desperation Formation. Taiku Tsu Dragon Formation. Taiku Kuai Shui Formation. It's airtight inside and out. I don't know if it's the reason why Xian Aotian's life value is now too low, losing the wisdom reduction buff. Seeing this scene, even Su Chenshao could not help but freeze. NB. Su Chenshao looked towards the four ancient clan heads who rushed into the crowd without any reservations and displayed their great power with some size. That's tough. No wonder they swore to assure themselves before. When these three sets of formations came down, not to mention the immortal realm, it was feared that even the peak of the Saint Realm would bleed on the spot. It wasn't just Su Chenshao. Xian Ao Tian, who had hidden his identity below, even changed his face abruptly after seeing the three major formations rise. Although he had long been prepared for a showdown, he didn't expect the other party to think so highly of him. Xian Ao Tian's expression was as ugly as eating. Roared, chiming, "Didn't you say there was only one killing formation? And what are the other two?" The spirit of the black ancient scripture in his mind didn't reply back either. It seemed to be silent for a while before he said quietly, "Use the ancient scriptures. As long as the ancient scriptures are around, no one will dare to touch you." Facing the four Saint Realm powerhouses that had killed him, Xian Ao Tian didn't dare to be careless at all. His face was filled with killing intent as he bellowed, "Bastard, do you really think that I, Xian Ao Tian, am made of clay?" Black ancient scripture. Buzz. A dense ominous aura rose up to the sky and impacted raw on top of the ancient formation above. That weird and ominous aura began to rapidly corrode the first desperation formation. But even so, there was still the dragon locking formation and the sunflower water formation existing outside of the desperate life, and it was impossible to break all of them down and rush out in one breath. Boom, boom. The shadow of the spirit of the black ancient scripture appeared. The shadow casually sent hundreds of terrifying black divine ons erupting towards Chi Kong and the others. Rumble. Chi Kong and the other three Saint Realm powerhouses all offered up magical treasures capable of isolating everything. A holy jade-like shield appeared in front of Chi Kong, and the beam of black light bombarded the shield's body, erupting into a shocking roar. Boom! The strange power began to continuously erode and spread on top of the shield, vaguely wanting to touch the hand through the shield. This strange power that does not belong to the heavens, if it is tainted with a trace of it, it will cause people to lose their sanity and undergo aberrations to become strange things. Even a Saint Realm powerhouse wouldn't dare to dip their hands in the slightest. Seeing this, Chi Kong was so frightened that he hurriedly dropped his shield and hurriedly offered a new shield that had been prepared long ago, laughing out loud. "Ha ha ha, little child of the Xin family, did you not think that if you were able to use the power of the Dark Era's trickster objects, we would be too intimidated to touch you in the slightest? It's really ridiculous. We're not here to capture you today, but rather to suppress you, a traitor of the ancient clan. Here, gentlemen, do it." Tarzan Seal. After saying that, the four Saint Realm powerhouses activated their great divine power techniques to suppress Xian Ao Tian. Although the Dark Era ancient scripture was bizarre and terrifying, as long as one was careful not to come into contact with it, one would be fine. Therefore, several of them were using long-range means intending to kill them directly. Xian Ao Tian's face was ugly. He didn't expect this group of shameless old things to be so well prepared, and the spells were as good as worthless to use and throw away. "But, do you guys think that this will be able to help me, Xian Ao Tian?" Chiming, the shadow directly attached itself behind Xian Ao Tian. Xian Ao Tian was as if he had shot chicken blood, and a terrifying light suddenly erupted from his body and quickly spread outward. This ominous force was terrifying to the extreme, quickly engulfing those Saint Realm divine abilities. Xi'er saw the situation cold smile again and again. The defense magic treasure protects in front of the body of all untainted. Opened his mouth. "Negative. I would like to see just how far the Dark Era ancient scripture can help you. Holy Mountain Seal. Rumble. Another blow of the heavenly avatar blasted away. And just then, a moan and scream of extreme pain suddenly resounded within the field. Ah! Stay back. Patriarch, help me. One could only see the bizarre aura spreading out rapidly like a tidal wave within the entire Dao Peak, although several of their Saint Realm powerhouses were not stained. However, the other descendants who had come to enter the Red Meteor burial ground were simply unable to resist the ominous power. Thousands and hundreds of people were curled up on the ground in agony at this very moment. Their faces and bodies began to distort, their skin and flesh rotting and falling off piece by piece, and their mouths spitting out large chunks of black blood and broken flesh. Some people are rapidly covered with long hair and are shaped like demonic beasts. What's more, the blood and flesh wriggled and stretched out a new arm from their body, letting out a low roar of pain. Roar, like an earthly purgatory. It seemed to be witnessing the birth of that one bizarre being of the Dark Era. This is. Shi Kong's body shook as his pupils continued to dilate. Xian Ao Tian, however, walked madly and incomparably in the center of the field, shadows floating behind him, and laughed openly with his hands open in a reckless manner, filled with monstrous evil intent. Now it was, simply, like a source of plague, and wherever it passed, all life withered and aberrated. Ha ha ha, you can block it, but what about the others? All of you, wrap them up. The black ancient scripture in front of Xian Ao Tian quickly turned over page after page. All the cultivators who had been eroded and deformed into monsters by this strange chi went crazy and rushed towards the 4 Saint Realm patriarchs in the sky above. In the distance, the golden radiant power of the quasi-emperor turned into a barrier to isolate everything. Xian Ning's face was furious at the sight, wanting to rush forward. Xian Ao Tian, this guy, now he has become even more devilish than the devil's way. Do what? Su Chenxiao looked at him faintly, his eyes containing a smile, and said, just be quiet here and watch. Looking at the many cultivators in the distance that were tainted with the bizarre chi that was constantly aberrant, Su Chenxiao patted the dead soul beast that was lazily lying in his hand and smiled faintly. Still sleeping? Dinner is served. Chapter 48, Slave Spirit Chiming. Death-defying Xian Ao Tian. The dead soul beast seemed to feel something. It rolled around in the palm of Su Chenxiao's hand and then burst out as if it was a white arrow. Originally a bizarre being, it was simply fearless of the effects of these ominous auras. Like a tiger in a flock of sheep, the dead soul beast was like a Taotai as it quickly disappeared into one cultivator after another, devouring their tainted divine souls. Su Chenxiao looked at the shadow behind Xian Ao Tian in the distance. Chiming, black scripture slave spirit. Once an evil cultivator of the Canning Dao domain, he stumbled upon the black ancient scripture in the heavenly demon cave, and was deprived of his physical body by the erosion of evil chi. With his divine soul attached to the black ancient scripture, it turns out that shadow was not so much the artifact spirit of the black ancient scripture. Rather, it would be more apt to say that they were slaves who adhered to the will of the black ancient scripture. Su Chenxiao stretched and slowly got up. He came straight to the edge of the golden barrier constructed by Elder Qing. The black ominous chi outside was rushing around, wanting to engulf in. Elder Qing's face changed when he saw this. My lord, what are you? Those surrounding hidden ancient races whose hearts were palpitating immensely were also startled, and one by one, they rushed forward to dissuade them. Mr. Su, you mustn't go out. The outside is full of dark era bizarre chi. A gentleman doesn't stand under a dangerous wall. You're a precious body of 10,000 gold. You mustn't go out. This moment was more than the clan outside. Instead, they were more worried about this imperial clan prince, fearing that the other party would go and experience it on a whim. Su Chenxiao's face was calm as he extended his hand directly into this golden barrier and gently captured it. Pop! A wisp of ominous chi that seemed to have a spirit and was constantly provoking and struggling appeared between the thumb and forefinger, as if it were a spiritual snake. Seeing this scene, the ancient clan elders at the back all stared with wide eyes and expressions as if they had seen a ghost. I'm Chao. What's the situation? Su Chenxiao looked at this strand of ominous chi in his hand and laughed lightly. These ominous chi. It seems that they still have a spirit. That's interesting. With a slight force from his fingers, this wisp of ominous chi was directly extinguished. One certainly can't risk one's life. I had asked the system before I came here, and the reply I got was, the innate chaotic divine body could transform all things and fuse all laws. Even if this ominous chi rushed into the body, the end result is also accommodated by the chaotic body to be normalized and treated equally. Under the gazes of a crowd of horrified people, Su Chenxiao walked unhurriedly towards Xian Ao Tian's direction. The surroundings were filled with cultivators who had been eroded by the ominous chi. However, Su Chenxiao was covered with a layer of hazy white chaotic light, and those ominous chi could not erode the slightest bit. One by one, the cultivators who had transformed into bizarre creatures came swooping and tearing, exuding a dense and extremely disastrous aura. Buzz. The White Emperor's sword was sacrificed. A sword chopped down. The extremely powerful sword blade whistled out. The might of the Emperor's sword was as powerful as a bamboo, and in an instant, it turned those cultivators who had been deformed into shenanigans into pieces. Boom! Well, it is a bit stronger than in life. Su Qianxiao admired with interest. Not far away, after seeing Su Qianxiao appear, Shi Kong and the others were shocked and their faces turned pale as they stopped the attacks in their hands and came toward Su Qianxiao. Mr. Su, what brings you here? Leave quickly. This place has been polluted by that ominous qi. However, after sensing the ancient and mysterious chaotic qi around Su Qianxiao, several people's faces were shocked in their hearts. This, Sir Su, you are not afraid of this ominous qi? Su Qianxiao smiled faintly, holding the White Emperor's sword, looking toward the distant Xian Ao Tian, who even Saint Realm powerhouses found tricky. He opened his mouth. Xian Ao Tian, is your last resort the divine soul in this dark era ancient scripture? It's you? Xian Ao Tian's face became furious in an instant. Shocking killing intent poured out, spoken almost through clenched teeth. How dare you appear in front of me? It was this guy who had previously taken away his immortal killing sword and immortal execution formation diagram in the middle of the gladiatorial arena. Su Qianxiao lost a laugh and shook his head somewhat lamentably. Think your father didn't want you to be like this before he died? Oh yes, this gentleman here also has your father's last words before he died. There are words in there that your father wanted to say to you. Don't you want to take a look? While saying that, Su Qianxiao took out that shadow retention stone and casually threw it over. Father? Xian Ao Tian's pupils shrunk violently as his emotions fluctuated once again. But soon, as if he had thought of something, his face became hideous, and he directly raised his hand to shatter the shadow retaining stone. Boom! Do you think that I, Xian Ao Tian, would still care about these things? What bull asterisk affection. I, Xian Ao genius, don't need that kind of thing. Su Qianxiao didn't care when he saw this and smiled, taking out another shadow retention stone from the system storage space. It doesn't matter if it's broken. My lord has another one. Xian Ao Tian's breath caught. To this day, the thing he hates most is when people talk about his father. Uing. Xian Ao Tian was shaking cold. His eyes were full of resentment and killing intent, and he roared with extreme anger. Shut thee up. I want you dead. Chiming. Give me power. The black shadow gave a strange laugh. Got it. You can't die with me. It waited for this moment, since you offered it of your own accord. Then I, chiming, will take your flesh. Shoo away. The shadow was almost one with him. The black ancient scripture once again erupted with a terrifying aura. Xian Ao Tian's body began to undergo an appalling change. His body began to expand inch by inch. The arms and torso were covered with buds of flesh that were pulsing, and it was as if the whole person had turned into a bizarre being. This time, even that triple formation could not withstand this powerful force and began to shatter and collapse inch by inch. Shi Kong and the others' faces changed drastically. I can't imagine that this son still has some strength left. Is this dark era black ancient scripture's living spirit really so terrifying? They had long since sensed that the reason Xian Ao Tian was able to be emboldened was all dependent on the power of that black shadow. Protect Mr. Su, my lord beware. Su Qianxiao sneered, not caring. Xian Ao Tian's power all came from the divine soul of that black ancient scripture. But as long as it's a divine soul, it is the food of the dead soul beasts. Seeing that Xian Ao Tian's aura was constantly surging, a white figure suddenly flashed by. The dead soul beast that had already devoured hundreds of divine souls one after another targeted the shadow behind Xian Ao Tian. The black shadow that gradually merged into Xian Ao Tian's body looked like it had sensed something. Looking over his shoulder at the white ball of fur, for a moment it became fearful to the core. This is a dead soul beast? No, how can this thing still exist? Xian Ao Tian, save me. The white fur ball doesn't care so much, directly opening his bloody mouth full of fangs. A terrifying and incomparable suction force immediately came from his mouth. Next moment, suck it dash. No. Chapter 49 Heavenly Vault Sword Body. Death is near. It was accompanied by a miserable, unwilling roar. The dead soul beast just straight up devoured that shadow. Xian Ao Tian's body, who was still experiencing a surge in his breath and feeling a steady flow of power coming from his body, was shaken. The black ancient scripture fell to the ground, and Xian Ao Tian's entire body felt like it had been emptied in an instant, and his body went limp with weakness. Bang! What's wrong with me? Strength? Where's my power? Xian Ao Tian reacted that something was wrong and kept searching for the shadow, his face frantically yelling, chiming, but no matter how much he cried out, he could no longer feel a single breath of the shadow. The crowd in the distance stared at the situation, not even reacting to what was going on. All they saw was a furry thing appear on the shadow. Then with a sucking sound, a breath of air, the shadow gave. Eat it? What's the situation? The creepy aura on that guy is gone. Hiccup. The dead soul beast burped. It then lazily transformed into a stream of light and re-entered Su Chenxiao's hand. Dead soul beasts. Mature. Su Chenxiao gently patted it twice. Looking at the dead soul beast that had once again fallen into slumber, he smiled faintly and put it into the system space. Well done. Although I don't know what cultivation level that black ancient scripture slave spirit was in life, but Xian'ao Tian was able to utilize his power as a means to fight against the several Saint Realm powers present, so he thought that he couldn't be any weaker. A great tonic. Xian'ao Tian, who had sensed something wrong from afar, completely panicked at this moment. Asshole, what did you do to me? Su Chenxiao said with some playfulness, but it's just taking that bottom card of yours and feeding it to your pet. Qi Kong and the others looked at each other with odd faces. They could not have imagined that this Prince Su would be able to resolve his opponent's final card so easily once he struck. It's also time to wrap it up. The heavens and earth in this place were polluted by the black ancient scripture, and Su Chenxiao snapped his fingers. Snap. Hazy white mysterious chaotic light appeared at first. The chaotic god body was able to fuse and merge all breaths. Under the unbelievable gazes of several people, the long-completed innate chaos divine body was like a whale swallowing the majestic sea of bizarre chi around it to collect and absorb it. Su Chenxiao closed his eyes, feeling a strand of ominous power that seemed to have a spirit like mine stirring in the sea of chi. The ominous power gradually calmed down and assimilated and fused under the suppression and annexation of the chaotic chi. Buzz. This huge and vast ominous force began to coalesce above the spiritual platform, in the center of the 8 light bodies emitting divine aura and surrounded by the great Tao. A dark and incomparable Tao fruit that looked like it came from the abyss had suddenly appeared. This was a power of the great Tao that had never been seen before in the heavens. Although weak, it contained an extremely ominous and eerie aura. Apart from the center of the spiritual platform that was as bright and incomparable as a lord, the Tao fruit shrouded by the chaos chi stood the tallest. As soon as this pitch-black Tao fruit appeared, it suppressed the remaining 7 great Tao fruits and shunned them. 9th Avenue. This? The several ancient clan leaders around them were all stupefied at this scene. Duke Su, even absorbed this ominous power? To be able to absorb even this bizarre chi, could this be the legendary innate chaotic body? The Zhao family patriarch murmured with a tightly locked brow. The innate chaos body had not been seen in the heavens for tens of thousands of epochs. Even they hadn't expected that the innate chaotic body would be able to ignore the erosion of this ominous power. Su Chenxiao slowly opened his eyes, and a ray of divine aura flashed through his eyes. Looking towards Xian'ao Tian, who was lying on the ground in a sorry state, having lost all his strength in the distance. Narrowing his eyes, he murmured softly, "Thanks for the hospitality." Spreading his right hand out, a strand of horrible and evil ominous chi pulsed in surplus, and then snuffed it out in his hand. Feeling the newly appeared 9th mysterious avenue within the sea of consciousness, Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered, slightly surprised. I can't imagine that, apart from chaos, gods and demons, and the desolate ancients, the first thing one comprehended would actually be this bizarre Tao that the heavens had never seen before. Su Duanxiao opened his mouth indifferently. Alright, this party's weird power is gone. Go take care of the mess. Although there was no longer that weird force enveloping them, the cultivators who had been deformed by the erosion were unable to return to their former state. Several of Qi Kong's patriarchs nodded. Knowing that Xian'ao Tian had no more strength left at the moment, they all shot out to kill the monsters with strange forms. Su Chenxiao unhurriedly arrived in front of Xian'ao Tian, looking down on him from above. A true chi directly rolled up the black ancient scripture on the ground. Su Chenxiao looked at the black ancient scripture in his hand and said with a smile, "Here, now your last card is gone." Ding! Heaven's Destiny protagonist Xian'ao Tian loses the black ancient scripture, and loses 40,000 chi value. Congratulations to the master for obtaining the villain value of 40,000. Give it back. That's my stuff. Xian'ao Tian's face changed as he hissed and growled. Suddenly, rip dash. This scene caused Su Chenxiao to frown. Xian'ao Tian, the way you are now, you really don't look like an ancient clan pride. Eroded by this weird power, he lost the shelter of the shadow and the black ancient scripture. The densely packed flesh buds on Xian'ao Tian's body exploded one after another at this moment. The skin on his cheeks also fell off at this moment, and underneath that flesh and blood, a single eerily turning eye opened. "I'll kill you." Su Chenxiao squatted down and shook his head with a smile, saying with some regret, "It's over, Xian'ao Tian. Try harder in your next life." A terrifying and incomparable light brewed in his hand and began to harvest the last of the value from Xian'ao Tian's body. Chaos Sutra, $10,000 to 1. Ah! Xian'ao Tian let out a long roar in extreme pain, curling up on the ground and twitching. The Heavenly Vault sword body origin was thus stripped of its origin in a raw manner and integrated into the innate chaos divine body. At the same time, a sharp sword intent permeated Su Qianxiao's body, and his cultivation realm began to change at this moment. Immortal realm first, second, third. It was only when he reached the 7th level of the immortal realm that he managed to stop. Ding! Heaven's Destiny protagonist Xian'ao Tian loses his Heavenly Vault sword body and loses 40,000 chi value. Congratulations to the master for obtaining the villain value of 40,000. The corners of Su Qianxiao's mouth slowly lifted as he got up to feel the great enhancement brought about by this physique origin. Another sound breakthrough. At this time, Xian Ning, who was in the distance, also came to this place, his face filled with hatred. Duke, can I do it myself? I wanted to kill him myself. Su Qianxiao glanced at him faintly. Then he directly threw that shadow-retaining stone over and calmly said, "From now on, this life of yours is my lord's. Your Xian family's family affairs. Deal with them yourselves." Xian Ning lowered his head and looked at the shadow-retaining stone in his hand for a long time. Lost in thought, he took a deep breath and calmed his current mood. Then he looked towards Xian'ao Tian, who was on the ground as if he was a worm, struggling in pain. His face was cold to the core as he slowly spoke. "Xian'ao Tian, look at you now. It's come to this, and you're still this obsessed?" Xian'ao Tian opened his eyes with great difficulty, and those scarlet pupils were filled with hatred and resentment. Xian Ning, Chapter 50, 300,000 Villainous Values. Regretful Heaven's Destiny protagonist. Shut up, who are you to judge me? Xian'ao Tian. Xian Ning took a deep breath and bellowed. Xian'ao Tian, getting to this point is all the result of your own fault. Do you know what my father said to me last before he died? Xian'ao Tian roared in extreme anger. And what do you know about me? Xian'ao Tian? I, Xian'ao Tian, have been hiding in that bitter cold land since I was a child. I thought that all of this was a choice they had no choice but to make. But when I returned to the clan I realized that the love that I was supposed to enjoy was all taken away by you. Xian Ning, you've won. You can enjoy the satisfaction of your victor. Kill me. But I, Xian'ao Tian, will always look down on you. Xian Ning was trembling all over, and when he heard this he couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. Ha ha ha, what a favoritism. Xian'ao Tian, so that's what you thought all along. Then now you will watch with your doggy eyes wide open. He directly crushed the shadow-retaining stone. The dying images left behind by Xian Yu at the end were unreservedly displayed in front of Xian'ao Tian's eyes. In the shadow-retaining stone, that one sentence from his father's heart caused Xian Ning's face to grieve to the extreme. He said as he did so, "You never wondered why your father sent you away, merely stubbornly believing that it was I who took everything from you. I, Xian Ning, was born as a hostage, and my father has tried to give me up several times. The mother in my memory spends her days in mourning and only recites your name Xian'ao Tian all day long. I thought they didn't like me as a young son, so I worked my ass off to cultivate and do everything to the best of my ability in order to try to get them to notice me. But what about you? Everything I've worked for has been reduced to a bubbling phantom because of your return to the clan. Even if you blame your father and sever your relationship with my Xian family, you don't realize that every time you get into trouble outside, it's your father who secretly helps you out." Xian Ning's eyes were crimson as he unreservedly spoke out the repression in his heart over the past 20 years. "Do you know that even when my father was dying, the last words he said were begging the chiefs of the clans to spare your life? Xian'ao Tian, you have turned a blind eye to all that father has done for you. You're the one who destroyed my ancient clan's Xian family, and you're the one who killed father." Looking at the image in that shadow-retaining stone, the complaints of Jenning by the ear, Xian'ao Tian, who knew everything, was silent for a while. These things he never knew. His mind went back to his father's agitated and compassionate face when he first returned to the tribe. Xian'ao Tian was lying on the ground trembling, and he didn't know whether there was blood or tears on his face. Even if his body had the pain of a million ants eating his heart, it would not be as bad as the present. "Father," Xian'ao Tian panted heavily, as if using all the strength in his body. He said hoarsely with reddened eyes, "Kill me, Xian Ning." Xian Ning stared at him for a while, his eyes gradually becoming cold. "Good, I think with your character, you won't admit regret even now." In its hands, a terrifying force of yin and yang gradually condensed. "Goodbye, Xian'ao Tian." Xian'ao Tian closed his eyes, revealing a look as if he was relieved. Boom! Ding! Xian'ao Tian, the protagonist of Heaven's Destiny, has perished. Congratulations on hunting Xian Aotian, the celestial protagonist of The Ruthless Evil Emperor, unlocking the remaining chances of Heaven's Destiny protagonist Xian Aotian. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining all the items of the Heavenly Fate protagonist, the Emotionless Sword Scripture, the Heavenly Regicide Sword Technique, the Nameless Sword Technique, Remnants, and the Delusional Astrological Chart. Currently hunting Divine Order protagonists, 2. Current villain value, 316,000. When Xia finished solving Xian Aotian with his own hands, looking at the corpses on the ground, Xian Ning's face was exceptionally calm. I don't know how long it took before he came to pay his respects beside Su Qianxiao. Duke, it's over? Aha! What is the use of this man, who is always chasing after regrets when he is about to die? Su Duanxiao let out a light laugh. Over 300,000 worth of villains. When this place is over, you can pump yourself hard and fast. A few Huanyu level supreme treasures would have to come anyways. The dust has settled. Thousand Chance Peak was a mess. Bodies were everywhere, and of the original tens of thousands of people, less than 1,000 had survived. All of them are not in shock and have their hearts in their mouths. Is it over? Xian Aotian, dead? After resolving the cultivators who had been transformed into monsters by the bizarre erosion, Qi and the other 3 patriarchs also came over from the distance. Their faces were somewhat fearful as they looked at the black ancient scripture in Su Qianxiao's hands, not daring to come too close. After all, they didn't have a chaotic god body. Qi protected his body with layers of true qi, and stiffly and carefully stepped forward and arched his hand. Thank you for your help this time, Mr. Su. It's just that, Your Excellency, this black ancient scripture, what are you going to do with it? It was important to know that these weird things from the Dark Era could not even be handled by a great emperor. Wherever you put it, it is a presence that everyone is terrified of not being in a hurry. Su Qianxiao let out a faint smile, putting it directly into the middle of the system's storage space and opened his mouth. This black ancient scripture will be taken to the clan emperor to deal with after this male returns to the clan. Ergo, don't worry about it. Qi eyes lit up at his words and he let out a long breath. In the next few moments, the crowd cleared the Thousand Chance Peak. Those corpses were also all completely destroyed by the several patriarchs with their supreme holy power, leaving not even dregs behind. After the crowd had rested, the group of remaining ancient clan celestials gradually adjusted. Aside from a very few people who gave up on entering due to the deaths of those around them, most people were unwilling to give up this hard-won opportunity to enter the Red Meteor burial ground. And at this moment, Su Qianxiao was checking and surveying the remaining blessed edges of Xian Aotian. Xian Aotian, Heaven's Mandate protagonist of the Ruthless Evil Emperor. Fallen. Remaining opportunities, 7 Red Meteor burial ground, Great Emperor Inheritance, Red, Imperial Way, Red Fall burial ground, Pool of Beast's Blood. When the Tsongshan refining ancient scripture within the Red Meteor burial ground is obtained with this Xian Aotian chance, all things considered, it's almost time to go back to the tribe yourself. Su Qianxiao's eyes flickered as he secretly thought, Elder Chang, wait here for my lord to return. The Red Meteor burial ground, only those under the Seal King realm could enter. After saying that, Su Qianxiao leapt into that Red Meteor burial ground and disappeared. At this moment, the group of ancient clan elders who reacted were all stunned. Mr. Su, the gentleman went in. Patriarch, what do we do now? Qi said after pondering for a while. The Red Meteor burial ground is still open. Let my Qi family disciples enter. After entering the secret realm, look for Duke Su's figure at the first opportunity, and have them make sure to keep that Duke Su safe within the secret realm. The remaining 3 ancient clan patriarchs also nodded their heads in agreement. Chapter 51, Ancient Hegemonic Fierce Beasts. Heaven-shaking ancient ape, Song Tian divine rock, buzz, Red Meteor burial ground. A hazy white light flashed. Su Qianxiao and Xian Ning appeared within the Red Meteor burial ground. What came into view was an uninhabited land. In the distance were heavy mountain ranges, and the sky was a cloudy white with no sunlight, dry and rotten wood, surrounded by unknown withered bones. This place has thin aura, hot temperature, and not an inch of grass grows. Su Qianxiao surveyed his surroundings. This secret realm in front of him seemed to be somewhat different from what he had imagined. As far as the eye could see, it was lifeless. Not even a living thing was seen. Beside him, Xian Ning surveyed the surroundings and opened his mouth. My lord, the map of the Red Meteor burial ground is moving at all times, and this seems to be the shattered stone abyss at the edge of the Red Meteor burial ground. This place is relatively safe. There are no living beings present. Those powerful living beings within the burial ground are in the primitive mountain range in the center of the burial ground. As a member of the Xian clan, even though this was the first time he had entered, he clearly knew more about this secret realm than the others. Su Qianxiao directly opened the map and looked at the place where the chances were marked above the system map. Yi Zhao's Tsangu God refining skill and Xian Ao Tian's chance were both roughly in the same area. However, what made Su Qianxiao a little puzzled was that Yi Zhao's chanced Tsangu God refining skill was moving rapidly. Could it be that someone has already gotten there first? With this in mind, Su Qianxiao directly took off towards the south. And at this moment, Xian Ning had just taken out a map from his storage ring and said to himself from the sidelines, "Gongzi, everything still, please act carefully. There I Xian Ning in." "Well, certainly not. Gongzi, wait for me." Unlike before, all the auras of the red meteor burial ground seemed to gather in the southern center area, and the further south one went, the more drastic the changes became. This place was densely planted with trees, and an ancient pale tree reached up to the sky. The green and green primitive mountain range was lush and leafy, and the aura was so compelling that it was as if it was bathed in a sea of spirituality, and even the demonic beasts were much larger than in the outside world. He was even able to see a number of spirit beasts and spirits that he had never seen before. It's like being in the wilderness. Huge-sized desolate beasts could be seen rampaging through that primordial mountain range, and ancient beings roared continuously. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar suddenly sounded. A terrifying and incomparable aura spread out, shaking up layers of ripples. A stream of light stopped in midair, followed the system on the marking guide and came. Su Qianxiao frowned when he saw a scene in the distance. The location shown by that Tsangu God refining technique was here. Su Qianxiao looked over. There it is, not far. A huge ancient ape with a body size tens of feet tall was fighting with a rock with a snow-white divine steed that covered the sky. Boom! Boom! The two ancient demonic beasts fought in a bloodbath, ferocious to the extreme, each strike shaking the 8 wastelands. The terrifying roar and aura caused the entire primordial forest to shake the sky and the ground, and countless living beings fled outward in all directions, panicking. At the same time, Xian Ning also hurriedly arrived. Duke, shhhh, a good show first, that's. Upon seeing a scene in the distance, Xian Ning was shocked in his heart and spoke incredulously. Ancient great fierce, the heaven-shaking ancient ape and the heavenly divine rock. How did it get here? Su Qianxiao raised an eyebrow. You recognize? Xian Ning nodded and said with a somewhat grave face. My lord, these two fellows are overlord-level demonic beasts from the red meteor burial ground, and their cultivation levels are both at the 9th level of the immortal realm. Terrifying strength, comparable to a sealed king, not to be messed with. Demonic beasts were already physically powerful, and the flesh of these swift ancient overlord-level demonic beasts was even more so. He is gifted with ancient techniques and is vicious and brutal by nature, fearing no death. If they really wanted to talk about strength, they were afraid that even the general Seal King realm was not an opponent. In the records of the Xian clan, every time the red meteor burial ground was opened, a large number of celestial pride died tragically under these overlord desolate beasts. Roar! In the physical fight between those two ferocious beasts at the level of swift ancient overlord, it was obvious that heaven-shaking ancient ape had the upper hand, only to see the yellow-furred heaven-shaking ancient ape roar angrily and leap high up to jump in midair. The heavenly divine rock let out a sharp long cry, covered in blood. Its snow-white feathered wings that covered the sky flapped, and its extremely sharp giant claws clawed out towards the heaven-shaking ancient ape with a hook. Boom! The heaven-shaking ancient ape raised its left arm to resist, and the Tsong Tian divine rock's extremely sharp claws were directly set into its flesh, and blood spilled out in all directions. The heavenly divine rock carried this huge ancient ape intending to drag it high into the sky. Roar! But right at this moment, the heaven-shaking ancient ape let out a long whistle, and a faint layer of golden radiant runes surfaced on its body surface. This is Avatar Kung Fu? As if noticing something, Su Qianxiao's eyes lit up. The golden divine aura enveloped the huge body of the heaven-shaking ancient ape suddenly surged with an extremely terrifying power as its chi and blood surged and roared. It raised its right fist. With the most brutal and rough fist, he ruthlessly smashed on top of the scarred Tsong Tian divine rock's body. Its force was as heavy as a mountain, and as soon as the punch went down, mountains collapsed and terrifying air currents rushed out. Bang! A long, shrill, miserable cry rang out. Countless plumes stained with blood spilled high into the sky. The heavenly divine rock wailed and fell straight down towards the mountain range below. Rumble! Countless ancient trees in the sky were crushed, and a huge dust fog filled the air. In the middle of a huge heavenly pit, the heaven-shaking ancient ape trampled the faintly breathless Tsong Tian divine rock under its feet. Another few punches down, regardless of that of the Tsong Tian divine rock grief wail, shaking heaven ancient ape hands directly while Tsong Tian divine rock lifting unfolding. Then the fierce light in his pupils grew large, and he roared and growled angrily. Roar! Rip dash. A horrifying scene appeared. The heaven-shaking ancient ape actually used the power of its flesh, brutal to the extreme, to rip this ancient great monster Tsang Tian divine rock into two halves alive. A large amount of blood gushed out as the heaven-shaking ancient ape dropped the body, which had been torn in half, pounding his chest and letting out a victor's roar. With such a brutal and oozing scene, even Xian Ning couldn't help but have his eyelids jump wildly, murmuring somewhat horrified, "Something is not right." In my Xian family's records about the Red Meteor burial ground, although this heaven-shaking ancient ape and the Tsang Tian divine rock have always been arch-rivals, their strengths are not on par with each other, and neither one of them can do anything about the other. Su Chenxiao, however, grinned. "Perhaps it is. What chance does it have?" The light emanating from that heaven-shaking ancient ape just now was clearly a cultivation of a similar body-refining divine ability, Sangu refining spirit technique. Xian Ning froze slightly. "What's wrong, my lord?" He turned his head, only to see that the White Emperor's sword had come out at some point, and Su Chenxiao's eyes were extraordinarily excited. Xian Ning's pupils shrank. "My lord, you don't want to." With his body's qi and blood somewhat agitated and boiling, Su Chenxiao laughed out loud and said, "You wait here, on this sky-shaking ancient ape. There's just the thing that my lord wants." After possessing the desolate ancient god body and the heavenly vault sword body, one was peerless in flesh and one was peerless in offense. Su Chenxiao had long wanted to try the power, and this Taiku fierce beast that cultivated the Tsungu refining spirit skill, just the best opponent for yourself. Just as that heaven-shaking ancient ape was celebrating the joy of victory, a faint chirping sound resounded from above an extremely high mountain peak in the distance. The heaven-shaking ancient ape turned his head to look. One could only see that within that Tsang Tian divine rock's nest, there was also a juvenile Tsang Tian divine rock that hadn't even opened its eyes yet that was chirping non-stop. The heaven-shaking ancient ape's eyes revealed a fierce light, directly pulling out a sky-high ancient tree alive when it wanted to throw it away. Suddenly, a terrifying sword blade descended from the sky. "Get over here and give my lord some practice." Rumble. Chapter 52, Sword Beheading Ancient Ape. Reverse Feather Divine Rock Bloodline. The powerful killing sword chopped. The heaven-shaking ancient ape sensed this terrifying threat, and a brutal to the extreme killing intent surfaced from its pupils. It roared, and its huge pale yellow body immediately erupted with a brilliant and incomparable golden divine aura. Rumble. The primordial forest was chopped out with a deep gash as the sword aura chopped down, and the sword intent was thick to the extreme. On top of that heaven-shaking ancient ape's body, a hideous, python-like, bloody wound had suddenly appeared. Pale golden blood flowed down. The heaven-shaking ancient ape roared in pain and looked towards the top, its gaze ferocious and incomparable as it looked towards Su Chenxiao in the sky above. Su Duanxia was dressed in white with a dusty temperament, holding the White Emperor's sword, and said with a smile, "Even the sharpness of the Emperor's sword can be resisted. This of the Tsungu divine refining technique, my lord is really liking it more and more." Words fall. In his hand, the White Emperor flowed through an incomparably bright ray of light. The sharpness of that sword seemed to tear apart this secret space. Another sword cut out. The shocking sword aura wanted to split and shatter this mountain range, accompanied by a shocking murderous aura that pounced on his face. The large beast pupil of the heaven-shaking ancient ape condensed. A thick sense of crisis caused its pale yellow hair to stand on end, and its qi and blood surged wildly like an angry river, as it blasted out with both of its enormous fists in unison. The mouth actually mouthed obscure growls. "Vile human!" Rumble. Under this terrifying sword aura, the sky-shaking ancient ape's dual fists were actually torn apart in unison, splattering blood in the sky. "Put!" It wailed in agony, its body covered in blood from the mouths torn open by the sword qi. A deep scorn and hatred flashed in the eyes of the heaven-shaking ancient ape as it roared. "Humans!" Su Chenxiao raised his eyebrows and said with interest, "Oh, it's even talking? Rather interesting." He himself had somewhat underestimated the might of the Emperor's sword, the heavenly vault divine body, the Taiya sword skill. None of them were top-notch offensive powers. Although this ancient great monster heaven-shaking ancient ape cultivated the godless scriptured Tsang Tian divine refinement skill and had a terrifying physical body, it was not easy for him to resist the two swords. The heaven-shaking ancient ape sensed the power of the human in front of him. His own fleshly body, which he was so proud of, was actually unbeatable in front of this person. It directly grabbed a huge chunk of rubble and threw it toward Su Chenxiao, then turned around and fled without looking back. Rumble. In the distance, Xian Ning saw that heaven-shaking ancient ape trying to escape. The power of yin and yang flowed, and he clenched his hands together and bellowed, "My lord, it's trying to escape." Xian Tian records. Subdue the mountains. Buzz. The power of yin and yang rotated under his feet, transforming into a huge black and white mountain shadow that suppressed him. Xian Tian Records, Lifeless Big Dipper. As soon as he made his move, the strongest killing move was offered. The mountain shadow and the yin-yang twin dragons blasted out in unison. The runes filled the sky, and the black and white divine aura dazzled to the extreme. Roar! The face of the heaven-shaking ancient ape that had fallen into a berserk rage was hideous as it roared, its body filled with a monstrous fury. A golden punch blasted out. Boom! Directly crushing this Xin Shan Yu and yin-yang twin dragons. How is that possible? Xian Ning's pupils shrunk violently. He hadn't expected his great divine ability to be crushed so easily by his opponent. It was at this moment that he realized how huge the gap between himself and the Duke was. At that moment, a light laugh suddenly sounded. Xian Ning, didn't my lord say so? This ancient ape, leave it to me. Su Chenxiao had the immortal execution formation diagram appear in his hand at some point. On top of the diamond-shaped array disc, a shrunken version of the immortal killing sword stood in it. Exorcism formation chart go! With a soft shout, the immortal execution formation diagram in his hand instantly turned into a stream of light floating above the head of the heaven-shaking ancient ape. Rumble! The terrifying killing formation transformed by the sword intent slanted down like a waterfall, and the immortal killing sword formation directly imprisoned the heaven-shaking ancient ape within it. The heaven-shaking ancient ape rampaged within the sword formation, each collision erupting into a shockingly loud sound. Knock! Knock! The earth was shaking, countless mountains collapsing and falling rocks tilting. However, no matter how it charged, it simply could not break through this immortal killing sword formation. Xian Ning looked over and muttered, Duke! Su Chenxiao appeared within the sword formation. The handsome face was filled with a playful color, eyes flashing, and a white coat that was not stained with dust. It seems that this immortal realm 9th level fierce beast is still almost interesting. The sky-shaking ancient ape looked at the opposite side of Su Chuanxiao, who was slowly walking, knowing that there was no way back. Its pupils gradually became deep red. It pounded its hands on its chest. Its face was hideous and incomparable as it roared towards Su Chuanxiao, and its huge body was like a savage chariot charging in, intending to fight for its life. Su Chenxiao grinned as the White Emperor's sword shook out a majestic sword intent and chopped out vertically. Taiya sword technique, chopping up the 8. Rumble, shocking sword light flashed, and pale sword intent blossomed in this immortal killing sword formation. Roar! The vast and powerful sword intent directly penetrated the body of the heaven-shaking ancient ape. The earth behind it was even chopped out with a crack hundreds of meters long. That heaven-shaking ancient ape's hideous and terrifying body was still 100 paces away from Su Chenxiao, suddenly stiffened in place. A neat and incomparable line of blood appeared above its body. The heaven-shaking ancient ape's eyes were filled with incredulity. Next moment, a large amount of blood gushed out, and its huge body was even directly split into two, so neatly cut into two halves. Rumble! In the distance, Xian Ning entered within the sword formation. Looking at that heaven-shaking ancient ape split into two entities, his face was shocked to the extreme. This was the first time he had ever seen this Imperial clan male make a move. 3 swords. In just 3 swords, he had decapitated this great ancient fierce heaven-shaking ancient ape that was renowned within the Red Meteor burial ground. Xian Ning opened his mouth, not uttering a word for a long time. Buzz! Su Chenxiao put away the immortal execution formation diagram and said with a smile, What are you waiting for? In the end, it's still the corpse of an ancient great evil. There are a lot of good things. Only then did Xian Ning react, nodding with some disorientation as he rushed up to deal with the corpse of that heaven-shaking ancient ape. Looking at his back, Su Chenxiao's smile gradually tightened. Turning around, he looked at the crowned heavenly divine rock cub above the distant mountain range. With a large hand, he directly grabbed the young cub that had not yet opened its eyes. That Song Tian divine rock cub was nearly the size of a palm, and seemed to have been born not long ago, with its feathers not yet plumped up. For the cub of a swift ancient great fierce, this size was a bit too small. Premature baby? Su Chenxiao looked at this Song Tian divine rock in the palm of his hand and frowned as he thought. Check it out a bit with the system panel. Ding! The ancient fowl, the crowned rock cub, possessing a trace of reverse feather divine rock bloodline. Juvenile, bloodline return 1%, success rate 0, 15%. Su Chenxiao's eyes lit up, and he looked at the wailing divine rock cub in his hand with some surprise. Although the demonic beast clan was naturally powerful, they were very concerned about bloodline inheritance, and their powerful bloodline determined their upper limit. As for the Song Tian divine rock lineage, as far as one knew, the highest one could only reach the Saint Realm. Chapter 53, 10,000 Years of Earth Emulsion. Song Tian divine refining technique. However, the heaven and earth divine beast reverse feather divine rock was different. Rumor has it that it is the raptor of the heavens, born to master the 9 heavenly treasures, known as the speed of the extreme, to the ancient dragons for food. after adulthood is comparable to the great emperor, although there is only a slight possibility of the bloodline returning to the ancestor, in front of his own self who has the system. What's the difference between that and 100%? Su Chenxiao grinned, gently stroking that Song Tian divine rock in his arms, and opened his mouth. Little fellow, you're lucky to meet this gentleman. System, is there anything that can increase the chances of its bloodline returning to its ancestors? Ding. System is retrieving. Mall search successful. Detected 3 items that meet the owner's requirements. Divine Beast, the life essence of the reverse feathered divine rock. You need to have the reverse feathered golden rock bloodline, which can greatly increase the success rate of returning to the ancestors. Required villain value, 150,000. Reverse life ancestor pill. It can activate the most powerful bloodline of demonic beasts and increase their ancestor bloodline. Required villain value, 5,000. 10,000 years of ground emulsion, capable of fixing the foundation and cultivating the vitality, accelerating the growth and cultivation of demonic beasts to a greater extent. Required villain value, 2,000. It's not very expensive. Looking at the items screened out by the system interface, Su Chenxiao pondered for a while. The heaven and earth divine beast essence blood was incomparably berserk, and given this little guy's current state, I'm afraid that he would not be able to absorb and refine it at all. Thinking about this, Su Chenxiao directly chose to buy that reverse life returning ancestor pill and earth emulsion. Ding! Congratulations to the master for purchasing the reverse life returning pill *10 PCS. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for purchasing 10,000-year-old ground emulsion *30 drops. Spend villain value, 110,000. Current remaining villain value, 206,000. Spending more than 100,000 villain values directly in one breath. It was inevitable that even he would feel a bit of flesh pain. Buzz. Directly transferring the 10,000-year-old ground emulsion from the system storage space, a white jade bottle filled with ground emulsion appeared in Su Chenxiao's hand. Boo! The mouth of the bottle opened, and an extremely dense heaven and earth spiritual chi filled out from it. Upon sensing the aura, the Song Tian divine rock cub in his hand instinctively raised its head and opened its mouth to let out a squeaky sound. Su Chuanxiao stared at the milky white 10,000-year-old ground emulsion inside the bottle. The rich spiritual chi in it was so compelling that just smelling it would refresh his heart. Su Chenxiao was silent for a while and said quietly, "Does this thing work for monks too? I'll taste it for you first." Regardless of the wailing Song Tian divine rock cub in his hand, Su Chenxiao picked up the white jade bottle and directly took a small sip. With this mouthful, at least 5 or 6 drops of ground emulsion were gone. The 10,000-year-old ground emulsion had just been imported. It then immediately transformed into an abundant spiritual chi that surged into the body and began to rapidly fill up the sea of chi. Feel a stream of warmth wash over your body. His own realm, which had just recently broken through, had also loosened up. Su Chenxiao's eyes lit up slightly, smacked his lips twice, and murmured with some surprise, "It tastes nice and sweet." The Song Tian divine rock cub in his hand screamed even more eagerly. Su Chuanxiao grinned, directly aimed the mouth of the bottle at the little guy and slowly poured down a drop. Buzz. 10,000 years of earth emulsion entered his stomach, and a burst of snowy white light immediately rose from the tiny body of the Song Tian divine rock in his hand. Just a drop of this, the little guy will be quiet a lot. Head down lying in the hands of Su Chenxiao motionless, fell into a deep sleep, and at that point, Xian Ning, who was handling the corpse of that heaven-shaking ancient ape in the distance, suddenly seemed to have discovered something and shouted, "My lord, what do you see here?" Su Chenxiao sniffed and put the Song Tian divine rock cub in the middle of the system space and walked over. Only Xian Ning found an ancient scripture filled with a faint golden light from somewhere in the corpse of that heaven-shaking ancient ape. In his other hand, he also held a white bone filled with runes. Seeing the visitor, Xian Ning got up and respectfully offered what he had gathered. "My lord, found these too. This is the talismanic bone of the heaven-shaking ancient ape, and it contains the ancient ape treasure art. It's this scripture. It doesn't seem to be mortal. I don't know what it is." Su Chenxiao received that ancient scripture and a strand of divine sense probed into it. In his mind, an ancient and mysterious golden rune appeared, and what was written on it was clearly that Sanggu divine refinement technique. Finally, one of Yi Zhao's greatest opportunities, the Sanggu divine refining technique that was most suitable for the desolate ancient god body. With this supreme body refining divine ability, one would be able to ignore even the most fragile physical body drawbacks of sword cultivators. Previously, that heaven-shaking ancient ape was only at the 9th level of the immortality realm, and after cultivating this Sanggu divine refinement technique, its fleshly strength was even barely able to resist the might of the emperor's sword, so one could only imagine the power of this godless scripture. Su Duanxiao's face was happy and appreciative. Well done. It is this ancient scripture that my lord wants. Getting compliments from the Duke. Xian Ning touched his head a little embarrassed and handed over that talisman bone as well and said, My lord, this is that heaven-shaking ancient ape rune bone. The ancient ape treasure technique is said to be able to strengthen the physical body and harden the mountains when practiced. This heaven-shaking ancient ape rune bone is complete, so I think it should have a good bloodline and comprehend the complete taijutsu great ferocious ancient ape treasure art. Su Qianxiao waved his hand and said with a faint smile, This thing is not needed by my lord, keep it for yourself. In the end, it was a demonic beast clan treasure art, and it was impossible for this ancient ape treasure art to be stronger than the Tsong Tian divine refining technique. Xian Ning froze slightly and wanted to say something, but Su Qianxiao continued, The heavenly body refining avatars are rare, and I see that the one you're cultivating now is also average. This ancient ape treasure technique is not too bad, since you are already my Su Qianxiao's person. It would be good to improve your strength to serve my lord. Xian Ning's face was a bit touched, and when he saw the Duke say so, he had no choice but to accept this talisman bone and clasped his hands together. Xian Ning thanks you, sir. Su Qianxiao nodded slightly. My lord, where are we going next? Xian Ning asked. Su Qianxiao pulled out that system panel, squinted his eyes in one direction, and smiled mysteriously. Xian Ning, your Xian clan has been in charge of this red meteor burial ground for so long. Do you know that there are still great emperor chances that exist in this place? A great emperor's chance? Xian Ning let out a bitter smile and said, My lord, this is something I do understand. It's just that the red meteor burial ground has appeared for thousands of years at least, and after so many years, even if there are some opportunities here, they've all been taken away. Nowadays, what is still valuable within the red meteor burial ground is only some rare and incomparable heavenly materials and treasures. Su Qianxiao smiled and didn't say anything. Faintly, go. After obtaining that inheritance, it's time to leave this place. The surging true qi surged up, and the two of them directly transformed into a stream of light towards the distance. 1 hour later, rumble. It was accompanied by a huge sword blade. The immense and incomparable mountain range in front of him was split apart by Su Qianxiao's sword straight away. Between the mountain range that was split in two, there was one place that was unscathed. At that mountainside, a dark and incomparable cave suddenly appeared, with a faint white spell formation floating around it. Click! This law formation that had existed for an unknown period of time was weathered, and after resisting this blow, it was filled with countless cracks and shattered inch by inch. Suddenly, boom! The power hidden in it by the formation burst out. A huge, incomparable, crimson and bloody red aura rose up to the sky. Within this light, there was a surging, extremely terrifying power of qi and blood. The pupils of Xian Ning in the air shrank as he stared at this scene in a daze. This is Chapter 54, Breaking Through the 9th Level of the Immortal Realm, 10,000 Beast Blood Pool. Go! Su Qianxiao stared at the cave hidden in the mountain range and stepped into the air. Speaking faintly, the two entered that cave together. This place was secluded and had existed for an unknown period of time, and after the two of them had entered, faint candle flames had risen on both sides of this pitch-black and incomparable passageway. Tick, tick, tick. In the distance, there seemed to be the sound of falling water drops. I don't know how long I had advanced, but the view opened up before me, where the two of them were directly in front of each other. A blood-red pool containing surging qi and blood power appeared. Not far to the side, there was a dusty desk, a stone bed, as well as pills that had fallen to the ground in bits and pieces. It seemed to be a place where some monk had lived. Su Qianxiao swept his eyes across this place and looked at the dark blood-red pool. In the center of the pool, there was a stalactite with an inverted sharp tip. The tips of the stalactites continuously condensed drops of crimson liquid that dripped down into the pool water, creating a circle of ripples. That sound of water dripping was coming from exactly this. Is this the pool of blood of the 10,000 beasts? Su Qianxiao thought darkly with a calm face. Beside him, Xian Ning stared at this scene in a daze, murmuring somewhat incredulously. What a rich power of qi and blood! How can there be such a place in the red meteor burial ground? Why does this pool of blood look so familiar? Xian Ning came to the edge of that pool and squatted down to wipe the dust on the ground with his hands. Underneath the cover of this dust, a rune with somewhat darker traces was found. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, Xian Ning's face changed, looking extremely incredulous. This is an ancient blood formation, the blood pool of 10,000 beasts, capturing the creation of heaven and earth, capable of condensing the essence blood of living beings into a spirit blood that is beneficial to cultivators after being nurtured day and night. Speaking of this, Xian Ning's face looked up with some horror at the thick stone roof above him. This wanting blood pool has tens of thousands of powerful living beings sacrificed here in a few cases. The stalactite in the center of the blood pool is the eye of the formation that can draw and condense spirit blood. Spirit blood could not be created out of thin air, which meant that above their heads, they were afraid that there were countless corpses of ferocious beasts buried here. Your Excellency. Xian Ning turned his head towards Su Qianxiao, only to see that at this moment, Su Qianxiao had already arrived in front of the dusty desk, picked up one of the yellowed books and flipped through it. As soon as this ancient book was opened, the divine message left by the previous owner came through the sea of consciousness. A character from tens of thousands of years ago, the red dimming reality. It turned out that the slave spirit shadow was the black ancient scripture that was obtained here. It was a pity that the power of the black ancient scripture was bizarre to the extreme, and before he could digest this 10,000 beasts blood pool as well as the chances of this place, he directly transformed into a black ancient scripture slave spirit and lost his consciousness. At the last moment of his imminent demise, the other party left behind this divine message. After the divine message disappeared, the tattered ancient book dissipated into wind and sand. Su Qianxiao's eyes flickered as he glanced around towards the incomparably empty surroundings and slowly opened his mouth. Xian Ning, protect the path for this Gongzi. Xian Ning, my lord, what are you doing? Su Qianxiao grinned and looked towards the pool of 10,000 beasts' blood and muttered, this pool of blood that has coalesced for 10,000 years, my lord will laugh at it. After saying that, Su Qianxiao leaped into that blood pool. In an instant, this square 10,000 beasts blood pool surged and agitated, directly boiling up. Extremely dense qi and blood rushed to the sky. Crimson mist filled the air, and those blood mists transformed into a head of different shapes and ferocious living beings roaring. The divine python, the ancient ape, and the fierce tiger are all the owners of the spirit blood condensed by the blood pool of 10,000 beasts. A faint golden divine aura filled Su Qianxiao's precious body, crazily absorbing all this qi and blood power. Those blood mist illusions of living beings were filled with unwillingness to be absorbed and refined. Buzz. The terrifying power of qi and blood washed the body. Su Qianxiao could clearly feel that his fleshly body had become stronger and tougher, and the qi and blood in his body were raging and whistling crazily. Even the realm, at this moment, also made a breakthrough in one leap. Immortal Realm 7, Immortal Realm 8, Immortal Realm 9. Xian Ning's eyes widened. As he stood on the shore, he seemed to be able to hear the strong vibration of his heartbeat and the sound of his qi and blood turning over. The one sitting in the pool at the moment was as if it wasn't a human being, but an ancient ferocious beast with a strong and overbearing physical body. The desolate ancient god body, the fleshly body was unrivaled. And now that it has been washed by the blood of those ancient great ferocious spirits in the blood pool of 10,000 beasts, it has become even more terrifying, pushing towards perfection. A reddish golden ancient inscription glowed above Su Qianxiao's cheeks and skin. The divine body vision rose into the air, and an atmospheric and majestic desolate ancient bell rippled with an appalling ripple of qi and blood. For a time, the entire mountain range was shaking in the sky. Rumble. Right at this moment, Su Qianxiao in the blood pool violently opened his eyes. God's eyes were like electricity, as if there were dawning thunder flashes. Shoo away. The dragon-like power of qi and blood rushed up to the sky, and the surrounding blood pools tumbled up in shocking waves as all of the divine embodiment was absorbed as much as possible. Seeing this scene, Xian Ning's eyes became even more awe-inspiring, flashing a trace of fervor as he knelt down on one knee and said, "Congratulations, Your Excellency." The blood-red pool became crystal clear. Su Qianxiao stood in the center of the pool water, his flesh crystallized and flawless, as if it was a transformed ancient beast. Even from a long distance away, he was able to feel the terrifying pressure. The majestic blood qi was internalized. Su Qianxiao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, clenched his fist, and only felt that his body had inexhaustible energy. The desolate ancient god body is complete. A random punch was thrown. Rumble. In an instant, the sky shook and countless debris fell down. The cave in front of him was suddenly pierced through a huge, deep opening. Su Qianxiao's eyes flickered. Nowadays, with his own physical body, I am afraid that he is able to be blissfully unafraid of even the Seal King realm's divine abilities. Xian Ning's eyes were fiery, and his body trembled with excitement as he arched his hand and said, "Congratulations on the great increase in your cultivation. I think no one in the immortal realm is already a match for Gongzi." Su Qianxiao nodded. A leap from the pool stepped out. "A white dress does not stain half of the pool," water faintly said. "Get up." Only then did Xian Ning get up. The corner of Su Qianxiao's mouth lifted slightly. "I thought that after practicing in the lower realm for the past few years, if I didn't rely on the Emperor Su family's dragon molting pool, it would take some time before I could step into the immortal realm's 9th level. It was unimaginable that just two Heaven's Destiny protagonists would be able to reach this realm in a short period of time by chance. No wonder all these Heaven's Destiny protagonists were able to progress so rapidly. Any one of these chances to take out are worth hundreds or even thousands of years of cultivation of ordinary cultivators. Su Chenshao turned around and glanced at Xian Ning on the side, seemingly sensing something and frowning slightly. Xian Ning, come here for a moment. Xian Ning, who was kneeling on the ground, froze slightly and came to say with some confusion, Duke, what's wrong? Su Chenshao grinned and stared at his bewildered face and faintly said, a wisp of a remnant soul. Are you going to roll out on your own? Or are you going to be invited out by my lord? Chapter 55 Heavenly Golden Mythical Beast, Great Emperor's Divine Soul, Collecting a Mount. Xian Ning froze and opened his mouth. My lord, I don't understand what you mean. Just as he spoke, an illusory divine soul actually slowly floated out from behind him. That divine soul kept pulsing and gradually coalesced into a tall and imposing man with a naked upper body clad in animal skin. The man was not angry, even if it was only a remnant soul. His breath was extraordinarily terrifying and amazing, permeated with a majestic imperial aura. Seeing that he was recognized, the animal skin man didn't care, but instead let out a magnificent laugh. Ha ha ha, the people of the Imperial Su clan really do have good eyesight. This emperor even purposely sneaked in while you were refining the 10,000 beasts blood pool, but I never imagined that you would still discover it. How's it going, Emperor Clan Brat? Is that 10,000 beasts blood pool prepared by this emperor working well? When he saw this wisp of divine soul, Xian Ning's face changed. He hadn't even noticed that there was this remnant of a soul attached to his body, and for a moment his heart rolled in shock waves. When? Gai Bi Kai. Identity, Heaven and Earth Divine Beast, Mythical Animal, Remnant Soul of a Great Emperor, Realm, None, Demon Emperor? Su Chenxiao's face was calm as he stared at the wisp of divine soul and faintly said, a mere remnant of a great emperor's soul. How dare you touch the Skonzis people, thinking that I won't be able to detect you if I hide my own aura? The remnants of the great emperor? Xian Ning's pupils contracted violently, looking at Gaby Jiu with some disbelief. A trace of scorn flashed under Gaby Jiu's eyes, but he still laughed out loud in disbelief. Ha 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 ha, Emperor Clan Brat, since you know that I am a great emperor, then why don't you kneel when you see this emperor? Ha! Su Chenxiao smiled disdainfully at his words. Without pushing more with it, he directly pulled out the dead soul beast with its belly turned over and opened his mouth. Dinner is served. The residual soul of a great emperor is thought to be a great tonic. After seeing the dead soul beast in Su Chenxiao's hands, Gaby Jiu's face suddenly changed, and even his soul trembled. Others might not know, but as a great emperor could he not know what it was? Gaby Jiu's breath caught. Dead soul beast? Where did you get this thing? Without the same condescension as before, he hurriedly opened his mouth. Wait. If you have something to say, I am the ancient demon emperor, and this strand of my divine soul contains the inheritance of the divine beast of heaven and earth's creation, the mythical Gaby treasure art. If you let the dead soul beast strike, I'm afraid you won't get anything. Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow and said indifferently, Great Emperor inheritance, is it great? Since you know that I am a person of the Emperor clan, then you think that a great emperor inheritance of a demon clan, important to my lord? Dead soul beast, go. Saying this, Su Chenxiao patted the dead soul beast's stomach. The dead soul beast immediately took off and opened its bloody mouth to devour the remnants of Gaby Jiu's soul. A terrifying suction force immediately came from its mouth. Gaby Jiu was completely flustered. His face was horrified to the core as he blurted out, I was at least a great emperor once. As long as you spare this remnant soul of mine, it will be the same as having all the forces of the demon domain's Golden Yang realm. Although I don't know how the outside world is doing right now, I think that the descendants with my Gaby Jiu bloodline are bound to be no weaker than that. Seeing that the other man had not yet spoken, Gaby Jiu bellowed with some urgency. Even if your Emporian Su clan doesn't lack a great emperor's legacy, but I am favored by the heavenly Tao great fortune plus body immortal, just for me to reshape my body, to be restored to cultivation in the future is a proper emperor realm existence. Even for your Su family, it means a lot. This statement was made. The dead soul beast suddenly reverted back to Su Chenxiao's hands. Su Chenxiao stroked the dead soul beast and said without lifting his head, a wisp of a remnant soul with a chance to recover? Gaby Jiu nodded. Others may not be able to, but I, the divine beast of heaven and earth, was born under the protection of heaven, and as long as the conditions are met, even this wisp of a remnant soul can be restored to its original state and live again. Su Duanxiu faintly said, what did you just say about the demon race in the Golden Yang realm? One could be said to know quite a lot about the northern region of the heavens demon race. The Golden Yang realm was a great domain of the demon race, and within the realm resided the Golden Gaby clan, the Golden Lion, and other demon emperor lineages where great emperors existed. Even among the demon race, the status is very prominent and powerful, and the strength is extremely terrifying. Gaebijio was relieved to see that things had turned around. Although he was a great emperor, he was nothing more than a wisp of residual soul today. If he died in the mouth of this dead soul beast, then even the last heavenly golden mythical beast would be extinct in this world. Gaebijio said with a proud face, "As a member of the imperial clan, you should also know that divine beasts of heaven and earth are favored by the heavenly Tao, and it's rare for one to emerge in a million years. And as the last heavenly golden mythical beast in this world, my greatest task is naturally to reproduce and pass on my honorable bloodline. I'm not going to lie to you. The Golden Gaebi clan of the Golden Yang realm, the Golden Lion, and the Sun-swallowing Cloud Lion, are all descendants of my Gaebijio. Isn't that a ing stallion?" Su Chenxiao's face was a bit playful as he sniffed. "So you're their ancestor?" Gaebijio said proudly. "Although some of them are descendants of the once heavenly golden mythical beasts, they have my mythical beast bloodline flowing in their bodies in the end. It's not bad to say I'm their ancestor. Looking at you like this, I think the descendants of this emperor are doing quite well. If and when I return to my clan, they will surely follow my orders, and if you have any requests, you can mention them." Every divine beast of heaven and earth was born without carrying monstrous fortune and was extremely rare. Once it falls completely, it may never appear again. Otherwise, it wouldn't have come to the point where the divine beasts of heaven and earth were almost extinct today, and the demon family lineage is extremely respected bloodline. Gaebijio Sosei is not bad. If those demon clans in the Golden Yang realm know that their ancestors are in their hands, they are afraid that they will do whatever it takes to redeem their ancestors. Su Chenxiao pondered for a while. Seeing that the other party had some interest, Gaebijio hurriedly said, "How? If you take this emperor out, you will be my Gaebijio's benefactor in the future. And this emperor can make a vow here that if you have any needs in the future, this emperor will fulfill them all." Su Chenxiao grinned and stared at him as he opened his mouth. "My lord doesn't need these, so what do you want? Collect the mounts." This statement was made. Gaebijio Divine Spirit's smile suddenly stiffened on his face. His face became shockingly ugly for a moment. Even the emperor's might released by a wisp of residual soul was extremely terrifying and amazing. "You let this emperor give you a mount? Do you know that this emperor is the honorable and incomparable heaven and earth divine beast heavenly golden mythical beast? Once in the emperor realm, this Gongzi will help you restore your divine soul and flesh." "I'm a great emperor." Su Chenxiao frowned, too lazy to spend any more time with it. He himself was just making a casual remark. It was thought that with the pride of the divine beasts of heaven and earth, they would rather be shattered than broken, and would not give in easily. Su Chenxiao nodded and spoke faintly. "Well then, dead soul beast, I do, master." The animal's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly opened his mouth. Su Chenxiao was stunned and somewhat dismayed. This guy's attitude shift is just too much. Screwing up your own reaction. Even Xian Ning, who was at the side, froze for a long time, open mouth full of incredulity. "My lord, this..." Su Chenxiao's face was a bit odd as he said with a smile, "I thought you'd rather die than give in." "Why? Aren't you a great emperor?" Gaebijio said with a straight face, "I am now but a wisp of a remnant soul, and if I can't get out again, I'm afraid I'll completely disappear in less than 1,000 years. A good man is not a good man. Any more than that, it was once upon a time. Furthermore, in its time, before the Dark Era, it was the time when the Empyrean clan of the heavens was at its most glorious and powerful. At that time, there were many absolute demons from all the emperor clans. Even the divine beasts of heaven and earth that were favored by heaven and earth would only be able to serve as mounts for others. In front of him, he was at least a member of the emperor clan, and he was carrying such a heaven-defying physique as the innate chaotic god body. If there was anyone who could restore himself, I was afraid that only the other party had the ability to do so. It's a bit humiliating, but it's better than just being wiped out. Gaebijio was secretly comforted in his heart. Chapter 56, Imperial Beast Manifestation Sect Supreme Treasure. Son and Mother Imperial Beast Ring. I think that I, the heavenly golden mythical beast, am a divine beast of heaven and earth, and I have yet to give birth to a purebred heir, so I must not go extinct in the heavens. This wisp of its residual soul, to be able to persist for this many years, this obsession could not be said to be deep. After Su Chenxiao was silent for a while, he looked up at Gaebijio and spoke faintly. "In that case, let's make an oath with our divine souls." Gaebijio nodded with a somewhat shriveled face, as if resigned to his fate, and said, "I understand." Gaebijio directly made a heavenly oath, and Xian Ning, who was on the side, looked awestruck. Although it was a wisp of a remnant soul, the one in front of him was in the end a divine beast of heaven and earth, a former great emperor of a party. I can't imagine that even such an existence has submitted to the Gongzi. After making the heavenly vow, Gaby Geo was not as arrogant as before, and said breathlessly, "This strand of my residual soul can't last long outside. Master, can you let me enter your Sea of Consciousness spirit platform to recuperate? I have made an oath of the heavenly Tao and would never dare to harm you." Master, the Sea of Consciousness spiritual platform is the weakest place of a cultivator. The other party had once been a great emperor after all, and even Su Qianshao, who had the heavenly Tao oath, did not easily agree. System, is there any way to control this guy 100%? Ding! Zimu Imperial Beast Ring, the most precious treasure of the Imperial Beast Wanshan sect in the ancient times, only effective for the demon race, can control their divine souls and physical bodies to be unable to resist. Required villain value, 50,000, 50,000? With a villain value of 50,000, one would be able to completely control a demon emperor, which wasn't very expensive. Su Duanxiao directly purchased it. Ding! Purchase successful. Current villain value, 156,000. Buzz. The Yin-Yang Imperial Beast Circle appeared in his hand, a gold and a silver pair, like a pair of rings. Su Qianshao wore one of the golden Imperial Beast rings on his index finger, and the silver ring was cast out, gradually becoming the size of a collar. Take this with you. Gaby Geo's pupil shrunk, obviously recognizing this object. This is the Imperial Beast Ring of the Mother of the Imperial Beast Vanguard sect? I can't believe you even have this? Su Qianshao said with a smile. Is it weird? Gaby Geo looked at the silver-colored Imperial Beast Ring in front of him and took a deep breath. With a face of despair, he took that Imperial Beast Ring and then wore it on his hand. Not hanging it around his neck was the last of his stubbornness as a great emperor. Buzz. Gold and silver flashed up at the same time. A special feeling came from the golden Imperial Beast Ring in his hand, and the two echoed each other. Su Qianshao had a feeling that he seemed to be able to control Gaby Geo's life and death with this Imperial Beast Ring. Even was able to know what was going on in the other person's mind right now. Su Qianshao looked at Gaby Geo with a smile and opened his mouth. Come in. Gaby Geo's face was ugly, and he directly turned into a golden stream of light and disappeared into Su Qianshao's spirit platform Sea of Consciousness. As soon as he entered, an incredulous voice resounded within Su Qianshao's mind. Is this Weird Avenue? How did you comprehend such a thing? Su Qianshao frowned, feeling that Gaby Geo divine soul in the Sea of Consciousness was constantly making noise, and faintly said, Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Stay honestly, and after we meet the Imperial Su clan, this Gongzi will let you restore your divine soul and flesh. There were countless battles in the heavens, and every day, countless cultivators' physical bodies perished and their souls fled. Therefore, restoring the divine soul and molding the flesh, this type of elixir heavenly material is not uncommon. After returning to the clan, the Imperial Su family has many resources and treasures that can help them recover, and there is no need to waste the villain value. Su Qianshao swept his eyes around. The chances of the two Heaven's Destiny protagonists in this place had already been obtained by himself as much as possible. There were still some leftovers, so they were given to Xian Ning to deal with. Su Qianshao's eyes flashed and he grinned. Almost. It's time to leave to return to the Imperial Su clan. Outside the Red Meteor Burial Ground secret realm, Tenji Peak, Shi Kong and the other ancient clan elders were situated here, waiting for a transmission from the clan disciples in the secret realm. What? You're saying that you guys searched the entire secret realm and didn't find Duke Su? Useless trash. All of you go find it again, and if you can't find it, none of you are coming back. This should have been a group of disciples once every 30 years, looking for opportunities to practice, but because of the appearance of Su Qianshao, turned into a large hide-and-seek operation. There was no way. It was really because this living ancestor's identity was really extraordinary. If something happened within the Red Meteor Burial Ground, none of the people of the hidden ancient clan present would be able to afford it. Meanwhile, Elder Chang, who had been keeping his eyes closed on the side, was resting his eyes. Suddenly, a spatial fluctuation came from within that crimson secret vortex. Su Qianshao and Xian Ning, who had crushed the qualification order to leave within the burial ground, both appeared here. The people present looked at them, and their eyes suddenly brightened up in an instant. Mr. Su, Matriarch, Mr. Su has come out. A group of people quickly rushed there. Looking at the person coming before him, Su Qianshao said with a faint smile, Gentlemen, what is this? Shi Kong was staring closely at Su Qianshao from the side. As if he had discovered something, his eyes lit up and he looked a little incredulous. Qi and blood are like dragons. The flesh is flawless. What a terrifying power of flesh. Gongzi, in this short 1 day's time, the physical body has become several times stronger. Gongzi, you are. The other few patriarchs were also filled with shock. You've made a breakthrough. Mr. Su Qianshao smiled and said slowly, This red meteor burial ground is not bad, lucky to have some chance. The people present looked at each other in disbelief, with their hidden ancient clan's understanding of this red meteor burial ground. Although there were still some heavenly treasures in it that were worthy of allowing disciples to experience, the greater opportunities had all been obtained by their ancestors. Looking at this male's appearance, it was obvious that his cultivation had grown greatly and he had obtained a not-so-small chance. Shi Kong hurriedly arched his hand in praise. Your Excellency is blessed with deep fortune. Shi Kong is here to congratulate you. Just, the gentleman so soon to leave it. May as well to my chief family guests for a few days. I also do a landlord's labor. That old fox. The several patriarchs of the Zhao and Ming families glared at him and opened their mouths as well. Your Excellency, my daughter has crossed paths with Your Excellency before. If I don't make amends, my Ming family's heart will be disturbed. Please come to my Ming family for a gathering. My Zhao family also welcomes the Duke. Facing the invitation from the group of hidden ancient clan patriarchs present, Su Qianshao waved his hand and said, now that the matter is settled, I will not delay you all here. After declining the invitation from a group of people from the hidden ancient clan, Xian Ning planned to temporarily stay here to take care of his father's aftermath, and would be rushing to the sacred Emperor Dao region in the next few days. Su Qianshao dryly left the Canning Dao domain with old man Cheng. The void. A huge spirit boat sailed. Su Qianshao reclined on the chair, his eyes ghostly. The black ancient scripture that he had obtained from Xian Ao Tian appeared in his hand. Buzz. Chapter 57, Imperial Clan Recruitment. Tens of thousands of Taoists came to participate. As soon as the black ancient scripture appeared, the extremely bizarre power began to erode the space around it. This book is as if it has a spirit, gently trembling, as if it wants to break away from its own hands to escape. A treasure of the dark era. Su Qianshao muttered. This black ancient scripture. So far he himself hadn't figured out how to use it, and even the system's viewing panel only had a small amount of information. Su Qianshao, hey, Gaby Jiao. Gaby Jiao's voice sounded in the sea of consciousness. What's wrong? This dark era thing, since it was found within that cave, I think you shouldn't be unfamiliar with it, right? Su Qianshao asked. Gaby Jiao was silent for a moment, and then said in a somewhat ed-up voice, more than unfamiliar. It is all thanks to it that this emperor has ended up in this situation today. Oh, Su Qianshao raised his eyebrows and came to ask with a hint of interest. Tell me about it. Gaby Jiao said quietly, I think back then, this emperor was carrying out the difficult task of reproducing his race within a demon realm Dao domain. But one day, this damned black ancient scripture suddenly appeared. At that time, this black ancient scripture wasn't as weak as it is now, and once it appeared, that bizarre and incomparable power quickly eroded all living beings within the Dao domain. In just half a day's time, all the living beings within the entire Dao domain have been transformed into bizarre things, and even I, who is a divine beast of heaven and earth, have been eroded by this power. And this emperor, for the safety of the entire living beings of the heavens, closed this realm with the technique of great divine power, and with the accumulation of days and months, this formed this red meteor burial ground. Why does that sound a little off? Su Qianshao pondered for a moment, nor did he ask more questions, but looked at the black ancient scripture in his hand and thought darkly. This black ancient scripture was a hot potato. No one dared to have any contact with it, and even the great emperors could not do anything about it. However, for himself who was not eroded by that weird chi, it was an extremely terrifying card. Reincorporate the black ancient scripture among the system's storage space. Su Qianshao lay on the chair and looked around the void. In this vast and boundless void, a spirit boat passed by, or someone rode by on a mount. What is a bit puzzling is this. He himself was traveling to the sacred Emperor Dao domain to return to the Imperial Su clan. How is it that this group is heading in the same direction as yourself? Su Qianshao was a bit puzzled, and just then, a loud shout came from the back. Fellow Taoists from the Tianxian sect ahead. Are they also going to the sacred Emperor Dao region? I'm from the Taiyu Immortal sect. Can you give us a ride? Su Qianshao followed the voice and looked over, only to see a huge heavenly green spirit crane flying in the rear. Above the spirit beast's body, a crane-haired old man beckoned with a smile, on both sides of his body, followed by a man and a woman. The two are not very old. Temperament and appearance are superior. Look at the appearance seems to be his disciples. This spirit boat was gifted by Yuan Fengxiao, so he thought that the other party should be treating himself as someone from the Tianxian sect. They're also going to the sacred Emperor Dao domain? Just the thing to ask. Su Qianshao smiled and did not refuse to open his mouth. Fellow Daoist may come to a gathering, please. That old man's face was delighted at his words, leading the two disciples to board the spirit boat. Upon seeing Su Duanxiao, Zhuosong was shocked in his heart, and even the well-informed man couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration in his heart. Temperament out of the dust and clear as the wind. A white coat of Manhwa as jade. Rare in the world. The young girl beside him, who had a pretty appearance and was wearing a clan uniform with a slender physique, also had bright eyes and couldn't help but look at her a couple more times. Zhuosong stepped forward and made an excellent first impression. He arched his hand and said smilingly, "The old man has met his excellency. I have come from the Green Sky Dao region Taiyu Immortal sect and am preparing to head to the Sacred Emperor Dao region, only because this mount of mine, the heavenly green spirit crane, is really tired. I had no choice but to disturb you in your rest, so I would like to thank you here. These two are my disciples, Lu Ranran and Zhang Chongfeng." Su Chenshao casually waved his hand, sized up the three people in front of him and said with a faint smile, "There's no harm in it. I'm also preparing to head to the Sacred Emperor Dao region. By the way," Zhuosong said with a smile, "I wonder what your name is." Su Chenshao smiled and said, "Senior Zhua doesn't need to be polite, just call me Dusty Sky." Zhuosong pondered for a moment. This spirit boat is the right of Tianxian sect. Taiyu Immortal sect and Tianxian sect have been good friends for generations, but he has never heard of Dusty Xiao within the Tianxian sect, this one character. However, more is better than less. The young man in front of him has an absolutely extraordinary temperament, and he did not ask more questions as he is old and sophisticated, just smiled and nodded. Su Chenshao inquired, "I wonder what Senior Zhua is doing in the Sacred Emperor Dao region." He was a bit curious. After coming out of the Canning Dao domain, he had seen quite a few spirit boats along the way that seemed to be heading towards the Sacred Emperor Dao domain. Zhuosong was slightly stunned and seemed a bit surprised. "Since your excellency is traveling to the Sacred Emperor Dao region, isn't it because of the matter of that young son of the Su family of the imperial clan's marriage proposal? Some time ago, the Emperor Su clan sent out a notice that young son of the Emperor Su clan had returned from his training in the lower realms, preparing to examine the talent and aptitude to recruit a fiancé for that young son. Counting the days, there is still half a month to go before it starts. As far as I know, nowadays, people from ancient clans, holy clans, super Dao lineages, and even emperor clans throughout the heavens are bringing their heavenly daughters to participate, and there are at least 1,000 forces that want to capture that fiancé's qualification. At that time, all the gods and goddesses, empresses and saints of the heavens will gather to compete. Such a great event is rare in 10,000 years. The old man is also heard of, so I brought two disciples to open their eyes." Su Chenshao was silent for a while. Coldly, he glanced at old man Cheng beside him. Elder Cheng was a bit embarrassed and didn't say anything. That young girl Lu Ranran besides Zhuosong also said with some longing, "I heard that the Emperor clan's son has a handsome and extraordinary appearance. Is the innate chaos god body? I really don't know exactly what kind of magnificent woman can be worthy of that son. It's just a pity that my cultivation is shallow. I'm afraid that I won't even get that competition qualification." Speaking of this, Lu Ranran lowered her head with some regret. At this moment, Zhang Chongfeng, the senior brother on the side, laughed and opened his mouth. "Senior sister, this is not true. This matter of marriage must also be the right eye. Think of my senior sister, pure and beautiful, well-behaved and lovely. Even if you don't get that qualification, there's no guarantee that you'll be spotted by that imperial clan prince in a glance among the crowd. This fiancé can't be done. If it can become a side room is also good. At that time my Taiyu divine sect can all look up to senior sister you." Lu Ranran sniffed, her pretty face scarlet, seemed to feel that her senior brother had some sense, and lowered her head a bit shyly. "Senior brother, don't be ridiculous." Zhuosong also smiled at the side and stroked his beard, saying, "Changfeng is right. If we are able to obtain the favor of that imperial clan's son, it would be a great opportunity for our Taiyu Immortal sect." This time, it wasn't just the superpowers from all sides. Even some of the smaller powers had come with the same mindset as them. After all, who can say for sure about eye contact? Su Chenxiao's face was odd to the extreme beside him. No wonder those spirit boats before had so many female cultivators on them, either pure, or seductive and playful. Still got it? The Gaby Geo in his head pounded his chest in some chagrin. Why didn't I think of this in the first place? He thought that he had rampaged through the northern domain in order to reproduce quality offspring, based on the identity strength of the great emperor's strength to look at the use of force. Other peoples will be robbed, leaving seeds around. The chicken flew. In the end, almost the entire northern region demon clan was offended. Su Chenshao sighed and said quietly, "Shut up, Stallion the Great." It was while several people were talking, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding! Detected the appearance of the Divine Destiny protagonist. Ding! Detected the appearance of the Divine Destiny protagonist. Su Chenshao only felt a blackness before his eyes. A huge, blackened, luxurious spirit boat swept past overhead, like a sea whale swimming in the void, with a majestic atmosphere. In its surroundings, an incomparable steed of a demonic beast accompanied by stepping into the air. Riding on its back are all the extraordinary temperament of the Dao lineage pride, arrogant eyebrows, not even looking at the bottom of a glance. The row was huge and the scene was amazing. It was as if someone from some super Dao lineage was traveling across the void. Chapter 58, Tiny Tai Ding Ancient Sect. How dare you make my son descend? We are from the western region Tai Ding Ancient Sect. A celestial pride riding a divine steed demonic beast above his head had an arrogant face and shouted in a domineering manner. All spirit boats, lower yourself 100 feet to make way, or else you'll blame my Tai Ding Ancient Sect for being impolite. Humph. The voice resounded throughout the entire void. As soon as these words came out, the other spirit boats sailing in this void landed one after another. Zhuosong was also shocked in his heart and said with a face full of surprise, "That's the Tai Ding Ancient Sect? They even came?" Zhuosong's face looked a little incredulous. The people of the Tai Ding Ancient Sect are located in the western region of the heavens. The road is extremely far, basically never communicate with the outside world. Can be considered one of the most remote and mysterious ancient Taoism. The disciple beside him, Zhang Changfeng, had also heard about it and looked at the luxurious and huge spirit boat above him and murmured, "I can't imagine that even forces like the Tai Ding Ancient Sect have arrived. Is this the influence of the Imperial Clan? Senior sister, I'm afraid that this matter of the Imperial Clan's recruitment is not as simple as eye contact. The godless race Su family is recruiting. Who would have thought that even this mysterious ancient Taoist system would send out people to attend? It was impossible to guarantee that there would be even more terrifying forces coming, and their Taiyu immortal sect would be as small as ants in front of these behemoths." Humph. At this moment, an unpleasant cold snort sounded. Elder Qing's face sank as a glint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. The tiny Tai Ding Ancient Sect. How dare they make my son descend the line? I think they really want to die. One must know that in these heavens, the strong can then bully and wreak havoc on the weak at will, and driving a spirit boat to pass overhead was tantamount to an act of trampling on dignity and provocation. In the eyes of the Tai Ding Ancient Sect, this supreme realm spirit boat below was nothing more than a small force in the 10,000 million sacred Emperor Dao domain, not worthy of their attention at all. Elder Qing turned his head to look at Su Chenxiao on the side and opened his mouth. "Duke." Su Chenxiao's face was calm, and he spoke faintly without lifting his head. "Then let them come down." "What?" Zhuosong's face suddenly changed as he fiercely looked at Su Chenxiao on the side and opened his mouth. "Your Excellency must not. The Tai Ding Ancient Sect is one of the ancient Dao lineages, and there are great emperor legacies of quasi-imperial realm powerhouses existing within its sect. From the looks of it, they haven't noticed us either, so we'd better avoid it." He had noticed the old man beside this prince when he boarded the spirit boat, and his aura was as deep and unfathomable as an abyss, making it difficult even for him to see through. "Look at this old man's respectful appearance. I think this gentleman should be a certain big family people, and the other party is its protector." Su Chenxiao smiled and raised his hand. "No harm done. Elder Chang will take care of it himself." As his words fell, an extremely terrifying force burst out from his side. Even the void trembled, and the blazing imperial power was like a sun in the void. Zhuosong's pupils shrunk violently. His eyes widened in an instant as he looked incredulously at the stooped old man beside Su Chenxiao. The two disciples beside him also acted as if they had also never seen this vastness of divine power before. One could only feel that they could not help but prostrate themselves in worship, and their hearts were shaken to the core. This is. Zhuosong's lips were trembling wildly, his brain buzzing for a moment without reacting. His face was horrified as he looked toward the smiling Su Chenxiao. Even his voice was shaking. Quasi-emperor? How is that possible? He noticed the old man beside this male when he boarded the spirit boat. The aura was as deep and unfathomable as an abyss, and even he had trouble seeing through it. "Look at this old man's respectful appearance. I think this gentleman should be a certain big family people, and the other party is its protector." However, he had never expected that this old man in front of him would be a quasi-emperor big shot. In these heavens, if a great emperor does not come out, a quasi-emperor is invincible. Boom! Elder Qing's face was ice cold as he raised his hand in a vast and pale terrifying divine ability. Golden divine auras bloomed in this sea of emptiness. It was like a heavenly avalanche blasting straight toward the spirit boat of the Tai Ding Ancient Sect overhead. "The Tai Ding Ancient Sect, how dare you act recklessly in front of my son? Get your ass down here and kowtow." That blazing and amazing power directly triggered the boat protection formation of the luxury spirit boat above. Buzz! Ancient formations capable of withstanding the pinnacle of the sage realm suddenly rose, but after only appearing for a breath of time, it was annihilated and crushed in a flash. In an instant, the sky shook and the ground shook, and everyone on top of the spirit boat's face was shocked, and in an afterthought, they stood unsteadily and exclaimed, "What the hell? What's happening?" Only the several Saint Realm elders of the Taiding ancient sect who were leading the team this time had noticed something and shouted with horrified faces, "A quasi-emperor! A quasi-emperor has struck out at us! What senior is the one who struck? We are from the western region Taiding ancient sect, and we have absolutely no intention of offending senior." The monstrous divine power crashed into the spirit boat. In an instant, countless pieces of debris exploded, and this sacred artifact spirit boat was split in two. It was directly pierced into two halves alive, erupting with a deafening sound. Rumble, the strong shockwaves spread, and even the other small spirit boats that were far away in this void shook and were affected. This terrifying quasi-emperor strike, it directly caused the countless people of the forces in this side of the void to be stunned, and countless pairs of gazes gazed over. Upon seeing the scene of the Taiding ancient sect's luxurious spirit boat being directly blasted through, everyone's breath caught and their eyes gave way. "I chow! What the hell? The Taiding ancient sect's spirit boat went straight through? A quasi-emperor realm powerhouse has struck." Spirit boat. Su Chenshao smiled as he took out the Tsong Tian divine rock cubs and fed them, saying without lifting his head, "It's a bit much, Elder Chang. At least it's a saint-level spirit boat. It's worth a lot." Elder Ching gradually gathered his breath, that amazing power of a quasi-emperor dissipating, and said with a calm face, "My lord, the old slave has already held back a bit. If it wasn't for the fact that this group of people had come to participate in the Holy Emperor Dao Domain Grand, if this strike went down, I'm afraid that the rest of the disciples on top of this spirit boat would be annihilated in it, except for the Saint Realm characters." On the side, Zuosong and his two disciples were dumbfounded at the moment. Zuosong was trembling, his eyes wildly trembling. There is only one possibility that can make a quasi-imperial realm figure protect the Tao. That is, this gentleman in front of him with an incomparably warm and kind temperament was the heir of a certain emperor clan powerhouse and was of an extremely high status. My goodness, isn't this the Ing Tianxian sect spirit boat? How could he not have thought that such a great Buddha existed on top of this small supreme great spirit boat? At the same time, above the spirit boat of the Taiding ancient sect that had broken in half above, this sudden strike caught all the disciples of the Taiding ancient sect by surprise. The spirit boat began to tilt, losing the shelter of the spirit boat formation. Some disciples didn't stand still for a moment and directly fell, getting caught in the void. Among the panicked crowd, a woman with a stunningly beautiful face and a cold and lonely temperament stood somewhat unsteadily. Jiang Ning's face changed when he saw this. "Wan Air, be careful." Dense flying insects exhaled from his right sleeve, directly involving the woman. Jiang Ning rushed forward, looking with concern at the stunningly beautiful, noble and cold-faced woman in his arms, and said in a gentle voice, "Wan Air, are you okay?" Chapter 59 Heaven's Mandate Protagonist Spirit Emperor. Seven-angled heart. The stunningly beautiful woman in her arms. Dongfang Wan's face suddenly changed. After the reaction, a cold force immediately shook the swarm and Jiang Ning apart. Dongfang Wan tightly knitted her eyebrows and said with a cold look at him, "Don't you know that the thing I hate most in life is bugs?" Jiang Ning was slightly stunned, and hurriedly put the swarm away as much as he could, rubbing his head somewhat awkwardly as he said, "Wan Air, it was just too dangerous." Dongfang Wan coldly glanced at him and opened her mouth. "Senior brother Jiang, the imperial insect is ultimately a minor path. Don't put the cart before the horse. Senior sister, this is something I naturally know." Jiang Ning sighed and changed the subject, looking around with a grave expression on his face as he said, "Just what exactly is happening that someone would dare to attack our Taiding ancient sect spirit boat?" At this moment, a few elders from the Taiding ancient sect crossed the void and looked towards the person attacking below. "Which senior?" Upon seeing Old Man Cheng as well as Su Chenshao on top of the spirit boat below, several people's faces changed. "That one is the Shadow Guard commander of the Imperial Su family. This great power is not in the Imperial Su clan. How could he appear in such a remote place?" One of the elders seemed to have thought of something and said quietly with an odd face, "The one just now seemed to be saying that the eunuch." "What did you say?" Ruan Kuwei, the grand elder of the Taiding ancient sect, fiercely looked at Su Chenshao below, as if he thought of something. His face became wonderful to the extreme in an instant, and his pupils trembled wildly as he exclaimed, "Bad! Old 8, call all the disciples of my Taiding ancient sect and go with me to the bottom to pay homage to that imperial clan prince. He is not a little cutie." If the Emperor Clan Su family's quasi-imperial realm Shadow Guard commander appeared here, it could only be that the Su family's young son had returned from the middle of the lower realm. Ruan Kuei led a group of disciples from the Taiding ancient sect from the spirit boat that had been destroyed. There were about hundreds of them. Looking at the several great figures of the Taiding ancient sect in front of him, each of them was a Saint Realm powerhouse. The heart of Zhuosong, who was only in the Supreme Realm, accelerated, and he could barely even resist kneeling down on the spot. The two disciples beside him, Lu Ranran and Zhang Chongfeng, had also never seen such a scene. Those disciples of the Taiding ancient sect all had extraordinary cultivation and extraordinary temperament, and any one of them was definitely a top demonic existence when placed in their Taiyu immortal sect. The two couldn't help but feel a little ashamed of themselves. Lu Ranran tugged at the corner of her master's coat from the side and glanced at Su Chenxiao, who whispered from the side, "Master, this dusty sky duke, just what kind of person is he? My aunt, where have I seen such a character?" "Your master." Zhuosong's face was odd, and he whispered, "Disciple, we are afraid that we have met a nobleman today. This dusty sky prince. I'm afraid he's the son of a certain great power from the imperial clan." Lu Ranran's petite body shook. Her pretty face was filled with incredulity as she looked towards the smiling Su Chenxiao on the side, her beautiful eyes astonished beyond measure. A member of the imperial clan? Seemingly sensing her gaze, Su Chenxiao threw a kind smile, causing her pretty scarlet, and hurriedly lowered her head. Elder Qing spoke coldly. "Taiding ancient sect, you are used to rampaging through the western region. How dare you pass over my son's head? Is it possible that you don't put my Imperial Su family in your eyes? The Imperial Su family?" When these words came out, the hall was filled with clamor. The disciples of the Taiding ancient sect in the back exploded in an instant, each terrified to the core. Grand Elder Ruan Kuei was even more pale, rushingly leading the several elders beside him to Su Chenxiao's body. He respectfully bowed and opened his mouth. "Ruan Kuei of the Taiding ancient sect, meet Mr. Su. I, Taiding ancient sect, was blind to the fact that you were on the spirit boat. If I had known that you were on the boat, even if I had 100 guts, I wouldn't have dared to offend you. Sir, please forgive me, Your Excellency." He was so ed up inside at the moment. His grandma's, "Why do you, the great Buddha, condescend to sit in a supreme class spirit boat?" Su Chenxiao's face was calm. Looking at the several elders of the Taiding ancient sect in front of him, he opened his mouth with a faint smile. "So it's all the guests from the Taiding ancient sect. This time, there are not a few forces that are traveling to my Imperial Su family's Saint Emperor Dao domain. For my Imperial Su family, the visitor is a guest. No matter how big or small the force is, it is also reasonable to treat them the same. If we use our power to bully others, if we spread the word, I think it will not be very good for either my Imperial Su family or your Taiding ancient sect." Ruan Kuei sniffed as if he were a chicken pecking at rice and kept nodding his head. Yes, Duke, your lesson is extreme. This time it is indeed our fault. These disciples of my Taiding ancient sect are arrogant and spoiled. When we return, we will definitely let the sect leader chastise and dispose of them. It was us who offended much before. I hope you, sir, will forgive us." After saying that, Ruan Kuei yelled towards the group of clan disciples at the back who were frozen in place. "What are they all doing there? This is the son of the Emperor clan's Su clan chief, a contemporary demon with an innate chaotic body. Prince Su Chenxiao, why don't you get your ass over here and pay your respects to His Excellency?" "That's him?" One by one, the crowd of disciples exclaimed with hearts filled with shock. "We have met Mr. Su." The gorgeous Dongfang Wan's beautiful eyes in the crowd flashed with an extremely surprised light. She stared intently at the opposite side of Su Chuanxiao, whose face was handsome and whose temperament was overwhelming, and her heart rippled with a layer of ripples. "Is that him?" Jiang Ning noticed Dongfang Wan's dissimilarity on the side, and for a moment, he couldn't help but clench his fists and feel some pain in his heart. Their Taiding ancient sect had come here this time for that marriage recruitment, and Dongfang Wan, who was the holy daughter of the Taiding ancient sect, was naturally the obvious choice. Su Chenxiao waved his hand, looked at the destroyed sacred artifact spirit boat above him, and spoke with a smile. "No harm done, just pay some attention. All of you are still guests of my sacred Emperor Dao region after all. Elder Chang went a bit too far earlier, destroying all of your saint-level spirit boats. In this matter, my lord is biased." No. Ruan Kuei's heart shook at his words and he immediately explained. "Elder Qing taught me a lesson. Sacred artifact spirit boat loss is small. I Taiding ancient sect these disciples have always been high-minded and proud. After this incident to know that there are people outside the sky, must be erased arrogance, strict discipline, when it is we who have to thank you for your favor. We are taught." Zhuosong on the side was dumbfounded at the words, staring blankly at this Saint Realm powerhouse of the Taiding ancient sect. Is this the power of the imperial clan? Western hegemonic level forces holy weapons were destroyed. Not only do not dare to put a fart, but also to thank this Su Gongzi. Su Chenxiao nodded slightly and did not say anything more. His eyes swept through the crowd of Tai Ding ancient sect disciples. There was a lull in a youth with a plain face and slightly hostile eyes. Su Chenxiao's eyes lit up. Found you. Name, Jiangning. Title, The Spirit Emperor Heaven's Destiny Protagonist. Identity, Chief Disciple of the Tai Ding Ancient Sect. Age, 24. Character, calm and decisive. Realm, Immortal Realm 2. Physique, 7 senses of the heart. Techniques, Celestial Enlightenment Imperial Insect Technique. Emperor Puppet Technique. Taiku Dan Ding Technique. Xian Chang Treading Cloud Step. Treasures, Cauldron of Creation. 9 Amazing Heavenly Flames. Gold Devouring Insects. Blood-Horned Ants. Supreme Golem. Fire Python Golem. Destiny Value, 500. 000. P.S. Please beg the small stacks to urge more favorable comments. Thanks. Chapter 60, A Heavenly Opportunity. Take advantage of your chance. Ooh, nice guy. More than 500,000 destiny values. The system panel was called up, and its treasures were so numerous that even Su Chenxiao was a bit dazzled. Su Chenxiao's eyes lit up and he looked over with a smile. The 7 orifices Linglong Heart ranked extremely low among the divine bodies of the heavens, and did not belong to the divine bodies that could strengthen themselves. The only advantage is the ability to multitask. Most of the things that people with this type of physique were good at were things like formations and pills, and they had a natural advantage in these areas. As for this heaven's destiny protagonist in front of him, his cultivation was not high, but he was extremely good at utilizing out-of-body techniques and puppet-controlling insects. The gold-devouring insects and the blood-horned ants are all rare and incomparable ancient spirit insects. There are quite a few undercards. Su Chenxiao thought darkly. Seeing that this Gongzi did not blame him too much, Ruan Kuei of the Tai Ding ancient sect's face was overjoyed, and it was only then that he breathed a long sigh of relief. He had heard some rumors when he arrived, and it was said that this imperial clan's son had run amok at a young age and plagued the northern region's demon clan. It was a far cry from the gentle and approachable gentleman in front of him. Rumors are really rumors and should not be listened to. Ruan Kuei arched his hands in succession and said respectfully with a long breath of relief, Mr. Su, since this is the case, we will not disturb your rest, Your Excellency. Su Chenxiao smiled and said in a calm tone, earlier, Elder Cheng struck too hard and destroyed your spirit boat. If there is no spirit boat to walk on, I think the speed will be greatly slowed down. Since you're heading to the sacred Emperor Dao region, you might as well go with this Gongzi. Ruan Kuei pondered for a moment, somewhat embarrassed. This is not too good. Sir, the spirit boat destroyed does not affect. In fact, in my storage ring there is still a. Ahem. Just then, the 8th elder of the Tai Ding ancient sect on the side coughed heavily and gave Ruan Kuei a wink. Your Excellency, please wait for a moment, the 8th elder said as he stepped forward somewhat apologetically. Su Chenxiao smiled and nodded, not caring. No harm done. The 8th elder pulled Ruan Kuei aside and said with a sad face, Grand Elder, you're confused. Ruan Kuei frowned, somewhat puzzled. Old Buster, what do you mean by that? The 8th elder sneaked a glance at Su Chenxiao, then looked at Ruan Kuei again and said, what is our Tai Ding ancient sect going to the sacred Emperor Dao region for this time? It's still not for that girl Dongfang Wan to compete for the qualifications for the martial arts competition. And now that young son of the imperial clan is here and has invited us to go with him, isn't this a heavenly opportunity? Just the right opportunity for that girl and this son to cultivate their feelings in advance? If that girl Wanner is fortunate enough to be able to be spotted by this gentleman, and our Tai Ding ancient sect intercepts her in advance, what the hell is this competition for? Such a chance is in front of us, but you're still thinking of leaving, old brother. AI, older brother, you're really getting older. The more you live, the more you go back. This statement was made. Ruan Kuei froze for a while before his eyes suddenly lit up and he tapped his head. Even the way he looked at old bastard was different. Yeah, Buster, you've really reminded me. The 8th elder hemmed and hawed and said with the demeanor of a man who had been there before. That girl Dongfang Wan is at least our Tai Ding ancient sect's holy maiden. Whether it's her cultivation or her appearance, she's a superior candidate. As the saying goes, near the water tower first get the moon. Young people's blood. Our group of old things just need to create a little private space for them. This good thing snapped 1%. The more Ruan Kuei thought about it, the more he realized that was the case. Hadn't they come all this way for the clan's holy maiden to become the fiancé of the young son of the emperor clan? Ruan Kuei's eyes became brighter and brighter, his old face excited. All right, there you go, old 8-point king, read this. Ruan Kuei hurriedly turned around and came in front of Su Qianxiao. The attitude came to a shocking 180-degree shift, arching his hand with a shy old face. This, what you just said, Mr. Su, is extreme. I won't hide it from you, Your Excellency, but my Tai Ding ancient sect only brought along this spirit boat this time out. These disciples under the door also have low cultivation. If there is no spirit boat spell formation shelter, I'm afraid that along the way, to encounter a lot of danger. Speaking of which, Ruan Kuei was filled with sadness. Your Excellency's magnanimity and the Emperor clan's temperament. Not only do you not care about our presumptuous sins, but you are also willing to allow us to take a ride on the spirit boat. I am truly ashamed of my heart. I don't know how to thank you, Your Excellency. Su Qianxiao smiled and waved his hand. A matter of passing. This spirit boat is not big, but it is still more than enough to take thousands of people. Su Qianxiao didn't know what they had said. The reason why they wanted to keep them here was to have easier access to this heavenly destiny protagonist. Ruan Kuei nodded and thanked him quickly. After listening to Old Eight's analysis, his heart was about to burst with joy at this moment. If it wasn't for the fact that this Imperial Clan prince was present with some restraint, he was afraid that his old face would have turned into a chrysanthemum with a smile. It was unthinkable that he, the Tai Ding ancient clan, had been blessed by a disaster this time and was able to bring his clan's holy daughter one step ahead of time to approach this Imperial Clan's son. Well, I thank you, Your Excellency. After a bit of a climb, only then did Ruan Kuei lead a group of disciples to the very edge of the spirit boat, and his face became serious for a moment. Did you just hear all that? Mr. Su, Your Honor, as you are riding on this spirit boat, you should pay attention to your words and behavior. If you upset that Imperial Clan prince, then I won't blame you for being merciless. All the disciples present knew the seriousness of the matter. They had tightened up quite a bit. After all, if the Tai Ding ancient sect was more powerful, could it be more powerful than the 10 great Imperial clans? I'm afraid that even if the other party killed themselves on the spot, the Grand Elder and the others wouldn't dare to have a word of complaint, and would wait to say that it was a good kill. Great Elder, we know. Among the crowd, only Jiang Ning frowned and whispered, it was clearly that guy who destroyed my Tai Ding ancient sect's spirit boat. How come it seems like we did something wrong? Wan Air, I feel that person doesn't look like a good person. You, enough. Senior brother Jiang. Don't slander that Mr. Su. Dongfang Wan's brows knitted, and she said with a somewhat unhappy look at Jiang Ning, among the heavens, a spirit boat traversing over someone's head is inherently an impolite act. People of the Imperial Clan have a prominent status, not to mention the son of that Imperial Clan patriarch. If we were to replace him with someone of the Imperial Clan who has a bit of a bad temper, I'm afraid it would be difficult for all of us in the Tai Ding ancient clan to escape the blame. That Mr. Su doesn't care about former suspicions. We should be grateful. Jiang Ning's face was even more blank, half speechless. At this point, the eighth elder beckoned towards Dongfang Wan among the disciples and said with a smile, Holy Maiden, come here for a moment. Dongfang Wan nodded and coldly glanced at Jiang Ning, who warned from the side, there's a quasi-emperor powerhouse beside that gentleman. Elder brother must think twice before speaking in the future. Don't invite a murderous disaster for my Tai Ding ancient sect. Chapter 61 Heaven's Destiny Heroine Dongfang Wan, triggering the hidden reward. Saying that, Dongfang Wan walked over. Elder, what's wrong? The eighth elder directly transmitted his voice with divine thoughts. How do you feel about that imperial prince? Dongfang Wan was slightly stunned, looking at that handsome and incomparable Su Duanxiu in the distance. The temperament is absolutely dusty. The stranger is like jade, just like a genteel gentleman of the world, and a gentle and incomparable smile flows out of his eyes inadvertently, just by looking at it. Dongfang Wan then somewhat hurriedly retracted her gaze, biting her vermilion lips somewhat shyly. What do you mean by that, elder? 8 elders see this face smile more intense, stroking the beard full of deep meaning said, this place is at least a day's journey away from the sacred Emperor Dao region. Not only does this Mr. Su have an extraordinary background, his talent is even greater. Such a heavenly opportunity, a great opportunity. Holy Maiden, you must seize the opportunity. I see that gentleman beside a woman, but the small Taoist system of people, compared with the Virgin you, undoubtedly is a firefly and Han White Moon to compete for glory. There is a difference between the clouds and mud. Dongfang Wan's beautiful eyes flickered and she didn't speak again. The other side. Ding. The Divine Fate heroine Dongfang Wan is dissatisfied with the Divine Fate protagonist Jiang Ning and her favorability has greatly diminished. The Divine Fate protagonist Jiang Ning has lost 5,000 chi value. Congratulations to the master for gaining 5,000 villain value. Su Qianxiao raised an eyebrow. What's the deal? You're not even getting started and you're doing this? Interesting. Zuosong and his two disciples could be described as sitting on the sidelines and being in a hurry. Lu Ranran came over with some curiosity and looked at Su Chenxiao and inquired, Gongzi, you really are a member of the Su family of the Imperial clan? Su Chenxiao teased that Song Tian divine rock in his arms, looked up at this naive and romantic young girl and smiled and said, not like that? Lu Ranran nodded and said after thinking about it, I've heard that the people of the Imperial clan are all high and mighty, eyeing everything, and never placing those outside of the Imperial clan in their eyes. It doesn't feel like you, always smiling and looking kind of friendly. Zuosong's eyes widened and his heart was about to jump out. Auntie, it's fine for you to say that behind your back, but to say it in front of someone else's Imperial clan prince? Senior brother Zhang Changfeng also caught his breath and rushed forward to stop him. Senior sister, don't talk nonsense, come back. He arched his hand towards Su Chenxiao and said with a full of apologies, Mr. Su, my senior sister is still young and blabbering. By no means did she mean to offend the Imperial clan. Please forgive me. Su Chenxiao lost his smile and waved his hand, saying in a gentle tone, it doesn't matter. It's funny how naive and romantic Miss Ranran is. It's not like the people of my Imperial clan are any tigers, leopards, jackals or wolves. It's just that the Imperial clan is still different, and it's inevitable that one or two unruly people will appear. Lu Ranran nodded, seeing that this male did not pursue the matter. The master's Zuosong on the side also breathed a long sigh of relief and hurriedly pulled him over, preventing this dead girl from saying any more offensive words. The atmosphere of the scene was somewhat delicate. Zuosong, who had been talking and laughing, now didn't dare to say a word. Su Chenxiao didn't care too much when he saw this, but turned his head to look at the crowd of the Tai Ding ancient sect on the side. He only saw Ruan Kuei leading a woman with a dusty temperament and a delicate and absolutely beautiful face to come. A light blue fairy dress will be its proud body set off the concave and convex, with a swan neck like Snow White elegant neck, skin like gelatinous fat, willow waist slender, a pair of legs as long and eye-catching, as if not eat earthly fire nymphs. Dongfang Wan seems to be very confident, her pace is dignified and calm, and her eyebrows are a little cold, but it was not like an iceberg that was unsatisfactory, but a lonely coldness that had been nurtured for a long time. Su Chenxiao shot a glance at her. Name, Dongfang Wan. Title, The Spirit Emperor's Divine Hostess. Identity, Holy Maiden of the Tai Ding Ancient Sect. Age, 22. Personality, proud. Muqiang. Realm, 6th level of the Immortal Realm. Physique, Ini Divine Body. Ruan Kuei brought Dongfang Wan to Su Chenxiao. Smilingly, he said, Mr. Su, this is my Tai Ding Ancient Sect's holy daughter, Dongfang Wan. Wan heir. I haven't met Mr. Su yet, although she was as proud as a peacock. When she came in front of Su Chenxiao, Dongfang Wan put down her own pride. With a slight smile, he owed a very decent whisper. Dongfang Wan has met the Duke. Su Chenxiao blinked and said with a feigned doubt, what does Elder Wan mean by this? Ruan Kuei laughed and opened his mouth. My clan's holy maiden has long heard of your great name and has admired you for a long time. It's just that the holy maiden has a somewhat shy personality and is too shy to take the initiative to come forward. The old man thought that there was still some distance to travel from the sacred emperor's Dao domain, so he wanted the holy maiden to come and communicate with your excellency. I don't know if I've disturbed your excellency's rest? He was still very confident about Dongfang Wan's looks, thinking about the countless suitors in the western region. There was no shortage of those super Dao lineages, the heavenly pride of the ancient sacred race. It was a pity that this girl's vision was extremely high, and even those of the 10,000 ancient sacred races in the western region were unable to catch her eye. Today, looking at this her state, she was clearly very satisfied with this young son of the Imperial clan. I just don't know what this Mr. Su thinks. Ruan Kuei looked at Dongfang Wan beside him and thought with a smile. So that's it. Su Chenxiao nodded slightly, and just as he was about to speak, he suddenly detected a gaze that was very resentful. Su Chenxiao looked over with a somewhat playful expression on his face. In the distance amongst the disciples of the Tai Ding ancient sect, Jiang Ning's face was green and green, looking unsightly. Upon noticing Su Chenxiao's gaze, Jiang Ning hurriedly went down. By the looks of it, it seems like a good place to start is with this divine order heroine. Su Chenxiao grinned and had a rough idea in his heart. Casually an aura will spirit boat compartment within the tea table transported over, placed in front of the body, raised his hand and said, it just so happens that I also have nothing to do, so please sit down, both of you. Ruan Kuei's eyes lit up with excitement inside. There's drama. He smiled politely. Mr. Su, I'm old at this age, so I won't bother you with your peer-to-peer exchanges. Holy maiden, take your time to chat with the male son. Take your time. With that, he turned straight around and slipped away as fast as he could. Only Dongfang Wan was left alone with somewhat flushed cheeks, standing in place somewhat embarrassed. This grand elder, Su Chenxiao, raised his hand, elegantly and calmly poured a pot of tea and took a small tea. Miss Oriental, sit. Looking at the face of the person in front of him that had a face like a carving and was unusually handsome, Dongfang Wan only felt her heart beating like never before, gently nodded her head and sat down very elegantly and gracefully, whispering, "Thank you, sir." Su Chenxiao handed over the tea, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he said with a calm demeanor, "Miss Dongfang has also come here for the Imperial clan's marriage recruitment?" Dongfang Wan was slightly stunned, not expecting this male to speak so bluntly, nodded her head and said with a somewhat petulant face, "Well, I originally wanted to come and take a look with the elders within the clan, but I never thought that I would be able to see Your Excellency ahead of time. Your Excellency is indeed, as the rumors have said, with an impressive appearance, worthy of being a member of the Imperial clan. The girl is wrong." Su Chenxiao reacted very calmly, not seeing any particular emotions. Dongfang Wan's moving beautiful eyes filled with flashes as she stared at Su Chenxiao and changed the topic to inquire, "It's that I wonder what the prince thinks about this?" Su Chenxiao laughed and said somewhat helplessly, "This matter is also something I only learned recently, since it was my mother's idea. As a son of man, I can't afford to push back. Just let nature take its course." Dongfang Wan's beautiful eyes lit up, looking at this gentleman's appearance. He didn't seem to be very fond of this matter of the martial arts competition. She followed Su Chuanxiao's words and then said, "What the gentleman said is also true, although the marriage mattered to the parents to make the decision. But the fate of this world is difficult to say. If it can be relative to the eye, naturally all are happy." Su Chenxiao looked at her with a smile and said as he played with the teacup with interest, "Just like being able to meet Miss Dongfang today, is this also a form of fate?" Dongfang Wan's pretty face blushed, somewhat shyly. She lowered her head in disbelief. Ding! The Divine Fate heroine's heart trembles, and the Divine Fate protagonist Jiang Ning loses 10,000 Divine Fate values. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining a villain value of 10,000. Ding! Trigger the hidden reward. Chapter 62, Heart-Shaped Stone for Phoenix Singing Stones. Dongfang Wan falls for her heart. Oh, Su Chuanxiao's eyes lit up. It was rare that he triggered a hidden reward once again. Ding! Congratulations to the master for obtaining the hidden reward, Sky Elf Stone. The distinctive heart-shaped stone, which contains a strong force of Gangjin, is particularly attractive to the swarm. After seeing the hidden rewards triggered by the system, Su Chenxiao had a black line on his face. Heart-shaped stone. You're a human being with this reward, aren't you? But it's extraordinarily attractive to the swarm, which is somewhat interesting. And at the moment on the other side, in the eyes of the people of the Tai Ding ancient sect, the two in the distance were simply a golden couple, a match made in heaven. Many female disciples of the Tai Ding ancient sect looked at Dongfang Wan, who was sitting across from Su Chenxiao, full of envy, and couldn't wait to go up and take her place. Said, "From the looks of it, the holy maiden seems to be having a good chat with that Imperial clan prince. That one is the son of the Imperial clan. If he is taken in by him, he will really soar in the future." The eighth elder squinted his eyes with immense enjoyment, showing a pleasant expression as he stroked his beard. "Not bad, not bad." Ruan Kuei gave him an odd look on his face and muttered, "Buster, what's with the expression? I smell." "What? It's the smell of love. Think of me when I was young." Nguyen Ka. In the middle of the Tai Ding ancient sect, Jiang Ning was the only one who clenched his teeth in death and clenched his fists, only to see Dongfang Wan, who had always been cold and arrogant in front of herself, smiling like a flower at this moment. That stunning face still has a touch of moving blush now and then. This look is like two people. Jiang Ning's heart was dripping blood, and his eyes were slightly reddened as he roared madly inside. Damn it! Why? Why is that? He thought that after he joined the Tai Ding ancient sect, he fell in love with the holy maiden Dongfang Wan at first sight. He himself relied on the art of alchemy to carefully cultivate this hard-won relationship. Once Wan Er had promised herself that if she was able to break through the Seal King above the Seal King battlefield to leave her name behind, she would give herself a chance. And today, Su Chenxiao's appearance was like a savage and incomparable beast, directly attacking the yellow dragon, mercilessly shattering the last bit of fantasy in his heart. Isn't it just a good background and better looking? Where exactly am I Jiang Ning inferior to him? Jiang Ning stifled his anger and lowered his head, secretly hating it. Even the gold-devouring insects and blood-horned ants lurking within his sleeves seemed to have sensed his master's emotions. One after the other crawled out of the cuffs and performed acrobatics on the palms of Jiang Ning's hands. You guys. Jiang Ning's eyes gradually softened a bit at the sight, took a deep breath, smiled somewhat reluctantly, and murmured, even the gold-devouring insects and the blood-horned ants understand my love for you. Wanner, why don't you understand it yet? Thanks guys, I'm fine, come back all. The gold-eating insects and blood-horned ants heard this before returning to their sleeves and disappearing. Jiang Ning took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the restlessness in his heart as he continued to comfort himself. It's okay, it's okay. It will soon be time to arrive at the sacred Emperor Dao region. As soon as we get there, the guy will be gone, and then there will be no more interactions with us. Just like that, Jiang Ning was like a ninja turtle, enduring to his destination alive. Holy Emperor Dao Domain, outside of Haotian City. The two of them, Su Duanqiu and Dongfang Wan, talked happily. It wasn't until they arrived within the Holy Emperor's Dao domain that Dongfang Wan parted ways with her fondness. Right, seems to have thought of something. Su Qianxiao smiled and took out the heart-shaped stone and sent it to Dongfang Wan. This object was acquired by me by chance and is given to you. Miss Dongfang and I are like old friends at first sight. If you're free, you can come to my Emperor and Su clan to catch up in the future. Is this his gift to me? Dongfang Wan looked at the smooth and incomparable heart-shaped stone, joyfully, extraordinarily cherished it in the palm of her hand, her pretty face scarlet. Thanks, thanks. When seeing Wan air this kind of young girl in spring, little girl's appearance when Jiang Ning eyes are staring straight. No, he gives you a piece of rock and you do this? Then what are those pills I painstakingly refined and gifted to you before? Dongfang Wan was full of shyness and said softly, Mr. Su, actually, I also have something to give you. Oh, Su Qianxiao was slightly surprised at his words, only to see Dongfang Wan raise her plain white right hand, gently removing a slender and incomparable bracelet with a thumb-sized fiery red jade running through it from her wrist. Mr. Su, please accept this item. This object is embedded with the Phoenixine Jade, which can help stabilize one's Taoist heart and improve one's enlightenment. It is not a treasure to you, but it is a token of my daughter's appreciation. Dongfang Wan is extremely coy and apprehensive, fearing that the gentleman in front of him will not like to say. The Phoenixine Jade was a strange stone of heaven and earth. Legend has it that it is a phoenix nest stone, formed after countless thousands of years of listening to the phoenix chorus. The symbols are numerous and extremely valuable. It was still something she had acquired by chance in the middle of a secret realm. It so happened that Jiang Ning, who was a fellow traveler in the secret realm at that time, was also among them. From afar, Jiang Ning's pupils shrunk violently when he saw this. Phoenix Jinyu? It's a wonderstone of heaven and earth. When he was in the secret realm, he was the one who created the opportunity for Dongfang Wan by blocking countless celestial pride. The purpose was to let Wan Air understand her own feelings. And today, this damned imperial clan's son had even exchanged this heaven and earth wonder stone for just such a broken stone. Jiang Ning's face was hard to see, his eyes wanting to spit fire. Su Duanqiu was also a bit surprised, glancing at the distant and painful Heaven's Destiny protagonist and shaking his head. Miss Dongfang, this item is too valuable. However, she did not want Dongfang Wan to bite her lips lightly, and directly stuffed the bracelet embedded with the Phoenixine stone into Su Qianxiao's hands. He then turned around and trotted back within the crowd of the Tai Ding ancient sect and softly said, Mr. Su, see you in 10 days. I'll try my best. After the previous conversation on the spirit boat, she had long been attracted to this gentle and jade-like Su family's son. Su Qianxiao looked at the phoenix barred stone in his hand, without much of a ripple in his heart. He smiled and nodded. Well, in that case, let us part here. Leaving with Elder Qing, Zuosong also brought his 2 disciples to leave with him. Wait for the crowd to leave. Dongfang Wan stood in place for a long time lost in thought, looking at the stone in the heart of some disappointment. Many women within the same clan surrounded them, looking at Dongfang Wan with envy, saying, What did that gentleman give you, Holy Maiden-sama? Wow, a heart-shaped rock, how romantic. This is something sent by that imperial clan's son. I think that son is quite fond of the Holy Maiden Great, and this time when the imperial clan Su clan is recruiting for a marriage, the person chosen will definitely be the Holy Maiden Great. Only a group of male disciples from the Tai Ding ancient sect said sourly and somewhat tastily, that Mr. Su is too stingy. Isn't it just a piece of broken stone? Jiang Ning, who was the chief of the sect, also nodded with an ugly face and came up to Dongfang Wan's side to open his mouth. Wan Air, what you did this time was a bit too impulsive. This is, after all, just an ordinary piece of stubborn stone, whereas that Phoenixine Jade is incredibly precious, capable of not being disturbed by the demons of the heart and stabilizing the heart of the Tao. The difference between the two is a world of difference. Weiner Yu. Chapter 63 Insect Swarm runs out of control, Heaven's Destiny protagonist dies on the spot. I had thought that Dongfang Wan would be able to understand some of his hard work. Who knew that her face had suddenly gone cold, and she opened her mouth with an icy look at Jiang Ning. Enough! Senior brother Jiang. If the matter of affection can also be measured in material terms, that would be too tacky. If you truly wish me well, then you should bless me instead of disparaging that imperial clan prince behind my back. The female disciples of the Tai Ding ancient sect on the side also nodded in agreement. The holy maiden Sama is right. Senior brother Jiang, if according to what you said, that Prince Su took out an emperor-level supreme treasure, is it possible that the holy maiden will also have to take out something of equal value in response? I can't believe you're such a materialistic person. As long as the holy maiden likes it, it's priceless. Furthermore, the Phoenixine stone is the holy maiden's thing. Even if it's given away, what does it have to do with you? The verbal abuse of a group of female disciples of the sect came from beside his ears. The attack is just too strong. Jiang Ning's body shook at his words. His face was green and white, swollen to a pig-purple color, and he couldn't say a word of retort for a long time. And just at that moment, the Grand Elder Wan Kuei on the side smilingly stopped it. Ha ha ha. Well, that Mr. Su is the son of the Imperial Clan's clan chief, so how could something given out casually be an ordinary mortal object? You and others feel well the Geng Jinshi within this stone. If I am not mistaken, this is no ordinary stone. This object is a heavenly elf stone. The heavenly elf stone contains Geng Jinshi. It is a superior material for casting magic treasures. Just a small piece the size of a fingernail is able to make a magic weapon become incredibly sharp and contain Geng Jin Li Qi. The eighth elder also laughed out loud. Heavenly elf stones are already incredibly rare, and this heart-shaped molded heavenly elf stone in the holy maiden's hand, which was born into the earth and skillfully crafted, is even more one in a million and difficult to find. That Mr. Su, on the contrary, has a heart. When these words came out, even the male disciples who had originally somewhat agreed with Jiang Ning were shaken in their hearts. Surprisingly, it's a sky elf stone? The rest of the female disciples were even more envious and had already begun to brainstorm. Sure enough, I have known that Su gentleman certainly will not come up with a piece of ordinary stone. The sky elf stone is originally one in a million strange stone, and to be naturally formed in this shape, I do not know that Su gentleman in which to find how long. It really is so romantic. It's ridiculous that senior brother Jiang has eyes that don't recognize gold and jade, and is jealous of a gentleman's heart with a small man's heart. Not only can he not see the magic of this heavenly elf stone, but he also mistakenly treats such a treasure as an ordinary stubborn stone. Dongfang Wan had her head down at the moment, feeling the warmth of the heart-shaped stone in his hand. His heart puffed, her beautiful eyes flashed with a red face, as if she was a young girl falling in love, and she murmured softly, "Is this how you feel about me too?" The more the surrounding female disciples said, the more they set off Jiang Ning's ignorance. Jiang Ning only felt ashamed of himself and hated to find a crack to drill into. Suddenly, the swarm of gold-devouring insects hidden in the sleeves of his coat was unusually agitated. It was even vaguely uncontrollable and wanted to come out. A gold-eating bug? Jiang Ning's face changed drastically. As if he had thought of something, he hurriedly covered his sleeve cuffs with death. Gold-devouring insects have always preferred golden stones and need to be fed and cultivated with golden stones. Once they come across something that contains gung-ho gold, they will pour out. Bad. A disciple noticed Jiang Ning's strange behavior and said with some doubt, "Senior brother Jiang, what are you doing?" Kra. Click. With a sharp chewing sound, the robes that Jiang Ning had specially made to be able to sneak around insect swarms were all gnawed and torn by the gold-eating insects. In a blink of an eye, Jiang Ning's clothes were torn open with huge gouges all over his body. Densely packed, tons of swarms poured out in a sea of amazing scenes. Dash. My chow. This sudden scene startled the several Tai Ding ancient sect disciples beside them. The swarms of insects filled the sky, and at the moment, Jiang Ning's entire body was surrounded by countless insects. What the hell? Senior brother Jiang. These are senior brother Jiang's swarms. Gold-devouring insects? There are also bloodhorn ants. Even the several elders on the side changed their faces slightly and hurriedly rebuked. Jiang Ning, what are you doing? Hurry up and put your swarm away. But Jiang Ning couldn't control the swarm at all at the moment either, as all sorts of bugs scurried out of his clothes. The gold-devouring insects flew towards Dongfang Wan on the side of the sky. The one oozing-looking bug flew into her hand and began to chomp down on the sky elf stone in her hand with its sharp fangs. Yikes! Dongfang Wan, who had always detested bugs the most, changed her face and screamed as she subconsciously threw out the heart-shaped stone in her hand. Shoo away! Countless swarms of bugs swarmed over, and in just the blink of an eye, they gnawed away at that heart-shaped stone. Not even a crumb remained. This? Everyone stared at this scene with wide eyes in disbelief. Several elder people were dumbfounded, and after they reacted, everyone was furious and looked painfully at Jiang Ning on the side. Jiang Ning, look what you've done. That's a treasure bestowed by that Mr. Su. Upon seeing Jiang Ning's appearance, the faces of the group of elders were somewhat stunned and wide-eyed. At this point in time, all of Jiang Ning's clothes were gnawed away, naked, revealing his white PP, with only a piece of cloth left to cover his face. How could there be any trace of the chief's senior brother's appearance? His face covered his crotch with shame and indignation to the extreme as he hurriedly changed into a set of clothes from his storage ring. Life is worse than death, he shouted angrily. Get the back here. Come back. Even the passing passers-by couldn't help but look over, forcing a smile and murmuring, that seems to be from the western region Tai Ding ancient sect, right? I've heard that the western region is exuberant, but I can't imagine that it's already exuberant to this extent. Nowadays, the Holy Emperor Dao domain was filled with people, with countless people from the great clans and various super Dao lineages, and there were quite a few weirdos, but it's a first to be naked on the street like this. Direct social death. The group of elders from the Tai Ding ancient sect were even more ashamed and angry and could not wait to drill into the ground as they shouted, "Put away all my clan's flags, put it away quickly." It had been a while before the swarm of insects, which was spread out, flew back, putting the swarm away. Jiang Ning could feel the strange gazes of his surrounding brothers and sisters and trembled. He knew that from now on, he would no longer be the big senior brother that everyone in the sect admired. What happened today would become a disgrace that he, Jiang Ning, would never be able to erase in his life. No. Jiang Ning growled inwardly. On the other hand, Dongfang Wan stood frozen in place, looking at her empty right hand, her delicate body gently trembling. A token from Mr. Su. No, it seemed like the eve of a storm, brewing an extremely terrifying force. Suddenly, a huge and appalling force of yin and cold erupted. Jiang Ning, I hate you. Countless swarms of insects were frozen, and Jiang Ning's pupils shrank as his entire body was blown away. Rumble. In the meantime, within the Su family of the Imperial clan, Ding, Destiny protagonist Jiang Ningxia is dead. Loss of Destiny value 10,000. Ding. The Divine Fate heroine Dongfang Wan hates the Divine Fate protagonist Jiang Ning. The relationship is broken. Jiang Ning's Divine Fate value loses 50,000. Congratulations to the master for obtaining the villain value of 60,000. Su Chenxiao, who had just returned to the Su family, gave a slight lurch. Some playful lifting of the corners of his mouth murmured, "Oh, a break so soon?" Chapter 64, King Sealing Battlefield, Emperor Clan Dragon Molting Pool. It was thought that the Sky Elf Stone, which could attract the swarm, should have played a role. Su Chenxiao shrugged his shoulders and looked at the Su family land in front of him. The Emperor Clan Su family was situated in the place where the spiritual chi of the sacred Emperor Dao region was the most dense. This place not only possessed a massive amount of spiritual energy draped around it, but the majestic spiritual energy also contained the legendary Hongmeng purple chi. In the distance, a huge and ancient skyscraping tree went straight up to the sky. This object was the three great divine trees, the Hongmeng divine tree, which was extremely rare throughout all the heavens. Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered, and he and Old Man Chang had just returned to the clan not long ago. The elders of the clan then got word to appear here. About dozens of people were present, a group of people with terrifying cultivation and aura like an abyss, soundly coming from the distance. Ha ha ha, my son, finally back. But what a way to keep my father waiting. A bright and bold laughter rang out as Patriarch Su Wudao and Chen Wuyue both walked at the front of the crowd. Chen Wuyue hurried forward. As soon as he came up, he carefully inspected Su Chenxiao's entire body to see if there were any injuries. Shower. Seeing the visitor, Su Chenxiao smiled and shouted, "Mother, I'm home. Looking at this outstanding temperament in front of you, now the cultivation has reached as high as the immortal realm." 9 children. Chen Wuyue was full of gratification. Pulling Su Chenxiao's hand, voice gentle, said, "It's good to be back. It's good to be back. 9th level of the immortal realm. It seems that my family's shower has had another chance in this period of time." Su Wudao laughed out loud and said in the same mood at the back, "That's right, don't even look at whose seed shower is." The group of Su family elders besides Su Wudao also cast their gazes with incomparable curiosity. This is Su Chuanxiao? Upon seeing the jade-faced, dignified teenage pride in front of them, quite a few elders' eyes lit up, looking extraordinarily surprised. "I haven't seen him in years, and now the boy. He seems to have grown up a lot." The crowd of elders couldn't help but marvel. Ha ha ha, this child Dusty Xiao is back. Good ah. Innate chaos god body, immortal realm 9. This kind of cultivation from the lower realm of experience return. Without the baptism of molting dragon pool, the cultivation of the upper realm of the various sirens is not the slightest loss, and even more than ever, thinking back to that year, when that child, Jing Hung, returned, I remember that he had only just stepped into the heavenly Ascension realm not long ago, right? Ha ha ha, matriarch, it seems that the position of my Su family's divine son in this generation will have to be your little dolls again. At this point, a middle-aged man in the crowd with a majestic, unruffled appearance, who looked somewhat similar to Su Wudao, stepped forward. Good brat, with such an amazing cultivation and such a majestic power of chi and blood, I think that your god-devil body is also cultivated to perfection. Brat, do you remember your uncle me? Su Qianxiao took a step forward and very appropriately arched his hand and said, Uncle unable. This person was Su Wudao's own younger brother, Su Feneng. He was always out dealing with the external affairs of the Su family, and it was difficult for him to return once in decades, and this time, the matter of the imperial clan's recruitment was also through him. Su couldn't laugh out loud. Heavily patting Su Qianxiao's shoulder, he said, I heard that something happened to you kids in the lower realms, but it's good that people are okay. It seems that I am lucky. This has just come back not long before running into you kid. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Su couldn't narrow his eyes and his face sank. He cultivated the 6-star Emperor Wheel technique. His divine sense far exceeded that of normal people, and his cultivation was as high as that of a quasi-emperor. What the hell is that? And it dares to possess a member of my imperial Su clan? Humph, Xing Lao, are you really old and confused? Could it be that you didn't even notice that this divine soul remnant was in my nephew's body? Words fall. A bearish quasi-emperor's might permeated out from the palm of Su Feneng's hand, wanted to directly wipe away Gaby Jiu's remnant soul of that great emperor. Su Qianxiao's face changed slightly. Gaby Jiu in the sea of consciousness was even more startled. It did not think that he had already hidden to the deepest part of the spiritual platform was still pulled out, rushed out and said, one of our own, one of our own. Su Wudao and his mother Chen Wuyu's faces also became a bit huffy as they opened their mouths. Remnants of a great emperor? In Shower's body? Why is there a remnant of a great emperor's soul present? Seeing this, Su Qianxiao explained with a bitter smile, this fellow is the remnant soul of the heaven and earth divine beast, the heavenly golden mythical beast, and I have already subdued it. It intends to go back to the middle of the clan to let Grandpa and the others make a move to remake its flesh as a mount. Saying that, Su Qianxiao also shook the imperial beast ring above his right hand. Several elders and parents looked over. Su Wudao's eyes lit up and he said with some surprise, the imperial beast ring? Isn't this the imperial beast manifestation sect's greatest treasure? He knew the efficacy of the imperial beast ring and found that the remnant soul of that great emperor also had another imperial beast ring in existence. Now, his face could not help but slightly soothe as he raised his hand towards Su could not. Okay, unable. Stop it. With this item in place, a mere remnant soul of a great emperor cannot threaten Shower. Su couldn't obviously know a thing or two about it. Surprised, he glanced at Su Qianxiao and couldn't help but let out a laugh and said, good boy, I can't believe you were even able to obtain this kind of treasure. Not a small chance. Su couldn't sigh in admiration, as if he had reacquainted himself with this good nephew of his. Emperor Realm Heaven and Earth Divine Beasts as mounts. Your old man isn't even that licensed. Have some guts. In the next few moments, Su Qianxiao had a good time catching up with a group of Su family elders. That Gaby Jiu's soul was handed over to his uncle, Su Maneng, to bring back to the ancestral land to prepare for the restoration of his physical body. After all, Gaby Jiu was only a wisp of a great emperor's residual soul right now. Although the divine beasts of heaven and earth are favored by the heavenly Tao and have unlimited possibilities, but the matter of remodeling the soul and body can only be handed over to the great emperor in the clan to help, only to have a chance or two. He himself, on the other hand, went with his father and mother to the middle of the Su family's dragon molting pool. Su Wudao walked at the front. Su Qianxiao turned his head to look at his mother on the side and inquired, Mother, where are brother and sister? Chen Wuyue smiled and said gently, Jinghong and Huanger are both Supreme Realm cultivators now, and they've both gone to the Taiku battlefield to practice. Su Qianxiao nodded slightly. The ancient battlefield was left by the ancient sages, used to train the heavenly pride of the various parties in the heavens, seeking to break through the bottleneck of the opportunity. Among them, there are countless great emperors and saints' inheritance. The upper cultivation down to the Tao Heart Trial is divided into two major areas, the ceiling of the king battlefield, into the saint of the ancient land, and with his own immortal realm 9th level cultivation, it was only right that he should head to the king sealed battlefield once more soon. Su Wudao in front sniffed and snickered. Your brother and sister are expected to return in another 10 days or so. After all, regarding Shower your fiancé's choice, the two of them care more than anyone else. It so happens that I'll take this opportunity to announce the contemporary divine son to the outside world when my imperial Su clan does. Long conversations along the way. waiting straight until he came to the entrance of the Emperor Su clan's dragon molting pool. Only then did Su Wudao and Chen Wuyu leave. Shower. This dragon pond was originally prepared for the descendants returning from the lower realm calendar to make up for the gap in cultivation. Today, although it is not very useful to you, it can also play a role in consolidating the effects of root and bone cultivation, and its internal dragon avenue can be a breakthrough in the future to seal the king to lay a solid foundation. Chapter 65, The Heavenly Gold Mythical Beast came out. The Golden Yang realm shook. You can stay here and have a good time comprehending, so your mother and I will leave first, Su Wudao said with a smile. Good. Su Duanxia nodded and waited for the two parents to leave, looking at the boiling dragon molting pool to the side, which contained majestic spiritual energy. Dragon pool above the hazy spirit mist dense surroundings. Seems to have a real dragon hovering above the general. Very extraordinary. Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered as he secretly thought in his heart. Just in time. The Tsangu divine refinement skill that he had obtained would be cultivated here. The Tsangu divine refinement technique was the most powerful body refinement imperial art among the heavens. Now that his own desolate ancient god body had reached perfection after the baptism of the 10,000 beasts blood pool, if he were to acquire this technique, I was afraid that he would only become even more terrifying. With this in mind, Su Chenxiao leaped into the dragon molting pool. 3 days later, within the Su family of the imperial clan, rumble, a terrifyingly blazing red gold divine aura rose to the sky. In the sky above the Su family's ancestral land, it seemed like 10,000 beasts were roaring. A golden mythical beast that covered the sky and the sun materialized. Its appearance fierce and majestic, its breath terrifying and amazing, and its head erupted into a deafening, earth-shattering roar. Roar! Ha ha ha! I, Gaby Ju, am back. Su Chenxiao, who was cultivating within the dragon molting pool and whose divine body was like jade, with streams of light flickering, opened his eyes violently. Look up in that direction. A heavenly golden mythical beast? Could it be that Gaby Zhou guy has recovered? Su Chenxiao's eyes were somewhat unable to stop the surprise. After all, this was a heaven and earth divine beast of the great emperor realm. An extremely astonishing aura burst out, and a surging wave splashed within the dragon molting pool. Su Chenxiao directly turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the ancestral land. Meanwhile, the other side of the heavens, in the middle of the northern domain's golden Yang realm, ancestor's breath, the lead of the bloodline, there is a heavenly golden mythical beast coming out. The demon emperor lineage that existed here, the golden Gaby clan, the golden lion, and the sun-swallowing cloud lion clan were all agitated and boiling. A bundle of divine rainbows with terrifyingly raging breaths rushed towards the interior of the golden Gaby clan. A majestic, low voice resounded. But a newly born heavenly gold mythical beast? A new lord has descended. The voice was like thunder, and another rumble-like sound exploded. It's not the newborn heavenly golden mythical beast, but the scent of Gaby Zhou's ancestor. What? In addition to the true dragon and divine phoenix, the divine beasts of heaven and earth have not appeared for millions of years, and the aura that appeared this time was their long-lost ancestor heavenly gold mythical beast of the various clans of the golden Yang realm. During these millions of years, all the mythical beast descendants in the golden Yang realm had used countless ways to search for them, but Gaby Zhou is just a wisp of a remnant soul, and even more so, it exists in the burial ground. Even with the bloodline tracing method it was simply difficult to find that faint wisp of breath. Now that the ancestor's aura had reappeared in the heavens, all the descendants within the entire Golden Sun realm went crazy. The ancestor has disappeared from the heavens for a long time. He must have been shackled somewhere. Now appearing, my golden Gaby clan, with the method of bloodline tracing, shall go to welcome the return of the ancestor king. My golden lion lineage goes too. A head of divine steed demonic beasts with a huge body size and horrifyingly monstrous aura transformed into a human body. The golden Gaibeast lineage and the golden lion lineage both sent all the living forces within their clans to search for the heavenly golden mythical beast ancestor. The scent is located in the center of the heavens, a place where the top great clans of the heavens gather. No matter what the cost, we must retrieve our ancestors before the 10 great emperor clans discover them, or else the consequences will be unimaginable. Inside the imperial Su clan's ancestral land, the mountains stretched out, the trees and plants were lush, and a long and ancient atmosphere came from them. As if they were in the middle of the desolate past, an old man with a pale appearance, sitting on the edge of the lake is stroking his beard smilingly fishing, and beside it, a golden hair, red gold pupils, majestic, as if the lord of all beasts general sky gold mythical beast prostrate on the side. The heavenly golden mythical guy beast had 2 horns on its head, its body was majestic and magnificent, and its flesh contained extremely violent and ferocious power. Just a hint of the ancient aura that permeated out caused the countless strange living creatures that were nurtured within the Su family's ancestral land to prostrate themselves on the ground. Trembling, Buzz. Su Chinchao appeared here. When he saw the old man sitting at the edge of the lake, Su Chinchao was slightly shaken. The old man's face was like an ancient pine, full of old wrinkles. However, it was full of essence, and it was mixed as if it was heavenly between the hands and the feet, and the breath was introverted, and there was not a single fluctuation. If it wasn't for the knowledge of its identity, it would look just like an ordinary person without a doubt. Emperor, a living great emperor of the heavens. Su Chinchao rushed forward. Grandpa. The old man chuckled and turned around with a smile. Oh, good grandson. Coming? Yo. As if sensing something, a trace of surprise surfaced in Su Qingyuan's old and deep eyes. Then he smiled kindly and incomparably. Not bad, not bad. It seems that in this life, it's the era of my imperial Su family again. Ha ha ha. One must know that this person in front of him was a living great emperor, and even amongst the entire emperor clan, there was less than one person who could be worthy of making him praise him. Sit down, grandson. Su Chinchao nodded and sat down with some restraint. Looking at the wilting Gady Geo on the side, Su Chinchao's eyes lit up slightly. This guy, he's back in the flesh? Su Qingyuan said smilingly, I have remodeled its flesh. Good grandson's fortune is not shallow. This heavenly golden mythical beast has not appeared in the heavens for millions of years. This fellow is the remnant soul of an emperor realm mythical beast. I think it should be the one from before the Dark Era. Counting the number of years, I'm afraid that it's older than even this old thing of mine. The heavenly gold mythical beast was lying on the ground and said breathlessly, so what's the point? It's still a broken soul. It had just recovered and thought of escaping. Who knew it would be grabbed back by this old man with one hand? Who would have thought that this guy also has a grandfather in the great emperor realm? Su Qingyuan laughed. Be content. The Dark Era appeared too bizarrely and strangely, if not for the fact that you are a divine beast of heaven and earth, blessed with great fortune. I'm afraid that this wisp of a remnant soul wouldn't be able to stay. Well, since you have promised my grandson to become its mount, then you should serve this grandson of mine well. This grandson of mine carries the ancestors' innate chaotic divine body, and his future achievements will be limitless. So it's your heavenly golden mythical beast lineage that has climbed too high. Su Qingyuan suddenly beckoned. Grandson, come here. Su Chinchao honestly sat over. Su Qingyuan said slowly, my dear grandson, you carry several divine bodies and possess a dustless Tao heart, but no one in this world is perfect, and when the realm is raised too quickly, there will inevitably be some omissions. Other god body is also even. You this innate chaos god body, but do not need to rush to complete. While saying that, Su Qingyuan smilingly stretched out his withered and old right hand. A finger lightly tapped with Su Chinchao's forehead. Buzz. A circle of ripples spread out from his fingertips. Next moment, Su Chinchao only felt that a chaotic chi in his body could not stop pouring out madly. Even the cultivation that had just entered the dragon molting pool and was about to break through the realm and seal the king had a hidden tendency to fall. Feeling that the true chi in his body was running amok and starting to become uncontrollable, Su Chinchao hurriedly closed his eyes to stabilize his breath. Chapter 66 Su Family Emperor. Heaven's Destiny protagonist with serious injuries. But soon he realized something was wrong. Su Chinchao slowly opened his eyes and felt himself with some surprise. A cultivation foundation is frighteningly solid. Although he was still at the immortal realm's 9th level of cultivation, the chaotic chi within his own chi si now had actually become unexpectedly pure and pure. It was as if his body was much lighter, and he had a feeling of relief. Su Qingyuan said smilingly, although the chaotic body can melt all chi for its own use, it will inevitably leave behind a trace of residual dross. Now that I've helped you purify the chaotic chi, it will naturally be of great benefit to you in the future. Su Chinchao's eyes lit up greatly, and he was overjoyed and wanted to pay his respects. Su Qingyuan, however, directly waved his hand and said with a smile, alright, since it's over, you can take this heavenly golden mythical beast with you. Su Duanxiao nodded and excused himself. I will visit your old man again sometime in the coming days. Then with a leap, he rode onto the broad back of the heavenly gold mythical beast. The heavenly gold mythical beast let out a long roar. Prime's limbs stepped in the air, turning into a golden divine aura that shot straight up into the sky. Su Qingyuan lost his smile and shook his head, muttering, it seems that my good grandson still has a lot of secrets in his body. Just now when purifying the chaotic chi for it, among those drossy and complicated breaths, he unexpectedly sensed the presence of a trace of if not bizarre breath. Ha, good grandson. People who cultivate are concerned with the word quiet. Even if your talent is not bad, you must not be impatient. What he cared more about than the secrets in his grandson's body was the matter at hand now. Su Chung Yuan directly lifted the fishing rod with one hand. Whoa dash. The empty hook floats in midair and the bait is eaten clean. That. Air Force again. Su Ching Yuan's face darkened. Suddenly, a terrifying imperial might pressed down, and the calm lake instantly exploded. Rumble. Like a nuclear blast hitting a mosquito. Countless water splashes and fish splashed out, and even the fish hidden below turned their bellies and surfaced. Only then did Su Ching Yuan nod in satisfaction and let out a long breath. Comfortable. Thoughtfulness is also a big part of it. Within the sacred Emperor Dao domain, it had to be said that although Gaby Jiu had only just recovered his physical body not long ago, and was now only at the Supreme Realm cultivation level, but in the end, it was still a divine beast of heaven and earth. Its speed was self-evident, more than dozens of times faster than even the supreme-grade spirit boat that he had been traveling in before. Riding the heavenly golden mythical beast roamed the sacred Emperor Dao domain for an extremely long period of time before Su Chenxiao came to a stop. What the heck are you doing? Treating this emperor like a donkey? Gaby Jiu growled with some dissatisfaction and said, if its offspring saw this scene, I'm afraid that as an ancestor, it would lose all of its old face. Su Chenxiao grinned and patted its large head and said, be good as this male's mount, and you'll have no shortage of benefits in the future. I don't know if it was because the Imperial Su clan's organization of the marriage invitation had attracted the proud daughters of the heavens from all sides of the heavens. From out to now, the voice of the system detecting the divine destiny heroine was constantly ringing beside his own ears. As many as 5 or 6 were detected along the way alone. It was a pity that beside these heavens destiny heroines, there didn't seem to be any heavens destiny protagonists appearing. Su Chenxiao shook his head with some regret. Watch these protagonists either still developing or on their way here. Just then, ding! Heaven's Destiny protagonist Jiang Ning has been seriously injured and is in a near-death state, with a loss of 10,000 Heaven's Destiny values. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining a villain value of 10,000. What's the situation? Su Chenxiao frowned with some displeasure. Haven't even begun to reap the rewards themselves. Which one of them is about to beat Jiang Ning to death? The system map was directly called up, displayed at the top marker. At this moment, Jiang Ning was clearly in the middle of Howdy City. Howdy City. Inside the drunken immortal house, the crowd was packed and buzzing. To be able to appear here, all of them are not from the various Taoist systems in the heavens or the people of the great clans. As far as the eye could see, there were all the proud members of the Taoist system who were not bad in temperament and were talking and laughing. Jiang Ning was sitting in an elegant seat, looking somewhat apprehensively at the cold-faced Dongfang Wan across from him. Today there was only him and Dongfang Wan. Ever since that day when the elf stone was chewed up by her own gold-devouring insects, Wan Air's attitude towards herself was in tatters. Didn't say more than 10 words to himself for 3 full days. The consumption within Howdy City was already not small because of the matter of the Emperor clan's recruitment. The price of this drunken immortal restaurant had even increased several times more, and the price of a random dish had to be thousands of extreme spirit stones. Jiang Ning's heart was dripping blood. To think that his entire body's belongings were only about 80,000 extreme spirit stones. But if we can get Wan Air's forgiveness, all this is worth it. Jiang Ning looked at Dongfang Wan, who hadn't said a word across the room. After a moment of silence and a somewhat awkward smile, he opened his mouth. That, Wainer, I'm sorry about before. I didn't expect those swarms to suddenly agitate. Dongfang Wan was playful and cold, and her dislike was already overflowing. She said coldly, don't call me that, you make me feel sick. What? Jiang Ning's smiling face stiffened in place. Disgusting? Wainer actually called me disgusting. Jiang Ning was growling inwardly. His right hand was starting to shake. Jiang Ning took a deep breath and calmed his inner irritation to open his mouth. Eastern senior sister, I apologize to you. I have some freshly refined pills here. You've been stuck at the 6th level of the immortal realm for a long time. These pills can help you break through the realm. And among them, there are also some pills that can suppress the yin qi in your body. With that said, Jiang Ning took out several bottles of pills from within his storage ring and handed them over. Mind you, he's very ambitious. In order to be well-rounded, he also practiced the 3 methods of imperial insect, puppetry, and Dan technique. Therefore, his own cultivation level was not high, and he was only able to rely on the pills he made to barely catch up with the cultivation level of his peers. The pills contained within this white jade bottle could be the ones that he had made blood money to refine and prepare for himself. Jiang Ning spoke up. Senior sister, although heavenly elf stones are precious, these I think should also be able to offset. Bang! Dongfang Wan got up with a swish and directly slammed these pills on the ground. Her face was horribly cold, and she spoke without mercy. Jiang Ning, are you naive enough to think that that thing is something that can be measured in terms of value? I'll tell you, even if you take out more things, even if it's an imperial soldier. In my Dongfang Wan's eyes it's not even comparable to that heavenly elf stone given out by that gentleman. After saying that, Dongfang Wan turned around and left the place without looking back. Only Jiang Ning was left sitting alone, trembling in place, lost in thought. The commotion in this place naturally drew the attention of the other guests within the drunken immortal building. Countless pairs of strange eyes looked over. Talking points. What's going on here? That person I seem to have seen. Isn't this the guy who was bare-assed outside the city from the Tai Ding ancient sect before? So that's who that guy is. Quite a few people said as realization dawned on them. The Tai Ding ancient sect is at least one of the great western region's great Tao unification. How could such a disciple appear? Who knows? There are all kinds of birds in a big forest. I'm afraid the face of the Tai Ding ancient sect has been disgraced by this person. Listening to the murmurs beside his ears, Jiang Ning's face flushed red beyond recognition. Ever since that time when the swarm got out of control, he himself had become the laughingstock of almost everyone. He was trembling, and already in an extremely bad mood. He slammed the table into smithereens with an angry fist, getting up and looking dead at the person who spoke before. His voice was hoarse. Try saying that again? P.S. Every day says duck duck short, so add more. I'm begging for some hyped up praise. So ducky ducky thanks. Chapter 67, Drunken Immortal Building Disorder. Wangu Sacred Clan Yuan 2. Those who were able to be here were basically people with notable backgrounds. The person who had flirted with him before was even a certain 10,000 ancient sacred race demon, completely unafraid of the western region Tai Ding ancient sect. Yuan 2 said with a somewhat teasing face as he took a sip of wine without caring. What? Are you planning to threaten me? You man too? From my point of view, that girl before obviously had no interest in you, so why bother stalking you? This is the Drunken Immortal building in Howdy City. Before you make a move, you have to think about whether or not you can afford to pay for it. The pride of the other surrounding Dao lineages were also watching the fun and flirting. Brother, if I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid that your Tai Ding ancient sect is also here for the purpose of participating in the marriage recruitment of that son of the Emperor clan? How many heavenly proud women are placed in front of that imperial prince waiting to be picked? Look at you again. You can't even grasp a woman in the district. TSK. It's him again. Since arriving here, he had heard the name Su Chinshao countless times. Yuan 2 said with a slight smile and some teasing. Forget it, considering that you're also a pitiful person. This male is in a good mood today, so I'll let you off the hook. You. Jiang Ning's face was icy cold to the extreme as he swept past the crowd of people present. Shut up, all of you. Endless gold-devouring insects and blood-horned ants poured out from both sleeves. Buzz buzz. Dongfang Wan, who had just left the drunken immortal mansion not long ago at this moment, suddenly heard a loud noise coming from behind. Boom! She gave a slight lurch and looked back with a furrowed brow, only to see a silhouette in that drunken immortal building being heavily blasted out, smashing down in the center of the spacious road. When she saw clearly the person who was heavily smashed on the ground, Dongfang Wan's beautiful eyes stared. Jiang Ning, what's going on here? She quickly rushed over. Outside the drunken immortal mansion, the commotion at this place had startled quite a few passers-by. The tavern was blasted through a huge gaping hole, and Jiang Ning collapsed in a stall covered in blood. In a sorry state, his breath weak, Yuan 2 sat motionless in his position, and all around him were the corpses of the gold-devouring insects. He slowly got up and laughed as he sipped his wine with one hand. The art of insect control is a rare sight, but is this the only thing the heavenly pride of the Tai Ding ancient sect is capable of? Some of the celestial pride laughed. Why should Brother Yuan bother with an immortal realm second-level mole? This guy is also unlucky. First he made a joke outside the city, and now he's been defeated by Brother Yuan with a single move. It's really a disgrace for the Tai Ding ancient sect. Ha ha, I think he must be used to running amok in his western domain. Nowadays there are countless super Dao lineages and holy clans from all sides within the Holy Emperor Dao domain. You still need to have more eyes when you go out, so as to save yourself from messing with the existences that you can't afford to mess with in your western domain. Yuan 2 laughed. Carrying the fine wine unsteadily, he walked over to Jiang Ning, stomped on a bloodhorn ant, and looked down on him condescendingly. That handsome and extraordinary face was filled with regret as he shook his head and calmly said, "The Western region Tai Ding ancient sect? Is it very powerful?" The Tai Ding ancient sect is no different from these worms in front of my Yuan sacred clan. Jiang Ning was lying on the ground, his eyes red and dead staring at Yuan 2 in front of him. How could he not have thought that this fellow in front of him would be someone from the 10,000 ancient sacred clan? Yuan 2's face was calm. He was drinking another mouthful of agar jelly, narrowing his eyes and saying in a domineering and incomparable manner, "I, Yuan 2, am also not someone who is good at killing. considering that this place is the Dao domain of the Imperial Su clan, and that it's a happy occasion. I'll abolish your cultivation in all 4 limbs today, and you'll restrain yourself in the future. After saying that, Yuan Tu's right hand gently lifted, and an overwhelmingly powerful Imperial Dao Dragon Chi burst out. Stop! An extremely eerie and cold light surfaced in front of Jiang Ning. When he heard the voice, Jiang Ning's eyes lit up and he turned his head to look. Wainer? Yuan Tu raised his eyebrows. His fingertips gently lifted, and that golden yellow incomparable true chi was actually like a sharp sword that folded back and burst towards the distance. Bang! Dongfang Wan fought off a barrier of true chi. The Emperor's Wei Dragon Chi of the Yuan clan of the ancient sacred clan? Her face was a bit ugly, and after arriving at this place she looked at Jiang Ning on the ground before looking at Yuan Tu, arching her hand. Your Excellency, calm your anger. I am the contemporary holy daughter of the Tai Ding ancient sect, Dongfang Wan. I wonder how my senior brother offended your excellency to waste his cultivation. No matter how much more Jiang Ning was a member of her Tai Ding ancient sect, she naturally couldn't just sit back and watch. Yuan Tu carefully sized up the woman in front of him. With a stunning appearance and a beautiful face, his eyes lit up slightly and he shook his wineglass with interest and laughed. The Tai Ding ancient sect's contemporary holy daughter? Rather a good face to be born with. This senior brother of yours made a move to attack this Gongzi. It shouldn't be too much for this Gongzi to make a move to waste his cultivation, right? Dongfang Wan's petite body shook at his words, turning her head to look at Jiang Ning, who was lying on the ground covered in blood. Her pretty face became gloomy in an instant. Senior sister. Jiang Ning somewhat dared not to look at her gaze. Dongfang Wan stepped forward and directly raised her plain white jade hand. Pop! The sound of the hard whip made a mark on his cheek. Jiang Ning, I told you when I came here. I told you when I came here. There are countless heavenly prides in this place. Even a random person on the side of the road is most likely an existence that my Tai Ding ancient sect can't afford to mess with. How dare you cause trouble here? Apologize. Jiang Ning stared wide-eyed and touched his cheeks, somewhat in disbelief that Dongfang Wan would hit herself. Dongfang Wan turned around and took a deep breath to compensate. Prince Yuan, this matter is due to my Tai Ding ancient sect's poor discipline. I will make amends on behalf of the Tai Ding ancient sect. Make amends? Yuan Tu grinned, recklessly sizing up Dongfang Wan and said playfully, you'll have to show some sincerity then. Dongfang Wan frowned, somewhat disliking the other party's unbridled gaze, and opened her mouth. Mr. Yuan, I have some techniques and pills here, and I don't know if I can have a sacred realm magic weapon. It's not necessary. Yuan Tu interrupted with some impatience, saying disdainfully, you think my Wangu sacred clan will look at this? Today this guy's cultivation, Yuan Tu, am going to waste it. I think you are also taking part in this Emperor clan recruitment matter. This Gongzi will not take action against you for the sake of the Emperor clan Su family, so don't give an inch. Get out. Dongfang Wan's beautiful eyes stared. This person of the 10,000 ancient sacred race was really so overbearing and brutal. Shoo away. A huge imperial dragon chi rushed out from the sky. The rich golden dragon chi behind Yuan Tu seemed to condense into a true dragon emerging. Immortal Realm 9? The powerful impact caused Dongfang Wan to be shocked in her heart, and she hurriedly used her hands to fend it off. Not good. With her Immortal Realm 6th level cultivation, she was simply no match for this Wangu sacred race demon in front of her. Boom! Dongfang Wan's entire body was blown away uncontrollably, and just then, a deafening roar suddenly resounded in the upper air. Roar! Chapter 68, sent to the spirit mine for 3,000 years. Taiku Dragon's son-in-law related characters. A terrifying supreme realm pressure crashed down. The old man beside Yuan Tu snapped his eyes open and looked up into the sky. Upon sensing a heavenly golden mythical beast with a blazing divine aura that resembled the sun rumbling down, the old man's pupils shrunk violently, and he muttered with some disbelief. This is the demon emperor lineage of Taiku Jingabi? Is he? Jiang Ning, who was lying on the ground below, stared straight at his pupils, seeing Waner unexpectedly being swept up in the arms of that Su Chenshao. The already heavily injured man was so angry that his chi and blood flowed backward, and he couldn't help but spray a mouthful of essence blood from his mouth. Boom! The heavenly golden mythical beast fell. Su Chenshao wrapped his left hand around Dongfang Wan's willow waist. His face calmly looked at the woman in his arms and said, is everything okay? This sound. Dongfang Wan slowly opened her eyes, and after seeing this handsome teenager in front of her, her beautiful eyes suddenly brightened and were filled with a look of incredulity. Mr. Su, how? Su Chenshao laughed, stabilized her figure, and said with just the right amount of relief, I just came back from the Imperial clan and was thinking of looking for you guys. Why? It seems to me that you guys have encountered some trouble within this Howdy city? Su Chenshao glanced at Yuan Tu. Name, U12. Title, Taiku Dragon's son-in-law. Related characters. Identity, son of Chief Yuan of the Vanguard Sacred Clan. Age, 25. Character, proud. Conceited. Realm, 9th level of the Immortal Realm. This guy, or a Manifest Destiny protagonist related character? Dongfang Wan's eyes reddened a bit as she sniffed and said, my senior brother has committed some offense here. On the side, Yuan Tu and the Celestials within the drunken Immortal Tower all looked over as well. This is the ancient ferocious beast Golden Gaby? Isn't this the demon emperor's lineage? That someone would dare to take it as a mount. I'm afraid it's another demon from one of the Dao lineages. It's just that doesn't this fellow know that flying on a mount is forbidden within the 4 great imperial cities governed by the imperial Su family? When the people from the Emperor and Su clan's outer sect arrive, there will be a good show to watch. Yuan Tu was also looking at Su Chenxiao above the golden geyser, his eyes narrowing slightly as he laughed out loud. Ha ha, what a heroic rescue. Your Excellency is really in time. It's just that, Your Excellency still doesn't seem to know enough about the rules in the middle of this Su family's imperial city. Between his words, an extremely terrifying beam of streams of light surged and attacked within Haodi City with a terrifying aura. Who dares to cause trouble within the imperial Su clan's Dao domain? Su Chenxiao raised his eyebrows slightly. Those several beams of divine ons with powerful breaths landed. There were a total of 6 people, all wearing silver armor and holding long spears with amazing breath. Without exception, they were all at the Supreme Realm cultivation level, and the person at the head was a Holy Realm Guard of the Imperial Su family. It came so fast, and there was even a Saint Realm powerhouse? Many of the surrounding Taoists who were onlookers were shaken in their hearts and hurriedly avoided the path. A few people came in stride. Su Jing coldly looked at Yuan Tu and said in a deep voice, a member of the Yuan clan? You, the 10,000 ancient sacred race, are not putting my Imperial Su clan in your eyes and dare to cause trouble in Haodi City? Yuan Tu helplessly shrugged his shoulders, pointed at Su Chenxiao on top of the golden beast, and opened his mouth. I, Yuan Tu, am not that bold. Nah, it wasn't me that made the mess, it was that guy. Su Jing and the others looked towards the golden guy beast, their faces growing more and more unsavory. But when he saw Su Chenxiao on the golden beast, Su Jing's pupils shrunk violently. The whole person was struck by lightning and froze in place. This, Duke, how dare you, roll down. A guard beside him opened his mouth in a cold voice and bellowed. Bang! Asterisk 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 you and shut the up. Su Jing directly kicked him off, hurriedly came to the golden guy beast and knelt down on one knee in front of him, cupping his fists with some trembling in his body. Haodi City's city guard chief Su Jing. Su Jing meets Prince Yun Xiao. He had the honor of meeting this male a few years ago. I think he is just a foreigner who has been given the surname Su, and to put it badly, he is no different from the imperial family's watchdogs. What? Su Jing's words undoubtedly caused everyone present to freeze. The crowd was in a state of shock. He's the son of that emperor clan chief, Su Chenxiao. How did this gentleman appear in this place? Cough cough cough. Yuan Tu, who was drinking the fine wine unhurriedly and calmly, spewed out his wine. He sucked in a breath of cool air and choked on the water in his eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yuan Tu's expression was as wide-eyed as if he had seen a ghost as he looked toward Su Chenxiao on the golden beast. Not buddy? What about playing? Su Chenxiao nodded slightly and leapt down from the heavenly golden mythical beast's body. Calmly, he swept his eyes at the kneeling Haodi city guards, and then said with a smile, it seems that this Gongzi just heard someone say that flying on a mount is prohibited within Haodi City? Su Jing froze, lowered his head and clasped his fists as he hurriedly explained. Your Excellency is a member of the Imperial clan, so naturally you can do as you please. His Excellency's words are the rules. You're telling me that you're telling rules to this Imperial clan prince within the Su clan's Dao domain? What a joke. This young male, not to mention riding around on his mount, wouldn't have any problems even if he were to turn the sacred Emperor Dao region upside down. Yuan Tu's face turned pale to the extreme in an instant, wanting to cry, no longer having the same calm and condescending stance as before. He hurriedly looked at the old man on the side and whispered in a low voice, Elder Wan, quickly, hurry up and call my sister. Just tell her that something happened to me here in Haodi City. Who the hell could have thought that he was merely trying to teach this arrogant person from the Taiding ancient sect a lesson? Surprisingly, he had lured this imperial clan prince here. The alcohol was all instantly sober. Yuan Tu stepped forward stiffly, barely squeezing out a smile. Misunderstanding? This is all a misunderstanding. I am Yuan Tu of the Vanguard Sacred Clan. Meet Mr. Su. Su Chenxiao shot him a glance, pointing at the drunken immortal building that was pierced through, as well as the surrounding messy stalls. He faintly opened his mouth. Say, what's going on? After Yuan Tu's explanation, Su Chenxiao also roughly understood what was going on. Looking toward the heavily injured Jiang Ning lying on the ground, Su Chenxiao's brows furrowed slightly. The immortal realm's second level dared to provoke the ancient sacred race's demons? What is this divine fate protagonist mad about again? Dongfang Wan sighed from the side and apologized somewhat. Mr. Su, it's not his fault, to say the least. This matter was initiated by my senior brother Jiang Ning first, and my Tai Ding ancient sect has an unshirkable responsibility. I, Tai Ding ancient sect, am willing to bear the losses here. She is not a person who does not distinguish between right and wrong. This Yuan too, although people overbearing some, but in the end or their own senior brother Jiang Ning caused the matter. Yuman Tu's eyes lit up as he looked at her gratefully. What Miss Dongfang said is extremely true. Mr. Su, I was originally just having a drink here with my best friend. This fellow somehow managed to directly strike out at us, which caused the current situation. Su Chenxiao nodded and spoke faintly. My lord knows. Su Jing. Su Jing rushed forward. Gongzi, within Haodi City, how are the troublemakers dealt with? This, Su Jing some hesitation. He cannot understand the idea of this gentleman. Think again and again or dare not deceive truthfully. Your Excellency, there were no casualties this time. According to the rules, win 10 times the compensation. If there are not enough spirit stones, in terms of cultivation, the immortal realm will be sent to the spirit mines to mine spirit stones for 3,000 years. Chapter 69, 2 million extreme spirit stones. It's always been this price. 3,000 years? When he heard this punishment, Jiang Ning's breath caught and his pupils widened. Spirit mining was arduous and incomparable, and the turbid gas and impurities in the air in it were simply impossible to absorb for cultivation. Over time, it will cause irreparable damage to the root bones and chi in blood. However, anyone who entered, even Saint Realm powerhouses would see their cultivation plummet when they came out. More than that, they simply die a horrible death in it before the term is up. No way. I'm not going to mine spirit mines. Leaving aside the question of whether or not he would die inside, Jiang Ning felt a pang of despair at the thought that he would have to mine 3,000 years worth of raw spirit or within that dark, sunless mine. Compensation. I'm willing to compensate. Yuan Tu was also listening to his heart pounding from the side. When you do that math, it's better to just be scrapped and retrained. Su Chenxiao glanced at him and raised his hand. In that case, let's liquidate the damage. The head of the drunken immortal house came in a hurry. It was only after some communication with Su Jing that Su Jing nodded and opened his mouth. This time, drunken immortal mansion's loss is around 2.5 million upper-grade spirit stones. According to the rules of tenfold compensation, when paying 25 million upper-grade spirit stones, the head of the drunken immortal building rubbed his hands together with a smile on the side and looked at Su Jing and said, Lord Protector, it's best to pay with an extreme spirit stone. If you use an extreme spirit stone of sufficient quality, and the small store is not greedy, 2 million extreme spirit stones will be sufficient compensation. Although 60% of them need to be handed over to the Imperial clan, but with the Imperial Su family behind them, they are not afraid of other people making a fuss. They are afraid that the fuss will not be big enough. Boom! How many? How much? When he heard this amount, Jiang Ning was like a thunderbolt. For a moment it only felt like his brain was buzzing, wondering if he was dreaming. 2 million extreme spirit stones? Crazy! All of the surrounding onlookers were not shocked, and were somewhat incredulous for a while. What's the concept of 2 million extreme spirit stones? One must know that nowadays, Emperor weapons of the heavens were extremely rare, and even the ones used by many quasi-Emperor realm powerhouses were only saint-level magical treasures, and one of the cheapest supreme magic treasures was only a few 100,000 extreme spirit stones at the beginning of the price, which was already enough to buy a very good holy weapon magic treasure. Yuan Tu looked like he had expected this and laughed gloatingly from the sidelines. Who doesn't know that the Su family imperial city has the most stringent rules? These 2 million extreme spirit stones, not to mention 3,000 years, even if we dig for a few more thousand years, we won't be able to pay them back. There was once a Saint Realm powerhouse that caused trouble in the imperial city, and at the end of the day not only did he not even have any pants left, but he also ran off to the mines and dug up 2,000 years of raw stone before barely paying off his debt. Jiang Ning's eyes instantly turned red as he looked at that drunken immortal house head in death and roared, 2 million extreme spirit stones. It's more than enough to buy your drunken immortal house. Why don't you go and rob it? This dogfighting thing. The head of drunken immortal house's face pulled down for a moment, immediately squeezed out a tear or two and ran to kneel beside Su Chenxiao and complained. Lord Duke, I drunken immortal mansion is wronged. Think I drunken immortal mansion in this Haodi city conscientious work for 1,000 years, has always been this price. This table and chairs are purple cloud thunder wood, And the jade plates for drinking are all watermoon heavenly stone. Prices for children and old men. How could I dare to be deceitful? Even Su Qinsha was stunned and looked at the person in charge with an odd expression on his face. He himself had harvested 2 Heaven's Mandate protagonists, as well as part of the hidden ancient clan, the Xian clan's underpinnings. The number of extreme spirit stones in the storage ring right now was just over 5 million extreme spirit stones in number. The price of this tenfold compensation, Su Duanxiu faintly said, since it's my Su family that set the rules, then the compensation will be according to tenfold. Su Jing nodded and came to Jiang Ning's body and said in a cold voice, if you can't get it, then take the slave locks and go digging. No, I don't want to go digging. As soon as he thought of those dark days, Jiang Ning's body shook, and his face turned pale in an instant. He kept pulling out his treasures from his storage ring. Whoa dash! A ground of spirit stones of varying quality, all sorts of puppet pills, and even the only sacred artifact Dan furnace that he had fought desperately for from the secret realm had been taken out. How much do these cover? The head of the drunken house is a shrewd man. It seemed that he hadn't thought that a tiny immortal realm cultivator would have so many things of great value. He took his fingers and did the math, then shook his head and mumbled, this sacred order alchemy cauldron is quite good. Around 800,000 extreme spirit stones, together with other miscellaneous items totaling just 1,200,000 at the beginning of the day. Still short of 800,000 extreme spirit stones. If this is all that you have, sir, I estimate that you still need to dig a spirit stone mine for 3,000 years. Not enough? Jiang Ning's face twisted, itching to eat this guy alive straight away. He probed his divine sense into his storage ring and kept rummaging around. In addition to the most important few undercards, the Supreme Realm puppet as well as his own 2 ancient insect control techniques as well as the alchemy technique. That's pretty much all he's got. Not enough. Not enough. Still not enough. Jiang Ning's face became increasingly flustered. At this moment, the heart of remorse was like a spring of water, and he could not wait to directly slap himself a few times, until the last few lower-grade spirit stones were thrown out. Jiang Ning trembled more than once, and finally looked at Dongfang Wan on the side as if asking for help, crawling over and begging, sister, senior sister, help me. I don't want to go digging. I was just being impulsive. Dongfang Wan's pretty face was cold to the core. She had wanted to aid Jiang Ning some more, but she hadn't expected to have to compensate so much. Impulsive? If you knew that, why did you do it? Jiang Ning, do you know that this 800,000 extreme spirit stones, not to mention me, I'm afraid that even the elders won't be able to come up with that much for a while. No. Jiang Ning's face changed, pulling at her dress and constantly begging bitterly. Senior sister, I, Jiang Ning, have helped you so much, please, just this once. That 800,000 spirit stones, I will definitely return them to you. Seeing Jiang Ning with this expression of remorse and pleading, Dongfang Wan couldn't help but feel more and more disgusted in her heart, and directly a wave of true qi will give it a direct shock away. Ding! Destiny protagonist Jiang Ning has lost his tripod of creation, and has lost 50,000 destiny values. Ding! Destiny protagonist Jiang Ning loses his fire python puppet and loses 30,000 destiny values. The system voice of harvesting villainous values kept coming from beside his ears. So wonderful. Su Duanxiao spoke with a faint smile from the side. For the sake of Miss Dongfang, let's forget about this last 800,000 extreme spirit stones. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Ning's eyes suddenly lit up immensely, full of gratitude as he climbed up from the ground to look at Su Qinsha. In an instant, even a large portion of the grudge in his heart disappeared. With that expression, it was as if he had seen a life-saving benefactor and spoke excitedly. Thank you, Mr. Su, Your Excellency's great kindness. I, Jiang Ning, am willing to be an ox as a horse. Dongfang Wan also shuddered in her heart, her beautiful eyes somewhat mesmerized, but she quickly responded. No. Chapter 70, The Heaven's Destiny Protagonist of Mining. I'll be damned. Su Qinsha raised an eyebrow. Oh, what is the meaning of this? Dongfang Wan coldly glanced at Jiang Ning on the ground, then shook her head and spoke with an apologetic face. I won't hide it from you, but this person has been causing trouble everywhere since he came here to the Saint Emperor Dao domain, disgracing my Tai Ding ancient sect. Your Excellency is able to say this little girl is already very grateful, but if Your Excellency breaks the rules of the Imperial clan because of me, I, Dongfang Wan, really don't know how I will repay Your Excellency. Jiang Ning's pupils snapped at his words. His face became resentful in an instant. At this moment, the last trace of love for Dongfang Wan in his heart was gone. Bitch, he had treated her so well, but now that he was in a difficult situation, instead of helping himself, This even wanted to throw stones at him. Ding! Heaven's Destiny protagonist Jiang Ning hates Heaven's Destiny heroine Dongfang 1. Loss of 20,000 destiny values. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining a villain value of 20,000. Su Chenshao looked at Jiang Ning on the ground. He then looked at Dongfang 1, who had a mesmerized and even somewhat shy face in front of him. I can't imagine that even the Divine Fate heroine has abandoned you all. Just as well. Let those bugs of yours go through life with you. Su Duanxiu lost his smile and nodded his head. In that case, so be it. Su Jing, just throw this person into the middle of the Taiku mines and let him mine for 3,000 years to use to pay off his debt. Su Jing arched his hand and said, "Yes, sir." As he spoke, Su Jing raised his hand and fastened several shackles on Jiang Ning's neck and wrists. Afterwards, he explained something to the several guards beside him, and directly imprisoned them with his true qi, dragging Jiang Ning away from this place. Jiang Ning looked at the locking cuffs on his hands. The last glimmer of hope was extinguished by Dongfang Wan herself. His face became hideous, and he roared and hissed like a madman. "No, I don't want to go digging. No, Dongfang Wan, you." Dongfang Wan's face was covered in frost as she spoke coldly. "Senior brother Jiang, you are to blame for all of this. I think even the elders within the sect won't say anything more." Although Jiang Ning was the Tai Ding ancient sect's chief senior brother, his talent wasn't that outstanding. No one would be willing to spend 800,000 extreme spirit stones to save a disciple with average talent, even if the other party is the chief of the sect. At the same time, Yuan Tu snapped, "That, since it has been resolved, I won't bother the two of you here. Mr. Su, Miss Dongfeng, I'll take my first step." After saying that, Yuan Tu turned around and wanted to escape from this place. "Wait," Su Chenshao called out to him. Yuan Tu's body stiffened and turned his head somewhat stiffly. "Mr. Su, is there anything else?" Su Chenshao looked at him with a smile and said, "What do you say?" Yuan Tu's face turned pale in an instant. Howdy City, within a cave of spring and scenery, mountains and water, Yuan Kong, the patriarch of the Yuan clan, was sitting in his position leisurely sipping his tea. Beside her was standing a valiant, tall and straight blonde woman. The woman's features are delicate and beautiful. Her skin is white as snow, and her eyebrows are heroic and a little lonely. Her long hair that was as beautiful as a waterfall was tied up, and even though she was wearing a gilded battle armor with divine splendor within it could not cover up her concave and convex, delicately curved and full figure. It has legs that are even more enviable, plump and straight, snow white as jade, enough to have 1.78 meters or so tall. Temperament is not the kind of warm and soft, or cold and proud, but quite a kind of untamed, free and uninhibited feeling. Yuan Kong glanced aside at his daughter, unable to resist a bitter laugh. He said, "Mou, not long from now will be the matter of the opening of the Imperial Clan Su family competition. I've heard that it's not just our Yuan clan that's coming this time. Quite a few other domains Super Dao lineages have also sent people. The heavenly daughter of the 9 Xian Dao system, Shu Rusty Jade, the 10,000 ancient sacred clan, Shangguan Chenghua, and even the southern region's primordial family have people coming to join in the fun. Mou, if you attend dressed like this, I'm just afraid it's not very pleasing to the eye. Although it is a martial arts competition, but anyone knows that the final selected fiancé will have to be personally selected by the Emperor Prince. The first impression is particularly important." Yuan Moyu smiled faintly and opened her mouth with an incomparable pride. "Father, this is a matter of fate, and cannot be sought in haste. Besides, does father have so little confidence in his daughter? I, Yuan Moyu, am not necessarily weaker than the others. To think that she was a goddess of the Vanguard family, carrying a Brahma divine body, and possessing a Seal King realm cultivation at a young age. He had suppressed a group of ancient race demons in the ancient battlefield. How can they be compared to those women who have no skin? Just father, when exactly will my daughter's marriage with that trash be broken off?" At the mention of this matter, a flash of stern killing intent flashed through Yuan Mayu's beautiful eyes. Yuan Kong said with some helplessness at his words, "Dust Xian is, after all, a member of the Dust family's sacred clan. And the marriage between you two was even more so ordained by your grandfather's generation, thinking that he came as a member of the family. It is not good for my father to be offended in this case. But daughter, don't worry, if you are able to gain the favor of that imperial clan prince this time, I expect that his first sacred clan wouldn't dare to have any thoughts of refusal." He knew how much this precious daughter of his hated that Dust family flunky. It was also for this reason that Yuan Mayu wanted to use the matter of the imperial clan's marriage recruitment to shake off this dog's skin. Yuan Mayu nodded slightly, and that stunningly beautiful face was terrifyingly cold. That damned dust family trash, thinking that just by virtue of a paper marriage contract will be able to force me. Yuan Moyu, to compromise? Humph. Her gaze had always been high and proud, and the only ones who could be worthy of her were Emperor clan demons with unparalleled talent and astounding backgrounds. Not a waste of nothing but background. Suddenly, a divine thought transmission sounded in his mind. You man too? Did this asshole cause trouble again? Yuan Mayu's beautiful eyes were stunned, and her face became a little ugly as she opened her mouth towards her father on the side. Father, I'm going out. Yuan Kong nodded and waved his hand without much concern. Good, and by the way, call your unprofitable brother here, for father has some things to say to him. And just then, a weak voice suddenly sounded. That, don't bother, father, old sister, I'm coming. Both of them froze. Then he turned to look in the direction of the sound. Buzz. Only a flash of white light was seen within the cave of heavenly bliss. Su Chenxiao and Yuan Tu appeared in the middle of this place. Seeing the visitor, Yuan Kong was slightly stunned, and Yuan Moyu beside him also looked over. Yuan Kong said with some doubt, Tuer, this is Yuan Moyu, Yuan Tu. What have you done again? Yuan Tu's face was a little apprehensive at the moment, seemingly very afraid of his sister. He didn't even raise his head to look at Yuan Mayu's gaze and said in a small voice, Father, sis, this is that Imperial Clan Dusty Sky Duke. Yuan Kong's pupils widened for an instant upon hearing this, and his face was filled with the color of unbelief as he directly stood up and exclaimed, What did you say? He had just been talking about this gentleman with his daughter. Who would have thought that his true self would appear in front of him in the next moment? Yuan Mayu's beautiful eyes were surprised to the extreme. Looking at the handsome-looking young man in front of him with an unassuming temperament, he secretly exclaimed in his heart, Is this the Su family's youngest son? The two of them locked gazes, and Su Chenxiao similarly looked at her. I'll be damned. The women of the heavens are mostly delicate and charming, or as cold as an iceberg that no one should approach. A woman with this kind of temperament is rare, because of carrying a special divine body. Yuan Moyu had a dazzling and eye-catching golden hair. The figure was hot to the extreme, plus its 1.78 m height and the straight jade-like plump long legs. At first glance it was almost on par with the 17-year-old Su Chenxiao. Name, Yuan Moyu. Title, Taiku Dragon Son-in-Law Destined Heroine. Identity, Daughter of Chief Yuan of the Sacred Clan of the Ancient World. Divine Daughter of the Sacred Clan. Age, 25. Character, cold, arrogant, ruthless, unconventional. Realm, 6th level of the King's Realm. Physique, Brahma's Divine Body. Chapter 71 Slander, pure and simple. It's the Divine Destiny heroine no doubt. Su Chenxiao couldn't help but tsk in admiration in his heart. Reacting, Yuan Kong hurriedly got up and saluted. Clan Chief Yuan and Yuan Kong, meet Mr. Su. Seeing that his precious daughter on the side didn't move, Yuan Kong transmitted his voice. This is that Mr. Su Chenxiao. What are you still waiting for? The Yuan Mayu on the side stared at Su Chenxiao's face. There froze for a long time. She hadn't thought that this young son of the Imperial clan would be so young and handsome. Speaking after a reminder from his father came to his ear. Yuan Mayu has met the prince. Su Chenxiao smiled faintly and waved his hand. Patriarch Yuan is polite. There is no need to be so courteous. Yuan Kong said in fear. I didn't know that your excellency was coming. We were not prepared. He glanced at Yuan Tu, who had his head lowered and was a bit uneasy on the side. And with some bad premonitions in his heart, he tentatively inquired, Mr. Su, Yuan the little child this is. Su Chenxiao let out a faint smile and found a seat to sit down casually while saying, It's just that your son has caused some trouble within Houndie City. What? Yuan Kong's heart shook. In an instant, he pulled down his face, and a thick anger surfaced in his eyes as he looked at Yuan Tu Dao, who was on the side. Adverse son, what have you done out there again? Get thee over here. He had explained to his stubborn son long ago when he arrived that the Holy Emperor Dao Domain was organizing a marriage recruitment event this time, and that there were countless heavenly prides from all the various Dao lineages within it. Within the territory of the Imperial Su clan, it was important not to get into any conflicts with other people, or else I'm afraid that in time, it would bring about the destruction of the Yuan sacred clan. Yuan Mayu was also frowning tightly, her beautiful eyes icy cold for a moment. Yuan Tu was taken aback and stepped forward trembling, saying somewhat innocently, Dad, sis, I didn't do anything. I was originally drinking with a few close friends in the middle of the drunken immortal tower. Who knew that a madman from the Tai Ding ancient sect would suddenly appear and directly strike at me? I was just acting in self-defense. The Western region Tai Ding ancient sect? Yuan Kong's brows were furrowed, and as a father, he quickly guessed the general idea. This young son of his own has a foul mouth and his words have always been sharp. In the middle of this imperial city, How could the other party be good enough to strike at him? This Tai Ding ancient sect had heard of it itself, and it was not a force that the 10,000 ancient sacred clan could not afford to mess with. Just what you have any grudges in the imperial city outside the settlement is. Dare to make trouble in the imperial city. This rebellious son is really want to die not. Yuan Kong glared at him fiercely, then turned towards Su Chenxiao and respectfully said, "That, Mr. Su, the canine son is young and ignorant, juvenile. How about the losses within this imperial city? My Yuan sacred clan is willing to compensate for all of it." Su Chenxiao smiled and said carelessly, "Compensation is not necessary, the fault in this matter has already been borne. It's just that this Dongzi heard that someone from your Wangu sacred clan is also coming to participate, so he came over early to take a look." Yuan Kong's eyes lit up at the words, and he looked at his daughter to the side in some surprise. This daughter of his own can be said to be the pride of his life. It is a pity that it is not a male body, but the good thing is that the small number of practicing waste there is a large number of protection. He knew that his daughter Yuan Mayu was renowned amongst the battlefields of the Swift Ages. Could it be that his daughter's reputation had already spread to this imperial Su clan? Is this gentleman coming over early for consideration by order of his parents? Thinking about this, Yuan Kong's face flushed a bit and let out a laugh. So it is, Mr. Su, this is my daughter, Yuan Moyu. I won't hide what you said, but this daughter of mine has been yearning for you for a long time, and as soon as she heard about the imperial clan's marriage call, she couldn't wait to come. Now that I've been able to see your excellency's precious posture, it's truly a three-life blessing for my Yuan sacred clan. Mou, why don't you come forward and pour tea with this gentleman? Yuan Mayu was also a bit stunned. Even she couldn't help but feel some joy in her heart at this moment. Nowadays, there were countless heavenly pride daughters within the sacred Emperor Dao domain, and being able to be noticed by the people of the imperial clan, wasn't that just proof of one's excellence? Yuan Moyu stepped forward, revealing a nice smile and bowing slightly. Although he was wearing golden armor, he still had a decent demeanor and poured a cup of tea without any panic. "My lord, please." Su Chenxiao smiled and nodded. Yuan Kong let out a long breath at the sight and nodded in satisfaction. His own daughter has always been proud. To be able to willing to pour this cup of tea is enough to prove that his daughter for the emperor's son good feeling. Yuan Kong looked at his own son Yuan Tu with eyes that were much more obedient for a while. Good boy. Although he is a bit of a risky nature, he has also allowed his Yuan sacred clan to enter into this male's vision in advance. Su Chenxiao took out the Tsang Tian divine rock cubs and fed them on a daily basis. After a few days of cultivating the 10,000-year-old earth emulsion, the Tsang Tian divine rock is now the size of a small chicken, growing snow-white feathers and waiting to be fed. Yuan Kong was slightly stunned at the sight, as if he had thought of something, and was somewhat surprised. This is the reverse feather divine rock? I never thought that this imperial clan male would even have such an ancient great evil cub. Su Chenxiao was feeding the Tsang Tian divine rock and nodded. Patriarch Yuan is a wise man. Yuan Kong laughed and said, "Ha ha ha. The reverse feather divine rock is a great ferocious cub from the ancient times, and I only happened to see and hear about it in an ancient book. This kind of demonic beast requires a huge amount of resources to cultivate, and I think that only a man of your caliber would be able to raise it." Yuan Kong took this to open the box, some bragging before the words turned, said, "Mr. Su, I'm not going to hide it from you. This daughter of mine, age 25, carries the Brahma divine body, and she even sealed her name as a king in the midst of the battlefields of the ancient world, leaving behind her seal. I think the gentleman has seen many proud women of heaven. I don't know if this daughter of mine can have a chance to enter your father's eyes." Su Chenxiao raised his eyebrows, glanced at Yuan Mayu on the side and said with a smile, "Miss Mou has a remarkable temperament and outstanding talent. I think even father and the others should be satisfied to the core. Just, speaking of this," Su Chenxiao gently shook the teacup and looked at the reddish tea in the cup and said unhurriedly, "My lord did hear that there seems to be a matter of a marriage contract on Miss Mou?" Yuan Moyu, who was pouring tea, had her delicate body shaken. Yuan Kong even thumped in his heart. Fiercely, he looked at Yuan Tu who was on the side and transmitted his voice. "You rebellious son, how could you even say such a thing?" Yuan Tu's eyes widened as he desperately shook his head in response. "Nah, father, how could I possibly say such a thing? I'm not a cutie." Yuan Kong tightly locked his brows and looked at the smiling Su Chenxiao on the side and said with a loud laugh to hide his embarrassment, "Ha ha ha, Mr. Su, my family Mou keeps her body like a jade and is still a virgin. This matter of the marriage contract, I'm afraid it's a rumor spread by some other Dao lineages, trying to tarnish the reputation of my Yuan sacred clan." Chapter 72 Strongest Dragon Son-in-Law, Heavenly Tsubaki Bloodline. Su Chenxiao nodded slightly at his words. lightly caressing that Song Tian divine rock in his arms, didn't care too much about it and smiled, saying, "Thought so. After all, this recruitment is all voluntary, and my lord doesn't want to take it by force, lest he fall into disrepute." Yuan Kong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and nodded his head in agreement. "What your excellency said is extreme. That, gentlemen, you young people chat first. I suddenly remembered that there are still some things, so I will leave you alone for now." That reminds him. He remembered that Dust Xian, the son of the Dust family, was also in another cavernous paradise. Right now, this precious daughter of his is promoting her feelings with this emperor's son. It would be a big deal if the other side came at this time. In the meantime, the voice of Gaby Jiu outside the cave suddenly sounded beside Su Chenxiao's ears. "Someone's coming." Ding! Detected the appearance of the Divine Destiny protagonist. Ding! Detected the appearance of the Divine Destiny protagonist. It came quite quickly. Su Chenxiao gave a slight lurch, then transmitted a voice with divine thoughts. "Let him in." Looking at Yuan Kong, who got up and was ready to leave, Su Chenxiao narrowed his eyes, sipped his tea and smiled as he raised his hand. "There's no rush, Patriarch Yuan. Sit down and talk some more." Yuan Kong's body stiffened, and his butt, which had just gotten up, sat back down, somewhat fidgety. If this gentleman says so, he dares not disobey. The atmosphere of the scene was a bit awkward for a while. Yuan Maoyu broke this calm, maintaining an elegant smile as she spoke. Sir Su is now at the 9th level of the immortal realm. If he wants to comprehend more of the great Tao, I wonder if he will go to the ancient battlefield to seal the king and leave his name. Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered. With a dustless Tao heart and a massive amount of resources to help him, he could break through to seal the king at any time. However, the innate chaotic god body is a sea of rivers, and the more the great Tao is controlled, the stronger the foundation saved up will be. Well, the battlefield of Taiku can refer to the many great paths of the sages. I will make the trip when this recruitment is over. The true demons of the 5 great realms of the heavens were all gathered in the Taiku battlefield. If one was looking for a Heaven's Destiny protagonist, the Taiku battlefield was also an extremely good choice. Yuan Maoyu smiled faintly and said in a slow and gentle tone, "I see Mr. Su's roots and bones are solid, and his physical body far exceeds that of other heavenly prides, and it would be unreasonable for him to not enter the ancient battlefield to seal the king's name with this kind of strength. Mou is untalented and also broke through the King's Seal realm after comprehending the Great Tao in the Swire battlefield, so he has some understanding of the many places of experience in the Swire battlefield. If you don't mind, after this recruitment, I'm willing to accompany you to serve in the middle of the Taiku battlefield." Su Chenxiao smiled and nodded non-committally. Good thing too. This woman is a delicate mind, not that kind of chesty and brainless person. Knowing that this imperial clan's recruitment is highly competitive, one may not be able to stand out. Then another way, with such a layer of relationship in, even after the end of this matter, he will also be with her Yuan sacred clan stained with a layer of indefinable relationship. Yuan Kong, who was beside him, had a joyful face and opened his mouth smilingly from the sidelines. "Mr. Su doesn't know. This daughter of mine was lucky enough to have been on the list of the 5 trials in the middle of the Taiku battlefield, thus sealing the king and leaving her name, and her understanding of the Taiku battlefield's place of experience is quite a bit better than an ordinary person. With my daughter assisting you, I think I'll be able to get twice the result with half the effort." Just as a few people were exchanging words, there was suddenly a spatial fluctuation in this place's cavernous paradise. Buzz. It was accompanied by a white, dusky flash of light. A gorgeous gentleman with a handsome face and a folding fan appeared in the bamboo forest here. The young man wore a head-in crown, sword eyes and starry eyebrows, temperament like a clear wind in willow, graceful, and attire is obviously well-dressed. Only a pity, Naiha height is only 1 meter 5'6", not higher than this newborn pine bamboo to less, but some short. Dusty Xian had just arrived at this place. He saw Yuan Maoyu sitting in the pavilion opposite. "Maoyu? But I've been looking for it, so here it is." His eyes lit up, but after seeing the noble gentleman beside Yuan Maoyu who had an overwhelming aura and smiling eyes, a nameless anger surged to the surface. "Anyone else?" Dusty Xian bellowed and came forward quickly. "Mou, uncle, what are you guys doing here?" When he heard this familiar and incomparable voice, Yuan Kong's pupils dilated slightly, and he secretly let out a bad cry. Yuan too even rushed forward to block the way. "Dusty Xian, what are you doing here? Hurry back." Su Chenxiao looked with the voice, looking for a while in that dense bamboo forest, only to see a head poking out, froze for a while. Name, Dusty Xian. Title, Taiku Dragon Son-in-Law Divine Order Protagonist. Identity, grandson of the Supreme Elder of the Ancient Holy Race, son of the Demon Emperor. Age, 25. Character, righteous, Stoic, sensitive, realm, 9th level of the Ascension realm. Physique, ancient fierce Tsubaki bloodline. Technique, Daogang Emperor technique. Tian Chun Bao Jitsu. Treasures, Chaos Shinju, Mask of 1,000 Changes. Sun and Moon spiritual cocoon. Order of the Ancient Sacred Clan. Order of the 10,000 Demons. Destiny value, 700,000. This manifest destiny protagonist. A little horse and buggy? I don't know if it's because of the demon bloodline, but this is a bit too short-looking, isn't it? Su Chenxiao's face was a bit odd. The pale sky divine rock cub in his arms suddenly became somewhat restless and eager. Grimacing in Dusty Xian's direction, he let out a squeaking sound. The little guy possessed the bloodline of the reverse feathered divine rock, and the reverse feathered divine rock's favorite food, other than dragons and snakes, was the ancient ferocious beast, Heavenly Tsubaki. The Tsong Tian divine rock in his arms suddenly cried out. Dusty Xian, who had rushed from afar, changed his face, and a feeling of fear that he had never felt before as if it came from the distant past suddenly struck him. He winced involuntarily. What's going on? Why do I instinctively feel afraid of this stinky bird? Su Chenxiao gently patted the restless little guy and smiled as he opened his mouth towards Yuan Kong on the side. Patriarch Yuan. Who is this? Yuan Kong's face was a little embarrassed for a moment, not knowing exactly how to reply. At this time, Yuan Mayu said with a calm face, Your Excellency, this person is Dust Xian of the Dust family of the 10,000 Ancient Sacred Clan. Please wait here for a moment while I take care of it. Saying that, Yuan Mayu got up and went forward. She was tall, close to 1 meter 8, contrasting sharply with Dusty Xian in front of her. If she were to walk normally, she wouldn't even be able to see Dusty Xian's figure. Looking at the diminutive Dusty Xian in front of her, a trace of disgust flashed through Yuan Mayu's beautiful eyes. If you want her to marry such a midget, you might as well just let her die. Just in time, to take this opportunity to cut ties with him, Yuan Mayu said with an expressionless face. What are you doing here? Dusty Xian's face was ugly, and he only felt that the top of his head was a green grassy plain. Raising his head to look at the stunningly beautiful fiancée in front of him, he opened his mouth. If I didn't come, I'm afraid I wouldn't even know if my fiancé was taken away from me. I wondered why I couldn't see you, but you're here having a private meeting with someone else. Chapter 73, Wedding Wedge? Eat this. Yuan Mayu's face turned cold for a moment. Do you think you'd be able to find me if I was having a private meeting with someone? Dusty Xian, you leave now. On what grounds? Dusty Xian's face was furious. Tell me, who is he? Yuan Mayu coldly spoke. Do you know that this person in front of you is a member of the Su family of the Imperial clan? Prince Su Chenxiao. Dusty Xian, if you remain here with your dead skin, you will not blame me for being unsympathetic. The Imperials? Dust Xian's face changed violently as he looked incredulously at Su Chenxiao in the pavilion. Damn it! He quickly realized what was going on and secretly hated it in his heart. I thought, why do you have to come to this holy Emperor Dao domain? So it's been a long time since he hooked up with this Emperor's son. Dusty Xian's face was ugly to the extreme. The other party is above himself in both background and appearance. Because of carrying a demon bloodline, the body is congenitally short, and in his life he is most jealous of those young juniors who grow tall. Su Chenxiao's appearance deeply pierced his inferior and fragile heart. Dusty Xian clenched his fists as if he was afraid that others wouldn't hear him, declaring his ownership loudly. Yuamoto Moyu, you should know that I have a marriage contract with you. You are my Dusty Xian's woman, and you, even if you are a member of the Imperial clan, you shouldn't take someone's love based on your status. This statement was made. Yuan Kong only felt like falling into an ice cellar for an instant, his face turning pale. Dusty Xian, shut up. A terrifying Saint Realm pressure rushed out, forcing Dusty Xian to the ground in an instant. What are you babbling about? Kneel down for me. This suffocating oppression made it impossible to breathe, and Dusty Xian gritted his teeth as he took out the gilded wedding wedge from his storage ring and said word for word, the marriage wedge is in my hands, and the marriage contract on it was personally confirmed by your Yuan Sacred Clan's paramount emperor ancestor. I, Dusty Xian, am even willing to come into the family. Could it be that you, the Yuan Sacred Clan, are trying to backtrack? Oh, Su Chenxiao turned his head towards Yuan Kong, who was on the side with a smirk. A marriage contract? With a casual lift of his hand, a true chi directly rolled the gilded wedding wedge. Su Chenxiao looked at the wedding wedge with lowered eyes and said with some playfulness, didn't Patriarch Yuan say before that these were all rumors? Yuan Kong's face paled for an instant and hurriedly explained. My lord, this. A load of nonsense. Really a load of nonsense. These are all the nonsense of this son. At this point in time, he still wants to weasel his way out of this. But Yuan Mayu knitted her eyebrows tightly and sank her voice. Enough. Dusty Xian, all of this is nothing more than your wishful thinking. Was this marriage contract ever made with my consent? My Yuan Mayu's life is by no means something that a mere paper marriage contract can interfere with. At this moment, Yuan Kong's eyes went black, and for a moment, he even wanted to die. Dust Xian's body shook as he stared at the peerless woman in front of him with wide, dead eyes. You're trying to repudiate the marriage? Since he was already planning to tear his face off, this imperial clan male also happened to be here. Yuan Mayu was too lazy to argue with him, her beautiful eyes icy cold. So what? Dusty Xian trembled, his face furious to the core. I disagree. Snap. Suddenly, a clap sounded. Funny, dang funny. Several people looked at it in unison. Mr. Su, Yuan Kong froze. Su Qianxiao didn't seem to care about the matter of deception, but instead opened his mouth with interest. I thought it was a marriage made in heaven. So it seems that Miss Mayu is not satisfied? Yuan Mayu turned around. Her face eased a bit, and she said softly with some apologies. Mr. Su, it is by no means that I, Yuan's sacred clan, intend to conceal you. It is just that this person is like a dogskin plaster, insisting on grasping this matter and not letting go. Su Qianxiao's eyes narrowed slightly as he gave her a deep look and said with a smile, no harm done. Since Miss Mou doesn't want to, it's just a wedding wedge, it can't do much. As his words fell, Su Qianxiao looked at the wedding wedge in his hand, and an overpowering to the extreme true chi surged out. Click! This wedding wedge, forged of arcane gold, was forcibly twisted in his hands. Now then, does the wedding wedge still count? Seeing this scene, Dust Xian's pupils shrunk violently. Rao Yuan Mayu's beautiful eyes were shocked and she looked at Su Qianxiao with incomparable gratitude. Mr. Su, ding! Heaven's Destiny protagonist Dusty Xian's wedding wedge has been destroyed, and he's lost 50,000 Heaven's Destiny values. Congratulations to the master for obtaining a villain value of 50,000. My lord says it's fake. Got a problem with that? Su Duanxiao's face was calm as he slowly arrived in front of Dust Xian. The needed wedding wedge was thrown over like a piece of trash. Faintly, eat it. Such an overbearing scene caused Yuan Mayu's delicate body to tremble, and her heart instantly rippled with ripples she had never experienced before. This was like a huge mountain that had been pressing down on oneself, and the marriage contract of the Dust family of the first sacred clan wasn't even worth mentioning in front of this Duke Su. He hadn't been wrong about anyone. Dusty Xian breathed heavily, his eyes red as he looked aside at the needed wedding wedge. His eyes became ferocious and he roared with rage. Asshole! How dare you ruin my wedding wedge! The heavenly Tsubaki treasure art within his body was in operation. An extremely terrifying power burst out from Dusty Xian's body. He didn't know where the strength came from, but he directly rose up explosively, and his right hand condensed a pale green seal toward Su Qianxiao to shoot. Su Qianxiao sneered, not even bothering to avoid it. If a tiny mole cricket of the heavenly Ascension realm was able to injure himself under the eyes of a saint, then Yuan Kong would be considered to have lived most of his life in vain. Yuan Kong's face suddenly changed, appearing beside Su Qianxiao in a blink of an eye and slapping his palm down. Boom! The ground burst into a deep crater. Dusty Xian only felt as if his bones had been slapped to pieces at this moment, and his mouth violently coughed out several mouthfuls of essence blood. Ahem! Yuan Mayu looked as if she had expected it, and that coldly beautiful eye revealed a teasing light. Things are going far beyond what one would expect, but she knew that after this, the gnome would never be able to rely on her again. Yuan Kong's body was icy cold. Dead weight on the ground. Dusty Xian's face was ugly and sullenly drank. Dust Xian, daring to strike at Prince Su, are you trying to get us and the 10,000 ancient sacred clan Dust family behind you killed? Mr. Su, are you alright? Su Qianxiao waved his hand. If one was not mistaken, the other party was using a heavenly Tsubaki treasure art that belonged uniquely to the great murderers of the swift ages. Tsubaki worm needs to molt 9 times, and each time his cultivation will plummet. However, when the 9th chrysalis molting had passed, it would be able to metamorphose into the great fierce heavenly Tsubaki. The reason why this Heaven's Destiny protagonist in front of him was in such a low realm, I'm afraid that it was also because he was carrying the heavenly Tsubaki bloodline and cultivated the great fierce treasure art. Su Qianxiao's face was indifferent to the extreme as he calmly said, my lord doesn't want to say it a second time. Yuan Kong's heart was shaken, naturally understanding this male's meaning. Looking at Dusty Xian who was on the ground as if he was a dead dog, he took a deep breath and opened his mouth. Dusty Xian, I know you're still conscious. This Mr. Su is from the Emperor clan, and this place is even the holy Emperor Dao domain of the Emperor Su clan. If you don't want to get the 10,000 ancient sacred clan behind you killed, then eat this marriage contract now. Chapter 74, is it good for my son to accompany you in this play? The Yuan sacred clan had been friends with the Dust family, which was also a sacred clan, for generations. As the Yuan clan chief, he didn't want this incident to kill the Dust family, the sacred clan behind Dusty Xian. Dusty Xian roared. This marriage contract was made between your Yuan old ancestor and my grandfather. Do you Yuan sacred clan not want to regret the marriage? Seeing Dusty Xian on the ground still struggling desperately to remain unmoved, Yuan Kong's face sank as he directly grabbed the wedding wedge on the ground and shoved it into Dusty Xian's mouth. A shocking force slapped down. Pooh ho! The marriage contract was born directly into it. Dust Xian's crimson eyes instantly widened, and he forced himself to swallow with a high bulge at the place of his throat. Asshole! His face was hideous and incomparable, and he kept struggling frantically on the ground. It wasn't until he saw him eat the wedding wedge that Yuan Kong was relieved. Suddenly, a flash of demonic light flashed from Dusty Xuanqi's eyes. At this dangerous juncture, the swift ancient great fierce heavenly Tsubaki bloodline in his body activated, bursting out a terrifyingly huge demonic aura. This is... Yuan Kong's eyebrows tightened after feeling this extremely dense demonic aura. A strong shock and dismay surfaced in his eyes. Demon bloodlines. Not only him, even Yuan Mayu and Yuan Tu on the side seemed to have reacquainted themselves with Exodus Xian, their hearts filled with shock. Why does he have the aura of a demonic beast on him? Drone. Greenish-colored fuzz emerged from the pores of Dusty Xian's body. Taiku Heavenly Tune. There were 9 cocoon transformations. When in danger, it will undergo a metamorphosis on its own, transforming into a huge, indestructible green cocoon. Yuan Tu exclaimed. Father, what is he? Isn't this guy from the Wando sacred clan? Seeing this scene, it was like knowing some heavenly secret. Yuan Kong's face changed drastically. For a moment his eyes were gloomy and immense as he sank his voice. I got it. No wonder they were willing to let this son join their family. So this son carries a dirty demon bloodline, and even presumed to bond with my daughter. Damn it! The Dust family of the Vanguard Saint clan really doesn't regard my Yuan Saint clan in their eyes. To think that his precious daughter was carrying the Brahma divine body and possessed the bloodline of his Yuan sacred clan. If he were to combine with this half-demon person, in the future, he was only afraid that he would taint his Yuan clan. Dusty Xian's body was already wrapped in countless slender, transparent threads at this moment. Yuan Kong's face was ugly to the extreme as he directly slapped Dusty Xian into unconsciousness with a palm. Bang! Then he got up and said towards Su Chenxiao, Mr. Su, I've made you laugh. Ding! Heaven's Destiny protagonist Dusty Xian's demonic bloodline is exposed, losing the background of the Yuan sacred clan, and losing 50,000 Heaven's Destiny values. Congratulations to the master for obtaining a villain value of 50,000. Su Duanxiao stared at Dusty Xian who was about to transform into a cocoon on the ground. Looking at the expression of this Yuan clan chief, it seemed that he did not know about Dust Xian's demon clan bloodline. Su Chenxiao narrowed his eyes in mock surprise and said, why does he have the blood of a half-demon in his body? Isn't this person a member of the 10,000 ancient sacred race? Yuan Kong took a deep breath. His heart for the two clans of the Vanguard Dust family's friendship swept away, and said in a deep voice, this I'm not too sure, but Dusty Xian is indeed a member of the Dust family, right? I just don't know what kind of treasure he carries that he was able to hide his demon bloodline extremely well. If it weren't for your son's actions today, I'm afraid that my Yuan sacred clan would still be kept in the dark by the Dust family. Originally, he was still surprised that Dust Xian was the grandson of that half-emperor of the sacred clan's Dust family. His status was extraordinary, and he would never be able to easily join the family. But now it seems, I am afraid that the half-emperor has long known that he carries the blood of the demon race, so he sent him into his own Yuan sacred clan. These damned bastards, even wanting this kind of bastard to be their daughter's future husband, clearly not looking at his Yuan sacred clan in the eyes. Yuan Mayu's pretty face was also covered in frost. No wonder this person is so short in height. Father, I heard that old ancestor of that Dust family had a daughter who was nowhere to be found, so I think that her biological father was from the demon clan. Even if I die, I, Yuan Moyu, will not marry such a half-human, half-demon. Yuan Tu was also on the sidelines to fight for her own sister. Father, my Yuan clan has been friends with the Dust family for generations, and they've done this to us. This can't be left so easily. Yuan Kong nodded and looked deeply at the green cocoon on the ground, his face gloomy. Don't worry, this matter is necessary for father to have the Holy Clan's Dust family give us an explanation. I'd like to see just how long they, the sacred clan Dust family, are going to keep us in the dark. He respectfully retreated towards Su Chenxiao with a cry. This matter was of great importance, and it was necessary to return to account with the clan's ancestors for justice. Su Chenxiao did not stop at this scene, but looked at the green cocoon on the ground and grinned. Tsubaki cocoon. Number of transformations, 8. After the 9th metamorphosis, the cocoon becomes a butterfly, and the cultivation in physical body skyrocket in all aspects. Cocooning and metamorphosis. After all, he was the protagonist of Heaven's destiny, and he thought that after these 9 metamorphoses he would undergo a heavenly change. However, I just don't know if injecting some weird chi will straighten out a new being. Su Chenxiao went forward with interest and placed his hand on top of that green cocoon from injecting some weird chi derived from chaos chi. Although the effect was not as obvious as that of the black ancient scripture, the different paths were the same. The strand of strange black mist was like a spiritual snake that instantly disappeared into the green cocoon without being noticed by anyone. Yuan Kong left this place with that green cocoon and his son Yuan too. Within the cave, only Su Chenxiao and Yuan Mayu were left behind. After they left, Su Chenxiao sat on a stool drinking tea without a glance, and Yuan Moyu, who had successfully broken off the marriage contract, was secretly happy in her heart at the moment. Dusty Xian after all had a demon bloodline, and now even that marriage wedge was still there. His own father, as well as the Yuan clan, also categorically could not agree. Yuan Mayu hesitated for a moment and spoke with a smile. "Mou thanks Mr. Su, if it wasn't for today's gongzi, I'm afraid my Yuan clan would still be in the dark right now. No harm done." Su Chenxiao stared up at her and smiled, beckoning. "You come here." Although there was some doubt, Yuan Moyu still nodded respectfully and walked forward. Su Chenxiao sipped his tea and said with a smile, "Miss Mou, I don't know if this play of my son's is good enough to accompany you?" Yuan Moyu's smile froze. There was suddenly some bad feeling in his heart. She said in feigned disbelief, "Mr. Su, what do you mean by this?" "Ha!" Su Chenxiao teased with a smile. Suddenly, bang! Reaching out, he grabbed her by the neck. This large hand seemed to be like a giant vice, and even her physical body of the Seal King realm felt painfully unable to break free at once. Cough! This scene that caught him off guard caused Yuan Mayu to lose her color as she looked at Su Chenxiao with a face full of confusion. "Mr. Su, Mr. Su." Su Chenxiao's smile slowly tightened, eyes cold to the core. Without any emotion, he looked at her and said, "Lend me the might of the Emperor Clan Su family to take care of that guy for you without offending the sacred clan's dust family. Do you think my lord doesn't know that little calculation in your heart?" Chapter 75 100 Consecutive Draws. Red Divine Item Extreme Dao Emperor Soldier. Shoo away. The moment these words came out, Yuan Mayu was instantly covered in ice, as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. She hadn't expected that this Imperial Clan male in front of her would have guessed all the thoughts in her mind. Su Chenxiao's face was calm, unable to clearly see his joy or anger as he faintly opened his mouth. "Deceiving and utilizing this gongzi, that alone is enough for your Yuan sacred clan to die 100 times. Yuan Mayu's pupils shrunk. Ahem. She knitted her eyebrows tightly, her stunning face looking very pained. It was hard to speak. "Mr. Su, I am also forced to. If you hadn't been here, that guy would never have broken off the engagement. Mr. Su, I, Yuan Moyu, am willing to submit to you, no matter what you ask me to do." The palm of his hand remained unloosened, and Yuan Mayu's face became more and more red and agonized. "I don't know how much time has passed." Su Chenxiao Fan grinned and raised his eyebrows. "I have to say, though, you're a smart woman who knows how to capitalize on the situation." The right hand slowly loosened. Yuan Mayu greedily inhaled a mouthful of fresh air, paralyzed on the ground panting heavily, her face haggard and pale as she looked up and said, "Su Gongzi, that kind of dwarf is really disgusting, and I have no choice but to come out with this plan. Never dare a second time." Su Chenxiao glanced at her, his eyes flickering as he spoke faintly. "That Dusty Xian is interesting. I want you to run an errand." Yuan Mayu inquired with a slight stare. "What?" Su Chenxiao said without any hesitation. "That fiancé of yours has the presence of innate chaos chi on his body. He must have come into contact with divine objects related to chaos before the start of this tournament. No matter what you use, go and get that thing for me. Otherwise, there's no need for your Yuan sacred clan to exist." This time, the Heaven's Mandate protagonist was actually carrying a chaotic Xianju on his body. This is the essence of innate chaos, the world's rare heaven and earth gods, the rich and majestic chaotic chi. Whether it is for any of the living beings in the heavens are greatly beneficial. The rich and pure chaos chi in the chaos pearl was tantamount to a heavenly blessing for himself. If it could be refined, I'm afraid that his cultivation would skyrocket to an extremely terrifying level. It was only a pity that he had just peeked inside Dusty Xian's storage ring. Not a single shadow of the chaos Xianju was found on its body. Yuan Mayu's face stared, her heart somewhat shocked. This world but with the word chaos on the relationship between the things are extraordinary. That dusty Xian would have this kind of thing on him? Her beautiful eyes flickered for a moment. Then she rested her head against the ground and spoke respectfully. I understand, Mr. Su. Su Qianxiao didn't say anything and flipped his palm. Buzz. The dead soul beast appeared. It transformed into a white shadow, and without a sound, it directly disappeared into Yuan Mayu's sea of consciousness. Su Duanxiao grinned at the sight, slowly got up and went forward and patted Yuan Mayu's shoulder and laughed. Get up. My lord naturally trusts you. If it's done, this matter will be forgiven by my lord. Otherwise you should know the consequences. After saying that, Su Qianxiao disappeared into this cavernous paradise. Yuan Mayu lowered her head and said in a trembling voice, Understood, my lord. Until he noticed the departure of the person in front of him, Yuan Mayu Fang gasped a heavy, rough breath, her delicate body gently trembling. She raised her hand and touched her snow-white neck, which was reddened by the pinch. It's like some special latent property has been activated. The beautiful eyes were mesmerized, and her face was a little flushed as she murmured, What a weird feeling. Why is it that in front of that Mr. Su, I don't want to resist at all. Outside of Haodi City, Su Qianxiao rode the heavenly gold mythical beast as he prepared to return to the Imperial Su clan. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he frowned slightly. What the? The dead soul beast is a strange creature of the dark era, able to hide in the depths of another person's sea of consciousness to control a person silently and quietly, or to slowly eat their souls. During boarding, you are able to listen to whatever the other person's inner thoughts are. Therefore, when he noticed Yuan Mayu's heart after he left, Su Qianxiao blushed somewhat oddly. Choke her? Without bothering to pay attention to Yuan Mayu's inner thoughts, Su Qianxiao directly called up the system panel. Ding. Owner, Su Duanxiao. Title, Destiny's Great Villain. Identity, son of the head of the Su family of the Imperial clan. Realm, 9th level of the Immortal Realm. Physique, innate chaos divine body, desolate ancient divine body. Techniques, chaos scripture, Tai sword technique, Sangu divine refining technique. Storage space, white emperor sword. Cthulhu divine rock cub. Immortal execution formation diagram, immortal killing sword remnant, 10,000 years of ground emulsion. Villain value, 346,000, a full 300,000 plus villain values. It's about time you had to have a good spending spree yourself. Su Qianxiao's eyes flickered as he looked towards the prize pool of the heavens and opened his mouth with some anticipation. Let's keep it simple for now and have 100 straight draws. Ding. Consuming villain value of 100,000. Starting 100 consecutive draws. In an instant, the jackpot glowed brightly. A full 100 balls of light floated up from them one after another. Su Qianxiao stared tightly at the scene in front of him, watching a ball of light explode one after another. White, white, or white. Ding. Congratulations on receiving the reward purple, treading clouds boots. Congratulations on receiving the reward purple, spring rain thunder sky skill. Congratulations on receiving the reward great way fruit *1. In the previous 30 consecutive draws, apart from the 3 purple items that were guaranteed, Su Chuanxiao almost didn't see any other colors. All the way up to the 90th consecutive draw, 2 golden rays of light bloomed out in unison. 100 draws of double gold? Su Qianxiao's eyes lit up slightly. Today's luck is good. Just then, one of them was a golden ball of light, and the incomparably bright golden divine aura was actually diffused into a crimson color. The red light flooded the view, rolling and blazing. Ding! Congratulations to the master for his reward. The gold-killing tenacious stone. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for receiving the highest reward. The Extreme Imperial Soldier. Extreme Imperial Soldier? Su Qianxiao's eyes widened as he looked straight at this scene. One must know that nowadays, Emperor soldiers were extremely rare among the heavens, and Extreme Emperor soldiers were not even possessed by many great emperors. Could it be that? Is he finally going to be an bureaucrat for once? Rewards appear. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the reward. The Red-Green Desolate Divine Lance. Current villain value, 246,000. Su Qianxiao's smile froze for a moment. My day. Shipped, but crooked. Buzz. Tune out that Extreme Imperial Soldier. A majestic emperor's spear with an aura as majestic as an abyss, just like a swimming dragon, appeared in his hand. The body of the emperor lance was long and slender, sealed with golden runes, and a green and pale crack spread up like a swimming dragon. The tip of the gun is bright and regal, and the whole body is dense with the green color of the ancient breath flow, as if a supreme divine weapon glittering, capturing people's eyes. Click! Once this imperial spear appeared, even the space of the Saint Emperor Dao domain emitted a buzzing tremor, and the majestic and magnificent aura of an imperial weapon quickly spread out. It may look light, but it has the weight of a heavy mountain. Even Su Qianxiao, who possessed a desolate ancient god body and cultivated the Tsungu god refining skill, had some heart palpitations. Su Qianxiao's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but tsk in admiration. Good baby. Chapter 76, The God of Killers, Stubborn Stone, Withdrawing from the Marriage? I don't agree. Su Qianxiao's eyes brightened as he weighed the green desolate god gun in his hand. In the end, it was still an extreme Dao imperial armament, which seemed to contain the power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth within it, and merely looking at it caused one's heart to be filled with awe and longing. The extreme Dao Emperor Soldier was the most powerful of all the heavens, and with the extreme Dao Emperor Soldier as the base, even a casual strikeout would, I'm afraid, invert the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers, and be terrifying to the extreme. However, with his current cultivation level, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to swing this extreme Dao Emperor Soldier a few times with all his might. And below, Gaby Jiu also seemed to notice something. Upon feeling this intimidatingly powerful aura, some incredulous exclamations were made. This aura is an extreme Dao Emperor Soldier? Your family's great emperor gave you all this stuff. Its massive body trembled gently. Extreme Dao Emperor Soldiers were incredibly rare. Even in its era they were by no means common. Gaby Jiu's brain buzzed with nothing but a staggering trance. Have the heavens now become so terrifying? The son of the Emperor clan, having an Emperor's sword was fine, but he was even carrying an extreme Emperor's weapon with him. It suddenly felt that it, a product of the old times, could no longer adapt to the current world. Gaby Jiu said quietly with some envy, Master, do you know what this extreme Dao Emperor Soldier means? Thinking back then, if Gaby Jiu had possessed an extreme Dao Emperor Soldier, it wouldn't have been possible for it to fall in that era. Su Qianxiao said faintly, knowing that means I bailed crooked. What? The more he liked this extreme Dao Emperor Soldier, the more ed up he became in his heart. After a few moments of contemplation, he put the green desolate god gun into the system storage space. Su Qianxiao took out another golden divine object. Buzz. The god-killing tenacious stone appeared in his hand. That was clearly a palm-sized, blood red, incomparably strange stone. Gold, killing god's stubborn stone. The stone in the blood sea abyss condenses endless blood sea fury, indestructible and fury. As soon as the killing god tenacious stone appeared, the monstrous sea of blood fury came crashing down on his face. In the hands of the killing god stubborn stone seems to have a spirit, buzzing and trembling, even emitting blood-colored mist as a blood wolf out of the hand. Oh, Su Qianxiao raised an eyebrow. Looking at the slaying god tenacious stone that turned into a crimson stream of light and tried to escape revealed an interested light. I can't imagine that this stone of yours has even given birth to a spirit. It's a bit interesting. Su Qianxiao grabbed with a big hand, and a huge chaotic hand suddenly appeared above the god-killing tenacious stone. Bang! The blood wolf condensed by the blood sea fury chi wailed and was held tightly in the hands of the chaotic hand. Be honest. Grabbing it back, Su Qianxiao looked at the god-killing obstinate stone in his hand that was trembling more than once, and murmured with flashing eyes, such a divine object. I think that if it is handed over to the heavenly sword divine sect to be melted down, it will definitely be able to bring my white emperor's sword to a higher level. It's fine if the guaranteed draw is crooked. There are a lot of junk spells drawn by the system. Since that's the case when the time comes, all of them will be given back to me to be refined into materials to bring out their maximum value. If there was no extreme Dao Emperor Soldier, then he would build one with his own hands. Thinking about this, Su Qianxiao couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. Ha ha ha. The heavenly gold mythical beast below shivered as he listened to the laughter, only feeling that this world was too dreamy, thinking that it was at least a great emperor. It had seen a lot. As far as he knew, Su Qianxiao's rings in his hands and the necklace he wore alone were all Saint Realm defensive magic treasures. This era of the Emperor clan people, or the Immortal Realm, will have a superb treasure plus the ultimate Emperor Soldier evening. Not to mention the same realm. I'm afraid that even supreme beings across 3 realms wouldn't be able to help this guy. It's sick. Gaby Jiu's heart at the moment was secretly happy since this son background identity horror. Just because he submitted to him, the Su family, that great emperor, will take out even their own have not seen dozens of heaven and earth divine objects for their own remodeling of the soul and body. How valued. If you follow him, you can't guarantee that you'll be able to reap a lot of benefits in the future. Gaby Jiu's thoughts flowed freely for a moment. Even his right leg shook, bringing the imperial beast ring on it a little tighter. 5 days later, inside the ancestral land of the Dust family of the 10,000 ancient sacred race. What did you say? It's even if my grandson is willing to join your Yuan sacred clan. But you, a mere female, even want to repudiate my Dust Mask Seal's grandson in turn? It's simply an inversion of the Big Dipper. A strange shame, terrifying to the extreme aura poured out as if it were a raging tide. An old man with a decayed temperament and a dying aura had his eyes glaring like bronze bells as he looked at the duo in front of him with a deadpan expression. I, Dust Mask Seal, am not dead yet. This marriage was personally agreed upon by your old ancestor. Yu Wenkong's face was calm as he arched his hand. Ancestor Dust rest his anger. This marriage, my Yuan sacred clan never wanted to refuse it before. It's just that you, old ancestor Dust, who went out of your way to use a supreme treasure to hide the truth, are not putting my Yuan sacred clan too much in your eyes, are you? As things stood, even if this person in front of him was a half-emperor level character, he would still have to seek justice for the Yuan sacred clan. Dust Mask Seal's face turned ice-cold at his words, and his pale face was filled with a huffy color as he spoke. Yuan-chan, what do you mean by that? Yu Wenkong coldly snorted, not avoiding the seeping gaze of the old man in front of him in the slightest, and said, Old ancestor Dust, at the time of the engagement, you never told my Yuan family that your good grandson was still carrying the blood of the demon race in his body. Is there anything wrong with my Yuan sacred clan withdrawing from the marriage this time? Dust Mask Seal's face shook as his pupils dilated. They actually knew about it? How is that possible? Dust Mask Seal's eyes flickered, and he didn't say anything for a long time. He naturally knew about the heavenly Tsubaki bloodline in Dust Xian's body, and that he was his daughter's child. His daughter was rebellious at a young age, and after severing her relationship with him, she left the Holy Dust family alone without knowing where she was, causing him pain and anguish, until 20 years ago, when she died shortly after returning with her infant son. His own lifespan is not much. Because of the half-demon blood on his grandson's body, this is early for its planning for the future. I thought that as long as all the water to the end after the secret, even if it is exposed, Yuan Shangclan will be in the way of the facade, is not published. Who would have thought they would have found out the secret early? You know about it? Dust Mask Seal didn't look too good. Yu Wenkong sneered. Seeing this, his heart was even more dissatisfied and said, Old ancestor Dust, it's ridiculous that my Yuan sacred clan has been friends with your Dust clan for generations. Yet you want to use this half-demon son to taint my Yuan clan's bloodline. What exactly are your intentions? This marriage contract, don't you want me to publish the truth for the world to laugh at before I give up? Dust Mask Seal was speechless for a moment, and was silent for a long time before he sighed softly. That terrifying aura dissipated, and the deathly aura on his entire body was even more dense. Then what do you, the Yuan sacred clan, want? Yuan Maoyu stepped forward at this moment, and first made a decent bow before speaking. Elder Dust, we've come here for one purpose only, to break off the marriage contract with Dusty Xian, as my father said. Dust Xian we have also sent, and is now outside the Dust family. Her words hadn't even left her mouth. A male voice suddenly sounded. I disagree. Chapter 77, The Transformed Dusty Xian, Reincarnation Hall Successor Nan Shiran. A few people looked over in slight surprise. Dust Mask Seal's eyes lit up as he murmured in astonishment. Xianer? Only to see that not far away, Dusty Xian appeared at some point and walked with large strides. Surprisingly, at this moment, Dusty Xian was radiant and upright. Now that he had experienced the 8th metamorphosis, his cultivation had not only stepped from the Ascension realm into the Immortal Realm 1, he even changed his original height of 5'6" and grew to a full 6'5" or so. Huge boost. The change in height. This is tantamount to giving Dusty Xian a great deal of self-confidence. He raised his head high. His eyes filled with an incomparable glow of self-confidence went forward. Grandpa, Uncle, MOU, the matter of breaking off the engagement. I don't agree. Looking at the visitor, Yuan Maoyu froze slightly and thought darkly with some doubts. Is it just me? This guy seems to have grown a little taller. Dusty Xian looked proud. Now he was not what he used to be. In the past he still needed to stand on his tiptoes and raise his head before he could barely see Yuan Maoyu. Now he only needed to hold his head high. Dusty Xian revealed a confident smile as if he were a peacock with an open screen, impatient to show off his current feathers. MOU, I, Dusty Xian, am standing right in front of you. How much do you see me like before? Do you still back out of the marriage now that I'm here? He thought that his current self was not below that imperial prince. As long as after the last 9 metamorphoses, he would be able to truly transform his cocoon into a butterfly, and at that time, he would no longer need to look up to anyone's gaze. Yuan Maoyu. She was silent for several moments. Yu Wenkong, who was on the side, was also clammed up. The sight of him annoys me to no end. But at this moment, Yuan Maoyu suddenly remembered the words that Duke Su had once explained earlier. There were only 2 days left before the martial arts competition, and one was running out of time and had to hurry up to get that chaotic divine object from this person. Forced himself to hold back the disgust in his heart. Yuan Maoyu revealed a surprised and astonished gaze and spoke incredulously. This? Your Dusty Xian? Seeing her reaction, Dusty Xian couldn't help but feel even more pleased in his heart. He raised his eyebrows and revealed a smile that he thought was very charming looking at his grandfather, Dusty Ma Feng, who was at the side and said, "Grandpa, leave this place to me. I'll talk to Mou. Between us, there must be some misunderstanding." The once Yuan Moyu, to him, was a holy and incomparable, unattainable son, in a literal sense, but now he was able to touch himself, and after only 9 cicada molts, he was even confident that he would be able to grow to 1 meter 7. Deep night. Within the Su family of the imperial clan, Chen Wuyue was looking over the list with unparalleled seriousness. She was clearly in a good mood, and from time to time, her beautiful eyes revealed a thick smile after seeing the information of some of the outstanding Heavenly Pride's daughters. Su Wudao said heatedly from the sidelines, "The day after tomorrow will be the start of the grand competition, which will be opened in the city of 10,000 emperors. Ma'am, everything is in place. How is it? Is there anyone you like?" Chen Wuyue said with a smile as she put the roster away. "There are quite a few outstanding women. It's really hard to pick. When the time comes, it will depend on how Shower makes his choice. I, as a mother, can't interfere too much." Su Wudao laughed out loud and boldly. "What if Shower likes it all?" Chen Banyue blankly glanced at him and said unconcernedly, "Then just take it all." Su Wudao froze at his words, then nodded in agreement. "Also, Madam Great Wisdom, I heard that Yao Huang brought a woman from the middle of the Taiku battlefield yesterday, and this woman is said to be as the lineage of the Hall of 10,000 ancient reincarnations of the Taiku divine sect. It seems to be about the same thing. Reincarnation Hall? Chen Wuyue was slightly stunned at the words and looked up, frowning her eyebrows. Didn't the Palace of Reincarnation perish back in the Dark Era? Su Wudao laughed and waved his hand. The Palace of Reincarnation used to be a transcendent power, with a strong heritage that doesn't lose out to any imperial clan, and even if it was overthrown, it's estimated that there's still a legacy left behind. Legend has it that the people of the Palace of Reincarnation are immortal, and those who survive are all great powers who have been reincarnated and rebuilt in all the heavens, but all the great powers whose lifespan is approaching will go forward to have a try, and if they can succeed in joining, they will have the chance to be reincarnated and recultivated. Unfortunately, such an extremely mysterious and powerful force was suddenly destroyed in the Dark Era, which is really saddening, and now that a reincarnation hall heir had appeared, even they were a bit surprised. Chen Wuyue, where is that person? Su Wudao lost his smile and said, "I think it should be within the imperial clan, accompanied by Yao Huang." Meanwhile, within the Su family, a woman with a cool and absolutely beautiful temperament was walking. The woman was very young, around 20 years old, and she possessed a stunningly flawless and absolutely beautiful face, ice skin and jade bones, elegant eyebrows and phoenix eyes, agate nose high and straight, as if the sculpture like a perfect and distinctive profile. Under the bright moonlight, the black fairy dress that was like splashing ink set off its snow-white skin even more eye-catching and dazzling. The proud peaks will be this fairy dress high up. The posture is light and slender, when walking the skirt fluttering, from time to time to reveal the alarming snow-white flawless jade legs. Such a perfect man, as if he were a masterpiece carefully sculpted by God. Nan Shirin stopped in her tracks. She looked at the forbidden shackles in front of her, her beautiful eyes filled with flashes as she murmured softly, "This is it, that fairy dress of mine." There was some doubt in her mind. Why was he suddenly able to sense his long-lost Luanyu immortal skirt within the Su family of the imperial clan? Looking at the forbidden shackles in front of her, she stepped lightly. A circle of incomparably divine creation she filled the surroundings, and he actually stepped into it without the slightest obstruction. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for obtaining the purple reward. The Great Tao Fruit *1. Current villain value, 146,000. Buzz. The Great Tao Fruit, which contained the supreme principle of the Great Tao, appeared in front of his body. Su Chuanxiao was naked and immersed in the Taiku spirit pool that was filled with spiritual qi. Looking at the ground in front of Chen Luo placed a variety of treasures, pills, magic weapons, techniques. There was some silence for a while. For Great Tao fruits, 1 sacred realm artifact, 3 supreme artifacts, and not a single golden one came out. The extreme Tao Emperor soldier from some time ago seemed to have exhausted all his luck. Forget it. Anyway, there are still 2 divine fate protagonists around, so you can reap the rewards yourself at any time. Su Chenxiao was secretly comforted in his heart. Now the avenues have 12. Together with the 4 in front of me, there are 16 avenues in total. No surprises. Even without the need to travel to the Taiku battlefield to receive the gift of experience, one would still be able to seal a king and leave a name. While thinking about this, Su Chenxiao took out a rejuvenation pill. It was thrown directly into the mouth of the Tsong Tian divine rock floating on the water in front of him. Eat! The Tsong Tian divine rock wailed and opened its mouth, swallowing the returning ancestor Dan in one gulp as a white light erupted from its body. After all this time feeding, the Tsong Tian divine rock's plumage gradually began to shed its downy feathers, growing extremely fast. Now it is already the size of 2 palms, and the little one with a round head looks extremely cute. Su Qianxiao laughed out loud. He also grabbed a large fruit and stood up naked from the spring. His eyes suddenly lit up, and his breath rolled and tumbled, whistling out. The divine body was crystalline and radiant, and the body was flawless. Su Qianxiao proudly said, "Then today, I will break the sealed king realm." Suddenly, as if noticing something, Su Qianxiao's pupils shrunk violently. On the opposite bank of this pool, surrounded by spiritual mist, a stunningly beautiful face, dressed in a black dress, like a goddess-like peerless woman appeared here at an unknown time. The two men looked at each other. Both looked dumbfounded. Chapter 78 Reincarnation of the Immortal Emperor. Breaking through the King Seal realm. Somewhat surprisingly, the scene was unusually quiet and harmonious at the moment. The two were surprisingly calm, gazing and sizing each other up, neither of them speaking. Name, Nan Shiren. Title, Lord of the Reincarnation Temple Villain. Identity, Reincarnation of the Immortal Emperor. Memories not yet awakened. Successor of the Palace of Reincarnation of Beings. Age, 19. Personality, calm and serene. Realm, first level of King's Realm. Physique, divine body of creation. Techniques, Hongmeng creation scripture. 6 paths of desolation. Treasure, the reincarnation of a great emperor? Or a villainous character? No wonder the system didn't alert. Su Qianxiao tightly locked his brows, somewhat puzzled as to why such a character would even appear amongst the imperial clan. Just standing straight in the center of the spirit pool. It wasn't like he was the one who suffered anyway. However, Su Qianxiao's face quickly turned cold as he said in a deep voice, "Who are you? Do you know that this place is the Su clan's Taiku spirit pool?" Buzz. When the words fell, a pair of clothes was put on his body. Nan Shiren's beautiful eyes were clear and calm, her eyes resting on the immortal dress beside the pool. Sure enough, it's here. Her vermilion lips lightly opened, and she raised her hand to point at the immortal dress and slowly opened her mouth. "I know, it's just that thing that's mine." Looked with where she was pointing. Upon seeing that supreme realm immortal skirt, Su Qianxiao was slightly stunned and somewhat dismayed. This wasn't it the still warm fairy dress that he had just drawn in the raffle? System, what's going on? Ding! Back to the master. The prize pool of the heavens can't be created out of thin air, and all the goods obtained are owned by the heavens. There's a very small chance that it might be extracted from someone else. The corner of Su Qianxiao's mouth twitched. Why didn't you say something like that earlier? Wait, then that extreme emperor soldier. It couldn't have been grossly obtained from any great emperor as well, right? Back to the master. The system mall, as well as gold and above quality things are all from the party's hidden burial of the ancient secret territory of the owner of the things, but also please rest assured that the master to use. Okay. Only then did Su Qianxiao breathe a long sigh of relief at his words, his eyes twinkling. No wonder the prize pool only needs 1,000 villainous values to be able to win a lot with a small amount of money. So it turns out that most of them are grossly obtained from this dog system out of nowhere. Su Qianxiao directly picked up the immortal dress on the ground, then leapt and flew horizontally to the opposite bank, looking at the woman in front of him with a black dress. Her skin was like solid fat under the moonlight, and her face was absolutely beautiful. Rao's eyes couldn't help but light up slightly marveling. In the end is the reincarnation of the great emperor. This kind of inviolable and innate temperament is not ordinary people can be compared. That. Su Qianxiao handed over that Luan Fei immortal dress and said with a serious face, "Would you believe me if I said I picked it up?" Nan Shiren was silent for a moment, and took that Luan Yu immortal skirt with a slight nod, and said thoughtfully, "So it is. That day in the temple suddenly disappeared. I searched for a long time. I never thought I would be picked up by you. Thanks." Nan Shiren thought about it and seemed to think that it wasn't a good idea to just ask for it back. She took out a green-colored vial from within her storage ring and then handed this green-colored vial over. "It looks to me like you're trying to break through the Seal King realm. In return, this should be able to help you. Can't drink it. Just pour it into this Taiku spirit pool." Seeing this scene, Su Qianxiao's face instantly became odd to the extreme. "No, you really believe that? Kinda polite." Su Qianxiao took the green-colored vial and shook it. What was contained inside seemed to be SH liquid. Adhering to the principle of courtesy, Su Qianxiao said, "The Taiku spirit pool can help one's cultivation. Do you want to come along? In the end is the Emperor family spirit pool, which do not know how many heavenly treasures invested in, that dense to the extreme of the majestic aura. Actually not at all in the reincarnation Hall Ju soul pool below, and even more than ever. Nanshi Ren's beautiful eyes flashed with a glimmer as she heard this, obviously somewhat moved. But then suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he said with some regret, "Next time, I have to go. There are people looking for me." He himself was supposed to head to Su Yao Wan's residence to stay. Only after sensing the breath of this Luan feather fairy dress in the middle of the road did he move. If it's late, I think Yao Huang will be worried. With this in mind, Nanshi Ren simply turned around and disappeared. Beyond the Taiku spirit pool, as if holding her breath, Nanshi Ren's heart skipped a beat as she recalled that previous scene. Her stunningly beautiful cheeks and ears instantly became incomparably red, no longer as calm as she looked before, her delicate body gently trembling. Looking at the immortal dress in his hand, he ran the scriptures to force himself to calm down before leaving. The other end. Su Qianxiao was back in the middle of the swift spirit pool. He murmured in some confusion, "The divine body of creation, the palace of reincarnation, and the reincarnation of the great emperor. That guy, what the hell is he?" There were many questions in his mind. Su Qianxiao tightly locked his brows and did not think much about it, but directly opened that green-colored vial. Boo! An odor filled with a rich aroma filled the air. Inside it was filled with an incredibly clear, glowing blue liquid. It is filled with a mysterious and esoteric aura like the taking of heaven in creation. This is Soul Spring Quenching Dew. Using the divine soul as a guide and investing in countless heavenly treasures to quench it, it can strengthen the divine soul and expand the sea of consciousness. Only the palace of reincarnation is able to refine it, and it has been extinct since the Dark Era. Something from the wheelhouse? Thinking back to what Nanshi Ren had said earlier, Su Qianxiao poured the spirit tempering dew directly into the swift spirit pool. Snapped. The crystalline and radiant green spirit dew landed on the surface of the water and immediately flashed a greenish-colored light. Wisps of white spirit surged through the water. At this moment, not only the physical comfort, but also the mental exhaustion was greatly relieved. Even the sea of consciousness divine soul was expanding and filling up in a circle. Good stuff. Su Qianxiao's eyes were bright and sharp, seemingly casting through the layers of cloud barriers in an instant, able to see the scene within the Su family clearly in a split second. Buzz. Seizing this opportunity, Su Qianxiao immediately began to absorb and refine the huge spiritual qi within the Swire spirit pool. The Taiku spirit pool began to boil, and 16 incomparably brilliant great Tao paths erupted from the body, dazzling around his body. The whistling aura merged into the body and transformed into the innate chaotic aura. I don't know how much time has passed. A long, loud and unmistakable chirp rang through the night. The Song Tian divine rock in the Taigu divine pool was the first to awaken. The heavenly divine rock looked like a falcon, with sharp pale golden vertical pupils and snow-white plumes that glistened. With a long cry, it rose up from the pool water and hovered in the sky. At the same time Su Qianxiao, who was cultivating in the Swire spirit pool, also violently opened his eyes. Rolling, the blood qi surged, the qi rushed to the bulls, and the immortal realm's 9th level cultivation broke through in one fell swoop after refining countless pounds of majestic spiritual qi as well as spirit quenching dew. Seal King Realm 1. Wow! Su Qianxiao stood up from the pool water, and his flesh exploded with a burst of bone-popping sounds. Sigh. A shrill, unmistakable cry rang out. The sky divine rock seems to have a sense of swooping down. The gorgeous feathers fluttering, like a white lightning in the blink of an eye appeared in front of Su Qianxiao. The heavenly divine rock stood firmly on top of Su Qianxiao's shoulders. It rubbed its furry head affectionately against his cheek. Can fly? Su Qianxiao's eyes shone brightly with a divine aura as he raised his hand and stroked the Tsung Tian divine rock's head and murmured, "Not bad, looks like you've made a breakthrough too. It's not in vain that this Gonzi has used so many resources to train you." Chapter 79 Heaven and Earth Divine Item Chaotic Xianzhu. Old Mother has endured you for a long time. This Tsung Tian divine rock cub, under his own uninterrupted cultivation with the returning ancestor pill and 10,000 years of earth milk, already possessed the strength of the enlightenment realm before it was even old enough. The only thing that was a little surprising was that, I don't know if it was because of the bloodline returning to the ancestors, but its current size hadn't changed much. However, it is good. If the movement is the size of the heavenly golden mythical beast, it is not very convenient to stay outside at any time. Su Qianxiao was a bit excited and muttered, "After the recruitment is over, it's just the right time to take a trip to the Taiku battlefield to try out your current strength." Now that the 3 great divine bodies were complete, he possessed 16 great Tao Seal King realms himself. There was already some impatience to go to the Taiku battlefield to find those supreme demons to fight. As a member of the Emperor clan, he should make a name for himself amongst the battlefields of the Swire. And just then, the system's voice suddenly sounded in his head. Ding! A fight breaks out between Heaven's Destiny protagonist Dusty Xian and Heaven's Destiny heroine Yuan Moyu, with a loss of 50,000 Heaven's Destiny values. Congratulations to the master for obtaining a Heavenly Fate value of 50,000. That chaotic Xianju, hasn't it arrived yet? Now that it was already the 5th day, this Divine Fate female lord had not been too slow in making her move. It was a good thing that he had kept his own hand, and with the help of the perspective of the dead soul beast that was hidden in Yuan Mayu's sea of consciousness, he immediately shared Yuan Mayu's perspective. Su Chenshao frowned and muttered, "Looks like this woman is in trouble." In front of the Heaven's Destiny protagonist with countless undercurrents capable of surviving in extremis, Yuan Mayu was still a bit short of the mark. Patting the head of the Tsong Tian Divine Rock on the side, Su Chenshao grinned and said, "Let's go, dinner's ready." Within a crumbling Dao domain, Yuan Mayu's eyebrows furrowed slightly as she looked around the empty cave. The surrounding area was filled with greenish-colored threads, like some kind of burrow inhabited by insects. Glancing at Dusty Xian, who was walking at the very front and had a short stature, she couldn't help but open her mouth. "Dusty Xian, the item you mentioned is here?" Dusty Xian paused and said with a grin, "That's for sure, MOU, but I have the bloodline of the ancient great fierce Heavenly Tsubaki. That treasure, which my grandfather said was kept by my father, was able to allow me to undergo the 9 metamorphoses quickly. As long as I can truly possess the Heavenly Tsubaki avatar after my 9 metamorphoses, by then my cultivation will have risen greatly, and even my current height will be able to reach the level of a normal person." Now that the half-demon blood in his body was known to the other party, there was no need for him to hide it any longer. A trace of disgust flashed through Yuan Mayu's beautiful eyes. No wonder this guy looked like this short midget. It turns out that what he has is the blood of the Sky Tsubaki, although it is a great murderer of the ancient times, but in the end it is just a stinking worm. Dust Xian was blissfully unaware of Yuan Mayu's disgusted expression to the side, and said with a self-satisfied smile, "It's almost here, MOU. If you are able to disregard your former enmity and agree to this marriage, what's the harm in even giving you this treasure? After I have metamorphosed 9 times, I will not need this item too much." The two of them came to the end of the cave. This place is all silk threads, which is surrounded by a cocoon chrysalis that has already broken the shell of the green color, obviously from the body of Dusty Xian molted down. On that floor, there was also a puddle of unknown green liquid that smelled foul. Yuan Mayu raised her hand and a faint real chi barrier resisted in front of her body, isolating the stench. Dusty Xian said with immense pride, "MOU, this is the place where I molt my cocoon. The material of these Heavenly Tsubaki cocoons is incomparably tough, and is a good material for refining magic weapons, and those liquids were also specially left behind when I broke my cocoon. I call it the Heavenly Tsubaki Original Dew. The effect is similar to that of a spirit liquid, and it also has some beauty and skin improving effects. I don't know if it was due to having the Heavenly Tsubaki bloodline." When he came to this dark and hidden cave, Dusty Xian was unconsciously at ease, as if he had returned home. Light flickered in his hand and 2 jade cups appeared. Wrapping the jade cup with his true chi, caught 2 of them in the middle of the puddle of green liquid. Dusty Xian enjoyed himself immensely, rolling down a cup as if he were drinking an agar jelly. Afterwards, he sent another jade cup filled with Heavenly Tsubaki Original Dew to Yuan Mayu's eyes somewhat expectantly. Taste. Yuan Mayu's delicate body gently trembled. She was almost on the verge of vomiting as she looked at the foul-smelling, unbelievable liquid in her glass. At this moment, he couldn't wait to directly strike out and slap the stinker to death. Yuan Mayu took a deep breath. Her mouth was a bit guilty of bitterness. She forced herself to hold back her killing intent and waved her hand. "I don't need it. Where is that supreme treasure?" Dusty Xian was a bit disappointed to see this, but he didn't care too much and revealed a mysterious smile as he said, "In that case, let me show you the treasures I've treasured for so long." He grabbed with his big hand, and a shadow flickered within the empty cavern in front of him. "Formation?" Yuan Mayu's beautiful eyes stared. Dust Xian smiled proudly, his eyes flashing with essence as he directly withdrew this hidden sky formation. Boom! Pounds of chaotic chi swept out. This terrifyingly dense power caused Yuan Mayu's head full of golden hair to flutter. Bathing in this rich chaotic power, her Brahma divine body trembled a little, and a longing vaguely came from deep inside. Chaotic divine object? Yuan Mayu stared at the scene in front of her with wide, beautiful eyes, somewhat incredulous, only to see a white divine aura blossom in this ocean of incomparable chaotic chi in front of him. It was surprisingly a grayish-white Xianju with divine splendor flowing through it. Is this it? Heaven and earth are divine. The chaos Xianju. Dust Xian let out a loud laugh, and as soon as he held this chaotic Xian bead in his hands, his eyes were excited to the extreme as he opened his mouth. "See this MOU. This item is called the Chaos Xianju. Only when the Tao domain is first opened, when everything is hazy and blurry, will it have a chance to coalesce. It contains the purest chaos chi. No matter what race of beings, they can use the chaos chi in this chaos pearl to cultivate, and even realize the chaos Tao, which is very beneficial. It is also because of this item that I was able to rapidly transform. As if he had thought of something, Dust Xian sneered. I remember that Su Clan's son seems to be an innate chaotic god body, right? The chaotic Xuanju's effect on him far exceeds that of anyone else. It's just a pity that he doesn't have this life. Dusty Xian, Fong is this heavenly destiny. Before the words were finished, a terrifying and incomparable force came from behind. Boom! Have you said enough? You disgusting bedbug. It ends here. The sudden blow was caught off guard. Dusty Xian's face suddenly changed, and a large mouthful of blood was spat out of his mouth as his entire body directly blasted away, smashing down heavily. Rumble! The cavern was blasted through a huge crater, and countless pieces of debris smashed down as if it was going to topple the next moment. Pooh-ho! Dusty Xian's entire body was embedded within the mountain, covered in blood and severely injured. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, his face full of disbelief as he looked down at Yuan Moyu with wide eyes and yelled, "Moyu? What are you doing?" "Do what?" Yuan Moyu held that chaotic Xian pearl tightly in her hand. Her stunningly beautiful face was lowered, and her eyes were covered with a cold frost as she slowly spoke. "You disgusting midget bastard. Finally, this treasure has been brought out. Old lady has been putting up with you for a long time." Chapter 80, The Endangered Destiny Protagonist. Sun and Moon Spirit Cocoon. She was not a hot-tempered person. Nay, Dusty Xian's actions piece by piece were simply too heaven-defying. Even she couldn't stand it a bit and cursed out an expletive. Seemingly not relieved, Yuan Moyu lifted his hand and between them several more mesmerizing and terrifying divine abilities blasted out. Boom! Boom! It was only after punching through this entire mountain range and watching Dust Xian's figure submerge in the countless debris below that he calmed some of the anger in his heart. It's over, so stay here honestly for the next few months. She knew that Dusty Xian Tian Tsubaki's bloodline would forcibly enter the green cocoon state once she encountered danger. Lost the shelter of the Chaos Shinju. If you want to carry out the most critical 9 metamorphosis break cocoon, do not know to get monkey years and months. Yuan Mayu's face was icy cold to the extreme, and with a cold snort, she brought her chaotic Shinju and prepared to leave this realm. Suddenly, a voice that was so cold that it was ghostly rang out. Yuan Moyu, in vain I Duanchuan sincerely treat you. Is this how you treat me? When he heard this voice as if it came from the 9 hells, Yuan Moyu gave a slight start, and a hint of incredulity flashed in her eyes as she looked back. Boom! When she saw the person behind her, her mind instantly went blank, only to see a huge and incomparable plain white Shin cocoon appear at the back, from which came the sound of a dull and strong heartbeat. Dang! Knock! As if some horrible being was brewing. A right hand full of green scales and armor, sharp and pointed, suddenly stretched out from the white cocoon. Dust Xian ripped this white cocoon apart raw, his head bearing 2 pairs of azure-colored tentacles, and 2 black lines emerging under his eyes, as if they were tear marks. 4 pairs of transparent, light feathers on his back, like the wings of a crustacean insect. Half of that handsome face even shattered like glass, revealing the hideous and incomparable real face hidden under the magic weapon Thousand Changes mask. The great foul Sky Tsubaki. Dusty Xian's face was crazy to the extreme. His pupils disappeared, his eyes were plain white, and he hissed as his body trembled more than just a little. Yuan Moyu, why are you forcing me? The Sun and Moon Spirit Cocoon was the last card his father had ever given him, the supreme treasure that could make the heavenly Tsubaki clan, after 9 metamorphoses, break through the bloodline to complete the 10 metamorphoses of the reverse life, from chapter 72, and today, he himself was actually forced to the point where he had no choice but to use to force the 9th metamorphosis. At this moment, Dusty Xian's aura was terrifying, and his immortal realm cultivation even jumped to the 9th level. It was as if the ancient great evil heavenly Tsubaki was present in the world, a demonic beast's blood, boiling and flowing, and his face was full of demonic beast's violence and killing intent. With such a terrifying appearance, even Yuan Mayu couldn't help but have her beautiful eyes tremble. However, she quickly calmed down, 5 great avenues draped around her body, an extra halberd in her hand, and said in a cold voice, Dust Xian, do you think that, with your current strength, you are worthy of being my Yuan Mayu's opponent? Letting you off the hook and still not knowing it's ridiculous. Opposite Dusty Xian's fierce aura was monstrous, and with a roar, he directly transformed into a residual shadow to kill. Heavenly Tsubaki Treasure Technique. 1 Metamorphosis. Spring Fall and Fall Birth. The 4 pairs of transparent insect wings on his back stirred violently, and his entire body disappeared in an instant. the ancient great fierce heavenly Tsubaki, which reigned supreme with speed and defense, and its claws and mouthparts were astonishingly sharp. Yuan Mayu's pupils shrunk, only to feel a residual shadow appear in front of him. So fast. Rumble. With just one strike, it directly tore apart the golden armor on Yuan Mayu's torso. A scar surfaced on the snow-white petite body. Yuan Mayu's face was full of unbelievable colors. Looking at the opposite side of the rapidly killing Dusty Xian's heart was shocked beyond measure. He himself was a strong Seal King realm powerhouse, so would he be afraid of a mere demonic beast? Yuan Mayu let out a somewhat annoyed chortle, holding a long halberd and sweeping out, the golden halberd awnings like rainbows, directly chopping towards Dust Xian. But what was unbelievable was that the crazy-like Dusty Xian was able to carry this divine ability and open his worm-like sharp mouth, biting on top of the halberd. He bit down hard, and the avatar instantly exploded into smithereens with a boom. Rumble. Within the broken Dao domain, Su Chenxiao, who was riding a heavenly gold mythical beast, appeared in this place. As soon as he arrived, he detected a terrifying fluctuation coming from the distance. The vertical pupil of the Tsong Tian divine rock above his shoulder shone brightly, and with a long cry, he spread his feathers and quickly searched for his target. The lower heavenly golden mythical beast also seemed to feel something, spitting out human speech with a thick voice. Ancient heavenly Tsubaki's aura? In this world, could it be that there are still remnants of the heavenly Tsubaki in existence? Su Chenxiao opened his mouth with some interest. Oh, Geiju, you know about this? Geibijio's beast pupils flickered as he looked in that direction. There seemed to be a great evil shadow hovering in the sky, and a sky covering, terrifying cyan-colored being spread its 6 pairs of insect wings, its sharp mouthparts seemingly capable of tearing everything apart. Well, Master, the heavenly Tsubaki is an extremely special existence amongst the demon race, metamorphosed from Tsubaki worm. Tsubaki worms countless, is the lowest level of living beings, excellent taste, soft Q. If the big fire frying cooking. Suddenly, as if realizing that he had digressed, Geibijio paused and coughed twice before continuing. In short, countless races feed on them, but among these hundreds of millions of weak Tsubaki, there are very few who are able to undergo metamorphosis. They can undergo 9 metamorphoses in their lifetime, and after the 9 metamorphoses, it is the legendary ancient great murderous heavenly Tsubaki. The way of heaven is fair, and this is not always the case for even the weakest of beings. The Sky Tsubaki, on the other hand, is an extreme, almost without any weaknesses. Both defense and strength and speed were amazingly terrifying. Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered as he sniffed and his eyes became even more excited. If that's true, that would be great. Buzz. The White Emperor's sword appeared in his hand. He had never wanted to fight so much since he had broken through the Seal King realm. Geibijio, let's go and meet this son of the Dust family who possesses the heavenly Tsubaki bloodline. With Dusty Xian's identity as the protagonist of Heaven's destiny coupled with the tyrannical heavenly Tsubaki's blood, I'm afraid that Yuan Mayu couldn't help him. The battle at the other end intensified. Yuan Mayu's pretty face was a bit pale, looking a bit incredulous. She felt as if what she was facing was not a human at all, but a living ancient great monster. Damn, what's going on? This guy's heavenly Tsubaki demon blood would be this powerful? Dusty Xian after the forced 9 morphs swung his insect wings and sped over, not giving her a chance to catch her breath. Dust Xian looked like a demonic beast at this moment, his pupils filled with monstrous hatred as he roared. Yuan Moyu, you forced me to do this. Tian Tsubaki treasure art. Worm return. Bang! In an instant, his speed steeply increased by several times, and his entire body transformed into a breath of stumps, which was appalling. Yuan Mayu's face was cold and serious. The Brahma god body bloomed with a reddish golden light. A head full of hair fluttered in the air, and the halberd struck and swung out, blasting away with a circle of terrifying aftershocks. Right at this moment, a loud and ear-piercing long cry suddenly resounded in the distance. Sigh, as if from the ancient flood, straight to the soul of fear. Dusty Xian's face suddenly changed, a tidal sea of fear that he was about to be preyed upon. Not good. There was a slight pause in his movements. His face hardened as he lifted his scaly and sharp again palm to shatter the halberd's mane with a single strike. Boom! But at the same time, a terrifyingly terrifying sword aura blossomed in the distance, breaking through the 10,000 feet of the sky, and the mountain range below collapsed inch by inch, as this vast and majestic overpowering sword aura decimated everything. Anyone else? Dust Xian glared angrily. Seeing that he was unable to avoid the situation, he simply braced his claws against this terrifyingly sharp force. Get thee outta here! Countless extremely sharp sword chi exploded from it, splattering on top of his body and leaving a scar. Dusty Xian forcefully resisted this sword on as he kept retreating in the air, and even the indestructible, scale-filled scales of his claws cracked inch by inch, and wisps of green blood spilled out in all directions. Dust Xian erupted his entire body, hissing and roaring as his entire person was instantly submerged in this sword mane. His insect wings were all chopped off, and he was drenched in blood like a cannonball falling from a high altitude and crashing heavily into the mountain range below. Rumble. Chapter 81, A Sword Destroys Demon Souls. Last card 10,000 Demons Order. This? Yuan Mayu gave a slight lurch and turned her head incredulously to look, only to see that not far away, a lofty and honorable golden mythical beast appeared in the sky at an unknown time, its feet stepping on divine flames, dazzling and peerless. The incomparably divine Song Tian divine rock stood on top of his shoulders. Su Chenxiao's face was calm as he looked at the earth and mountain range below that had been split in two, and muttered with some disappointment. Wasn't it said that the great fierce heavenly Tsubaki's defense was invincible? How come it didn't resist even one sword? Gady Geo below looked odd to the core, not to mention the fact that the 16 avenues breaking through to seal the king were already far beyond the demons from all sides. The sword techniques and imperial weapons this guy used were all at the imperial level, not to mention having half of the Sky Tsubaki bloodline. Even if that guy is a pure-blood Sky Tsubaki, I'm afraid that he will either die or be injured by this strike. Mr. Su. Seeing the visitor, Yuan Mayu's face was happy, and his eyes were full of unbelievable colors. Su Chenxiao turned his head, smilingly looking down at Yuan Mayu and said, "What's the matter? This Gonzi asked you to fetch that chaotic Shinju, and by the looks of it, it seems that you've encountered a bit of trouble?" She transformed into a stream of light and rushed to Su Chenxiao's body to take out the chaotic Shinju and said in surprise, "Mr. Su, what brings you here? That treasure has arrived, and I was just about to bring it back to offer it to your..." The rich chaotic chi whistled out, and the incomparably pure power in it caused a wave of joy to pass through one's divine body. Receiving the chaotic Xian bead, Su Chenxiao's eyes suddenly brightened. Ding! Heavenly Fate protagonist Dusty Xian has lost the Chaos Xian Pearl, and has lost 100,000 Heavenly Fate values. Congratulations to the master for obtaining villain value of 100,000, a full 10W of villain value. It almost sucked Dusty Xian dry for the most part. The chaotic chi in this chaotic Shinju was incomparably pure, and if it could be refined, I'm afraid that one's cultivation would skyrocket to a terrifying level. Its role was in no way weaker than any of the physique origins, even more so. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Su Chenxiao nodded slightly, nodding his head with immense satisfaction and said, "Well done. Flex your fingers." An elixir that contained a rich vitality and a shocking aura was floating in front of him. This is, feeling the amazing vitality in it, Yuan Mayu was shocked in her heart. This item is called the Green Emperor Pill, and it can help you recover your injuries in true chi. Then Dusty Xian, leave it to my lord. After saying that, Su Chenxiao looked towards Dusty Xian, who was lying in a piece of rubble in the mountain range below, covered in blood, as if he was a stern ghost. Turning into a stream of light, he quickly appeared at this place, amidst the mountainous rubble. Dusty Xian lay on the ground, his face painfully closed. A bloody, large sword wound appeared on his chest. The injuries were so deep that even the internal organs could be seen. The overpowering sword intent was so attached that even his 9 mortal heavenly Tsubaki body was unable to heal and recover. Cough cough. Dusty Xian only felt as if his bones had shattered as he gasped for air. Damn, where did that sword blade come from again? Could it be that a supreme realm powerhouse has appeared? Still alive? An unmistakably familiar voice rang out. Dusty Xian, who was lying amidst the rubble, opened his eyes violently. Upon seeing the person coming from the opposite side, he trembled, and then his face grimaced in anger as he roared. "So it's you?" Su Chenxiao stroked the Song Tian divine rock on his arm. Looking at Dusty Xian, who looked like an ancient ferocious beast in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh. TSK, the blood of the heavenly Tsubaki. In just a few days it completed its 9th metamorphosis, and its strength has skyrocketed. Speaking of which, you'll have to thank my lord a lot. It's just that what I didn't expect is that the 9 molting heavenly Tsubaki, yet it still can't block a single sword from this Gongzi. Dusty Xian's face twisted to the extreme as he forced himself to endure the severe pain in his body and stood up from the ground with great difficulty, shaking. Su Duanxiao, you are really deceiving people too much. I, Dusty Xian, have no grievances with you. Why do you want to put me to death? Taking away my chaotic Xian bead, could this matter also be something you let that woman do? Answer me. The chaotic Xianju was a supreme treasure given to him by his father, and if he was not the one who possessed the chaotic divine body, how could he possibly know that he had such a divine object in his possession? As Dust Xian spoke, he dispelled the remaining sword intent on his body and swallowed a holy elixir to recover. Su Qianxiao shrugged his shoulders and smiled faintly with a non-committal narrowing of his eyes. Yuan Mayu merely wants the chaotic Xianzhu in your hand. My lord, it's just that I want to borrow your life for a while. The Tsong Tian divine rock on its arm continuously transmitted calls of longing to feed. It possessed the blood of the heaven and earth divine beast reverse feather divine rock, and it had an instinctive longing for the ancient great evil heavenly Tsubaki. Instinct told it that if it ate the heavenly Tsubaki, it would greatly benefit itself. Dustxian looked at the Tsong Tian divine rock on Su Qianxiao's shoulder and instantly understood something. His eyes went red for a moment. I know. No wonder I feel fear. It's because of this one. Su Duanxiao, are you trying to take my Duanquan's life to feed this head? Su Qianxiao smiled and said, right guess, but no reward. He. Dusty Xian's body was constantly trembling. His head lowered as he constantly laughed coldly again and again. He suddenly threw back his head and laughed. Ha ha ha. Su Duanxiao, do you think this is all the cards I, Duanquan, have? Buzz. In front of him, a token that contained a terrifying demonic aura had clearly appeared. 10,000 Demons Order. Oh, Su Qianxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, and he was able to feel an ancient and savage aura in them. Is this your last card? Dusty Xian grabbed out a hand with his large hand and crushed it. A loud and oozing beast roar suddenly erupted from within the 10,000 Demons Order. An ancient formation appeared at his feet. Dusty Xian's figure gradually became blurred beyond recognition, and points of starlight shimmered around him. His face was filled with hatred and resentment as he threatened viciously. My father is the ancient great fierce heavenly Tsubaki, the demon emperor of the northern region, wanting me, Dusty Xian, to die. You're simply dreaming. When I return from the northern region, I Dusty Xian will not swear not to be a man until this revenge is carried out. Dusty Xian roared. Boom! Words fall. Thousands of demonic beast souls with terrifying auras poured out from the 10,000 Demons Order. The aura was terrifying and shocking, sweeping towards Su Qianxiao in an overwhelming manner. Su Qianxiao's face was calm as he slowly raised the White Emperor's sword in his hand and spoke faintly. Do you think that my lord will give you this opportunity to teleport? Buzz. 16 great Dao paths surrounded his body, and opposite Dusty Xian's breath caught in his throat as he stared in disbelief at the scene in front of him. So much avenue power? How is this possible? By the White Emperor's sword slashed down. Rumble. The surging sword awnings cut through the sky, as if even this sky was going to be torn apart. A sea of demonic souls erupted into a sea of mournful screams drowning them. Feeling this terrifying and incomparable power, Dusty Xian instantly looked panicked and looked at the teleportation array on the ground and roared with anxiety. Teleport! Hurry up and teleport! No! My destiny is not my destiny. No! Put! At the last moment when the light of the teleportation array exploded, along with the divine soul and flesh, the killing and powerful sword light flashed away. Buzz! Everything seemed to be quiet in the vast expanse of heaven and earth, billions of miles away from the northern domain demon clan. In the middle of a Dao domain forest, a head that had lost its soul and was staring wide-eyed and dead suddenly appeared and rolled to the ground. Bang! Chapter 82 Young Lord only has one head left. The Imperial clan's recruitment begins. In the middle of the demon domain forest, a terrifying worm with a huge body size and a greenish color appeared here. The breath of the young lord. The 10,000 Demons Order has moved. Could it be that the young lord has encountered some danger in the heavens? White light flashed, and the heavenly Tsubaki worm transformed into an old man with an obese figure. He followed the fluctuations of the teleportation formation in this place to look for it. Upon seeing the bloody head on the ground not far away, the old man's body was covered in waves of flesh that violently trembled, trembling more than just running wildly over. Xiao xiao xiao. The old man plopped to his knees and crawled forward to hold Dusty Xian's dead head with trembling hands, feeling that not even a single remnant of soul was left in it, dying completely and utterly. Young master, has just one head left. It was a moment as if the sky had fallen. The old man almost fainted. The powerful demon race has always been difficult to reproduce offspring, and combining with humans is even more extremely difficult to produce children. Dustxian was an existence that their Tsubaki clan had given all their high hopes to, and was expected to complete the 10 metamorphoses of reversed fate and become a demon emperor in the future. And now it's died a horrible death out there. If this matter is known to that lord, it's over. It's over. The second Taiku heavenly Tsubaki of my clan. No, ding. Heaven's Destiny protagonist Dusty Xian has fallen, and his Heaven's Destiny value is zeroed out. Congratulations to the master for the kill reward. Villain value 100,000. Congratulations to the master for unlocking all the remaining blessed karma, 3, of the Heavenly Fate protagonist Dusty Xian, and obtaining the Heavenly Fate protagonist items Dao Gang Emperor's Secret, Heavenly Tsubaki Treasure Technique, and 1000 Changes Mask. Currently hunting Divine Order protagonists. 3. Current villain value, 396,000. Su Qianxiao looked at the headless body in the distance with a calm face. Even the fleshly body of the heavenly Tsubaki that had completed the 9 metamorphoses would find it difficult to resist one of his own swords. It still seems to be missing the point. The snow-white pale heavenly divine rock above his shoulder let out a longing cry, and Su Qianxiao faintly opened his mouth. Go, although it is a half-demon body, but it is the 9 molting heavenly Tsubaki. I think it is also a great tonic for you. As his words fell, the heavenly divine rock transformed into a straight arrow and excitedly began to nibble and slice up Dust Xian's headless body, casually sweeping the remaining resources of Dusty Xian. Su Qianxiao's eyes rested on that 1,000 changes mask. Mask of 1,000 changes, disabled. It can mask the change of face and breath, and under the Quasi-Emperor, even the Saint Realm cannot be detected for a short time. This was a Saint Realm magic treasure. It was a good thing. Maybe it could be used in the future. System, recycle everything else that's useless. Ding. Recycling in progress. Recycling successful. Congratulations to the master for obtaining the villain value, 150,000. Current villain value, 546,000. 500,000 villain values. It was already enough for him to pick and buy the items he needed precisely from the system mall. The corner of Su Qianxiao's mouth hooked up slightly as he smiled in satisfaction. At this time, above, Yuan Mayu and the heavenly gold mythical beast fell together. Yuan Mayu rushed over and looked at Dusty Xian's headless corpse that was being gnawed on in the distance as his pupils shrunk. That sword just now. Even he himself felt his heart palpitating immensely. There was a look of awe in her eyes. Duke Su. Dust Xian died here like this. I'm afraid that the family behind it. Su Qianxiao looked at the Tsong Tian divine rock across from him who was eating with gusto. His eyes contained a smile, and he said indifferently, kill and be killed. A small saintly clan that didn't even have a great emperor realm, not to mention the death of a son. Even if they killed half of their clan they wouldn't have the guts to dare to fight against the emperor clan. Yuan Mayu's face was a little pale. This male is naturally not afraid. His father is the emperor clan patriarch, and his mother is the daughter of that great emperor of the emperor clan Qin family, with a monstrous background. But her only worry was that the sacred clan Dust family would vent their anger on her Yuan sacred clan. As if he could see the concerns in her heart, Su Qianxiao smiled and opened his mouth. The day after tomorrow will be the recruitment of the Su family of my imperial clan. After this matter, your Yuan sacred clan will be that first sacred clan. Yuan Mayu gave a start when she heard the words. Her beautiful eyes suddenly brightened up immensely, and her face was full of unbelievable colors as she looked at Su Qianxiao on the side. Mr. Su, what do you mean by this? How could she not know the deeper meaning of the words? The imperial Su family was originally recruiting for this son in front of her, and now that she had received the assurance of Su Chuanxiao, this naturally meant that he, Yuan's sacred clan, would be able to climb the high branches of God's clan in the future. Could it be that? Yuan Mayu's stunning face was scarlet with excitement, lightly biting her red lips, and for a while, her beautiful eyes were a little disoriented. Su Qianxiao's face was odd. Is this guy overthinking something? And didn't bother to break her illusions. For herself, a fiancé is nothing more than a name to hang on to. If she was really good at it, it wasn't impossible. It wasn't until that Song Tian divine rock had gnawed away at the half-corpse that Su Qianxiao glanced at her and spoke faintly. And stay here for what? Yuan Mayu reacted and nodded with some excitement, then excused himself with a sound then left. When she turned around, a grayish light drew silently out of her body. The dead soul beast was growing again. Su Qianxiao grinned and put the dead soul beast into the storage space, then left the place together. Go! The power within the chaotic arcane pearl was enough to pass through the King Seal realm on its own. 2 days later, inside the city of 10,000 emperors, lights were on and guests were in attendance. The holy ancient races and Taoist sects from all the parties that had traveled to the Holy Emperor's Taoist domain in these days were all gathered here. The venue was magnificent, and as far as the eye could see, it was packed to the rafters. A group of elders from the Su family of the imperial clan were smiling and scattered around the field to receive people from all the great clans and sects. That's the Wuji demon sect Demoness Su Yun, and the western region Tai Ding ancient sect Dongfang Wan. Holy, isn't that the sacred clan goddess Shangwan Qinghua? Hiss, there's also that mysterious and incomparable heavenly maiden of the Nine Shin Dao system, Shu Rusty Jade, who's also here. Outside the venue, countless scattered cultivators from all over the world came to look at this place obsessively. The field of young handsome countless, more women than men, mostly outstanding appearance, as if the heavenly fairies like the Taoist goddess, either cold as an iceberg, unattainable, or charming, seductive eyes seducing the heart. These proud daughters of heaven, who were usually rare to see, unexpectedly gathered together in harmony. Many people's eyes were looking straight up, feasting their eyes on the sights and sounds. A group of young talents were all gathered together at the moment. One by one, they ate the spirit treasures and watched the women walking by with great interest as they commented on them. It's too fragrant, that group of veiled women. But could they be from the southern domain's 10,000 Flowers Palace? Doesn't their sect forbid marriages? To be able to hopefully climb the high branches of the god race, this rule is nothing. Can't you see that the heavenly maiden of the Nine Mysteries Tao system, who has always stayed out of the world and not participated in any fights, is here? I Lu, a good boy. Yesterday I and so on in the Howdy City will see a lot of. I thought that this time to participate in the only 50 or 60 people. So see, at least there are more than 100 or 200 people. Those who were able to sit in the seats in the inner court were all from various holy races and super Tao lineage prides. And not far from the venue, the pavilion of High Friends was full of clan chiefs, elders, and other figures from various forces. Chapter 83, Creation Xian Realm, Battle of the Daughters of Heaven's Pride. Inside the loft, Su Yaowan's beautiful eyes flickered and her face looked a little anxious as she waited outside the hall. What's going on, little brother? That recruitment thing is all set to begin. Why isn't it out yet? Su Jinghong was sitting on top of his position, lovingly caressing the green desolate divine lance as he spoke faintly. What's the rush? Little brother is still in seclusion. Just let them wait. Su Yaowang turned her head at his words and blankly glanced at him, looking at the green desolate divine gun in his hand, and said in a somewhat sour manner, just hold on to this extreme Tao Emperor soldier of yours. I don't know where junior brother got the extreme Tao Emperor soldier from. This kind of heaven-defying treasure. We don't even see a few of them in the Emperor clan. The corners of Su Jinghong's mouth hooked up slightly, clearly in a good mood. That's without looking at whose brother it is. Junior brother similarly gifted you the departing fire divine bead before. I think you were able to break through to the second level of the supreme realm without the help of this departing fire divine bead. Su Yaowang pondered for a moment. A crafty light appeared in her eyes, and she pitifully stepped forward. Good brother, lend me for a few days. Recently there is a disgusting guy pestering me all day long. Lend me your divine gun and I'll chop him up. Su Jinghong directly refused without raising his eyes. Don't gross me out. It doesn't work. You. Su Yaowang's beautiful eyes glared round, and she stopped speaking with a delicate hum. Su Jinghong's eyes flickered, resting on a stunning woman in the venue below with a cool temperament, wearing a black dress that didn't fit in with the atmosphere. Then again, little sister, where did you recognize this reincarnation hall heir from? Why did he also come to participate in this competition? Su Yaowang looked over and then said with a smile, you mean Miss Nan? Miss Nan and I met in the middle of the Taiku battlefield, and she requested that I help her refine a magic weapon with a foreign flame. I promised her that if she became my little brother's fiancé, I'd help her refine that magic weapon for free, and I never imagined that she'd really come. Oh, Su Jinghong raised an eyebrow at that, gazing at Nan Shirun for a while before opening his mouth. Although it is a reincarnation hall heir, but the Seal King realm cultivation, but also do not see what is unusual. Su Yaowang smiled proudly and said with some arrogance, what if, say, she carries a divine body of creation that ranks in the top 10 of the heavens and is not below junior brother's chaotic divine body? If I remember correctly, it seems that the long-dormant creation Xian realm in the ancient battlefield can only be opened by a creation god body, right? As if he had thought of something, Su Jinghong's pupils condensed and his eyes were filled with surprise. What did you say? Creation god body? For a moment, he looked at Nan Shirin below with eyes that were a bit off, and whispered in a voice, why don't you talk to father and mother about this kind of thing? Little sister, do you know how many pairs of eyes are staring at that creation Xian realm? The reason why the ancient battlefield has so many great emperor inheritance is because of the rules of its limitations. Only under the holy realm can enter. Otherwise many of the supreme opportunity has long been the great emperors of the heavens to take away. And the creation Xian realm was once left by an ancient great emperor whose strength crowned the heavens and ranked at the very top. This great emperor died because of the exhaustion of life. Before dying, he deposited his own Emperor Yuan as well as countless treasures into this ancient fairyland, and then sealed it with supreme magical powers, so that only those who carry the same divine body of creation as him can enter. That ancient great emperor's reputation resounded throughout the world, in which divine objects even great emperors will be red in the eyes. If this is really the case, then it will be troublesome. Su Yaowang munched on the fruit and said unconcernedly, Big brother, I told mother long ago, this silly girl doesn't have the slightest idea of her importance. And without the slightest concealment in the midst of the battlefield of the swift ages, she has long since been noticed by several emperor clans. I picked her up this time to make it easier to protect her as well. Su Jinghung nodded slightly and looked at his father and mother, who were laughing and joking with the elders not far away. Just as the two were talking, roar! A loud and clear to the extreme beast roar resounded in the distance. Before the person arrived, the terrifying aura of the heavenly golden mythical beast filled the air. The countless celestial pride in the inner arena and the great powers of the various forces within the pavilion were all looking toward the distance. When they saw the peerless temperament and handsome young pride above the heavenly golden mythical beast, many people's pupils shook. Is this the dusty sky duke? He's extraordinary. Su Yaowan's beautiful eyes also lit up in surprise. Heavenly golden mythical beast? It's little brother coming. The golden divine aura was dazzling and incomparable. And the divine and extraordinary heavenly golden mythical beast stepped into the air from afar as if it were a white sun. Today, Su Chenxiao is wearing a black suit, the corners of which have a strand of gilt to show the dignity. Elegant and dignified. The face of the crown is jade. Good, a graceful son of the family. In the end, he's a son of the imperial clan. Even his footed mount is so divine and extraordinary. If I'm not mistaken, that should be the demon clan's great son Gaby, right? A certain sacred clan patriarch sked in admiration. There were only a few people who frowned tightly in silence, looking at that heavenly gold mythical beast as if they were pondering something. Looking down at the crowded scene below, even Su Chenxiao could not help but be a little stunned. So many people? Ding! Faithful hostess detected. The sound of the system kept ringing in his ears. Su Chenxiao leaped down from the heavenly golden mythical beast in a single bound and directly arrived at the place of the attic. Father, mother, sorry I'm late. Chen Ruoyue was full of smiles and said softly, not too late. Not too late. It's good to be here. Sit down, shower. Su Yao Wang beckoned. Little brother, come over here. Su Chenxiao nodded slightly and found a seat. At one side, he picked up a cup of tea and drank it, his eyes roughly sweeping over the group of women below. Name, Su Yun. Identity, which of the Wuji demon sect? Name, Chu Rusty Yuck. Identity, heavenly maiden of the Jiu Xian Dao system. This tournament has really stabbed the harem nest of the divine order protagonist. Among these hundreds of women, there were no less than 4 heavens mandate female masters alone. It's scary as hell. Suddenly, as if noticing something, looking at Nan Shiren below, Su Chenxiao was slightly stunned. It's you? Isn't this the same woman who peeked at her shower? She's here to compete too? Nan Shiren was similarly watching herself at the moment, her face calm. Interesting. Su Chenxiao revealed a playful smile and withdrew his gaze, taking out the Tsang Tian divine rock and caressing its feathers. Su Chenxiao murmured with some emotion. The villains, the divine feminine, people are all here. I just don't know if there is a heavenly destiny protagonist to appear. At this time, Su Wu Dao, who was not far away, got up and exclaimed, since my son is already here, the bout will now begin. The rules of my imperial clan's recruitment are extremely simple. By the duel system, the 10 who come out on top at the end will be chosen by my son as the fiancé he is happy with. The voice was loud and clear and spread throughout the entire venue. Wow! This statement was made. Some of the heavenly prides in the inner space looked over with fiery expressions, each of their eyes excited with incomparable anticipation. I have always heard only of women recruiting and men fighting to break their minds in a duel. Now, however, it was able to see a group of stunningly beautiful and unattainable heavens pride girls fighting, which could truly be described as a rare event in one's life. Chapter 84, Heroine Shin Li Yun, Devouring God Body. All of them are not looking forward to incomparable. What's more, directly has begun to drink bets, guessing exactly who can win among these more than 100 people. What do you all think? Who can win? It's hard to say. The Nine Xian Taoist system is an immortal sect that has been ranked for a long time, and the heavenly maiden within it, Chu Rusty Jade, is even more powerful now that she is at the Seal King realm cultivation, so I'm more optimistic about her. Ha ha, the winner this time is bound to be my sister Yuan Mayu. Yuan too, will press on this supreme realm artifact. Just as the crowd was discussing, a hurried voice suddenly came from outside the venue. Wait, sorry I'm late, only to see the back of the crowd. A beautiful appearance, smiling like a flower dressed in goose yellow fairy dress of the woman despite the obstruction of the back of the people hurriedly rushed in. The woman is not very old. In the hundreds of women in the posture is not perfect, but the eyelashes are long, bright eyes and teeth, clear eyes like glaze, belle spirit, people cannot help but give birth to the heart of love. Shen Liyun trotted over, her gaze lingering on Su Chenxiao for a moment. After seeing Su Chenxiao's face, he could not help but let his beautiful eyes light up, and secretly thought in his heart with astonishment, what a handsome native. Everyone present looked over, and Su Chenxiao raised his eyebrows slightly. Ding! Detected divine destiny protagonist. Name, Shen Liyun. Title, Lord of the Reincarnation Temple Divine Order Protagonist. Traveler. Identity, heir to the Palace of Reincarnation. Age, 18. Character, ruthless, vindictive, calculating. Realm, first level of King's Realm. Physique, devouring God body. Heaven and Earth Spirit body. Technique, Taishan Oblivion Technique. Shiyu Tian Jing. Treasures, Reincarnation Spirit Sword. Reincarnation Temple Order. Ayakusu. Destiny Value, 1,000,000. Looking at the pure and spiritual woman of the visitor, Su Chenxiao was slightly stunned and somewhat extraordinarily surprised. A traveler? Is this the old country? The devouring god body was a powerful physique that ranked in the top 30 of the heavens, and that heavenly earth spiritual body, blessed with heaven and earth, although it was not considered to be a powerful physique, but it comes with the kind of aura that is able to receive all the goodwill in the world if nothing else. The same script for the Wheelers. In that case, I'm afraid the two are not very connected. Su Chenxiao murmured softly and turned his head to look at Nanshiren below. Both of them were also from the reincarnation hall, but at the moment, Nanshiren was calm and didn't have much of a reaction. Su Wudao inside the pavilion frowned and looked downwards as Xin Liyan opened his mouth in some displeasure. Who are you? Xin Liyan did not shy away from the stage and said respectfully, my little daughter has met the imperial clan chief and all the seniors. I am an heir of the Palace of Reincarnation, and I wanted to come and compete this time as well, but I was just a bit late due to some reasons. Rotunda? The many great powers in the pavilion were startled at the words, a name they had not heard in the heavens for a long time. Because of the heaven and earth spirit body, even some of the Saint Realm powers present felt extremely good about Xin Liyun's first impression. A Su family elder said with a smile, Matriarch, this girl is special. Daring to be late to the marriage recruitment event of my Imperial Su clan is still the first one. Su Wudao's face also slowed down slightly as he looked at her panting appearance and laughed out loud. You have come in such haste. Do you know that the feast has already begun? Shen Liyun spat out her tongue and said with some embarrassment, I'm really sorry. I came from the Tsang Prime Dao region. I thought I should have enough time, but I didn't sleep over for a while. I'm still a bit late. When these words came out, the great powers present all smiled and the atmosphere was joyful. Ha ha. Overslept? This girl is different and interesting. Yes, this little girl is cute, with a spontaneous nature, exactly like my late senior sister. Seeing this scene, Shin Liyun secretly rejoiced inwardly. He or she had indeed made the right bet. As a traveler, she knew that the dignified imperial prince was afraid that he had seen every type of stunning woman. These 100 participants, who follow the rules, just can't get into the eyes of the right method at all. So holding on to the reverse, she portrays her persona as a reckless, naive teenage girl who takes the limelight. Noticing that imperial clan prince was gazing at himself with interest, Shen Liyun's heart rejoiced, more certain that he had done the right thing. She said with some embarrassment, I'm sorry, I'm so dumb and stupid. Ahem. Su Chenxiao, who was currently sipping his tea, sniffed his face and almost didn't spray out. Although he knew that this woman was not as innocent as she looked, he really didn't tense up after hearing these words. No. Don't you pick your toes in embarrassment when you say that? Is that what the heaven and earth spiritual body is for you to use? Su Wudao flirted in a good mood. Ha ha ha, you're funny, but this competition has already begun, so whether or not you are allowed to participate depends on my family's shower. He turned his head to his baby son who spoke from the sidelines. Shower, what do you think? After all, this time it was a marriage proposal with this precious son of his, and everything in his mind came first. If this woman was able to fall into his precious son's eyes, then he wouldn't mind making an exception and letting her in. Xin Liyan looked somewhat delicately at Su Chenxiao above the attic and said, Greetings, Mr. Su. I've long heard of your name, and my daughter has been longing for it, so I'd like to ask you to give me a chance. So what if you're a son of the imperial family? After all, they are the natives of the heavens. I only need to use a little skill, so I can take them at will. But what she didn't expect, Su Chenxiao just took a sip of tea and then opened his mouth with a slight smile. Father, if it's a rule then it's not good to make an exception. Since it is late, it proves that it is not meant for me, and cannot be forced. Shen Liyun, who already felt that he had a tenfold chance, had his smile stiffen on his face, like he was wondering if he'd heard right. What? Although Su Wudao felt some pity, he still nodded and said in a deep voice, well, you heard me, for whatever reason you had, but rules are rules, and since you've overslept, wait in the outfield. The many women in the arena also had beautiful eyes. We are all women with delicate minds, and it is not difficult to detect the deeper meaning of Shin Liyun's move. Why should we all play fair and you have to find another way? Among the crowd the Wuji demon sect demoness Su Yun laughed delicately. She was dressed extremely exposed and giggled. This little sister is quite thoughtful, and I don't know if this move is unintentional or intentional. Alas, it's just a pity that Mr. Su doesn't seem to appreciate it, but instead he's making a joke of it. The Tai-Ding ancient sex Dongfang Wan also knit her brows tightly and said, "Such behavior is truly disgraceful." Feeling the sneering and snickering gazes of many of the women around her, a hint of embarrassment flashed through Shun Liyun's eyes as she wrote down those who spoke one by one. These women, wait for me. Chapter 85, The Outrageous Fateful Protagonist, Public Appearance. But that smear of disgusted annoyance was quickly covered up by Shun Liyun. Her eyes were a little red, and she looked pitifully at Su Chenxiao in the attic, choking a little. Mr. Su, for this time the little woman has prepared for a long time, only the road is too tiring, which is a little late. The heaven and earth spiritual body comes with that temperament, giving many people an added good feeling. This kind of appearance has made many young jungles within the venue a little intolerant, quite regretful. Hey, this woman is sincere. The Tsang Prime Dao region is incredibly remote, and it's not easy to come all the way here, Su Chenxiao said with a teasing smile in his eyes, pretending to be somewhat hesitant and thoughtful. If that's the case, I don't think it's fair to the others. Shin Liyun's heart was delighted, knowing that this imperial clan prince was afraid that he was in the way, and that's why he had to say so. There's drama. She pondered for a while and just looked at Su Chenxiao with such deep and incomparable affection. With a sharp bite of her tongue, a thin layer of water mist immediately appeared in her beautiful eyes, which, when combined with her playful and bright features, made her look churlish and said, Sir Su, if I'm willing to suppress my cultivation to the first level of the immortal realm, could I be allowed to compete? Oh, Su Chenxiao seemed to have a hint of interest. His eyes narrowed slightly but he was somewhat impressed. Do you know that all the people here are the pride of the various Dao lineages? And the lowest is the 9th level of the immortal realm. So do you really have such confidence? If it weren't for your stupid face, why would I be here? Shen Liyun cursed in his heart. She gave it a cursory scan when she arrived. The first level of the Seal King realm were not a few, and although he himself was carrying supreme techniques as well as a devouring god body, he was not completely sure about facing so many heavenly prides. She gritted her teeth and blushed solemnly. I only ask that your excellency will give me this chance. Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered for a moment, and with a smile, he nodded slightly. Since you are so sincere and are willing to enter with the immortal realm one, then father will let her enter along with you. Su Wudao nodded, and with a wave of his hand, he handed over a jade slip, speaking faintly. The person corresponding to the serial number is your opponent this time. Enter. Shin Liyun's beautiful eyes lit up as she bowed and said with immense gratitude, Thank you, Mr. Su, thank you, Matriarch Su. She held the jade slip in her hand, and the duel she had drawn was clearly facing the Tai-Ding ancient sex Dongfang Wan, turning to enter under the disdainful gaze of all the women in the room. Mediocrity. Shen Liyun snorted coldly in her heart and raised her head high, not caring about their strange gazes. When she came to Nan Shiren's side she even made a special stop, her face somewhat playful as she whispered, Senior sister Nan, it's really been a long time. You really made me and my senior brother look for you. Might as well tell you. I'll take all the things you want. Senior sister. Nan Shiren's face was calm and didn't say anything. Seeing that Shin Liyun's departing back, Su Yaowan's beautiful eyes within the attic flickered as she murmured somewhat strangely, Why are you letting this girl in? Little brother? Really strange. This girl seems to have a unique atmosphere inexplicably makes people want to get close. Just how do I feel? She seems to be late on purpose. Su Chenxiao sipped his tea and let out a faint smile. Is that so? I do think this woman is quite good. The traveler himself was a first. It wasn't hard to guess the purpose of the other party's appearance here. Carrying the devouring god body, he needed a large amount of resources to be able to break through the realm. Since you like acting so much, then this gentleman will have a good time with you. Boom, boom, an extremely splendid divine ability blossomed. It was midday, and the atmosphere in the arena advanced to a climax as the bout began. The large venue is divided into 5 areas. A 1 times 10 cultivation is not bad. The face of a beautiful woman dual fight. All sorts of divine abilities came out endlessly, and the most crucial thing was that from time to time, one could also see some fragrant and moving scenes. The heavenly pride below were drinking fine wine with each other and enjoying the beauty fighting martial arts. Yes, at this moment, the other side of the winners and losers have been divided. Yuan Maoyu and Shangguan Qinghua and other popular women won the battle effortlessly. Only Dongfang Wan and Shen Liyun's side were still fighting and entangled. Ha ha ha, today is really the right day to come. If we look at the heavens, which other power is able to gather such a large number of heaven's pride girls to compete? TSK, I can't imagine that holy daughter of the Western region Tai Ding ancient sect is this powerful. I do appreciate that girl Shin Li Yun. Obviously suppressed her cultivation in the immortal realm 1. I can't imagine that she is still able to fight with that oriental girl. Listening to the voices of discussion coming from beside her ears, Shin Li Yun's pretty face in the field was a bit strained. However, she was well aware that the entire audience was now looking at her here, and that she had just left a deep impression on that imperial clan prince. The only way to show your difference is to win with weakness, with the devouring power of the devouring god body secretly eliminating and absorbing the other party's divine abilities. Shin Li Yun vegetarian hand raised, the hands of azure-colored spirit sword suddenly appeared to flip and kill. Vindictive incomparable said, I remember just now, you were the one who opened your mouth. Dongfang Wan frowned tightly as she stared at Shin Li Yun, who was killing from the opposite side, her heart filled with a color of doubt. It's a bit odd. For some reason, she could feel that her own divine art seemed to be dissolved and devoured by the other party. However, she did not dare to be careless. Snow-white turquoise lotus root wore a wisp of purple skirt like a spiritual snake twined out. So what? Do you think we can't see it? All you can do is play some small tricks, and you still presume to be favored by that prince. Accompanied by a terrifying radiance, she directly released a great divine art with a monstrous aura to press away. Rumble. Above the pavilion, an ancient clan elder seemed to have seen the mystery and murmured with some surprise. This reincarnation hall air, could it be the devouring god body? This body is extremely rare although the suppression of the realm, but that Tai Ding ancient clan saint girl has been unable to defeat it completely, relying on the devouring god body constantly absorbing each other's power to restore their own bodies. Under this elimination of the other, the victory has been divided. Those present were all great powers with terrifying cultivation that resounded through the party, and the battle between the juniors below was able to be guessed with just a cursory sweep. Su Wu Dao was also surprised and spoke with a smile. A perfected devouring god body? No wonder you dared to suppress your cultivation for the competition. Pulling Moon, what do you think of this woman? Chen Wuyue's beautiful eyes flickered as she nodded with a smile and said, although this girl is a bit jumpy in nature, she is indeed good, and with so many outstanding women here, I'm afraid it will have to be Shower's turn to be in trouble. Ha 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 ha, if you ask me, just pick them all. The two were having a laugh. The battle over there had clearly been divided. Rumble. It was accompanied by a loud jolt. Dongfang Wan was blown away with her clothes untidy. Her immortal dress seemed to have been deliberately chopped through, revealing a large expanse of dewy, snow-white lusciousness. The eyes of all the celestial pride within the inner arena were glazed over, looking at this explosive to the extreme scene with dead eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell? Welfare? This is. Su Qianxiao was feeding the Tsang tea on Divine Rock when he heard the movement over there and raised his eyes. Seeing this scene, even he couldn't help but frown, and for a moment, his heart was filled with disgust and dislike. This woman's heart is really so vicious. Countless people watched this bout, and everyone was on point. Just because Dongfang Wan said a few words about her, she deliberately wanted to make a fool out of her? At that moment, a frightened voice suddenly rang out from over there. Yikes. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean it. Chapter 86, The White Lotus Flower. Gaining Favor. Holy Maiden. The Tai Ding ancient sect disciples' faces changed drastically when they saw this, and a few women rushed out, directly taking out a piece of clothing to cover up Dongfang Wan's exposed patch of spring light. One of them looked at Shin Li Yun across the room with a huffy and incomparable face and shouted angrily, "This competition is on point. Are you doing this because you want to humiliate my Tai Ding ancient sect?" At this moment, Shin Li Yun looked like a frightened bunny, her delicate body gently trembling as she looked at her hands. Her innocent and playful little face was filled with dismay and incomprehension, and even a hint of tears surfaced in her eyes as she said, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. I didn't know that the power of this technique would be so great." It was as if the victim was her. Even the Tai Ding ancient sect's elders above the pavilion each had a face that was incomparably ugly. A saint race powerhouse frowned slightly, seeing the mystery, and spoke in a deep voice. That scene just now. It seems like her power went out of control. Isn't this woman a consummate devouring god body? As an heir of the reincarnation hall, it's really strange that she can't even control the power of her own gongfu aptitude. Maybe it's because she suppressed her realm cultivation. Someone murmured from the sidelines. Although there were quite a few people who were deceived by their acting skills, those women in the arena who came with them to participate in the competition were all tightly knitting their brows, with slight displeasure in the bottom of their hearts. The Wuji demon sect's demoness Su Yun narrowed her eyes, flashing a hint of unkindness as she muttered, "This woman's mind is so vicious. To say that she didn't do it on purpose, the slave doesn't believe it." Speaking of which, She is suitable to be a person of my Wuji demon sect. Shanghuan Xinghua nodded slightly at the side and said softly, that Oriental girl has been humiliated by this. Her reputation has been damaged, and I'm afraid she won't have the face to see anyone in the future. It is only right that we teach this woman a lesson. At these words, many of the women in the room nodded their heads in favor. Originally, a group of people present had come to compete in the competition, but to be able to become the public enemy of all the women with their own strength, Shen Liyun was the first one. Shen Liyun's eyes were red, holding a bottle of elixir and coming forward, choking a little. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. There are pills for recovery here. This kind of behavior has garnered a lot of goodwill. Pa! The woman from the Tai Ding ancient sect directly waved her hand to knock her over and coldly glanced at her and said, no need, be good. Shen Liyun stood in place somewhat disoriented. A hint of cunning flashed through those reddish beautiful eyes, looking at Dongfang Wan, who was taken away and secretly sneered in her heart. This is what happens when you fight against this girl. You natives are still 10,000 years too young to fight with me. Inside the pavilion, Su Qinxiao's eyes flickered, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. That's quite a bit of posturing, because in the lower realm when Lu Ruyan reason, his life is the most disgusted is this kind of green tea whore when in stand. Dongfang Wan is at least a heavenly destiny heroine who has had some interactions with herself, and she has a good view of her. Today are all present in the great tribes of the heavens, the proud demon. After this incident, I am afraid that in the future in the heavens can no longer raise their heads. Since this is the case, Su Qinxiao looked toward Yuan Moyu, who was resting in the venue below, and directly transmitted his voice. For the next match, if you face that Shen Liyun, how she treats Dongfang Wan is how you treat her. Upon hearing this transmission, Yuan Moyu slightly froze and looked up. She nodded softly, looking at Shen Liyun, who was resting not far away. He transmitted his voice. I understand, my lord. The 5 bouts ended, and the Su family elder got up and bellowed. Well, although this matter is an accident, but all of you must remember that my Emperor clan's marriage recruitment matter is to the point, and must not appear again just that kind of situation. Those who have advanced may take their seats to recover and wait for the next bout. Because of Shen Liyun, the women present at the next fight were quite restrained, mostly to the point. This caused many of the heavenly prides in the arena to beat their chests and lament that they would never see that kind of fragrant scene again. This recruitment was divided into 5 rounds, and if one wanted to be one of those 10 people, it meant that one had to win 5 games in a row. In the next duel, I don't know whether it was intentional or not, but the opponents that Shen Liyun drew were all famous and proud women of the heavens without exception. Each of them had decisive and harsh moves, as if they were deliberately targeting themselves, causing them to use almost all of their strength in each battle. This scene was clearly caught in the eyes of the people present, and a heavenly pride said in dissatisfaction, is it my illusion? They all seem to be targeting that Miss Shen. It has to be said. A few fights down Shen Liyun to the weak to win the strong. Tough image shaping has been perfectly deep into the hearts of the people, and even a lot of heavenly pride began to speak up for her. I think it should be because of that Tai Ding ancient sect's holy daughter. Immortality Round 1. To be able to walk to this 4th round is really not easy. This isn't fair at all. That Miss Shen clearly didn't even do it on purpose. Not to mention she suppressed her cultivation. This situation, even Su Qinxiao was a bit surprised. Su Qinxiao lowered his eyes and gave Shen Liyun a somewhat teasing look. Since you like to pretend to be a white lotus, let's let you pretend to the end. Just as the crowd was resting, outside of the city of 10,000 emperors, a jade-robed young man with star-like eyes appeared. He frowned as he looked at the reincarnation hall order in his hand and muttered, why are both Shirin and senior sister Lai Yun's auras here? It's quite lively here. He entered the crowded crowd and stopped a random passerby to inquire, fellow Daoist, may I ask what is happening here? The passerby turned around with some impatience, and after seeing the youth's handsome face as well as his extraordinary aura, he gave a slight beat and explained, don't you know? The Empyrean Su family is recruiting Now everyone in Wandi City is watching from the periphery. The purple-robed youth's pupils condensed, as if he had thought of something. Recruitment? Could it be that what senior sister Lai Yun is talking about is this matter? At the same time, Shen Liyun, who had already won 4 games, looked at the card number of the jade slip in his hand and said with some dark joy in his heart, as long as you win 1 more game, you'll have a chance to be chosen by that imperial clan prince. One must know that since he had awakened his memories, he had captured numerous young talents from the 10,000 ancient sacred races down to the immortal Dao system. It was just a pity that the resources required for one's devouring divine body were simply too vast, and it would be difficult for these people to even think of breaking one realm with their resources. If one became the fiancé of that imperial clan's son, one would never have to worry about resources in the future. The serial number in his hand changed, and Shen Liyun raised his eyes towards his final opponent. A slight blush. Is she? Chapter 87. I didn't mean it. Creation God Body. On the opposite side of the room, Yuan Mayu's face was calm and she was resting her eyes. Shen Liyun's eyebrows knit tightly, and she murmured with some dissatisfaction. Damn it! Surprisingly, it was Yuan Moyu, who had the highest cultivation level in this place. If there was an opponent that had the greatest hopes this time and that no one wanted to face, it would inevitably be Yuan Moyu. She possessed the highest cultivation of the 6th level of the Seal King realm in the entire arena, carried the Brahma divine body, and had even sealed the king in the middle of the ancient battlefield to leave a name. Such a proud girl of heaven, in the first few rounds of the competition did not even make full use of their strength, are within 10 moves to defeat the enemy. Really unlucky, Shen Liyun complained. If she had not suppressed her cultivation naturally she would not be afraid, but she was after all in the first level of the immortal realm now, and even she did not have much certainty against such an opponent. Under the opening of the Su family elder, the final round of the competition officially began. Shen Liyun took a deep breath and slowly came to the field, and when he saw that Yuan Mayu on the other side had also made a move, none of the Tianjiao present stared in disbelief. This match, it's Shen Liyun versus Yuan Mayu? It's over. How do we fight this? Even though there were quite a few people who had a good feeling about Shen Liyun, none of them were optimistic about this duel because it was simply not on the same level. Shen Liyun laughed, looking at the tall, stunning woman across from him with a head full of dazzling blonde hair. A strong feeling of jealousy rose in his heart, and he opened his mouth with a smile. I know I'm not a match for sister, so please have mercy on Sister Yuan. Yuan Moyu held her halberd, and a golden ripple of divine power filled the top and bottom of that tall and plump body. Begin. Simply not giving her the chance to say one more word, Yuan Moyu flashed to Shen Liyun's body in a flash, her beautiful eyes full of condescension and contempt as she swung down the halberd in her hand. Shen Liyun's pupils shrank as he felt the raging and blazing divine aura fall and hurriedly resisted with his reincarnation spirit sword. Boom! The realm gap between the two was simply too great, and with just one strike, Shen Liyun was blown away with a pale face and spitting blood. Devouring God Body. The perfect devouring God Body began to crazily inhale the surrounding heaven and earth aura, as well as the power of the avatar that remained on its body. After a few rounds, quite a few scratches appeared on top of the goose yellow fairy dress that Shen Liyun was wearing. She continuously resisted that stormy attack, her pretty face becoming more and more unsightly. This ING is trying to humiliate herself? The battle at this place had attracted the gazes of the majority of the people present, and there was a great deal of discussion. That divine maiden of the Yuan sacred clan could have completely defeated Miss Shen directly, but deliberately stayed her hand. This is a bit too much, isn't it? Miss Shen also apologized, and the next few battles were point blank. So I guess that incident before wasn't something that people did intentionally. Another strike directly ripped off a large portion of the skirt, revealing snow-white thighs. Yuan Mayu said with a faint smile, I didn't mean it either. This guy. Sure enough, she then says why the other side is targeting her at every turn. Shen Liyun was annoyed and somewhat out of character as he chided. Enough is not enough. She secretly hated in her heart that she was clearly already on the weaker side, avoiding at every turn. So why hadn't that Imperial clan prince stepped in to stop it? I am merely returning to you what that Oriental girl has been wronged by. Yuan Mayu came with a halberd. Did not forget Su Chenshao command. A halberd swung out, under her special hand and hurt Shen Liyun flesh. Instead, there was a slight pause when the tip of the halberd didn't enter Shen Liyun's immortal skirt, and then with a contemptuous smile, it was picked upward. Rip dash. At this moment, even the blasphemy was slashed open, and the snow-white incomparable big white rabbit just jumped out alive. Hiss. Seeing this scene, all the people present all had eyes that were going to stare out of their heads for the rest of their lives. If that was an unintentional move by Shen Liyun before, then this divine mistress of the Yuan sacred clan was too deliberate, wasn't she? It was clear that she wanted to make a fool of this Miss Shen. Is this a duel between women? If it is more serious, it is really brutal. Specializing in clothes, even the great powers from all sides above the pavilion stared blankly, their faces odd to the extreme. That girl still won't admit defeat? If we keep fighting, I'm afraid there's nothing left. Su Chenshao smiled as he sipped his tea and raised an eyebrow as he murmured, it's quite moist. Ding! Fate protagonist Shen Liyun has lost his face, and has lost 30,000 fate values. Congratulations to the master for obtaining a villain value of 30,000 UING. A petulant chortle rang out in a fit of rage. Shen Liyun was annoyed to the extreme at this moment, her pretty face scarlet. her eyes filled with astonishing killing intent. This blow seemed to have torn off her disguise as well, and the Shen Liyun under her eyes was a different person from the quirky, innocent young girl she was before. She clenched her shell teeth, and her beautiful eyes were red, filled with the colors of resentment and hatred, directly lifting the cultivation that he had suppressed. One hand protected the key area, while the other hand held the reincarnation spirit sword and killed with a murderous aura. I want you dead, drunken moonchop. A terrifying round of silver-colored arc light blossomed out. After lifting the suppression of cultivation, Shen Liyun changed from his former self, and the devouring god body began to absorb the surrounding power as if it were a whale, and even the avatar was devoured. Yuan Maya's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she felt that terrifying aura fluctuation and snorted coldly, still not admitting defeat. Even if you lift your cultivation, there is still a world of difference between you and me. It's over. Boom. Monstrous golden divine auras blossomed as the two great divine ability arts collided. Yuan Moyu blasted out with a halberd, directly breaking this divine aura that looked like a half-moon, and the halberd pointed directly at the place where Shen Liyun's throat was. The condescending cold voice said, "You lost." The halberd was only millimeters away from the throat. Shen Liyun's body stood rigidly in place, and with a plop, she knelt on the ground. It had a head full of hair hanging down, and its head was lowered with a face full of shock and disbelief. How I lost? I have obviously lifted the limit of cultivation. Buzz. With the halberd in his hand, Yuan Mayu's stunningly beautiful face was filled with disdain. The heart is not right. Just with you also presume to enter the eyes of the prince? Humph. After saying that, she turned around and left in a condescending manner, leaving Shen Liyun alone and forlorn, trembling continuously on the ground. Ding! Divine Fate heroine Shen Liyun's Dao heart has loosened, and her Divine Fate value has lost 20,000. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining a villain value of 20,000. Su Chinxiao's eyes were smiling, and he shook his head with a lost smile. This Heaven's Destiny protagonist didn't have a system, and there was no dustless Dao mind present. Too impetuous, a little defeat, the Taoist heart will be loosened, is really poor. At that moment, in the middle of the empty martial arts field on the other side, an incomparably bright heaven and earth vision rumbled up. All eyes looked over in unison, only to see that the direction of the lavender creation of the gas filled the sky. Seems to have a heavenly tree emerged, the dragon and phoenix divine beast shadow intertwined hovering, like the beginning of heaven and earth. Take the creation of heaven and earth. Even Su Chenxiao was slightly startled. That's divine body vision? After the great powers within the pavilion sensed this aura, none of them were also filled with shock. Everyone leapt up, their faces full of incredulity. The chi of creation? That girl over there? Could it be the legendary divine body of creation? Chapter 88 10 Winners. Imperial Su Clan's Divine Sun position. The other end of the competition was in the middle of the competition. Boom! The universal ancient sacred race's Shangguan Xinhua was filled with incredulity as he looked at the terrifying and overwhelming oceanic vision. The powerful oppressive force caused a trace of blood to spill out of her mouth, covering her chest, and only after a long time did she say with a quiet sigh, "I lost. Creation god body, rare in the world, not at all below that male chaos god body. You have both this kind of body. Then I Shangguan Xinhua will not lose unjustly." Shangguan Xinhua arched his hand, his eyes filled with regret and resignation. For them, only by entering the top 10 would they have a chance to be chosen by the Emperor's son. However, he lost this final round himself, which meant that he had lost this opportunity just like that Shen Liyun. Before this, everyone thought that Yuan Divine Maiden was the most popular candidate this time, but I rather think that you, Miss Nan, are more suitable. Farewell. Nan Shiren nodded slightly, turning his head to look at Shen Liyun, who was kneeling on the ground on the other side. His face was calm and didn't say anything more. The heaven and earth vision of the divine body of creation was exposed in this battle. The crowd of great powers within the attic above all had astonished faces, and had already begun to make calculations. A Daotong elder exclaimed with his eyes shining brightly. Unexpectedly, this divine body of creation has reappeared in the world. Doesn't this mean that the creation Xian realm, which has existed for a long time in the middle of the ancient battlefield, can be opened? The creation Xian realm has stood for countless thousands of years amongst the battlefields of the ancient world. Who doesn't know that it is an ancient great emperor's inheritance? Many people sked, and Su Wudao also laughed and said, I know that all of you are curious about that creation Xian realm, but today is my emperor clan's greatness, and I don't want anyone hitting on that southern miss within the sacred emperor's Dao domain. Everyone's hearts thumped at the words. They naturally understood what this lord clan chief of the imperial clan meant, and one by one, they hurriedly smiled and assured, this is natural. We will never force this girl to open the Xian realm. Everything is up to her volition. Ha ha ha. Of course. Su Wudao nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, the Su family elder's eyes swept down to the group of women below and said loudly, "This competition has been concluded, and the winners among these 100 or so people are Yuan Mou of the Yuan Sacred Clan, Nan Shirun of the Palace of Reincarnation, and Chu Rusty Yu of the Nine Metaphysical Taoist System." Among the venue below, many heavenly prides sked at that scene from before. Shen Liyun's pretty face was unsightly, and a delicate laughter suddenly sounded beside her ears. Shen Liyun twisted his head to look, only to see the Wuji demon sex demoness Su Yun flirting with a full of banter. Ha ha ha, what's the use of that little trick? In the end, not only is the basket empty, but it also makes a fool of itself. If I were you, I'm afraid I'd be so ashamed I wouldn't be able to see anyone. You shut the up. Stinking, Shen Liyun said through clenched teeth. Su Yun smiled charmingly and gave her a flavorful blank look, saying, "I'm not talking to you. Yeah, that Su family elder seems to be calling us winners over. You, just stay here." Shen Liyun's mind exploded even more at the words, tightly squeezing his fists, his face covered in frost. To think that she as a traveler would not have put this group of natives of the upper realm in her eyes. He himself was able to drive Nan Shirun away from the Palace of Reincarnation with just a slight trick, so how had he ever been wronged in such a place? There were also a few surrounding celestial pride who had a crush on her and walked up with their wineglasses to try to strike up a conversation. "Miss Shen, this time you suppressed your cultivation, and you encountered the divine maiden of the Yuan Sacred Clan, so your defeat was not unjust. That Wuji magic clan devil girl is this as the words mean tricky, or do not go to the heart of the good." Shen Liyun raised his head, looked them up and down, and said with a slight smile, "Roll, just a few people from a lowly Taoist organization. You want to pick up this girl too? You think you're that imperial prince?" Just at this moment, the reincarnation palace order hanging at his waist suddenly flashed up. Shen Liyun was stunned and picked up the token, murmuring with some doubt, "Brother Zhou." Her beautiful eyes lit up, never imagining that senior brother Zhou would appear here. Inside the loft, Su Wudao had a Su family elder bring Yuan Mayu and the other 9 women into the building, and then he turned to look at the crowd of people from all the forces that were present above the banquet, and with a big smile, he got up and opened his mouth. "This time, when my Emperor Clan Su family invites for marriage, the final result shall be decided by my son, Su Chenxiao. But before that, there is one thing that I, the Imperial Su clan, will take this opportunity to announce." Oh, none of the people present came to be interested, and a great power said with a smile, "With this stance of Patriarch Su, it seems that this next matter is not small. Oh, let me guess, now that the King Heng's son has entered the Supreme, has long been considered a great power in the clan, this god's son but empty for many years. Could it be that it's this matter?" A person from the immortal Dao system said with a smile. "However, in all the emperor clans and all the holy clans, there has always been a tradition that under the supreme realm, the most outstanding demon within the clan can be enthroned as a divine son or daughter of a god. The reason for doing so was tantamount to telling the other forces the importance and status of this son, so that he would not be oppressed by the great powers and treated unfairly in the future. This was not just a proof of identity, but more importantly, the position of God's son possessed extremely high decision-making power and could mobilize the power of the clan. The prides of the various forces below also looked over with incomparable curiosity. Su Wudao grinned. His voice was crisp and loud in mid-sentence. "What you all say is good. It has been 3 years since the divine son of the previous generation of the Su clan of our imperial clan was finalized for the position of divine son. Today's marriage invitation only counts for one thing. The most important thing is that my youngest son, Su Duanxiao, will soon take over as the successor of my current imperial clan's divine son." The moment these words came out, none of the heavenly prides in the inner arena were not shocked in their hearts. As far as they knew, it seemed that young Su family prince had only just returned from his lower realm training not long ago. Even after being washed by the dragon molting pool, today's cultivation level should only be around the heavenly Ascension realm, right? However, they were soon somewhat relieved. After all, the innate chaotic god body is a powerful physique that only exists in legends, claiming to be able to integrate all laws into one, unpredictable and infinite. All the gazes present looked toward Su Chenxiao, who was sitting high above the pavilion. At this moment, Su Chenxiao was hanging his head low, smilingly stroking the Tsong Tian divine rock in his arms. His parents had told him about this long ago, so he wasn't surprised. The sonship of God? Su Wudao laughed out loud and continued, "Gentlemen, this divine son one is not me, Su Wudao, using publicity for personal gain. This matter was decided by all the elders within the clan as well as the ancestral land emperors. Shower. He turned around and looked at Su Chenxiao, who was still sitting not far away, and was very satisfied with his baby son's calm and collected behavior. Not happy or sad. Smilingly, he said, "Mouth says no evidence. Shower, if you don't show up to show your 2 hands, I'm afraid it will only make your father me fall into the gossip of others." Chapter 89, 15 Great Roads. Young Great Emperor, thinking about his wisdom in his life, although it does not exclude a little bit of selfishness, but generally speaking, it is still for the sake of the overall situation. Back then, Su Jinghong was the one who, with one gun, picked off dozens of disobedient demons within the Su family before winning the position of Divine Son. Su Chenxiao smiled and slowly got up, the Tsang Tian Divine Rock in his arms landing on top of his shoulders. "Father, I understand." As his words fell, Su Chenxiao leaped out of the pavilion and stepped above the sky. Seeing this imperial clan prince make a move, many human celestials looked straight over. Even the great powers in the pavilion were very curious about what kind of a surprise this male would give them. "What is Mr. Su doing?" someone murmured curiously. Sigh. Only a loud and unmistakable cry suddenly resounded. The snow-white, divine rock soared out and circled around the sky. Su Chenxiao stepped into the air, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked into a warm smile. Buzz. A Seal King Realm 2nd level cultivation was unreservedly released, and the pale yellow majestic avenue appeared under his feet. It was as if it came from the ancient past, filled with an incomparably ancient and barbaric horror. The heaven and earth visions circled around, seemingly seeing a tall and sacred venerable shadow that looked like a deity, striking the savage beast horizontally. Draconian Avenue, the power of the way? This is still the extremely difficult to comprehend pole position avenue. Seal King Realm cultivation. How is this possible? Didn't this Gonzi just come back from the lower realm? Seeing this scene, the countless number of Jedi pride present all stared with wide eyes, looking dead on at the air with that superb temperament. Handsome and peerless Jedi Gongzi in gorgeous black clothes. Only Su Wudao and a group of Su family members in the pavilion knew what Su Chenxiao wanted to do. Su Wudao's tiger eyes suddenly brightened, although his face did not change color, but his heart had already been excitedly turning up a wild tide. "Go on, Shower. Today you are the absolute protagonist. No need to cover up any more light. This generation's Su family divine son position. No one is qualified to get their hands on it except my family's Shower." Chen Woyue's face was filled with relief, and the 2 people on the side, Su Jinghong and Su Yao Wang, were also incomparably happy for their little brother. Little brother has grown up. Big brother, after you leave, there will be a successor to the throne of the Son of God. "I'm not dead yet," Su Jinghong said coldly. Buzz. In the next moment, the sky-charging baleful aura gushed out. Countless Dao Yun flow. Seems to have the gods and devils bloody battle. Hissing and roaring sound of war continuous. All present as if they saw an extremely tragic corpse everywhere in the bloodbath. Sword chants lilted, and a huge sword of the heavens sunk down. The avenue of the gods and demons. Skydome Avenue. 2 more pole position avenues. This kind of extremely rare avenue. The extreme position avenue that only those who carry a divine body have the opportunity to comprehend. Today there are even 3 in a row. Coming out from the pavilion, Su Chenxiao's eyes contained a smile as he took another step. His body seemed to be wrapped in the great Tao, and what he stepped on under his feet was none other than all kinds of divine and extraordinary power of the great Tao. The 2 avenues came out in unison. Red Dash Avenue, Heavenly Fire Avenue, 5 great avenues, 3 extreme positions, 2 upper positions. How amazing! Some people were already starting to tremble a little. 5 great avenues are enough to seal a king, not to mention the incomparably powerful pole position. And 6 more. Su Chenxiao took 1 step at a time, and wherever he passed, extremely terrifying, yet different, powers of the great Tao were left behind. It's the 9th one. My mom, how is this possible? This can't be considered a sealed king anymore, can it? I've heard that the Su family's previous divine son, whose brother sealed the 9 avenues of the king realm, was known as a young great emperor, suppressing countless heavenly pride demons amongst the ancient battlefields. Could it be that our generation, once again, is going to be shrouded in fear dominated by the demons of the Emperor clan? Buzz. X. 11. At this moment, the crowd present had long since gone from being shocked at the very beginning to being numb today. Boom! When the last of the 10,000 eye-catching, dazzling Chaos Avenue emerged to dazzle around his body, a full 15 incomparably brilliant avenues floated in the sky. This lifelong unforgettable scene eclipsed countless heavenly pride demons. The jaws of everyone present were about to drop, and some even rubbed their eyes wondering if they were dreaming. 10, 15. You slap me and see if I'm dreaming? How is this possible? Even if it's an ancient great emperor, I've heard that there are only 12 great avenues, right? Crazy. It's just crazy. Looking at the dazzling and peerless, magnificent figure in the sky, many absolute women's beautiful eyes rippled with circles of ripples, and their hearts regretted even more why they hadn't been chosen to be among those 10 people. Even the group of great powers within the pavilion had wildly trembling eyes and were in a shocked mood. How is this possible? Shin Liyun's delicate body in the crowd trembled wildly, and an unbelievable light emerged in her beautiful eyes. 15 avenues. This kind of dignified status, demonic talent and handsome imperial clan son was tantamount to occupying her entire mind at this moment. At this moment, she only felt remorse in her heart. If she had used her own cards in the previous fight, it would have been impossible for her to lose. Shin Liyun's eyes were mesmerized, and she muttered as she bit her lips tightly. No matter what method is used, you can't escape me. She didn't believe that with her own identity thinking as a traveler, she would not be able to defeat the crowd of mediocre people in this place. Since the 9 great avenues, every step taken by Su Chenxiao had not touched the hearts and minds of everyone present. Seeing Su Chenxiao in the sky, he took another step forward. Someone's face trembled furiously, and his voice shook a little. There won't be any more, will there? Just when everyone thought that the 16th avenue was about to appear, Su Chenxiao gave a slight lurch. The great Tao related to the Dark Era did not reveal itself, and a hint of playfulness surfaced in his eyes. Sweeping his eyes over the shocked and incomparable crowd below, he smiled faintly and opened his mouth. This time, it's really gone. Who dash? All of them, without exception, breathed a long sigh of relief. Okay. 15 great avenues. It's more terrifying than even the ancient great emperors. And you're telling me it's okay? How does this play out? This hasn't even entered the middle of the Taiku battlefield. Today's scene, I feel like my Tao heart is a little loose. Inside the pavilion, great powers from various forces witnessed this unparalleled scene. The shock brought about was tantamount to witnessing the birth of a teenage great emperor. This. They were already too surprised to speak. In contrast, at this moment, Su Wudao was red-faced and broke the calm with a loud laugh. Ha ha ha, this son of mine is also quite competitive. With 15 great paths, which is not bad when viewed among the ancient and modern sages. Many people's eyes widened, their faces odd to the extreme upon hearing this. They weren't asking for much, as long as the clan's demons had half the avenues of this dusty Sky Duke. The Yuan Sacred Clan Patriarch was the first to react and directly stepped forward to compliment him. Congratulations to Patriarch Su. Duke Dusty Sky has comprehended 15 great Tao paths at the Seal King realm. His future achievements will definitely not be below the extreme great emperors and far surpass the great emperors of the ancient world. Such an unparalleled scene, for us to have the honor of witnessing it with our own eyes. It's truly a trip to remember for the rest of our lives. The rest of them reacted. All of them are saying goodbye one after another, no matter what their intentions are. At this moment, everyone knew clearly and unimaginably that the Su family of the Imperial clan had given birth to another peerless demon who could suppress the world. Chapter 90, The Fiancé. The incredibly jealous protagonist of Heaven's Destiny. Ha 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 ha, one step at a time, worthy of being a demon of my Emperor clan. Su Wudao, who was in an extremely good mood, waved his hand, and his eyes swept over the crowd of heavenly pride above the banquet table in the field below, and said loudly, "Today, my Emperor clan Su family's divine son's choice is born, and I have to recruit another happy family. Thank you for your support." This time all the people in the inner field, given a green spirit Dan, to participate in the competition of the proud girl of the sky, another given the ancient Tongshan Dan and the green emperor Dan each one, a wisp of Hongmeng purple chi, the very best spirit stone, can be at the end of the time with the external deacons of my Su family to receive it. As soon as these words came out, the entire venue was abuzz in an instant. Asterisk. There's such a good thing? Hongmeng purple chi, green spirit Dan? All of them hadn't thought that this time. They were merely coming to watch and drink and admire the absolute women from all the heavenly parties, but they would still receive such a great benefit. Green spirit pill, a holy elixir. Although the effect was not as terrifying and amazing as the green emperor pill, it could prolong one's life. An elixir capable of preserving one's life when one was on the verge of death and serious injury. Even on the outside, a single green spirit pill was a holy pill, supreme treasure of great value among the merchant houses, and those who had entered the Jedi women were even more ecstatic. The Hongmeng purple chi is from the Hongmeng divine tree produced by the innate aura of a kind. All the heavens, only the Emperor Su family has, for the cultivator is an indispensable treasure. A heavenly pride muttered with an incredibly excited face, worthy of being the Imperial Su family. I can't imagine that even those who are watching the battle such as myself would be able to receive a gift Su Wudao raised his hand and smiled. Alright, since the marriage invitations are over, then the top 10 women of this competition, all come with me. Speaking of this, Su Wudao looked towards Su Chenxiao in the distant air. Shower, come. Su Chenxiao nodded slightly. Under Su Wudao's leadership, the group arrived in the middle of the Su family's ancestral land. Within the Su family land, Yuan Mayu, Nan Shirin and several other women had been waiting here for a long time. All the women present were incredibly apprehensive. Su Yun smiled as he looked toward a stunning woman in a green dress with a lonely appearance and opened his mouth with a smile. Chu, heavenly maiden, I can't believe that your 9 Xian Dao lineage will also come to participate in this marriage recruitment. Chu Rusty Yu glanced at her and calmly said, the Su family is an imperial clan of the heavens, and the son of its patriarch has an honorable status and notable talent. So if we can become his fiancé, it would be a heavenly opportunity for both us and the Dao lineage behind us. Not to mention that even the people from the 10,000 Flowers Palace, which prohibits marriages, have come, so it's nothing strange for me, the Jiao Xian Dao system, to come. Su Yun smiled, a hint of playfulness flashing through his fox-like eyes. This Jiao Xian heavenly maiden was so outspoken, but the other guy was right. Even how outstanding and extraordinary that Duke Su was, if he didn't have the background of the imperial clan behind him, it would be quite simply impossible to attract so many forces of the Dao to compete. For those of them who cultivated, all they cared about was resources. Not to mention that after the King Seal realm, every small promotion required a massive amount of resources. If there was no background, even the most demonic talent would gradually fall into mediocrity. Unlike the celestial emperors, casually shaking off a tiny bit of something from their bodies was enough to cause countless cultivators to fight over it. What Chu Tianyan female said is true. Su Yun smiled and did not speak, instead looking somewhat warily at Yuan Mayu and Nan Shirin who were on the sidelines. These two were the most calm in the entire arena. From the previous fight, it could be seen that both of them did not give their best. Just as the crowd was waiting, two silhouettes suddenly appeared in the area. Su Wudao and Su Duanxiao came in large strides, and all the women present reacted by going forward to greet and open their mouths. Patriarch Su, Prince Su. Su Wudao smiled and nodded, his gaze sweeping over the group of stunning women as he said with satisfaction, it's been a long time. Shower, this place is full of women with good backgrounds and talents. Is there anyone you like amongst the crowd? You don't have to have too much of a headache. I've conferred with your mother. If you like it, even if you take them all, there's nothing wrong with it. These words drew the beautiful eyes of several women present. If that's the case, that would be great. Su Chenxiao narrowed his eyes and swept his eyes over the women present. After all, it is only a name of fiancé. It does not affect himself. There is no hesitation. As early as when he came he thought of the person to pick. A light smile said, Nan Shiren, U1MOU. Father, just pick the two of them. This? None of the other women around them were showing regret. Although he had expected it in his heart, he didn't think that the son of the emperor clan in front of him would be able to choose a candidate so quickly. Mr. Su. Yuan Maya's beautiful eyes are full of adoration as she looks at Su Chenxiao in front of her, even though she can't help but feel her heart fluttering wildly after getting a clear reply. Su Wudao was also slightly stunned at his words, then said with a loud laugh, well, in that case, Shower, you had a choice to make in that competition, so it's a bit too much for my father to worry about. Su Chenxiao's eyes were calm as he looked at the group of women here. As with these women in the room, everyone is in it for the benefits. He himself had promised Yuan Mayu as one, and the reason he had chosen Nan Shiren was for the creation Xian realm left behind by the ancient great emperor behind him. Su Wudao turned to look at the group of women in this place and said with a smile after a moment of contemplation, alright, since my son had a candidate earlier, then Miss Mayu and Miss Nan will stay behind, and the others can approach my Su family elder to receive the top 10 rewards this time, outside the city of 10,000 emperors. With the conclusion of this marriage invitation, the end result was that the divine maiden of the Yuan sacred clan and that reincarnation hall heir were chosen by the imperial clan to become the fiancés of that young son. The people of the various power Dao lineages were all leaving this realm in a huge and incomparable spirit boat. Today's scene is just too shocking to happen. What is even more concerning than the marriage invitation is that the son of the emperor clan who returned from the lower realm is already at the King Seal realm, and he even carries 15 great paths, which is shocking to the world. A group of forces returned without stopping after the banquet, ready to inform their Dao disciples of this matter. Within a restaurant in Wandi City, Shen Li Yun was crying towards the person in front of her. Senior brother Zhou, although senior sister Nan was nominally expelled by the hall master, But all of us know that senior sister Nan is even more burdened with the mission of opening the Swire Battlefield's Shin realm of creation and transformation, and that this is just the Hall Master's desire to let her go out and practice. But she's good. She's even become a fiancé of the Imperial clan. As soon as he said this, Shin Li-yun went crazy with jealousy inside. On what grounds? He himself was a traveler, and that White Lotus who could only cultivate was always so lucky when he obviously did nothing. It was even if he was favored by the Hall Master as well as senior brother and the others in the Palace of Reincarnation. He had managed to frame her and expel her from the Wheel of Fortune Palace, causing her to lose the shelter of the Wheel of Fortune Palace as well as the resources to cultivate her. However, this dead woman was now good, and even embraced the thighs of the Su family, an even more terrifying imperial clan than the Palace of Reincarnation. Chapter 91, Heroic Rescue? It's impossible. The purple-robed youth seated on the opposite side of the room frowned slightly as he looked at the angry-faced junior sister in front of him and spoke in a deep voice. Senior sister Shin, is there any misunderstanding that exists in this? As far as I know, senior sister Nan's character shouldn't do this. Shin Li-yun grunted with some dissatisfaction. Elder brother, people change. The creation Shin realm is under the control of our reincarnation hall, and senior sister Nan must have held a grudge against us for expelling it from the reincarnation hall, which is why she wanted to join forces with the Imperial Su clan to monopolize the creation Shin realm. Zhou Haoran paused, his eyes flashing as he nodded and said, "You're right, senior sister, this matter is indeed something she did a bit too much. It's impossible for her to be unaware of the importance of the creation Shin realm, and I'm sure that the Su family of that Imperial clan also valued this before recruiting her as their fiancé." Shin Li-yun's heart snickered at the sight. Rushing to speak, "Senior brother, since senior sister Nan was unkind first, then don't blame us for being unrighteous, but now that she has the patronage of the Imperial clan, we need to find a time to get her away from that Mr. Su." Although Zhou Haoran had some doubts in his heart, he did not have any doubts about his most trusted junior sister Zhou Haoran in front of him. After all, it's someone from the Su family of the Imperial clan. My Wheel of Reincarnation Hall is not too good to offend. Does the youngest senior sister have any good strategies? Shin Li-yun said with a happy face and flashing eyes. Just need senior brother to give me a chance to get close to that Mr. Su. I have my own way. This? Zhou Haoran's face did not look too good when he heard this, and he spoke with a tightly locked brow. Junior sister, what do you mean by that? You should know how I feel about you. Shin Li-yun said with a serious face. Elder brother, of course I understand. It's just that this matter is so important that even if I sacrifice some of it, it's unavoidable. Since she had awakened her memories, she had casually used some means to make Zhou Haoran fall in love with her. Once upon a time, she had quite good feelings about this senior brother Zhou. However, after meeting that emperor's son, Su Chenxiao, Shin Li-yun suddenly realized that she didn't like him that much. He himself had only participated in the competition and obtained the Green Emperor Dan as well as a strand of Hongmeng purple qi. This senior brother in front of him was far inferior to that Imperial clan son in terms of both talent and background, and there was absolutely no comparison at all. I can only ask you to be a tool man. 10 days later, an incomparable divine steed with a majestic and huge physique. The heavenly golden mythical beast looked askance out of the corner of its eye, and its golden divine aura blazed monstrously in the void. The chaotic Xian bead floated in mid-air, filled with an extremely dense chaotic qi. Su Chuanxiao lying on top of a pair of snow-white slender legs, the tip of his nose smelling the faint fragrance of the young girl, languidly closed his eyes. Small sound. Yuan Moyu lowered her head, looking at the handsome and extraordinary-looking male on her lap. Her beautiful eyes were filled with the color of infatuation. Gently combing Su Chenxiao's hair with her hand, she gently patted Su Chenxiao's shoulder with her finger and said with a voice full of tenderness, Gongzi, should stop cultivating? It's almost time to arrive at the Taiku battlefield. Buzz. A touch of blinding white light filled the air and bloomed. The cultivation level of the second level of the Seal King realm broke through to the third level at this moment. If someone was here, seeing this scene would be wide-eyed and full of incredulity. Who's a good person who practices like that? The most outrageous thing is that this guy is really lying down and breaking through. Su Chenxiao slowly opened his eyes. What came into his eyes was a beautiful face and high, erect peaks. Su Chenxiao grinned, somewhat lazily sat up from on top of that beautiful leg and stretched his waist and said, How long? Yuan Moyu chimed in and softly said, It's been 3 days now since we set off from the sacred Emperor Dao region. 3 days? Is quite a long time. Su Chenxiao nodded slightly. Ever since the marriage invitation was over, Nan Shiren, who was the fiancé, went to find her own sister, Su Yao Wang, to use the heaven and earth's foreign fire to refine her own life magic weapon. On the other hand, He himself and Yuan Moyu went one step ahead to head into the middle of this Taiku battlefield. After putting the heaven and earth divine item chaotic Xianzhu in front of him into the storage space, Su Qianxiao said with a faint smile, Taiku battlefield? I wonder how many heavenly prides will exist. It's a bit exciting to look forward to. Yuan Mayu's beautiful and moving face was filled with reverence and admiration as she softly said, with your current strength, sir, no one would dare to chew on you even if you don't come to seal the king and leave your name in the middle of this Taiku battlefield. Su Qianxiao waved his hand. His eyes flickered and said meaningfully, that's different. The ancient battlefield, a realm of its own, had countless opportunities within it, with the legacies left behind by many of the ancient great emperors, not only gathered the various tribes of the heaven's sirens, even those ancient relics of the alien race of the pride of heaven is also in this place, which the fate of the protagonist is by no means a minority, but also save themselves one by one to find. And just then, the system's voice suddenly rang beside his ears. Ding! Detected the appearance of the heaven's destiny male lead. Su Qianxiao was slightly stunned. One could only see a burst of intense and extreme sounds of divine abilities colliding not far ahead. Rumble! Astonishing aura filled this entire void, flooding a circle of extremely terrifying fluctuations. Someone is at war? Su Qianxiao said with a raised eyebrow. Yuan Moyu looked like she was not surprised and said with a smile from the side, my lord, this place is very close to the ancient battlefield, and it's not strange for the heaven's pride demons to have some grudges to exchange. Speaking of this, Yuan Moyu looked towards the front, and when she saw the woman amongst a man and a woman who were exchanging blows, her eyebrows knit up slightly. It's her? The person who fought in front of him was no one else, but the reincarnation hall's heir apparent who had come to compete together that day, Shan Li Yun. Su Qianxiao also looked over with interest. Name, Zhou Haoran. Title, Lord of the Reincarnation Temple destined male leader. Identity, heir to the Palace of Reincarnation. Age, 27. Personality, infatuated. Indecisive. Realm, 9th level of the King's Realm. Physique, flying immortal body. It's really strange that it's still that Shan Li Yun's destined male lead? Just why would those two men be fighting here? Just when my son appeared. It's a little too intentional, isn't it? Su Qianxiao only felt a little strange and spoke faintly. Whatever they are, let's go. Yuan Mayu nodded. For this woman, she likewise did not have any good feelings. At this moment, on the other side, the disheveled and bloodied Shan Li Yun, who was gritting her silver teeth, raised her hand and then launched a divine art. Boom! She had carefully arranged for this moment when Su Qianxiao appeared. The afterglow caught a glimpse of the person coming from the distant void, and his heart rejoiced. Here we go. The opportunity was only a moment away, and she immediately transmitted her voice towards her opposite senior brother, Zhou Haoran. Senior brother, that Mr. Su is here. Don't hesitate to lay your hands on me. Zhou Haoran sniffed and frowned tightly. He was a little confused as to what exactly his junior sister was trying to do. Careful, I'll try to keep it tight. As the words fell, Zhou Haoran's divine eyes were like electricity, condensing a party of pale cauldrons. Even the void trembled, surging and surging as it rumbled and pressed towards Shan Li Yun's direction. Immortal King Prison Suppressor Cauldron. Shan Li Yun's face was ecstatic. She couldn't believe that Mr. Su would remain indifferent even if he was right here. He had carefully staged a good show of heroes rescuing beauty for this moment. Forget Soul Slash. Shan Li Yun pretended to give a chirpy rebuke and directly blasted away with her reincarnation spirit sword. Rumble. A terrifying light blossomed. In the end, it was a divine ability of the 9th level of the Seal King realm, and even if it was restrained, Shan Li Yun was seriously injured in an instant. Her face was incomparably pale and her breath was weak to the extreme, so it could be said that she had put in a lot of blood. Shan Li Yun spat out a mouthful of essence blood in his mouth. The entire person was blown away. In the middle of her flight, she caught a glimpse of the heavenly golden mythical beast with a divine and majestic body that was on its way, and her heart couldn't help but be overjoyed. Here we go. This girl has put her blood on the line for this play. No man can be indifferent to a hero saving his life, right? Just as she was stealing a heartfelt sigh of joy, secretly thinking so, in the next moment, she was directly dumbfounded, only to see that Emperor Clan's Duke Su, as if he hadn't seen himself, actually swept right past him on his heavenly golden mythical beast. Didn't even look here. Chapter 92 Spirit of the Divine Element. False Actions. Wait, this script, why is it different from what I thought? Shan Li Yun just watched the heavenly gold mythical beast fly past him with wide eyes. This behavior of the two was taken in by Su Qianxiao, and the sound of the system acquiring the villain value came from beside his ears. Su Qianxiao's face was rather playful. This manifest destiny protagonist is a little too outrageous. This play of a hero saving his sister was deliberate to the extreme. and it happened to appear here impartially. The two are both people of the reincarnation hall. If you say it is a coincidence, you don't believe it. Let's go into the Taiku battlefield, Su Qianxiao said with a faint smile and left this place with Yuan Mayu without looking back. Staying to watch the golden mythical beast soon disappeared from view. Shen Liyun's beautiful eyes all glared round, and her resentment increased greatly. You're not a ing man. Auntie worked so hard to put on a show, and you just went right past it? Zhou Haoran in the distance is also a bit awkward to stay, standing in place to hesitate to follow the shot. Transmission. Senior sister. Still do it? Just as he was transmitting his voice, suddenly, an explosive sound rang out. Stop it. Don't hurt the girl. Amazing and incomparable divine abilities blasted towards the back. Sensing the rich and threatening aura at his back, Zhou Haoran frowned and immediately turned back to look. There were countless celestial pride from all sides outside of the ancient battlefield, only to see a teenage celestial pride killing with vigor and coldly drinking. The 9th level of the Seal King realm is actually trying to bully the small with the big. I, Wang Lingchen, am most displeased with this kind of thing in my life. Suk and Palm. Rumble. Seeing this scene, Shen Liyun's pretty face was incredibly gloomy and unsightly. Which one of these guys came along for the ride again? Is it you who was the target of the ant? She pondered again and again. Looking at senior brother Zhou Haoran, who was entangled with that teenage heavenly pride, she directly transmitted her voice. Senior brother, you stole this person. I'll look to go find that Mr. Su. I still have a way. After saying that, Shen Liyun wiped the blood that spilled from the corner of his mouth. Her head full of hair was a bit messy, and in order to maintain this appearance of being seriously injured, she didn't even take any recovery pills. Instead, he directly chased towards the heavenly golden mythical beast with his heavily injured body strongly supported. Sister? Zhou Haoran was shocked in his heart and wanted to stop it. However, it was not possible that the young celestial pride who came to heroically save the beauty then blasted in with another killing move. Rumble. Inside the ancient battlefield, Su Qianxiao proudly stood above the heavenly golden mythical beast, overlooking the barren, bleak earth full of people below. As soon as he stepped into this place, he felt a force of the rules of heaven and earth added to his body. Within a radius of 100 miles, there were not a few powerful and incomparable breaths. Even in the surrounding sky, one could see the figures of young jungles from all sides and the heavenly pride of the Tao system at any time. Nay, the heavenly golden mythical beast's aura as well as its appearance was simply too astonishing, and quite a few people cast their eyes over curiously. Which Tao demon has come to train in the middle of the Taiku battlefield again? You don't even recognize that one? That one is the current generation of the Emperor clan's Su family's divine son. On top of the banquet some days ago, we were blessed with a lot of goodies from the Imperial clan. Some of the people attending the banquet murmured softly, although it was known that this divine son would come to the Taiku battlefield. I didn't expect that it would be so fast. Su Qianxiao's face was calm as he raised his right hand and gently held it. Bang! An extremely amazing force exploded up in the palm of his hand. A twisting creak exploded as if something was about to shatter. What a tough Tao domain space. Su Qianxiao murmured softly. Yuan Moyu, who was on the side, chimed in and opened her mouth. My lord, the ancient battlefield is rumored to have been left behind by many ancient great emperors in the past, and not only is this heaven and earth capable of restricting those with a cultivation level of Saint Realm or above, even if a great emperor arrives, it will be difficult to tear the heaven and earth apart. Arriving here, the heavenly pride, all may not show off their fists and feet, exerting their cultivation aptitude to their heart's content. Too much strength is sometimes a troublesome thing. Most powerful cultivators dueled in the void, and the divine abilities they collided with were simply too much for ordinary Tao domains to withstand. If it were in the world below, I am afraid that if I am not careful, the world will be devastated and all the spirits will fall. And this ancient battlefield, not only exists the existence of the sage trial, but also has the remains left by many sages. Those blessed supreme treasures within the relics would scatter everywhere from the relics every once in a while, appearing randomly. It can be said that the Taiku battlefield is the best place for those who are struggling for resources or are bottlenecked. Su Qianxiao nodded slightly. It's really good. Yuan Mayu respectfully said from the side. My lord, the ancient battlefield is divided into 1,000 cities and pools, named after the test sages that remain. Each city controls the corresponding sage trial. Not far from here I remember is that Demon Ape City, is controlled by the pride of the demon race. Can forge people's blood? We can go? Su Qianxiao smiled faintly and said, since I've come all the way here, if I don't enter the trial, it would be a waste to come to some Taiku battlefield. Go. Yuan Moyu smiled and nodded. The two were about to leave when a figure suddenly flashed up from behind. Shen Liyun, who was seriously injured, had suddenly appeared here. When she saw Su Qinsha not far away, her eyes lit up and she quickly rushed over with her weak body. Su Shensi, help! Su Qinsha turned his head to look and saw that the visitor's appearance was miserable to the extreme, and his face could not help but look a little odd. It's you again. Shen Liyun directly mounted the heavenly gold mythical beast, and she cupped her breasts with one hand, radiating a burning light. As soon as he came up, his face was haggard, and he looked at Su Chuanshao in a pitiful manner and begged, Mr. Su, please still save me. Someone is trying to take my treasure. Yuan Maoyu frowned tightly and looked towards the uninvited guest in surprise. What kind of demon has been offended by such a serious injury? Previously in Shen Liyun's fight, she can detect a Shen Liyun's strength with the devouring god body, even in the King Seal realm are considered the best. Gongzi. She turned her head to look at Su Qinsha on the side. Su Qinshao's face was calm, and his eyes were deep as he stared at Shen Liyun underneath him. Showing a smile, he said, What happened? What happened you did not see? Shen Liyun was angry in his heart, but don't even dare show it a little. Instead, he put his hand down tremblingly, and in his hand, a golden and silver-colored Daoyin, emitting an extraordinary divine splendor of the white ball of light was clearly revealed in his hand. That turned out to be a glowing gold and silver villain imprisoned in it by the true Qi. The villain kept charging across the room, trying to want to break through this true Qi to escape from it. Upon seeing this object, Yuan Maoyu beside him looked like she had thought of something, and her beautiful eyes were filled with unbelievable colors. Spirit of divine origin? This stuff, where did you get it? Chapter 93, Demon Ape City. Geibijio's best friend, Heavenly Demon Emperor. Shen Liyun's face was a little pale, and the whole person appeared shaky as he slowly said, This object is obtained from the eruption of relics in the middle of the ancient battlefield, was obtained by me by chance, which led to the other party in hot pursuit. So that's how it is. Yuan Maya's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked to the side at Su Qinsha, who opened his mouth. My lord, this object is the spirit of divine element. If you obtain this object, you will be able to open a new divine elemental Dao Palace in advance. This thing means a lot to everyone in the middle of the Taiku battlefield, and that person just now is even about to break through the divine origin realm at the peak of the Seal King realm cultivation, so it's no wonder he's chasing after her to death. The divine elemental realm required the opening of a Dao Palace, and the opening of a Dao Palace was incredibly difficult, and 3 Dao Palaces would already be considered a heavenly pride. However, this spirit of the divine element was a logical addition to the sudden divine element opening. The corner of Su Qinshao's mouth lifted up as he said with a smile, Such a precious treasure. It's just a pity that it has no chance with this Gongzi. And why should my lord save you? Shen Liyun looked at that spirit of divine element in his hand, and after hesitating for a moment, he bit his head up and said towards Su Qinsha, I won't hide what your excellency said. Devouring the divine body. There is no need for the Dao Palace. I wanted to exchange this item for some cultivation resources, but I never imagined that I would be in danger. I only beg you to save my life. I am willing to offer this spirit of divine element to you, sir. After saying that, she slowly handed this spirit of divine element to Su Qinsha. Even her hand trembled a little. Her heart was bleeding. This kind of treasure, how could it have been spewed out from within the ruins of this ancient battlefield? But she took great pains to get from a blessed place, although she could not use it. But it was valuable enough to exchange for many resources. Knowing that unusual treasures this imperial clan prince is not even in his eyes, he is afraid that he will not agree. The purpose of doing so is nothing more than to make the other side move all reasonable. The only way to have the opportunity to approach this gentleman. Su Chuanshao raised his eyebrows, but came to some interest. The Yuan Maoyu on the side of this female dislike. But see, this kind of treasure appeared, but also some moved to say, Your Excellency is now at the 3rd level of the Seal King realm. This item will be of great use when you break through the divine yuan in the future. This opportunity is unattainable. Sir, you'd better take it. Su Qinsha smiled as he nodded slightly. You can think about it. This kind of treasure is precious and incomparable, but it can be exchanged for a lot of resources. Shen Liyun let out a bitter smile and opened his mouth. If my life is gone, no amount of resources will be useful to me. Rather pretentious. Since it was a chance delivered to the door, Su Qinsha was not polite with her. Reaching out his hand, he wanted to pocket that spirit of divine origin, but just then, Shen Liyun hesitantly moved his hand back a bit. Noticing this scene, Su Qinsha gave a slight lurch and looked at her with a smile. Bring it to you. Directly pocketed this spirit of divine element. Ding! Divine Fate protagonist Shen Liyun loses the spirit of the supreme treasure divine element, and loses 50,000 divine fate values. Congratulations to the master for obtaining a villain value of 50,000. Su Qinsha said with a faint smile. Not bad. I never imagined that there would be such a treasure in the middle of a Taiku battlefield. This object is useless to you, but it is no small blessing. Don't worry, if that person comes after you again, this gonzi will protect your life. Shin Liyun reluctantly revealed a smile. Her injuries were too severe, and in order to show such a miserable appearance and had not been taking pills to treat them, suddenly only felt dizzy, some unsteady standing, taking this opportunity to want to directly jump into the arms of Su Chenxiao. Gonzi, I'm so dizzy. Who knew that Su Chenxiao sidestepped? Shin Liyun directly fell onto the back of the heavenly golden mythical beast with a bang, and fainted directly with 2 black eyes. Yuan Mayu's face was calm when he saw this, and he looked at the unconscious Shin Liyun and spoke softly. My lord, the injuries on her body are too severe. If it's not treated in time, I'm only afraid that the roots will be affected by it. It's just that I'm a bit strange that she's obviously so heavily injured, and should logically not be able to escape from that Seal King Realm 9th Heavenly Pride from before. So why hasn't that person chased after her yet? Yuan Mayu looked around with some confusion and did not see Zhou Haoren's figure. Su Chenxiao's face teasingly glanced at Shun Liyun and laughed. Maybe it was stopped by something. This guy is a tough one. He even went so far as to get seriously injured in order to get closer to himself. Don't worry about her. Let's go directly to that Demon Ape City and take a look. Inside Demon Ape City, although it was a trial left behind by the Demon Emperor, this place was half human and half demon. Some handsome and evil-looking, demonic aura-ridden demon clan Celestial Pride walked by, and did not have any conflicts with the surrounding human clan Celestial Pride, but was unexpectedly harmonious. After Su Chenxiao and Yuan Mayu arrived at this place, the people passing by in the surroundings all cast strange gazes. No other reason than the 2-meter-tall, blonde-haired Hulk beside the two was just too striking. The big man was stout to the extreme, with a strong naked upper body, wearing an animal tooth and bone chain, and exuding a pervasive and terrifying demonic power all over his body. The most crucial thing was that on top of its shoulders, it was also carrying a heavily injured, beautiful-looking woman. Gaby Geo laughed out loud, his voice crisp and clear. Ha ha ha, ancient battlefield ah. It's been a long time since I've been in a place like this. Su Chenxiao smiled faintly and said, Why, have you also been here? Gaby Geo grinned and said, That's of course, this demon ape trial. I have even carved my name on it. The demon ape trial is able to exercise the blood chi and body. Your human body is really too weak. It is difficult to be here. Suddenly, as if he smelled something special, Gaby Geo sniffed his nose and murmured with a tight frown. What a familiar smell. Wait, this odor. Is that old thing of the sky demon? His eyes became a little surprised for a moment. What's wrong? Noticing Gaby Geo's sudden pause on the side, Su Chenxiao turned his head to look and opened his mouth. Gaby Geo muttered as he stepped forward with a tight frown. Master, I am here, and I have just surprisingly smelled the scent of a former dear friend. Oh, Su Chenxiao was slightly stunned at his words and gave him a somewhat surprised look. You have to know that Gaby Geo is the demon emperor of the previous era of the Dark Era. As a divine beast of heaven and earth, those who can be recognized by him are bound to be not ordinary demons. Could it be the reincarnation of the Great Emperor, or is the other party not dead at all? Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered as he spoke faintly. Where? Lead the way over there. Geiju nodded. He was curious too, following the scent all the way. Under his leadership, the few people kept coming to the inner city of Demon Ape City. Gaby Geo, who was in front of him, suddenly stopped in his tracks. As if he had discovered something, the tiger's body shook slightly, and his eyes were filled with incredulity as he stared ahead. How is this possible? That surprisingly, could be a heavenly demon? Su Chenxiao and Yuan Mayu followed from the back. Not far ahead, a person of the demon race with wings on his back and an ordinary appearance was in front of a vendor. His cultivation was so internalized that it was hard to get a glimpse of it. The pupils were deep and dark, with no pupils, and were staring at the object in their hands, seemingly shopping for something. Ding! Detected Divine Destiny Protagonist. Ding! Detected Divine Destiny Protagonist. Chapter 94, Descendant of Sinful Blood. Old Grandpa Sky Demon. Gaby Geo stood in a daze, his pupils fluttering a bit. There was no other reason, simply because that demonic aura in the distance was emanating from the wings on the back of that demonic person in the distance. That pair of demonic chi monstrous Lingshon's feathered wings were clearly the wings of the heavenly demon emperor. How could he not have imagined that things were different? I can't imagine that I'm meeting up with my old friend again, but the other person has turned into a pair of wings. Gaby Geo's mood was a bit extraordinarily low for a while. Su Duanxia was beside him and spoke with a somewhat odd expression on his face. That, your old friend? Hey, Gaby Geo sighed heavily, staring at the person opposite him and shaking his head as he spoke. The heavenly demon is indeed dead. That's its wind and thunder divine wings. I can't imagine that it's been refined into a magic weapon even now. Su Chenxiao's eyes narrowed as he looked at the person in the distance. Descendants of sinful blood? Name, Lin Hao. Title, the heavenly destiny protagonist of Do Shu Qian Koan. Identity, descendant of sinful blood, successor of heavenly demon inheritance. Age, 24. Personality, determined, stubborn, hidden. Realm, first level of the king's realm. Physical, none. Techniques, earthly 3 killings. Heavenly demon treasure technique. Fabrics, wind and thunder divine wings. Seal of the great divine king. Destiny value, 1,000,000. Descendants of sinful blood. No wonder they pretended to be demons to hide their identities. This lineage was the one that betrayed the heavens during the Dark Era and colluded with the bizarre beings. Since the end of the Dark Ages. Although I do not know why the great emperors of the heavens did not kill all these people. On the contrary, these beings are lost to the imprisonment in the lower realm of the Tao domain, and in the body of the bloodline on top of the mark, never return to the upper realm. Su Chenxiao stared at that heaven's destiny protagonist in the distance and murmured with some doubt. That's odd. Obviously, he doesn't have any divine body, and the treasures he possesses aren't much, but why is the heavenly fate value so high? The Dipper? It's ing vestigial. This destiny protagonist, could it be from the classic old grandpa genre? At the booth, the stall owner was a bear demon, and it laughed honestly. Buddy of the bird clan. Although this artifact is a bit tattered, it is at least a supreme realm artifact, and there are still some remnants within it that would be considered a gift from me to you. I won't ask you for more. How about 80,000 upper grade spirit stones? Lin Hao looked at the cloth bag in his hand, his eyes flashing. At this moment, the voice of the heavenly demon remnant soul resounded in his mind. Little Haozi, buy it. This guy has eyes that don't recognize the pearl. This item is the legendary sky-covering Qin bag. Although it's an imitation, it's by no means something that can be bought with 80,000 spirit stones. Moreover, I also felt the aura of that relic fragment in it. Jia. Lin Hao nodded slightly at his words, looking at the bag in his hand and pondering for a while before speaking. This magic weapon has some defects. Inside the storage thing think you also check over. 10,000 upper grade spirit stone. Sell or not? The bear demon's brows furrowed, and his expression looked a bit troubled. Buddy, not me. Your 10,000 spirit stones are really a bit. Right at this moment, a faintly laughing voice suddenly sounded from the back. I'll take this sky-covering Qin bag. Lin Hao frowned and directly looked back, only to see that not far away, an extraordinary temperament, handsome-looking young man dressed in black smiled faintly as he walked. At his side also followed a person with a stunningly beautiful face, as well as a mighty and tall blonde-haired man. Su Duanxiao smiled as he stepped forward and took that sky-covering Qin pouch into his hands and examined it. Sky-shading Qin pouch imitation, mutilated. Objects in bag, relic fragment, poor quality spirit stone 48, broken wooden stick, magic treasure fragment, stone sword. Weighing this bag a few times, Su Chenxiao's eyes narrowed slightly. The extraordinary thing about the bag chosen by this heaven's destiny protagonist was thought to be the remnants of the relics inside. 80,000 upper grade spirit stones, right? Su Chenxiao looked at the stall owner and asked with a smile. Human race? The bear demon froze slightly, then grinned to reveal his eerie white teeth and said, the human race has to pay extra. As he spoke, Yuan Mayu on the side directly stepped forward. Waving his hand, a spirit chi filled extremely high-grade spirit stones appeared in front of the table. About 7,000 pieces or so. Enough? Extreme spirit stones were valuable, and few cultivators were willing to use extreme spirit stones as a trade. One extreme grade spirit stone's inner aura could almost be worth about 14 top grade spirit stones. At the moment, these, when converted, would be close to 100,000 top grade spirit stones. The bear demon's pupils stared round and said with a wooden nod. Extreme spirit stones? Enough. Definitely enough. His grandma, this group of human celestial pride, their outbursts are just atmospheric. At this moment, Lin Hao, who was on the side, frowned somewhat unpleasantly and stepped forward. This friend, everything is about a first come first served. This object is my first fancy, so I'm afraid it's not good to take it away from you like this, right? Su Chenxiao swept a glance at this heaven's destiny protagonist in front of him and said indifferently, since it's something for sale, naturally the highest bidder will get it. But, Elder Xiong nodded, rather agreeably. Bird brothers, it's not that old brother I'm not willing to help you, it's just that people are giving too much If you're willing to add a little bit, on account of us being of the same demon race, I might even be able to sell it to you cheaper. Lin Hao's face was a bit ugly, and after pondering for a while, he wanted to communicate with the heavenly demon senior in his divine sense, only to find that the other party was as if dead at the moment with no message. After thinking about it again and again, Lin Hao opened his mouth. 90,000 top-grade spirit stones, for sale or not? The bear demon's eyes rolled around, counting the loss still, shaking his head. Not for sale. Didn't you say that people of the same demon race can be cheaper? Lin Hao glared at him and frowned. $200,000, 400,000, 500,000. Lin Hao said as he gritted his teeth and angrily stared at Su Qianxiao. 500,000 top-grade spirit stones was almost all he had right now. Think he all the way from the lower world. Each piece of spirit stone are hate to split into two halves with. All the way carefully calculated before reaching today's cultivation. This group of damned heavenly pride of the upper realm. Are they all so rich one by one? Forcing back the anger in his heart, Lin Hao squeezed out a smile and said, fellow Daoist, this item is in the end a broken supreme realm artifact. It's hard to say if it can be used. Su Qianxiao smiled and glanced at him as he opened his mouth. Alright, 1 million upper grade spirit stones. If you can bid better than that, then this item will be given to you. Lin Hao's pupils shrank. He took a deep breath and after a moment of silence, he deeply glanced at Su Qianxiao, seeming to memorize this person's appearance in his heart. Then archly, if that's the case, then I won't take away anyone's love. The mountains and the waters have a way of meeting. Farewell. Ding. Heavenly Destiny protagonist Lin Hao loses his sky-covering Qinkuan bag, relic fragments, and loses 50,000 Heavenly Destiny values. Congratulations to the master for obtaining a villain value of 50,000. Chapter 95, Dead Soul Beast specializing in eating old grandpa, Demon Ape Trial. Looking at Lin Hao's departing back, suddenly, the dead soul beast hosted in his sea of consciousness actually transmitted an incomparable aura of longing. It feeds on divine souls, and having a sense of a powerful residual soul, it is extremely eager to devour it. Noticing the dead soul beast's strange movements, Su Qianxiao raised his eyebrows as if he knew something and murmured with interest. So that's it. Then go. I can't believe it, but it's really an old grandpa in. It's just a shame that dead soul beasts specialize in old grandpas. When the words fell, the dead soul beast directly transformed into an unnoticed white light that directly disappeared into Lin Hao's sea of consciousness. Lin Hao only felt a jolt in his body and couldn't help trembling and shaking. Strange. What's going on? He was oblivious to the fact that a foreign object had entered his sea of consciousness, and after a moment of doubt, he left with some dark hatred in his heart. Su Qianxiao's eyes flickered and said with a faint smile as he turned to look at the bear demon, it looks like he's not going to fight for it anymore. Bring it. But at this time, the bear demon on the opposite side of the table tightly grasped that sky-shading Qinkuan bag in his hand, laughed nervously, and said, hey man, no more. I'm not selling this stuff. Find somewhere else. Are you kidding me? This is just a crippled supreme magic treasure, with 10 of its effects, yet it was able to sell for 1 million top-grade spirit stones. It wasn't like he was a little cutie. Surely understood that there was bound to be something different about the bag, which had led to a fight between the two. Su Qianxiao's eyes narrowed slightly at the words, flashing a hint of displeasure. What do you mean? Yuan Mayu's face also turned cold, releasing her Seal King realm cultivation to scold. You don't know what you're doing. Who knows that the bear demon is not the slightest bit afraid? Directly changed the face. The pupils of the fierce on staring at the two said, two human cultivators, you also dare to make a move within Demon Ape City? Available at. The words were not yet spoken. A sword aura of the utmost severity flashed by. Put. The bear demon's huge head just flew up high. Its headless body just fell straight to the ground. Seeing this scene, the surrounding passing demon clansmen froze for a moment, and even Yuan Mayu was stunned. Looking at Su Qianxiao on the side, Duke, little Karami, who can't even be considered a supporting actor, dares to threaten my lord? Su Qianxiao's face was calm, still maintaining that faint smile, and said, let's go. Go to that demon ape secret realm. Gaby Gio also laughed at the side. Ha ha, this bear cub is really cute and dares to threaten his master, releasing the demonic aura that bridged the terrifying supreme realm. Shoo away. In an instant, the brains of the surrounding demon clans with unfriendly faces buzzed and instantly came to their senses. The demon ape trial is one of the very few trials located within the city. In the center of its city, a gigantic and incomparable stone statue of a demonic ape that looked out of the sky stood. It was thousands of feet long and high, and it was filled with a cool and ancient aura. And in its hand, it held a pillar of prime that went straight up to the sky, with steps surrounding it, divided into a total of 10 strata. Each layer was an extremely great burden as well as test for the physical body. Outside the trial, From all over the place to come young jungles to and fro in a hurry, some people daunted, stopping here. There are also a lot of people stepping directly into the eyes of the resolute and go, ah! Miserable screams constantly resounded from within the trial. A demonic pride with a powerful physical body was directly shaken away from the middle of this heaven-ascending staircase, heavily slammed into the ground, alive or dead. Bang! Looking at this appalling scene, a cultivator snapped at the sight. This, senior sister, this is after all a trial left behind by the demon emperor. How can our fleshly bodies withstand it? How about another place? Humph, can't my fleshly body be compared to that demon race? If senior brother is afraid, then senior sister I will go alone. Su Chuanxiao and Yuan Mayu arrived at this place and looked at this immense and incomparable stone ape statue. Their eyes flickered and they came to have a hint of interest. Yuan Mayu beside him said with a light smile, previously, I was only at the first level of the Seal King realm and came to experience it, only to stop in the middle of the 7th floor. Sir, would you like to go forward and try? Su Qianxiao nodded slightly and directly crossed over the crowd, stepping into this ladder built around the demon ape weapon. Boom! Just stepped into. In front of the eyes of the demon ape stone statue as if alive, it opened the closed stone pupil. 2 eyes burst out regal incomparable golden divine aura. Beside his ears, a majestic and incomparable voice, as if from the ancient times, exploded. I am the treading heavenly demon emperor, and the trial I left behind is the golden immortal treading heavenly ladder. And anyone of the future generation who can climb to the top will be rewarded with the legacy I left behind. The overwhelmingly terrifying pressure fell, as if a huge mountain was pressed on top of his shoulders. Under this tremendous pressure, Su Qianxiao only felt that his body's qi and blood were driven to boil. After all, it was the first time he came amongst this Taiku battlefield trial. Su Qianxiao felt incomparably fresh and interesting about everything around him. His eyes flickered as he murmured softly, "That's interesting, is this the trial?" Yuan Mayu said from the sidelines, "My lord, although this place is capable of drastically tempering the physical body, it is ultimately an inheritance left by the demon race great emperor, and there has never been a human pride who has ascended to the middle of the 9th floor. Demon ape trial. Within the 4th level, Lin Hao came to the 4th floor with staggering steps and incomparable difficulty, and on his body, strands of crimson chi and blood power continuously filled up. The longer you stay in this trial, the more you will be able to continuously refine your physical body. Crisis within the trial is incomparable. If you go blankly, beyond the limit of the physical body will instantly burst and die, exploding into a cloud of blood mist. Lin Hao's eyes were a bit red and sweaty. His entire body was tense. Even his flesh appeared to be broken for a moment as he gritted his teeth and hoarsely said, "This is only the 4th layer, and it has such oppressive power. The 6 layers behind it. Wouldn't every step be treacherous? Elder Sky Demon, you are really looking down on me too much." At this time, the voice of the heavenly demon remnant soul once again resounded in his mind. Hold on, this place, the demon ape trial, was left by a former ancient great emperor of my demon clan, whose fleshly body was unrivaled, and in the 10th layer, he even left behind a divine idea inheritance. For every additional breath you hold on, the more benefits you will receive at that time. Elder Sky Demon? When he heard this voice, Lin Hao gave a slight beat. Why did you just suddenly disappear? The heavenly demon was silent for a moment before saying quietly, "Just now, I saw a long-lost friend. That old bastard couldn't have imagined that it was still alive. If it knew that I was in this miserable state now, it would have only laughed at me viciously." The deceased? Lin Hao was shocked in his heart, knowing that the heavenly demon senior was once a great emperor, a supreme existence in the heavens. The deceased person in his mouth could be some great emperor. Just as he was wondering, a faint laugh suddenly came from the top of the rear steps. This is the demon ape trial? It feels like, well, nothing more than that. Chapter 96, Pressure is Motivation. Treading the 8th level of the heavenly stairs, Lin Hao looked back and his pupils shrunk violently, only to see that above the rear steps, Su Qianxiao and Yuan Mayu were talking and laughing as they came. The two of them looked calm, as if they couldn't even notice the terrifying and suffocating oppressive force of this place, as if they were in no man's land. Yuan Mayu said with a smile, "My lord, the demon ape trial. The only way to leave a name is to step into the 7th floor. The front is just an appetizer. With your strength, your excellency, I think you are bound to be able to be ranked on the 10th floor of the highest land." Su Qianxiao's face was calm as he nodded with a smile and said, "Rather try, are they?" Lin Hao's face was shocked, and when the two of them walked past him, Su Qianxiao slightly paused. This Heaven's Destiny protagonist, without any divine body enhancement, instead appeared to be somewhat staggering and sluggish at this place. Su Qianxiao smiled towards him and said somewhat playfully, "I can't believe we've met so soon. It's just that this matter of trial, when one tries one's best, if one can't bear it, going out is not a wise choice. Lin Hao frowned and said in a deep voice, "Thanks for the reminder. It's just that I have a number in my heart, so I won't bother you, fellow Daoist." Su Qianxiao shook his head and took a step forward. Bang! The surging power of qi and blood poured out as if it were a flood. With this incomparably strong physical strength, even Lin Hao couldn't help but stare at the scene in front of him with wide eyes for a moment, looking at the scene in front of him with a deadpan expression. What a horrible flesh! This person was bound to be carrying some sort of divine body, otherwise it would be impossible for him to walk so easily. Seeing Su Qianxiao and Yuan Mayu enter the 5th level of the ladder with ease. In contrast, he himself was having a hard time here, and a huge sense of disparity surged through his heart for a moment. At this moment, the voice of that heavenly demon remnant soul in his mind came from a ghostly place. Lin Hao. This person has an extraordinary demeanor and amazing strength. He must be some great power's absolute demon. It's better not to have any conflicts with him. There are countless evils in the heavens. The ancient battlefield is more than half of them. Just now the person is just one of the many evils in the ancient battlefield. You know how talented you are. It's impossible to rise up to the heart of the comparison. Lin Hao's talent was mediocre. So if he was to compare himself with others, he would easily be struck by these demons of the heavens and his Tao would be damaged, falling into the point of self-doubt, which was considered a big taboo for cultivators. I understand, Senior Sky Demon. Lin Hao nodded solemnly. I, Lin Hao, will just do well for myself and will never act out of my will. His own identity was special and sensitive. Being the only person of sinful blood among the 10 lower realms who had broken through the boundary cage. That's why he hid his face and breath with the wind and thunder god's wings. However, in the end, it was a youngster's intention. After seeing Su Qianxiao step into the 5th floor so easily, Lin Hao strongly resisted this pressure and looked at the 5th floor's ladder with unparalleled determination in his eyes, directly taking a step forward. Bang, bang, bang. On top of his body, a sound of bones bursting resounded. Lin Hao's expression was a bit painful, and he only felt as if his heart was going to be crushed and exploded as he let out a deep cry. Get in there for me. The other foot stepped out, and he instantly knelt down on one knee, strongly holding on to the oppressive force in the heaven treading stairs, trembling unceasingly. A red rainbow of qi and blood power emerged from his body. The oppressive force within the 5th layer was truly extraordinary. However, with some difficulty, he revealed a smile, his eyes ecstatic as he said, "Ha ha, I'm coming in too. See that Sky Demon Elder." The 5th floor. The heavenly demon in his mind was silent for a while before saying approvingly, "Nice." Although those heavenly demons were terrifying, this likewise gave Lin Hao a strong motivation. Sometimes, like now, it's not a bad thing to be stressed. Meanwhile, at the other end, Su Qianxiao and Yuan Mayu had already arrived at the middle and upper section of the golden immortal treading heavenly stairs. In the middle of the 7th floor, Su Qianxiao's face was calm. The pressure in this 7th layer was indeed extraordinary. Even with his current physical body actually felt a not insignificant oppressive force. The qi and blood in his body surged wildly, and his heart began to beat faster, with every pore on his body releasing a rich qi and blood power. Ding! Heavenly Destiny protagonist Lin Hao's flesh is damaged, and his Heavenly Destiny value is lost by 20,000. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining a villain value of 20,000. Su Qianxiao was slightly stunned. Then he turned his head towards the back and shook his head with a lost smile and muttered, "Told you to do your best." For a mere mortal body to be able to step into the middle of the 5th layer was already considered a very difficult thing. Glancing to the somewhat shaky Yuan Mayu on the side, Su Qianxiao's face was calm as he directly reached out his hand to support her slender waist. "Is everything okay?" Yuan Mayu's lips were a little pale, only to feel that within the 7th layer all of her body's strength could not be used at all. Shaking her head and murmuring softly, "My lord, I'm fine." She came before the highest will arrive in this layer. Just before the foot of this place, just walk 10 steps, will have a sense of can not afford to retreat out. Although his cultivation level had broken through now, he was about to reach the 8th level of the heaven treading staircase if he went further at the moment. Yuan Mayu's beautiful eyes said with some loss, "My lord, I'm afraid I can't go on with you. This 7th floor, I think it's my limit." Seeing this, Su Duanxiao opened his mouth. "Since that's the case, then you can properly temper your flesh here. My lord will go ahead." After saying that, Su Qianxiao headed towards the middle of the 8th floor alone. Buzz. In the 8th floor, it was empty. As soon as he entered this place, an extremely terrifying force rumbled down. The body could not stop trying to press down. This seemed to be a watershed. The pressure was by no means comparable to the first 7 layers. This is still somewhat interesting. Su Chenshao raised an eyebrow as his divine body flickered with light. Resisting this astonishing pressure, he took large strides forward directly all the way to the middle of the 9th floor. Boom! The 9th level of the Demon Ape trial was difficult for even those terrifyingly strong Demon Clan Celestials to step into. When he stepped into this, the innate Chaos God body was unreservedly released, and the white chaotic light blossomed in the heavenly staircase. The chi and blood in his body was almost on the verge of bursting out, as if he was on the verge of bursting out, and Su Chenxiao's eyes were shining brightly, strongly withstanding this oppressive force that made every step as if he was carrying a huge mountain on his back. His bones erupted into a rumbling sound. What was a bit surprising was that there was actually a Demon Clan pride present here. This Demon Clan's heavenly pride is full of long purple hair, looks handsome and demonic. Noticing that there are still people stepping in, immediately turned his head to look. After seeing that the person who came was actually a human cultivator, Zi Xianyan's pupils stood up. His expression was as if he had seen a ghost, and his face was full of incredulity as he exclaimed, "Human? How is this possible?" Chapter 97, The Protagonist Who Failed to Pretend. My lord preferred to enter. Su Chenshao similarly noticed this person and smiled slightly. Zi Xianyan nodded, then closed his eyes and concentrated on quenching his fleshly body. Not saying much, there was no communication between the two. Su Chenshao also did not stop, but directly walked past Zi Xianyan and headed towards the middle of that last 10th layer. After Su Chenshao left, Zi Xianyan slightly opened his eyes. Those lavender eyes were filled with a sense of incomprehension and shock as they murmured softly, "Why is this guy so relaxed? What is he, still trying to reach the top? If it is not that he can feel pressed on top of the body of that huge horror of the force in this place to support the 8th layer of pressure to quench their own flesh, I am afraid that we'll also think that this person is walking to walk." It wasn't just him who was like this. When Su Chenshao stepped into the 9th floor, the celestial pride outside of the Demon Ape trial exploded one by one, raising their heads to look at the figure above that was heading towards the 10th floor. A magnificent figure. Quite a few people from the demon race had also gathered here, and their faces were all horrified to the extreme. Looking at him, that person seems to still want to enter within the 10th floor of this heaven-treading staircase. The 10th floor? It's been 100 years since anyone has reached the top, right? The last one was still the son of some demon emperor, a human cultivator. How is this possible? The cries of alarm from below came from beside his ears, and Lin Hao, who was struggling in the middle of the 5th floor, was slightly startled, then looked over, somewhat lost in thought. This scene was so similar to how it was in the middle of the 10 lower realms. Everyone in the lower realm at that time was not stationed on the boundary-breaking platform looking up at themselves, breaking the shackles and breaking the boundary to ascend. Although I can't hear what the people below are saying, but looking at their eyes, I'm afraid that they are shocked by the fact that this mortal body of mine was able to set foot on the 5th floor. Under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, Lin Hao only felt an inexplicably powerful and incomparable force surging out from his body. My life is up to me, not heaven. As if he had been pumped with chicken blood, he let out a deep cry and stood up directly from the ground. At this moment, the residual soul of the heavenly demon in his mind seemed to have sensed that Lin Hao's state was not right and hurriedly stopped him. Lin Hao, what are you going to do? Stop. Although you have cultivated my heavenly demon treasure art, you are ultimately a mortal flesh, and the pressure of the 6th layer is simply too much to resist. Lin Hao's eyes were firm to the extreme, recalling how Su Chenshao and Yuan Mayu had entered the 6th floor so easily before. He shouted, I, Lin Hao, will prove to the world that even a mortal flesh body can step into the middle of the 6th layer, not weaker than any divine body. Give me in. As his words fell, Lin Hao directly stepped into the middle of the 6th floor of the heaven stepping ladder. Even if the flesh groaned and spelled out a headache, a human cultivator with a mortal body dared to enter the 6th floor. If it wasn't for Su Chenxiao's appearance today, I'm afraid Lin Hao would really be able to become the protagonist of this place. But at this moment, no one was paying attention to this place, and everyone was looking straight at the topmost figure of Su Chenxiao, which was already very blurry. Going into the 10th floor, 6 steps to go, rolling. Within the 6th layer, Lin Hao, whose entire body had already fallen into the point of extreme exuberance and madness, successfully stepped into it. His body was light, there was no pain at all, and the ease of the process was simply a bit surprising even to him. Lin Hao was in an incomparably excited mood at the moment and shouted, "This is the 6th floor. I made it. Saw my compatriots in the 10 lower realms? Elder Sky Demon. Idiot. Don't you realize that you're all the way into a life-burning state now? Feel your current flesh carefully." The bellowing voice of the heavenly demon remnant soul suddenly rang out. What? Lin Hao's face suddenly changed. coming to a sudden realization after saying some big words. That terrifyingly terrifying pressure crashed down violently. He felt only a sudden tightening of his heart and a thumping sound suddenly appeared from the body at first, a huge pain. Lin Hao's entire person was as if he was struck by lightning hurricane stood still in place for a moment. Poo-ho! A stream of essence blood was spat out of his mouth. No longer able to withstand the pressure of this place, the entire person was simply blown away without control. It smashed heavily to the ground from the heaven stepping stairs. Rumble! Lin Hao! The heavenly demon remnant soul was startled and directly stepped in to help, starting to rapidly release demonic chi to repair up his fleshly body. It was hosted in Lin Hao's sea of consciousness, and if its flesh shattered, it would only expose itself. A great emperor's remnant soul. I don't know how many people want it. And at the other end, where the 9th floor ends, the oppressive force of this place. Even Su Chenxiao frowned slightly, as if his body was going to be squashed. His body's chi and blood rushed wildly as if it was a rushing river and sea, and his flesh and blood groaned. Ding! Heavenly Destiny protagonist Lin Hao fails to act like a pussy, and loses 50,000 Heavenly Destiny values. Congratulations to the owner for getting 50,000. What's the deal again? You haven't done it yourself yet. Su Chenxiao froze and looked down, only to see that outside the demon ape trial, Lin Hao was covered in blood and flesh lying in a deep pit. Seeing this scene, Su Chenxiao quickly understood what was going on and muttered with an odd expression on his face. What a ruthless protagonist. So desperate? Not bad for a sinful bloodbreaker. Just don't play yourself to death. Taking his thoughts back, he looked ahead at the highest part of the 10th floor of the ladder, which was only 3 steps away from his eyes. Su Chenxiao took a deep breath and stepped forward. Suddenly, an even more terrifying and shocking pressure than before suddenly fell from the 9th floor. This time, even Su Chenxiao, who possessed the innate chaotic god body and the many god bodies that were perfected, couldn't help but change his face slightly, and his entire body violently plummeted towards the ground. Bang! What's going on? The oppressive force here was actually several times stronger in an instant. Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered for a moment as he looked at the 10th floor that was merely the last 2 steps away. In an instant, I knew that I was afraid that it was the divine thoughts left behind by the demon ape in this demon ape trial that was at work here. Within the 10th floor of the stairway to heaven, there is ultimately a demon emperor inheritance. He is a person of the emperor family, by heart, also do not want to leave the inheritance by a foreign tribe to take away. Is it deliberately targeting my son? With a cold snort, Su Chenxiao's face was disdainful to the extreme as he walked more swiftly towards the middle of the 10th floor. A monstrous surge of chi and blood power roared out, and the entire 9th floor of the heaven treading staircase was filled with a power that was horrifyingly moving. The oppressive force around them kept twisting and squeezing the space. With the current pressure, if an ordinary Seal King realm cultivator was released to come, he would only explode into a bloody mist in a second. And even the people of the demon race could only give up their flesh to escape. Don't want me to step into the 10th floor? Then this gongzi is going to go in. This heaven-treading staircase, is that all there is to it? Bang! Steady to the extreme, as if a mountain step was steadily based on the end of the 9th floor. And just then, the oppressive force around them actually suddenly dissipated, and a ghostly sigh suddenly sounded. The people of the Emperor clan my demon ape treasure art is useless to you. Give you a Chi Tian Dao fruit? Can you stop here? The corner of Su Chenxiao's mouth raised slightly as he said with a cold smile. You knew you couldn't stop them before you showed up? What did you do early? Not even caring about that voice's obstruction, Su Chenxiao directly stepped into the 10th floor. Chapter 98 10th floor. Demon Ape Divine Thought Extinction. Inside the 10th floor of the heavenly staircase, the spot where this place was located was clearly the apex of the stick in the hands of that demonic ape statue, presented in a circle. It stood in the sky, surrounded by clouds and mist, and looking down from above, it was able to take in the scene below as well as the inside and outside of Demon Ape City. In the middle of the 10th floor, no pressure existed. As soon as he stepped in, Su Chenxiao saw a huge and incomparable monument that had existed for a long time on his side. The above recorded since the opening of the Demon Ape trial, came to train to stay the name of the heavenly pride densely packed name. Only by stepping into this highest level can you personally leave your name here. It so happened that at the highest point of the monolith, only a few names existed. One of the crooked handwriting was incomparably eye-catching, and it was filled with a familiar and unmistakable demonic aura. Grandpa came here. Su Chenxiao's face was a little odd for a moment. This was 80% left behind by Gaby Jiu. No wonder he knows this place so well. It turns out that he has already come to this 10th layer. At that moment, a somewhat lamenting voice rang out. The pride of the human race why don't you bow when you see this emperor? On the other end of the opposite side, a disembodied spirit body appeared, like a candle in the wind that was about to burn out. It was an ancient ape with a pale appearance and dull, sparse fur. Name, Ape Saint, Demon Emperor's Divine Thought. Su Qinshao's face was calm as he spoke faintly. A mere Demon Emperor Divine Thought, not even a remnant of a soul, is worthy of making this Gongzi kneel? Buzz. The White Emperor's sword appeared in his hand, and raging and surging sword intent raged out. Su Qinsha grinned and directly chopped away with a sword. Rumble the powerful and blazing sword awnings raged on. The Ape Saint Divine Thought's face changed as he angrily shouted, "Assholes! I am a great emperor of the demon race. Even a single divine thought is definitely not something that a milquetoast scion like you can insult." It only raised its hand, and in an instant, a golden stick shadow smashed down heavily from high in the sky. Rumble! It directly shattered the sword on. But just after moving this strike, its entire divine idea becomes more vague, just like to dissipate the driving posture. How long can you hold out with this divine thought? Even the divine thoughts of great emperors had become fragile after countless years of baptism. Su Qinsha did not give him any chance to react at all. The White Emperor's sword chopped out one after another, and within the 10th level of the heaven-treading staircase, the sword intent was astonishing, and a terrifying tremor came out. The countless celestial pride outside the trial all felt this mighty sword chant, and each of them looked at each other with a strange expression. This? What exactly is happening inside the trial? Couldn't someone be fighting? The 10th floor had been topped off, and they couldn't see what was going on up there at all. In the meantime, Lin Hao, who was lying unattended on the ground, slowly opened his eyes covered with blood, and he spat out a large mouthful of essence blood from his mouth as he subconsciously cried out, "Elder Sky Demon, you saved me once again." The heavenly demon remnant soul's cursing voice exploded in his mind, seemingly furious. "How many times have you let me take a shot? Lin Hao, if you keep messing around like this last remnant of this emperor's soul will be lost to you." When he thought about Lin Hao in the lower realm, he had repeatedly helped him, originally still counting on this guy to help himself remodel his body. But if it goes on like this, I'm afraid that I can't wait for that opportunity. This wisp of residual soul will be extinguished. Lin Hao was a bit embarrassed and opened his mouth. "Sorry, senpai." He directly took out a recovery-type elixir and swallowed it, and began to recuperate. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he sensed that his current physical body was extraordinarily fragile, and even the restorative power of that elixir was unable to fully repair it. Oh no! Lin Hao's face suddenly changed, and his eyes became cloudy for a split second. In this trial, not only did he not get the slightest strengthening in his physical body, but instead caused an irreparable loss of his foundation. "Senior Sky Demon, what about this?" The heavenly demon remnant soul said breathlessly. "To the south of this place, traveling 1,000 miles, there is the green sky divine tree within the divine wood city, and the spirit fat condensed from its branches can repair your flesh. Also, when you go to the middle of the divine wood city, remember to find a pawnshop called Chun Hua Tang, and simply flash my wind thunder divine wings, and they will understand. This time I helped you and consumed quite a bit more power." Lin Hao. During this period of time when this emperor is sleeping, everything is done carefully. Remember not to stir up trouble and get even. Lin Hao was touched beyond words. To him, Elder Sky Demon had accompanied him since he was young and was also his teacher and father. "Senior Sky Demon, how can I help you recover your divine soul?" The heavenly demon remnant soul was silent for a long time and finally said quietly, "Things that restore the divine soul are too precious, so take care of yourself first." After saying that, the heavenly demon remnant soul was no longer silent. Lin Hao's eyes flashed and he nodded heavily. At this moment, within the 10th floor of the heaven-treading stairs, "Stop! Stop fighting!" Ape Saint's face was unsightly. After shattering a sword on this divine idea appeared dim. After saying that, the Ape Saint divine thought directly waved his hand and handed out 2 balls of light. "I'll give you the heavenly Chi Dao fruit, the battle treasure art of my Tongtian ancient ape clan. You go." Damn it! If it wasn't for the fact that this strand of one's own divine thought had existed for far too long, how could one possibly be jealous of a junior at a mere Seal King realm? Su Qinsha said with a teasing face as he pocketed all of them. "Do you think that my lord is the one who lacks such things?" A sword chopped out. Thumbs up. Directly wipe out this last strand of divine thought. Su Qinsha grasped the Chi Tian Dao fruit that looked like a peach in his hand and said indifferently, "Since it is a place of trial, it should be like a place of trial. Erase this last divine thought you left behind, so that this demon ape trial will only be fair in the future." No wonder we hadn't seen any of the human race's prides leave their names in the 10th level of the King Sealing Monument. Not to mention the fact that even the physical body of someone with a divine body would find it difficult to withstand the pressure of the heaven-treading stairs after the 8th floor. As long as this divine thought persisted, even if one stepped into the middle of the ninth layer, they would be deliberately targeted and expelled by this demonic ape divine thought. Right after that divine thought dissipated, the entire inside of the heaven-treading staircase unexpectedly began to shake and vibrate violently. Rumble! A deafeningly loud noise rang out. A soothing and unimaginably huge chi and blood power actually began to permeate the 10th layer. Unlike relying on that suffocating pressure to forcefully quench the physical body, this was a gentle and incomparable force. Bathed in the midst of the enormous chi and blood power, Su Chenxiao was slightly surprised and muttered, "Within this heaven-treading staircase, there is even such an effect?" Surprised for a moment, Su Chenxiao directly began to cultivate in this place. One day later, when Su Chenxiao came out of the demon ape trial, countless pairs of strange gazes were cast over. "It's this human! What's this guy's origin? Why have we never seen it before in the middle of the Taiku battlefield?" Chapter 99, a heavenly fate protagonist who has nothing to learn. Bloodline suppression. At the bottom of the demon ape trial, beside the stone monument, the name of Su Chuanxiao clearly appeared at the highest point. One day later, Su Chenxiao came out of the heaven-stepping stairs. Gongzi! Seeing Su Chenxiao come out, Yuan Mayu rushed forward and spoke with a face full of joy. "Congratulations to you for stepping into the 10th floor of the trial. From the time this demon ape trial appeared, the only person who has reached the 10th floor with a human body is you." Her beautiful eyes were full of admiration and reverence. Just the pressure of the first 8 layers had made it difficult for her to move an inch, and the prince had even stepped directly into the 10th layer in one breath. Not a difficult task. Su Chenxiao waved his hand with a smile, then looked at Shun Liyun, who was surprised. "Awake? Well, Liyun thanks the gentleman for saving his life." Shin Liyun gently nodded, her face still a little haggard and pale. Nowadays, one's devouring god body was like a balloon with a small hole in the breech. Although it was able to hold and devour pounds of aura, it would slowly leak out with the passage of time. Even the cultivation actually also fell from the Seal King Realm 1 back to the Ascension Realm 9. Su Chenxiao noticed the change in her cultivation and said with narrowed eyes, "Your realm, what's going on?" Shin Liyun bit her lip, with a delicate yet strong look, and said, "Thank you for your concern, sir. Some minor injuries, no harm done," said, as if afraid that Su Chenxiao could not feel the severity of his injuries. She suddenly turned pale and coughed heavily. Ahem! Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered. This heavenly destiny protagonist and Lin Hao were equally damaged in their fleshly bodies, affecting their foundations. Perhaps there is still the possibility of something being utilized between the two. Through the dead soul beast parasitized in the residual soul of a heavenly demon, Su Chenxiao naturally knew nothing more about Lin Hao's every move. Pretending to be surprised, he stepped forward and grabbed Shin Liyun's hand, closing his eyes and feeling it secretly. "Let me see this." Seeing this scene, Shen Liyun was shocked and delighted in her heart, her beautiful eyes bursting out with a radiant and incomparable light. Looking at the handsome and serious face of the gentleman in front of her, she felt for a moment that what she had done was worth it. "My lord, you are, what a serious injury." Su Chenxiao slowly opened his eyes, staring at her somewhat scarlet face, and said in a deep voice, "Surprisingly, it has affected your devouring god body. Didn't you get a green emperor Dan as I recall earlier? It will restore your damaged roots." Shen Liyun was secretly happy in her heart, and she forced out a few tears from the corner of her eyes, and softly said in a somewhat sad voice, "I'm fine gone. As for that green emperor pill, I already used it back when I was being chased earlier. The green emperor pill is worthy of being a healing treasure. If there is another one, I think it should be able to heal the injuries on my body." Her words were a bit cryptic, wanting to use this to ask for a green emperor Dan. Although it was not worth as much as his own spirit of divine element, the Green Emperor's Dan was equally precious, and one more of it was the same as saying that it was one more life. Su Chenxiao's face was calm, with some playfulness in his eyes. "This guy, is he trying to ask for favors from my lord?" At that moment, Gaby Jiao, who was on the side, snorted and said, "How big a deal is it? In the middle of a Taiku battlefield, it's normal to have one's roots damaged, but whenever there are injuries that are difficult to recover from, most people will head to the Divine Tree City in the middle of the city to recover with its Divine Tree Spirit lipids, and the Spring Flower Hall within it also has medicine masters who can cure them." Su Chenxiao glanced at Gaby Jiao on the side and said with a faint smile, "Oh, there's even a place like this? Miss Shin, if there's no hurry, after my son finishes all these neighboring trials, he'll make a trip with you. When you're done walking, then the ant's cultivation will fall away." Damn it, I should have known not to sell that Green Emperor Dan. Shen Liyun was anxious in his heart and secretly memorized the place Shenmu City, rushing to open his mouth. "I won't bother you, sir. I'll just go fetch it myself." It's just that my little daughter's strength is now damaged, and there are countless heavenly prides in the middle of this ancient battlefield, so I'm just afraid it's hard to fight against them. This time, thanks to Mr. Su for saving my life, the little woman is unable to repay. In the future, I would like to be a cow for Mr. Su. I think today, it is time to part with you. Mr. Su, take care, my lord. Saying that, Shin Liyun arched his hand, directly turned around in a dashing manner, with a full head of hair flying, rather like a go-go-go attitude. On the side, Yuan Mayu's beautiful eyes flickered when she saw this. It was like resurveying Shin Liyun. This girl is a tough character. Gongzi got her to the treasure of the spirit of the divine element. If she directly opened the mouth, maybe Gongzi will also take out a Qingdi Dan to help it recover. It seemed that everyone had wrongly blamed her earlier on top of the Emperor clan's recruitment. Looking at Shin Liyun's departing back, Yuan Mayu said from the side, "My lord, is this letting her go? This woman's flesh is damaged, and if she goes to that divine wood city trial alone, I'm afraid that it will be very difficult for her to survive." Su Chenxiao, however, smiled faintly with some playfulness and said, "There is no hurry." Shin Liyun purposely slowed down and walked very slowly. She endured a great deal of mental anguish with every step she took. Is this damn emperor's son really that stingy? This girl has said so. There is no potion to restore the flesh, but at least give some treasure that can protect your body and life, right? Just as she was annoyed, Su Chenxiao's voice suddenly sounded from the rear. "Miss Shin, wait." Shin Liyun's delicate body shook, her beautiful eyes brightened, and the corners of her mouth even raised an unstoppable smile. "Finally impressed by me? Come on. I've prepared the Imperial clan's greatest treasure." She quickly tucked her smile away to hide it. Pale and calm, he turned around, pretending to be puzzled. "Mr. Su, what's wrong?" Not far away, Su Chenxiao slowly spoke. "If Miss Shin encounters any danger in the midst of Divinewood City, you can report my son's name." Shin Liyun's eyes went black at the words. The delicate body trembled a little unsteadily and nearly fell to the ground. Her pretty face stiffened a bit and she forced out a smile, almost gritting her teeth. "Many thanks, Mr. Su." Ding. Destiny protagonist Shin Liyun's mentality breaks down. Loss of destiny value 10,000. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining a villain value of 10,000. Breaking defense so quickly? After Shin Liyun left, Su Chenxiao finally couldn't help but snort out a laugh. Yuan Moyu said doubtfully, "What are you laughing at, my lord?" Su Chenxiao wiped his eyes and said with a smile, "Nothing, I was just thinking of something happy. This heavenly destiny heroine, who obviously wants it, but has been unable to pull the face to open her mouth, still wants to pua this male?" Just then, in the middle of the demon ape trial, a demonic aura with a head full of purple hair suddenly came out from within the trial. Buzz. On top of the stone tablet on the side, an overbearing and incomparable stay name appeared. Purple Xianyan. As soon as Violet Xianyan appeared, the surrounding people of the demon race looked over in unison. That's the purple Xianyan of the mythical beast lineage? This person is even here. Zi Xianyan's eyes flickered as he suddenly felt a bloodline suppression. He frowned slightly. That's odd. He himself was a purple flame mythical beast whose bloodline had changed into a powerful one. As a pride of the demon emperor's lineage, there is still someone in this ancient battlefield who can suppress me in terms of bloodline? Chapter 100 shocked Zi Xianxiao. Ancestor? Zi Xianyan looked towards a short distance away, his eyes resting on Su Chenxiao. Is that the human? But when he saw the Gaidy Jiu beside Su Chenxiao, who had a head full of golden hair and a demonic aura, that supreme heaven and earth divine beast bloodline, belonging to the same origin, caused Zi Xianyan's pupils to shrink violently and his mouth to open wide. He exclaimed in disbelief, "Ancestor? Ancestor? What is this?" The ancestor that one's mythical animal lineage had been searching for many days would actually appear in this place. The ancient battlefield? Zi Xianyan rushed up, his face ecstatic to the core. One must know that ever since the ancestor's aura appeared in the heavens, all the descendants of the demon domain's golden yang realm exploded. Countless people were dispatched to the heavens to look around for traces of the old ancestor. "I never thought that I would be found out first today," Zi Xianyuan Yan shouted out in excitement. Mythical ancestor. Su Chenxiao and his group, who were preparing to leave this place, heard this sound and looked back. Gaidy Jiu naturally felt the aura of his bloodline descendant. Only now as a heavenly golden mythical beast himself has become someone else's mount, and is really not ashamed to meet his descendants. "Go, hurry up." He lowered his head and pretended not to recognize Zi Xianyan as he generally ran towards the distance. "Ancestor." Zi Xianyan rushed forward, and after seeing Gaidy Jiu, The echo in his bloodline made him even more convinced that the one in front of him was the heavenly gold mythical beast, the Gebi-Jo ancestor, who had disappeared for countless years since the Dark Era. Ancestor, I am your descendant from the Golden Yang realm. Why are you turning a blind eye to me? Su Chenshao grinned and opened his mouth. Gebi-Jo, what's the rush? Don't see a descendant of the Golden Yang realm like you? At these words, Gebi-Jo then paused. His face was a little less than pleasant as he surveyed the demon race's pride in front of him. As if suddenly realizing something, he paused and murmured with some surprise. Bloodline mutation? This descent is not bad. This bloodline mutation is towards something more powerful. Ahem, purple Xianyan? But someone from the Golden Gebi lineage? Gebi-Jo did not change his color and said lightly, quite a feeling of not being angry and authoritative. Zi Xianyan was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed his head. Ancestor, the children and grandchildren are exactly from the Golden Gebi lineage. It's just that because of the bloodline, it's a little different from the clan. Saying this, he glanced at the smiling Su Chenshao on the side, and then at the Gebi-Jo old ancestor, and inquired with some doubt. Just, ancestor, why are you here and not returning to the middle of the Golden Yang realm? All the descendants of the heavenly golden mythical beasts in the Golden Yang realm are searching for you everywhere after sensing the aura of your emergence. Yuan Mayu said in amazement from the sidelines. My lord, this mount of yours, is it not a certain old ancestor of the demon emperor lineage of the Golden Yang realm? The speaker doesn't have a heart, but the listener does. When they heard someone say that their Golden Yang realm's supreme and everyone's revered ancestor, the heavenly golden mythical beast, was actually a mount. Shoo away. Zi Xianyan's expression clouded over for a moment. The eyes flashed coldly, seeming to erupt with divine flames. His head full of demonic purple hair fluttered in the air, and a strand of terrifying purple flames with an oozing temperature that was enough to burn everything surrounded him. You dare to say that my Golden Yang realm ancestors are sitting ducks? Really want to die? Purple Xianyan's vertical pupil was regal, and his breath was unreservedly released. The entire person was as if he had turned into a bloodthirsty and murderous ancient beast covered in purple divine flames. Yuan Mayu's beautiful eyes stared slightly. Peak Seal King Realm. At this time, Su Chenshao glanced at Gebi-Jo on the side and faintly opened his mouth. It's not like MOU was wrong. Gebi-Jo, what do you think? Grass. Now this emperor's face has been completely disgraced. Gebi-Jo couldn't wait to find a place to drill straight into. Purple Xianyan became even more enraged at his words and directly raised his hand to appear furious to the extreme purple beast flame. You seek death. Bang! He was about to make a move when Gebi-Jo in front of him directly smacked him with a big mouth. Gebi-Jo was the cultivation of the supreme realm, and it was the physical body of a divine beast of heaven and earth. This slap could not be said to be ruthless, and directly jerked Zi Xianyan alive and flew out tens of meters away. And the pride of the Hall Demon Emperor lineage just rolled a few times and lay on the ground. My master hasn't even spoken yet. Who told you to do it? Gebi-Jo bellowed in indignation. Who did this bastard descendant learn to be so arrogant and overbearing? This slap directly gave Zi Xianyan a dumbfounded smack. Even the group of demon clans surrounding the demon ape trial looked dumbfounded. I'm not mistaken, am I? Even though that guy is at the supreme realm cultivation level, how did he dare to touch the purple Xianyan? It's finished. Zi Xianyan is the pride of the Golden Gebi lineage. And with the way that group of demons in the Golden Yang realm acted, they definitely won't let go of this kind of person who bullies the small with the big. Gebi-Jo is different from other divine beasts of heaven and earth because of its countless descendants who used to sow seeds non-stop. This, coupled with the flow of its incomparably powerful divine beast bloodline, caused the Golden Yang realm to become a lineage of demon emperors in just 30 epochs. Its strength is incomparably powerful, acting overbearing and ruthless, extremely bad to provoke. Zi Xianyan covered his cheeks with some dumbfounded eyes and looked at his ancestor incredulously. Ancestor, what did you say? Lord, Master? Zi Xianyan directly rushed over and exclaimed with a face full of dismay and incomprehension. Ancestor, are you in some kind of trouble? You are a divine beast of heaven and earth, a heavenly golden mythical guy beast. Your status is lofty and honorable. How can you be the mount of these human races? I think all the demons in the Golden Sun realm are self-proclaimed descendants of divine beasts, eagerly hoping to prove the identity of the bloodline to recognize their ancestors. But now it's good. Their own ancestors into other people's mounts to go? Seeing this scene, Gebi-Jo had a bit of a headache for a while. How do you explain this to yourself? In front of him, this was an apprentice son or grandson who carried his own bloodline and had a powerful natural talent, so he couldn't just slap him to death. Could he? Off. I am now a divine son mount of the Su family of the Imperial clan, and I have nothing to do with your Golden Yang realm. The Imperials? Zi Xianyan was startled in his heart and fiercely looked at the smiling Su Chenxiao on the side. No wonder this person was able to step into the 10th floor of the heaven treading staircase. It was unexpected that he would be from the Emperor clan. Nowadays, the heavens, the 10 great empire clan is honored. All the living beings in their golden sun world. The most worried about is the old ancestor was captured by the people of the empire clan. Zi Xianyan gritted his teeth and chided with some anger. People of the imperial clan, release the ancestors. I, the golden yang realm, will be able to fulfill whatever you want. Su Chenxiao let out a faint smile at his words and said, do you think that what you have in the golden yang realm will be of interest to this Gonzi? Chapter 101 Secret Treasure of the Fortunate Fate. Extreme speed in the world. Zi Xianyan's face changed. Su Chenxiao let out a laugh and said, you saw it too. Gabi Jiao is now my son's mount. If you still have any matters, directly let the demon race of the Golden Yang realm come to my sacred Emperor Dao Domain Imperial Su family to ask explicitly. Gabi Jiao, let's go. Geiju nodded. A blazing incomparable divine aura rises up to the sky. Gabi Jiao directly transformed into a body of extraordinary size. Demonic aura monstrous amazing body carrying Su Chenxiao and Yuan Mayu away. Before leaving, its red golden majestic and vast beast pupil gazed at the purple Xianyan on the ground, and spoke in a thick voice. Tell the other descendants of mine in the Golden Sun realm that I no longer have any relationship with you, and that there is no need to seek them out. It didn't want these ungrateful descendants of its own to offend the Imperial Su clan. As the words fell, a force as surging as waves spread out, blasting away the surrounding wide-eyed, jaw-dropping crowd of demon-race celestials. The heavenly golden mythical beast transformed into a blazing rainbow rushing up into the sky and disappeared in the midst of this demon ape trial. Only Zi Xianyan was left standing in place trembling and frozen. His eyes trembled wildly, and there seemed to be endless rage within his chest, clenching the fist in his hand as the terrifying purple beast flame overflowed and pulsed around him. The Imperial Su family dares to let the ancestors of the Golden Yang realm act as mounts. Damn it! Zi Xianyan roared up to the sky. It directly transformed into a purple ferocious beast body that was somewhat similar to the heavenly golden mythical beast, with a huge and terrifying body type. The ancestor had been humiliated and shackled by the people of the Emperor clan, and he himself was bound to rescue the ancestor no matter what method he used. The pupil of the purple Xianyan beast flickered, directly transmitting everything that had happened here to the Golden Yang realm's golden Gabi lineage ancestor with a divine thought to leave a message. A reply was soon forthcoming. Xianyan, this matter concerns the ancestors and the Imperial clan of the heavens. It's a matter of great importance. On the side of the Imperial Su clan, our clan's great emperor will come forward. You and first communicate with that Su clan's divine son to see if you can exchange the ancestor from the other side's hands, and then allow us to discuss with the various clans about the rest. As early as after sensing the appearance of the ancestor's aura, their clans had already prepared for the worst. Zi Xianyan strongly suppressed the agitation in his heart, turning his head and sweeping over all the people of the demon race present at the demon ape trial. He once again communicated. Old ancestor, there are quite a few people from the demon race present at the demon ape trial today. How will these people be dealt with? Can there be someone from the demon emperor's lineage? None. There was silence across the room for a moment, and a word came quietly. Kill. Upon receiving the reply, infinite killing opportunities surged from the pupils of the purple Xianyan beast as it spat out human words. Did you all just see that? When these words came out, the hearts of all the demons thumped, and a bad premonition suddenly welled up, rushing to explain. We didn't see anything. Nothing. What a joke. Among the people present, there was no demon race that dared to offend the demon emperor lineage. However, the shocking secret known today was nothing short of a bolt from the blue, and if it were to be spread out, it was feared that the entire northern region demon clan would be alarmed. Some demons who reacted quickly guessed what purple Xianyan wanted to do and directly changed into their own bodies to escape. Rumble. Suddenly, the purple flame mythical beast with a terrifying and shocking breath opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of raging flames. It directly turned the person who tried to escape into ashes. Ah! Miserable screams resounded from within that beast fire. Purple flame prison. The raging and monstrous purple beast flames roared out, encircling the entire demon ape trial. The pupils of the purple Xianyan beast were filled with violence and ferocity as it roared. The matter of our ancestors is known to you, and all the living beings present today will have to stay here for me. No one escapes. The demon race is inherently weak and strong. Golden Sun World is the most newborn heyday of the demon emperor lineage, but also overbearing to the extreme. A word will have to kill to vent their anger. Zi Xianyan, what are you doing? Damn it, I am the Sky Rock Koan demon, and you want to kill me too. Inside the ancient battlefield, A deafening roar suddenly resounded from the rear. Purple flames filled the sky, and even the sky of this ancient battlefield was burned to a purple-red color. Su Chenxiao glanced at the rear and muttered with a faint smile. This golden Gaby lineage is overbearing. Is this an intention to slaughter everyone? The beautiful eyes of Yuan Mayu on the side flashed. Her heart had already been shocked beyond measure, and she said softly from the side, "My lord, the Golden Yang realm is home to no less than 3 demon emperor lineages, and each clan has a great emperor in attendance, with terrifying strength and naturally acting in a ruthless manner. The demon emperor lineage was similar to the emperor clan of the heavens, and the clans that could become the demon emperor lineage were bound to be of noble bloodline, and there had once been reputable demon emperors that had appeared." Su Chenxiao's face was calm as he nodded with a light smile. "Yuan Moyu, my lord, where are we going next?" Su Chenxiao grinned and opened the system map. It showed that the 2 heavenly fate protagonists, Lin Hao and Shin Liyun, were hoofing it towards Shinmu City. "There's no rush. Let's go around the nearby trials first. I've heard that there are quite a few relics within the battlefields of the ancient times, and there are blessed secret treasures spewing forth, so it's a good idea to go and take a look." 2 days later, within the ancient battlefield, an incomparably dazzling beam of white divine aura bloomed in the air. It split into dozens of strands of incomparably bright light, spreading out in all directions like meteors. Inside the flying emperor city, all the celestial pride in the city looked up in unison. "That's blessing appearing. I can't imagine that this time. 5 or 6 strands have even landed in the middle of our Seal King battlefield." The ancient battlefield was divided into 2 realms, north and south, and cultivators below the divine origin realm were mostly in the south realm, while those above the divine origin realm stepped into the northern realm of the sacred fallen land. Within the surrounding nearby cities, hundreds of celestial pride transformed into a stream of light towards the swept-away blessing. At this moment, the man who was eating in a restaurant and wearing a cloak on his head looked through the window and similarly noticed the scene. Lin Hao's pupils were ecstatic and muttered, "I, Lin Hao, came here and finally witnessed the appearance of a blessed secret treasure with my own eyes." The purpose of his trip was to head to Divinewood City to recover his physical body, and he passed through a stopover here to rest. He himself possessed the wind and thunder divine wings, a supreme treasure refined from the wings of the heavenly demon predecessor's emperor body. The heavenly demon senior once said that it had once relied on these wind thunder divine wings to seize countless opportunities and still managed to retreat in one piece. Lin Hao's eyes flickered as he thought about this and left the middle of the restaurant without saying a word. Snort! The pitch-black incomparable wings on his back unfolded, and a ray of cyan-colored light flowed and filled the air. Lin Hao let out a deep sigh. Wind and thunder divine wings, the world's greatest speed. The heavenly demon treasure technique operated and the feathered wings swung. Bang! The whole person was like a cannonball rushing up to the sky. The speed was terrifyingly fast, and in just a few breaths of time, he directly crossed over dozens of heavenly pride's heads and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, none of the heavenly prides below were wide-eyed, their faces shocked. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What was that thing that went over so fast? Someone from the demon race. How has such a heavenly pride ever appeared within the flying emperor city? The terrifying speed of the wind thunder god's wings directly fooled a group of people, and in the sky, amongst the several parallel streams of light at the very front, the heavenly ancient divine Sextao Sun, Chang Mulan, heard the movement at the rear. Looking back, when he saw Lin Hao, who unfolded his wind and thunder god wings at the back and was incredibly fast, following closely behind, he frowned and coldly drank. Someone from the demon race also wants to compete with us? Get out! Chapter 102 Ginseng Immortal Plant, Treasure Pill of Longevity. The pupils of the several celestial pride that were traveling side by side flickered, and someone laughed out loud with bravado. Ha ha, Chang Daozi is right. We are contending for it, and a person of the demon clan dares to come and join in the fun? Chang Mulan's eyes were ruthless, and between his hands, he condensed a breath that was compelling, surging and terrifying, and the overturning sky knot seal blasted towards Lin Hao in the back. Lin Hao's face changed slightly. This group of heavenly pride of the heavens was so brutal and overbearing. The secret treasures of the blessed destiny, those who are able to do so. But I just catch up with the wind and thunder divine wings, and then I want to be expelled? Humph! Lin Hao snorted coldly. If they were to fight in the air, he who possessed the wind and thunder divine wings would not lose to anyone. The dark and incomparably huge double-winged runes on his back appeared at first, azure-colored light, and fine, furious thunder surged as he bellowed. Heavenly demon treasure art, shocking thunder break. As he spoke, the pair of divine wings behind his back directly erupted a beam of incomparably powerful thunder spells toward the great seal of the turning heaven to collide. Rumble, terrifying explosions resounded, and Lin Hao directly rushed out from the back. so fast that the several heavenly prides present all looked directly dumbfounded. Lin Hao quickly closed in beside Chang Molan, murmuring softly by his side, "It's not polite to come and go. You also taste my divine power." The left wing behind his back was raised high, draped in lurid thunder and blistering wind, and slapped down heavily directly towards Chang Mulan. Chang Mulan's pupils shrunk and he directly offered his protective divine light to resist. Bang! Wind and thunder divine wings directly shattered his protective divine light, and heavily slapped on his back, and in an instant, Chang Daozi's flesh on his back exploded, his blood and bones were revealed, and his entire body fell towards the bottom as if he were a cannonball. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the few surrounding celestial pride all stared at this scene with wide eyes in disbelief. The feathers of this demon race are so terrifying. Could this person be from the iron-feathered bird clan? The feathered wings behind this demon race person are extraordinary. It is a supreme treasure, so it must not be shaken. Lin Hao coldly swept a glance over the people present, waving his feathered wings behind his back, pulling away a distance of thousands of feet in a single moment, and actually directly far surpassing everyone, heading towards that blessed secret treasure. The activation of the wind and thunder divine wings greatly consumed his strength, and Lin Hao's figure was getting closer and closer to that blessed fate secret treasure. His eyes were sharp, and he could clearly see what that blessed fate actually was. It was actually a pale yellow ginseng. Ginseng has a spirit. The legs full of tentacles are desperately trying to escape, which emanates a dense and extremely pervasive vitality, and Ruixia, even from a distance, will be able to feel the majestic power of recovery. Lin Hao was shocked in his heart, and then his eyes revealed ecstasy. This is the longevity treasure medicine, the ginseng immortal plant? He had once heard from the heavenly demon senior that this ginseng immortal plant was a precious medicine for longevity, and if it was refined into a dan, it would be a supreme treasure that could increase the lifespan of even great emperors. He only needed a piece of this object's root, and he would be able to restore all of his previously damaged roots and flesh as before. Good. I never thought that I, Lin Hao, would be so lucky. With this ginseng immortal plant, there's no need to step into the divine wood trial to compete with a bunch of heavenly pride demons for that divine wood sap. Lin Hao breathed a little sharply, and with a wave of his wings, he accelerated his speed even more, and in a short while, he came beside the ginseng immortal plant, and shouted with his eyes wide open, "You're mine!" He reached out and grabbed it, directly holding the bundle of ginseng immortal plants tightly. The ginseng immortal plant was terrified to the extreme, constantly struggling in its hands. Suddenly, a blinding white light diffused and bloomed from its body, and its body became smooth, even escaping directly from Lin Hao's hands in a puff of smoke. It's really extraordinary. But, in front of my wind thunder god wings, can you escape? Lin Hao laughed out loud, not caring at all as he chased away once again, and right at this moment, a blazing incomparable fireball right in front of him, like a blazing flame, suddenly appeared, accompanied by a long roar. The ginseng immortal plant had a jolt and wanted to change direction to escape, but it was bound by a wave of true chi and flew directly towards the front uncontrollably. Unbiasedly, it happened to fall into Su Chenxiao's hands. Ginseng fairy plant. Lin Hao's face changed and he directly looked towards the front, and when he saw the person coming, he was shocked and exclaimed in disbelief, "You again?" On the back of the heavenly golden mythical beast, Su Chenxiao grasped the struggling ginseng immortal plant in his hand tightly, grinned, and muttered, "Following behind this heaven's destiny protagonist is really able to obtain quite a few treasures." It was unthinkable that even something as precious and incomparable as the longevity treasure pill had appeared in the middle of this ancient battlefield. Ding! The heavenly fate protagonist has lost the chance ginseng immortal plant, and has lost 50,000 heavenly fate values. Congratulations to the master for obtaining a villain value of 50,000. Su Chenxiao raised his eyes to Lin Hao on the opposite side and said with a smile, "It's been a long time." Lin Hao's face was ugly to the extreme. "Who the hasn't seen you in a while? It's the third time. This is the third time." First, he took away his Qiankuan bag, and then he caused his foundation to be damaged in the middle of the heaven stepping ladder. Now, he even robbed the longevity medicine that he needed to restore his flesh. So it is really unbearable. Lin Hao indignantly and incomparably chided. "What the hell are you, you guy? Spoiling my good deed 3 times. Do you really think that I, Lin Hao, am a soft persimmon to pinch?" Su Chenxiao's face was calm as he raised his hand with a slight smile. "Don't get so excited." This Gongzi merely saw that a blessed secret treasure had appeared, so he came over to take a look. At this time, the 4 celestial pride chasing from the rear appeared, and when they saw the person on the heavenly golden mythical beast, each of their faces changed drastically. "That's the Su divine son of the Emperor clan Su family, and the divine daughter of the Yuan sacred clan. Yuan Moyu, why are they here too? A member of the Imperial clan? The moment these words came out, Lin Hao's face instantly turned ugly. As a descendant of sinful blood from amongst the lower realms, he naturally knew about the Heavenly Emperor clan. It was because of this group of guys that the people of the 10 Directions realm had been unable to ascend all this time, and were only able to live at a snail's pace in a lower realm cage. The faces of the surrounding arriving celestial pride likewise did not look too good, and all of them were staring at the longevity treasure medicine in Su Chenxiao's hands. They glanced at each other and transmitted their voices to each other. That's a ginseng immortal plant, a precious medicine for longevity. This item is extremely rare and precious, and I can't imagine that it has fallen into the hands of that Su clan's divine son. What to do? Su Chenxiao's eyes faintly swept over the crowd present and calmly opened his mouth. This ginseng immortal plant, this male wants it. Problems? The moment these words came out, the faces of the several heavenly prides present changed slightly. If it is other treasures, even so, but the longevity medicine is rare in 10,000 years. The people present all do not want to give up. Lin Hao on the side was delighted in his heart. This scene was familiar to him. Back when he had risen from the lower realms, he had from time to time sat back and seized supreme treasures from countless people fighting. The cultivation of these people present were not below the Seal King realm, but even more so, they were of the great Tao unity. So if they were to strike out in unison, they would be able to take advantage of the situation. Let's fight. The more intense the fight, the better. Chapter 103 exasperated Lin Hao. All the demons of the Golden Yang realm waiting for him. At this moment, one of the heavenly prides took a step out and arched his hand. Su Shenxi, this is a precious medicine for longevity, and we have it among our clan. Snort. A sword chopped out. This celestial pride's physical body was directly chopped and exploded in the air, and his divine soul left his body as he incredulously watched this. My flesh. Godson Su, even if you're from the Emperor clan, this is a battlefield of the ancient world. It's a bit too much for you to do so. Su Chenxiao said indifferently. Say one more word, and next time even your divine soul will be chopped off. That only remaining divine soul heavenly pride's face changed when he heard this, and he directly left this place in ashes. None of the people around were all horrified with their faces. That person was the Tao son of a certain ancient sect, with the 6th cultivation level of the Seal King realm. With his physical body, he hadn't even resisted a single sword. The eyes of the other several heavenly prides present flickered continuously, and after pondering over it again and again, someone still stepped forward and arched his hand and opened his mouth. Divine Son Su, the blessing is according to those who are able. Since it was obtained by you, I will not stay here for too long. Farewell. After saying that, the remaining few people also left one after another, transforming into a stream of light. Lin Hao was the only one left standing in the field, his face unsightly. These cowards, just because you heard the identity of the other side, this is running away without a fight? Useless trash. This kind of behavior is worthy of becoming the heavenly pride of the heavens? Su Chenxiao narrowed his eyes and spoke. What about you? Are you not going to leave? Lin Hao clenched his fists deathly tight, and a powerful aura spread out. He brewed for a long time, and finally gritted his teeth and held back a few words and said, I'm going too. Farewell. Su Chenxiao was slightly stunned and muttered with some lost laughter. Looking at you, I thought you were going to do it. Lin Hao was so angry that a mouthful of blood flowed backward, which was indeed swallowed back hard by him. He didn't say a word. The wind and thunder divine wings behind him swung, hurricane winds rolled up, and he made a gesture to prepare to leave this place. As he was leaving, Su Chenxiao's voice came quietly from the back. Nice divine wings. For the sake of this ginseng immortal plant and the previous sky shading bag, let's forget about it this time. Next time, this pair of feathers will be mine. Lin Hao's body shook and almost fell from the air. He turned back. His eyes were incomparably cold and full of killing intent as he glanced at Su Duanxiao and disappeared into this side of the heaven and earth without saying a single word. Seeing it leave, Su Chenxiao's face was calm as he looked towards the ginseng immortal plant in his hand, and the Tsang Tian divine rock on top of his shoulder let out a wailing sound. Extremely eager to eat this longevity treasure medicine, Su Chenxiao smiled and patted his head, saying, You're a newborn demonic beast with a long lifespan. What do you want to eat this for? While speaking, Su Chenxiao broke off a long beard of the ginseng immortal plant and casually threw it into the mouth of the Tsang Tian divine rock. During this period of time, after his own uninterrupted feeding, the progress of the Tsang Tian divine rock's bloodline rejuvenation was now 70 to 80%. It was estimated that it wouldn't take much time for the bloodline to return to its ancestor and metamorphose into the heaven and earth divine beast inverse feather divine rock. As for this precious plant of longevity, it's not bad. When you return to your clan, you can take it and put it into the potion. putting it into a storage ring. Su Chenshao looked at Lin Hao's departing direction, his eyes flickering as he murmured softly, after the dead soul beast completely controls that demonic remnant soul, your value, too, will be pretty much utilized. This type of protagonist is almost obedient to the old grandfather in his divine consciousness, and just resurrecting Gaby Jiu's wisp of a great emperor's residual soul has consumed an unknown amount of the emperor's resources. This is still based on the fact that Gaby Jiu itself is a divine beast of heaven and earth, an existence that has been favored by the heavenly Tao. The remnant soul of that demon, as far as he knew, was nothing more than a taiku demonic bird in its own right, and it would naturally be the best thing to use for the dead soul beast to devour and become its sustenance. Just makes Su Duschao some surprise is, why in Lin Hao's side, has never seen that heavenly destiny female main body it. Just as Su Chenshao was pondering, a deafening roar suddenly came from the rear. Roar! Yuan Mayu's pretty face changed slightly as she looked at the person coming from the rear, only to see a purple flame mythical beast that was filled with purple flames and terrifyingly monstrous, stepping on the clouds with a raging momentum. My lord, that purple Xianyan is here again. Su Chenshao frowned slightly and turned his head to look over. This guy, why is he so shady? The purple flame mythical beast transformed into a young man with a head full of purple hair and a handsome, evil and demonic face. Zi Xianyan stayed in midair on the opposite side. His eyes flickered as he looked at the heavenly gold mythical beast under Su Chenxiao's feet. This feeling of his ancestor being stepped on top of his head made his heart rage. Godson Su, stay back. Su Chenxiao calmly glanced at him and opened his mouth. What is it again? Purple Xianyan raised his hand. A purple flame burst out. Duke, watch out. Su Chenxiao narrowed his eyes and noticed what was wrapped in the flames. With a large hand, he directly pinched the purple divine flame with a shocking temperature in his hand. It was a golden invitation. Oh, what is the meaning of this? Su Chenxiao looked at the invitation in his hand and smiled with interest. Seeing that his violet flame was unable to scorch the opponent's flesh at all, Violet Xianyan was not surprised. After all, this Su family divine son was someone who had stepped onto the 10th floor of the heaven treading staircase. Godson Su, tomorrow at noon. A gathering within the northern border Saint King city of the Taiku battlefield. The demons of the Golden Yang realm. Oh wait, after saying that, Zi Xianyan disappeared directly into a stream of light without a word. The other side, above the deserted battlefield. Rumble. Lin Hao looked furious to the extreme as he kept blasting everything around him. There was also a constant chanting and growling under his breath. Asshole, asshole, spoiling my chances 3 times, and causing Senior Sky Demon to fall into a deep sleep. If I don't take this revenge, Lin Hao, swear not to be a human being. To think that he had never been humiliated like this in the lower realms. The other party even dared to covet his supreme treasure, the Wind Thunder Divine Wings, in front of him. Only after venting for a while in succession did Lin Hao calm down. The wings on his back retracted, and his pupils gradually appeared with the whites of his eyes transforming into the shape of his body. His original face is still considered handsome, but in its cheeks, there is a striking and incomparable blood-colored lines. Pupils also have 2 indelible ancient texts in word. This is what the man of sinful blood originally was. In the 10 directions realm, both humans and demons are born with a curse that is vicious to the core. Their highest realm can only reach the enlightenment realm, and all of them have a very short lifespan. No matter what realm, cultivation cannot live more than 60 years. Lin Hao, who had turned into his original appearance, as if he had removed his disguise, sat on a boulder that had been bombarded into smithereens and looked at the devastated earth below, a cold aura flickering in his eyes as he softly said, no wonder the sages of the 10 directions realm hate the people of the Emperor clan so much. It's truly abhorrent. I once heard my predecessor say that our sinful-blooded people once betrayed the heavens, and that's how we ended up like this, and that only by proving to be great emperors will we be able to break the curse on this bloodline. There are still 40 years left, and during these 40 years, no one will be able to stop me. Lin Hao, from certifying an emperor. Chapter 104, Golden Lion's Vein, killing Wan Yusain's son in seconds. There wasn't much time left for him. He himself was burdened with the grand wishes of hundreds of millions of living beings in the 10 directions realm, and he could not stop here. Wait for me. Lin Hao, will definitely take you out of the 10 directions realm. Lin Hao slowly got up and took a deep breath to calm his agitated mood. Elder Sky Demon once said that the resin in the middle of Divine Tree City as well as Chunhua Hall can help me. Right now, it's better to restore the physical body first. Lin Hao changed into the appearance of a person of the demon race again. His feathered wings spread out behind his back, and he directly turned into a stream of light toward Divinewood City. The next day, inside the city of the Holy King, a terrifying and monstrous demonic aura crossed over the city. The northern border king city was the place where the topmost heavenly pride of the heavens above the divine origin realm gathered. In the distance, dark clouds and lightning flashed. Ahead of a great demon with a divine and extraordinary body shape and 4 feet in the sky like a lion and tiger, he stepped on the clouds and came. There are 15 or 16 heads. The head is a hideous appearance. Head with 2 horns, fire clouds surrounded by the great sun, golden Gaby lineage. On both sides of his body, the golden, sacred and extraordinary golden lion and the sun-swallowing cloud lion gathered here. All the demons took human form in unison, and without exception, all of them were incomparably handsome and evil, with a demonic aura that was overwhelmingly The demonic aura on each of them was unfathomable and majestic. Is this the Holy King City? All the demons come in force. Before the majestic and amazing demonic gas will be diffused to 100 miles around. When the countless people in the Holy King City saw this scene, all of them swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked horrified. Good boy, the great sun golden guy beast, golden lion, and sun swallowing cloud master. The northern region's golden sun demon emperor lineage are all here. Purple Yao, son of the demon emperor of the golden Gaby lineage, and Tu Jin, demon of the golden lion clan. What is this? What are they planning to do? The roiling demonic aura seemed to be collapsing this distant sky. Among the demons of the golden yang realm, the purple flame mythical beast transformed by the purple Xianyan issued a deafening roar. Roar! Today, my golden yang realm lineage greets our honored guests and borrows the sacred king city. Those who are irrelevant, retreat 300 miles from the city, or else we will not be blamed for our impoliteness. The sound rumbled and broke through the clouds, cast with the art of divine power, spreading over 100 miles in a radius. Noble guest? The people in the city were all horrified at the words. Just what kind of existence was it that required all the demons of the younger generation of the demon emperor lineage of the golden yang realm to come and greet them? Even more so, the city was closed for this purpose. Humph. Suddenly, inside the Holy King City, the supreme celestial prides who were trying out inside the Holy King Tower within that heavenly suppressing tower had turned into streams of light and rushed out of the city. A breath of terror rushed out, none of it weaker than below the supreme realm. Within the ancient battlefield, the northern border was different from the southern border. It was a place where the top demons practiced, and the trials left in it were at least at the divine Yuan realm before they could set foot. A supreme demon with divine eyes like electricity, even his hair flowing with Tao, and an extraordinary aura stepped into the air. The holy son of Manak. He was wearing a gorgeous red dress floating in the wind, his powerful breath released like a river in the sea, confronting the many great demons of the golden yang realm before the sound frying like a thunder road. The sacred king trials have been left behind by human sages since ancient times, and have never yet been monopolized by the district demon race. Zi Yao, you guys are really bold. Have you ever asked our opinion? Don't think that just because you are the son of the demon emperor, I will be afraid of you. Upon seeing the magnificent figure outside the city, many people's eyes suddenly brightened beyond measure. It's the saint son of Wanyu from the Thousand Luo ancient land. He's at the 3rd level of the supreme realm cultivation. There's also Prince Chu of the Bright Moon dynasty, and the Buddhist son of the 10,000 Buddha's Taoist system. Humph! The pride of my human race has finally appeared. This group of people from the northern region demon race are really arrogant. It would be fine if the trials left behind by other demon race sages, monopolizing sacred king city. They have the guts to do such a thing? If it were usual, with so many Tao lineage heavenly prides with strong backgrounds in the heavens at this place, even the demons of the demon emperor's lineage would have avoided the 3 miles. But today is about the matter of the ancestors of all the living beings in the golden yang realm. The 3 major demon emperors of the lineage of demons are gathered here, and there is no way to allow any failure. In the great sun golden Gaby lineage, the eyes of purple Yao, the son of the demon emperor, who had a head full of blonde hair and a godly and domineering body with heavy armor, narrowed slightly. Looking at the crowd of celestial pride in front of him who were blocking his own and the others, he slowly opened his mouth. It is a matter of great importance for the ancestors of my golden yang realm. Tu Jin. Alright, Zi Yao, you don't always make old man on the name of your ing ancestor. Among the golden lion lineage, a burly man with an extremely large body and a scar on his face yelled in dissatisfaction. I'm coming over. His lanky and robust body was perfect to the extreme. Every inch of his skin contained tyrannical and furious power. The golden lion lineage. Tu Jin, you're the one that screams the loudest, aren't you? The saint son of Wanyu of the Thousand Luo ancient land? I wonder if he can resist this punch from me. Tu Jin's eyes were tyrannical and vicious as he rubbed his fists and twisted his neck to take a step out. Rumble. The surrounding space erupted a deafening roar. Extremely appalling blood and demonic power, breath compelling, heavy and majestic. The blood power, solidified, even turned into a huge hideous bloody lion, proudly stood in the back. Blood coagulation? The holy son of Manyu's pupils stared slightly. He had known that the demon race's fleshly body was terrifying, but the power of chi and blood could be so powerful that even he couldn't help but palpitate slightly. Tujin's pupils erupted with an astonishing light as he directly swung his fist, and without any further ado, he blasted out an astonishing strike. Lion King. Strike! The monstrous chi and blood surged like a waterfall tsunami, and the divine ability blasted out from one fist transformed into a lion beast's hideous and incomparable bombardment. The force. The fourth level of the Supreme Realm? Not good. The holy son of Manyu's breath caught. Lifting his hand, the Tao energy flowed, and a majestic mountain fell from the sky, pressing towards the lion head with a regal aura. 5 turns of the mountain. The divine mountain subdues all things. Rumble. The collision of the two great divine abilities swallowed the heavens and the earth, and the lion's roar shook the heavens and came out, actually directly breaking this divine mountain and heavily bombarding the body of the holy son of 10,000 mountains. Ah! Accompanied by an extremely painful scream, the saint son of Manhwa was actually in the middle of this Lion King strike. His physical body was exploded alive, and a sky of blood bloomed in the air. A divine soul escaped from it, its face filled with terror and horror. Tujin grinned a fierce smile and directly grabbed the remnants of the Wanyu saint son's soul into his hands with a big hand, then opened his bloody mouth. Human divine souls, the best. The Wanyu saint son, who had been unstoppable in the last moment, was now filled with horror and fear as he continuously begged for mercy. No, no, don't kill me. Ah! He was swallowed in one bite by Tujin, accompanied by a burst of oozing and incomparable chewing sounds. All the celestial pride within the sacred king city as well as in the air on the opposite side of the city were all pale to the core. This, Wanyu saint's son, but a demon of the supreme realm, was seconded in one move? Chapter 105, 10,000 Sacred Demon Emperor, direct bloodline descendant. Too powerful. These demon clans, even if they have fallen innately, are countless times more powerful than us, not to mention the demon emperor lineage. I'm afraid that only those super Taoist lineages in the heavens, or the demons of the imperial race, will be able to sanction them. The northern region demon clan, the demon emperor lineage could all have the existence of great emperors. What's more, all of their golden yang realm beings were carrying the blood of divine beasts, descended from the heavenly golden mythical beast of the heavens, and apart from their underpinnings, in terms of strength, they were not at all below those ancient demon races 4 zoons. After finishing eating the divine soul of the saint son of Manhwa, Tujin licked his mouth with unfulfilled intentions. Morosely, he glanced at the several heavens pride on the opposite side of the room. You guys, want to come and try too? The faces of each of the opposite human race celestials were unsightly to the extreme. The strength of the saint son of Wanyu was not below them in the slightest. Even the saint son of Wanyu was killed in a single move, let alone this group of them. Thinking about this, the crowd looked at each other and directly turned into a stream of light and disappeared from this place. Tujin sneered. Humph, I knew it. The human race are all a bunch of useless cowards. At this time, Violet Yao from the rear opened his mouth indifferently and said without question, inside Sacred King City, within the time limit of half an incense burner, everyone leaves now. Otherwise, the end will be the same as that Wanyu saint's son. At midday, the heavenly golden mythical beast rushed from the southern border to Sacred King City. When he was still 100 kilometers away from the Sacred King City, Su Qianshao on his back saw human cultivators fleeing in all directions. From afar, the Holy King City was filled with demonic aura, blood and fury, and the sky was covered with dark clouds as if it was an abyss. Su Qianshao frowned slightly. The demon clans of the Golden Yang realm have all arrived? Yuan Mayu also said from the sidelines with a tightly locked eyebrow. My lord, Sacred King City is a trial left behind by my human sages. How could such a dense demonic aura exist? At this moment, when the surrounding human cultivators who had left saw the heavenly gold mythical beast that Su Qianshao was sitting on, none of them had their faces changed drastically. They had just seen the terrifying strength of those demons in the Golden Yang realm, and now someone dared to enslave the mythical beast to right here. If the group of great demons in the Golden Yang realm saw this, wasn't this a case of looking for death? As fellow human cultivators, some kind-hearted people directly went up to stay and opened their mouths. Fellow Taoist, wait, pass no further. Seeing the visitor, Su Qianshao was a bit puzzled. Inside the Holy King City, what is going on? That person looked at the heavenly gold mythical beast sitting down in Su Qianshao, and his expression became even more terrified to the extreme as he hurriedly said, fellow Taoist, you can't go ahead. Now that the Sacred King City has been occupied by that group of demonic clans from the Golden Yang realm. They said something about waiting for their honored guests. Not long ago, Tujin of the Golden Lion vein killed the Wan Yusain's son in a single move and devoured his divine soul. You're riding one of their Golden Yang realm counterparts. If you're discovered, wouldn't you be going over there to die? Su Chuanxiao's eyes narrowed slightly at the words. This group of Gaby Zhou's descendants are overbearing enough to directly occupy the human trial Saint King city. Interesting. Is this a way to give my son a downward spiral? Su Qianxiao smiled slightly towards the person in front of him and opened his mouth. Thanks for the reminder, fellow Daoist. It's just that I've come this time in order to travel to the middle of Golden Sun City. Seeing Su Qianxiao's insistence, the man shook his head and sighed heavily, not saying anything more. After the people left, Su Qianxiao stood above the head of the heavily golden mythical beast and looked out at the ancient and magnificent Saint King city in the distance, murmuring somewhat playfully, Gaby Zhou, that's really something. One man made a tribe. Aren't all the divine beasts of heaven and earth said to be very difficult to breed offspring? Below Gaby Zhou is also inside the incomparable. It really did not expect their group of unproductive children and grandchildren actually this kind of flamboyant savagery. Aside from this emperor's bloodline and talent, there is not a single merit inherited from this emperor. Gaby Zhou said quietly, Master, that group of stupid guys rely on their noble bloodline. They don't care about reproducing heirs, and only when they are about to die do they start to think about leaving offspring. I'm afraid that it will be difficult to conceive a son after spending 10,000 years until they die. I'm not like that. I've just been born not long ago. I've been sowing seeds all over the place, and a handful of them have taken tens of thousands of years. As a divine beast of heaven and earth, its status was innately noble and extraordinary. In order to bloodline known, strict hierarchy within the demon race is not know how many demon forces want to borrow their own seed. You don't have to go out at all. As long as you are at home to reproduce your offspring, there will be a demon tribe to send a large number of resources and treasures over. Su Qianxiao couldn't help but sigh in admiration at his words. What a stud, Gaby Zhou. If the other heaven and earth divine beasts had your kind of awareness, they wouldn't be extinct today. The reason why the Golden Yang realm demon race chose the venue within the Holy King city was partly to show the power of the Golden Yang realm and give that Emperor Clan God's son a kick in the pants. More importantly, this entire towering, sacred tower of the Holy King is surrounded by a lake. Lakeside scenery is pleasant. Birds and flowers. There is an empty incomparable dojo can set up a banquet. Cozy and incomparable. The Golden Lion vein Tujin was arrogant and incomparable as he sat in his position, directly picking up a pot of fine wine and drinking it down. Looking towards Zi Xianyan, who was standing on the side, he exclaimed, Little thing, grown so big after 100 years of not seeing it? Bloodline mutation. Come here and let me try how your strength is now. Can you withstand a punch from me? Zi Xianyan's face changed. He was only at the Seal King realm cultivation, and Tujin's strength was almost as strong as his own demon emperor's son. Zi Yao, I'm afraid that if this Lion King strike goes down with one punch, I'm afraid that I myself will directly fly away from my soul. Alright, Tujin, what kind of skill is it to bully my clan's juniors? Zi Yao sat in the first seat and spoke with a flat face. You want to fight? I'll come and keep you company after this is over. Seeing Zi Yao speak, Tujin's eyes were gloomy for an instant, thinking that the hideous and incomparable scar on his face was left by this guy. Humph, in your great son Golden Gaby lineage, only you, Zi Yao, can barely look at it. Where is that Emperor clan's divine son? Why haven't we seen him bring his ancestors here? At this point, a handsome young man in the lineage of sun-swallowing cloud lions, who was richly dressed in white robes, smiled faintly and opened his mouth. Zi Yao, you know the most. That ancestor of ours is a newborn heavenly golden mythical beast. Or, Violet Yao's eyes flickered as he said quietly, listening to the old ancestor. The one who has come this time is our founding ancestor, 10,000 sacred demon emperor. Our three clans, the great sun Golden Gaby, the Golden Lion, and the sun-swallowing cloud lion, without exception, are all the rightful descendants of the ancestor of the 10,000 saints. Almost all of the demon races in the Golden Yang realm carried the blood of the heavenly golden mythical beast. However, not all of these races were left behind by mythical beasts, and many of them were also descendants of the former heavenly golden mythical beasts. However, the three most powerful demon emperor lineages at present were all born from mythical beasts. To them, Gaby Zhou is the first person of that genealogy, the supreme being who started the entire Golden Yang realm. What? When these words came out, the face of the sun-swallowing cloud lion lineage, Feng Yunshu, suddenly changed. No wonder all of our old ancestors are so alarmed. Surprisingly, it could be that Lord 10,000 Saints, Tujin is also a shrinking pupil. Wine are not drinking. angry directly in front of the table will be smashed into pieces. Violent anger incomparable said. Grass. I thought it was some unlucky freshman Tianjin mythical beast. You're telling me it's the All Saints ancestor. His old man. Being ridden? Chapter 106, Going to the Banquet. Underhandedness. Tujin's face was ugly to the extreme. If it wasn't for the 10,000 sacred ancestor, the Golden Yang realm would still be a weak Dao realm to be bullied by others up until now. Other than the heaven and earth divine beast dragon race, there had never been any divine beasts that valued racial inheritance as much as the mythical ancestor did. The once heavenly golden mythical beast, after leaving behind a portion of its bloodline, ignored it, causing the heavenly golden mythical beast's bloodline to dilute and fall from generation to generation. It wasn't until the special appearance of the ancestor of all saints that made the descendants of the heavenly golden mythical beast powerful once again, and the three major demon emperor lineages all had great emperors sitting at the helm, leading all the demon races carrying the blood of the heavenly golden mythical beast to rise to prominence. Truly outrageous. Tu Jinyo's eyes were violent, filled with a thick killing intent. These damned people of the imperial race. If you ask me, we should forcefully take our ancestors back. Ziyao's face was calm and glanced at him. The only one of the three demon emperor lineages, the golden lion personality, is the most manic and unstable. Its mother's bloodline is the 9 ghost lions, killing incomparable. Violet Yao spoke slowly. Alright, Tu Jin. Our ancestors suffering from this calamity is something that none of our descendants want to see, but the imperial clan of the heavens is not a trivial matter, and is by no means comparable to ordinary forces. In a moment, if you see that divine son of the emperor clan, do not make a scene, or if you cause this matter to fail, you should know the consequences. The sun-swallowing cloud lion's lineage, Feng Yunshu, said smilingly from the sidelines. Tujin's character is already like this, but it's that emperor clan's newly promoted divine son that makes us very curious. The Su family's previous generation of God's son killed madly in our northern region's demon clan. It's not an existence to be messed with. It's just that I don't know how this newly promoted God's son is compared to his elder brother. They were all the previous generation of the Golden Yang realm demon clan's pride, and among the Golden Yang realm demons present, the lowest was the first level of the supreme realm, while the one who was on par with Su Chenxiao was the generation of Zi Xianyan. Just as the crowd was talking to the end, suddenly, a loud and clear roar resounded from the remote. Roar! In the distance, a heavenly golden mythical beast with a divine and majestic body and golden fur flowing all over it broke through the air, its might rumbling and sounding, rolling up a raging and surging monstrous aura as it came. That amazing demonic power rushed to the sky, as if it came from the trembling and suppression above the bloodline and soul. The demons of the Golden Yang realm outside the entire trial felt their own bloodlines begin to boil, and Ziyao and Tu Jin and the others all had their pupils startled as they stood up from above their seats. Ancestor's breath. This is really the ancestor's breath. Purple Yao's eyes surged with a thick fiery feeling, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Coming, go! We welcome the ancestor's arrival. All the demons of the Golden Yang realm stepped into the air and went directly to greet them. Ancestor, All Saints ancestor. We have met the ancestor of all saints. When they came to this place, all the demons in the Golden Yang realm were all excited to the extreme with their faces and hearts pounding. They looked at the honorable and ancient heavenly gold mythical beast with burning gazes and fiery expressions. This is the 10,000 sacred emperor who started the lineage of the 3 great demon emperors. Even Ziyao, who was the son of the demon emperor, could not help but feel some excitement in his heart. Only, when seeing the ancestor's head standing proudly, that temperament superb face handsome emperor clan God's son when, the crowd of demons only felt extraordinarily striking and blinding, and the faces of all the demons did not look too good. Is he that Su family's divine son? Damn it, my clan's ancestor, and how can he be humiliated by this? Tujin couldn't help but want to strike, but he was stopped by Feng Yunshu at the side. Ziyao arched forward and spoke. I, Violet Yao of the Golden Yang realm, of the great son Golden Gaby lineage, meet the divine son of the emperor clan. Su Chenxiao's face was calm beyond compare as he gazed at the group of demonic people in front of him whose demonic aura was monstrous and terrifying to the extreme. Name, Violet Yao. Identity, son of the Blazing Sun Demon Emperor, great son Gaby. Realm, 7th level of the Supreme Realm. Name, Tu Jin. Identity, Golden Lion. Realm, Supreme Realm 4. The face of Yuan Mayu beside him was a bit scornful. The Golden Yang realm demon race in front of them were all at the Supreme Realm cultivation without exception, and all of them were the demon race pride of the previous generation. Facing a group of Golden Yang realm demon race demons, Su Chenxiao didn't have much of a reaction, but instead let out a faint smile and said, Interesting, I can't imagine that amongst your demon race, There are even people who are aware of etiquette. Violet Yao smiled faintly, looked at the heavenly gold mythical beast below Su Chenxiao, and opened his mouth. I have seen your elder brother, Su Jinghong, the Divine Sun, and I never imagined that at today's sight, the Divine Sun is even more imposing than your elder brother, and is worthy of being a person of the innate chaos divine body. Su Chenxiao smiled faintly and waved his hand. Okay, no need to step on one. Let's go. Since this male has come to the meeting, I want to see what conditions you, the Golden Yang realm, can offer. Ziyao's eyes lit up as he made a seizure. Please, although he was the son of the demon emperor, he was not as high and mighty as he had imagined. Tuzhen's eyes were unfavorable as he stared closely at Su Chenxiao, who was not far away. No matter how he released his divine thoughts, it was as if the other party was shrouded in a mist, and it was impossible to see through the cultivation. Somewhat unpleasantly, he grunted, "Humph, covering up. I think the Su clan Divine Sun's cultivation isn't much higher," Feng Yunshu said smilingly from the side. Tu Jin, don't say that. Leave this matter to Ziyao. We'll just wait and see what happens. Outside the Holy King's trial, the gazes of all the demonic pride of the Golden Yang realm were all locked onto Gaby Jiu. This incomparably hot light made Gaby Jiu himself a little uncomfortable. Rao did not expect that he had just casually left some seeds, and now it had developed to this point. Yuan Moyu sitting here, some constraints. Around the seated, none of them are Supreme Realm Demon. Just sitting there exudes a demonic aura. One feels heavy, incomparable, a sense of oppression full. Su Chenxiao's eyes swept over and smiled faintly from the sidelines. Gaby Jiu, all of those here are your disciples and grandchildren. Gaby Jiu's face was a bit odd, and he coldly grunted in dissatisfaction towards the crowd of demons from the Golden Yang realm. What are you all looking at? Are you all so surprised that I'm still alive? What took you so long to get here? Thinking that he had stayed in that secret realm for millions of years, he hadn't seen anyone come over to look for him. Now it's good to be out of the world. 1 or 2 are coming over in droves. Ziyao hurriedly explained. Ancestor of the 10,000 saints, it's not that we are unwilling, it's just that we haven't found a single trace of your scent in these heavens. Ancestor, have you been threatened by that Su clan's divine son? We have arrived today in order to save your old man from going out. Tuzhen's voice was loud and clear as he bellowed from the side. Geiju glared at him. Shut up! How do you speak to my master? Tuzhen's eyes stared round at the words, his face full of unbelievable horror. Lord and master? Rao's surrounding descendants all had expressions of dismay to the extreme, as if they had seen a ghost. The 10,000 sacred old ancestor. Not only was he the ancestor who started the lineage of the 3 great demon emperors, but he was also a veritable great emperor of the demon race. In terms of age, in terms of strength and seniority, I don't know how many generations older that Su family's divine son. And his own ancestor even shouted the other party's master in front of so many eyes? Chapter 107, Conditions? Kneel down. The demons of the Golden Yang realm only felt for a moment that the sky had collapsed. Ziyao also frowned. I did not expect the ancestor to treat himself and other descendants so poorly, and after a few moments of contemplation, he opened his mouth and said, no matter what, you are also the ancestor of all of us. It was not easy for you to come out of the world, and all of your descendants in the Golden Yang realm desperately hope that you, the ancestor, will return to the clan. At that time, our 3 great demon emperor lineages will definitely exhaust all their resources to help you return to the imperial realm. Gaby Jiu took a somewhat depressing sip of wine. How is it that these idiots are still unable to understand what they are saying? Does one not want to be free? Just to restore his residual soul and flesh. That Su family emperor had consumed dozens of heaven and earth divine substances that even he had never seen before. Although the Golden Yang realm was in full bloom today, it was simply difficult for these descendants to restore their fleshly bodies with the depths of their descendants. I can't afford it. Ziyao looked in Su Chenxiao's direction and said straight to the point. Divine Son Su, you should also know what the ancestors mean to our Golden Yang realm. The divine beast of heaven and earth, the heavenly golden mythical Gai beast, is an existence that all the demon clans in our Golden Yang realm will follow and revere for the rest of their lives, and our descendants and grandchildren will never allow our ancestor to be outside. Divine Son Su, make an offer, whatever it is, as long as my Golden Yang realm possesses it. Even the demonic elements left behind by the great emperor can be given to you as well. The background of the person in front of him was but a little bit weaker, and at Golden Yang realm wouldn't even sit down so peacefully to have a conversation. However, the other party was standing behind the 10 great emperor clans, and even with his demon clan's arrogance, he didn't dare to mess with them rashly. Great Emperor Demonic Yuan? Su Chenxiao pondered for a moment and said with interest, looks like you guys really put your money where your mouth is. Only, compared to the vast amount of resources that my Su clan used to repair the remnants of your ancestors' physical body, Even the great Emperor demonic Yuan is simply not enough to look at. Ziyao looked like he had expected it. His eyes flickered and after a moment of contemplation, he smiled and opened his mouth. Divine Sun Su, as long as you can agree, we are willing to pay for 2 pieces of Imperial armaments, 30 extreme spirit stones, as well as the Xian essence vein, plus an entire Taiku immortal realm in the northern domain, even the northern region, as long as it's something you have your eye on, no matter what it is. The Golden Yang realm, will find a way to get it for you. The words were overbearing and unquestionable. In order to receive their ancestor back, all the people of the demon race in their Golden Yang realm were ready to hemorrhage money, even if they had to pay as much as half of the Golden Yang realm's resources. My Golden Yang realm has full sincerity this time, so please consider it. Divine Sun, all the stuff from Northfield? Yuan Mayu's heart was greatly shocked, looking at the opposite side of Ziyao who was sitting in the main seat, and then looking at Gaby Jiu who was drinking at the side, filled with unbelievable colors. Su Chenshao let out a faint smile and said with a smirk, rather a big mouth, this Gongzi Imo wants the dragon son of that Taiku dragon race. You guys are able to get it for me too? This, Ziyao said slowly after a pause, the smile on his face gradually converging. Although my Golden Yang realm is strong, it's not so strong that it dares to anger the 4 exalted ones. In the northern region of the demon race, there are 4 of them that are above the lineage of all the demon emperors, and as one of them, the Taiku dragons are the proper divine beasts of heaven and earth. There are countless descendants of its bloodline. Almost every race has its branches, and it is also the most common and most numerous divine beast of heaven and earth in the heavens. Such a terrifying existence. He in the Golden Yang realm didn't have that much ability to dare to mess with it. Su Chenshao nodded slightly and said, then forget it. Missing the mount of the heavenly golden mythical guy beast, if we replace it with that true dragon son, this Gongzi may still be able to agree. Before the words fell, Tuzhen rose violently in the distance, releasing a monstrous demonic aura as he gazed angrily at Su Chenshao. Enough, Su Clan Godchild. We're not here to negotiate with you this time. Today, this is a battlefield of the ancient world, not your Imperial Su Clan, and that Imperial beast ring that binds your ancestor's body. You have to hand it over even if you don't. Earlier on, they had discovered that what their ancestors were wearing was the ancient Imperial Beast Divine Sect Imperial Beast Ring. This thing demon race is extremely disgusting. It can be said that the year's Royal Beast Divine Sect success is also a demonic beast defeat is also a demonic beast. And finally was dozens of demonic great emperors join hands to overthrow. As if the tidal wave of demonic power whistled out, Tuzhen's eyes were ruthless, directly bursting out to grab. Tuzhen, the pupils of the sun-swallowing cloud lion's lineage. Feng Yunshu shook, wanting to make a move to stop it. However, Ziyao, who was in the main seat on the side, was indifferent and watched the scene indifferently. When Feng Yunshu saw this, he instantly realized to close his hand. They were one red face and one white face, wanting to put pressure on this Su family's divine son. Tuzhen's face was fierce and tyrannical, and his palm hand turned into a claw, carrying a terrifying demonic power that was so severe that it was capable of tearing through everything as it rushed in. Your Excellency, Yuan Moyu's heart palpitated, directly blocking in front of Su Chenshao. Su Chenshao motionless still sipping tea, a leisurely look, as if he did not even see the general whispered. So, your Golden Yang realm doesn't dare offend that Taiku dragon race, just dare to offend my Imperial Su clan? Words fall. Boom. An amazing divine power burst out from beside Su Chuanshao, Gaby Jiu's head full of golden hair floating in the air, immediately flashing to the front of Tuzhen. The pressure that belonged solely to the bloodline, obviously did not transform into its own body, but that demonic aura seemed to have transformed into an incomparably majestic and overbearing heavenly golden mythical beast. Gaby Jiu's golden pupils glared icily at the charging Tuzhen. Ancestor, ancestor! Tuzhen's pupils contracted violently, sobering up quite a bit in an instant to immediately withdraw his hand. Who told you to do it? Get out of here! Gaby Jiu let out an angry cry and opened his mouth slightly. A deafening roar like a lion's roar suddenly erupted from his mouth. Roar! They were all proud of their divine beast blood, and their bloodline treasures all came from Gaby Jiu in front of them. Using it in front of Gaby Jiu was like showing off. The powerful and incomparable airflow directly blasted Tuzhen away. Rumble! Tuzhen was directly blown away. Just a roar. He only felt like his body was uncontrollable general chi and blood flowed backward. His powerful and incomparable flesh body cracked, blood overflowed and gushed, and he heavily smashed on the ground. Put! Tuzhen was seriously injured, spitting out blood in large mouthfuls, his face filled with incredulity. Ancestor, ancestor! Even Violet Yao in the main seat's face stared, and a strong desire and ecstasy surfaced in his eyes. Is this the mythical beast treasure art of the divine beast of heaven and earth? Su Qianxiao's face was calm as he narrowed his eyes and swept over the crowd of shocked Golden Yang realm demon race present. Faintly, he spoke. To put it bluntly, today, my lord is not here to trade with you, just trying to get you all to die. Gabi Jiao, since you are their ancestor and so offended, let them kneel down. Gabi Jiao nodded, directly releasing his bloodline pressure, and the divine and extraordinary silhouette of the heavenly golden mythical beast suddenly appeared in the sky, icily overlooking the crowd of demon clans below. All of you, kneel down. Chapter 108, it's the first time I've seen a man who seeks his own death. What? None of the demon clans present in the Golden Yang realm had their faces changed drastically, full of unbelief. Godson Su, don't you go too far. A Golden Yang realm demon clan member shouted with an extremely ugly face. This person from the Emperor clan was trying to use their ancestor to coerce them. Feng Yunshu looked to the side at Ziyao and transmitted, what should we do? Rao Ziyao's face was also stagnant, and for a moment, a thick killing intent rose in his heart. Is Su Shenxi joking? Su Qianxiao said indifferently. Do you think that my lord is joking with you? Gabi Jiao, it seems that this ancestor of yours is nothing more than that, and it seems that your children and grandchildren descendants do not honor you as much as they appear to. Gabi Jiao's face stared at the opposite side of Ziyao with violent eyes and shouted angrily. You are my descendants. Are you saying that you didn't even hear the words of this emperor? All kneel down. The bloodline pressure of the heavenly golden mythical beast was simply too powerful, and all of the demon races present in the Golden Yang realm simply couldn't raise a single bit of resistance in their hearts. The suppression of the bloodline, as well as Gabi Jiao's supreme and unrivaled status, made all the mythical beast descendants present none of them show a look of humiliation. Ziyao's face was a bit terrifyingly grim as he slowly got up from his seat and came to the front. Under the incredulous gazes of all the demon clans present, the son of the titular demon emperor, just like that, knelt down in front of Gabi Jiao. Put, he bellowed with his head down. Before you is my Golden Yang realm ancestor, the 10,000 sacred demon emperor, not to mention us. Even if my father were to arrive here, no one would dare to disobey our ancestors' orders. Did you all not hear me? Kneel down. The sound exploded like thunder, and for a while it set off a shocking wave. Ziyao almost gritted his teeth as he said these words, his clenched fists trembling. He was the son of the demon emperor, and a heavenly pride demon with monstrous strength among the northern region demon clan. But now that the ancestor was being coerced, if he rebelled against his ancestors' orders, it would be tantamount to slapping these descendants of his own in the face. The heavenly golden mythical beast was the supreme and unrivaled existence of their Golden Yang realm. Seeing Ziyao kneeling, all the demons present in the Golden Yang realm one by one came forward and knelt on the ground with hatred. Even Tu Jin, who was severely injured, climbed up from the rubble and trembled as he knelt down. Meet the ancestors. This kind of shocking scene, if there were people from the northern region demon clan here, would definitely fall in their eyes. One must know that Ziyao was the supreme demon of the Golden Yang realm's supreme realm, and none of those present were existences that resounded in the Golden Yang realm. Gabi Jiao's face eased a bit, and with a cold snort, he turned his head to look at Su Qianxiao, who was still sitting in the seat, and said, Master, they've all knelt down. Yuan Mayu had long since frozen to the side, while Su Qianxiao smiled pleasantly and directly got up, his eyes teasingly looking at the crowd of kneeling demon race, saying, rather dry, Gabi Jiao is my lord's mount, and today is just a warning. If you, the Golden Yang realm, are still stalking me, I won't blame this Gonzi for being impolite. A Golden Yang realm demon race heavenly pride was filled with defiance and shouted angrily, Su clan godchild, what kind of skill is it to press people with the help of my clan's ancestor? Do you dare to fight us? Oh, Su Qianxiao turned his head to look over. The person who spoke was a certain supreme realm first-level heavenly pride from the Golden Lion lineage. You're not convinced? Tu Yuan said in an unruly and incomparable manner. Don't think that you'll be able to hide your cultivation from us by using divine means. As far as I know, you're only at the Seal King realm cultivation level, right? If it weren't for my ancestor being here, you wouldn't have been able to kill me even if this great master had stood here for you to hack at. Oh, Su Qianxiao sniffed and came to have a hint of interest. Are you sure, Tu Yuan? Shut up, Ziyao shouted angrily with a cold face. Tu Yuan's face was violent as he retorted. Ziyao, thanks to you, you are still the son of the demon emperor. My clan brother Tu Jin was seriously injured. But you, as a person of the Golden Yang realm leader's lineage, don't care and are afraid of this and that. This is a battlefield of the ancient world. It's not his imperial Su clan's house. If you really have the guts, come and try. If I, Tu Yuan, were to frown, I would fail to live up to the name of the Golden Lion lineage. Come, towards the chop. Tu Yuan snorted coldly and pointed directly at the rack's thick neck. Su Chenxiao stared at this stout and unruly Tu Yuan for a while, his eyes narrowing slightly. The right hand grabbed in the air. Buzz. The aura was overpowering to the extreme, and the White Emperor's sword that was filled with rich emperor power appeared in his hand. It's the first time this male has seen such an unreasonable request. When the Emperor's soldiers were displayed, all the demonic clans present in the Golden Yang realm stared with wide eyes, their faces full of disbelief. Could this be an Emperor's soldier? How is this possible? Emperor weapons are rare, not even amongst the Emperor clans. How could the Emperor clan, the Su family, hand over such a weapon to a junior? Feeling the terrifyingly sharp aura of the White Emperor's sword, Tu Yuan's face stiffened. Neck also cannot help but shrink back. Not as high-minded as before. Has been a little fear. Even if he was at the cultivation level of the Supreme Realm and his body was a golden lion with a powerful physical body, he did not dare to guarantee that he would be able to remain unharmed under the Emperor's soldiers. Feng Yunshu bellowed to stop it. Tu Yuan, that's an imperial soldier. Su Chenxiao lost a laugh at this and said somewhat playfully, "What? Is that what you're afraid of?" Tu Yuan's face changed and he shouted angrily with wide eyes. "It's nothing more than a district imperial soldier. Seal King Realm cultivation. I'll see how much of the might of an imperial soldier you're capable of exerting." As terrifying as the Emperor's soldier was, in the hands of a Seal King Realm cultivator, it would be good to be able to utilize 1% of its power. It's like a 5 or 6-year-old child with a knife. Is it hard to pose a threat to an adult who has taken precautions ahead of time? Come on. Su Chenxiao didn't talk nonsense with him as the White Emperor's sword chopped down. The surging sword intent attacked. This? Tu Yuan's pupils shrunk violently, and his protective divine light suddenly burst out. However, under the White Emperor's sword, this Supreme Realm's protective divine light was as fragile as if it was a papier-mâché that broke apart inch by inch. Tu Yuan's breath caught and he bellowed. Wait. Snort. The sword flashed and died suddenly. Bang bang. Golden blood spurted out, blood flowing like a column. A large human head rolled down to the ground, and after only a few moments, it transformed into the appearance of a lion's head, even the soul of the god obliterated under the sword. Su Chenxiao put away the White Emperor's sword and murmured with a calm face, "Since you're so eager to find death, this gongzi will satisfy you." As his words fell, Su Chenxiao directly turned around and left in a dashing and incomparable manner. "Let's go!" All of the Golden Yang realm demon race present were silent for a moment, and in the next moment, an incomparably powerful demonic force was suddenly released. Tu Yuan, asshole, how dare you actually kill Tu Yuan? Terrifying demonic aura forced to come. Gaby Jiao directly stood beside Su Chuanxiao, directly transformed into an incomparably huge, divine and martial heavenly golden mythical beast roared. Roar! Chapter 109 Angry Demons, leading in a long way. Su Chenxiao's face didn't change as he looked at the crowd of demonic clans of the Golden Yang realm who were blocking the way and were filled with hatred, and spoke indifferently. "What do you mean?" The group of demon clansmen who were blocking the way in front of them shouted with incomparable anger. "Divine souls chopped off together, killing our Golden Yang realm people and still want to walk away? Don't think that just because you're from the Imperial clan we won't dare to touch you." And right at this moment, Zi Yao at the back suddenly shouted angrily, "Get over here, all of you. Divine Sun Su is leaving. Do you and the others still want to forcefully stay?" This? The crowd of demons looked over with puzzled faces. Ziyao's face was terribly gloomy as he looked at Tu Yuan's head in the distance and took a deep breath to speak. Tu Yuan saw death on his own, so he can't blame anyone else. "God Sun Su, I'll see you again." Still considered sensible. Su Chenxiao turned his head and glanced at him, then laughed loudly and turned away without looking back. Gaby Jiao transformed into a heavenly gold mythical beast and coldly looked at the group of descendants at the rear meeting place, and without saying anything, he directly roared up to the sky and left. Roar! After Su Chenxiao left, all the demon clans present surrounded them, all of their faces filled with monstrous killing intent and hatred. "Zi Yao, why did you let him leave? Tu Yuan is from our Golden Yang realm." Purple Yao's body trembled, no longer able to hold back that sense of humiliation. A sufficiency of horrible monstrous demonic power poured out. A powerful force rushed out. Heart-stopping. Bang! He said as his fist slammed heavily into the ground, blasting it to smithereens. "You guys think I don't want to? It's not even if we are treated with courtesy and use our ancestors to force us to do so, but we even killed Tu Yuan, my Golden Yang realm. How have I ever suffered such a strange shame? Not to mention the fact that behind the person in front of him stood the Emperor clan, which the Golden Yang realm could not afford to offend. That royal beast 10,000 god sex supreme treasure, the son and mother royal beast ring, could also be described as overbearing, and if the other party had any slip-ups, the ancestor, his old man, would never be able to survive this bad breath. The Golden Yang Realm's demon race could only endure it and swallow it even if they broke their teeth, not daring to act out at all. At this time, Feng Yunshu rushed forward. Ziyao, calm down. Tu Yuan's own bravado. Dead is dead. Things have come to this, we can only find another way. What else can be done? We have offered such generous conditions the other party has refused. Ziyao's eyes were incomparably gloomy, and when he looked at Tu Yuan's corpse not far away, he only felt that it was piercing. He directly blasted away with his fist, and his terrifying divine ability directly crushed Tu Yuan's corpse into pieces. Rumble. Although Tu Yuan's death was disconcerting, what angered him even more was that someone dared to kill one of theirs in front of all the demons in the Golden Yang realm and still walk away in one piece. Ziyao said in a cold voice, "My father had already told me when I came here that in the worst-case scenario, we would have to get our hands on our ancestor's mythical beast treasure technique. Just now the ancestor and Tuzhen exchanged blows as you have also seen. Tuzhen could not receive a single move, if not for the ancestor's consideration that all of us are his descendants and have some retention. I'm afraid that Tuzhen would have to be bloodied on the spot." Fengyan nodded slightly and said with a twinkle in his eyes, "The human race is greedy. Even the people of the imperial race don't necessarily have any desires. If it's just a matter of wanting the ancestral mythical treasure art, this matter is not absolutely impossible." Violet Yao was slightly stunned at his words and looked at him in astonishment and said, "Could it be that you have an idea?" Feng Yunshu grinned and said in a nonchalant manner, "It's simple, just throw yourself at it. The bird that has been following around the other party is the Tsong Tian Divine Rock. The Tsong Tian Divine Rock has long been extinct in the upper realm. Rumor has it that the Tsong Tian Divine Rock is a descendant of the Heaven and Earth Divine Beast, the Inverse Feather Divine Rock, and that Tsong Tian Divine Rock was born with an Inverse Feather bloodline to return to its ancestor. And I think that the Su clan's Divine Son didn't spend a lot of treasures and resources to cultivate it." Ziyao frowned and opened his mouth. "What does this have to do with the ancestors?" Feng Yunshu smiled faintly. "First, there was the ancestor heavenly golden mythical beast, and then there was the Tsong Tian Divine Rock that is expected to return to its ancestor and become a divine beast of heaven and earth. Even if we were to exchange, that Su clan's Divine Son would still want us to take the true Dragon clan's Dragon Son and come." Violet Yao, haven't you noticed that this Su family's Divine Son seems to have a fondness for these heaven and earth divine beasts? At these words, Violet Yao's eyes lit up and she nodded as if in approval. "It's true when you put it that way, Feng Yunshu, although it's hard to admit it. These emperor clans in the heavens, from ancient times, have always liked to use the divine beasts of the heavens and earth or the powerful demonic beasts of my demon clan to show off their extraordinary nature, and they are the only ones who have the strength and capital to do so. If you're human, you have hobbies. I remember, didn't our Golden Yang realm capture a swift sparrow wand from the lower realms not long ago? It carries the heaven and earth divine beast bathing fire divine phoenix bloodline, and has already returned to its ancestor. So if it invests some resources, it wouldn't be strange for it to metamorphose into a bathing fire divine phoenix in the future. Anyway, we have already acquired the Phoenix Luan treasure art on this beast, so I think it shouldn't be a problem for us to throw our weight behind it and play up its last value in exchange for our ancestors' mythical Gaby treasure art. Ziyao, that Sparrow Luan is in your great son Golden Gaby clan after all. What do you think? Violet Yao smiled and pondered for a moment before speaking. Good, I will communicate with my father. In any case, now we can confirm that Gaby Zhou's ancestor still survives. As long as I get the divine beast treasure art of the Gaby Zhou ancestor, all the living beings in my Golden Yang realm will have their strength skyrocketed. At that time, it may not be impossible to become the four exalted ones of the demon race. Speaking here, Ziyao's gaze burned with a fiery expression. Inside the ancient battlefield, Su Duanxiao did not know what the demons within the Holy King City had discussed. Gaby Zhou, do you have a problem with me treating your descendants like this? Su Chenxiao opened his mouth with a smile above his head and asked. Underneath the body Gaby Zhou mouth spit out human language. Voice thick incomparable opening said, "This emperor can see clearly. These disciples and grandchildren of mine. I'm afraid that the purpose of going through all the trouble of coming to find me is for this emperor's mythical beast treasure technique. Think he was at least a party of demon emperor. The body is the heaven and earth beast, and today in the sea their own descendants of these blood relations. They let them kneel down, even have hesitation, until the purple obsidian openings before kneeling one by one. The glory of the past was long ago a thing of the past, and the current self was merely empty of the identity of an ancestor of the heaven and earth divine beast." Hearing the dissatisfaction in Gaby Zhou's mouth, Su Chenxiao said with a faint smile, "The divine beast treasure art is indeed extraordinary. To the demons of the Golden Yang realm, your bloodline is even more powerful, and you will only be able to provide the Golden Yang realm with descendants with powerful talents. It would be better to have the divine beast avatar mythical beast treasure art as a more practical point. Gaby Gio replied breathlessly. It's better to be comfortable hanging around outside than going back to being a stud mascot. Where are we going next? Su Chenshao smiled. His eyes pierced through the layers of cloud barriers and rested in an ancient city. God's Wood City. Chapter 110, Divine Tree City. Divine Tree Resin. Shenmu City. The vegetation in this place was so lush that even above the streets of the city, there were grasses and trees growing. A lush and vibrant view from above. Located not far outside the city, with an ancient array of trials within the secret. A sky-high ancient tree is located here. The tree is about 20 to 30 feet high. The tree body is full of cracks. In its lower part of the hundreds of heavenly pride gathered here. Sit down to practice. The divine wood resin possessed unrivaled restorative power, and its resin was condensed in January, and the prideful people at the venue, without exception, all came here for this resin. At this moment, a fluctuation came from the ancient formation at the back, and many of the celestial pride present opened their eyes to look over. Lin Hao stepped into the trial, and as soon as he entered, he was surprised by the number of people in this side of the trial. So many people. He hadn't expected that there were so many heavenly prides present within this trial. On the way, that Miss Ning from Spring Flower Hall said that this divine tree produces only 10 drops of resin per month, and I need to capture at least 2 of them before I can restore my fleshly body. Lin Hao murmured softly. Finding that the locations closest to the divine wood had all been occupied by a group of Dao Dynasty celestial pride with terrifying cultivation, he pondered for a moment, and directly searched for a fringe place outside to sit down, and began to take stock of the situation. This distance, once that divine tree spawns resin, with the speed of one's own wind and thunder divine wings, it would probably have to take 2 breaths of time to be able to directly reach. Not far from where Lin Hao sat down, a disgruntled voice suddenly rang out. Senior brother, who could have thought that such a thing would happen? Now that my foundation has been damaged. Senior sister, even if you're not willing to help me, you still have to accuse me here. Lin Hao followed the voice and saw that not far away from him, a woman wearing a goose yellow skirt with a beautiful appearance was saying something. The girl was born pretty. Spare him could not help but look twice more. For some reason, the other party gave an extremely good first impression, aura full of good feelings in one's heart. However, once he thought that he still had Lin Hao didn't think much about it and directly withdrew his gaze, closing his eyes and cultivating. The other end. Xin Liyun's beautiful eyes glared round, and she looked at Zhou Haoren in front of her with a puff of anger and said, Senior brother, with so many heavenly prides present here, and a few guys at the 9th level of the Seal King realm, if you don't help me, I'm afraid that my senior sister will have no hope of recovering. Zhou Haoren sighed, gave her a somewhat helpless yet doting look, and said, What are you talking about? Senior sister, since you are my senior sister, how could I not help you? Senior brother? I mean, don't ever do anything so dangerous again. You see, this time is good. Not only not able to make it to break the marriage contract, but in turn ended up with their own flesh damaged. Shen Liyun's eyes turned, directly pulling Zhou Haoren's hand and pampering him. Oops, senior, I know I'm wrong. It's not like we've gained nothing this time, at least that Mr. Su said that if we encounter any trouble, we can report his name. Zhou Haoren was stunned, already somewhat powerless to spit on his simple little senior sister. Using a spirit of divine elemental was a mere exchange for a promise from the other party? His own cultivation at the 9th level of the Seal King realm today was equally in dire need of this spirit of divine origin. Hey, Zhou Haoren sighed. Oh little senior sister, you don't understand the perils of the human heart. Elder brother, I have a few pills here. You should take them first. When that divine tree produces fat in a while, I will help you seize it. While speaking, Zhou Haoren took out the bottle containing the healing elixir and handed it over. Xin Liyun smiled sweetly and said in a delicate voice, Thank you, elder brother. Zhou Haoren waved his hand. Between you and me, there's no need for this. After taking the elixir, Xin Liyun began to recover in place. Within the divine wood trial, it was incredibly quiet, and the hundreds of celestial pride present were all silent. Time passed little by little. After about half an hour, that godwood body even suddenly emitted a green light. Those light from the cracks on its tree body burst above the diffusion, filled with extremely rich and unparalleled ounce of vitality. Here we go. All of the heavens pride present opened their eyes in unison. Straightening his eyes, he watched the movement of the divine tree at this moment. Coming, Lin Hao and Xin Liyun also opened their eyes at the same time, eyeing the front. Under the burning gaze of hundreds of pairs of eyes, the cracks on the divine wood actually began to seep out strands of transparent liquid, which spread along the body of the tree, all the way to the tips of the long strands of branches. Buzzing, the divine tree gently trembled, and at the top of its tree, It was slowly beginning to condense a drop of verdant, emerald green resin. These resins, once they fall to the ground, will lose their effect and reintegrate into the divine tree. Upon seeing the first drop of resin appear, the few celestial pride closest to the divine would suddenly rose. This divine would resin I, Songhai Taoism Miles Ho. Want it, humph. My cyborg brother was injured in the middle of the Taiku battlefield, and there are still 9 drops of resin yet to be produced, so I'll take this first drop. Seeing the frontmost heavenly pride make a move, most of the people at the back were also somewhat unable to hold back, directly turning into a stream of light and rushing over. Boom, boom, a powerful divine ability began to collide, and roughly dozens of people fought over this first drop of resin. But more than that, there was no movement, there was no other reason. Simply because these earliest ones to make a move to fight for it were some of the celestial prides that were of notable strength and were closest to the vicinity of the divine tree. These heavenly pride will leave immediately after getting the resin, and the divine tree resin will produce a total of 10 drops. So before 5 drops, some of the less powerful people will not make a move. But to preserve the strength of the quiet here to watch, Lin Hao had already learned about the situation here as early as when he arrived, and also didn't make a move among the crowd. Those few people. The worst cultivation level is at the 7th level of the Seal King realm. It's not advisable to fight them. Wait until after the 5 drops. It won't be too late for me to make my move. Just as he was pondering so, Zhou Haoran, who was not far away beside him, moved. Elder sister, you wait here, until elder brother captures that divine wood resin for you. Zhou Haoran's terrifying 9th level of the Seal King realm poured out, directly transforming into a stream of light and rushing into the battlefield in front of him. This powerful cultivation had startled quite a few people in the surroundings, as if they did not expect this kind of existence to be just sitting in the periphery. Xin Liyun really didn't move at all. She had already observed, with her senior brother's flying immortal body. I'm afraid that there is no one here who was a one-time enemy of her senior brother. Feeling that astonishing aura, Lin Hao's heart was slightly shaken, and he looked over with a face full of incredulity. 9th level of the Seal King realm? What are they? Zhou Haoran's purple robe fluttered as he raised his hand to condense an ancient and majestic immortal cauldron. He held that immortal cauldron avatar in his hand, his eyes burning, and as soon as he stepped into the vicinity of the divine tree he attracted the gazes of the 6 or 7 people who were fighting. Chapter 111, Chicken *******. Kill him. Who are you? What a terrifying cultivation. This person is the one with the highest cultivation amongst us. Take care of him first, a heavenly pride suggested. Before he could finish his words, Zhou Haoran pressed down that huge immortal cauldron. This first drop of divine wood resin, I, Zhou Haoran of the Palace of Reincarnation, will take it. Immortal King Prison Suppressing Tripod. Fall. Immortal Tripod Town Prison. Majestic and heavy breath surging, like a mountain falling from the air palpitating. Reincarnation Hall? This guy is actually someone from the Palace of Reincarnation. But hasn't the Palace of Reincarnation been overthrown and extinguished long ago? The surrounding heavenly pride saw this scene heart-shocked. Once the Palace of Reincarnation in the heavens is comparable to the 10 Great Emperor clan's superpower, and now that they saw the Reincarnation Hall successor appearing once again, all the people present did not dare to be careless and blasted out their strongest aptitudes to fight against them. Big talk. So what if you're from the Palace of Reincarnation? Let's see me break this immortal cauldron avatar of yours. Rumble. A deafening roar came, and a circle of terrifying and volatile aftershocks spread. At the very front, all kinds of divine abilities bombarded into a sea of gods. Just this strike, there are 2 heavenly pride first cannot withstand. Directly spit a mouthful of blood, by the immortal king tripod divine abilities to the life of the bombing out. A celestial pride wanted to fish in troubled waters and take this opportunity to directly and secretly seize the resin, but was blasted away by Zhou Haoran with a punch, his face cold as he rebuked. Get out! His entire body was directly in front of this branch that was about to coalesce resin, stepping in midair and gently flipping his palm. Buzz. 4 small, shrunken tripods surrounded his right palm as he raised his hand. The aura of each tripod was overwhelmingly terrifying, as if it was capable of suppressing all things in the world, and at the very least, it was a sacred realm artifact. A tripod flung out instantly amplified 100 times to smash the divine power. Zhou Haoran proudly incomparable said, for the last time, I, Zhou Haoran, will take this first drop of resin, and there are 9 more drops behind it, so if you all continue to make a move, I'm afraid you won't even have the qualifications to continue the fight afterwards. This statement, the opposite side of the several heavenly pride or ugly face, looked at the not far away lying in a pool of blood Sunhai Daxiang Wanlihe. The other several branches also began to cohesion tree. The presence of the other heavenly pride also cannot sit down. here in vain to increase the consumption of meaningless. Thinking about this, one of them had contemplated for a moment and then opened his mouth. Just as well. Since you are at the 9th level of the Seal King realm strength, then you are naturally qualified to receive a drop of divine tree resin. There is one and then there are two. Seeing someone withdrawing, the other three also arched their hands and changed to a different place to fight for it. Boom, boom. Zhou Haoren grinned with incomparable self-importance, glanced at his senior sister in the distance, and with a finger of his hand, a strand of true qi directly wrapped around that first drop of resin, pulling it in front of his body. The resin within the true qi took on an emerald color, crystal clear and constantly flowing, with vibrant life within it, and even filled with a strong scent. Senior sister, call it a day. Zhou Haoren transmitted his voice. Shen Liyun saw the scene, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Senior brother usually most favored himself, to Zhou's strength, not to mention a drop, even if the remaining 9 drops together in the bag is not afraid of the presence of these pride of heaven. Not bad for a senior brother. When senior brother makes a move, isn't divine wood resin still at your fingertips? Zhou Haoren smiled faintly and was about to return with the resin. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from its rear. This drop of resin, my son wants it. When? Zhou Haoren's face suddenly changed and he turned his head, only to find that Yuan Mayu had appeared behind him at some point. She was dressed in golden armor, holding a halberd, with a tall and plump figure, her blonde hair like a waterfall, and a valiant appearance. Senior, be careful, Shen Liyun's voice rang out. The halberd flashed. Put. On Zhou Haoren's back, a bloody wound had clearly appeared. Ah! His entire body was like a cannonball being swept directly into the ground, erupting into a huge tremor. Rumble. That's the divine daughter of the Yuan sacred clan. Yuan Moyu. Why is she here? Many of the heavenly pride present were stunned at this scene. Lin Hao in the distance also had his pupils shrunk violently. This woman appeared here. Does that not mean? As if he thought of something, he hurriedly lowered his head. The feathers on his back retracted, and his palms brushed his cheeks to change his appearance. Shen Liyun's heart raced as he shouted out to his senior brother. At that moment, a doubtful voice suddenly came from the rear. Senior? Miss Shen, isn't he your enemy? Upon hearing this familiar and incomparable voice, Lin Hao looked over with a thump in his heart, only glad that he reacted quickly. Shen Liyun's body was also shaken, and she turned her head incredulously, only to see that at the back, a handsome-looking, dusty black-clothed male had appeared here at an unknown time. Beside him a bare-chested, topless demonic blonde man followed. Mr. Su, Shen Liyun lost his voice. What brings you here? Su Duanxiao came with a smile and glanced at Lin Hao, who was not far away from the disguised Lin Hao. Transfigured? It wasn't a coincidence that it just so happened that both of the heavenly fate protagonists appeared here, and saved themselves some effort. Su Chenxiao stepped forward and said with a smile, It's been a long time since Miss Shen. I remember that the girl's roots were damaged before and she needed this divine wood resin to recover. I just happened to have some time, so I came to try to capture a drop for the girl. Shen Liyun's heart rejoiced at his words. She said, as the divine son of the Emperor clan, how could he be that kind of stingy person? Shen Liyun said with some emotion. So it is. Su Chenxiao nodded slightly and looked toward Zhou Haoren, who was fighting with Yuan Mayu in the distance, and said with some doubt, It's just that this gentleman seems to remember that person seems to be your enemy. Miss Shen. You, Miss Shen. And why did you address him as senior brother? Could it be that you know each other? Shen Liyun's face suddenly changed at his words. Bad. Although she was touched, how could she not have expected this Su family divine son to appear here? Now that's a lot of explaining. If the other party knows that he was deceiving him that day, the consequences of this Shen Liyun somewhat dare not imagine. She bit her lip and after a moment of contemplation her eyes lit up and she said, This, in fact, I won't hide it from what your excellency said. That person is indeed my senior brother, right? But although it is the same door, this person since I started, but for some reason extraordinarily competitive for me, and even 3 times wanna put me to death. Su Chenxiao's eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured softly, So, I didn't expect Miss Shen to have such a rough experience. This gentleman remembers promising the girl earlier that if he met he would avenge the girl's death in order to return the favor of that spirit of divine element. In that case, Gaby Gio, go kill him. Chapter 112, Flying Immortal Body. Exile the Immortal Technique. Zhou Haoren was at the 9th level of the Seal King realm, while Yuan Mayu was only at the 6th level of the Seal King realm. Although he relied on the power of the Holy Clan's divine abilities and holy soldiers, he couldn't help the other party much for a while. Wait. Shen Liyun's face changed, his eyes filled with panic and misplaced color, and in a hurry, he hurriedly said, That, Mr. Su, since it's my own revenge, it should be avenged by myself as well. What's more, the other party is my fellow senior, so how can I use the hands of others to deal with him? Su Chenxiao glanced at her in surprise at her words, as if he was surprised, and said quietly, Miss Shin is a beautiful person with a kind heart. You should know that your fellow senior brother tried to get you killed before. Shen Lian secretly praised her own cleverness, bit her lip, and said with some bitterness, elder brother is also at the 9th level of the Seal King realm now, and will soon break through to the divine elemental realm, so if he wants that divine elemental spirit, just tell me. I didn't expect it to diffuse like this either. Mr. Su, no matter how you say it, you are also a fellow disciple, not to mention that you have already returned the favor of that divine elemental spirit by stepping in to help before, so I won't bother you to take the trouble. Su Chenxiao nodded slightly, a hint of playfulness revealed in his eyes as he nodded and said, in that case, do as you say, MOU, since that divine tree resin is already in your hands, come back. Hearing the Gongzi's voice transmission, Yuan Moyu, who was fighting under the divine tree in front of him, nodded and directly grabbed towards that resin. Suddenly, a divine ability blasted from below. Boom! Sneak attacking from behind is fine, but after taking away my divine tree resin, you still want to leave? Zhou Haoran's face was ugly to the extreme, his eyes flashing with anger as he said loudly, even if you're from the sacred race so what? Stay for me. He let out a furious cry. His body erupted with a bright and incomparable light, and his head full of black hair stood upside down as he stepped into the air, looking like an exiled immortal. The flying immortal body is an ancient divine body, and it is rumored that those who possess this place can take a step into the heavens and have superb enlightenment. No matter what kind of aptitude they cultivate, they will be able to do it at their fingertips. Zhou Haoran directly grabbed the resin in his hands, his posture ethereal step out, the eyes of the divine aura like electricity, raised his hand as a bundle of white immortal law as if the netcloth wrapped towards Yuan Moyu. Binding Yuan technique. Yuan Moyu's face was cold. When he saw a bunch of white lines in front of him enveloping towards himself, the golden light of his divine body was great, and the halberd in his hand chopped out horizontally. Off. Boom. Zhou Haoran laughed coldly at the sight. How can my divine ability be so easy to break? Yuan Moyu's sacred soldier chopped on top of that bundle of white lines, only to see the chopped lines split into two, becoming more numerous as if they were like spiritual snakes bound together. What divine ability is this? She was shocked in her heart. It was the first time she had ever seen this kind of divine power technique that could not be shattered at all. Seeing that those white lines were about to shackle themselves, Yuan Moyu let out a petulant rebuke. The Brahma heavenly divine body opened up fully, an ancient seal pattern diffused on top of its snow-white body, and the terrifying red golden true chi surged out as a halberd blasted away. Bang! Bang! Under this absolutely terrifying power, these white threads finally snapped and dwindled by inches. Yuan Moyu's blonde hair was like a waterfall, and her hand held the halberd of the holy armament directly toward the piercing. Zhou Haoran did not panic and offered 4 small tripods around his body, and before the halberd blasted, a pale and volatile ancient bell appeared in front of him to envelop him in it. Dang! The crisp and incomparable impact resounded, and the ancient clock shadow emitted a violent tremor, and the Buddha's voice rumbled, shaking the hearts and souls of the people. Huge tingling sensation came from the place of the palm of the hand. Yuan Moyu was shocked in her heart, her beautiful eyes slightly enlarged when she saw this scene, full of unbelievable exclamation of surprise. This is the Buddhist divine aptitude Ming Wang Zhong? This guy, what kind of technique is he practicing? Why is it refuted and bizarre to the extreme? Zhou Haoran eyed her with cold eyes and opened his mouth. There's a lot you don't know. When he spoke, he pinched out a seal with one hand, and a talisman flashing with azure-colored thunder light suddenly appeared in front of him. Thunder light horror. Seems dense with endless violent thunder see cohesion therein. Yuan Moyu lost her voice. Sinking abyss immortal sect stance. 5 methods of heavenly talisman? Thunder guide. Zhou Haoran shouted, and the talisman in his hand directly erupted out, transforming into thousands of thousand thunders with terrifying breaths and astonishing killing power. Rumble. The horrifying battle aura of the breath here caused many of the heavenly pride in the divine wood trial to give in to stupefaction. Hiss, what's the deal with those two guys? How deep of a grudge is this? For a drop of divine wood resin, is it necessary to fight to such an extent? Yes, with the strength of the two of them, they can totally have 1 drop per person. Can't figure out what they have to fight over 1 drop for? In the final analysis, the divine wood resin is just a recovery class of heavenly material treasure only, even though the precious will not let people fight for a headache. Not to mention that a month can produce 10 drops, even if this month did not snatch, but also be able to come back next month. Senior brother Zhou, In the distance, Shen Liyun was anxious in his heart. What is Brother Joe doing in such a real sulk? Changing a drop for a scramble isn't good enough. It was with great difficulty that she managed to hide this lie from the public. If Senior Brother Joe is still unforgiving, I'm afraid that it will cause this Mr. Su to be unhappy and incur great trouble. If she remembered correctly, the strong blonde man in the form of a demonic beast beside Duke Su was at the cultivation level of the Supreme Realm. Su Chenxiao looked over with interest, seeing Zhou Haoren's endless array of divine techniques, which even had many shadows of the heavenly Tao system techniques, and murmured, "This avatar is something." Shen Liyun spoke up from the side. "Sir Su, Senior Brother Joe carries the flying immortal body and is incredibly strong. And what he cultivates is the exiled immortal technique that countless great powers of my reincarnation hall once teamed up to co-create. This method has been continuously perfected by my reincarnation hall's generations of sages to fill in the new method. And truly, it is no weaker than under any imperial scripture, and even better than ever." Su Chenxiao nodded slightly at his words. No wonder Zhou Haoren was able to execute so many refuted divine techniques. The Palace of Reincarnation once claimed to be able to control reincarnation, and as long as you pass the test within it, you will be able to live again. Therefore, the heavens had been joined by many great powers whose lifespan was not much, and among them, there were even people from the Emperor clan. In that case, I'm afraid that this exiled immortal technique was created by those great powers from all the major powers, fusing the divine abilities of the powers to which they belonged. Gaby Jiao stared closely at the divine ability Zhou Haoren was using in the distance and spoke with a strange smile. "Ha ha ha, isn't that the trick of those old vultures? It can be really interesting him. It's just a pity that those sages who created the exiled immortal technique weren't from the reincarnation hall after all. Although this gong method has both offense and defense, in the end, it only has its shape but not its meaning, and those guys who added their own techniques into it have ultimately left their hands open." Chapter 113, Chopping the Desolate Ancient Cauldron. Staying hands? Shen Liyun was stunned, his face somewhat puzzled as he looked to the side of Gaby Jiao Dao. "Elder, what do you mean by that?" Su Chenxiao also looked over. "Gaby Jiao, you know, almost forgot. This one beside himself, well at least once was also a demon emperor, rarely have the opportunity to be able to pretend. Gaby Jiao naturally will not miss." Highfalutin said, "Hey, master, look at the moves that kid is using. As far as I know, the most powerful of the ancient Buddhist scriptures is not the Ming Wang Bell, and the strongest killing move of the Sinking Abyss Immortal Sect's 5 laws of the Tongtian Talisman is not the Thunder Guiding Talisman. This divine ability seems to be powerful, possessing countless means, but those old foxes who joined amongst the Palace of Reincarnation all kept their hands to themselves and didn't add the strongest mastery to it. Of course, this could also be because this technique is too refuted, and I'm afraid that no one will be able to cultivate it when it's added in. But even so, that kid is also extremely extraordinary. To be able to control all of the various forces avatar mastery requires extremely strong enlightenment and talent. The lack of one is indispensable. I'm afraid that since the creation of this avatar technique, not many people have been able to cultivate it to a great completion." Gaby Jiao couldn't help but tsk and marvel. Seeing this senior speak with such precision, Shen Liyun couldn't help but be shocked in his heart and nodded his head. "Senior is right. My senior brother is the first person to cultivate the 10,000 dermas within the exiled immortal technique to great success since the generations of the Palace of Reincarnation." Su Chenxiao quietly looked at the scene in the distance. So to speak, Yuan Mayu should not be his opponent. No wonder this fate protagonist Shen Liyun does not have so many treasures fortune value but so huge. Dare to say that most of the fortune value are running to this fate male lead Zhou Haoren body. During this short period of conversation, apart from Yuan Mayu and Zhou Haoren who were still fighting over that first drop of resin, 5 drops of resin had already fallen into other people's hands. Su Chenxiao narrowed his eyes and watched as the reincarnation hall heir on the opposite side who cultivated the exiled immortal technique was a bit dumbfounded. Turning his head and glancing at Lin Hao, who was not far away from this place, this other heavenly destiny protagonist also appeared to be ready to strike. Su Chenxiao directly stepped into the air towards the front. Seeing this, Gaby Jiao and Shen Liyun were slightly stunned and rushed to say, "Mr. Su, what are you doing?" Without turning his head, Su Chenxiao directly transmitted his voice. "That senior brother of yours is a bit of fun. This Gengzi will go and meet him. By the way, do one thing for my lord in the meantime. See that cultivator in the gray robe beside you? If he's going to make a move for that resin in a moment, whatever you do, don't let him have his way." Gray Cannon monks? Shen Liyun and Gaby Jiao coincidentally looked towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief when he saw Su Chenxiao join the battlefield. If he remembered correctly, this Su clan's divine son and that Yuan clan's divine daughter came together, and after he joined to compete for that first drop of resin, the rest of himself would have hope. At the moment those powerful a few heavenly pride here are all get resin no longer grab. Also is time to their own out of the time. Thinking about this, Lin Hao directly turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the divine tree. Under the divine tree, the battle between Yuan Mayu and Zhou Haoran entered a fiery stage. Zhou Haoran stepped high in the sky. One of the 4 small tripods, one of the green copper tripods burst out. The light blossomed and immediately transformed into an atmospheric and majestic. Possessing a strong pressure of the tripod fell down. The breath was horrifying, as if it was able to suppress everything. A holy weapon? I have one too. This cauldron is one of my original magic weapons, draconic ancient. There's no way you can resist it. And it, rumble, not good. That huge tripod as if the sky falling. Yuan Mayu see this scene, beautiful eyes slightly narrowed, tightly gripping the halberd, a halberd pick out. Rumble dash the saint soldier in his hand groaned as a shockingly thick force suddenly arrived. When it looks like it will not be able to resist, a voice sounded quietly. How dare you touch my lord's people? Humph. Su Chenxiao suddenly appeared in front of Yuan Mayu, facing the desolate ancient cauldron that rumbled down. He directly raised his hand and blasted out with a fist. Terrifyingly monstrous chi and blood power surged out, and this punch solidly bombarded the desolate tripod, erupting with a huge rumble and a circle of astral energy. Bang! Rumble! It actually directly blasted this big cauldron away. Gongzi? Yuan Mayu's beautiful eyes at the back were filled with surprise. It's you? Zhou Haoran's face sank as he saw the visitor and couldn't help but feel even more angry in his heart. It was this guy who caused his own senior sister's foundation to be damaged, and he also lost his spirit of divine origin. Su family divine son, you also want to come and take this divine tree resin? He was somewhat unable to understand that as a member of the imperial clan, it was reasonable to say that there was no shortage of such things at all. Su Chenxiao looked at him with a smile and said, sort of. However, even more so, I want to cross paths with you, the reincarnation hall successor. By the way, avenge Miss Shen's death to return the favor of the spirit of divine origin. Revenge? Zhou Haoran frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled. At this time, Shun Li Yun in the distance suddenly transmitted his voice. Senior brother Zhou, Mr. Su actually came to help me capture that divine wood resin this time. Elder brother, you mustn't be exposed. Just act out the identity of this enemy, or else elder sister, I'll all be defeated. Zhou Haoran's face then soothed a bit. In that case, it was he who had misunderstood this person before. Su Kamiko. He was just about to speak, but he didn't expect Shin Li Yun's voice to ring out once again. Senior brother, you are now my enemy. If Mr. Su wants to fight with you, you can satisfy him, but remember not to harm this Mr. Su, or else I'll never care about you again. Senior sister. Zhou Haoran sniffed a beat, and the words he was about to say were swallowed back for a moment. He frowned, and although he was a little upset in his heart, he still spoke in a cold voice as his little sister had instructed him. That spirit of divine element should have been something that belonged to me. Zhou Haoran, if you want this resin, then come on. When the words fell, Zhou Haoran directly urged the desolate ancient cauldron to attack again, but this time, he specially had a closed hand, so as not to injure this person to cause the little sister to be unhappy. Deal with it a little bit, then admit defeat and hand over the resin. That should do it. Just as he was so pondering, opposite to him, Su Chenxiao's brows furrowed slightly as he looked at the desolate ancient cauldron that was once again pressing down from the air, its aura weaker than earlier by more than one step. What? Is this a special hold? The White Emperor's sword slashed out. Rumble. A sword aura containing a shocking sword intent swept by in a blink of an eye on a stern occasion. That white piercing sword light directly swept through the body of the desolate cauldron. This huge desolate ancient cauldron stopped in the air, and on top of its body, a terrifying crack appeared. Next moment, rumble. The desolate ancient cauldron directly and neatly split into two, shattering into two halves. My deserted tripod? In the air, Zhou Haoran's body shook violently. The destruction of the essence spells and the loss of his own was also greatly implicated, and he spat out a large mouthful of essence blood from his mouth. Chapter 114, Dueling Reincarnation Hall Successor. Annoyed Lin Hao. Damn it, why does this guy have an imperial soldier? That overwhelming sword intent caused none of the heavenly pride present to pay attention. Imperial power. That's an imperial weapon. Su family divine son. Such a character. Why would he come to a place like the Divine Wood Trial? They only found it a bit unbelievable. With the resources of the imperial clan, could it be that this Lord Godson would still lack treasures for recovery? Su Chenxiao frowned slightly, holding his sword and standing proudly in mid-air. He spoke indifferently. If you dare to restrain yourself again, The next sword will be your flesh and soul. This ancient battlefield within the pride of a lot of people know themselves, in the way of the emperor behind the power of the family. From no one dares to have something to do with their own hands, even if it is the golden yang realm of the demons, a group of supreme realm of the great demon finally only able to look at their own departure. It is no wonder that he encountered a powerful reincarnation hall heir, bearing the flying immortal body exiled immortal skill. If he could not fight to his heart's content, that would be too uninteresting. Zhou Haoran's face was pale, his vital treasure had been destroyed, and his body's breath was shaken. Buzz. He directly took out a reincarnation hall elixir and swallowed it, and a flash of intense anger appeared in his eyes as he opened his mouth. Su clan godchild, I was unwilling to injure you on account of you being a member of the imperial clan. Since you say so, it would be unreasonable for me to stay my hand. A pale red haze erupted. The divine body was crystal clear and flawless, and around Zhou Haoran's body, a wisp of Tao energy flowed up in a heady manner. Purple light appeared. Empty Ming Avenue and the rest of the 6 different breath of the power of the avenue suddenly appeared. The avenue surrounded the body. At this moment, Zhou Haoran is like an exiled immortal to meet the sky, hand-holding 3 small tripod. Breath amazing, Zhou Haoran exclaimed. If you want to fight, then today is fine. I, Zhou Haoran, would like to see what is too normal about the Emperor clan's godchildren. Sensing this incomparably powerful aura, even the heavenly prides who were competing for the other few drops of divine wood resin not far away looked over, their faces filled with astonishment and fear. 7 avenues. What on earth is this man? Su Chenxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, seeing that the other party was finally serious. Before he spoke with a light smile, that's what makes it kind of fun. My lord doesn't use the Emperor's sword to suppress you either. Today, let's try this immortal killing sword. With a wave of his hand, the Tongtian sword formation appeared, and the killing immortal sword that occupied on top of it leapt out, gradually enlarging and floating in front of Su Chenxiao. The immortal killing sword, although it was once a notable imperial weapon, but nowadays it is ultimately crippled, and in terms of lethality, it probably belongs to the ranks of saintly weapons. Su Chenxiao directly pulled up the immortal killing sword. Moan. A melodious sword chant resounded. A black dress fluttered in the air, as if a peerless sword fairy chopped down a blow. The sword broke the sky, and the divine aura took the hearts of the people. Not using your emperor soldier? Arrogant! Zhou Haoran shouted coldly. He had already detected the other party's cultivation, but the 4th level of the Seal King realm dared to be so arrogant. The 3 tripods circled around his body, circling rapidly. A large golden ancient clock shadow was clearly enveloping it. Bright King Bell. Dang! The incomparably blazing sword aura blasted straight towards the Ming wine clock, bursting out an incomparably bright divine aura in an instant, and a deafening sound came from it. The terrifying fluctuations of this place caused even that divine tree to gently sway and emit tremors. If it was the benefit of an emperor's weapon, a single strike would be able to chop this divine ability into pieces, and Su Chenxiao didn't care. Smilingly stepping through the air, he appeared in the air in front of Zhou Haoran. A fake is a fake after all. Can you block it? This Ming King Bell of yours? A monstrous chaotic chi spread, as if a galactic waterfall dropping down on. Su Chenxiao raised the killing immortal sword in his hand and chopped down a sword again. An inch of cracks instantly filled the top of the bright king's bell, groaning violently. The next moment even boom sound exploded into pieces. The sword blade filled with a blazing killing intent pierced his cheeks and divine body, and Zhou Haoran's pupils shrank. He did not expect that the attacking technique of this Su clan divine son in front of him would be so terrifying, and with the divine ability within the exiled immortal technique, he was afraid that he would not be able to resist the sword might at all, so he could not help but shout angrily. 9 days tripod, earth-shaking tripod, out! The 2 small tripods in front of him blasted out in unison, directly drowning in that sword mane, as if even this side of the trial was about to be shattered. The space shattered inch by inch, erupting into a full of terrifying movement. Rumble, the horrifying battle fluctuations from this side. The battle between 2 peerless demons in the middle of the ancient battlefield caused Lin Hao's pupils in the distance to tremble wildly. Is this the strength of that Su family's divine son? It's really terrifying. With his current strength, whether it was any of them, if he didn't use the power of the heavenly demon senior himself, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even be able to receive a single move. Lin Hao clenched his fists, and for the first time, he had a clear perception of the demons of the heavens. One day, I, Lin Hao, will also occupy a place in these heavens. Now that the divine tree is congealing, it is the time of chaos. The strength of the heavenly pride of this place that is currently fighting for it is not strong, and one only needs to capture 2 drops to go back. Thinking about this, Lin Hao directly rushed into a group of heavenly prides who were fighting. The wind and thunder divine wings behind him opened up, rolling up a path of violent wind and thunder lightning, directly blasting towards the densest place of the crowd. I'll take this drop of resin. Rumble. This unexpected strike indiscriminately blasted away those heavenly prides who were grabbing for it. Asshole. This guy is even doing a sneak attack? Of the land. The group of people looked furious to the extreme, all of them activating their respective divine abilities to blast towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao let out a cold smile, the wind and thunder divine wings behind his back swung vigorously, and the whole person straightened up as if he was an arrow directly dodging that divine passage. He instantly arrived in front of the drop of newly produced resin, and the faces of the heavenly prides in the rear suddenly changed. One by one, they struck out their great divine power techniques to blast at them. Wind and thunder divine wings, Lin Hao shouted, behind the back of the wings closed, wrapped in which it is impermeable. Black feather wind and thunder surging into is the world's extreme speed. Retreat is a defensive artifact that can rival the Saint's soldiers. Rumble, a divine ability that was like a raging tide bombarded on top of the wind and thunder divine wings, and under this sudden and dense attack, even Lin Hao, who had the shelter of the wind and thunder divine wings, couldn't help but feel his heart and soul shaking, and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood in his mouth. However, he didn't pay too much attention to it, but instead, his eyes burned as he directly grabbed it with a big hand and seized it towards the divine tree resin. It's in hand. Lin Hao's eyes suddenly brightened, his heart surging. The rear celestial pride looked furious at the situation. Not good. That guy is going to take the resin. Stop him. And just when Lin Hao was about to pocket that resin, the drop of resin that was condensed on top of the treetop in front of him, emerald green in green, was even directly drawn away by a terrifying suction force. What was within his reach was cut off by others, and Lin Hao turned his head to look over in extreme anger. What man? Chapter 115, Swinging the Heavens. Capturing the Heavens Destiny protagonist. Only to see a young man with terrifying cultivation and a handsome appearance full of blonde hair appear here. It directly snatched the resin. His body monstrous demonic chi pouring out, just leaked out the pressure. Will be present in a crowd of people to suppress the immobility. Looked terrified. The youth's voice was loud and clear as he swallowed the resin in one mouthful and licked his lips with a big smile. Ha ha, this thing can restore flesh too? This meager power is not as fast as I can recover from my own cultivation. Seeing this scene, all of the heavenly prides present were horrified to the extreme. Demons? What is a Supreme Realm powerhouse doing in a place like this fighting over resin? Damn it, this guy is out of his mind. In the southern border trials, although cultivation would be suppressed, the Supreme Realm's divine abilities as well as the physical body would not be affected at all. This side of the trial had long been useless to those Supreme Realm demons, which was why they were all practicing in the middle of the northern border. First, the purple-robed youth with extraordinary strength and mysterious origins, followed by the divine son of the Emperor clan Su family with this amazingly fast guy. Now even the Supreme Realm powerhouses had come out. What the hell is going on today? Although this divine tree resin is extraordinary, it doesn't have to attract so many terrifying characters. The group of people only felt dismayed beyond measure, and Lin Hao also breathed in, seeing Gaby Jiu directly swallowing the resin, his eyes wanting to spit fire. Damn it, the Supreme Realm doesn't stay in the northern border for a good reason and comes here to show off? Losing a drop of resin that came into his hands, Lin Hao's face was ugly and direct, and the other heavenly prides present also reacted, directly switching directions to fight for the other resins. Humph. Lin Hao snorted coldly and similarly turned around, scrambling for the sixth drop of resin. But a few minutes later, I'll take the seventh drop. Rumble. The eighth drop of resin condensed by the divine tree was about to be pocketed by himself. Lin Hao's entire body flew out once again. Ha ha ha, sorry, I'll take this eighth drop too. Gaiju appeared from behind and snatched the resin right out of the way. I'm on the morning 8. An incomparable roar of rage came from Lin Hao from below. He was so angry that his body was shaking cold and he could not wait to point his finger at Gaby Jiu's nose and curse him. After this damned Supreme Realm demonic powerhouse seized a drop of resin, it was as if he was deliberately targeting himself behind it. Whenever he was about to get that resin in his hands, the other party would suddenly appear to take away the resin he had gotten. This is the third time. If you can tolerate it, you can't. Gaby Jiu raised an eyebrow and laughed out loud. Not convinced, kid? Lin Hao roared. You're targeting me on purpose. Don't think I don't know. Within this trial the Supreme Realm has to be suppressed in cultivation. Do you not think I'm afraid of you? I'll fight you. The three killings of the earth's fate. The dragon and the serpent rise from the land. Wind and thunder break. The wind and thunder wings on his back rippled, and his killing intent was shocking. Behind it, a terrifyingly large bird that seemed to be able to swallow heavenly divine feathers like electricity appeared. The wind and thunder surged, and the whole thing transformed into a trail of residual shadows, killing in a way that was simply inscrutable. Gaby-Jo's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this, and a trace of nostalgia surfaced on his face as he looked at the wind and thunder godwings behind Lin Hao's back. Heavenly demon treasure art. Ah, that's kind of funny. It's just a pity that you don't even know who it is that you're facing in front of you. Looking at Lin Hao, who had a murderous aura and a residual shadow flickering in the air, Gaby-Jo grinned and directly lifted his big hand and slapped it. Bang! Lin Hao, who was so fast and breathtaking in the eyes of the onlookers that it was difficult to even catch his figure, was actually directly slapped away. Pooh-ho! His complexion was pale to the extreme as he spat out a mouthful of essence blood towards the bottom and smashed it. Rumble! Thick smoke splattered below, and Lin Hao shriveled to the extreme as he trembled up from the ground, covered in blood. This horrifying scene caused the surrounding celestial pride to give in, and one by one, they couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, completely dismissing the idea of competing for this 8th drop of resin. This guy, it's a bit too unlucky, isn't it? That demon supreme realm powerhouse. How come other peoples don't snatch them up and just stare at one of him? Lin Hao below also reacted, his eyes reddening as he stared at the blonde-haired demon race heavenly pride in the sky above. I know who you are. You're the mount of that Su clan's divine son. He wasn't a little cutie either, although Gaby-Jo had specially hidden his appearance. The only one with a supreme realm cultivation here was the transformed mythical beast beside the Su family's divine son. What's more, the other party's blonde hair was so striking that it was hard not to think of the two together. Gaiju froze slightly, and her heart thumped. What's the situation? Isn't it enough that I'm pretending? He bellowed a veto. What the are you talking about? What Su clan god's son mount? I don't even know him. Lin Hao laughed coldly in his heart, and at the same time, he felt his heart palpitating immensely. This Su clan's divine son was indeed thinking about his wind thunder divine wings. From the beginning so far has been targeting their own even let him that mount camouflage acting on such a play, when it is really damned. It was just that what he hadn't thought of was that he had obviously hidden his identity specifically. I'm afraid that the other party had already recognized it as early as the time of his arrival. This is not a place to stay for long. Lin Hao's eyes kept flickering as he glanced at Su Chenxiao, who was fighting with Zhou Haoran not far away, and cursed. It's just like a maggot attached to the bone. It's like a ghost that won't leave. I knew that this wind and thunder god's wings would attract trouble, but I never imagined that it would lead to the Emperor clan's people coveting it. You wait. He was afraid that he had now entered the opponent's field of vision, and his many years of experience told him that if he didn't evacuate now, he was afraid that when the other party finished the battle, he would be the next one to deal with. Withdraw. Read this. Lin Hao's wind and thunder god wings behind his back were instantly opened, dragging his heavily injured body. He looked viciously at Gaby-Jo above him, then without looking back, he rushed out towards the outside of the Divine Wood Trial. The speed was so fast that it almost exploded all of its potential. Like a black lightning, since he was recognized, Gaby-Jo simply didn't bother pretending. If I give you a run for your money, this emperor will have lived this life in vain. A blazing incomparable golden divine aura blossomed out. He directly changed back to his original tall and divine appearance, slightly opening his mouth. A deafening roar erupted from his mouth. Mythical beast treasure technique. Shocking roar. This horrifying sound wave directly swept across the entire field, and Lin Hao's body shook violently, as if his entire body was frozen in place, stiffening in mid-air and not moving at all. Gaby-Jo grabbed with a big hand, and the majestic and terrifying suction force directly grabbed Lin Hao, who wanted to escape, back alive, laughing. Ha ha ha, just stay here honestly. I'll deal with you when the master's side is over. Meanwhile on the other end, 10,000 Buddha palms. Rumble. Zhou Haoran threw a punch against Su Chenxiao, and his face turned pale for a moment as his entire body flew towards the back uncontrollably. Isn't this guy a sword cultivator? But why is the power of the flesh body also so powerful? After taking a loss he didn't dare to be careless. His eyes exploded brightly, and with a deep shout he continuously performed various great divine techniques in the exiled immortal technique to blast towards Su Chenxiao. I'd like to see how long your Qi Si at the 4th level of the Seal King realm can allow you to hold on. Thunder-inducing talisman, golden great seal, Buddha's palm. Each of these divine abilities, without exception, were inherited stunts from the various sects of the heavens. Then you'll have to keep your eyes open and watch. Su Chenxiao laughed out loud. The immortal killing sword in his hand suddenly erupted with a strand of extremely dense and deadly qi, and a sword fell between his raised hands. Taiya sword technique. Swinging heaven. Chapter 116, defeating the flying immortal body, offering the wind and thunder god's wings. The sword intent was astonishing, as if it could cut through the sky. Everything in the surroundings was split apart. and that one great divine ability erupted into a roaring and dimming extinction all of a sudden under the sword chi. 3 tripods were sacrificed. In front of the sword chi was actually directly knocked away. Zhou Haoren pupils shrunk. Seemingly did not think that already to this point the Su family godson actually still have spare power. This guy must have practiced an emperor-level attacking art. Otherwise it would never be this powerful. The people of the Emperor clan were truly extraordinary. Ming Wang Zhong. Dang. Dang. A golden ancient bell overlapped and floated in front of his body, and Zhou Haoren urged all of his spiritual energy to transform into a Ming Wang bell to resist this terrifying strike. Boom. Boom. But what made him feel fearful was that the Ming King's seed, which had layers upon layers inside and outside, began to crumble away inch by inch. The suffocating and incomparable sword aura came crashing down on his face, and Zhou Haoren roared, "Block for me, Aowa dash." Su Chenxiao's face was calm as the immortal killing sword was incorporated into the sword formation and muttered, "It's over." Rumble. A deafening rumble exploded, and a sword mark deep enough to be seen on Zhou Haoren's chest emerged. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his breath became shriveled for an instant as he blasted towards the ground. This terrifying scene of people caused many of the surrounding heavenly prides to be stunned. Is this the Su family's divine son? Good horrible offensive power. Always heard that the sword cultivator's physical body is weak, but why was the other party able to shake the 3 tripods without moving before? Haven't you heard the rumor that as early as a few years ago, that Su clan's divine son was carrying the indestructible god-devil body, but after returning from the lower realms training he somehow awakened the innate chaotic god body? Dual god body? How is this possible? The crowd murmured, their faces filled with shock. When this place is over, inside the Godswood trial, a silhouette was thrown heavily to the ground. Bang! Shen Liyun's face was pale and bloodless. "Senior." She looked at Zhou Haoren, who was heavily injured at the moment and looked like a bloody man who had fainted to death inwardly as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. How could she not have imagined that as one of the most outstanding celestial pride of the Palace of Reincarnation, senior brother Zhou would lose so miserably? At that moment, a golden divine aura came from the other end. Ha ha! Gaby Jiu appeared with a loud laugh and threw Lin Hao out as if he was grabbing a small chicken. "Master, got it back. What to do with this guy?" Su Chenxiao looked at Lin Hao with a smile, and Lin Hao's face was now indignant to the extreme as he yelled, "Divine Son Su, I have no grievances with you. Why are you targeting me repeatedly? I merely came to this divine tree trial to compete for the divine tree resin. Is that even wrong?" Su Chenxiao stepped forward and stared at Lin Hao's face, a hint of teasing color surfacing in his eyes, and said, "Wrong? If you really blame it, you can only blame it on your undeserved status." Lin Hao's heart thumped and his voice was hoarse. "What do you mean by that?" Su Chenxiao squatted down and patted his shoulder and whispered beside his ear, "It is really surprising. This male is very curious. A lower realm of sinful blood of people. What exactly is the method used to be able to break through the shackles to ascend to the upper realm of the heavens?" "Shoo away." As soon as these words came out, Lin Hao's entire mood fell to the bottom in an instant. He couldn't stop his body from starting to tremble, his pupils fluttering wildly. Why does the other party know who he is? You've hidden yourself well. As early as when they traveled to the heavens, the heavenly demon senior had already told himself that they, the descendants of the sinful blood of the 10 directions realm, had once betrayed the heavens and the worlds, and had been struck into the sin seal heavenly reason, and would never be able to break the curse of their bloodline as well as ascend to the upper realm for all of eternity. What on earth are you talking about? I can't understand. Lin Hao lowered his head and opened his mouth with a heavy and incomparably thick breath. What the hell do you want? Su Chenxiao grinned, got up and looked at him with a playful face and said, "It's also interesting. It's really not easy for the sinful blood lineage in the lower realm to be able to come to this point today. This Gongzi remembers saying to you before that the next time we meet, this Gongzi will take this wind and thunder divine wings of yours." Lin Hao's eyes kept flickering, a cold sweat running down his forehead. What? He now finally understands why the other party will cling to himself. The 10 Directions realm sin blood descendants have a deep hatred with the Emperor clan. Once his identity is exposed, I don't know how many people want to catch themselves to the Emperor clan to collect the reward, and the other party's identity of the Emperor clan's godson. It is impossible to let go of himself easily. His mind spun rapidly, constantly trying to call out to the heavenly demon senior in his mind, but he couldn't get any response at all. It was only after a long time that the party's voice was all husky. "Su Shensi, I think you've misunderstood something." After he said that, a vicious color flashed in Lin Hao's eyes. He directly grasped his wind thunder divine wings with one hand. This pair of feathered wings of the heavenly demon senior had long since been refined into an instinctive magic weapon by himself, becoming one with his own body. Oh, Su Duanxiao raised an eyebrow at the sight. What are you doing? Lin Hao's face turned hard, and his right hand fiercely exerted force. Tear-a sound, accompanied by a large amount of blood directly withdrew this Wind Thunder Divine Wings Raw, cutting off the connection with the innate magic weapon. Ding! Heavenly Destiny protagonist Lin Hao loses his Heavenly Destiny magic treasure Wind Thunder Divine Wings, and loses 100,000 Heavenly Destiny values. Congratulations to the master for obtaining villain value of 100,000. But Lin Hao's face turned pale to the extreme, his entire breath instantly becoming incredibly weak as he spat out a mouthful of essence blood. He reluctantly revealed a smile and looked at Su Chenxiao's face that was full of teasing and playfulness and said quietly, "If you like it, Divine Son Su, what's the harm in offering this Wind Thunder Divine Wings to you? As for any descendants of sinful blood, I've never heard of them and have no idea what you mean by that." The Wind Thunder Divine Wings gradually shrunk, and in the end, it turned into a palm-sized ball of light. Two of the pairs of pitch-black incomparable feathers quietly floated in which slowly floated to the front of Su Chenxiao's body. This Divine Destiny protagonist is decisive enough. You're going to break off your tail and run away? Su Chenxiao narrowed his eyes and revealed a smirk as he got up and said, "Well, so it seems that perhaps this gentleman is wrong?" Lin Hao's eyes lit up at his words and hurriedly nodded. Receiving the Wind and Thunder Divine Wings, Su Chenxiao glanced at him faintly. "Didn't you say you've never heard anything about this sinful blood matter?" Lin Hao's face stiffened, hating to directly tear his own mouth apart. "All right." Su Chenxiao let out a laugh. In this Lin Hao's body, there were still several other chances regarding the Xian realm of creation, and counting the time, Nanshi Ren's original magic weapon should have been refined properly as well, and had almost already traveled to the middle of this ancient battlefield. To be that the creation of the metaphysical realm opens, only as the ancient battlefield of the greatest opportunity to present the opportunity, but also need this treasure-seeking mouse for their own good to find it treasure it. Chapter 117, Flying Immortal Spiritual Roots, Millions of Villain Value. Su Chenxiao waved his hand with a calm face and said, "My lord is not here for you today either. Get lost." When he heard these two words, Lin Hao was like an amnesty, his heart ecstatic, as if a huge stone in his heart had been moved away. He let out a long breath and said loudly, "Many thanks to Divine Sun Su. Thank you, God Sun Su." He rose trembling from the floor, strongly enduring the severe pain on his body. Lin Hao limped and hurriedly left the middle of the Divine Wood trial, his insides roaring madly. "Su family Divine Sun, 30 years. Forget it, one day, I will make you pay." Seeing this, Geizhou murmured as he looked at Lin Hao's departing back. "Master, why are you letting this guy go? I thought it was an illusion before, but just a little closer. I feel that old thing Sky Demon is still alive. Maybe it's on him." Su Chenxiao lowered his eyes and looked at the Wind and Thunder Divine Wings in his hand that was dense with divine light, and said indifferently, "Maybe, but there are more important things at hand." Through the system view, Lin Hao still had quite a few Heavenly Destiny chances on his body, and this type of Heavenly Destiny protagonist who rose from the lowest level, without any background, grew up all the way, so the only thing that he could rely on was those Heavenly Destiny chances. Su Chenxiao came to Shen Liyun's side and said indifferently, "Your enemies are already here. Aren't you going to kill him?" Shen Liyun's breath caught. She looked at her senior brother below who had fainted to death, and for a moment, she didn't know how to face it. An unspeakable emotion welled up inside. Elder brother had treated himself well, but now he had ended up in this situation. He had gone through all the trouble and tried to get close to this Emperor clan's divine son. For this scene? That. Mr. Su, this person is my senior brother after all. Can I bring him back? Shen Liyun begged after hesitating for a while. Su Chuanxiao's eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured softly, "This Gonzi doesn't like people who are indecisive. Since you don't want to kill him, you might as well. How about handing over his flying immortal body to me?" As his words fell, Su Chenxiao slowly stepped forward and aimed his hand at Zhou Haoran on the ground. Buzz. The stripping technique in the Chaos Sutra was activated. A blazing incomparable chaos light burst out, as if a waterfall directly poured into Zhou Haoran's body to start searching and pulling the power of that strand of physique origin. That brutal force continuously rushed through Zhou Haoran's body, and he let out moans and low growls in extreme pain in his stupor, countless dense sweat surfacing on his forehead. "Ah, senior brother?" Seeing this scene, Shen Liyun's pupils shrank and her delicate body couldn't help but tremble madly. Wait, Mr. Su, please also spare my senior brother." Su Chenxiao didn't stop his hand movements because of this. The light in his hand played more and more suddenly bright. Suddenly, Zhou Haoran, who was in a coma, violently opened his eyes. His eyes were covered with thick to the point of blood, as if all the bones in his body had been extracted from his body in extreme pain. A strand of spirit root emitting radiant light appeared, flying immortal body physique origin, molded in the shape of a small branch of grass, only the size of a palm, standing between the palms of Su Chuanxiao's hands. Ding! Divine Fate male leader loses his flying immortal body, loses his identity as Divine Fate male leader. Divine Fate protagonist Xin Liyun loses 100,000 Divine Fate values. Congratulations to the master for obtaining villain value of 100,000. Is this the flying fairy body origin? But something is different. Su Qinxiao's eyes flickered, somewhat unexpectedly looking at the origin in his hand and thinking. The flying immortal body was different from other divine bodies, and was categorized under the Tao Heartstream type of physique. If there is any unusual thing, no wonder it is the superb enlightenment. In the enlightenment and Tao Dharma on top of far more than the system rewarded by the dustless Tao heart. Whether it is to cultivate any kung fu aptitude is a day 1,000 miles. The water to the drain. From the moment he met Zhou Haoran in the beginning, Su Chuanxiao then already had its physique origin in mind. That's not bad. Xin Liyun was filled with dismay as well as disbelief and directly pounced on him. Senior brother Zhou, eunuch Su, why are you depriving my senior brother of his divine body essence? Su Qinxiao raised an eyebrow and pocketed the flying immortal body origin as he said with a slight frown. Miss Shen seems to care about this enemy? Shen Liyun gave a slight lurch, sensing the feelings of dissatisfaction of the male in front of him. The other party was clearly helping to avenge his own death, but he was obstructing it again and again. Anyone would be displeased. This, Shen Liyun's beautiful eyes flickered uncertainly. Taking a deep breath, he looked at senior brother Zhou on the ground who had been deprived of his origin and lost his heavenly pride status. Shen Liyun, Shen Liyun, since you're already planning to give up on senior brother Zhou, why do you still care so much? She took a deep breath, and for a moment, her eyes became a little distant as she looked at Zhou Haoran. Then a small smile appeared and said, Prince Su has already given him the chastisement he deserves. Liyun thanks you for taking revenge. It's just that there is a rule within my sect not to harm fellow disciples, so please let me bring my senior brother back for the Hall Master to deal with as well. Only then did Su Qinxiao faintly smile and flex his fingers. A greenish divine tree resin was floating in front of Xin Liyun's eyes. No harm done. Then, as you say, this divine tree resin should be kept safe. With her, I think that your damaged foundation should be able to recover as well. Miss Xin, a drop of resin for an origin was a good deal. Xin Liyun was silent for a moment as he looked at the divine tree resin in front of him. She nodded slightly and gave a thank you, then left the place with the severely injured Zhou Haoran. Mr. Su, thanks a lot. See you later. Su Qinxiao didn't say anything more, and his eyes flashed with a trace of pleasure. This Taiku battlefield was worthy of being the best place to harvest heavenly fate protagonists. This time, when he came to the Divine Wood trial, not only did he obtain the flying immortal body origin as well as that heavenly destiny protagonist Lin Hao's heavenly destiny magic weapon Wind Thunder Divine Wings, but he also reaped close to 300,000 heavenly destiny values in one breath. System, how much villain value is there in total now? Su Qinxiao opened his mouth and asked. Ding! Current villain value, 101,3000. Su Qinxiao's eyes lit up. 1,000,000, that's enough. One could finally buy that long-awaited treasure. By the way, before the creation Xian realm opened, he would refine and break through these many treasures on hand. Read this. Su Qinxiao directly turned his head to look at the Gaibijio and Yuan Mayu duo to the side and opened his mouth. It's time to go. MOU. Recommend a good place. My lord is going to retreat and cultivate for a while. Shenmu City. Inside Chunhua Hall. Bang! The gate was hastily pushed open. A woman in white who was pounding medicine turned her head to look over. The woman was dressed in a plain white dress. The posture is slender and light. The temperament is clear and elegant, as if it is a fairy that does not eat earthly fire. Only on top of its cheek, there was a hideous, eye-catching scar that ruined the beauty. Seeing the visitor, Fang Xiaoqing was slightly stunned. Lin Hao was covered in blood. As soon as he pushed the door open, his eyes went black and he fainted directly in the doorway. Miss Fang, save me. Chapter 118, Chaotic Vision. Physique Fusion. Mr. Lin? Fang Xiaoqing's face changed slightly, and she hurriedly went forward to help the limp Lin Hao up. She grabbed Lin Hao's right hand meridian with one hand, closed her eyes and felt it for a while, then her face was shocked, and she exclaimed with some disbelief. The foundation is shaken and the blood chi is out of balance. What a serious injury. Mr. Lin's wind and thunder divine wings were also stripped away from him alive. Just who was so ruthless? Her clear eyes kept flickering, and when she saw this, she hurriedly took out a sacred recovery pill to help her swallow it. Right now, Lin Hao's cultivation is 10 to 1, and his realm all the way down to the immortal realm. If he is not rescued, I am afraid that he will not be able to break through the King Seal realm again in the future. An injury as severe as this is no longer something I can heal at all. Coughing, the unconscious Lin Hao spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Fang Xiaoqing bit her lip. This Duke Lin was ultimately the inheritor of the heavenly demon predecessor. His own Hui Chun Hall had once received help from the heavenly demon predecessor. He absolutely could not sit back and do nothing to this Duke. It's broken. Can't even the holy recovery pill work? The mortal body is already fragile. If the foundation is injured, it is even more difficult to return to heaven. In addition to the rumors of the Emperor's clan of the Qingdi Dan may be useful, in addition to those longevity medicine, but his own cultivation had only just entered the King Seal realm not long ago, and what kind of ability could he get these supreme treasures? Fang Xiaoqing looked at Lin Hao, who was seriously injured and dying in her arms, and pondered for a moment, murmuring as if she had made up her mind. For today's time, we can only give up this cultivation while ensuring Mr. Lin's life. On the other hand, within the spirit elemental trial, Yuan Maoyu and Gabi Jiu were strong and incomparable as they dispersed the heavenly pride that was cultivating in this place. As the ancient battlefield in the southern border of the most dense place of aura, this trial is once a master of the formation left, able to absorb all the aura within a radius of 100 miles into which the abundance of spiritual power, not in the least in the parties under the blessing of the cavernous sky. Ding! Heavenly Destiny protagonist Lin Hao has lost all his cultivation, and his Heavenly Destiny value has lost 100,000. Congratulations to the master for obtaining villain value of 100,000. 10W? The eyes of Su Chenxiao, who was sitting in the center of the formation, lit up and looked quite a bit surprised as he muttered, I can't imagine that this Heaven's Destiny protagonist has been injured so badly. But yes, after all, it's a mortal body that is inherently fragile. Shin Li Yun in the end has the devouring god body origin to support him. Even if his foundation is damaged, his cultivation will not fall too fast. But this Lin Hao, who was a person of sinful blood, could really have nothing but blessed karma. Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered. Whether it was through the system marker or the dead soul beast parasitized on top of that demon's residual soul, he himself could get the news of this Heavenly Destiny protagonist Lin Hao anytime, anywhere. That day demon is after all a great emperor residual soul. Dead soul beast erosion progress, after all, still come too slow, but now is able to influence the behavior of some residual soul. Thinking about this, the corner of Su Chenxiao's mouth slightly raised in a smile as he softly said, System, open the mall. Ding! Mall opened successfully. Red, heaven and earth live together. To practice this method, one needs to swallow the spirit of the heavenly Tao 999 times to extend 100,000 years of life. And when the Tao domain perishes, the person perishes. Required villain value, 10,000,000. Red Big Puppet Emperor, quenched by 6 heaven and earth divine materials, through the body of the puppet, can rival the emperor realm flesh. Required villain value, 5,000,000. As I recall, there just happens to be this technique inside the mall. Where to? Su Chenxiao had a clear goal. Directly flipping through pages and pages of merchandise pages, resting his gaze on top of a Gongfu aptitude. Found it. Gold Python Bird Swallowing Dragon Technique. Swire Forbidden Law. Need to supplement it with heavenly material treasure withered boneflower. Infant Spirit Wood. The blood of the Phantom Hunter will be crushed into the array pattern. The person who casts the law outside the array cast swallowing the dragon skill can be the array of special physical origin deprivation. Required villain value, 50,000. This kind of heaven-defying method only required 50,000 villainous values in the system mall. No other, only because the conditions are too harsh. Need many extinct still heavenly materials. It was completely incapable of being compared to the deprivation method in the chaos scripture he had cultivated. Su Chenxiao's eyes contained a smile as he murmured softly, but it's already enough. Purchase. Ding. Purchase of the Python Sparrow Dragon Swallowing Technique is successful, consuming 50,000 villain value. Current villain value, 1,063,000. The art of swallowing the dragon and its inner mantras surged into his mind, and Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow and smiled. Fu Yuan protagonist, the opportunity is given to you by this eunuch, whether you can grasp it or not, then it can only depend on yourself. Next, Su Chenxiao took out the flying immortal origin as well as the chaotic Xinju, and the dense chaotic qi oceans out. Su Chenxiao's entire body seemed to transform into a vortex, as if it was like a whale swallowing and refining the aura and chaotic qi in this surroundings. Half a month later, within the spiritual elemental trial, chaos churned and was vast. Rumble, the entire trial, are enveloped by an ocean of chaos? is bored in the side-lying fruit. Geijo perceived this horrible breath after sitting up violently from the ground. The Tsang Tian divine rock in Yuan Mayu's arms also let out a squeak, taking off and directly hovering in the air. It's the prince? Gonzi has come out of the gate? Yuan Mayu looked over, her beautiful eyes filled with incredulity, only to see this spiritual Yuan trial. Several visions came out of the sky. The three-headed, six-armed ancient demon god silhouette clearly appeared, holding a chaotic green lotus to suppress the 8 wastelands. In his hand, the huge sword is so powerful that the sword can open the sky, and the ancient beasts on both sides of his body stooped down and roared, and the gas was like 1,000, terrifying and shocking. Chaos seized the creation. The great Tao returns to one. The various physical origin visions at this moment as if fused into one. How shocking this is! Thousands of derivations and chaotic visions. Geijo's pupils shrunk violently. His face was filled with a thick color of horror. This kind of horrifying scenario, even during his time, he had never seen such a heaven-defying physical phenomenon. The innate chaotic body. Master, will all the physique, all have been successfully refined to unity? It's too fast. It's just too swift. He himself had followed Su Chenshao for only a short year, but it was as if he had witnessed the rise of a young ancient emperor. But 18, already have such divine power cultivation. Simply unheard of. Appalling. Rumble. Between heaven and earth, a bolt from the blue exploded in the ancient battlefield. Within Spirit Element City, all living beings cast their gazes over, looking at the terrifying sky-covering demon god's shadow. The thick, abyss-like aura oppressing one's body with boiling chi and blood, and one simply could not catch one's breath. Among the crowd, Feng Yunshu, who had just arrived at this place not long ago, was woodenly in place for a moment. Is that direction not that Su family godson? What a terrifying heaven and earth vision. This aura, is he going to break through to the supreme? For some reason, that heaven and earth vision, even his cultivation of the supreme realm, felt some palpitations of fear. Chapter 119, Chopping Sky Transition. Breaking through the divine elemental 9 paths palace, the thunder tribulation surged, and thick and incomparable black divine thunder surged down. The thunder force is violent to the extreme, as if it can ding everything in the world. Even if it is contaminated with a trace, it will make the penalty. God will be extinguished, drowned in the sea of thunder. Geijo's face was shocked when he saw that thunder couldn't help but crack. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 3 changes, 9 mysteries, black hell divine thunder? He turned directly back towards Yuan Moyu. Not good. Master is breaking the divine element. Let's go. Seeing this, Geijo directly rolled a divine force to take Yuan Mayu and prepare to leave. He looked around but did not find the figure of the Tsang Tian divine rock. What about the little thing? Steeply, a loud and clear cry broke through the sky. Sigh, only to see a divine and extraordinary falcon with white feathers directly rushing towards the place of the thunderbolt, as if it wanted to defend the master against the thunderbolt. Grass. Geijo was directly dumbfounded. This little thing is so brave, but only to the realm of immortal realm. This heavenly landmine robbery, even as a divine beast he did not dare to shake. A not yet returned to the ancestor of the Tsangtian divine rock. This ing past is not to send death? Come back, Geijo shouted, directly grabbing with a big hand in the air. Above the Tsang heavenly divine rock, a large golden hand suddenly appeared, firmly grasping it within. Go! Without any further ado, he directly brought Yuan Mayu and the Tsang Tian divine rock to leave this place together, where the spirit elemental trial center is. Su Chenshao was cultivating with his eyes closed. In the sky, the 3 changes of the 9 Xian's tribulation transformed into the thunder shadow of a former ancient sage to kill towards the bottom. The thunder light was brilliant and dazzling, wanting to bury everything in this place. Throughout history, I don't know how many supreme demons have fallen under this black hell divine thunder. Buzz. Su Chenshao suddenly opened his eyes. His divine eyes were like electricity, and his chaotic aura changed endlessly, exhausting the mysteries of heaven and earth. An old friend. Su Chenshao grinned, his head full of black hair flying in the air, a black dress hunting, holding the white emperor's sword transformed into a chaotic rainbow directly stepping into the air. Once himself, the chaos body is not complete, cannot shake this robbery, but now the fusion of the heaven's immortal god body, after many trials and tribulations washing quenching, has long been different from the old. Even this black hell divine thunder, which was capable of destroying everything, was not in the least bit placed in his eyes. Su Chenxiao's eyes were radiant, and his eyes seemed to be able to penetrate through all things in the wheel, mapping out this terrifyingly blazing thunder. Laughing loudly, he did not avoid or flash to face this raging and violent thunderbolt directly. Come on, I haven't seen you for a year, so let me try to see if you've made any progress. A beam of black thunder as thick as a dragon and tens of feet long struck down, and in a split second the earth below cracked and collapsed, and even this side of the trial was about to shatter. Rumble. Su Qianxiao was bathed in this thunder. All the thunder entwined. Even this full head of black hair flying in the air was flowing with strands of lightning. The divine body erupted with a precious and solemn white aura, and this raging thunder power filled the outside of the body's surface, but was unable to invade the slightest bit. Bang, 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 bang. Horrible muffled sounds exploded. Su Qianxiao's eyes suddenly lit up incomparably as he blasted out with a single punch, and that savage and unparalleled mighty power exploded the sage that the thunder tribulation had transformed into alive. Rumble. Suddenly dense thunder bloomed, and Su Qianxiao laughed and said, "It doesn't hurt or itch, is that the only power?" Another sword slashed out, and the three thunder incarnations directly exploded in unison. Rumble. Outside the trial, Gaby Gio stared at this scene with wide eyes, full of incredulity. My goodness, Master's physical body is already not the slightest bit weaker than under our divine beasts. Around them, hundreds of celestial pride had already gathered at some point. Even the young jungles who were far away from the other cities and pools were attracted by this place, and all of their faces were filled with incomparable horror. That's the Su clan's divine son. 3 transformations of 9 Xian's thunder, resisting it with his physical body. Just how powerful is that Su family divine son's physique? What the hell is he going to do? Feng Yunshu was also present and his breath caught, looking extraordinarily shocked. Suddenly, the dark clouds within the distant trial peeled away, and a terrifying pool of thunder descended from the sky, as if it had thought of something. Gaby Gio's face suddenly changed and he shouted, "Wandao Thunder Pool? Damn it, how did all this stuff end up here?" The 10,000 Paths Thunder Pool was the place where all the thunderstorms from all sides of heaven and earth were nurtured, the place where all the thunder originated. And now, under the provocation of Su Qianxiao again and again, it even descended this kind of divine object, although it was merely a projection. The next thing he had to face was the power of the Black Hell Divine Thunder's origin. Boom! The divine light was brilliant, as if a waterfall of terrifyingly blazing thunder poured down from within the thunder pool. The thunder that bathed his body was tens of times more powerful in an instant, and the crackling boom seemed to be tearing his body apart. Sensing the difference, Su Qianxiao's eyes condensed as he looked up towards the black pressurized thunder pool, a trace of incomparable excitement flashing in his eyes. Is the pool of 10,000 thunders. Good timing, just in time, to open up the 9th divine origin Dao Palace for me. The spirit of divine origin appeared in his hand and was instantly refined. A touch of divine light disappeared into the body. The sea of Qi was kneaded and broken, turning into a party of vortex. Dao Palace opened. Each Dao Palace was filled with an astonishingly incomparable chaotic Qi, just like the beginning of the heavens and earth, capable of holding vast amounts of aura. Su Qianxiao held the White Emperor's sword, his eyes as sharp as a sword. While opening up the divine elemental Dao Palace, he offered up the Tongtian sword formation. The immortal slaying sword and the 8 saint soldiers placed in it burst out in unison. Each beam of sword rainbow had the power to break the sky, so powerful that it cut down everything. Tongtian sword formation. 9 swords out. Boom! The 10,000 paths of Thunderpool fell violently, and the 2 terrifying and incomparable rays of light collided and exploded in an instant. Rumble! In the midst of this devastating, dazzling to the extreme thunder and sword light, everything around them was reduced to pieces, and that party of thunder shattered a supreme sword. Su Qianxiao held the White Emperor's imperial sword in his hand and raised his hand to slash out with a sword towards that violent thunder pillar. Taiya sword technique. 10 fears of swinging heaven. The absolutely unparalleled sword on split that thick thunder column into 2 in the blink of an eye, and it was as if it had broken through the bamboo, without reducing the slightest bit of force towards the 10,000 thunder pool shadow. Rumble! A vast divine light blossomed, and the heavens and earth seemed to be quiet for a moment. Outside the trial, thousands of celestial pride gathered here, staring wide-eyed, forcibly enduring the sting of that overpowering sword, intent to watch the magnificent scene in the air. Someone couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva and sat down on the ground in a paralyzed state. His Dao heart loosening. What kind of monster is this? Rao just arrived at this place. Feng Yinshu also cannot help but spine cold. Some thankful that before they did not tear with this Su family godson. Is this the Emperor clan's divine son? This all-seeing, world-unrivaled demonic figure was firmly imprinted in the heart like an indelible mark. Because, sky, chopped open. Chapter 120, Great Filial Piety. Swire Bird Luan. The clouds were lifted to see a clear sky. The thick and low black thunderclouds disappeared, and everything seemed to have returned to peace. Su Qianxiao stood in the air. His body was flowing with Dao energy, and the 9 divine Yuan Dao palaces were like a vortex, devouring the surrounding heaven and earth aura and the remaining power of the thunderbolt all the time. A black coat of splendor, a handsome and peerless face calm, eyes downcast looking at the white emperor's sword in his hand. The might of an emperor's sword is truly extraordinary. This time, with the chaos divine beat all the power within it to integrate the several divine bodies, the divine body was flawless, even more so than the heaven and earth divine beasts of the same realm. In conjunction with the Taiya sword technique, a sword opened up the sky, and even that triple transformation 9 Xian thunder tribulation couldn't withstand an inch of shattering. Just a shame. Retracting the Tongtian sword formation, Su Qianxiao eyed the sword in the disc. Other than the immortal killing sword, the other swords were all crushed under this black hell divine thunder. Even now with the immortal killing sword, the cracks on top of the sword were spreading more and more pervasive. Su Qianxiao murmured softly, "It seems that we have to find an opportunity to repair this immortal killing sword." Sweeping beyond the trial, thousands of celestial pride gathered here. Looking in the direction of this place, Su Qianxiao smiled faintly and took a step forward. It appeared outside the trial in a flash. Many of the heaven's pride's eyes were filled with awe, and they slightly moved away from this place. The cultivation of the divine Yuan realm was no longer something they could contend with, and after witnessing this shocking scene with their own eyes, quite a few people snapped and laughed. Yuan Moyu smiled and stepped forward. Her beautiful eyes curved and narrowed, her stunning face filled with fire and admiration. "Congratulations, Your Excellency, for breaking through the divine element." Gaby Jiao also sked, looking up and down at Su Qianxiao's divine body and aura, and couldn't help but marvel. What a fast rate of progress, Master. At an age like yours, divine element, even if you were placed in my era, you would definitely be among the top group of demons. Su Qianxiao grinned, stroking the incomparable Tsong Tian divine rock flying above his arm, and said with a faint smile, "Just a fluke. It doesn't count for much." At that moment, a loud and unmistakable laughter suddenly rang out from the rear. "Ha ha ha, Godson Su has amazing talent. It's only been a short time since we've seen him, and now he's already at the divine elemental realm cultivation level. It really puts us all to shame." When he heard this voice, Su Qianxiao turned his head to look and his eyes narrowed slightly. The person who came was no one else but the Golden Yang Realm's cloud-swallowing Sun Cloud Lion lineage, Feng Yunshu. This person is covered with demonic aura, tall and handsome, smiling and graceful. If not able to detect that wisp of demonic aura on the other party, I'm afraid that many people would still mistake it for a human cultivator. "It's you?" Gaby Jiao also frowned and said in a deep voice, "Ungrateful children and grandchildren, what are you still doing here?" Feng Yunshu sniffed and arched his hand in succession, rushing to explain, "Greetings Ancestor, greetings Divine Sun Su. I have come here because I have an important matter I wish to deal with you." Divine Sun Su. "Oh." Su Qianxiao's face was calm. His joy and anger could not be clearly seen as he spoke faintly. "If it's the same thing as before, then you can get out now." Having just finished his breakthrough, with that overpowering sword aura in his body that had yet to subside, Feng Yunshu only felt that the current aura of this latter Su clan's divine son in front of him was somewhat palpitating even to him, and for a moment, his heart and mind were greatly shaken. A cultivator of the divine elemental realm would even cause my Supreme Highness to feel a hint of instinctive scorn? Feng Yunshu took a deep breath and said with a smirk, "I think you've misunderstood something, Kamiko. I have come with sincerity this time, and you will see." He waved his hand over with a grin, and a white light flashed on the ground. A breath is weak, and the size of the Tsungtian divine rock about the same body hair brightly colored like firebird and beast suddenly appeared on the ground. Between its forehead there is a wisp of never-extinguished divine flame and the weak beating. Once appeared even the surrounding temperature has suddenly pulled up a lot. The Tsong Tian divine rock on his hand let out a long cry. Gaby Jiao frowned, staring closely at the bird and beast and muttered, "Firebath divine phoenix?" However, he quickly vetoed it. "No, the power of the fire-bathing divine phoenix bloodline cannot be so weak. Although the bloodline returned a lot, but this is feared to be the fire-bathing divine phoenix descended from the Swire Sparrow One. The phoenix lineage of the divine beast of heaven and earth has been extinct for a long time. Where exactly did you recruit its descendants from?" The phoenix was the kind of divine beast that didn't even think about continuing its bloodline. As he had said before, they are arrogant in nature and do not care to breed with other beings except their own kind. Su Qianxiao also looked over. Ding. Name, KK. Title, The Heavenly Hostess of Du Wap Qian Kuan. Identity, Swift Sparrow 1. Realm, Immortal Realm Triple. Is it that Heavenly Destiny protagonist Lin Hao's Heavenly Destiny heroine? Su Qianxiao looked at Feng Yunshu with some surprise. And where did they get this Heavenly Fate heroine from? Feng Yunshu laughed and said, "Ancestor is right. This beast is none other than the Phoenix descendant Swift Sparrow 1. Its early extinction in the heavens has been a long time. The bloodline return to the ancestors is more extraordinary. This is still by chance by my golden sun world of the demon was captured. From the lower world to ascend up the phoenix descendants it. Lower world? Geiju muttered. The heavens are so big. Even if some ancient demonic beasts have gone extinct, but no one can guarantee that there is no descendant of their bloodline in the lower world or somewhere else. Su Qianxiao withdrew his gaze and said indifferently, "So, what do you want to do?" Feng Yunshu laughed, "Su Shensi, this beast has not bad chances. And even more so, the bloodline is returning to its ancestor. If you put in the resources to completely advance into the fire-bathing Divine Phoenix in time, it won't be a problem. I've heard that Divine Prince Su has always loved to montage these demonic beasts of extraordinary status. Whether it's used as a way to extract essence blood or cultivate them all have good potential, so I think you should like it." Su Qianxiao's face was a bit odd when he sniffed. "Like to raise these yourself? He's not running a zoo. Did these guys misunderstand something?" Feng Yunshu continued to speak to himself. Since the ancestor has already made a decision, it is naturally not good for us juniors to interfere too much. I only hope that I can exchange this item for my ancestor's divine beast treasure art. I don't know what you think. Divine son? Gaby Zhou's eyes widened as he shouted angrily. Good boy. I thought why? It turns out that all you ungrateful children and grandchildren have in mind is this emperor's mythical Gaby treasure art. Feng Yunshu smiled without saying anything. He could see that no matter what he did in the Golden Yang realm, the Su family's godson would not let him go. Moreover, the ancestor didn't really want to return to the Golden Yang realm that much, so it would be better to take this opportunity to directly ask for the ancestor's mythical beast treasure technique to enhance the strength of all the mythical beast descendants in the Golden Yang realm. Ancestor, we are ultimately your descendants. It was not easy for us to get to this point today. Rather than letting the mythical Gaby treasure art become extinct, it would be better to let our descendants carry it forward for you. Chapter 121 Desperate Lin Hao. Sorrow of Mortal Body. Gaby Zhou was so angry that he blew his top. Su Duanxiao's eyes flickered by the side as he looked at the swift sparrow Wan on the ground and pondered for a while, listening to what Feng Yunshu said. I'm afraid that this Heaven's Destiny female lord was also like Lin Hao, who had broken through from the 10 Directions realm's prison to come to the upper realm. However, he already had the Dead Soul Beast and the Tsung Tian Divine Rock, and even the Heaven and Earth Divine Beast, the Heavenly Golden Mythical Beast, was his mount, so he didn't need more demonic beasts at all. Su Qianxiao said with some lack of interest. Alright, what divine beast descendants? This Gongzi isn't interested at all. If you want this mythical beast treasure art you can. The Golden Yang realm will be under my Imperial Su clan's affiliated forces in the future, and you will be given the resources you surrender every year. Feng Yunshu was shocked and said with some incredulity, affiliated forces? Although the celestial emperors were powerful, his Golden Yang realm was not weak, but there were several great emperors in existence. As a lineage of demon emperor of the demon clan, to have their entire realm of the demon clan subjugated, if it were to be spread out it would only make all the demon clan laugh. Feng Yunshu's eyelids jumped, forcing the anger in his heart to say, Divine Son Su, but are you joking? My Golden Yang realm is at least. The words were not yet spoken. Su Qianxiao's eyes narrowed slightly as he raised his hand and chopped out with the white emperor sword. The cold light flashed, and the unstoppable and overriding sword intent pounced on his face. Feng Yunshu's pupils contracted violently, and he subconsciously raised his hand in an attempt to resist. However, after breaking through the divine elemental realm, the 9 Great Tao Palace, both in terms of cultivation and strength, Su Duanxiao has skyrocketed, combined with the might of the Emperor's sword. It left a deep wound on Feng Yunshu's body in an instant. A deafening roar came out of Feng Yunshu's mouth as he blasted away uncontrollably. Su Qianxiao's face was calm as he moved to flash directly in front of Feng Yunshu and slashed another sword straight down. Rumble! The sword awnings were shocking. The pupils of Feng Yunshu were filled with horror. A pale light exploded. It was actually forced to transform into its own body to resist. It was a cloud lion with plain white fur and a huge body. Its demonic aura was majestic and amazing. Resisting this sword light raw, a deep blood scar appeared on top of Noda's torso. Roar! Feng Yunshu let out a long roar in pain. What do you do? His heart was filled with fear. Although his strength was not as good as Tu Jin and Zi Yao, but as the strongest demon race of the Cloud Lion lineage, his body was powerful. How could he be injured so easily? Su Qianxiao proudly stood high in the sky and directly dropped his foot, stepping on the head of the sun-swallowing Cloud Lion as if it were 1,000 pounds to suppress it to the ground. It seems like your Golden Yang realm still can't figure itself out. For the sake of you delivering that swift sparrow Wan, I'll spare your life. Go back and tell your Golden Yang realm demon emperor that if he wants that mythical beast treasure technique, Have all the Golden Yang Realm demon clans head to the Imperial Su clan to swear their obedience in a few days. Swallowing the Sun Cloud Lion in the lower part of the long roar. Only feel as if the body of the mountain pressure tripod was dead, pressed to the ground, cannot move. It was only until Su Chenxiao's eyes were disdainful and he moved to that Taiku Spiral Wand that he was relieved. Buzz. Including the Swift Spiral Wand directly into the system's storage space. Su Chenxiao sneered and looked towards the sun-swallowing Cloud Lion not far away towards Gaby Jiu and raised his hand. Go to Sword King City. After recasting this immortal slaying sword, it's almost time to open that creation Xian realm, the ancient battlefield heir. Su Chenxiao rode on top of the heavenly golden mythical beast in preparation for his journey to the northern border, while the immortal realms Yuan Mayu chose to stay within the spirit elemental trial to cultivate. The previous two swords had allowed Su Chenxiao to have a clear perception of his own strength now. Several major physical origin fusion. With the White Emperor's sword unusual supreme is not a match. Only the northern frontier side of the demon to be able to compete. With the existence of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion branch in Sword King City, not only would it be able to help him completely repair the immortal slaying sword, but it would also be impossible to say that it would be possible to raise the White Emperor's sword by another leader. Releasing that Swift Spiral Wand, it was still in a state of serious injury and unconsciousness. Su Chenxiao pondered for a while, looking at the Swift Spiral Wand. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly after a moment of contemplation and said, since it's the heroine of that Heavenly Destiny protagonist, it's a good idea to make good use of it. It just so happens that I'm worried that this trinket can't be delivered to the hands of the Heaven's Destiny protagonist, so it would be good for you to bring it over to that Heaven's Destiny protagonist Lin Hao. When the words fell, a wisp of chaotic gas came out from between the fingers and directly entered the body of the Swire Green One, the Chaos Scripture, the seal of the Slave Master. Although extremely restrictive and unable to be used on those whose realm was higher than their own or whose divine sense was slightly stronger, it was able to subconsciously change a person's perception. With a flick of Su Chenxiao's fingers, another vibrant green Emperor Dan was sent into the mouth of the Swift Spiral Wand. Her injuries began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the fire on her forehead blazed and pulsed. Go on, you came to the upper world to find Lin Hao. Remember to give him this copper tripod. The Swift Spiral Wand was wrapped and shrouded by a pale chaotic aura, and was just casually placed down by Su Chenxiao, who found a location. 2 days later, inside Chunhua Hall. No! A roar and hiss of pain resounded. The sound of smashing came from inside the house and kept on ringing. Squeak dash, the door of the room was pushed open. Fang Shaoqing walked in with a bowl of medicinal soup. Seeing this scene, her heart was slightly shocked and she rushed forward. Duke Lin. Lin Hao's eyes were crimson as he looked dead on in Fang Shaoqing's direction and roared. My cultivation! You wasted my cultivation. Tell me why you did it. Answer me. Fang Shaoqing was momentarily speechless, and only after a long period of silence did she say, Mr. Lin, the injuries on your body, they're just too heavy. You are originally a mortal body. Your flesh and foundation are damaged. If I don't do this, those chaotic rushing auras in your body will cause you to die a violent death. Lin Hao's expression was crazy to the extreme, as if he was looking at a bitter enemy, and roared, Mortal body, ha ha ha, mortal body again. Without this cultivation, it would be better for me to die. Just who gave you the right to do that? Fang Shaoqing frowned at her words as she sighed and placed the medicinal spoon on the table. The tone of his voice suddenly became a bit distant and said, After all, you are an heir to the Heavenly Demon Elder, and you have a favor from my Spring Flower Hall. If you think so, then do as you please. And drink this medicine when it is cold. How could she not have imagined it would go this way? That day, if Lin Hao hadn't been seriously injured and on the verge of death, begging himself to save him, how would he have done so? It's just. Fang Shaoqing turned to leave, and as soon as she was out the door, she heard the sound of a poof of something hitting the ground. Inside the house, Lin Hao knocked the medicinal spoon over. He wanted to feel the aura in his body, but he found nothing, and even his physical body had become fragile. In pain, he yelled and fell to the ground, pounding up the ground frantically. Why? Why did it come to this? There are still countless living beings in the 10 Directions realm waiting for me to liberate them. And on me, I am shouldering the expectations of countless people. Just as he was despairing, a ghostly sigh resounded in his mind. Alas! Chapter 122 Python Sparrow Swallows Dragon. Changing destiny against the heavens. It's useless to say anything after what happened. This sound, after hearing this familiar and incomparable voice, Lin Hao's eyes on the ground burst out a sudden and incomparable light, as if he had grabbed the last straw of life, and ecstatically said, Senior Sky Demon? You're awake? Senior Sky Demon, you're a great emperor. I know you must have a solution, right? I, Lin Hao, am not able to stop here yet. In front of it, a hazy spirit body appeared ghostly. It was an old man with a head full of white hair and a thin figure. The old man was short and thin. His pale face was full of tree-lined grooves, but his mauve pupils were shrewd and sharp, lonely and stern, as if he were a dying great emperor, inviolable. Lin Hao was slightly stunned, and his face was painfully loud. Senior Sky Demon, help me. The heavenly demon stared at him in silence for a while. Ever since his own fallen remnant soul fell into the 10 Directions realm, he had accompanied Lin Hao for so many years, witnessing his growth with his own eyes. It was impossible to say that he didn't have any feelings. Lin Hao, you're a mortal body. It's already pretty good that you've made it this far. You also know that mortal body cultivation is inherently difficult, not to mention whether or not your physical body's foundation can be restored. Even if it is, how many years would it take to go from the mortal bone realm to Seal King immortality again? Lin Hao's body shook, lying on the ground and trembling continuously. His pupils filled with the color of despair. Could it be that a mortal body is truly incapable of changing its fate against the heavens? If it was someone else, he never believed this, but the person in front of him was the heavenly demon senior who had helped him along the way, and had once been a terrifying existence of the demon race's great emperor realm. The heavenly demon shook his head and sighed in contemplation. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, even he froze and muttered, "Wait, you're in this position, and it doesn't seem to be hopeless." Lin Hao's pupils suddenly lit up, and he raised his head fiercely, saying excitedly, "Senior Sky Demon, you quickly say it. No matter what method you use, as long as there is still a ray of hope, I won't miss it." The heavenly demon closed his eyes and pondered for a while, and in his mind, he suddenly recalled the python sparrow dragon swallowing technique. Even he was somewhat unable to remember exactly when he had gotten the use of this technique. I vaguely remember that there is a technique in the heavens called python sparrow swallowing dragon. This method is vicious to the extreme. Need to deprive other people's physical origin grafted to their own. Not to mention the materials needed to be tricky, difficult and not necessarily able to succeed. However, your original weakness lies in your physique, so if you can really succeed, it would be considered a blessing in disguise. Python sparrow, swallow dragon. Lin Hao's pupils condensed. He had heard long ago that the heavens possessed that kind of divine ability technique that could graft someone else's physique, but this kind of thing, which only existed among the various superpowers, simply couldn't be circulated. It was unthinkable that Elder Sky Demon would even know this type of technique. What he suffers most is that his mortal body is ordinary, and even if he cultivates the heavenly demon treasure art of his heavenly demon predecessor, he is only able to utilize 1/12 of its power. If one could rely on this method to obtain a physique, then in the future, it would truly be a wide sea and high sky for birds to fly. Please also teach me. Senior, the heavenly demon's words turned around and said with some concern, "This is the method of changing one's life against the heavens and taking over the creation of heaven and earth. Regardless of whether it is successful or not, it can only be used once in one's life. But those who have powerful god-body celestials, none of them have amazing backers behind them." Lin Hao shuddered at his words, his eyes becoming a bit cloudy. Yes, what Elder Sky Demon said was good. Those who carry a powerful physique, not only their own strength is amazing, most of the background is also very extraordinary. With their own strength now, even with the help of heavenly demon seniors simply cannot catch each other, let alone the physique replacement. Just when he was at a loss, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly sounded outside the house. "I'm from the same hometown as Lin Hao. Why don't you let me in?" When they heard this incomparably familiar voice, not only Lin Hao, even the heavenly demon looked a bit surprised. That voice is Whisperer? Yuer came up from the 10 Directions realm. Lin Hao's face was filled with incredulity as he directly opened the door and rushed out, only to see that outside the house, a red-haired woman with a head full of bright colors like fire appeared. Her face was cold and lonely, with a wisp of flame marking under her eyes. Her body was tall and her temperament was arrogant to the extreme. Seeing the person in front of him, Lin Hao's pupils dilated slightly, filled with dismay. Whisper, it's really you. What are you doing here? By all rights, shouldn't Whisperer still be in the 10 Directions realm at this time? KK is confronting Feng Shaoqing, who is a bit puzzled. Mr. Lin, you know each other? Lin Hao nodded, just wanting to speak. Who knew that K Yen directly stepped forward with a big stride, and with an icy face, he came to Lin Hao's body and raised his hand, and slapped it down. Pa! This scene that suddenly rose up caught Lin Hao off guard. The red-haired woman in front of her muttered with a face full of confusion. Whisperer, you are? K Yen's beautiful eyes were ice-cold to the extreme as she said in a chilling voice. Lin Hao, do you know how long I've been looking for you? Let me ask you, Didn't you say that you would take me along to leave the 10 Directions realm within 3 years? But now it's already been 4 years. And if it wasn't for the fact that I exhausted the resources of the 10 Directions realm's first realm to repair that teleportation array, I'm afraid that I would still be in that lower realm's prison right now. Speaking of this, Kule frowned, as if sensing something, and said in a cold voice, "Wait, what about your cultivation?" Half an hour later, Queer Fong learned all about it. The heavenly demon remnant soul was floating on the side. As the person she trusted the most, she knew all the secrets on Lin Hao's body. Lin Hao sighed and said with a vicissitude of expression, "This is it. Now that I've lost my wind and thunder divine wings and my cultivation is even more ruined, what's the difference between me and a waste?" Kei Kwek said as she gave him a cold look. "You're right. You are indeed no different from a waste now." Lin Hao's words choked, his face reddening into a pig purple color that was generally unsightly to the extreme. "However, Yuer was a descendant of the phoenix, a divine beast of heaven and earth, and her words had always been condescending and sharp, so he was used to it. Not to mention this, Whisperer, since you came to the heavens a year ago, where have you been all this time?" KK said coldly. "There were some close encounters, but fortunately I escaped out of them." Lin Hao, what you and I are shouldering is the mission of hundreds of millions of living beings in the 10 Directions realm. If you give up, then I will take over from you. How can that be? Lin Hao hurriedly said, "I haven't forgotten to wash away the name of sinful blood even for a moment. It's just that in my current state, Senior Heavenly Demon said that the only way to turn things around is to seize the divine body essence as well." Chapter 123, The 9 Luck Suppressing Cauldron. Heavenly Sword Villa. Kei Yan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, staring silently at his face for a while before she spoke. "I see. I will help you in this matter. Do you have a goal now?" Lin Hao shook his head and looked at the Sky Demon Senior on the side. "Heavenly Demon, your current situation is too complicated, and an ordinary divine body simply won't be able to quickly restore your cultivation to its original level. Did you notice that woman in the Divine Wood trial before? It carries the Devouring God body, which is an incomparably powerful special physique in the heavens, and as long as there are enough resources, you will be able to recover to your original cultivation at the fastest speed, and even higher levels are not impossible. Moreover, after possessing this body, you will be free from the limitations of the mortal body in the future. What I see her practicing is the Reincarnation Hall's lineage of techniques, and since the Reincarnation Hall is now in decline, it's not impossible to offend." Devouring God body? Lin Hao's eyes flickered, his mind recalling the woman with a clear and delicate appearance from before. "Is that her?" Kei Yan spoke faintly from the side. "Since it's what Senior Sky Demon said, then find an opportunity to catch that woman. Anyway, Lin Hao, with your current situation, you don't have any more choices, do you? By the way, I happen to get something outside this time. The supreme treasure of your human cultivator is useless to me." After saying that, a 4-square copper tripod appeared in her hand. For tripod edge of the 4 pairs of dragon heads toward the tripod raised. Dragon head mouth open, mouth gushing out a strand of rich purple breath, dense around the tripod, filled with a rich to the extreme dragon gas. "Looks extraordinary. This is..." The heavenly demon stared closely at this copper tripod, as if he thought of something somewhat unbelievable, exclaimed, "The 9 States Luck Suppressing Cauldron. This object, why is it in your hands?" "The 9 States Luck Cauldron?" Lin Hao frowned and said with some confusion as he looked at the heavenly demon Senior. "Elder Sky Demon, what is this?" With the appearance of this item, even the heavenly demon was a little excited beyond measure and said with a fiery expression, "It's the human emperor's fortune-suppressing artifact. Lin Hao, I really wasn't wrong about you. Your kid's blessings are not ordinary deep. If you possess this item, when the time comes to use that Python Sparrow swallowing dragon method, it is bound to be close to 100% successful. This thing can almost be called the jade ruin of all living beings." Lin Hao's pupils dilated slightly, incredulously looking at the small tripod in front of him and muttering, "Seriously, is it that much of a stretch?" The other end. Within Sword King City, Su Chenxiao and Gaby Jiu were walking on the road. Sword King City possessed the Sword King trial, and was a very powerful city in the northern border. And not far in front of this city, Anota's villa stood on top of the mountain range, stretching on and on. Inside the city from all sides of the heavenly pride gathered. On both sides of the road there are also a lot of stalls selling all kinds of magic treasures props, all kinds of Dan talisman array technique. Magic treasure and magic weapon are placed on top of the stall, because there is a branch of heavenly sword god sect disciples in this place. Those who come here mostly want to get a satisfactory magic treasure. Come, the heavenly sword divine sect's freshly baked supreme magic treasure, the shading sun sword, which I just forged, only costs 100,000 extreme spirit stones. This heavenly treasure of mine, the 9-leaf flower bead, is a fine material for alchemy. It was obtained from the Taiku battlefield erupting with golden light and blessings 3 months ago, and it only costs 30,000 extreme spirit stones, Dharma treasure fragments, 1,000 supreme and 5,000 holy soldiers, all good for return. Su Chenshao stopped in front of a vendor. Looking at the tablecloth, he looked at a fragment of a magic treasure that emitted streams of light and said with a smile, "I'll take all of this sacred soldier magic treasure remnants." This time, he had come for the sake of sword casting as well as repairing the immortal killing sword, and as far as he knew, the materials needed for it were not a few. The stall owner was a heavenly pride of a certain immortal Dao system and was very young. He said with a smirk, "Dali, it's a total of 13 pieces of sacred artifact magic treasure remnants. I'll give you a discount and just charge you 63,000 extreme spirit stones." Su Chuanshao nodded slightly, and the Gaby Jiao on the side stepped forward with a big grin and directly threw out a bunch of extremely high-grade spirit stones that were full of spiritual qi. The system's voice suddenly sounded beside his ears. "Ding! Destined protagonist Lin Hao lost 10 value of qi. Ding! Destined protagonist Lin Hao lost 10 value of qi." "Oh, that fast?" Su Chenxiao's eyes lit up. It seemed like that Heaven's Destiny female lord had handed over the 9 states luck suppressing cauldron to Lin Hao. This thing, however, had cost himself a full million villain value before he bought it. The matter of qi luck is insubstantial and intangible, but it exists in a certain person. The 9 states luck suppressing cauldron, a total of 9, is rumored to be the suppression of qi of the Emperor of the Great Ancients, which is able to strengthen the condensation of a person's qi in the cauldron, so that the qi blessing is doubled. To put it simply, the more luck you put in, the more luck it returns, from 1 to 2, from 2 to 4, but since ancient times fortune and misfortune, this Xinyunding although can increase personal fortune, but once lost that one's own invested into the qi will be countless. Instead of the tripod used by the Emperor of Man Jinyun, it is better to say that the Emperor of Man relying on this tripod to take all the natural spirit of the qi fortune in their own body, so as to be able to become the Emperor of Man. This is simply a customized treasure for himself, given to the heavenly protagonist to use. Not only can he grow more and more lush, waiting for the final time when he harvests himself, but also be able to harvest more villainous value as well as qi. It is not guaranteed that after a long time, he can get a heavenly protagonist as well. Su Chenshao grinned, and in an extremely good mood, he prepared the pieces of the magic treasure to head to the middle of the Heavenly Sword Villa. Suddenly, on top of the mountain range of the Heavenly Sword Villa directly in front of him, the shadow of a gigantic sword in the sky seemed as if it was going to tear the sky apart, with a shocking sword intent that heavily cleaved downwards towards the bottom. Rumble, deafening sounds of movement exploded and the sky shook. Ding! Detected the appearance of the Divine Destiny protagonist. Ding! Detected the appearance of the Divine Destiny protagonist. Su Chenshao gave a slight lurch and looked over. Location of the Heavenly Sword Villa. Many of the surrounding celestial pride also stopped where they were, gazing in a faraway direction. The stall owner on the side sold all the pieces of the magic treasure in one go, and in a good mood, he said with a smile, "Aya, fellow Daoist, you should have just come to the Sword King city not long ago, right? These days, this kind of thing is seen all the time." Su Chenshao raised an eyebrow at the words and asked with a smile, "Why?" The stall owner hemmed and hawed. "I see that you've acquired quite a few pieces of magic treasures, so I think you should be preparing to head to the Heavenly Sword Villa to have their people help you repair your magic treasures. The Heavenly Sword Villa has organized a competition, and as long as you can stand out from it, those who make it into the top 3 will be able to take away a magic weapon within the sword pool, or provide the materials for them to forge it for you for free. I guess today, the final winner should be decided." Chapter 124 Yang Beixian, 1 for 1 above the Supreme Being. Su Chenshao nodded with a smile in his eyes and murmured, "So that's it, a new Destiny protagonist? That's a good one to check out." After all, he had spent almost all of his own villain value in order to purchase the Kyushu Jinyun tripod. This new leak is at its peak of growth. Go, Gaby Jiao, go check it out. Inside the Heavenly Sword Villa, a young man dressed in plain clothes with a resolute face carried a sword in both hands. His sword intent was astounding, as if he was a peerless sword immortal who was unrivaled and proud. Yang Beixian opened the sky with his sword and looked at the corpse across from him, coldly opening his mouth towards the surrounding group of people who were seeking the sword. "Who else? Humph, didn't you people from the Flip Cloud Divine Sect want to kill me? Come on, come and die." In the face of such overbearing words, the celestials around the dojo looked dumbfounded. That's the Flip Cloud Sect's heavenly pride, and it was just chopped up by a sword? What a terrifying sword stance. What this son cultivates must be a killing art that is no weaker than that under a saint-level divine power. One by one, the people of the cloud-flipping divine sect were even more indignant and furious. Yang Beixian, don't you dare to go wild. Do you know that this place is the northern frontier? You killed 100 people from my clan, and after Daozi comes out of the gate, he will definitely take your life. Yang Beixian spoke with a disdainful cold snort. Humph, I'm invincible under the supreme realm, 1 for 1 above the supreme realm. If your Taoist son is not afraid of death, he can come and try. Looking at that sharp and arrogant figure, even the Heavenly Sword Villa Sword Envoy could not stand to watch. This Fang's heart is so vicious, he even chopped off a few of the Heaven's Pride who came here without saying a word. Senior brotherly, if we continue to let this son go on like this, I'm afraid that no one will dare to come to my Heavenly Sword Villa in the future. Sitting in this place of the banker, is the Heavenly Sword God clan a Heavenly Pride, because of the talent limitations, can only be in this place to establish the Heavenly Sword Manor? For this ancient battlefield that the various Heavenly Pride casting holy weapon magic weapon. Li Yuan frowned and stared at Yang Beixian within the field as he opened his mouth. It's not good, after all. Before this, those people have made a life and death contract. They are to blame for their defeat in the end. At this time, a side hurriedly came to a person of the Heavenly Sword Villa. Attached ear beside Li Yuan's ear whispered something. Li Yuan's pupils shook at his words, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. What did you say? That male has already arrived at the Taiku battlefield? Wasn't it only some time ago that emperor took an emperor's sword from our Heavenly Sword divine sect and left? He rose abruptly and opened his mouth towards a disciple beside him. You first preside over the situation here, and I'll go and meet any honored guests that come. A few moments later, Mr. Su, this way please. Under Li Yuan's respectful reception, Su Chenxiao and Gaby Jiao arrived at the field together. Su Duanxiao opened his mouth with a smile. I heard that your Heavenly Sword Villa is organizing a competition where the victor gets a piece of magic treasure or a casting? Li Yuan nodded and smiled bitterly. As a branch of the Heavenly Sword Divine Sect, we have just been established not long ago in the midst of the Taiku battlefield, and almost every year we would organize such a time in order to make a name for ourselves. Sir Su, if you want to repair the magic weapon, how can we dare to accept your material resources? Moreover, that White Emperor sword of yours is already an outstanding work of our clan. If it is to be upgraded, I'm afraid that it will still need the Patriarch's help, and the number of resources it will require is vast, not a small amount. Su Chenxiao waved his hand and directly offered the killing immortal sword and threw it over. This sword, can it be repaired? Li Yuan tremblingly took the immortal killing sword. He carefully viewed the blade and murmured with a tightly locked brow. This sword patterned sword chi. Could it be the legendary four swords of Tong Tian? Su Chenxiao nodded slightly. Aha, can it be fixed? Li Yuan's heart was shaken. The four swords of Tong Tian, no matter which one of them, that could be an emperor-level existence. These four immortal swords are really extraordinary. Rumor has it that the ancient great emperor once used the Heavenly Sword formation to activate the four swords, causing dozens of great emperors to drink their blood here. Li Yuan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and stared at the immortal killing sword in his hand for a moment before murmuring, repairing this broken sword is not a problem. Most of the materials are able to be purchased with spirit stones. It's just that, Mr. Su, the White Emperor's sword is originally an emperor's soldier, so if it still needs to be upgraded, it won't be a matter of spirit stones. But all imperial soldiers, without exception, are required to heaven and earth divine objects. This kind of thing cannot be found. Even the great emperor will need to spend years of time to go looking for. Su Chenxiao grinned at his words and directly threw in a storage ring. There are millions of extremely high-quality spirit stones in this ring, and countless pieces of magic treasures and Gengjin divine objects. As for the White Emperor's sword, I wonder if the God-killing stone and the weapon spirit Yuan body are enough? Both of these things, it just so happened, were drawn by himself from the prize pool of the heavens. As for all the other trash magical treasures one had drawn, they could all be broken down by the Heavenly Sword divine sect into fragmentary nutrients as well. The God-killing stone. Li Yuan's eyes suddenly brightened beyond measure. God's mind directly probed into the storage ring, when he saw that the fury of the sky, enough to have the size of the palm of the red stone after the face is full of unbelievable color. Some out of character loudly. This is the best material for casting divine weapons. It's still this size. Just 1/3 of it is enough. Mr. Su, at the risk of asking, where exactly did you get this item from? Su Chenxiao smiled. The clan treasury. Alright, it looks like the God-killing stone is important to you guys. Help me get the White Emperor's sword and the immortal slaying sword, and the rest of this will be taken as your Heavenly Sword divine sect's casting fee. Li Yuan's mind was ecstatic and he hurriedly nodded his head. Your Excellency, this matter is of great importance. I have to notify the Sovereign Lord. After saying that, he directly ran to the side, pinched out the sword technique in his hand, and closed his eyes to communicate. It was only a short while later, then he ran over with a rush of excitement, and exclaimed with a face of excited awe, Mr. Su, it's okay. A few elders from my sect will come in a few days, so please stay at the Heavenly Sword Villa for a few days. Speaking of this, Li Yuan paused and opened his mouth. It's just that, Mr. Su, you took both the White Emperor and the Immortal Slaying Sword, so now that you have them on hand, do you have any handy weapons? If you don't mind, within the sword pool of my Heavenly Sword Villa, there are a few not weak swords. If you are interested in them, take them. Su Qianshao nodded slightly and narrowed his eyes. There is no hurry. I saw the sword shadow of this place from afar in the city earlier, so I'll go and take a look first. Under Li Yuan's leadership, Su Qianshao arrived all the way within the Heavenly Sword Villa's dojo to take his seat. Ding! Detected Divine Destiny protagonist. As soon as he entered, he saw two cultivators fighting in the center of the dojo. Su Qianshao looked over. Chapter 125, Tong Tian Sword Emperor Successor. Invincible Sword Heart. Name, Yang Beixian. Title, Emperor of the Sword Heaven's Destiny Protagonist. Identity, Inheritor of the Tong Tian Sword Emperor. Age, 31. Character, Decisive. Realm, First Level of Divine Origin Realm. Physique, Immortal Bloodline. Invincible Sword Heart. Techniques, Tong Tian Sword Scripture, Xintian Sword Technique, Nameless Sword Technique, Remnants. Fabrics, Vast Ancient Sword, Heavenly Thunder Bamboo. Destiny Value, 1,000,000. Is that you? Su Qianshao sat in his position and secretly thought. At this moment, Yang Beixian slashed out another sword. The opposite side's pride who came to challenge him bled on the spot in a flash, filling the hall with clamor. Hiss, another dead one. This madman, striking out so viciously, who would dare to compete with him at this rate? Seeing this scene, Su Qianshao said with an interested smile, who is that guy? I observe his sword skills are overpowering, but he is only at the first level of the Divine Origin Realm cultivation, yet he is able to kill a person at the 6th level of the Divine Origin Realm, so he is truly extraordinary. Li Yuan sniffed with a bitter face and said quietly, I'm not too sure about this man when it comes to his origins. He came from the day before yesterday to take the sword from me, but without thinking about what this guy has done. Most of the people here are his enemies, but anyone who dueled with him was cut down by his sword. Aside from that flip-cloud divine sex heavenly pride from before, this person has never been seen to use his third sword. Sword cultivators have always been powerful and unparalleled in their attacks, but there are not many sword cultivators who can achieve this level of success with the first level of Divine Origin Realm cultivation. Su Qianshao carefully surveyed Yang Beixian in the arena and secretly thought in his heart. Su Qianxiao's appearance similarly caught Yang Beixian's attention. He caught a glimpse of the visitor in his afterglow and secretly paid attention, but when he saw that the other party was sitting on top of the main seat with Li Yuan, he did not pay too much attention to it. Yang Beixian swung his sword to shake off a trail of blood on the ground. His eyes swept proudly and disdainfully over a crowd of people and opened his mouth. Today is this last day. I know you're all dying to kill me. Turning Cloud's Taoist System, 100-Mile Xin Clan, Falling Rain Pavilion. He named dozens of sects in one breath. Even Su Qianshao, who was sitting in his seat and drinking tea, almost spat out a mouthful of tea. His face was odd to the extreme as he looked at Yang Beixian. This manifest destiny protagonist. What the hell? Within this Taiku battlefield, most of the people are prideful people with extraordinary origins, and it is really uncommon for people to be able to offend so many Taoist forces in one breath. Su Qianshao opened his mouth somewhat playfully. What has this guy done to deserve the wrath of God? Li Yuan was also sweating a bit and said respectfully from the sidelines, Mr. Su, although this person's origin is unknown, he has recently become quite famous in the northern border. I heard that it went on a killing spree over at the southern border because of a blessed supreme treasure, killing hundreds of heavenly pride who went to compete for it. As soon as he broke through the divine Yuan, he went all the way to the northern border trial, encountered chases along the way, and the number of people who died under him can be quite a few. As soon as the words fell, another heavenly pride in the crowd not far away bellowed forward, his eyes furious to the extreme. Yang Beixian, don't be wild. I'll fight you. Snort. A sword swept through. That divine origin realm 7th level heavenly pride just directly separated his head and fell on the spot. Yang Beixian's breath did not decrease by a single bit as he blandly said, Next. I'll do it. Snort. Another sword. And me. I don't know how many of them were killed, and the dojo was filled with blood and corpses. Yang Beixian finally bellowed with some impatience. It's all grating and endless. You, all together. Yang Beixian, come one and kill one. This oozing, godlike killing scene bluffed everyone. Su Chuanxiao was also stunned. In his own 1T's time, this Heaven's Destiny protagonist had already killed 6 or 7 Heaven's Pride. It seems that this time, the Heavenly Destiny protagonist belongs to the kind of cool male protagonist who pushes all the way across the world and kills straight through. Gady Gio was also a bit staggered at the side. Turtle. This human cultivator is even more capable of killing than our demon race. If he's so powerful, why doesn't he split this place with a sword? Li Yuan's eyelids jumped as he watched, and he couldn't help but blurt out, "Enough! This competition! All of you are here for the magic treasure. Although the Swire battlefield regardless of life and death, but you can't let you kill so. Yang Beixian, if you strike again this viciously, don't blame me for stripping you of your qualifications to choose a sword." Yang Beixian sniffed disdainfully and glanced at him lightly as he opened his mouth. "Why should I, Yang Beixian, explain my actions to others? Today I will put my words here. The sword of the sword pool. I, Yang Beixian, will take it. Whoever dares to come and stop me will have to ask if the sword in my hand agrees." You, Li Yuan's eyes wanted to spit fire. However, the other party is every time to kill the opponent squarely, and even several times over the level of the fight, whether it is in the sense of reason or not guilty of any taboo. At most, can only say that those who challenge the skills of the people are not as good as the people just. Su Duanxiao felt somewhat amused and opened his mouth with a smile. "Your name is Yang Beixian?" Yang Beixian raised his eyebrows and looked over. Earlier in the day, he had noticed this man himself. This person's aura is not in the slightest below his own. The same sword cultivator, he can sense the hidden overriding intent on Su Chenxiao's body. Seeing the other party took the initiative to open his mouth, he could not help but proudly said, "Exactly. I see that you also look like a sword cultivator. Since you are a sword cultivator, why don't you come up to the stage and fight? Could it be that you're afraid?" The surrounding celestial pride also paid attention. Looking at the dragon chapter in phoenix posture on the first seat, the extraordinary Su Chenxiao murmured, "Who is that? Why something looks familiar." Unbridled, Li Yuan angrily slapped the table and got up, shouting angrily, "Yang Beixian, do you know who exactly is before you? This is Mr. Su Duanxiao from the Su family of the Imperial clan. If you dare to speak out of turn again, you will never think of taking a sword from my heavenly sword villa." The moment these words came out, none of the celestial pride from all sides stared in disbelief. That Su family godson? Isn't he still practicing in the middle of the southern border? Why did he come to the northern border to try out so soon? So it's him. Yang Beixian was also shocked by Su Chenxiao's identity for a moment. People of the imperial family. Though he was equipped with an invincible sword heart, he was decisive in killing, but not a little cute. And the people killed were without exception not the kind of heavenly pride from the Super Dao system. Ungrown pride, after all, is only a pride. If the people of the Emperor clan will be offended, the other side, casually a protector of the Dao, will be able to slap themselves to death. Yang Beixian's pupils flickered for a moment before he let out a cold snort and spoke. So it's someone from the Emperor clan. Rather, I, Yang Beixian, have lost my respect. Sorry. A Heaven's Destiny protagonist with this kind of character would even take the initiative to apologize? This caused Su Chenxiao to be a bit surprised. His eyes narrowed slightly and he said with a faint smile, "That's not necessary. It's just that, since your name is Beixian, I think that would be more appropriate for you. Say it." Su Chenxiao raised his finger to haul up the tea in the teacup in front of him and gently dropped it. Bang! The tea floating in the air turned into a sword, and in a flash of lightning, it even chopped out directly. Chapter 126, 10,000 Swords in the Sword Pool. Killing the protagonist. Powerful and direct sword intent flashed by in a flash. So fast. Yang Beixian's face stared. Although it was only tea, but the powerful sword intent that had just erupted from this person could not be faked. Mr. Su, Li Yuan was a bit incredulous at the side. Yang Beixian laughed out loud and proudly said, "Not bad sword intent, but a swordless object, in the final analysis is nothing more than a cup of tea. It simply cannot hurt me." Yang Beixian, in the slightest. The other party had used tea instead of a sword, and it would be too much to say if one were to use a sword to fight against it. The fist was blazing. A wisp of sword intent attached to the fist as it blasted out. Bang! But as soon as he made contact, Yang Beixian sensed a hint of something wrong. That tea exploded up in front of his body in an instant, with a thick sword chi erupting from it. Yang Beixian's face suddenly changed, only to feel a stinging pain where the fist blade was. Blood and flesh were blurred, and the splashes of water that came out muddied his face. In this initial encounter, anyone could see that Yang Beixian had suffered a great loss. Many people's faces were shocked and looked over incredulously. This? Sword intent? That's Su Clan's divine son. Could it be that he is also a sword cultivator? Su Qianxiao let out a faint smile and said in a nonchalant manner, blocking this male strike is indeed not bad. Yang Beishuan's body gently trembled, his right hand being somewhat powerless to hang down as blood flowed down. That pervasive sword chi was continuously eroding his flesh. Damn it! Careless! He inwardly turned over for a moment, and his face became a bit ugly. Looking at the gloomy and unsightly face of Yang Beixian in the field, quite a number of Dao System celestial pride only felt relieved beyond measure, and some Flipping Clouds Dao System disciples laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, Yang Beixian, let you be arrogant and not sacrifice your sword. Now it's good. Your right hand that holds the sword is considered ruined. Yang Beixian coldly glanced up at the person who spoke as he directly held his sword in his left hand. Without any further ado, he directly chopped out with a sword. Snort! In a flash, the corpse of the person who spoke was separated. Yang Beixian spoke indifferently. Even if my right hand is temporarily wasted, it won't prevent me from killing you with my left hand. This sudden outburst of killing dumbfounded the surrounding people, and after just a moment of silence, the next moment the crowd erupted in righteous indignation and rebuke. Yang Beixian, you passed. He may not have been on the field to face you. You strike so unrelentingly. Do you really want to be at loggerheads with my Flipping Clouds Taoist system? Such a murderous devil. Everyone should be executed. Even Li Yuan was moved to rise up in anger, wanting to deprive Yang Beixian of his qualification. At this time, Su Qianxiao on the side raised his hand and pressed him down. Li Yuan gave a slight lurch and murmured with confusion, Mr. Su Qianxiao grinned. There's no rush. Facing the accusations and curses of a crowd of people, Yang Beixian did not care in the slightest, coldly sweeping over the crowd present, his left hand holding his sword slowly raised. If anyone says one more word, my sword will not be unfavorable. Many people's faces changed furiously, suddenly losing their voices, and the scene became quite quiet for a while. Humph! Yang Beixian let out a cold laugh and turned to look in the direction of Su Qianxiao. A trace of scorn flashed in his eyes as he spoke in a deep voice. Mr. Su is worthy of being a member of the Imperial clan. Mr. Yang has been taught. It's just a pity that I'm not in good shape today. If I'm free in the coming day, I'll definitely have a good battle. Su Qianxiao nodded slightly. Yang Beixian then said, Heavenly Sword Manor Master, now that there is no one left to fight, I should be allowed to go to the sword pool to choose a sword, right? Li Yuan frowned tightly, disliking this kind of arrogant person, but there was nothing he could do about it. Alright, it's time for this farce to end. This competition is over. Yang Beixian, you should follow us. After saying that, Li Yuan looked at Su Qianxiao and respectfully said, Sir Su, please. Su Qianxiao nodded, and as the few people got up from the stands, Li Yuan directly ignored Yang Beixian who was standing in the arena, and directly led Su Qianxiao to the middle of the back mountain sword pool. There were no words along the way as Yang Beixian followed behind as if he was an air person. Li Yuan didn't pay any attention to him from the beginning to the end. This kind of behavior, but let Yang Beixian good life upset. Want to think of his haul of victory, but also repeatedly cross the border to defeat the enemy, but in exchange for this kind of cold treatment. However, he didn't say anything more. He had come here for nothing more than to change into a handy weapon, and after he got the treasure, he wouldn't stay here. Rather, it was the man from the Imperial clan. Yang Beixian stared intently at Su Qianxiao's back, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes as he murmured softly, Someone from the Imperial clan? I'm afraid that this person is at the peak of the divine elemental realm cultivation, or even most likely at the supreme realm, or else he would never have this kind of strength. When I break through a few more realms, it won't be enough to fear. He is equipped with an invincible sword heart, is to go forward. Fighting over the level is as simple as eating and drinking water. So far there has never been anyone in the same realm as his own enemy. Several people came to the sword pool together. The sword pool was established in a formation, permeated with an astonishing sword aura, within which tens of thousands of divine and extraordinary swords were inserted, and there was no lack of many saint soldier level swords in existence. In this formation, there are even some psychic rooms that emit the sound of sword chants circling around inside the formation, and a beam of divine rainbows crossed over. Yang Beixian couldn't help but see this and his eyes suddenly brightened to the extreme, his heart surging. All good swords. Nice. After all, it's the Heavenly Sword Divine Sect background. I've come to the right place here. He clenched his fists tightly, having the feeling that if he got one of them he would certainly have a great increase in strength. Li Yuan was introducing towards Su Qianxiao on the side. My lord, this is my Heavenly Sword Villa sword pool. The highest here is only a very high-grade saint weapon. Here in the end is not my God Sect's inner sword pool. can't enter the eyes of the gentleman, but let the gentleman you see a smile. Su Chenshao didn't have too much fluctuation. The holy weapons he owns are just too much. Roughly swept a glance and blandly said, "It doesn't matter. It's good to be able to have one or two handy weapons. It'll work just fine." As soon as these words came out, the entire Yang Beixian at the back, who was originally still extremely excited, was as if a pot of cold water had been poured on him. His pupils stared round and looked at Su Chenshao full of incomprehension. The treasured swords here, no matter which one is put into the outside world auction, is the existence of one's own by start. You told me you just use it? Grass. Even he, Yang Beixian, could not help but curse. This group of people from the imperial clan really deserved to die. As a casual cultivator with tight resources, each spirit stone needs to be carefully calculated. And so many swords in this other party is indifferent. Li Yuan nodded his head and laughed beside him. Your Excellency, make do with what you have. When your 2 emperor swords are repaired, we will send them to you right away. If there's anything you like about the sword pool here, just take it. After saying that, a sword order appeared in his hand and he threw it out. Chapter 127 Yang Beixian who broke the defense. Still not recognizing his master. Buzz. The sword order didn't enter into the sword formation, and this side of the sword formation was suddenly opened up. Only after Su Chenshao entered did Li Yuan turn around and look at him coldly as if he had just remembered Yang Beixian and opened his mouth. The sword within the sword pool is psychic, and you need to get the sword to recognize its owner before you can take it away. If it is fruitless, there is no one else to blame. Yang Beixian's brows tightened as he spoke in a deep voice. A spirit sword recognizing its owner? But why didn't you say that just now when that person from the Emperor clan entered? Li Yuan impatiently waved his hand and spoke. You also know the identity of Prince Su, and how can you be compared to a small loose cultivator like you? I'll give you 1 incense stick of time to choose a sword. If you don't come out by then, I won't blame me for taking charge of this sword formation and killing you here. I can't imagine that the Heavenly Sword Divine Sect is also a bunch of dog-eyed guys. A trace of killing intent flashed in Yang Beixian's eyes when he heard this, but he quickly suppressed it. What if I was able to make more than one spirit sword recognize its owner? Li Yuan laughed disdainfully. I know that your sword Dao is extraordinary, but the sword of my sword pool is not that easy to take away. If you are capable, you can take all the swords from the sword pool. Since it is the sword of the sword pool, and he himself controls the sword formation, he naturally has a way to make it impossible for him to take a single handle. But the other party was the victor of this competition after all, and allowing him to take away a saint's soldier was already his own extraordinarily generous favor. Yang Beixian heart sneers repeatedly, put down a vicious sentence, then ignore Li Yuan directly whisk sleeve into the sword array. That's what you said. Within the sword pool, tens of thousands of precious swords were inserted into the ground. There were about 100 divine rainbows made of precious swords hovering in the air. Su Chenshao walked past a sword unhurriedly, and the airborne swords then landed on the encircling side as much as they could, emitting a joyful sound of sword chants. Well, this is a nice handle. Directly grabbing a sword in front of him that was azure in color and flickered with flowing light. The word Cloud and Sea is engraved on the hilt of the sword. Su Chenshao branded the divine idea to recognize the owner. The Cloud Sea sword was even more joyful and floated beside his body in a surplus. The afterglow glanced at the Heaven's Destiny protagonist Yang Beixian who had also stepped into this place. Su Chenshao raised his eyebrows and looked over with interest. That guy, what's he doing? Compared to this place, the other end is a picture of 2 sides, only to see not far away, Yang Beixian as if he was deliberately targeted. Wherever he passed, the surrounding air spirit swords avoided and circled around. Cold and clear, Yang Beixian was stopping directly in front of a sword that was inserted into the ground. His hands grasping on the hilt of the sword, his face reddened beyond recognition as he angrily shouted, following me, Yang Beixian, will not dishonor your Tsang Xin sword name, get me up a hat dash. It was a saint-level weapon that trembled gently, and no matter how hard he pushed it a resisting sword sound kept coming from it. By the end of the day, his forehead was bruised, and he even exerted his milk strength. Suddenly, the Tsang Xian sword in his hand suddenly erupted with a terrifying swordlight. Rumble! The extremely repulsive Tsang Xian sword even took the initiative to resist, sending Yang Beixian flying. Bang! Yang Beixian smashed onto the ground and fell on his face. Put! Su Chuanxiao really couldn't hold back his laughter a bit at the sight. Looking towards Li Yuan whose face was indifferent outside the sword formation, Su Chenshao murmured with flickering eyes. This place, the sword formation, is indeed haunted. In the end, it was a business clan. This heavenly sword divine sex guys were really more refined than one another. This side of the sword array said to let people choose the sword. In fact, this place sword and the sword array psychic. If there is no control of the sword array of the Lord's consent, any sword will not want to so easily take away. Yang Beixian climbed up from the ground, his eyes somewhat crimson as he yelled, "Damn it! Could it be that you can't feel the strength of the sword intent on my body?" Zhongxian sword. After shocking away Yang Beixian, the Zhongxian sword trembled continuously and even broke free from the soil, directly turning into a stream of light floating in front of Su Qianxiao. Not bad for the sword chosen by the main character of the Divine Order. Not bad. Su Qianxiao lost a laugh and said, "Sorry about that. This sword, my lord will take it." Buzz. The second Saint Soldier took the initiative to recognize his master. Ding. Destiny protagonist Yang Beixian loses his Zhongxian sword and loses 30,000 destiny values. Congratulations to the master for obtaining a villain value of 30,000. Yang Beixian glared over angrily, so differently treated that he was so angry that his body shook cold. But in the way of the other party's identity, one is not good to attack. Directly get up and turn his head and then look for it. In the next few moments, Yang Beixian selected 4 swords in succession. Every single one of them was a Saint Soldier that had been carefully selected by him and was extremely outstanding in terms of sharpness or toughness. However, no matter how he moved, he simply could not make any of the holy swords light up for him, and was even knocked out several times. Follow me, Yang Beixian, and in the future, when I reach the top of the heavens, I will have your ancient flame sword's name. Boom! My sword Dao is unrivaled and possesses an invincible sword heart. Heavenly Apocalypse Dao sword. You still don't recognize your master. Bang! Rumble. When he was rejected by the Saint Soldier again and blasted out, Yang Beixian looked at the Saint sword that came to Su Qianxiao's body of its own accord to recognize its owner, and finally couldn't tense up. A stern and monstrous sword intent poured out, and he roared as if he were mad. Why? I harbor an invincible sword heart and cultivate the invincible sword Dao to be invincible in the same realm. Why? Why are you all unwilling to recognize me? Chen Beixian, as Lord? Ding! Heavenly Destiny protagonist Yang Beixian loses Ancient Flame Sword, Heavenly Enlightenment Dao Sword, and Destruction Sword. Heavenly Destiny value loss of 120,000. Congratulations to the master for obtaining the villain value of 120,000. Ding! Heaven's Destiny protagonist Yang Beixian breaks defense. The invincible sword heart loosens. Heaven's Destiny value loses 40,000. Congratulations to the master for obtaining the villain value of 40,000. Su Qianxiao already had 4 swords floating and coiled around his body at this moment, and the corners of his mouth were about to crook in laughter. You don't have to do anything to stand here. Just walk around and a lot of villain value will arrive. What's more, this Heaven's Destiny protagonist's vision is really good, and every sword chosen is extremely extraordinary, which saves himself from having to sift through it here. Yang Beixian was furious and shouted with red eyes. Su Duanxiao, you've already obtained 5 divine weapons. Why are you still lingering until here? He sort of understood that as long as the other party stayed here for a moment, it would be impossible for him to make the Saint Soldier recognize his master. Su Qianxiao's face was calm as he spoke indifferently. This Gongzi is not doing anything here. This formation diagram of mine, but it is still short of 4 swords. Yang Beixian, perhaps, the sword that belongs to you is still in the back? While saying this, Su Qianxiao offered the Immortal Execution formation diagram. A compass-shaped magic weapon will be in front of the 5 recognized Saint Soldiers to the end of the formation map into a small sword stands. When he saw that Immortal Execution formation diagram, Yang Beixian's entire body stiffened in place as if he had been struck by lightning, and his pupils contracted violently. This is Emperor Tongtian's supreme treasure, the Immortal Execution formation diagram? How is it possible that it could have appeared in this man's hands? Chapter 128, 10,000 Swords Return. Sword Chant. He himself is even burdened with the Tongtian Sword Emperor's inheritance. How does he not know what this Immortal Execution formation diagram is? It is rumored that those 4 immortal swords are terrifying to the extreme, and when combined with formation diagrams they can catalyze supreme killing formations that can cut down great emperors, which is what their sword cultivators have been pursuing all their lives. And now, unexpectedly, it is in the hands of this person from the Imperial clan. Yang Beixian stared at that Immortal Execution formation diagram with longing and jealousy in his eyes. No wonder this person needs so many holy weapons. Tongtian Sword Emperor's Immortal Exorcism formation diagram. Even without the 4 great immortal swords, as long as there are swords cast in existence, relying on the power of this formation diagram itself is still able to exert extremely terrifying power. He took a deep breath, forcibly pressed down the restlessness of his heart. After all, the thing in front of him belongs to others, not to mention the background of the other party. Now he simply cannot afford to offend. At that moment, Li Yuan's voice suddenly sounded beside his ears. Yang Beixian, you still have half an incense stick of time left. If you can't find a suitable sword again, it also proves that you are not related to my sword pool. Yang Beixian turned his head, his face somewhat gloomy as he looked at Li Yuan outside the sword formation. Thinking about my Yang Beixian sword Dao, how could it not be recognized by the 10,000 swords of this side? If you think you can use conspiracy tactics to overpower me, then I will cut you down with one sword. As the words fell, an ancient sword appeared in his hand. Yang Beixian slowly closed his eyes and frantically operated the Tong Tian sword scripture, only to see its body actually began to diffuse a powerful and incomparable sword intent. At this moment his entire temperament stirred to the extreme. People cannot look directly at, as if incarnated into a handle is about to come out of the sheath, the world's unparalleled sword. Seeing this scene, Su Chenxiao looked over with interest. This Heaven's Destiny protagonist seems to be running the sword scripture. Li Yuan, who was outside the sword formation, also frowned, somewhat puzzled as to what Yang Beixian wanted to do. At this moment, the sword intent on Yang Beixian's body was stacked one on top of the other. The invincible sword intent was invincible, and the whole person was like entering that selfless realm. The dress and the full head of black hair shook gently. After a long time, Yang Beixian violently opened his eyes. A ray of divine aura flashed through, and he let out an explosive cry. Through the heavens and through the earth, invincible sword intent. At my command, all swords return. Shoo away. Sword light blossomed from within its torso. A beam of blazing sword chi gushed out, as if it had communicated with this side of heaven and earth, tearing through the suppression of the sword formation. In a blink of an eye, all the 10,000 swords within the entire sword pond were moved, bursting out with a clear sound of sword chants. Bang! Bang! Seemingly inspired by this invincible sword intent, all the swords roared in unison, inserting ancient swords into the ground, one after another rising up from the ground. It turned into a divine rainbow whistling from all directions and converging towards this place. The scene was magnificent to the extreme and captured one's heart. How is this possible? Li Yuan, who was outside the sword formation, had his eyes rounded and was already looking a bit dumbfounded. He held the sword order for controlling the formation in his hand, constantly trying to urge to suppress this supreme and unparalleled sword intent, but he was simply unable to stop the 10,000 swords within the sword formation from stirring. Suddenly remembering what he had said earlier, Li Yuan's face changed and he cursed. No good. Yang Beixian, stop it. Rao Su Chenxiao could not help but be somewhat surprised at the sight. Looking at the tens of thousands of treasured swords that leapt out around this, unstoppable, he muttered, 10,000 swords in unison? In the end, it is the invincible flow protagonist. This guy's sword intent is afraid that it has long been returned to perfection. Invincible sword intent? Is really interesting. Su Chenxiao grinned. What Yang Beixian did is actually very simple. That is, madly urging the gong method, will be their own body of the sword will be pulled full to the extreme, and therefore the communication field of 10,000 swords to attract the recognition of the master. This is a risky move. 10,000 swords to reject the outbreak of the power will be horrible to the extreme. If there is no absolute confidence and certainty, I'm afraid that just a release of their own sword will happen before the kind of rejection of the sword blasted away the end. But Yang Beixian had this confidence. His gaze burned, his sharp eyes taking in the heart, and he couldn't help but laugh maniacally. Heaven does not give birth to me, Yang Beixian, and the way of the sword is as long as the night. The invincible sword intent was even stronger. 10,000 swords have spirits, and a sword in this place sent out a call to recognize its owner. Yang Beixian's face swept proudly, but suddenly saw the sword pool and the only black incomparable ancient sword is still deeply inserted into the ground. Just a slight tremor, and was not attracted by their own invincible sword intent to come. Yang Beixian raised an eyebrow and directly dashed to before that pitch-black ancient sword. This sword was mediocre, yet it was able to fight against his own invincible sword intent for a moment or two, attracting his attention even more. I can't imagine that there is a sword that can hold back from recognizing me. Yang Beixian, as its master, you're not bad, I'll take it. Striding out, Yang Beixian's big hand directly gripped on the hilt of the pitch-black ancient sword, and the 10,000 swords in the air, hegemonic to the extreme, said loudly, "Ha ha, Lord Li Zhuang, this side of the sword pool 10,000 swords, then but not." Yang Beixian smiled and accepted. Li Yuan, who was outside the sword formation, finally couldn't stand it and rushed inside the sword formation, his eyes wide open as he shouted, "Yang Beixian, stop it." The precious swords in this place were at least supreme grade, and there were even a few saint grade. If all of them were taken away by this Feng, it would definitely be a major loss to his heavenly sword villa. However, Yang Beixian did not care in the slightest and directly released his divine thoughts, wanting to brand these 10,000 swords with his divine thoughts in an instant. Suddenly, in the middle of the other side, an even more terrifyingly cold sword light rushed into the sky. That aura was like a wild and furious river and sea, instantly suppressing and engulfing the invincible sword intent that permeated within the sword pool. Under this other stream of sword intent, the invincible sword intent was as if a heifer touched a truck and directly shattered. A somewhat teasing voice suddenly sounded. So sword intent can still be used in this way. I just don't know how exactly does this Duke's Heavenly Vault sword intent compare to this invincible sword intent? This. Yang Beixian's pupils shrunk as he violently looked back. A liver-chilling scene occurs, only to see not far away that the Emperor Clan godson Su Chenxiao body a giant sword shadow vision appeared, that the sword intent contained within it. Oneself just look at it will feel eye stinging, dizziness. Yang Beixian's breath caught. On the other side, it was even the first time that the realm cultivation of the Su family's divine son was known. Divine Elemental Realm 1. It can't be. How is this possible? His proud heart prevented him from accepting the reality in front of him. The other party was more powerful than himself in both strength and sword intent. He had thought that Su clan's divine son should be a demon with a supreme realm cultivation, but now he was telling himself that the other party was merely at the first level of the divine elemental realm? Yang Beixian's breath suddenly contained chaos, and even his invincible sword heart and sword intent were slightly shaken at this moment. The sword intent that was already a step weaker appears even weaker at this moment. What's even more unacceptable to him is this. The moment Su Chenxiao released his sword intent, the surrounding 10,000 swords that should have accepted the recognition of the master actually felt this more powerful sword intent after all folded back and went, ruthlessly leaving behind themselves who should have been their masters. No. Chapter 129 Peerless Tao Heartsplit. Frightening evil ancient sword. The black ancient sword in his hand that was thrust into the ground trembled too violently. Even his own previous activation of invincible sword intent was simply unable to make it come out of the ground. But now it is also surprisingly going to break free from its bondage and go with the 10,000 swords. Yang Beixian's eyes were crimson. His left hand pressed this black sword to death and roared and growled angrily towards the 10,000 swords. Get back here! Get the back here! The black ancient sword trembled even more violently, suddenly bursting out an extremely strong sword chi. Rumble! Yang Beixian's entire body was covered in sword chi wounds, and he was blown away covered in blood. And that black ancient sword, it also turned into a stream of light and went away. Ding! Cracks have appeared in the invincible sword heart of the Heavenly Fate protagonist Yang Beixian, and the Heavenly Fate value has lost 100,000. Congratulations to the master for obtaining villain value of 100,000. Listening to the system voice ringing beside his ears, Su Chenxiao's face was calm, not that surprised. The invincible sword Dao is strong and domineering, but it is an extreme, and only the protagonist of this invincible school will go to the realization and cultivation. But to deal with this type of protagonist is also very easy. His sword way does not allow any blow. Remove the cultivation suppression, but where in the same realm defeat once will be out of the cracks loose, unless one defeats oneself once in the future. This strand of brokenness cannot be repaired. Su Chenxiao tilted his head and looked at the 10,000 saint soldiers in the sky above the sword pool. A black as ink, some mottled ancient sword leaped. From its body diffused the most blazing sword aura. The surrounding 10,000 swords do not avoid. Make a thoroughfare to make it slowly come. This is. Su Chenxiao looked at the black ancient sword floating in front of him and used the system to check it out. The material of this sword was extremely ordinary, but it belonged to the saint soldier line category. But in it was born with a sword spirit. At this moment, Li Yuan also came here. When witnessed that the 10,000 swords changed direction and came after the eyes cannot help but shock, excited and incomparable to go forward. Mr. Su. He hadn't expected that this male in front of him would be able to interrupt the scene of Yang Beixian ordering the 10,000 swords. However, this is good. The sword pool within the 10,000 treasured sword if by Yang Beixian take away, one can really is all death. Seeing the visitor Su Duanxiao nodded slightly and opened his mouth. This sword, where did you get it? Li Yuan stepped forward to look at the pitch-black ancient sword in front of him, and after a moment of contemplation, he opened his mouth. This sword was collected by me from the hands of a loose cultivator, whose sword is probably around the ranks of the holy weapons, and its name is Shocking Evil, but there is nothing unusual about it. Speaking of which, he frowned and tried to release his divine thoughts to probe out, but he was mercilessly cut off by the power that erupted from the pitch-black ancient sword. This? Li Yuan heart alarmed. Looking at the surrounding 10,000 swords seemed to avoid this sword, even if it is a little cute. Can also guess that this sword is definitely something unusual. He was a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Divine Sect and had seen countless swords, but did he also have a day to look away? Like this Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered as he glanced at the collapsed Yang Beixian in the distance and said with a light laugh, "In that case, I'll take this sword." Li Yuan respectfully smiled. "That's natural, if it's the sword that you have your eye on, not to mention this district one, even if it's this 10,000 handles are taken. What's the harm? The value of the god-killing stone given by this gentleman alone was worth countless swords here. Not to mention that it would be more appropriate for the 10,000 swords in the sword pond to be taken away by this divine son of the imperial clan than by that arrogant loose cultivator Yang Beixian." Su Duanxiao let out a faint smile. Meh, raised his head and looked at the stupidly constantly emitting sword sound of the various parties of the sword. His eyes swept, directly from which he drew out 3 swords into the immortal execution sword formation. Gently waved his hand. A monstrous sword intent gradually dissipated. All go back. Within the immortal execution sword formation, having 9 swords is already enough. Looking at the pitch-black ancient sword in front of him, Su Chenxiao grabbed it with a big hand and took it over. Ding! Heaven's Destiny protagonist Yang Beixian has lost the ancient sword of shocking evil, and has lost 100,000 Heaven's Destiny values. Congratulations to the master for gaining villain value of 100,000. Li Yuan grinned from the sidelines. Congratulations on your son's sword. This sword pool has caused 10,000 swords to vibrate. Your Excellency's sword path is truly unprecedented. Just then, a murderous aura shocked out in the distance. That sword, it belongs to me. Yang Beixian, Su clan godchild. I honor the imperial clan behind you and have repeatedly backed down. Not to mention that you first took my precious sword, but now you're also spoiling the great event of my chance. Do you really think that I, Yang Beixian, am a soft persimmon to pinch? Cold words rang out, and a terrifying sword light chopped straight at him, a cold aura appearing at first, with a lingering aura. Boom! Su Chenxiao glanced at the afterglow, and the ancient sword of surprising evil in his hand chopped away with a random strike. Rumble! The 2 streams of sword awnings intertwined and erupted into an uproar. Li Yuan angrily looked across at Yang Beixian. Yang Beixian, how dare you strike at this gentleman? Seek death. Although he was a little afraid of Yang Beixian's terrifying and overwhelming strength, but right now he was in the middle of a sword formation. Buzz! The sword formation sword order appeared in his hand, and Li Yuan's face was filled with killing intent as he directly activated the killing formation. Rumble! Endless killing machines erupted from within the formation all of a sudden, and a terrifying sword chi came from nowhere towards Yang Beixian to kill him. Bang! Bang! Yang Beixian drew his sword and chopped it. His eyes reddened as he looked at Su Chenxiao. Su family divine son, I have a sword. Do you dare to fight with me? Yang Beixian? He was so hard to attract the 10,000 swords towards the clan. The other pair actually released the same sword intent to spoil his chance. Are you trying to ruin me? Yang Beixian. The corner of Su Chenxiao's mouth raised slightly. His eyes lowered to look at the ancient sword of shocking evil in his hand, and he said indifferently, What? All of a sudden you want to fight with this Gongzi? Is it because of this shocking evil sword? Yang Beixian shouted angrily while fending off the sword chi coming from all directions within this sword formation. If you hadn't just activated your sword intent, I would have obtained 10,000 swords here. Taking someone's chance is like killing their parents. Even if you're from the Emperor clan, today I, Yang Beixian, will fight you to the death. Since you're an Emperor race demon, are you not trying to avoid the battle? Li Yuan snorted coldly and once again urged the sword order in his hand. Humph! How dare you mouth offenses against Sir Su? Seek death. As the words fell, the sword order emitted a violent tremor, and in an instant, an extremely astonishing and terrifying power burst out from within the sword array. A sudden and dense rain of swords crashed down. Yang Beixian's face was icy cold to the extreme as he lifted his hand and chopped out with the ancient sword in his hand, erupting with terrifying fluctuations. The sword opens the gates of heaven. Boom! A sword chopped out, and in an instant, the entire sword pond grand formation erupted with a rumbling sound, shaking the sky and shaking the ground. Yang Beixian took this opportunity to directly flee towards the outside of the formation. He was extremely fast, and the moment he broke away from the ancient formation, the entire person's aura was like a rainbow, and his invincible sword intent was like a sharp to the core sword rushing up to the sky. Yang Beixian's pupils were filled with anger as he gazed at the duo of Su Chenxiao and Li Yuan within the sword formation, raising his sword and pointing loudly. Come and fight. Chapter 130, Sword Cultivator vs. You're a body cultivator? Yang Beixian had this confidence. Among the same realm, he was not weaker than anyone. He could feel that his invincible sword heart had been damaged, and if he did not defeat this person today, he was afraid that he would have trouble making a breakthrough in the future. Li Yuan's eyes were regal, and his hand holding the sword order was trembling a little as he angrily rebuked. Yang Beixian, do you know who you're talking to? Duke Su. It's also something you can fight just because you want to. Su Chenxiao's face was calm and said indifferently, what an invincible sword intent. This Gongzi would like to meet you. The Tongtian Sword Emperor heir. Yang Beishuan's face suddenly changed. This guy, to even know about this? However, he quickly calmed down. The other party has both the immortal execution sword formation. Naturally it is impossible not to know the name of the Tongtian Sword Emperor. It was even more likely that this divine son of the Emperor clan had also obtained the Tongtian Sword Emperor inheritance. Yang Beishuan's eyes flickered. This was the battle of destiny. The successor of the Tongtian Sword Emperor could only be himself. Yang Beixian. Today, I, Yang Beixian, will challenge the divine son of the Imperial clan to prove my name of invincible sword intent. This party's voice was loud and deafening, unexpectedly resounding directly throughout the entire Heavenly Sword City as well as the mountain villa. The countless celestial pride who were waiting within the dojo were all horrified at the words. What a situation! Then Yang Beixian has provoked that Emperor clan's divine son? Go, 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 go. Those who once had hatred for Yang Beishuan's forces were even gloating. This is great. Someone from the Imperial clan dares to provoke. Yang Beixian is dead this time. I have known for a long time that this Fang has a tyrannical character, and will kill at the drop of a hat, and will one day die in this sex. The top of the Heavenly Sword Villa mountain range, surrounded by clouds and mist, underneath was the magnificent and desolate Heavenly Sword City. A stream of light gathered here, and there were hundreds of heavenly prides that had come, and among them, there was even a lack of supreme demons from various Tao lineages. Everyone witnessed the two worldly figures in the upper air, as if two worldly sword immortals. This battle has not yet begun. That potential as fire and water can cut the sky of the stern sword will make people's hearts and minds tremble. Su Chenxiao proudly stood high in the sky, dressed in black, with a sword array floating in front of him. A hint of frivolity and playfulness surfaced above his handsome and peerless face. Yang Beixian, have you thought about it? Yang Beixian was proud of his invincible sword intent, and his eyes were as sharp as a sword. He was holding an ancient sword in his hand, with an upright posture. His body still had a lot of sword marks and bloodstains left within the sword array, as if he had just killed a sword immortal from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. I, Yang Beixian, have been practicing for 20 years, and I am fortunate to have received the inheritance of the ancient sage Tongtian Sword Emperor, all the way to the invincible sword intent invincible. In the same realm there is no enemy for me. In the past, I have lost countless heavenly pride demons, the ancient battlefield, the same realm to cut the life and death do not discuss. Today even if you are the Su family godson, will be defeated under my sword. Even now, he was still a bit wary of the Emperor clan behind the other party, although his own realm pressure him a chip, but in the sword pool within the damage is not small, is not considered to be big bully small, not to mention their own self as long as to leave it's a life. Skill is not as good as the others. Think that the Emperor clan Su family will not say anything more. The moment these words came out, none of the heavenly pride of the ancient battlefield who were spectating at this place were greatly shocked. Tongtian Sword Emperor? I thought why this Fang's sword moves are terrifying and his attacks are unparalleled. But it turns out that he has obtained the inheritance of that ancient sage. The Tongtian Sword Emperor once mastered the 4 immortal execution swords and killed several great emperors with his sword formation. His legacy is bound to be horrifyingly amazing. But is this fellow Yang Beixian crazy? That guy is the Su family's divine son. I heard that he carries several kinds of divine bodies, and he even possesses the top 3 ranked innate chaotic divine body. So how can he be compared to the ordinary prides he met before? As his words fell, Yang Beixian directly drew his sword and chopped, even though what he was using was only a supreme realm sword. Under the activation of his invincible sword intent as well as the Tongtian sword scripture, it was still bursting out with amazing killing opportunities. The sword cut through the sky, destroying the sky and chopping directly. Remnant cloud slash, rumble. Even though this was a peerless great empress divine ability of attack, at this moment, Su Chenxiao still appeared calm. Yang Beishuan's strength was almost on par with that Heaven's Destiny male master Zhou Haoren. Su Chenxiao took a step into the air and murmured softly, I'm only afraid that this invincible sword heart of yours is going to shatter. Everyone was shocked, and when they saw that Su clan's divine son didn't even hold a sword, and went directly towards that sword each and every one of them stared in disbelief. What the hell? Isn't this divine son Su a sword cultivator? Why doesn't he use a sword? Li Yuan coldly hummed. Humph. A mere first-rank loose cultivator is worthy of letting divine prince Su use his sword? Seeing this scene, Yang Beishuan's eyes wanted to spit fire. the first time he saw a guy who was even more arrogant than himself. Asshole, do you think my Yang Beishuan's sword is made of clay? The stern sword killing machine burst up, growing bigger and bigger in the pupil, as if it was going to engulf and cut off everything. Then you will watch. Even the Tongtian sword emperor avatar is unbeatable in front of this Gongzi. Su Qianxiao laughed out loud. A brilliant and incomparable divine aura erupted above his body. His qi and blood were like dragons, and his chaotic qi gushed out. The monstrous qi and blood that was like a river in sea, a great wave. The entire sky trembled. Even the celestial pride who were separated by a long distance felt that amazing physical divine power. As a fist blasted away, the terrifying sword aura actually began to break apart by inches. Rumble. Like a holy spirit, the countless bursts of sword qi couldn't even break Su Qianxiao's physical body at all. The heavenly prides of this place were all in awe. What a terrifying fleshly body. This is really what a sword cultivator can do. In the end, it's a person of the Emperor clan. Throughout the ages, those who can become the divine sons of the Emperor clan have always been hexagonal warriors. This sword cultivation drawback might not be a big deal at all given the resources of the Emperor clan of the heavens. Yang Beishuan's breath caught and he stared a bit dumbfounded. No way. That's absolutely impossible. As a sword cultivator, he profoundly knows that although the sword cultivator's attack is overwhelming, but his physical body is weak and incomparable. But in front of him, that Su family's divine son. But it is like a flooding beast that shattered his own divine ability with a single punch. You're not a sword cultivator. You're a body cultivator. Yang Beixian shouted angrily, reacting with a dark cry of despicability. He chopped away with several more incomparably strong sword awnings. My attacks are matchless. I, Yang Beixian, don't believe that you can still resist these swords. A sword opens the sky. Rumble. A few of the sword awns that were sufficiently terrifying chopped. And this great avatar technique chopped on top of Su Qianxiao's body. But even that protective divine light did not break through, cultivating the Tsungu god refining skill, melting the divine bodies of all parties, and being washed several times by the Dragon Pool 3 Transformation's 9 Xian Thunder Tribulation. One's own fleshly body nowadays had long since become powerful to an outrageous extent. Chapter 131 Immortal Blood Young Family, Heaven's Destiny Female Master. Su Qianxiao only felt a little bored, and another punch directly shattered a sword on. But he saw Yang Beixian break out from it, and somewhat annoyed, he killed with his sword. Die! Yang Beixian let out a high shout, his eyes revealing his killing intent, directly raising his ancient sword high and fiercely chopping down towards Su Qianxiao. Oh! Su Qianxiao raised his eyebrows, not even bothering to dodge. As soon as the sword fell, it was actually directly grabbed by Su Qianxiao. Bang! Yang Beishuan's pupils gradually dilated. The hand holding the sword trembled unceasingly, only to feel that the hand was shackled as if it was a giant vice. His body began to tremble unceasingly as he muttered in disbelief. How is this possible? What kind of monster are you? This kind of flesh? I'm afraid it's even more terrifying than all those demon royals, right? He was able to perceive that the other party's sword intent was not below his own, but from beginning to end, this Su family's divine son had never used the sword of the sword array. Su Qianxiao smiled and spoke softly. Too weak. Perhaps you break through to the supreme realm before you are able to bring up a hint of interest in this Gongzi. The right hand slightly force. In Yang Beixian horrified to the extreme under the eyes. Is that supreme realm ancient sword? But directly click sound exploded into countless pieces. Sword. Broken? My turn. Su Qianxiao's voice sounded ghostly. Without even seeing clearly when the other party moved their hands, a blazing incomparable light bloomed, and a count of dull booms suddenly erupted in the air. Yang Beixian spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his entire breath withered to the extreme as he was blasted away, falling directly towards the bottom of the mountain range with a loud crash. Put! This terrifying scene left everyone present stunned in place. They had never seen a battle as easy as this. I thought it was a duel between two sword cultivators, but that Su family's divine son from the beginning to the end did not even pull out the sword has ended. Gulp! I don't know who swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Looking at the magnificent, blood qi like a pillar in the sky, Su Qianxiao murmured. This generation of the Su family's divine son is truly terrifying. I've heard that this generation of the Emperor clan's Su family's divine son carries the Emperor killing god body, and is even bathing in the blood of a true dragon to strengthen his physique. So I'm afraid that physical body is nothing more than that. Yang Beixian this time has mentioned steel plate. Never is a sword to kill, but today not only did not hurt this Su godson at all, even the sword is broken. After this battle, I am afraid that it is difficult to break through the cultivation in the future. Rumble! A several meter deep sinkhole appeared, and the surrounding mountain ranges were stirred, crashing down countless rolling rocks and trees. Yang Beixian was lying in the middle of the sinkhole as if his breath was swimming. He was covered in blood. His chest ribs were broken inch by inch, directly sunken. Beside him there was also a broken handle inserted into the ground. If not for his special physique, I'm afraid he would have died violently on the spot. Coughing, the mouth continuously spat out blood mixed with crushed meat. Yang Beixian's entire body looked lost and disoriented. No way. I am the successor of the Tongtian Sword Emperor. Ding. Destiny protagonist's invincible sword heart shattered. Loss of destiny value 180,000. Congratulations to the master for gaining villain value of 180,000. Su Qianxiao stepped into the air, overlooking Yang Beixian in the deep pit below, and faintly said, "Is this the successor of the Tongtian Sword Emperor? But what a disappointment to my lord. Bastard." When hearing this, below Yang Beixian didn't know where the strength came from. Once upon a time, the person standing in that sky above should be himself. He bellowed with crimson eyes. How could I, Yang Beixian, possibly lose? It must be the sword. You're not even a sword cultivator either. If it were to be replaced by the sacred soldier's sword within the sword pool, how could one lose so easily? Su Qianxiao shook his head with a lost smile, and the ancient sword of shocking evil leaped out from within the sword formation beside him. Well, in that case, let's show you a good time. The gap between you and me. Shoo away. Frightened evil ancient sword just held in the hand. The sky above Su Qianxiao will be like a new person. That majestic and amazing sword intent boomed out, everything around as if they were frozen in place. That harsh and piercing sword intent surging, drowning out everything around. As the wild sword chi poured out, Yang Beixian gradually widened his eyes, his expression filled with shock and horror. This. Su Qianxiao's eyes were ghostly, and he directly raised his hand to cut out the shocking evil sword. The monstrous sword intent surged, and the flash of the terrifying sword on caused none of the surrounding celestial pride to be creeped out. No, don't. Yang Beixian, how can I die in this place? Yang Beixian roared, and just then, an old sigh suddenly resounded in this place. Hey, let's spare the people. Su Shensi, stop it. This son is a member of the immortal bloodline Yang family. Rumble. A rumbling prime palm directly slapped, and in an instant, it even directly shattered all of that sword awnings. Boom. Su Qianxiao frowned and directly raised his head towards the air. Ding. Detected the appearance of the heavenly hostess, only to see two streams of light sped up. That is a green appearance of a young girl of a wonderful age, wearing a green dress, delicate appearance, skin like curdled fat. Although the age is not very young, but it is not difficult to see that in the future is bound to be a beauty embryo. The person beside her was a Saint Realm 9th level protector. Only that within this ancient battlefield, she had to suppress her cultivation below the Saint Realm before she could enter. Name, Mo Ningbing. Title, Emperor of the Sword Destined Heroine. Identity, Granddaughter of the Supreme Elder of the Yushin sect. Age, 16. Realm, First level of the King's Realm. Seeing the visitor, Yang Beixian's face below was overjoyed. It's the condensed girl. One saved. Some of the heavenly prides in the arena frowned, and the faces of those with familiar eyes changed slightly. The granddaughter of that old ancestor of the Yushin sect? It's her again. She was the one who stopped my sect's Daozi when he wanted to take revenge on that Yang Beixian. If it wasn't for the people of the Shi'i divine sect interfering, say with two major realms above against that Yang Beixian, that Yang Beixian would have died at the undying realm long ago. What about the E-God sect? That person is the divine son of the Emperor clan. If someone from the Emperor clan wants to kill Yang Beixian, can he, the E-divine sect, still stop him? Yishinzan, one of the super Taoist systems of the heavens, an immortal Taoist system left behind by the once great emperor of extreme intent, within which was one of the hegemonic forces with several quasi-emperors, no weaker than any of the 10,000 ancient sacred races and the ancient races below. At the moment when Mo Ningbing and the old woman appeared, Gaibijio also appeared here. A monstrous demonic power surged out, as if a flooding beast is generally frightening. The old woman's face changed slightly as she brought Mo Ningbing to this place. She stepped forward and bowed her hand in sincerity. Old me, Fong Ya, this is the granddaughter of our clan's supreme elder, Mo Ningbing. Greetings, divine son Su. Su Qianxiao did not give the duo a good look and said in a cold tone, someone from the Yishin sect? Chapter 132, if you make a move, even the Tao behind you will be destroyed. Yang Beixian's face was ecstatic. He knew that the condensed girl had an extraordinary background and was the personal granddaughter of that old ancestor of the Yishin sect. Once Mo Ningbing met himself when he slipped out to play alone, he treated her as his sister from the beginning to the end, but there is a deep and incomparable feeling between the two. Mo Ningbing similarly noticed Yang Beixian, whose breath was weak below, and her small face swished coldly. Brother Beixian. She rushed down in a stream of light directly beside the old crone. Mo Ningbing assisted young Beixian on the ground, her watery eyes filled with worry and indignation. Brother Beixian, you have such heavy injuries on you. Quickly, eat this pill, and don't worry, Granny Fong and I are both here. We won't let anything happen to you. Yang Beishuan's face was filled with emotion as he murmured, Ning girl, can't imagine that you've also come. He pondered for a moment and sighed quietly. But the other party is a member of the Imperial clan. You'd better leave quickly, since this matter was done by me. Yang Beixian, I naturally have to bear it alone, thinking that he had no background, but was just a casual cultivator. In front of that Su family's divine son, even the Yi-Divine sect was afraid that he was nothing. If it would make things difficult for the condensed girl, it would be better to die. Mo Ningbing stared at Yang Beixian's despondent expression for a while. Once upon a time, Brother Beixian was such a proud, a peerless heavenly pride. But now, why is it like this? It's all the fault of that Su family's divine son, obviously a member of the Imperial clan. Yet he wants to oppress Brother Beixian, who was a casual cultivator. Mo Ningbing's face was firm as she said, Brother Beixian, don't worry, you'll be fine with me today. Beixian brother until now do not know that he is the Holy Young family orphan. Have their own intention. God sect and the Holy Young family of these two super forces to do backing. Think that even if that person is the people of the Emperor clan will also give three thin face, leaving life absolutely no worries. At the same time, in mid-air Li Yuan also stepped into the air. Divine sect. What exactly is your relationship with that young Beixian? Do you want to risk offending the Imperial Su clan to save a nameless casual cultivator? Seeing the visitor, the old woman arched her hand and said politely, so it's Li Jinchuan of the Heavenly Sword Divine sect. My old body is courteous. No need. Li Yuan snorted coldly and came beside Su Chenxiao, his eyes staring indifferently at Mo Ningbing below him, and said softly, Mr. Su, they are the people of the E-God sect. That girl is even the granddaughter of its sect's supreme elder. So it seems that there seems to be an unclear relationship with that Yang Beixian. Ah. Su Chenxiao nodded slightly and spoke faintly. Your Yishan sect, you want to protect Yang Beixian? What was the matter with the sacred race Yang family you spoke of before? The old woman hurriedly said respectfully, Godson Su doesn't know. Although that Yang Beixian is a bit arrogant in his heart, his true identity is an orphan of the Yang family of the Immortal Saint clan. His life experience is incomparably rough, and my ideal God sect has also been favored by his parents, so it's only natural that he would come to his aid. I also asked the Divine Son to spare Yang Beixian once for the sake of my E-Divine sect and the sacred clan's Yang family. Li Yuan laughed, somewhat meanly teasing. No wonder this Fong has such battle power. It turns out to be a descendant of someone from the immortal Yang family. It is rumored that the Yang family members have the blood of the divine race, only that nowadays, the Yang family of the immortal saint race has long been hidden from the world, and the population has declined, and has long since lost a tenth of its original splendor. Exactly, the crone said bitterly, that's why I had no choice but to make a move just now. So please forgive Divine Prince Su. Su Chenxiao's face was calm as he stood in the air and opened his mouth in a nonchalant manner. So, you're trying to bail him out? At that moment, a chirping voice suddenly rang out. Or what? Just see below. That Mo Ningbing turned into a stream of light came. Clothes expensive, although not very old, but there is a kind of unique belongs to the superior, that kind of innate arrogance of the gas. The old woman was shocked in her heart. Miss Mo Ningbing, with her delicate and beautiful face, came to the old crone's side with tightly knit brows puffing with anger. Granny Fong, do you know how badly Brother Beixian has been injured? The invincible sword heart is shattered. If it cannot be restored in the future, I'm afraid that it will never grow again for the rest of my life. After saying that, Mo Ningbing's eyes were covered with frosty cold, and she said with a very dissatisfied look at Su Chenxiao, I know you, the Su clan's divine son of this generation. Although the sacred Raixiang clan has fallen, Brother Beixian's grandfather is now in seclusion, and I'm afraid that it won't be long before he'll be able to break through to the great emperor realm. At that time, the Yang family will raise their clan to welcome Brother Beixian's return. If you dare to touch a single hair on Brother Beixian's head today, you'll be offending the two major superpowers of my ideal divine sect and the sacred race's Yang family. Such ignorant and fearless words directly caused the old crone's face to change abruptly. She hurriedly pulled over the furious Mo Ningbing while apologizing towards Su Chenxiao. Miss, what nonsense are you talking about? Mr. Su, my young lady is still young and ignorant. She doesn't know the power of the Emperor clan. Please, Su Chenxiao said with a smile. So, I heard that the sacred Raixiang family is going to produce a great emperor? That's a great joy. The crone's heart tightened. Seeing that this Su family divine son in front of her didn't fluctuate too much, which in turn made her heart even more nervous, but the next words went straight to her heart and lungs. How about killing it? Su Chenxiao said with a smile. What did you expect? Mo Ningbing struggled with dissatisfaction. Granny Fong, why are you stopping me? What I'm saying is clearly the truth. When that Grandpa Yan comes out of the light and certifies to be a great emperor, the sacred Yang clan will surely be restored. Even if you're a member of the imperial clan, a half-step great emperor is still something you can kill just by saying so? Snort. Before the words were finished, Su Chenxiao slashed out with his sword. The old crone's pupils shrunk violently. This Su family's divine son. This is trying to kill the young lady? Lady, get out of the way. She was at least a Saint Realm powerhouse. It was impossible for her not to be able to stop this attack, but all of a sudden, a majestic and amazing demonic chi directly blasted it out. With the existence of the Sun and Mother Imperial Beast Ring, Gaby Jiao and Su Chuanxiao's minds are connected, and naturally understand what their masters are going to do. He let out a sardonic smile and directly raised his hand to blast out a strike of mythical geomancy as he exclaimed, "Alright, even Lao Zi's group of ungrateful descendants don't dare to offend the Imperial Su clan behind the master, and a tiny little Tao of the heavens would dare to speak out of turn." One must know that there were several solid demon emperors existing in the Golden Yang realm. Rumble. The sword's awning shocked the heavens, and just as it was about to be chopped down onto Mo Ningbing's body, the life-preserving magic weapon she wore on her chest burst out with a blazing incomparable light. Buzz. Boom. The protective barrier was directly chopped to pieces. Mo Ningbing's delicate body trembled wildly. The things that happened in this instant made her not even react to what was going on. Her face was full of dismay and huffing, and she looked at the opposite side of Su Chenxiao with wide eyes and raised her finger. You want to kill me? The old woman wanted to rush over to protect, but she was deadlocked in place and unable to move by Gaby Jiao. Mr. Su, we'll evacuate now. Please spare my lady's life. Sir. Su Chenxiao's eyes were indifferent, and his right hand slowly raised with a smile. Late, protector of the Tao, if you dare to make another move, this Gonzi will even destroy the E-Divine sect behind you as well. Chapter 133 Yang Beixian Falls, Last Sword. The moment these words came out, the crone's entire body immediately fell into an ice cellar, and her breathing became a little short. She didn't have the slightest doubt that what this Su family divine son in front of her would be telling lies. Mo Ningbing screamed, "My grandfather is an old ancestor of the Yishan sect, a half-step great emperor. Su family divine son, I'm only asking you to let brother Beixian live. Do you mean that you want to kill me as well?" Think she wants the wind to get the rain, has always been spoiled used to, coupled with the underlying strength of the intention of the God sect. The heavens dare to offend their own. There are not really a few. Su Duanxiu faintly said, even if you are the daughter of a great emperor, this Gonzi can kill you whenever he wants. The sword flashed out. Snort. Mo Ningbing's entire body violently stiffened in place. A sharp sword mark across her snow-white neck. Her entire head flew up so high, with that headless body toward the bottom smashed on the ground. Bang. Ding. Destiny protagonist Yang Beishuan's destiny heroine has fallen, and has lost 150,000 destiny values. Congratulations to the master for obtaining a villain value of 150,000. Hiss. This horrifying and appalling scene directly dumbfounded everyone present. The hearts and minds of the countless surrounding celestial pride were greatly shaken, and their faces were filled with incomparable horror. Am I reading this right? The granddaughter of that E-God sect's ancestor, the little princess within the entire E-God sect. Just like that, she was chopped up by the Su family's divine son with a single sword? What a hot mess. Obviously still so young. Two cries of alarm rang out in unison. Miss Ning girl. Yang Beishuan's eyes were wide with anger. Even that old crone didn't think that this Su family's divine son had struck so viciously. Not even the young lady's divine soul was left behind at all. Su Chenxiao flung the ancient sword of shocking evil in his hands a few times. His eyes coldly turned his head towards the old crone and said, "Take your lady's body and get out." The old woman was shaking cold. She looked at the body of her own young lady below. Now the whole person has been blinded. Simply do not know how to go back to explain. She looked deeply at Su Chuanxiao and nodded with a face full of bitterness and said, "Su Kamiko, farewell." As if it were a lost dog, it just slipped away. Su Chenxiao let out a cold laugh, and Li Yuan, who was beside him, only felt his throat tighten a little, and cold sweat flowed behind him. He thought of many kinds of possibilities, but simply did not think that this Su Gongzi had chopped up the little princess of the Yishan sect with a sword. After resolving the people of the intentional God sect, Su Chenxiao's gaze looked towards Yang Beixian, who had stiffened in place below. Next, it's your turn. Yang Beixian was woodenly in place. His pupils became more and more blood red, his body trembled, and the immortal bloodline in his body flowed crazily. The whole person was like a return to the light and burst out a strong and incomparable power. Yang Beixian roared and growled in low tones as if he had gone mad. A head full of black hair messy fluttering. Body bones issued bang sound of explosion. And even before those injuries are in a moment of rapid repair, the monstrous blood fury chi poured out. The whole sky burst out, rumbling thunder resounded. This oozing scene startled everyone present. Asterisk. How does this guy still have power? What is he trying to do? The upper Gady Gio frowned, as if he thought of something, and said in a deep voice, blood of the mad god. In this guy's body, he even possesses the blood of the swift god race. The ancient god race was one of the most ancient races in the heavens, only nowadays it had long since disappeared, not knowing where it had gone. I cannot imagine that this holy clan Yang family will have the bloodline legacy of the ancient gods. Su Chenxiao quietly looked at this Yang Beixian who had fallen into a state of insanity and whose breath was soaring miserably. If you can't beat them, you'll hang them? So classic. But it's just a shame that the forward swing is a bit long. Just as everyone was watching in bewilderment as Yang Beixian fell into berserk mode, Su Chenxiao directly slashed out with his sword. Rumble. The sword blade chopped straight down to the ground, erupting with a shocking sound of movement. Ding. Destiny protagonist Yang Beixian's bloodline berserking is interrupted. Loss of destiny value 50,000. Congratulations to the master for obtaining a villain value of 50,000. Put. Yang Beixian, who was relying on his divine blood to continuously carry out recovery berserking, was directly interrupted, spitting out a large mouthful of essence blood, and his injuries that had just healed not long ago became scarred once again. A bone-deep sword wound continued from where his cheek was to his chest, with blood constantly dangling down. Cough. That sharp pain then caused Yang Beixian's eyes to gradually become a little clearer. He angrily roared towards Su Chenxiao in the air. I, Yang Beixian, will fight you today. He transformed his sword with his chi and raised his hands as the last of his invincible sword intent gushed out. The terrifying sword intent directly transformed into a huge and incomparable green sword shadow that stood high above his head. Yang Beixian roared in anger and fought to chop towards Su Chenxiao. Die. Rumble. With this sword, even the unbelievably tough space of the ancient battlefield was torn apart, and its raging divine might was even capable of decapitating the supreme realm. Su Chenxiao's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed at the huge and incomparably rumbling down green-colored sword shadow. In this desperate situation, it is better to die than to fight for your life. That's a bit of an invincible stream protagonist. Then reward you. Burial. Buzz. The chaos scripture was activated, and holding the ancient sword of surprising evil, he directly chopped out a pale and vast sword chi. Taiya sword technique. All destruction. The black sword aura tore apart everything. The two great divine abilities violently collided, and the green-colored sword shadow unexpectedly crumbled and shattered inch by inch. Yang Beixian stared at his pupils. That horror like a tsunami of sword chi is more and more diffused. His eyes are full of shock color. A wild laugh. Even directly a leap rushed up. Ha. I, Yang Beixian, have been invincible all my life, and since my invincible sword heart has been shattered, the only thing I can do is die. Tong Tian sword scripture. Jun Tian. He held the broken sword and slashed out the final blow with all his strength. This sword, unrivaled in the world, dazzling and dazzling, the entire heaven and earth, were submerged in this incomparable sea of blazing swords. Boom. I don't know how long it took when everything receded and the dust settled. Unfortunately, Su Chenxiao stood proudly in the middle of the sky above, and even the sword that he finally poured out all his strength didn't even hurt a single bit, and Yang Beixian didn't even leave his body behind, directly annihilating into pieces in that sword mane and falling. Only an ancient book emanating a golden divine aura and a page of residual paper burst out, floating in the air and slowly descending. Su Chenxiao's face was calm as he grabbed with his large hand. The ancient book and the remnants of the paper appeared in front of him. Sword scripture of Tong Tian. Nameless sword technique, remnants. Chapter 134, Strength is honorable. I have my eye on your pet. Ding. Destiny protagonist Yang Beixian has perished. The destiny value is empty. Congratulations on hunting Sword Emperor Heavenly Destiny protagonist Yang Beixian. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining all the items of the Divine Fate protagonist. Unlocking the remaining chances, 2. Currently hunting Divine Order protagonists, 4. Current villain value, 750,000. Just a single invincible stream protagonist had provided himself with so many heavenly fate values at once. Yang Beixian debut so far. Sword moves ruthless, killing decisive. Now a death. Not only no one feels sorry, on the contrary, Many with his hatred of the Tao lineage of heavenly pride of the people are not loud shouts of praise. I can't imagine that this fawn also has today. Humph, I already knew that with his personality. If he were to provoke those true demons, he wouldn't be able to survive for very long in the middle of this ancient battlefield. Su Qianshao smiled faintly and turned around to faintly say, "This place is done. Gaby Gio, let's go. Elder Chang and the others will be arriving soon." This time, he came here to forge a sword, but he never thought that he would have an unexpected gain. The opening of the Xian realm of creation will certainly not be hidden from the ancient battlefield within the pride of the heavens. At that time it is estimated that the people of the Emperor clan is afraid that they will also gather here, together into the Xian realm of creation to compete for the opportunity. The one who escorted Nan Shiren was the son of Qing Lao and his own clan uncle Su Kanat, and now the person has already arrived in the middle of Falling Abyss City. After bidding farewell to Li Yuan, Su Qianshao directly rode the heavenly golden mythical beast together towards the Falling Abyss City. The people of all the heavens knew where the creation Xian realm was, but the only one who could open it was Nan Shiren, who possessed the creation god body. High in the sky of the Taiku battlefield, the heavenly gold mythical beast blazed as if it were a round of suns crossing over. Wherever he passed, the terrifying aura that permeated out shocked the pride of this place, and they all raised their heads to look over. What a terrifying golden beast! Today is already the sixth one. Which demon is that again? Looking at the stance, it seems that he is also heading to that Falling Abyss City. Isn't that the place of the creation Xian realm? Why are all the heavenly prides from all sides within the Taiku battlefield heading towards Falling Abyss City these past few days? Could it be that something is about to happen? You guys, it can't be that the creation Xian realm is about to open, right? Otherwise what are they all going there for? The prideful people below were talking about it. At the same time, Su Qianshao on the back of the heavenly golden mythical beast was the one who took out the ancient sword of surprising evil and the things left behind by the heavenly fate protagonist Yang Beixian. Looking at the remnants of the scroll that was merely a piece of paper, Su Qianshao murmured with his eyes lowered. I can't imagine that this Yang Beixian also possesses the nameless sword skill. His eyes swept over the remnants of the scripture left behind, and unlike Xian Ao Tian, the remnants of this nameless sword technique seem to belong to the latter volume. No previous volume of Gongfu, Yang Beixian simply cannot participate in the enlightenment. Otherwise with his understanding of the sword road above the sword heart, coupled with this nameless sword skill, I'm afraid that the strength displayed will not be today so unbearable. He had borrowed Xian Ning's nameless sword skill to comprehend before, and it turned everything into a sword, which is by no means a general divine ability, and if the upper, middle, and lower three pieces are collected and complete, it will certainly be even better than the Tai sword skill under his control. Put away the nameless sword technique with a cursory sweep, Su Qianshao turned his hand to cultivate the Tongtian sword scripture. One day later, a long cry suddenly rang out, only to see that above the huge body of the heavenly golden mythical beast, a plume snow white, incomparably divine heavenly divine rock rushed to the sky and was circling in the high school. The white eagle has a body size of about 5 or 6 meters long. The feathers of the wings are as sharp as knives. Just like a white lightning generally leaves a wind and thunder arc light where it passes, the heavenly divine rock had obtained that wind thunder divine wings, and now that it had only just reached adulthood not long ago, it already possessed the cultivation of the Seal King realm. The huge golden pupils of the heavenly gold mythical beast looked up. The speed of the Tsong Tian divine rock with the wind and thunder divine wings is actually not the slightest bit below himself, and it soars in the tens of thousands of feet in the sky, surrounded by clouds and mist, and roams recklessly and freely. Gaby Gio muttered, "This is the heavenly demon that old things godly wings ah. You little guy now have the great emperor demon wings given by the master. Just waiting for the moment when the bloodline returns to its ancestor, another generation of terrifying heaven and earth god beasts to come out. At that time, maybe this emperor will also be able to have a chance to be able to be free." And right at that moment, a loud and incomparable laughing voice suddenly rang out. "Ha ha ha, I never thought that in the middle of this ancient battlefield, I would be able to encounter a heavenly rock whose bloodline is about to return to its ancestor. Not bad, not bad. Marquis Minging, will take it." One could only see a large golden hand grabbing towards the Tsong Tian divine rock in the sky. That golden hand had a vast breath and rumbled in, yanking the huge body of the Tsong Tian divine rock as tightly as it could. The heavenly divine rock was only at the Seal King realm strength now, and as it was grabbed by this unbreakable golden hand, it let out a hiss of pain and spilled snow-white plumes all over the sky. Fresh! Gaby Joe's face changed as he let out a deafening hiss. That raging roar swept through the clouds and mist. Above the tiers of 10,000 feet in the sky, the clouds were opened by a huge big thing. It was a huge body. The breath is amazing ancient great monster legend. Rumble. Upon hearing the roar of this divine beast of heaven and earth, the blockhead was visibly a little alarmed and agitated. It's just a golden guy beast. Useless thing. Sooner or later I'll replace you. On top of Legend's terrifying body full of black amazement, there was even a young man with an outstanding demeanor and uncommonly handsome appearance. The youth was dressed in a gorgeous and incomparable purple and gold robe, and his pupils had a divine aura flashing out of the sky. He stood with his arms folded, and at such a young age, he possessed a full and terrifying cultivation, and his hands and feet were full of extraordinary. And beside him was an old man as well as a woman in a purple dress with a revealing and hot figure. The purple-skirted woman's two eyes were staring at that Song Tian divine rock glowing, and her small mouth opened slightly as she exclaimed in shock, "Ming Holy Sun, this seems to be the legendary Song Tian Shenpang Ah. Heard that this beast has long been extinct, the heavens remain. I cannot imagine that it will appear here." Marquis Minging laughed out loud and directly urged his mana to grab that Song Tian divine rock directly and laughed. This saint's son just happens to want to change amount. This Song Tian divine rock does have good potential. If it's slightly cultivated, I'm afraid that it might be able to buck the trend and become a heaven and earth divine beast. Dancing Harvest opened his mouth and looked at the heavenly gold mythical beast below him, murmuring softly, "But that one, it looks like it belongs to someone else." In the battlefield of Taiku, strength reigns supreme. Marquis Minging laughed arrogantly and incomparably. He naturally noticed the heavenly gold mythical beast below him and blurted out without avoiding it, "Nothing that this young man has his eye on has ever been able to get away. That golden guy beast is not bad. Shnu, capture it along with it and offer it to this young man as well." The old man beside him bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Yes, Holy Son." Dancing was sniffed with even more mesmerized eyes and relied on Minging Wu's arms, drawing small circles and said, "Saint Ming is still really overbearing, but people like." Chapter 135, News Leaks. Creation Xian Realm to open soon. At that exact moment, Su Chenxiao was also startled from his cultivation. Second level of the divine elemental realm. Su Chenxiao slowly opened his eyes, flashing a trace of displeasure. What's going on? He has already comprehended the heavenly sword technique. Now only missing the last point will be able to comprehend the perfect. Now being interrupted. Naturally is not in a good mood. Gaby Jiao said in a deep voice, "Master, someone with no eyes has taken a fancy to the Song Tian divine rock." Oh, Su Chenxiao's eyes narrowed slightly as he raised his head towards the air. Ancient legend as a mount? That's interesting. Name, Minging Ho. Age, 24. Identity, Holy Son of Qin Kuan Holy Land. Realm, first level of divine origin realm. Name, Mei Ho. Identity, disciple of the Wuji demon sect. Realm, fourth level of King's Realm. After checking out the duos panels, Su Chenxiao was somewhat disinterested. It turned out to be two minions. Only there was a peak supreme realm protector. Su Chenxiao held the shocking evil in his hand and slashed out with a sword that was so powerful. Boom! In just one strike, the golden great hand divine ability was shattered in every way. After breaking free from its bonds, the Song Tian divine rock let out a long cry and directly turned into a white light towards Su Chenxiao. Sword cultivator? The old man Shnu who appeared at this place frowned and exclaimed, "It's just a pity that none of the things valued by my family's saint son have ever escaped." Gaby Jiao. Su Chenxiao spoke faintly. The heavenly golden mythical beast that received the order underneath him directly roared furiously, and the blazing golden divine aura swung out as if it were a sun blasting towards the old man. Blockhead above. Seeing that his divine ability had been destroyed and the Shisnu had been entangled by the other party's mount, Marquis Minging finally looked over with a straight face. He frowned tightly, only realizing that the other party looked somewhat familiar, and bellowed, "I am the Holy Son of the Qiankuan Holy Land." Marquis Minging, who are you? How dare you strike at me? Sigh. The heavenly divine rock transformed into the size of a white falcon and flew beside Su Chenxiao, constantly emitting cries of complaint. Su Chenxiao nodded slightly and spoke, "I know." Seeing that the people below dared not respond to themselves, Marquis Mingying's pupils bloomed with coldness, and his voice rose a little higher as he angrily shouted, "This holy son is asking you a question." Su Chenxiao came with cold eyes and directly lifted the ancient sword of surprising evil and chopped towards the ancient great murderous blockhead. Roll down. Tongtian Sword Sutra. Chopper. This strike was Yang Beishuan's life-fighting divine ability, and it was powerful, yet it was easily activated by Su Chenxiao. The surging and overpowering sword intent chopped towards the sky above. This regal sword intent. Even the Shnu who was fighting with the heavenly gold mythical beast was shocked in his heart and wanted to get out of the battle to stop it. Holy Son, be careful. Roar. A wild roar resounded, and the peak supreme realm protector Shnu immediately splattered his blood in the air. Ah! The eyes of the Minging Ho on the blockhead shook as he shouted angrily, "Useless piece of..." In the face of the raging sword mane, he directly raised his hand and blasted out with a fist. A golden ancient fist that looked like a Tarzan blasted towards the swordman. In just a moment's time, that sword aura directly shattered his divine ability. Marquis Mingying's pupils condensed, and with a dark cry of no good, he directly leaped high in the air with a single step. And to the side, Zai also reacted and followed closely behind. Rumble, roar, a hiss of pain resounded from below. Half of the body of that ancient great monster blockhead was chopped off, and its vitality rapidly drained away as it fell towards the bottom. Another sword chop came, directly sweeping over the huge body of the ancient great ferocious blockhead. A sword kills, my blockhead. On the other end, the heavenly golden mythical beast also slapped that old man's flesh into a bloody mist. An extremely frightened divine soul fled out in a hurry. The heavenly gold mythical beast directly opened its mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. No! See this scene. The eyes of Marquis Mingying, who was standing in the air, shook greatly, and he said angrily, "Damn it, Shnu, and my Mount Legend. This is something that my Qiankuan Holy Land spent a lot of effort to catch. Who exactly are you that you dare to shoot down my Marquis Mingying's mount?" Su Chenshao coldly opened his mouth. What? The Qiankuan Holy Land? Is it great? Seek death. Marquis Mingying let out a cry of shocked anger and directly transformed into a stream of light to kill towards Su Chenshao. In its hands condensed a huge millstone, rolling all sorts of air currents around it, directly smashing down towards Su Chenshao in a black pressure. The rear dancing harvest, however, was staring closely at Su Chenxiao's face, frowning eyebrows for a long time, and then like to think of something. See Mingying Ho kill to go after the blossom of color. The face of the fury of the exclamation of surprise. Stop it, holy son of Ming. He's that Emperor Clan Su family divine son. What? When these words came out, Mingying Wu's body shook violently and stumbled for half a minute. Before he could think more, a piercingly cold aura flashed by. Snort. Immediately afterward, blood splattered. Even with the blessing of a body protection magic treasure, it was shattered by a sword, and a bloody sword mark appeared in Mingying Wu's chest. Ah! He roared furiously in pain, and that Qiankuan great grinding wheel in his hand was directly thrown out. Rumble! Su Chuanshao held the surprising evil ancient sword, and his sword intent forced him to charge straight ahead, splitting the large grinding disc with a single stroke. In a flash, he appeared in front of Mingying Wu, using his sword against the center of his brow, and said coldly with an indifferent face, "You're the one who wanted to capture my Lord Tsang Tian Divine Rock? You are the Su family divine son?" Marquis Mingying looked at the ancient sword in front of him, which was as black as a curtain of sharpness, and his expression was appalled. Unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva after knowing the identity of the other party. Divine Son Su, I am the holy son of the Qiankuan Holy Land, and I have also come here for the matter of the opening of the Xian realm of creation this time. So that was the pet you were blinded by. A misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Su Chenshao sneered and directly chopped off both of his arms. Puff. So this is a misunderstanding too? Ah. Marquis Mingying was sweating profusely from the pain, and his face directly distorted. Su Chenshao stared at him and spoke in a deep voice. Let me ask you, where did you all learn about the imminent opening of this creation Xian realm? Although Nan Shiren's divine body of creation was no longer a secret, and opening the Xian realm of creation could not possibly be hidden from the heavenly prides within the ancient battlefield. However, the Su family of the imperial clan has never notified anyone of the opening time of the Xian realm of creation. Having met quite a few celestial pride along the way, Su Chenshao was somewhat curious as to who actually spread this matter out. Marquis Mingying forced himself to endure that severe pain and spoke with a sweaty head. This matter was told to me by my friend, someone from the imperial Hua family. He said that creation Xian realm will be opened in a matter of days, letting us come early to compete for the chance. Other people from the imperial clan have also come. Did that divine order protagonist do that? Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered and he frowned. How many other people know about it besides you? Marquis Mingying breathed heavily, somewhat weakly. I'm not really sure. Divine Son Su, I am a close friend of that Huayu. Please spare me. For the face of the imperial Hua family, Su Chenshao pondered as he raised his hand and struck out with a sword. Snort! The ancient sword of frightened evil was just inserted straight into the head of Mingying Wu's forehead. That powerful sword intent directly shattered his divine soul completely. Chapter 136, Bursting into Murder. Ancient Great Emperor's Chance. You! Mingying Ho's pupils dilated, and with a cry of shock filled with unbelief, he fell under the sword just like that. Not far away, dancing Harvest face wildly trembling. The heart has long been turned upside down. Her face full of fear to look at Su Chuanshao. See the coldness on his face is even more delicate, body icy cold. This Su family divine son wouldn't want to kill himself as well, would he? She hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly. That, Su Shensi, but I have never struck out at you, and please spare my life. Su Chenxiao glanced at her faintly, and after a moment of silence, he did not speak, but directly mounted the back of the heavenly golden mythical beast and spoke in a cold voice. Go. So it seems that falling abyss city is going to be lively. The Xian realm of creation was claimed to be one of the strongest secret realms of the ancient battlefield that possessed countless blessings, and just the scattered blessings that gushed out from time to time within it were enough to trigger a huge looting. In addition to that, Lin Hao, the two chances of the heavenly destiny protagonist Yang Beixian were also in the Xian realm. This news was not going to be hidden by the Su family, but that would have to wait until after their own exploration. The heavenly golden mythical beast let out a long, loud and incomparable roar as it headed directly towards Fallen Abyss City. Outside Falling Abyss City, four handsome, azure-horned horses with wings on their backs were pulling the rear seat at a gallop, the frame of which was trimmed with gilt and gold. On top of this seated vehicle, aside from Old Man Chang and Nanshiren, who had come from the Su clan of the Imperial clan, there was also a handsome, extraordinary-looking young man, the youth a white coat, bundled up hair, sword eyes and star eyebrows. Breath does not fall into the mortal world. That unintentionally revealed the dignity at a glance is not what the ordinary children. He was the son of Su Ringnung, who was always away and was responsible for handling the external affairs of the Imperial Su clan. Su too. Su murmured with a bright smile and a light laugh as he looked towards the ancient and magnificent Falling Abyss City in front of him. It's really been a long time since I've seen that cousin. I heard that clan brother Jinghong has already left for the northern domain to break through the Saint Realm, so I, Su Yi, will be responsible for the matter of creating the Xian realm this time along with the Divine Sun. Miss Nan, I don't know if you've ever been to this Falling Abyss City? Sui looked at the magnificent black-skirted woman on the side with a smile in his eyes and opened his mouth. Nanshiren shook her head, her voice extraordinarily calm, and said, No, Master Teacher once said that without the permission of the people of the Reincarnation Hall, I must never enter the middle of Falling Abyss City within the Taiku battlefield. Sui's eyes narrowed slightly at his words, and he murmured, So that's it. So it seems that the people of your Reincarnation Hall might not want you to open this creation Xian realm so early, but I don't know who leaked out the fact that my Imperial Su clan is preparing to let you open the Xian realm of creation. Speaking of which, Su took a glance around with calm eyes. Within 100 miles of this place, there were at least no less than 20 heavenly prides in existence. Most of them are very familiar to themselves. They are the greatest demons from the major superpowers, a group of people riding mounts or spirit boats, and have been following them ever since they entered the Taiku battlefield. From time to time, they released their divine thoughts to peer into this place, but they were pretending to be on the same path. Elder Ching snorted with some displeasure. Sui smiled slightly, his voice was not loud, but it spread out. All of you, after following all the way, could it be that you also came for this Miss Nan? Not far from this place of heavenly pride are all face slightly changed. There is no lack of self-confident people laughed out loud. Transformed into a stream of light appeared in front of Su-yi and others, said with a smile, Ha ha, I can't imagine that Brother Su is so perceptive. We have been very careful and vigilant all the way, yet we were still discovered by you, Brother Su. I've heard that Miss Nan is a creation divine physique, and with a physique like this that hasn't been seen in years, she traveled to Fallen Abyss City, thinking that she should be doing so in order to open up that creation Xian realm, right? About 7 or 8 people came. At the head of the group was a certain superpower Dao Zi, with a powerful cultivation that was at the 9th level of the divine origin realm. Su said with a smile on his face, unable to see any mood swings. Who spread the word about this? Centurion Hopper laughed out loud and said mysteriously, It's not good for me to wait. I can only say that the other party's identity background is not below your Imperial Su family. We have only come to try our luck. Please rest assured, Brother Su, that girl in the end I am the fiancé of that divine son of yours. No matter how much more we would not dare to take offense. The others chuckled. Yes, everyone is merely here for the chance, and absolutely have no intention of making enemies of the Imperial Su clan. Sui nodded his head and said indistinctly, Not below my Su family, that would be the Imperial clan. With these words of yours, I think it would be appropriate to wait for my clan's divine son to come before speaking with him face to face. Bailey he arched his hand and glanced at Nanshiren in the car. A hint of amazement flashed in his eyes as he responded. The chances of the heavens are for those who can take them. I don't think even your divine son would be so overbearing as to want one person to monopolize this great chance. Would he? He smiled slightly and tried to speak. And right at that moment, a raging sword suddenly flashed at the back. Before Bailey he could even react, he was cut down by a sword and exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Bang! Brother Bailey! That blood splattered a few close to the side of the heavenly pride face. The faces of the people present all suddenly changed. Pupils tightened angrily shouted, "What man?" This scene that suddenly rose up. Even Sui did not react to it. The one who covets my Su family's creation Xian realm is this kind of goods? A voice that was disdainful to the extreme rang out, only to see not far behind the crowd. Loud and clear roars resounded. The heavenly golden mythical beast like a round of sun surging. Long cry. Huge body size covered with white feathers of the celestial divine rock perched high in the sky. Above it, a scorching, black clothes hunting handsome youth negative sword in stand. Its eyes sharp. Seems to have the Taoyuan flow. All body is filled with a stern to the extreme sword chi. I don't care who told you the news, but this Xian realm of creation, the matter of when it opens is all up to my Emperor and Su family. You have 2 breaths to get out. Seeing the visitor, Sui's face was shocked and he exclaimed with some incredulity, "Son of God?" On top of the frame Cheng Lao leapt to the front of Su Chenxiao, his face respectfully arching his hand. "My old slave has met Lord Godson." Su Chenxiao's face was calm as he looked at Nan Shirin on top of the carriage in front of him and nodded slightly. Coming. The heavenly pride present also looked appalled, and when they felt that incomparably powerful sword intent from afar, none of their faces changed drastically. The Su family's divine son is here. He's that Su family's divine son? Seeing that Bailey he was killed for no apparent reason, even the celestials who were watching from afar were appalled. A certain person from the ancient race stood out with an indignant face and shouted, "What we are doing is nothing more than chance. This time the Xian realm of creation. It's not just a little bit of us. Even several emperor clans know about this matter. So many of us are here. Are you going to kill us all? Su Godchild?" Chapter 137, Monopoly of the Xian realm opens in 3 days. Another sword blade cut straight through the person who spoke from the forehead to the end of a straight red line of blood. The next moment the body was directly broken into 2 halves fell. Snort. Too long. A heavenly pride exclaimed incredulously. Su Chenxiao picked up the surprising evil ancient sword, and with an indifferent expression, he lifted his sword to gaze at the dozens of people in front of him. He was able to feel that there were at least hundreds of eyes around this place, as if he was speaking to the people in front of him, and as if he was speaking to the people who were secretly observing around him. Su Chenxiao slowly opened his mouth. "Nan Shiren is the fiancé appointed by my lord, and the creation Xian realm is naturally opened by my imperial Su family. Until then, it's fine if you want to come and fight for it, but whether or not you can get in, the only person who can say so is my Su family." When these words came out, the hundreds of divine thoughts that were secretly observing trembled slightly, and the dozen or so celestial pride present were also shocked in their hearts. This Su clan's divine son is really good at being overbearing. Su to a face full of incredible, to know that this place is ultimately the ancient battlefield, the great cannot be involved in, to monopolize this whole creation of the realm of the metaphysical realm. That is, it means that the entire ancient battlefield of those heavenly pride sirens for the enemy. The Emperor Su family, although the power of the ancient battlefield is no shortage of other emperors within the people of the battlefield, he was ordered to come here this time, and his father and the elders only obeyed the divine son's orders in everything, but they never said that they would monopolize the creation Xian realm. He hadn't seen this cousin for many years, and now that he had become a divine son, just what realm was he in? A voice suddenly exploded in the sky. It was the voices of the celestial pride who were observing this place from 100 miles away. The imperial Su family is so overbearing. Is this trying to monopolize the entire creation Xian realm? This place is not your Su family's sacred emperor Dao domain. So many of our forces demons are here. You Su family's so few people. Aren't you able to stop everyone looking for death? Su Chenxiao's face was cold as he spoke directly. Stupid people who are being used and still don't know it. Elder Chang. It's all settled. Elder Chang understood and let out a cold snort as he directly followed those previous voices to cast the art of divine power. He was a quasi-emperor realm powerhouse in the outside, and even if his cultivation was suppressed here, the divine abilities he had mastered were definitely not something that an ordinary person could resist. Divine thoughts were released in an instant, directly locking the few people who had spoken before, and a large golden seal was condensed in the sky above them to fall down violently. Rumble, rumble, the criminal gods are dead. From all directions, a terrifying tremor exploded at the same time. This kind of thunderous and ruthless means directly stunned the few people present. Hiss. This Su family godson is coming for real? Su Chenxiao looked at them with calm eyes and said, "You, too, want this?" Each of their faces changed drastically. That shocking killing intent could not be faked. A few people simply did not have too much consideration. Their faces looked over with uncertainty, and then they all turned into a stream of light and disappeared in a flash. As expected of someone from the imperial clan, we can't afford to mess with them. Godson Su, Farewell. After the people here had all left, Su Qianxiao glanced to the side of Qinglao and slowly spoke. Spread the word. 3 days later, within Fallen Abyss City, my Imperial Su clan will open the Creation Xian realm. Only those who have paid for their spirit stones and magic treasures are allowed to enter. Those who dare to trespass will not be blamed for my Imperial clan's reckoning after we leave the Taiku battlefield. A hint of fire surfaced in Elder Qing's eyes as he clasped his fists and said, Divine Son, the old slave understands. Inside Falling Abyss City, Sui smiled bitterly and looked at Su Qianxiao on the side, looking him up and down for a moment before opening his mouth. Don T, Son of God, would it be a bad idea to do that? Su Qianxiao waved his hand and glanced at the airy and indifferent Nan Shirin on the side, his face calmly opening his mouth. If it was before, it would have been fine if the first batch of us went in when this Creation Xian realm opened. This time, someone deliberately leaked out the news of the Creation Xian realm, for presumably the inheritance of the ancient great emperor within that Xian realm. Anyone would know that the Creation Xian realm was a secret realm of inheritance left behind for the future creation god body, and the greatest opportunities within it would inevitably be reserved for Nan Shiren, who was carrying the creation god body, as long as she was obtained. After entering the Xian realm of creation, it would be equivalent to possessing the inheritance of an ancient great emperor, and in the face of such a great lure of benefits, even some of the emperor clan's demons would have their hearts moved. Although Nan Shiren has her own fiancé, this layer of identity shelter, but if others do not hurt her, only to take that great emperor inheritance, even the emperor clan Su family is not good to say anything. Su Qianxiao faintly opened his mouth. After entering the Creation Xian realm, Yuan follow beside this Gongzi. Today's Nan Shiren can be described as a meat and potatoes, and the cultivation level is now only the 7th level of the Seal King realm, without entering the Divine Yuan, so it can be said that any one of the northern border demons will not be able to escape when they encounter any of the northern border demons. Nan Shiren was silent for a moment, staring at Su Qianxiao for a while, only to realize that in a short period of time, the cultivation of the person in front of him was already at a level that he could not even fathom. She lowered her eyes and flipped her jade-white right hand. In the palm of his hand, there was a crystal clear, only the size of a goose egg, quietly hovering 6-colored lotus flower. Each petal and leaf of the lotus flower contained an extremely terrifying aura. Even Sui, who was in the supreme realm on the sidelines, were all a bit alarmed, as if an extremely terrifying power would erupt from the lotus flower in the next moment. Su murmured, "What is this and why do I have palpitations?" Su Qianxiao instead thought of something, raised his eyebrows and smiled with some interest. "This is the original magic weapon you had my sister help you refine with the heaven and earth exotic flame earlier?" Nan Shiren nodded, looking at the slowly rotating lotus flower in her hand, and said softly, "Jade Lotus of Creation. This is the original magic weapon that the palace master asked me to refine, saying that it's the most suitable for my creation god body. With it, I'll be able to protect myself even if I enter that Creation Xian realm." Su Qianxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, staring at the Jade Lotus for a long time before nodding. "It's good to have one more card. After all, everything in the secret realm is unpredictable. On the contrary, your reincarnation hall seems to know the Creation Xian realm very well. How much do you know about the situation inside?" Nan Shiren pondered for a moment without speaking. Su Qianxiao paused and looked at her with wide eyes and said, "You don't, by any chance, know anything about it, do you?" Su said with a smirk from the sidelines, "Divine Son, I have also asked before you, and this Miss Nan knows very little about the Creation Xian realm. Perhaps the other reincarnation hall heirs should know something. Anyone else?" Su Qianxiao frowned slightly, and the first thing that came to mind was that Heaven's Destiny protagonist Qinliyun. Take a look at it by pulling up its panel directly. At this exact moment, the other party actually happened to be right in the middle of this Falling Abyss City. Chapter 138, Falling Abyss City. 100,000 pounds of divine origin. This Qinliyun seemed to have always been at odds with Nan Shiren, and according to the script of its reincarnation hall, this heavenly destiny protagonist seems to be awakening memories from the latter day. If it is the next time I see you again, I must have a good understanding of what this reincarnation hall is all about. Under Su Yi's leadership, several people came together to stay in a mansion in the city, and what happened outside the city before didn't seem to affect this place. Su said with a grin, "Cousin Dusty Sky, it's really been a long time. It's been more than 5 or 6 years since we parted in the past, and I can't imagine that now you've even become a divine son of the Su clan." He and Su Qianxiao are cousins. Bloodline connection. In this private place also seems not so raw and formal. Directly discretionary cup of tea handed over. Su Qianxiao smiled faintly and sat directly on top of his position, lightly stroking that Song Tian divine rock that had become smaller in his arms, and murmured, "Yes, not long ago also in the clan to see the clan uncle aside. It seems that cousin outside is not worse than the clan. The Supreme Realm cultivation. I'm afraid that it will not take long. We'll be able to break through the Holy Realm, right? Sui laughed out loud and waved his hand very humbly and said, "It's still early. I'm not that pervert Jing Hong. I'm only in the first level of the Supreme Realm right now. The Saint Realm is still too far away for me. Before I have something outside, but cannot witness Dusty cousin you that recruiting ceremony. This etiquette is a bit behind." Speaking of this, Sui's eyes contained a smile and his demeanor calmly took out a storage ring and placed it on the table. Well, Su Qinshan was a little surprised, squinting his eyes in disbelief. What is the meaning of this? Su with a warm smile gently pushed that storage ring over. Cousin Dusty Xiao, you also know that my father and I have been responsible for the Imperial clan's external affairs. Although my natural talent is average, but outside for the Su family in charge of the major business firms to get the benefits can be quite a lot of that vast amount of resources is to make up for some of the lack of natural talent. There are some good things in here, and it's a token of my gratitude for my brother. Su Qinshan narrowed his eyes and said with a faint smile, in that case, I'll really take it. Finger gently lifted, the storage ring lightly floating over. Su Qinshan divine sense probed into a rough sweep, suddenly was stunned by the scene inside the storage ring. Only to see cousin Su to give within this storage ring, inside the storage of azure-colored bright incomparable transparent spirit stone. These spirit stones of the abundance of spirit gas is extremely amazing, pure exquisite, even more than the so-called top-quality spirit stone also has no match. This is, Su Qinshao's eyes suddenly lit up immensely. Divine source? Sui sipped his tea smilingly from the sidelines and opened his mouth. These things are not easy to find. The divine source is even more rare than that extreme spirit stone. There is no market for it. I had to go through a lot of trouble to get the 100,000 pounds of divine source. With these things, cultivation is twice as effective, and I think you'll be able to quickly break through the realm as well. Cousin Dusty Sky. Su Qinshan nodded slightly, and there was delight in his heart. Divine Elemental Realm 9 Great Tao Palace. Now that the chaotic Shin bead and most of the extremely high-quality spirit stones had long since been refined by himself, he was worried about getting some spirit stones to use. The imperial family heritage might not be able to let a person become a great emperor in one step, but it was definitely able to let the people within the family not have to work for any resources at all. So it could be said that this 100,000 pounds of divine origin, even if it was taken out for auction, was a heavenly figure. I think with these things, I'll also be able to break through to the peak of the divine origin realm soon. Rather, thank you cousin. Sui hurriedly waved his hand and said half-jokingly, Divine Son Su must not discount me. When he finished, his words changed. The tone of his voice suddenly sank a little, and then he said, it's just that this time, Old Man Chang and I didn't inform anyone when we brought Miss Nan here, so I'm afraid that there are people in the shadows who covet that ancient great emperor's inheritance. Since you have decided to open the creation Xian realm 3 days later, before that, do you need me to investigate? The supreme immortal destiny left behind within the creation Xian Yuan. Even the people of the Emperor clan could not ignore it. It is said that the ancient great emperor who carried the creation divine body had disappeared into the heavens after leaving behind this secret realm. Some people said that he had fallen, but there was also a saying that the other party had already broken through to above the great emperors and had left the heavens. Su Duanxiao pondered for a moment. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes as he spoke. Good thing too. Those who dare to scheme against my emperor clan Su family, none of them will escape. After talking with Su Yi for a while, Su Qinshan came inside the house and cultivated. The Tong Tian sword scripture was still a bit short of being able to cultivate to perfection. Now that he had the help of so many divine sources, he thought that he would be able to break through his realm very quickly. With a wave of his large hand, hundreds of pounds of divine source came out flat. The entire room immediately burst into a deep white light, as if immersed in the ocean of aura. In this environment, not even have to do anything can be gradual advancement of their own cultivation all the time. Just a little bit of refining, the 9 Great Tao Palace would suddenly be filled up beyond measure, and there was already a tendency to break through the realm. Even Su Qinshan couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. Gee, with this kind of resources smashed down, I'm afraid that even the cultivation speed of a mortal body will be able to far exceed that of an ordinary heavenly pride. The other end of Falling Abyss City. Inside the box of a prosperous and extravagantly decorated merchant bank, a handsome-looking purple-clothed man bathed in red flamboyant light directly crushed a piece of jade and said with a somewhat gloomy face, "Humph, that Su clan godchild is truly arrogant. Who doesn't know that Marquis Minging is my brother Huayu? How dare he kill brother Ming, not giving me the slightest bit of face at all. This is a banquet. In its surroundings about more than 10 people sitting. The first seat 3 people, the second seat 7 or 8. The people present are not from one side of the absolute demon. male and female handsome. Every one of them are dignified. Temperament is not extraordinary. The eyebrows are untamed. Eyes are full of disdainful arrogance. But even if these people were demons from various Holy Land Dao lineages, they could only sit in the second seat, because cultivation strength is not honored here, but only background. The three who were able to sit at the top, without exception, were all the prideful sons of heaven from the 10 great imperial clans. Hua Yu of the Hua family of the imperial clan, Yan Cheng of the Yan family of the imperial clan, and Qin Xiaoxiao of the Qin family of the imperial clan. Beside Hua Yu, a handsome man with red hair and a teardrop on his cheek nodded slightly. His eyes were dense with a divine flame, and his skin was a bit fairer than a woman's. Not bad. Yan Changzhou spoke faintly. Marquis Mingying is now tragically dead. Even if that person is the Su family's divine son, he must be made to pay the appropriate price. What's more, that Su Duanxiao is even more arrogant than his elder brother, Su Jingheng, who has only just returned to the heavens not long ago, and is even presuming to monopolize the creation Xian realm, so it's really laughable to the extreme. At this time, the side is a little drowsy. Qin Xiaoxiao yawned. Some lethargy said, Hua Yu, I said you called me here just for this? Chapter 139, The Ninth Heavenly Race. Special language. The reason for this is that you didn't intentionally spread the news out? You guys want to deal with that Su clan godson shouting on me for what? I don't want to wade through this mess. If his elder brother is incurred to kill, I'm afraid that giving you a few lives won't be enough for Su Jingheng to chop him up. As the Su family's previous generation of goddess son, Su Jingheng's strength has long been far beyond those of his generation, and the reason why he is not in the middle of the ancient battlegrounds is simply and bluntly, too invincible. Hua Yu spoke coldly. Qin Xiaoxiao, you have to know that if it wasn't for me, I'm afraid that when that divine body of creation opens the Xian realm of creation, none of you would even know where you are yet, and you wouldn't even be qualified to get a piece of the pie. Qin Xiaoxiao glanced at him with eyes that looked like she was looking at an idiot and said, My good sister Yao Huang told me about this matter a long time ago. You don't really think that I came here because of your news, do you? Don't bother talking to you. You guys take your time. I'm leaving. Originally she thought it was a big deal, but she thought it was just a backstage plot against the Su family's godson, but she was not interested in it at all, so she said and got up to leave. Hua Yu was just about to stop him, but Yan Cheng Sui, who was on the side, raised his hand and said, Forget it, let her go. Qin Xiaoxiao has a good relationship with that Su family phoenix daughter, Su Yao Wang, and Su Yao Wang is this Su family divine son's own sister, so it's impossible for her to help us in the way of this relationship. Hua Yu clenched his fists and finally lowered his hands with a cold snort. Whatever she is, that Su clan's divine son is only at the divine elemental realm cultivation level right now, so when the creation Xian realm opens, relying on the formations within it, we'll have plenty of ways to deal with him. Yan Cheng nodded his head and spoke in a deep voice. I just don't know if the other side will let us in. Brother Hua, you seem to know that creation Xian realm like you know it very well. Where did you learn this information? Hua Yu laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, this matter? It's thanks to the help of this reincarnation hall heir, Miss Shen. Brother Yan, you don't know. That divine body of creation was once a person of the Palace of Reincarnation. And the Palace of Reincarnation started preparing for the matter of the Xian realm of creation as early as a few decades ago, and its understanding of it can be said to be more than what any of us know. The Palace of Reincarnation. Yan Shangzhu's heart was shocked at his words. The name of this power has not been heard in the heavens for a long time. Wasn't the Reincarnation Hall overthrown? Hua Yu laughed. But now that they have appeared in the heavens again, the creation Xian realm can be an important capital for them to rise. Miss Shen, come out. From within the back screen, Shen Liyun stepped out from it, and the crowd of celestial pride present all looked over. Shen Liyun did not have any constraints, and with a very decent slight smile, she went forward. Naturally, the reincarnation hall has not been overthrown. I can testify to that. Since experiencing the incident with her senior brother, Zhou Haoran, she awakened. She suddenly realized that in this world, the only person she could rely on was herself. So after this he came to the northern border alone, found Hua Yu, and told him all about the creation Xian realm. As long as there were more people, the scene would naturally be incomparably chaotic at that time, and he himself could precisely take advantage of this opportunity to directly seize the ancient great emperor inheritance belonging to Nan Shiren. By that time, all the sons of the imperial clan and the heavenly pride of the Taoist system will have to bow down at my feet. Just as Shen Liyun was floating around, Hua Yu smiled faintly and spoke. Well, Miss Shen, this place is not an outsider. Tell me everything your reincarnation hall knows about the Xian realm of creation. One day later, under the spread of Qing Lao, what happened yesterday quickly spread out. Almost half of the northern borderlands knew about the opening of the Xian realm of creation. The heavenly pride demons from all sides appeared in Falling Abyss City, and almost every few hours there would be an incomparably powerful demon descending, and the storm was coming. Su Chenxiao and Nan Shiren arrived at the place where the creation Xian realm was located. This place is located in the center of Falling Abyss City. A towering incomparable heavenly gate stands. The heavenly gate is 1,000 meters high, majestic, the middle of the diffuse shrouded with the light of Manhwa, as if it is leading to another world channel. Before the heavenly gate, there was a 3-meter-high stone monument with ancient inscriptions. As the explicitly inherited secret realm of the Taiku battlefield, it clearly existed here, but no one was able to step into it and enter that secret world within the gate. Su Chenxiao raised his eyes and looked at the incomparably high heavenly gate. His gaze flickered and he couldn't help but murmur, "Is this the entrance to the Xian realm of creation?" Gady Jiao spoke up from the sidelines. "This playfulness is still there. It was left behind in my day and no one even opens it now." Sui, legend has it that this heavenly gate was left behind by the great emperor of the ancients, who stored his life's wealth and skills in the secret realm to be passed down to the next divine body of creation. This heavenly gate itself is a formation. If it is not opened when touched, it will be shaken away by a powerful force. There have been many formation geniuses who came to look forward to trying to crack this ancient formation, but they were not able to shake the slightest bit. "Miss Nan, since you're a creation god body, do you have any special feelings here?" He turned his head to Nan Shiren, who was on the side, and inquired. Nan Shiren shook her head and said, "No." She looked up at the heavenly gate of this place, and a fragmented and tattered memory suddenly flashed through her mind just as she finished speaking. Feeling only a little puzzled, she frowned her eyebrows and subconsciously walked towards the heavenly gate. Sui froze slightly at the sight. "Miss Nan, where are you going?" There were countless celestial pride that came and went to admire outside the heavenly gate, and the appearance of Su Chenxiao's group was recognized and noticed by people early on. That's the Su family's divine son? In that case, the woman beside him should be the divine body of creation. What is she going to do? Could it be that she is planning to open this creation Xian realm in advance? Each and every one of the heavenly pride present secretly paid attention to the sound transmission. Su Chenxiao also frowned tightly as he looked over, only to see Nan Shiren approaching towards the heavenly gate step by step. Go over there. The heavenly gate here seems to have a feeling, and even rumbled and trembled, from which a stream of ancient and desolate atmosphere gushed out. Nan Shiren came directly to the stone monument before the heavenly gate and looked up at the immensely large stone monument in front of her. Somehow the writing on it, she was able to read. She stood in front of that stone tablet, looking at the dense writing on it, stopped for a while and muttered, "The ninth heavenly clan." Sui, who followed up from behind, was stunned at the words and said with some incredulity, "The writing on this stone tablet doesn't belong to any of the races of the heavens. They say it's an epitaph left by that great emperor of the ancients." "Miss Nan, could it be that you can read it?" Su Chenxiao also looked up. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly rang beside his ears. Ding! Extraterrestrial special language detected. Consume villain value 50,000. Do you want to learn? Chapter 140, Creator Emperor Yen Painting Oracle. Heavenly Visitor. Su Chenxiao was slightly stunned and looked at the stone tablet in front of him with some surprise. Extraterrestrial language? Without giving it too much thought, just spend 50,000 villain value to learn it. Ding! Successful study. Consumed villain value 50,000. Current villain value, 700,000. As the system's voice rang out, a wave of unknown memories suddenly flooded into his mind. These memories were extraordinarily complex and obscure. Su Chenxiao stared tightly at the Heaven's Gate stone monument in front of him, and those strange and bizarre words on it became no longer unfamiliar and obscure in his eyes in an instant. Everything becomes audible and clear, and the meaning can be understood and heeded. "This is," Su Chenxiao muttered, "the tablet left by that ancient great emperor." There were no more than 80 symbols scattered on top of the stone tablet, but this one particular language that had never been seen before was extremely different. A mere symbolic text is able to express the meaning of a sentence with unparalleled clarity. These densely packed symbols needed and combined into a complete sentence in one's field of vision, and if one were to translate it in the language of the heavens, this would actually be a 10,000 character tablet. I have been cultivating for 10,000 years, and I carry a divine body of creation, which, if we speak in the words of this world, can be called the great emperor of creation. Later people, if you can read the inscription, I think if not my reincarnation, it should also be with me from outside the sky accidentally into this world cultivators. When he saw this content, Su Chenxiao's pupils contracted violently, and a flash of shock flashed across his eyes. Beyond the heavens? Looking at the huge stone monument in front of him, Su Qianxiao could not have imagined that the ancient sage who left behind the creation Xian realm was not a person of the heavens. Regarding the outer heaven, the imperial Su family had recorded that it was a much more vast and boundless thousand world, and only those who had reached above the innate heaven would be able to have the opportunity to travel there. And according to rumors, from ancient times to the present day in the heavens, only the 10 great emperor clans and a very small number of people have reached that terrifying realm, and then ascended to the heavens in search of higher pursuits. Su Qianxiao then looked on, locking his brows tightly in a deep voice. I can't believe this is happening. Nan Shiren seemed to have seen something as well, her eyes flickering with an ethereal light that didn't close for a moment. The only one in the scene is Su with a dumbfounded face, looking at the solemn appearance of Su Qianxiao and Nan Shiren, who are carefully scrutinizing the inscription with wide eyes. Not, you too, read it? This inscription, once a lot of great powers specially come to check out, but no matter in any ancient books did not find similar words with this inscription. Su Duanxiao frowned and opened his mouth. Be quiet. Sui was momentarily speechless and touched his head with some sweat. He tried to look at the inscription, but it was as elusive as a heavenly book. All right. Sui only felt embarrassment. He turned around, and when he saw Gaibijio also looked at the stone monument with a grave face, he was shocked, and felt that this world is too magical. This stone tablet that has stood here for countless eons without anyone cracking it. It's not even a problem that the Son of God and that Miss Nan can read it, but a person of the demon race can also read it? He patted over and whispered, you can read it too? Well, Gaibijio shook his head with a straight face. Can't read. Su Yi. Gaibijio directly found a place to lie down lazily and said with a yawn, what the hell is this? It's like a ghost drawing. Never seen it before at all. I'll take a nap. Moncler, call me if you need me. Su Yi's face was a bit odd, but his heart was much more comforted. I don't know how much time has passed. Su Qianxiao gazed at the stone monument in front of him before slowly withdrawing his gaze, his heart having long been shaken. The amount of information within this stone tablet was simply too great, and it took a while for even himself to digest it. The great emperor who had left behind the Xian realm of creation was someone from the 9th heavenly domain beyond the heavens. Although it carries a powerful and incomparable divine body, it is coveted by others and has to flee. In a desperate situation, an ancient teleportation array was utilized to come to the heavens. Thought that the rest of his life can only be lonely here, but it is suddenly ecstatic to find that this place is not in the 9th heavenly domain, but the aura here is not the least bit weaker than the heavens, and even more than ever. The only thing that makes it feel a little surprised is that, obviously, the environment here is so favorable. Everything is as new as a newborn, but there is not a great emperor above the realm of the existence of. I never thought it would be like this. Looking at the text left on the stele, Su Qianxiao stroked his chin and murmured softly with flashing eyes. Outside of these heavens, there are actually other worlds that exist. It's just that, looking at what this inscription says, the other worlds are not as abundant as the heavens in terms of both resources and heaven and earth auras, which is somewhat interesting. According to normal, just like the relationship between the small world below and the heavens in general, should not be the higher up the aura and resources the better it is. Su Qianxiao then read on. After that, what was written on the stone tablet was mostly that the great emperor of creation had been practicing hard in the heavens all the way, and in the end, he proved to be a great emperor, and wanted to leave this realm to avenge his hatred, but vary that the creation of the great emperor at that time only to discover to his horror, the aura and environment of the heavens, although several times more powerful than the 9th heavenly domain, but was a layer of terrifying and overwhelming black fog shrouded. That black fog is like a cage formation that binds everything, and even if you exhaust your life's learning and power, you can't escape this world. It was only when he was on the verge of death that he left this creation Xian realm inheritance. I don't belong here after all. Only the innate realm can leave this place, but I do not know who is limited. In my half-step after the innate actually cut off all the senses with the sky and the earth on a certain day, only to decide that the heavenly way is unfair. It knows that I am not a creature of this world, and does not give me the slightest chance to break through the realm. I am not willing. I am not willing. Creation of the realm of the metaphysical realm, with my life's wealth and inheritance, and later, if there are people outside the sky or my reincarnation, can enter the metaphysical realm to get my everything to break the damned Tao of heaven. When you go to the 9th heavenly domain Yan's ancient clan after the ascendant and inform them of everything here, you can raise your clan to immigrate here, suppress all the spirits, and occupy all the heavens in this area. Yen painted the oracle and stayed. It's an endless message of regret and resentment, and at the same time full of strong resentment and dissatisfaction. Su Qianxiao's face became a bit cold. A cold aura flashed. When he saw this statement, he couldn't help but sneer. Humph, what a white-eyed wolf, when it's really not enough to die. The heavens saved your life and caused you to prove your empire, but you're still not satisfied. How dare you want to spread the news of the heavens to other heavenly realms? From the inscription, the heavens were far superior to the ninth heavenly domain in her mouth in terms of both resources and aura, and the only shortcoming was that there were no living beings above the innate realm. Chapter 141 Shocking Mystery. Beyond the heavens. If not, the heavens have that black mist to isolate all obstacles to the heavens. This complete and unparalleled heaven and fertile geography exposed, inevitably attracted other heavenly domains of people flocked to, the scourge of all souls. Thinking about this, Su Qianxiao turned his head to look at Nan Shiren to the side, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. If one speculation is correct, this Nan Shiren is the reincarnation of the great emperor of creation. After all, it is an ancient emperor who has reached half a step of the innate. It is not possible to leave any means to recover the memory of a new life. The other party wanted to certify the innate breakthrough through the reincarnated body, then he was not able to do as he wished. At the same time, Nan Shiren seemed to have finished reading the inscription in front of her, and she was silent for a long time before she slowed down. Beyond the sky? The reincarnation hall master had once said that he was the reincarnation of a great power, and that the creation Xian realm was the relic legacy that his predecessor had left behind for himself. And now that he knew what was in front of him, he didn't have any sense of belonging to that unfamiliar and extremely strange ninth heavenly domain, as well as Yin Painting Oracle, who might be his predecessor. Finished reading? Su Qianxiao's voice suddenly sounded beside his ears. When Nan Shiren turned her head, she saw the handsome face that didn't carry a trace of emotion, and could even be described as somewhat icy. What are the feelings? Nan Shiren's face was calm, although she didn't know what the reason was. She thought that this Su clan's divine son was afraid that he also knew about the stone tablet text. I was born here, so how could I do anything to betray the heavens? Su Qianxiao stared at her serene and incomparable eyes for a while, as if he wanted to see through everything. Immediately, the corners of his mouth lifted up in a smile, and he resumed the same warm and genial appearance as before. Fair enough, the so-called past lives cannot be made true. Go back. Today this Heaven's Gate stone monument has been seen, and when tomorrow comes, it will be the time when this Xian realm opens. After saying that, Su Qianxiao waved his hand and directly turned around to leave. Divine Son, gone? Sui was slightly stunned at the sight and hurriedly followed. Wait for me. When they returned to the mansion, only Sui and Su Qianxiao were left in the house. Su Qianxiao sat on top of the wooden seat, drinking his tea unhurriedly, and spoke faintly. Elder Chang. A fluctuation occurred in the space to the side, and Chang Lao appeared from the darkness, bowing his head. The old slave is in. What are your orders, Lord Godson? Sui's eyelids jumped. In the end, he was the Su family shadow guard commander. He didn't even notice when Qing Lao came back. Su Qianxiao's gaze was calm as he slowly spoke. Elder Chang, before the creation Xian realm opens tomorrow, use your fastest speed to check out all the information on that reincarnation hall. There's also that great emperor of creation who left behind the creation Xian realm. It was rumored that the Hall of Reincarnation was capable of causing people to reincarnate and recuperate, so perhaps, there was something in it that had something to do with that great emperor of creation. Old slave understands. Elder Chang nodded and his figure gradually disappeared into the darkness. At this time, Sui, who was on the side, somewhat unable to hold down his curiosity, smiled and opened his mouth to inquire. Cousin Dusty Sky, did you find something on top of that stone tablet today? I've observed that you've been a bit strange since you returned. Could it be that there's something unusual about that creation Xian realm? Su Qianxiao grinned and opened his mouth with interest. That's quite a discovery. Cousin, have you ever heard of the ninth heavenly domain? Ninth heavenly domain? Sui frowned, only realizing that this word was unfamiliar. On the contrary, Gady Jiao, who was yawning, snapped his eyes wide open, looking at Su Qianxiao with incredulity. The ninth heavenly domain? Where did you hear that name? Su Qianxiao's eyes narrowed slightly. You know? Gady Jiao said, shaking his head. Well, but not much. Divine beasts of heaven and earth? Su, there are memories passed down through the generations. In my second generation heavenly gold mythical beast inheritance memory, there is indeed an appearance of the name ninth heavenly domain. Su Qianxiao, tell me about it. Gady Jiao's face was thoughtful, carefully recalled, murmured, I only know that in my inherited memories, the second generation of the heavenly golden mythical beast seemed to have left the heavens. That memory was vague and dark, but not barren. Instead I saw many blue seas of stars with human cultivators. In short, that place is extremely dangerous, not belonging to the heavens, and with my inherited memories it can never be easily waded into. Su Qianxiao sighed at his words and said quietly, saying it is as good as not saying it. Never mind, I'll do the talking. So and so, so and so. told everything on that tablet. Su Yi's face, from smiling at the beginning became grave, to unimaginable and angry at the end. What a great emperor of creation! This damned extraterritorial barbarian, who obtained the resources of my heavens to become an emperor, did not think of feeding the future generations of living beings? Even so, but even wanted to let his domain encroach on my heavens. Throughout the ages, all generations of sages have left behind the legacy of the relics, which is not selfless. Only her that creation of the realm of the mystery is so special. Only the creation of the divine body to be able to open. Otherwise, you can only look on but can't get your hands on it. Gabijo's golden pupils also flashed with anger as he said in a deep voice, "Outer heaven? No wonder the second generation heavenly golden mythical beast fell. I'm afraid that it traveled to the heavenly beyond after breaking through above the great emperors and was persecuted by that group of barbarians." Sui took a deep breath and looked at Su Chenxiao with an incredibly grave face. "Has the Lord Patriarch been informed of this matter?" Su Chenxiao's face was calm as he gently tapped his fingers on the table and said, "The rules of the Taiku battlefield are so suppressed that it's not good for them to get involved. Whether it's the creation Xian realm or that Nanshiren lives or dies, everything will be decided by me." As early as when he came back, he had already informed his father Su Wudao about this matter. Just that the thing that made people feel a little surprised. His father was unexpectedly calm, and let himself be the master of all things. After so many years, this matter of heavens beyond heaven had long since become no secret in the eyes of the giants of the various Super Dao lineages. Knowing such a secret story, Sui also did not talk about what the gentleman, a breath of booze a cup of tea swallowed and said, "If such a shocking matter were to be spread, I'm afraid the entire heavens would be shaken. It's really ridiculous. A good tree nests in a tree. The lower realm of living beings crowded through the mind want to come to the heavens. The people of the past and present are all think that the heavens are better, but do not know that we geniuses are the heavens outside the eyes of the heavens of the most eager to live in the place. This countless epochs since, the days of the successive generations of broken great emperors above the people are afraid that there are not a few. If that monument said there is no false, outside the heavens really have that black fog. I'm afraid that the black fog is just a side of a one-way channel. In addition to relying on the special teleportation array, can only go out cannot enter the." Su Chenxiao nodded slightly and murmured, "The Palace of Reincarnation might know something. I've asked Elder Qing to investigate, since it's the burial ground of that creation emperor. After the creation Xian realm opens tomorrow, it will be destroyed if all the treasures in it are taken away." Just as this was being said, the system's voice suddenly sounded beside his ears. Ding! Detected the appearance of the Heaven's Destiny male lead. Chapter 142, Imperial Yin Clan, Fire God Clan. Just as the system's voice had fallen, a noble guest arrived outside the mansion, directly triggering the formation here. Buzz. Sui gave a slight lurch and frowned as he opened his mouth. "Someone's coming. I'll check it out." Su Chenxiao nodded, sitting in his original position and not moving. What the system reported this time was not the Divine Fate protagonist, so it seems that the visitor is the Divine Fate male protagonist related to that Shin Li Yun. Gabijo sniffed at the tip of his nose and blushed a little. The stench of someone from the Imperial Yin family. "Master, I'll leave first. I'm afraid that if I stay here and wait for someone to come I won't be able to resist slapping him to death." The Yin family cultivated the fire god skill, which required refining the divine flames of all parties in the world. As a heavenly golden mythical beast with divine flames on its feet, it was born with heavenly golden divine flames that were even more powerful than the heaven and earth's foreign flames, and at one time it was borrowed by these greedy guys. And if it didn't have the Emperor realm cultivation, I'm afraid that it would have been captured to be used as a fire-making machine. Yin family? Su Chenxiao muttered with a thoughtful look in his eyes and didn't care as he waved his hand. "Go on." Outside the mansion, a young man with a dignified and unassuming temperament and a full head of red hair with a tear mole was waiting here. This person was none other than the Emperor clan Yin family Yin Chang, and beside him also followed two young talents from the immortal Taoist system, all of them with extraordinary appearance, and their cultivation is the best among their peers. Looking at the formation in front of him that was hindering him, Zhao Ming frowned slightly and opened his mouth. "We've been waiting here for so long. That Su clan godchild shouldn't be unaware of our arrival. It would be remiss of the host not to come out now." "Humph." A youth with somewhat sparse eyebrows and a thin appearance coldly snorted. "Is not just a district mansion array? This kind of thing for me and so on set up with no setup the same. And Sini break this array we directly into." He came from the two super demonic sects of the heavens, the extreme prison demon sect, and as a demonic sect's absolute pride, his character was also more sinister and tyrannical. Shoshu Devourer life directly stepped out in large strides, and a terrifying demonic chi immediately erupted and poured out from his body. He had just taken a step with his front foot when suddenly, "Put!" In his body suddenly appeared in front of a strand of terrifyingly incomparable divine flame. The temperature of this divine flame is terrifyingly extreme. If it is slightly touched only to be afraid of in a moment will be ashes and smoke. The red-colored divine flames just appeared causing Xioshu devouring life's heart to thump, and his entire body was taken aback. This? He turned his head violently, looking with a face full of incomprehension to the side of the more handsome than even a woman. Yen Chang, his eyes a little unkindly sullenly said. Yen Chang, what did you do? Yen Chang's eyes were calm to the extreme. In the face of the questioning of Xioshu Wei, life was not moved in the slightest, just faintly opened his mouth. I have not even made a move when we, the people of the Imperial Clan of the Heavens, talked about things. Who gave you the guts to make a move? Don't forget, that divine Sun Tzu is in existence that even the lord of your demon sect can't afford to offend. Wait here. If it wasn't for the fact that Brother Huayu had a wide range of friends, and the two who followed him were his own people, he wouldn't even bother to remind them. Xiao Devourer life pupils flashed a hint of haze color, tightly locked eyebrows coldly gazed at Yin Chang'om for a while. It wasn't until Zhao Ming, who was on the side, spoke that he stopped and took 2 steps back to come back. Well, cultivate the ghost life, Yen brother said is good. We came this time as to discuss the creation of the Xian realm. The matter is important. That Su Shensi in the end is the Emperor Clan Su family people. You do not want to get carried away with the bad things. The devourer of life snorted coldly and didn't say anything more. At this time, within the mansion Sui walked out with large strides. Upon seeing the outsider, Sui frowned. Emperor Clan Yen family Yen Chang? What's this guy doing here? Directly stepping forward and unlocking the ban. Sui did not have much of a good face and looked at the several uninvited guests in front of him and coldly opened his mouth. Yen Chang, do what? Yen Chang lightly said. I'm here to find this divine son of your clan. It's strange that you, Sui, don't stay well within the merchant guild. What are you doing running to the Taiku battlefield? Looking for my clan's divine son? Sui frowned. Yen Chang, tomorrow is the day that the creation Xian realm opens. Before that, I do have some very important things about the creation Xian realm to speak with your clan's divine son face to face. Sui's face was thoughtful. This fellow was also from the Emperor clan. Could it be that he knew something about that creation Xian realm? It just so happened that the divine son was also looking for news about the creation Xian realm, and it came at quite the right time. Sui's face eased slightly and he said in a deep voice, in that case, then come in. Saying this, he glanced at the 2 people behind Yen Chang Zhao Ming and Xiao Wu life. Not caring, just coldly, not eloquently speaking. Meet with the divine son of my clan and tell all your men to pay attention. The pupils of the Xiao Devourer's life shook at his words, and a thick rage surfaced. This damned guy, is he treating me as a servant of Yin Chang? As the people of the 10 Directions Imperial clan, they have always not put the people of the other forces of the heavens in their eyes at all, and the only ones who are afraid to care a little bit are those demons with notorious strength. Yen Chang nodded and opened his mouth. Keep up. Inside the mansion, Sui came with the 3 of them, and he directly came to Su Qinshao's side and said in a low voice, Divine son, that guy is a heavenly pride of the Imperial Yen clan, and his father is the 7th elder of the Yen clan. As far as I know, this person has a good relationship with that Imperial clan's Hua family's Huayu, and he said that he knows about the matter of the Xian realm of creation. Su Qinsha swept a glance at the panel of 3 people outside the mansion, and when he saw the appearance of this person of the Imperial clan, Yen Chang, he could not help but be slightly stunned. Name, Yun Sung Su. Title, Lord of the Reincarnation Temple Destined Male Leader. Status, Imperial Yin Family. Age, 27. Realm, first level of the Supreme Realm. It's a guy? This guy is rather boyish and female. If you don't look closely, I'm afraid that you would think that it would be the proud daughter of a certain power. Just as Su Qinsha was surprised by the appearance of the opposite side, Yen Xinghua on the opposite side was similarly looking him up and down. Rather, it was as described in the rumors. Is this the innate chaos god body? Yen Changhua's eyes narrowed, realizing that this Su clan's divine son in front of him was as if he was shrouded in a mist, and that he could not penetrate his cultivation at all. He could not help but smile slightly and stepped forward. Divine son Su, long time no see. My name is Yen Cheng. These 2 are Zhao Ming of the Deng Yindao system, and Xiao Shi life of the extreme prison demon sect. Zhao Ming smilingly stepped forward and cupped his fists. It's better to see than to hear about it for a long time. I heard about the great name of the divine son long ago in the ancient battlefields, and today's sight is indeed true to its name. Greetings to divine son Su. The extreme prison demon sect's cultivator life instead appeared to be very indifferent, standing in place without any action. Su Qinsha took in this scene under his eyes. His face didn't change in the slightest, he just spoke faintly. So it's someone from the Imperial Yin family. Have a seat. Chapter 143, Stealing the Sky and Changing the Sun. The Art of Changing Fate. Yan Changjua nodded, and the few people directly took their seats. Su Chenxiao, Su to say that you have come to find the Gongzi this time for that matter of the creation Xian realm? Exactly. Yan Qingzhuang smiled and said, I've come on behalf of Brother Hua and some other people from the Imperial clan. Since Divine Prince Su intends to block all the heavenly prides from entering the realm of the Xian realm of creation tomorrow as it begins, could any of them include people from the Imperial clan such as myself? A hint of playfulness flashed under Su Chenxiao's eyes as he asked back, or else, the people of the Imperial clan should also be treated equally, and there is nothing special about them. Yan Shang paused and narrowed his eyes to reveal a hint of a smile as he said, so it is. Su Godson is so overbearing. Just now this falling abyss city, gathered by the countless heavenly pride. I'm afraid that just by virtue of the Godson you and Su to two people, I'm afraid that it is difficult to two fists fourth hand, outnumbered. Of course, this is Su Godson you decided. I am the same as the Emperor clan. Naturally will not be brushed aside divine son your face that is. After all, within the Xian realm of creation, only then will we be able to compete. Saying this, Yan Shang flexed his fingers and a storage ring was directly ferried over in the air. Rather, this is a breach of etiquette to venture to visit. This will be considered some of our intentions. Please accept it. Divine Prince Su. Su Chenxiao took the storage ring and his divine sense probed into it. There were about 500,000 extreme spirit stones. He suddenly understood the purpose of Yanchang visit. As the most pinnacle of the heavens of the Emperor clan people, although openly and secretly fight constantly, but once to the external time will naturally maintain the authority of the Emperor clan. They are not willing to lose face, but also not willing to break out in tomorrow's meaningless strife, so they will be used as a gift as a reason for tomorrow's tolls. The corner of Su Chenxiao's mouth slightly raised, looking at Yan Chang time cannot help but are much closer. TSK 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 TSK. Brother Yan is not only prettier than a woman, but this kind of mind is as delicate as a woman's. Zhao Ming's face changed violently, and he carefully glanced at Yan Chang'an who was on top of the seat on the side. This Su clan god's son didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, and who knows that Brother Yan usually hates it when people treat him as a woman. Once in this ancient battlefield within the eye of the people will Yan Chang molested as a woman, and in the end, without exception, are the end of a divine fire burning, ashes and smoke. A trace of icy killing intent flashed under Yan Changshua's eyes, but it was quickly and forcefully suppressed. He smiled slightly and looked up at Su Chenxiao. Godson Su is overrated. This visit is not just because of this one thing. I wonder how much Divine Prince Su knows about the Creation Xian realm. We know that there is a treasure within the Creation Xian realm, and we want to invite Divine Prince Su to go with us to seize the treasure after tomorrow. Only then did Su Chenxiao come to have a hint of interest and said, tell me about it. Yan Chang, through some special methods, we were able to learn about the internal situation of the Creation Xian realm in advance. In that Creation Xian realm, there are a total of 19 emperor palaces, and almost every one of them possesses an extremely massive and enormous amount of heavenly materials as well as precious magic weapons. This kind of amazing chance is something that only someone from my imperial clan is qualified to have. I'm not hiding from you. Su Shenxi, including me from the emperor family Qin family, Hua family, Wang family of celestial pride have already negotiated agreed to enter the creation of the Xian realm to find that emperor hall. Will lay down the 10 extinct lifeless heavenly array will be its entire emperor palace shrouded, just waiting for you, Su Shenxi to join. At that time, creation of the Xian realm of the emperor's palace within all the treasures. All the people from the emperor family by our negotiation to allocate how. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Ming and the two people who were beside Xioshu devouring life's faces changed in unison. Both of them were not from the emperor clan, and when they heard of such a conspiracy, none of them were shaken to the core with anger. This group of heavenly emperor clan people were simply too greedy. In this way, the celestial pride waiting in the falling abyss city could not even get a share of the soup. Wouldn't they all just be able to stare dryly? Rao Sui couldn't help but have his eyes suddenly light up and couldn't help but open his mouth. You have a big appetite. Aren't you afraid of upsetting your stomach? Yan Changbao laughed and said, with my 5 great emperor clans joining forces, what is there in these heavens that we can't eat? Not to mention that the creation Xian realm is a world of its own, and besides that imperial palace, there are not a few opportunities outside. Sui nodded approvingly and looked towards Su Chenxiao and whispered, the 5 great emperor clans have joined forces with the Divine Sun, and this method may really be feasible. He heard the words as also quite interested. After all, that left behind the creation of the Xian realm of the ancient sages can be said to be quite rich. Just the creation of the Xian realm occasionally spewed out the blessing of the mysterious treasure will be able to trigger countless heavenly prides of the coaxing robbery, not to mention the treasures within it. Su Qinxiao's gaze flickered as he spoke after a moment of contemplation. Who told you about the internal situation of the creation Xian realm? With that Heaven's Destiny heroine Shen Liyun's brain, I'm afraid that she couldn't think of this proposal. Yan Chang, Divine Sun Su, I think you recognize this person as well. It's the Reincarnation Hall's heir, Miss Shen Liyun. This suggestion was made by that Miss Shen, the Palace of Reincarnation. Once upon a time it was a mysterious force that claimed to be able to cause people to reincarnate. And that master who left behind the creation Xian realm is related to the Palace of Reincarnation. Divine Sun Su, you should be able to understand when I say this, right? After some discussion, Yan Qinqing left satisfied with the result he wanted. After he left, Sui frowned, and only then did he open his mouth. Divine Sun, they don't know that the great emperor of creation is a barbarian outside the heavens. That Yan Chang, because he said that the Palace of Reincarnation is related to the great emperor of creation. Will it be possible? Su Qinxiao's eyes narrowed slightly as a ghostly light flashed and he opened his mouth. Well, no mistake. This Palace of Reincarnation is bound to be inextricably linked to that great emperor of creation, and it's even highly likely that it wants to bring her back to life. It was just that what made him feel a little strange was that if Nan Shirun was really the reincarnation of that great emperor of creation, then it would definitely be an existence that everyone in the Palace of Reincarnation valued immensely. However, the Palace of Reincarnation will easily give it to the expulsion. From the point of view of Nan Shirun's script, the reason for being expelled is simply too simple and rough. Simply because of Shen Liyun's jealousy and framing. Just as Su Qinxiao was pondering, the space in front of him fluctuated. An old silhouette slowly appeared from it. Godson, Elder Chang? Su Qinxiao was a bit surprised. Qing Lao came back quite quickly. But did you find anything? Elder Chang nodded, and with a flip of his palm, a tattered and ancient book appeared in his hands. Divine Sun, the information about the Palace of Reincarnation and the great emperor of creation is very reduced. Only some have been found, and I'd like to ask you to take a look at it. This ancient book did not know where Qing Lao had found it. It looked quite a few years old and seemed to have been stored for a long time. Su Qinxiao directly flipped it open, his eyes quickly sweeping over it. When the entire ancient book will be flipped through the complete, as if found a shocking secret. Su Qinxiao eyes suddenly bright incomparable. Everything is as if open to the general laugh. I can't imagine that apart from this python sparrow swallowing dragon method, there is even this art of stealing the sky and changing the sun. No wonder the Palace of Reincarnation is so indifferent to all of Nan Shirun's actions. If there is no mistake with what's written on here, then Shen Liyun Fong is the reincarnated body of the great emperor of creation. Chapter 144, Brand of Reincarnation. Familiar feeling. Outside the sky gate of Falling Abyss City, Shen Liyan looked up at the ancient and majestic stone monument in front of him. Is this the creation Xian realm that Master spoke of? For some reason, he had inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity after arriving here. She stared for a long time at the special inscription symbols on top of the stone monument. Suddenly, a sensation of headache struck, and Shen Liyun covered her forehead and took a few trembling steps backward. Within her mind, an inexplicable memory flooded into her mind. In a trance she seemed to see a magnificent woman, standing in front of this stone monument, with a haggard face, carving words on top of the monument. There were a handful of celestial pride who came to check out the place of the heavenly gate, but at this moment, everything around them had become incredibly quiet, and the entire heaven and earth were left to themselves. And the most terrifying thing was that the absolute woman that had flashed in his mind had appeared in front of his eyes at this moment. This is? Shen Liyun's face was startled. The woman's back was turned to herself. Shen Liyun came directly to the stone monument, reached out and took a step forward wanting to inquire about what exactly. What are you writing, girl? However, Shen Liyun was shocked to find that his arm only fell through the woman's body. Hallucinations? She realized something in an instant. It must be this Heaven's Gate stone tablet that was up to no good. Shen Liyun frowned, and when he looked at the stone tablet once again, he actually found that he was able to read the text in the tablet. The great emperor of creation? She patiently read this stone tablet. Shen Liyun's face became more and more surprised, and when she saw that last paragraph, her heart was full of shock and muttered, I can't imagine that this person who left behind the Xian realm of creation doesn't belong to the heavens, but is a visitor from beyond the heavens. So just now, was that you, great emperor of creation? Yen Painting Oracle. Shen Liyun turned his head to look at the stunning woman who had kept her back to him, only to find that the other party had disappeared at some point. A feeling of disappointment welled up. Not anymore? Shen Liyun paused, then shook his head with some empathy. I never thought that I would be able to read the words in this stele, and that great emperor of creation is actually a woman. Such a woman, when it is really admirable. She does not belong to this heavens, and how could she not be? Similarly, a person who had been stranded in a foreign land. How similar his own experience was to this great emperor of creation. Shin Li-yun's eyes gradually became somewhat determined, looking at this tall stone monument in front of him, and secretly thought in his heart. Master Teacher once said that all the legacies within this creation Xian territory are reserved for Nanshiren, but I was able to read this inscription, and I was even able to see the silhouette of that great emperor of creation. Maybe I'm the one chosen by the great emperor of creation. If I can get this inheritance relic, I, Shen Li-yun, will never have to ask for help from anyone again. Emperor 19 Palace was by no means as simple as that group of people thought, and when the time came to step within the Xian realm, there was no way that he himself would be able to seize the inheritance. Just as she was making up her mind to fight for it, a hurried figure collided accidentally. Yikes! Shouting, Shen Li-yun's thoughts retracted and looked towards the person in front of him, being surprised by the appearance of the person in front of him. The person who bumped up was a woman with a full head of red hair and an absolutely beautiful face. On its body, there was also a trace of demonic power floating around. If any, demon people? The red-haired woman looked as if she was in a hurry, as if she was searching for something, and opened her mouth full of apologies. I'm really sorry, girl, are you okay? Shin Li-yun smiled brightly and said, it's fine, that's good. The redhead breathed a long sigh of relief, apologized then quickly left the area. Shin Li-yun looked at the other parties departing back and couldn't help but murmur, even the people of the demon race have come. It seems like I'm afraid that quite a few heavenly prides from the Taiku battlefield will be there tomorrow. It's just as well. The more people there are, the greater the chance of getting the inheritance for yourself. It's time to go back, too. After Shin Li-yun left that heavenly gate, he blissfully failed to realize that the red-haired demon racewoman who had previously bumped into him had once again appeared here. Beside him, there was another person who was wearing a gray cloak and could not clearly see his face. Queerly said with a smile, done. I left my Sparrow One treasure technique on her, waiting for the time when we enter the creation Xian realm. We can find her location at any time. Lin Hao. What materials are missing now? Lin Hao's eyes under the cloak flickered, and he said in a deep voice, it's down to the last two, the rune blood vermilion sand, and the Een underworld Zhao's essence blood. I need these two things to inscribe the python sparrow swallowing dragon formation. Kei Yen was stunned at his words and said with some surprise, Lin Hao, you collected the other materials so quickly? Lin Hao grinned, also somewhat sighing at how smoothly this had gone. Yes, soon, I'll be able to possess that special divine body. Senior Heavenly Demon said that the materials needed for that python sparrow swallowing dragon formation are extremely rare, and even many of them are extinct in the heavens, so the average person simply can't collect them. But he didn't feel that way at all. Ever since having that Kyushu luck suppressing cauldron, one's luck has been getting better and better, and even directly hoard out an important material in the hands of a roadside vendor during a time when he was collecting materials. Lin Hao's eyes were haunted, flashing with a hint of smugness as he laughed. That rune cinnabar is not a rare thing, but it is that the underworld Jiao but in the ancient times has been extinct species of living beings. The Sky Demon Senior said that we can only enter the creation of the realm of mystery and take our chances, but I have the 9 states Shinyan Ding, so anything is possible. Whisperer, when I obtain that devouring god body, I will be more certain of liberating the living beings of the 10 directions realm. Ha ha ha, the other end. Inside the mansion, after viewing this ancient book brought by Elder Chang Su Chuanxiao's eyes glowed, capturing one's heart. In the end, it's a half-step innate figure. This great emperor of creation, he even left such a hand. Sui was a bit puzzled by the sight and opened his mouth. Divine Son, what do you mean by that? Do you mean that Miss Nanshiren is not the reincarnation of that great emperor of creation, but someone else? Su Chenxiao nodded. Everything was clear and said with a smile, that great emperor of creation is not someone who willingly goes to his death. It has been racking its brains after realizing that it was targeted by the heavenly Tao and could not break through the innate realm to leave the heavens. In the end, it was decided to rely on the power of the Palace of Reincarnation to reincarnate and become a person of the heavens before breaking through to the innate realm. Sui pondered for a moment and opened his mouth. Well, combined with all of this, it's not hard to guess. That inscription will be enough to explain a lot. Su Chenxiao let out a faint smile and continued. It's just a pity that the brand on the souls of gods that don't belong to the heavens can never be erased. Chapter 145, 300,000 Villainous Values. Anaconda Bird Swallowing Dragon vs. Stealing Heaven and Changing the Sun. And on top of this ancient book, Aside from a small amount of records about the creation Xian realm and the palace of reincarnation, more of it records an ancient dharma. This method is heaven-defying and incomparable, possessing the ability to steal the sky and conceal it from the world. Not deprivation, but a direct exchange of fate between two people. Sui was shocked in his heart. Exchange? It is somewhat similar to the method of the python bird swallowing the dragon, where the python bird swallowing the dragon is to take away the other party's chi and physique, and take over the other party's nest. This method is yet more like a beaver. Nan Shiren had obtained her fortune, and likewise had to bear the corresponding price for her, which was never being able to break through to the innate. The Yen painting oracle is able to get rid of the shackles and bindings, and then use the reincarnation method of the palace of reincarnation to live another life as Shinliyun, and will not be noticed by the heavenly Tao to get rid of the identity of the extraterritorial people. The most vicious part of this method is that as long as Nanshiren dies, the caster will be able to reclaim his own share of luck. After listening to Su Chinxiao's explanation, even Sui couldn't help but widen his pupils, his face full of horror. Is this the great emperor? This evil method is also available. It's awesome. Ding! Fate protagonist Shinliyun/Yen painting oracle's plot has been exposed, and they've lost 300,000 fate values. Congratulations to the master for obtaining a villain value of 300,000. When he heard the system's villain value reward, Su Chinxiao's pupils suddenly brightened beyond measure. It seems that one's speculations are not far off, even if they are in error. As the saying goes, things are done in secret. This kind of method of stealing the sky and changing the sun, actually able to exchange the destiny of two people. No wonder that before he viewed the panel of Nanshiren as the reincarnation of the immortal emperor as well as the creation of God's body, and more so Su Chenxiao feel palpitating is, even that has half a step of innate cultivation. In the domain of the knowledgeable creation of the great emperor had to go through the trouble of laying down this law in order to hide from the sky and the sea, all the heavens of the heavenly way. Is it really is so strong? It was a pity that this ancient book merely mentioned a mouthful and did not record the method of operation of that divine spell. Su Chenxiao muttered. Nanshiren and Shinliyun are both reincarnation hall heirs, so it seems that behind them, I'm afraid that the reincarnation hall lord can't be uninvolved. On the contrary, this ancient book, Elder Chang, where did you find it? To be able to find this breakthrough in such a short period of time, Qinglao's efficiency should really be appreciated and commended. This, Elder Qing's face was a bit odd as he opened his mouth. Back to Divine Sun. The old slave had wanted to make a trip back to the Su clan to gather information as fast as possible, but on the way suddenly met a fat man. The other party claimed to be a thousand-faced calculator. This ancient book is also from the hands of the other party to get. When hearing this, Sui was somewhat surprised and said, surprisingly, it's Senior Thousand Calculator? You recognize it? Su Duanxiao asked. Sui nodded, somewhat excited. That's the Thousand Faces Calculator. Don't you know, Divine Sun? This fellow is the Imperial Race King's family's enshrined guest minister, and this person is renowned for his divine presence in the heavens, claiming to know the ancient and modern future for tens of thousands of years. I can't imagine that he would appear here. I think it's probably because he came along with this visit from the Emperor clan's Wan clan. A thousand faces count? Su Chinxiao's eyes flickered, and he didn't care too much about it as he opened his mouth indifferently. Alright, I already know about this matter, so let's see what that Shinliyun will do after he enters the Xian realm of creation. Wait until after tomorrow for a good show to begin. There were countless opportunities within the Xian realm of creation, and if one remembered correctly, that other heavenly destiny protagonist, Lin Hao, was also going to start acting within the Xian realm. One is a python sparrow swallowing a dragon, and the other is stealing the sky. I just don't know which one is more powerful. Thinking about this, the corners of Su Chinxiao's mouth lifted slightly and he couldn't help but laugh lightly. Ha! It's also time to prepare a little ahead of time. The next day, inside Falling Abyss City, it was overcrowded. A divine and incomparable demonic beast circled in the sky, and the city was filled with the pride of the Tao lineage from all directions. Everyone waited outside the heavenly gate, waiting for the opening of the creation Xian realm today. So many people. That's the Nine Clouds Taoist son of the Yi divine sect. There's also the holy son of the Songhai Holy Land, Jiang Qifan. Hiss, they all seem to be supreme realm heavenly prides, right? The crowd was noisy and talking at the bottom, looking at the heavenly pride in the sky, one after another, towering above the other, with a superb temperament. Many people's hearts had already been shaken to the core. These, however, were all the famous demons of the northern border, and each one of them could be said to be an existence capable of suppressing a party when placed in the heavens. Someone said with disdain, "What is this?" Yesterday, I heard that the ancient ferocious green song cloud bird in heavenly Jiao appeared outside of Falling Abyss City. Could it be that all those heavenly prides of the demon race have also come? How can it be? The creation Xian realm was left by our human ancestors. How can we let the demon race get a piece of it? Those beings I'm talking about can all be the mounts of those several people from the Imperial clan. What? Many people were secretly surprised in their hearts. They couldn't imagine that this creation of the Xian realm had alarmed several Imperial clans. Just as the crowd was talking, a dragon roar sounded. Ow dash! In the distance a huge, golden-colored, hideous dragon head poked out from the clouds. As soon as it appeared, the powerful and incomparable pressure caused the various demonic beasts in the sky to be restless. At the same time, several angry roars rang out together. A bunch of divine rainbow speeding. The body size of the sky-shading green and pale cloud bird, 4 feet can support the sky, feet on the auspicious clouds of the beast of the holy Qilin. And the most shocking thing was that on top of the bodies of these several ferocious beasts, there were young men and women who looked proudly and disdainfully at the world. And every one of them was extremely extraordinary. With a shocking aura, the Imperials descended. When seeing these several terrifying beings appeared within the Falling Abyss City, all of the heavenly pride present were not shocked repeatedly, and some even had their eyes staring straight up, and stuttered with their jaws dropping in shock. The Imperial clan. That's the Wang clan's divine son Wangling, the Hua clan, and the Qin clan. Several great Imperial clan celestial pride have all come. Among the crowd, Lin Hao looked at the incomparably spectacular scene in the sky above. A divine rainbow paved the way. As strong as the ancient great ferociousness as well as the different kinds of rare beasts were only able to act as mounts, and the faces of everyone above were filled with incomparable condescension and conceit, which was the oppressive power of the Emperor clan. Damn, every one of them is so strong. It's this group of damned people of the Emperor clan that branded all the living beings of my 10 directions realm with the mark of sin and imprisoned them in the lower realms. It was like a firefly and a white moon, and Lin Hao only felt a surge of admiration. Compared to this group of Emperor clan's prides, if one was merely an ordinary mortal body, I'm afraid that it wouldn't change anything at all. This couldn't help but strengthen his conviction that he was going to seize the special divine body through the python sparrow swallowing dragon method. Lin Hao clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, "Only then will I have a chance to compete with this group of people from the Emperor clan." On the side, Kei Yen was frowning, her heart disgusted. This group of people from the Imperial race will only enslave my demon race to use to set off its identity? Chapter 146, The King's Divine Sun King's Order. 5 great Imperial clans gathering. Lin Hao sniffed and patted the shoulder of KK on the side, saying seriously, "Whisperer, all of this is based on strength. Don't worry, when I become an emperor I will definitely build a world where all races are in harmony. At that time, I want the hundreds of millions of living beings in the 10 directions realm to be liberated, and the heavens of the lower realms will no longer be able to block our freedom. Everyone can enjoy fair treatment." Queerly glanced at him. It wasn't attracted by the big pie drawn by Lin Hao. It was important to know that nowadays, Lin Hao, apart from his physical body being a bit stronger than mortals, had all his cultivation wasted, and was only able to rely on himself for everything. In the midst of this Taiku battlefield, the slightest bit of inattention would result in one being killed in seconds without even the dregs remaining. It's better to wait for these grand wishes until after you recover your cultivation. Did you get that rune blood and vermilion? Lin Hao's eyes burned as he nodded. Well, now it's all about the Yin underworld Jiao essence blood. This time, I'm betting everything I have. Creation Xian realm, don't let me down. The Yin underworld Jiao has long been extinct, and he has not found a single bit of news from his many probes, and now he can only hope that the creation of the realm of the Xian realm. Thinking about this, Lin Hao communicated in a low voice with the heavenly demon senior in his mind. Senior Sky Demon, if we can't find that Yin underworld Jiao, should we assume that there really isn't any way out? The voice of the heavenly demon in his head rang out. Kid, the materials have been fully prepared. Even without that Yin underworld Jiao essence blood, it is not impossible to perform the python sparrow dragon swallowing technique. Only, the effect will be greatly reduced, and it's highly likely that a portion of the origin will be seized. And even if it succeeds, it will only be a minor devouring god body. Don't worry, you've got a human emperor divine weapon like the Kyushu Jingyun Cauldron. You've got the right place and the right time, so you have to believe in yourself. Believe in yourself. With the descent of the Imperial clan, everyone present held their breath, not daring to speak out loud. Shen Liyun was on top of the heavenly Jiao, and all around him, without exception, were people from the Imperial Hua family and Yen family. She pondered it in her mind. There's almost 20 people. It seems like this time they're determined to monopolize Emperor 19 Palace. Prior to this, the hall master had once informed her that there was only one main hall and the rest of the sub-halls within the creation Xian Yuan, which were located in different places, while he himself had only exposed the approximate location of the 19th palace. This most important sub-palace that possessed the inheritance of a great emperor was hidden in a place that no one would have thought of. Go and fight. The more ferocious the fight the better. The inheritance of that great emperor of creation will definitely be mine. Shen Li Yun. Yan Shangzhua came to her side and smiled gently. Miss Shen, after that Su clan's divine son opens the secret realm, I'll have to rely on the girl more for the secret realm matter afterward. As he spoke, Yan Shangzhua took out a fiery red chuiyu and handed it over. This is my Yan family's fire pattern talisman stone. Not only can you shelter the girl from water and fire, if you throw out the detonation is able to withstand the supreme realm full force. Keep it, Miss Shen, and carry this. I have my own way of finding you to rendezvous within the secret territory. Shen Liyun smiled with a beaming smile and nodded. Well, in that case, thank you, Mr. Yen. She knows that this Emperor Yen family pride on their own good sense of good. If it is in the past, to get the Emperor's favor, they are bound to make good use of some. But now after reading the inscriptions on the stone monument at the heavenly gate and understanding the life of the great Emperor of creation, Yen painting oracle, it made her understand that the only thing that matters is to be strong, and now the opportunity is right in front of her, and as long as she grasps it, she will be able to become a great emperor without relying on anyone in the future. The minutes ticked by. Falling Abyss City's crowd of celestial pride and the people of the Imperial clan waited outside the heavenly gate, and did not see that Su family's divine son arrive even at noon when the sun was shining high in the sky, above that heavenly dragon sculptor. Someone spoke with dissatisfaction. Today, that Su clan's divine son opened the creation Xian realm. If it wasn't for clan brother Huayu's advance notice, I'm afraid that we'd still be kept in the dark right now. Now that we have all arrived, why is there still no sign of that Su family body? Huayu, who was in the lead, also had a slight frown on his face, and looked at Yen Cheng Ithanim, and said in a deep voice, Brother Cheng, yesterday, are you sure that you communicated with that Su clan's divine son? Yen Cheng, don't worry, that Su clan's divine son has already agreed to blockade the Xian realm imperial palace with us, just unexpectedly. In addition to that Su family's divine son here, the Wang family's divine son Wang Ling also came. Brother Huayu, I'm afraid that the treasures of the imperial palace will not be very well distributed at that time. Speaking of this, Yen Cheng's slightly scornful look at the distant holy Qilin body stood on that aura, the posture of the heroic gold plume youth. This time, the imperial Wang clan only had one person come this time. That is this Wang family's divine son, Wang Ling. Wang Ling's eyes were indifferent and calm, a wisp of royal qi running around his body, with an innate royal aura that one could not help but look up to. The holy Kirin under its seat is extraordinary. Shaguang Ruiqi diffuse gushing, feet on the auspicious clouds, body as white as jade, solemn appearance, sacred and inviolable. Kirin is an auspicious sacred beast, just under the heaven and earth beasts. Rumor has it that this Wang family godson was born extraordinary. Has the Emperor Yu God body? 6 years old break through the construction of the Dan to get the Kirin master. 10 years old soul see realm peer invincible. 17 years old is already broken realm cultivation. Now that he was only 23 his strength had already reached the peak of the divine origin realm. It's even highly likely that he has already broken through to supreme. Huayu was equally scornful of him and spoke. I've heard that this king's order succeeded to the throne after defeating the previous generation's divine son. Has he broken through to the supreme realm? Yen Shangzhua spoke after a moment of contemplation. It's very likely. The last generation of Wang clan divine son was not particularly powerful, and was only able to belong to the lower middle class among the divine sons of the various imperial clans. However, even so, this Wang Ling was able to defeat him across the ranks, and is considered to be a horrifying demon. We still need to pay more attention to it, but we also need to be quick. Su Jingheng, Qin Lakshan and the others are about to break through to the Saint Realm. After this creation of the Xian Realm, I should also leave. Among their batch of Emperor clan demons, the fastest few had even broken through to the Saint Realm, while the two of them, he and Huayu, one was still in the first level of the Supreme Realm, while the other was in the third level of the Supreme Realm. There was also a gap between the people of the Emperor clan, not because they were too slow to cultivate, but because the talent of that group of monsters was simply too perverse. Huayu nodded his head and said calmly, well, the Taiku battlefield is still a bit small for us. However, this generation, the Su family's divine son and the Wang family's divine son are both present. If there is an opportunity, I can instruct these two juniors. As soon as the words fell, a loud and unmistakable roar suddenly sounded in the distance. Roar! Chapter 147, The Creation Xian Realm opens. The Hua family's pride is nothing more than that. The sound was majestic to the extreme, and the countless celestial pride present all looked towards the distance, only to see a huge round of golden sun rapidly coming towards this place, only to see an amazing size, demonic chi monstrous mythical beast broke through the air. The momentum is incomparable. On top of its body actually stood a handsome gentleman dressed in a gorgeous Xian clothes. Su Chenshao had an ancient sword as black as ink floating on his side, his head full of black hair fluttering wildly against the wind, his clothes hunting, as proud and extraordinary as a sword fairy ling dust, and a side suit as sell the same in the same way, a white dress, temperament ethereal, such as a clear wind and moon. Su said with a smirk, Hua Yu, Yanchang all seem to have arrived. It's just that Lord Godson. I can't imagine that even that new godson of the Wine clan has come this time. Name, Wang Ling. Identity, divine son of the king's family of the imperial clan. Age, 22. Physique, Du a divine body. Realm, half-step supreme. Su Chenshao glanced at it and spoke with a calm and faint face. No matter, the more people the better. The pressure of the golden mythical beast belonging to the heaven and earth god beast below actually made the powerful mounted demonic beasts in the sky above this place stir. Even the sacred Qilin stomped its 4 feet uneasily, letting out a muffled humming sound. Wang Ling was slightly surprised as he looked towards that direction, and the eyes that contained the flow of radiance narrowed slightly as he muttered, He's the Su clan's divine son that elder thousand-faced calculator told me to watch out for? Coming! Yan Xingzhuang grinned and said aloud, Divine son Su has kept me waiting. I can't imagine that the divine son's mount is this heaven and earth divine beast, the heavenly golden mythical guy beast. It's really extraordinary. His gaze was sharp as he looked at the divine flame that surrounded the heavenly golden mythical beast. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he recognized the identity's origin at a glance. When these words came out, the many heavenly prides and people of the imperial clan present were all a bit incredulous. Divine beasts of heaven and earth? When did the heavenly golden mythical beast appear? Why haven't we heard anything about it? Qin Xiaoxiao of the imperial Qin clan also looked over with incomparable curiosity. Her beautiful eyes lit up as she laughed with interest. Is this Yao Huan's brother? He looks quite good. Much better than his brother's paralyzed face. Su Chenshao came to this place and spoke calmly. You all have been waiting a long time. Been closed for a while. So I'm a little late. Huayu sized up Su Chenshao for a while. This is the guy who didn't sell himself face to kill Marquis Ningying. He spoke coldly. The Su clan's divine son is a great one. What can be secluded in one day? Directly let the woman beside you open the Xian realm. Sui frowned slightly and spoke in displeasure. Huayu, are you ordering my Su clan's divine son? It is up to the divine son to decide whether or not to open this creation Xian realm. And it's your turn to speak? Huayu spoke coldly. When Marquis Ningying died, it seems like your clan's divine son didn't give me, Huayu, any face either. I'm not going to bother with you and the others. Do you really think that I, Huayu, am made of clay? As soon as the words fell, a terrifying sword blade followed. Huayu's face suddenly changed as he flipped his hand and blasted away with a divine strike. Rumble. Angry shouts came from it. Su Chenshao, I'll give your elder brother Su Jinghong a few moments of face, so don't you dare to give me an inch. Above the heavenly Jiao, Huayu looked over with extreme anger, his aura of the supreme realm surging out, his eyes filled with killing intent. Su Chenshao slowly said, being able to receive a sword from this godson is sloppy. After a day of seclusion, he himself was now at the 7th level of the divine elemental realm, and with the help of Su Yi's ancient divine source, it was only a matter of time before he made a breakthrough. Arrogant man. The atmosphere of the scene instantly became a bit tense. A big battle was ready to start. Huayu just wanted to make a move, but Yancheng's face suddenly changed, rushed to stop. Wait, Brother Hua has something to discuss after entering the Xian realm, he said towards Su Chenshao while calming Huayu. Divine son Su, the greater good is important. We're both members of the imperial clan, so don't make this group of outsiders look at us funny by fighting here. Huayu face icy cold incomparable, heard Yan Changyi well said, and finally only heavy cold snort turned his head to stop talking, but he was not so calm inside, having turned over long ago. Only he himself knew how terrifying that sword was just now. Wanting his own cultivation of the 6th level of the supreme realm, the divine ability that he had activated actually shattered and collapsed in an instant. This Su family's divine son was only at the divine elemental realm cultivation level. Was the innate chaotic divine body really so terrifying? On the other side, Su Chenshao also did not care and let out a faint smile. This imperial clan Hua family's heavenly pride was nothing more than that. Turning towards Nan Shiren, he opened his mouth. Go ahead and leave it to you. Just fully activate out your divine body of creation. Nan Shiren nodded. and under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, she directly leapt to the front of the heavenly gate. She glanced at the stone monument, not knowing what she was thinking in her mind, and then directly opened her creation divine body to its full extent, and the incomparably mysterious chi of creation, which contained the supreme principles of heaven and earth, poured out. Buzz. Creation avenue surrounded by the side of the body, the mystery within the infinite, contains amazing blessing of creation. As the top 5 of the gods of the heavens, the creation of the divine body, whether it is to perform any magical ability as well as means are able to catalyze it to the ultimate perfection in the heavens, but wherever there are people with this kind of physique, becoming an emperor is almost a nail in the coffin. The huge incomparable heavenly gate in front of him seemed to have a feeling, and the stone monument on the side burst out a bright and incomparable light in an instant. Rumble. The heavenly gate stirred and erupted into a rumbling roar. Under everyone's incredulous gazes, the surging breath within the heavenly gate transformed into a vortex, and an azure-colored divine aura flashed up. Ka! It was as if the sound of some shackle had been opened. From within the heavenly gate, there was actually an extremely dense heaven and earth spiritual chi gushing out, and a beam of golden streams of light rushed out from it. 1 strand, 2 strands, 3 strands. At this moment, everyone's pupils widened as they exclaimed in ecstasy, "It's open! The heaven's gate is open!" That one is the Fortune Fate Supreme Treasure. The Fortune Fate that erupted from within the creation Xian territory. Such a vast amount. It's hard to imagine just how many treasures are hidden within the Xian realm. Snatch it! Some people had even risen up, scrambling towards the scuttling out of the golden-colored blessed secret treasure. About hundreds of people couldn't sit still in advance to get directly agitated. On the heavenly golden mythical beast, Su Chenxiao's eyes lit up when he saw this, and with a grab of his large hand, a strand of the Fortunate Fate's secret treasure was directly taken into his hands. Fixing his eyes on it, it was actually a saint-grade heavenly material spirit plant. Su Chenxiao couldn't help but murmur, "This great emperor of creation seems to have left behind quite a few treasures. The heavenly gate has only just opened, and what casually gushes out are all saint-level treasures." The rest of the Emperor clan people in this party also made their moves, the blessed secret treasures that they valued. The ordinary heavenly pride simply did not dare to grab them. Everyone could not help but feel their hearts pounding as they looked at the treasures in their hands. Ignoring the chaotic crowd, Su Chenxiao's face was calm. After looking at Lin Hao and the crowd below, he then withdrew his gaze and opened his mouth with a smile. "Let's go into this creation Xian realm. In Yang Beishuan's chance, there's still a sort of absolute immortality in it." Chapter 148, Smashing into the Xian realm. "I'm here." The heavenly golden mythical beast let out a long roar and directly disappeared into the heavenly gate. The rest of the imperial race people also reacted, and Huayu coldly grunted, "We'll follow them too." When the people of the 5 great emperor clans had all stepped into the Xian realm of creation, the group of celestial pride who were competing for the blessed secret treasures reacted and turned their heads to speak loudly. "Don't argue about this. The Xian realm of creation has been opened. Inside is the true supreme opportunity. We'll enter quickly to seize the treasure. A random outpouring of blessings is this amazing, and the inside is even more unimaginable. Mine. All these treasures are mine." The massive amount of celestial pride turned into a beam of streams of light rushing towards the heavenly gate. Lin Hao was also a bit agitated as he said towards Kei Yule, "Yule, let's quickly go in as well." But just then, Xing Lao, however, let out a cold snort and flashed directly to the front of the heavenly gate. Looking at the group of crazy celestial pride in front of him, he raised his hand and blasted away with a palm, blasting dozens of crazy celestial pride into a bloody mist in an instant. Rumble. A terrifying and incomparable pressure was released, accompanied by an angry voice. "Humph! The Divine Sun has ordered that those who enter the Xian realm, one person must pay 10,000 extreme spirit stones to enter. Otherwise, no one will be able to take a step into the heavenly gate." This shocking scene directly stunned many people. Many people's eyes widened at the words and they lost their voices. 10,000 extreme spirit stones. Why doesn't that Su family's Divine Son go and rob it? To know. The very high-quality spirit stone is precious and important cultivation resources, mostly used to absorb the broken realm is difficult to retain, and the general cultivator trading is only with the top-grade spirit stone. This price are enough to buy the supreme realm of the magic weapon. In the line there are many loose cultivators as well as not rich Dao lineage. Heavenly pride exists, has not yet gone in with the Xian realm to get the treasure will directly lose a supreme magic weapon. This is not to their lives? The lion's share. Where did we get 10,000 extreme spirit stones? Even some of the Dao heavenly pride present frowned and spoke in a deep voice. Does that Su family's Divine Son really want to be so overbearing? The secret realm opportunity can be won by those who can. If it is 1,000 top quality spirit stones, Even so, 10,000 top quality spirit stones. There are a few present who can take out? Elder Ching spoke faintly. The matter of the Xian realm of creation is not up to my divine son alone. It is decided by the 5 great emperor clans. If you can't get it, you can honestly stay outside. If you dare to take a step beyond this line, you will suffer the consequences. As he spoke, Elder Ching casually waved his hand and, rumble, a deep cracked gully appeared above the ground. The faces of the thousands of people present all instantly became unsightly, and when they heard that it was the decision of the 5 great emperor clans, they instantly felt dark hatred in their hearts. This group of people from the imperial clan are truly overbearing. Are they trying to take the chance all by themselves? However, due to the prestige of the 5 great emperor clans, in just a few moments' time, there were already quite a few Taoist pride who had blackened their faces and handed over the 10,000 top quality spirit stones into the Xian realm of creation. Lin Hao's expression in the crowd was also as ed up as eating, and his eyes wanted to spit fire and cursed angrily. Heck yeah, to think that he had gone through so much effort for the sake of not entering this Xian realm of creation. All his belongings had been used to buy the materials for the python sparrow swallowing dragon, and now that he was being blocked out, where would he get the spirit stones to go in? It's still 10,000 top quality spirit stones. Whisperer, did you? Kei Yen glanced at him as if he were an idiot and rolled his eyes. The two of us, 20,000 extreme spirit stones. My entire body's belongings are only 6,000 extreme spirit stones, so I'll turn out the remaining 14,000 for you? Watching the figure in the air enter, Lin Hao's face became increasingly ugly. These spineless guys turned in this? No talent. Just as he was at a loss, several divine rainbows came prancing out of the falling abyss city. Ha ha ha, you young warriors. I am the ancient battlefield Tianbao building branch deacon. Today the creation of the metaphysical realm opens. If there is not enough spirit stone, you can find me to pills, talismans, kung fu, and so on trading exchange. Fair price, fair and square, good value for money. My heavenly sword villa collects all kinds of magic weapons and trades them for extremely high quality spirit stones. And I, Tianqi Merchant House, charge high prices for everything. The people who come without exception are people from various business houses. Looking at the group of comers in front of him, anyone would know that this group of dog merchants were definitely in cahoots with those emperor clans, specifically picking this time to come over. Queer Whisper said slyly, I'm afraid that in order to make up this amount, you and I are going to have to pawn some of our treasures. Lin Hao said angrily, where are the other treasures? In order to get these materials, I'm at the point where I've lost everything. Kei Yen frowned her eyebrows and said in a cold voice, what kind of madness are you having again? When did I ever say that I asked you to pawn your treasures? Ha! Lin Hao froze at his words. Then he hurriedly compensated with a smiling face and apologetically touched his head. So that's how it is. Whisperer, you're so nice. Don't worry, when I get that devouring god body, I will definitely double what you paid today in the future. Within the creation Xian, a beam of white light fell from the cloudless azure sky, as bright as a shooting star. In a place where tree branches grew unchecked and a white ancient formation in the middle of a dense forest erupted with a rumbling sound. Rumble! The surrounding rare birds and ancient beasts were agitated beyond measure, and all of them fled in all directions. With a white divine aura flashing, Su Chenshao directly appeared in an ancient formation. Incoming! Randomly teleported within the Xian territory. Su Chuanshao looked around and realized that there was no one else here but himself. Can feel the extraordinary? Heaven and earth aura majestic to the extreme. Even the soil under the feet have a rich and incomparable vitality. Look at the place. There is almost no piece of open space. As much as possible are all the growth of lush green grass. Gaby Zhou's distance was a bit distant from himself, and his senses were very weak. Su Chuanshao tapped his toes, and the whole person transformed into a stream of light and directly rushed up to the sky. Bang! Stepping in the 10,000 feet high sky, overlooking the pale land below, the grand and vast forest scene, he directly probed his divine sense out. It was empty for 1,000 miles around. Here seems to be just a corner of the earth. In this 100 miles away, can through the clouds and mist between the vaguely see the waves of the waves lapping at the shore. Reefs. When he opened his eyes, Su Chenxiao's eyes flashed with a trace of unspeakable shock and he couldn't help but murmur. This great emperor of creation is extravagant. I can't imagine that the soil under his feet is all earth derived from the heavenly loam divine soil, just within the range explored by divine sense. There are no less than 10 bunches of heaven and earth spirit plants, and all of them are of supreme grade, except for one holy grade heavenly material treasure. The resources of this creation Xian realm were truly terrifying. The geese have been plucked from the ground without a moment's hesitation. Su Chenxiao directly locked onto those dozens of bundles of heavenly materials, and a bright and incomparable light flashed in his eyes as he laughed. If you're here, you have to take something. A mosquito's leg is also meat. Come over here all of you. Chapter 149, Breaking the Four-Pillar Yuan Formation. Xian Realm Sword Palace. Buzz. The chaotic chi poured out, directly heading towards the location where those heavenly treasures were located. The chaotic chi uprooted them and turned them into a beam of white light directly towards Su Chenxiao's direction. Ding! Destiny protagonist Yin Painting Oracle / Xinli Yun loses the 9-leaf purple flower and loses 2,000 destiny values. Ding! Destiny protagonist Yin Painting Oracle / Xinli Yun loses Yuan Ling Fruit and loses 2,000 destiny values. When he heard the system ringing, Su Chenxiao grinned. True enough. Since the Xinli Yun is the reincarnation of the great emperor of creation, everything in this Xian realm of creation is likewise attributed to her chi value. How many treasures must there be left behind by an ancient great emperor? It's a pity that the other heavenly pride who entered this place to take away the treasure's villainous value can't be counted on their head. But even so, the villainous value harvested in this short period of time alone is also a very terrifying number. Su Chenxiao directly opened the system map. In the upper part of it is marked with 2 points of light. That is exactly the fate of the protagonist Yang Beixian Chance is located. From this place is not far, just in time. Let's get the absolute immortal sword in our hands first. Looking in the direction of the chance marked by the system, Su Chenxiao directly turned into a stream of light and went. Divine sense probed out. From the heavenly materials to the treasures, from the rare birds to the exotic beasts, wherever they passed, not an inch of grass grew. In just a few hours' time, more than 200,000 villain values were directly harvested. I don't know how long I traveled. When I came to a mountain range, Su Chenxiao was slightly startled in his heart, and a bright and incomparable light burst out from his eyes. On top of the mountain in front of me, a palace that looks like a giant sword and is taller than the sky is located here. Sword blade pointing to the sky, clouds and mist. The entire palace is surrounded by a large array, dense white light, like coming to the Holy Land on earth, generally amazing to look up. At the top of the palace, shaped like a sword blade, a formation disc rotated silently, shedding a blue barrier to surround the place. Su Chenxiao's eyes lit up as he muttered, "This is one of the Emperor 19 palaces left behind by that great emperor of creation. Sword Palace, that Yang Beixian's chance, the sword of absolute immortality, was precisely here." Rumble. Suddenly, a huge tremor came, and the Sword Palace Grand Formation was instantly inspired to tremble violently. Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered as he came directly to the other end of the Sword Palace, raising an eyebrow when he saw those people. Is he? Only Huayu was here with a few other Imperial Clan Celestials, and they were continuously pushing their powerful divine abilities to blast towards that palace barrier. Broken Ancestral Fist, the seal of the 10,000 ways, Heavenly Cross Kill, an incomparably powerful divine ability bombarded on top of that Sword Palace's protective array, and for a time, the mountains collapsed and hundreds of beasts fled through the forest. Boom! Boom! Damn it! Brother Hua, this protective formation is too hard. It can't be shattered with just a few of us. Someone bellowed with a tightly locked brow. If this fight goes on, I don't know how long it will take to break. Huayu also grimaced, sensing a hint of something wrong. As early as when he came outside the Xian realm, he had asked that Reincarnation Palace successor Xinli Yun, but the other party had never said that this Imperial Palace had a defense spell formation. Another divine ability blasted away, and the formation remained motionless. Finally, someone couldn't help but propose, Brother Hua, it could also be because of this Sword Palace. Why don't we explore another Imperial Palace? Huayu was just about to speak when he suddenly sensed another aura appearing in the area and jerked his head up to look. Who's there? When he saw Su Chenxiao in the air, his face was shocked. The Sojourner Godson? Huayu spoke with an incredibly gloomy face. So it's you. Divine Sun Su is really in good spirits, coming here without a word not to mention. Could it be that you want to watch a few of us break the formation? Su Chenxiao grinned. His body suddenly appeared in front of several people with a single movement and said with a faint smile, "This Divine Sun has only just arrived here. It's you, Huayu. At least you're a Supreme Realm cultivator. How come you can't even break a large formation in the area?" Huayu coldly snorted, but did not give any good face, opened his mouth and said, "This formation is an ancient saint-level formation. We here in this place have already broken the formation for many hours, but have not been able to shake the slightest bit. Since you are so confident, why don't you try breaking the formation yourself?" What a dry word. Su Chenxiao smiled disdainfully and said blandly, "If you can't break it, you can't break it. Where are all the excuses? If you can't, Get out of the way and don't block this divine son from seizing the treasure. What did you say? Hua Yu's pupils widened, filled with anger. The person from the Yin family on the side was a bit puzzled and opened his mouth. Could it be that divine Sun Tzu has a way to break the formation? This ancient array, if I'm not mistaken, is the ancient four-pillar array. Only I and other people respectively to the east, west, south, north and south, four directions altogether. At the same time bombarded on the array above to make the array shake, and finally sent a person to go to the destruction of the disk can only be broken. There are countless treasures hidden within this imperial palace. If divine Sun Tzu can assist, my Yin family is willing to give up 3% of the benefits. Right now, if we add this Su clan's divine son, it just happens to be 5 people. Concession? Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered as he looked towards the Sword Palace grand formation in front of him, and opened his mouth somewhat teasingly. Why bother? I'll just break this ancient formation alone, and this Sword Palace's belongings. This divine son wants them all. At the end of a sentence, the immortal exorcism formation diagram appeared in his hand and hovered at great speed. Above it, 8 holy swords stood hovering, while the main one, the ancient sword of amazing evil, stood. Su Chenxiao merged his fingers together, and a wisp of essence flashed across his eyes. The 8 swords burst out in unison, transforming into a blazing incomparable sword aura that chopped towards the ancient formation in front of him. Rumble! The surging sea-like terrifying sword intent caused Huayu and the others' pupils to shrink violently. This, is divine Sun Tzu planning to break it all by himself? Impossible. The 4 pillars Yuan formation is incredibly sturdy. How can one person's strength break the formation? Huayu's face was filled with shock, as if he had thought of something, and muttered, "Wait a minute, that Murphy is the legendary immortal execution formation diagram of the Tontian Sword Emperor?" Bang bang! The 8 swords split into beams of streaming light and came out, bombarding the ancient array in unison. For a time, sword chants resounded, and the ancient formation erupted with a tremendous tremor that went through the heavens and into the earth. Boom! The entire ancient formation glowed greatly and trembled madly. Su Chenxiao eyes out of the corner of the eye proudly, stepping in the air full of black hair flying. A big smile said, "It's just a mere ancient formation. Just break it. Go!" Shocking evil leapt out from within the sword map. A cold aura appeared at first, and the ancient sword of surprising evil transformed into a black divine aura striking towards the 4-pillar Yuan formation. Rumble! The terrifying sword light directly struck through the top of this party's great formation. In an instant, the sky shook and the ground shook, and a shocking and incomparable scene took place. That 4-pillar Yuan formation, surprisingly, diffused a crack. Just a few breaths of time will be bang sound even with the upper array disk are blown to smithereens. Rumble! Sea-like light erupted from the Sword Palace, drowning everything around it. The 4-pillar Yuan formation is broken. Several of the Yin family's celestial pride had long ago looked dumbfounded, staring in disbelief and exclaiming in disbelief. Is this a ing power that the divine origin realm is capable of erupting? Huayu also had a horrified face, and after reacting, he shouted, "The ancient formation has been broken. Enter the Sword Palace and seize the treasure." Chapter 150, Battling the Imperial Clan's Heavenly Pride. Great 9 Character Jedi. Huayu and a few other Yin family members directly transformed into a stream of light and rushed towards the interior of the Sword Palace. Su Chenxiao frowned. He had broken the ancient formation of the Sword Palace and wanted to go in to seize the treasure without doing anything. How in heaven's name could such a good thing happen? Buzz! The sound of sword chants suddenly rang out, and the 8 holy swords suddenly transformed into a beam of streaming light that surrounded the 4 of them in unison. The tip of the coldly flashing sword was pointed at the 4 people, and an overriding sword intent permeated out from within the sword, as if they made any movements, the next moment these 8 holy swords would run through in unison, chopping up everything. This? The pupils of several of the Yin family's heavenly pride stared, pausing in place. "God Sun Tzu? What are you doing?" One of them turned his head to look with a face full of confusion. Huayu's face also sank as he said in a chilling voice, "Are you trying to take the Sword Palace's treasure all by yourself?" Su Chenxiao transformed into a sword manner directly stepped in front of the 4 people. Monstrous chaotic gas rampant out, eyes sharp and incomparable staring at a few people opened. "I have said before that I, Su Chenxiao, will take all of the contents of this Sword Palace. If you dare to take another step beyond that, don't blame this divine son for not speaking to the Emperor clan." When hearing this, several of the Yin family's celestial pride were all suddenly changed in color, and Huayu immediately said angrily, "Su Duanxia, don't you go too far. Before and I read that you are the Su family's divine son and gave you a few points of face. Now entering this creation Xian realm really think that I don't dare to move you?" He has never seen such arrogant people, no matter how to say. He is also the supreme realm cultivation. This Su family godson but the divine Yuan, repeated provocations is really when they are afraid of him? Su Qianxiao said indifferently, either roll or fight, take your pick. It just so happened that since breaking through the 6th level of the divine elemental realm and practicing the Tongtian sword scripture, he was just in time to try out his current battle power. Then come and fight, Hua Yu shouted, and an incomparably bright light suddenly erupted from his body. The breath of the 3rd level of the supreme realm raged to the extreme. In the back of Hua Yu suddenly rose a golden sunwheel. 9 symbols flowed on the sunwheel. The war character bloomed with a divine light. The next moment Hua Yu, all of his battle spirit was shocking, and he said loudly, Su Duanxiao, today I will educate you properly on behalf of your elder brother. When he saw that Hua Yu was about to get real, the faces of the Jia Di clan Yin clan's celestial pride present suddenly changed. That's the imperial scripture 9 character technique of the imperial Hua clan? Is brother Hua coming for real? The emperor of the heavens? Each family has the existence of the town family emperor scripture. The Chinese family is famous for the big 9 words. Its 9 ancient words each contains the truth of heaven and earth, can be the most substantial without any side effects of the strengthening of their own. Once the most famous time is a certain Chinese family ancient emperor with this aptitude to wipe out the ancient fear of mastiffs gods. Young 9 words of the trick fame. As for Hua Yu, he cultivated the Hua family's 9 character imperial skill, supplemented by numerous offensive divine abilities bladder god. With unrivaled battle strength and powerful and extraordinary divine abilities, he was one of the typical imperial clan's prides. Several people from the Yin family quickly drew away from the battlefield. Su Qianxiao raised an eyebrow and laughed out loud as he looked across at Hua Yu, whose battle intent was layered on top of each other and whose aura continued to grow stronger. I've heard that the 9 character technique of the imperial Hua clan is extraordinary, so today I'll see how many characters you've comprehended the 9 character technique to. Come on. As the words fell, the immortal execution formation diagram operated, and the 8 saint soldiers transformed into swordlight and struck towards Hua Yu in unison. Hua Yu's eyes were regal, the sun wheel behind him glittered, and he directly blasted out a punch as if he were a teenage great emperor. Humph! Su Duanxiao, to deal with you, the battle character technique alone is sufficient. Broken ancestral fist. A golden fist rumbled, as if a flash flood erupted. This strike was so terrifyingly powerful that even the surrounding breath was suddenly disorganized. Whistling winds were rolled up. The 8 saint soldiers bombarded that golden fist inch by inch. An instant of powerful aftershocks erupted out, and this kind of terrifying vibration even startled the heavenly prides who entered the secret realm tens of thousands of miles away. Rumble. What's that? Someone looked up from the dense forest. It looks like someone is fighting. Does it mean that there is some kind of treasure present? Go check it out. Shen Liyun, who was also in the forest not far away, also noticed the commotion and looked over. Shen Liyun's beautiful eyes flickered as she murmured softly, that one seems to be the location of the 11 Sword Palace? I can't imagine that those people of the Imperial clan have found an Imperial Palace so quickly. Gotta be quicker myself. Each of the 20 Imperial Palaces of the Xian realm of creation was situated in a different location. The most important main hall was indeed hidden in the southernmost part of the Xian realm, in the land of the Bitter Sea, which was claimed to be capable of sinking 10,000 lifetimes. Although she will pass by the Sword Palace on the way, but she does not intend to go over to have any interactions with those people of the Imperial clan. Thinking about this, Shen Liyun directly took out the yen jade given by Yen Chang'e and casually threw it on the side of the road after taking a look at it. Then directly took out a gray cloak and draped it over his body, quickly leaving from there. And among the other end, Hua Yu's brows were furrowed. Relying on the power of the battle character skill to augment him, he blasted out several divine abilities that didn't even injure that Su clan's divine son. However, he wasn't too surprised. This Su family divine son was a sword cultivator, and the terrifying offensive power that erupted before in conjunction with the immortal execution formation diagram had even caused his heart to palpitate. It would be strange for him if he lost so easily at his own hands. The foundation is not bad. In the end, it is the divine son of the Emperor clan. It seems that he has not comprehended the power of the great Tao. Rumble. Another divine ability was shattered by the sword. Su Qianxiao's eyes contained a smile, and he could not tell that he was a bit tired as he opened his mouth. Is that all there is? Or is it that you, Hua Yu, have only comprehended one of the 9 words of the Emperor clan, the word battle? Hua Yu laughed out loud in an arrogant and incomparable manner. Ha ha ha, still mouthing off. Su Qianxiao, don't pretend. Although your attacking power is powerful, but how many sword paths can you execute at the divine origin realm? In front of my supreme realm's cultivation, even if you have condensed the 4 great Tao palaces at the divine origin realm, how long will you be able to resist? Then you have to watch it. Su Qianxiao shook his head. The ancient sword of frightened evil was held in his hand, and in an instant, the entire person's temperament changed drastically, as if he had turned into an indifferent and merciless sword immortal, directly chopping out a sword on that even tore the sky and earth apart. Tong Tian sword technique. Silence. With such astonishing might, even the Yen clan's heavenly pride in the distance stared in disbelief, hastily casting a protective barrier. This power is already all but below the supreme realm, isn't it? It's too terrifying. That Su clan's emperor's son is only at the divine elemental realm cultivation level, and he's already able to battle with the emperor clan's supreme realm heavenly pride Huayu. If we let it break through to supreme, what more? This lineage of their Su family is truly heart-palpitating. First they produced a Su Jingheng, and to think that even his younger brother's strength is so terrifying. Rumble. Chapter 151 Amazing Wealth. Treasure of the Great Emperor of Creation. The sword engulfed everything. Only intuitively face Huayu can clearly feel how terrible. Huayu's pupils stared, and his expression gradually became grave. Good timing. In that case, I'll let you see the power of my Hua family's 9-character technique. 9-character technique. Force. Click. The sun wheel behind him rotated, stopping on top of the golden ancient character force. Huayu's chi and blood became extraordinarily terrifying in an instant, and that rich and incomparable blood chi was as if it had turned into substance. He directly rushed into that sword aura, and both his fists blasted out at the same time. The sound of his fists exploding up, even space was shattered. Attempting to use his incomparable power to break this divine ability alive. Strong break? Su Duanxiao sneered at the sight. It's over. Don't even bother to look at the end result. After cutting out this sword, Su Qianxiao directly turned into a stream of light and entered the sword palace. Obviously, Huayu had underestimated the terrifying nature of the Tong Tian sword technique. The moment he touched that divine power, the terrifying sword power directly tore through his fleshly body, and after only resisting for 2 breaths of time, both of his fists were directly cut through with blood and flesh, revealing white bones. Ah! A scream of excruciating pain rang out from it. Rumble! Huayu's entire body was directly blown away thousands of meters away as if it were a cannonball, and heavily smashed down on top of a mountain. Rumble! His brother Hua! How is this possible? The faces of the Yen family's several heavenly prides were each horrified to the extreme as they rushed straight over to where the countless pieces of debris were rolling down the mountain. When they saw the miserable and incomparable Huayu below, whose clothes were ragged and covered with blood, several people's hearts all thumped and were filled with shock. Brother Hua, actually lost? Brother Huayu is in the 3rd level of the Supreme Realm, fighting with that Su clan's divine son. He didn't even survive 20 moves? Some people realized that Su Qianxiao had already entered the Sword Palace, and they couldn't help but be even more alarmed. That Su family's divine son didn't even stay here for a minute. Is there really someone who can be so confident to such an extent? That Sword Palace, are we still going in? Going and looking for death? Let's see how Brother Hua's situation is first. Several people rushed towards the bottom. At this moment, Huayu's entire body was lying in a pool of blood as he stared blankly at the sky, his body constantly trembling. If it is not in the end to realize that the wrong, that moment quickly urged the speed word skill. I am afraid that just that sword, he will be flesh and soul all die in the sword, and as a pride of the imperial clan, the supreme realm triple himself, he actually lost under the divine origin realm. A few of the Yen family's celestial pride stepped forward to check, and after discovering Huayu's injuries, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Hiss! What a serious injury! The root bones are all wasted, and the Dao Palace has also been pierced. I'm afraid that this body of Brother Hua is wasted. To them of the Emperor clan, as long as they didn't damage their roots, even the physical damage they suffered wouldn't be considered a major problem. But Huayu's current situation, not to mention the recovery, cannot keep this cultivation is a problem. The best way to remodel the body, but the materials needed to remodel the physical body are extremely rare and too horrible. Even Lin Hao, the protagonist of the Heavenly Fate, is only thinking of seizing the devouring god body to restore the foundation to repair it again. Even if Huayu is a person of the Emperor clan, I am afraid that there is no way. This is bad. We can only stabilize Brother Hua's physical body first and not let the cultivation decline too much. One of them immediately took out a saint-level elixir and handed it over, opening his mouth. Brother Hua, this is the flesh and blood spirit pill. Take it quickly, lest you injure your foundation if you're late. Yes, Brother Hua, being able to not die under that strike is already very good, said someone else. Don't worry, we won't spread the word about what happened here. A few people did not have any ridicule or disdain, at least in all fairness. If they had been in their place before, none of them would have thought that they would be able to survive under that sword of that Su clan's divine son. And having said that, they all knew that they were afraid that it would be difficult to see Huayu again in the future. Huayu's parents do not have a high status within the Imperial clan, and the losers of the Imperial clan invariably end up far away from the center of the Imperial clan, sent out to deal with foreign affairs, and it is difficult to return in this life. Within the Sword Palace, Su Qinshan appeared here. It seemed to be a separate space with layers of hovering and encircling buildings. There is a mountain of treasures piled up in the first layer. Spirit stones, heavenly materials and treasures, all kinds of rare and incomparable elixirs. It is almost overwhelming and countless. The rich spiritual chi of heaven and earth in this area was refreshing and invigorating. Su Qinshao's eyes lit up. Divine source? Most of these piles of things were divine origins as well as extreme spirit stones. It was a pity that these things had been displayed within this creation Xian Realm Sword Palace for millions of years, and most of the spirit stones and divine source power in them had dissipated. But even so, a rough estimation of the very high-quality spirit stones in this place was in the millions of very high-quality spirit stones, and several hundreds of thousands of pounds of divine source. Su Qinshan looked a little agitated. Just the treasures on the first floor of this sword palace were enough to drive countless people crazy, not to mention the things above. With a wave of his hand, he directly pocketed all the treasures in the first layer as if he were a bandit. The overwhelming sound of system rewards rang out. Ding! Heavenly Fate protagonist Yin Painting Oracle / Shinli Yun loses Quasi-Emperor Dan * 54. Holy Dan * 354. Heavenly Fate value loss of 200,000. Ding! Divine Fate protagonist Yin Painting Oracle / Shinli Yun loses Extreme Spirit Stones * 1451100, and loses 150,000 Divine Fate values. Ding! Heavenly Fate protagonist Yin Painting Oracle / Shinli Yun loses 300,000 pounds of Taiku Divine Source *, and loses 200,000 Heavenly Fate values. In one breath, it was close to 800,000 villainous values arriving. This wonderful and incomparable sound was accompanied by a resource treasure in the bag. Rao Su Qinshao's expression could not help but be a little hot to the core, and his heart surged. It was awesome. This Yin Painting Oracle really doesn't dishonor the name of the great Emperor of Creation. If so many imperial palaces have all the resources within them in their pockets, I'm afraid that the resources that she alone has collected are worth the treasure trove of a super Taoist system. It seems like a lot of effort has gone into preparing for his reincarnated body. Historically, in the great Emperor Inheritance secret realm, there were mostly magic treasures, techniques, and heavenly materials. Instead of this being the Inheritance mystery realm, it was more like a place where that great Emperor of Creation's lifelong wealth and treasures were stored. If the resources of these imperial palaces were to be spread out, not to mention the imperial clans, I'm afraid that even the great emperors would be red in the eyes. So it was no wonder that he had established the Xian realm of creation within the battlefields of the ancient world. However, the more this happened, the more Su Qinshan became disgusted with that great Emperor of Creation, collecting so many resources from the heavens. In the end, even thinking of informing the barbarians in the outer regions, in a vain attempt to invade the heavens. What a self-serving guy. Since you've prepared so many goodies, it's just as well that this Gongzi has laughed them all off for you. Chapter 152 Ancient Puppet, Turtle Spirit Puppet. As his words fell, Su Qinshan directly transformed into a stream of light and headed directly towards the upper level. But right at this moment, the entire within the sword palace actually trembled violently. Around it, a beam of greenish-colored light gathered above his head, locking Su Qinshan inside like a huge net, trying to stop him from advancing towards the higher levels. That large net fell down flat, and Su Qinshan frowned and said in a deep voice, "Anyone else?" The ancient sword of frightened evil chopped out a blow. Boom! Surprisingly, although the netting was severed in unison, it quickly began to heal up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rumble! Sword palace sky shaking the ground. A layer of stair steps as if mechanical began to interlocking rotation up, overlapping directly blocked the way up, and within the dark cabinet on both sides of the surroundings, dull and stiff footsteps sounded, and it was actually a demonic beast puppet that was like an organ beast leaping out from the dark cabinet. Squeak! Squeak! Each of these ancient puppet beasts had been built with countless heavenly materials. As if they were activated, their pupils erupted with a scarlet incomparable light, and there were dozens of puppets with an aura not weaker than that of the peak of the divine Yuan realm that surrounded Su Qinshan. Puppets? Seeing this scene, Su Qinshan's eyes flickered, and then he seemed to think of something. Looking towards the four directions of the dark pavilion, his body violently erupted around him as a powerful and incomparable sword chi exploded up. Ancient puppet beasts can only be activated under two circumstances. One is to set the command, indiscriminate attack on anyone, and the other is to be manipulated by the person to be able to act. If the first situation, I am afraid that as early as the first time he entered the sword palace will be attacked. Su Qianxiao opened his mouth with cold eyes. Pretender! Get out here! Shoo away! Sword chi spread across the sky, striking above the bodies of those puppet beasts, while there was also a large amount of sword chi that directly failed to enter the Four Directions Dark Pavilion. Dang it! A puppet beast let out a low roar. Their bodies were incomparably sturdy, and those sword chi were shattered after merely leaving a scratch on top of their bodies. Young man! At this time, some vicissitudes of the serene voice sounded quietly, from the left of the dark cabinet, even slowly out of a tortoise demonic beast puppet, about 4 meters high. Puppet body is full of traces left by the wind and frost, in a piece of tortoise armor above, also inlaid with a piece of the operation of the divine source of the spirit stone beads can be stored. The turtle spirit puppet was moving extremely slowly, and the sound came out of nowhere. Young people, do things to leave a line. You have already got most of the treasures in this sword palace. You should retreat here, leaving some opportunities for others. This puppet beast was clearly different from the others. Su Qianxiao's eyes narrowed slightly at the sight of this, and he saw through its essence with a single glance. Soul-melting puppets? This puppet art is cruel to the extreme. Is a permanent fusion of the soul of the living soul. Once the soul is integrated, will never be able to leave the body of the puppet, and with the deterioration of the puppet, the soul will also be a little bit of dissipation. The turtle spirit puppet spoke with some vicissitudes, but with some expectations. How many years has it been? I can't imagine that the creation Xian realm left behind by the master has finally been opened by someone, so it seems that the time should have come for the master to finally return. It was once a fervent follower of the Yen painting oracle, and in order to help extend its lifespan to help the Yen painting oracle, it voluntarily turned into a puppet to take charge of this place and guard it. Su Qianxiao said with some teasing. Master? I thought why this place was consuming so much divine origin and extreme spirit stones, but it turns out that there is still such an inhuman thing like you. What? Is this an attempt to stop this Gonzi from taking more treasures? The turtle spirit puppet sighed and said, Young scion, this place is a treasure of blessings left by the great emperor of creation for his descendants. Since you are the people of the heavens, you should also understand that these ancient sages are not easy. There are a total of 19 sword palaces in this place. Spirit Dan weapon law. Each palace can only take away one of them. This is the rule left by the master. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew in advance about the life of that great emperor of creation, Yen painting oracle, I'm afraid that ordinary people would really be fooled by this turtle spirit puppet. However, Su Qianxiao opened his mouth in a somewhat mocking manner. A person from beyond the heavens would also think of benefiting the descendants of the heavens? Full of lies. It seems that you slaves are rather the same virtue as your master. Outer heaven? The turtle spirit puppet's huge body trembled, obviously a bit incredulous. Its voice lowered a lot, and it said with a hint of unkindness, Where did you learn about this? Su Qianxiao narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. It seems that you are also aware of the true identity of the great emperor of creation. To work for someone outside of heaven is really disgraceful. Forget it, since they all chose to become puppets. I think it's useless to explain to you. Die. Simply not bothering to explain too much with it. The frightened evil ancient sword in his hand directly chopped down. In an instant, the incomparably sharp sword awnings directly chopped out, and the two puppet beasts in front of them were directly chopped into countless pieces. Bang! The turtle spirit puppet violently raised its giant foot and stomped down. Its voice was dull to the extreme, and the two pairs of blood-red beaded pupils that were inlaid with it burst out with a terrifying gaze. Kill him. Since this son knows his master's identity, he must not be capped. Click! The sound of mechanical twisting. Dozens of puppet beasts around them rioted in unison, directly leaping up high and coming towards Su Qianxiao from all directions. These puppet beasts were all built with extremely precious materials, and at their peak, each one had the strength of the supreme realm, and the turtle spirit puppet that manipulated them was once a saint-level puppet. However, now that countless epochs had passed, most of the puppets, although they were already decayed and tattered, still retained a powerful and incomparable might. Dozens of peak divine origin realm puppets directly killed. Boom! 5 or 6 demonic beast puppets directly exploded into smithereens when Su Qianxiao chopped down with his sword. Boom! Boom! Ding! Destiny protagonist Yen painting oracle / Xinli Yen's palace guard puppet has been destroyed. Destiny value loss of 5,000. Ding! Destiny protagonist Yen painting oracle / Xinli Yen's palace guard puppet has been destroyed. Destiny value loss of 5,000. The sword intent was shocking, and under just a few moves, dozens of puppets that were at the divine origin realm were crumbled and scattered all over the place. A demonic beast puppet directly pounced from the side. Without turning his head back, Su Qianxiao directly blasted out a fist, penetrating into the puppet's body. Bang! Accompanied by a violent sound, The puppet's glowing eyes gradually dimmed in light and dissipated. Su Chenxiao directly pulled out the puppet core within it. Looking at the strange and incomparable puppet core in his hand, he murmured with some surprise, "These puppet materials are not bad. Some of them can be scarce today." Although these puppets were of little use to himself, the cores of these puppets were all fine materials. Chapter 153, 10,000 Tribulation Jedi Immortal. Complete Sword of Heavenly Passage. The turtle spirit puppet's gaze was greatly shaken as he angrily shouted, "Arrogant scion! The treasure palace left behind by the great emperor of creation is not something you can die and defile." Behind it, a piece of turtle armor burst out with a bright and incomparable light, a red light from which exploded. On top of its turtle shell, a huge and incomparable red fireball was condensed, as if the sun was blinding and dazzling, hot to the extreme. Die! This searingly burning, incomparably hot large fireball directly blasted towards Su Chenxiao. Rumble! In an instant, this place was transformed into a sea of prairie fire, as if a volcano erupted like a raging wave of flames rolling out. After activating this strike, all the light on the turtle spirit puppet's body weakened quite a bit, and at least 5 or 6 of the jewels that provided energy became dull. This body of its was just too old to even be able to travel too much, or else it would be at extreme risk of disintegrating. Dead? Looking at the burning sea of fire, turtle spirit puppet's eyes flickered as he murmured in a deep voice, "I can't imagine that my master's identity has been exposed. This would be troublesome. We have to notify the other spirit puppets and make sure to find the reincarnated body of the master to bring it into the imperial palace." The 19 palaces of the Xian realm of creation are located in various directions in the Xian realm, and they are both the halls of hidden treasures and the hubs of formations. As long as the reincarnated body of the master came to the main hall imperial palace, he would be able to control everything within this creation Xian realm, and at that time, the life and death of all those who entered the Xian realm would be controlled in the master's hands. Just as the turtle spirit puppet mumbled something, a flat voice suddenly rang out from within the sea of blazing fire. "TSK, if you do that, aren't you afraid of destroying all the treasures in this hall?" "What?" Upon hearing this voice, the turtle spirit puppet's heart trembled greatly, and incredulously looked towards that sea of fire, only to see a figure walk out from the monstrous flames unhurriedly. Su Chenxiao's body was covered by a white chaotic light, and this terrifyingly hot flame was unable to encroach on the slightest bit of it, and even the corners of his clothes couldn't be touched. The shocking evil ancient sword in his hand shook. Bang! In an instant all the flames around here dissipated. The turtle spirit puppet was filled with horror and exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible! Although this body of mine has decayed, it still has the power of the supreme realm. How can you, a divine origin realm cultivator, be unharmed?" The turtle armor behind his back once again fired, and a beam of terrifying energy rays blasted in. Boom! Boom! Under his horrified and incomparable gaze, Su Chenxiao actually walked unhurriedly against this incomparably powerful energy and said with a smile, "Staying in place all this time, it looks like this body of yours is going to be scrapped as well. My lord will be merciful and give you a good hand in advance." Snort! A beam of breathtakingly fast sword-light flashed through, directly penetrating the flesh of the turtle spirit puppet. Click! The sound of something breaking. The turtle spirit puppet's huge body stiffened in place. If it was placed in the previous peak period of the puppet body, even the power of the supreme realm would not be able to break the armor at all. But now, this sword directly chopped through its puppet's inner core, and its body began to disintegrate and crumble, with pieces falling off. Within the core of the puppet a human face of a hideous man appeared, twisting and howling in unwilling agony. "No! No! Avenge me!" Rumble! Ding! The Heavenly Fate protagonist Yin Painting Oracle / Shinli Yun's Palace Guard puppet has been destroyed, and has lost 20,000 Heavenly Fate values. Congratulations to the master for obtaining a villain value of 20,000. A messy and broken place, surrounded by all the parts of those puppets. Su Chenxiao's face was calm, and he directly came to the turtle spirit puppet's wreckage. A piece of the wreckage suddenly appeared in his hand, as if it was like wind and sand that had dissolved into pieces and dissipated. Sure is too old. Even if it was a hard and powerful material, there would be a day when it would wear out and decay, and the ancient puppets here existed for too long. Most of them were not able to be utilized twice. But these puppet cores, on the contrary, were extremely extraordinary. Among the pieces of those puppets on the ground, the only thing that emitted a faint glow was a diamond-shaped crystal. Spirit Attachment Divine Stone, capable of attaching spirits to artifacts. It is the core hub of the operating puppet. The surprising evil ancient sword in his hand emitted a buzzing sword chanting sound, surprisingly transmitting some attempts to disengage his hand. Su Chenxiao glanced at shocking evil and muttered, "Do these stones work for you?" With a loosening of his palms, surprised evil unexpectedly floated directly towards the ground of attached spirit god stones. It came above an attachment divine stone, and the tip of the sword lightly tapped on top of the divine stone, a wisp of azure-colored aura diffusing towards the sword. After absorbing 5 or 6 spirit attachment divine stones in a row, the ancient sword of surprising evil, in which the sword intent became more and more dense, returned to the side of Su Chuanxiao gently trembling, and even sent a delicious message. Su Duanxiao let out a laugh. I can't believe I ended up making you whole. This shocking evil ancient sword is different, although the grade but the holy level, but is pregnant with sword spirit. Any magic weapon wants the spirit that means there is an infinite number of possibilities. In time, may not be weaker than the 4 swords of Tongtian and the White Emperor. There are both palace guarding puppets within this sword palace, so perhaps there are puppets stationed elsewhere as well. So it seems that yen-painted oracle's layout is quite sufficient. Su Qianxiao looked around. After those puppets died, the layers of this place returned to their original state. Having lost the turtle spirit puppet's garrison, the prohibitions within the sword palace also lost their original function. In the time that followed, Su Qianxiao went all the way up. The higher up you go, the more narrow the space around here becomes. The things he saw were all in his pocket without exception, and in just half an hour, he had harvested more than 1,000,000 villainous values. When it came to the topmost floor of the sword palace, this sword palace highest sword blade place, only a breath of ancient long, even the surrounding are filled with the stern sword intent of the ancient sword quietly hanging upside down in the center of the disc. It was like the most exquisite work of art. The sword's body was a jade-like white-silver color, ranging from light to black, and its cold aura flickered. In its surroundings, there were strands of demonic purple thunder that contained an extremely terrifying power. If the immortal killing sword was a killing sword with a ferocious aura, then this absolute immortal sword was filled with endless destructive might. Su Qianxiao stared tightly at the inverted imperial sword as a fiery intent surged in his eyes. There is no mutilation. This is actually a complete Jiesian sword. It seems that this is the most important treasure within the sword palace. Even this legendary complete one of the 4 swords of Tong Tian is placed here. That great emperor of creation is truly rich in oil. Su Qianxiao's heart surged and he directly took large strides. Looking at the absolute immortal sword that was hanging upside down in the formation, he reached out and directly grabbed it. I'll take this absolute immortal sword of yours. The absolute immortal sword suddenly erupted with an extremely terrifying power. Shoo away. Tens of thousands of strands of thunder rushed directly along the arm into the body, which was transformed by the sword intent, yet filled with destructive berserk richness, as if it wanted to destroy everything. Chapter 154 Exasperated in Underworld Jiao. Desperate protagonist. Rumble. In the outside world, the sky was black with dark clouds, and the flowing cirrus clouds transformed into a vortex enveloping the sword palace that stood in the shape of a sword. The absolute immortal sword moved, and heaven and earth trembled, and thousands of fine thunderbolts fell and struck above the sword palace, erupting into a terrifying roar, and everything in the surroundings seemed to be submerged in the sea of thunder. The absolute immortal sword constantly trembled and buzzed, trying to escape from his hands. Will still resist? Su Qianxiao gripped the sword of absolute immortality tightly, his eyes shining brightly. The purple thunder that spread like a spiritual snake was unable to infest the flesh in the slightest. Worthy of being an emperor's soldier, this is such a powerful force. I don't know how much time has passed. Su Qianxiao let out a deep cry and directly jerked the struggling and rioting Jiesian sword out of it violently. Ding! Destiny protagonist Yen Painting Oracle / Shinli Yun loses the Emperor's Sword of Absolute Immortality, and loses 200,000 destiny values. Congratulations to the master for obtaining the villain value of 200,000. Looking at the incomparably divine, purple thunder-ridden absolute immortal sword in his hand, it was filled with a destructive power. Su Qianxiao couldn't help but tsk in admiration. It's a good sword, though, and just at that moment, a huge sound of movement suddenly rang out from the outside world. Elder Sky Demon, save me! Su Qianxiao was slightly stunned. This sound, Lin Hao, the main character of Heaven's Destiny? Half an hour ago, an ancient forest. The powerful black tail directly smashed the surrounding sky-high ancient trees. Rumble. One by one, the huge dense forests broke and collapsed towards the sides. Lin Hao was covered in blood, and an illusory and incomparable wing coalesced behind his back as he scurried toward the front at an extremely fast speed. Still chasing? In its rear, an incomparably hideous and tyrannical-looking black scaly dragon smashed through countless obstacles in pursuit. Roar! The augured dragon's body was like ink and jade, exuding a terrifying demonic aura, and that thick tail jerked off a piece of dense forest with every fling, erupting into a furious uproar. Boom! Boom! Lin Hao looked back at the vicious underworld Jiao behind him, and seeing that the other party was still in hot pursuit, he couldn't help but breathe and shouted angrily, "Damn! Why are you still chasing me? Wasn't I just taking a few drops of your heart's blood? As for chasing me for hundreds of miles? Want to think of their own is now but the body of a mortal. As soon as he entered the creation of the metaphysical realm will be separated from K-language. If it is not with the heavenly demon senior that the great emperor realm of the demonic aura of protection, so that the surrounding demonic beasts are to avoid fear, I am afraid that has long been dead more than 10,000 times in this place." Suddenly, a loud clap of thunder came from the front. A bundle of terrifying heavenly thunder fell and bombarded the building that stood tall as if it were a sword. Boom! Lin Hao, who was fleeing, had his pupils shrunk violently and exclaimed, "Thunder tribulation? How is it possible? What's going on in front of us? Why has it turned into a sea of thunder?" From afar Lin Hao felt the destructive intent of that thunder, and estimated that he himself would have to go up in smoke as soon as he touched it. The underworld Zhao in the back was furiously chasing after him, and now that there was a wolf in front of him and a tiger behind him, his mood instantly fell to the bottom of the valley and cursed bitterly. "Damn it, don't I have the 9-state Xinyun Ding? Why is it still such bad luck? If the wind and thunder divine wings were still there, how could one have ended up here? That damn Su clan divine son." The residual soul of the heavenly demon floated beside him, his breath incomparably weak. "Good opportunity. Lin Hao, directly vanish into this place, and directly repel this underworld Jiao with the help of this side's thunderbolt." "Lin Hao, how is this possible? Senior Sky Demon, you can't be joking, right? If I go over there, a random thunderbolt will be able to strike me to death." The heavenly demon angrily shouted, "Putting death before life. You have the 9 states luck suppressing cauldron. Your mortal body has not encountered any danger along the way, and you even found the ancient extinct underworld Jiao. What is this not luck? Now you're just short of finding that woman to be able to take back everything. There's not much power I can lend you, and with the current situation you won't be able to escape from that underworld Jiao at all. There's still a chance of survival if you enter that thunderbolt, and the only way to escape is to die. So choose one." Lin Hao swallowed and took a deep breath. Finally, as if he had made some sort of determination, he roared with red eyes, "I, Lin Hao, have the hopes of countless people on my shoulders, and I must not die here. Dead demonic beast, if you're not afraid of this thunderbolt, you can go ahead and chase after it." After viciously glancing at the hideous and berserking underworld Jiao in the back, Lin Hao directly gritted his teeth and rushed towards that place where 10,000 thunderbolts fell. Roar! The underworld Jiao roared angrily, similarly following closely behind. Under this desperate situation of life and death, Lin Hao's speed was getting faster and faster, and the land of falling thunder in front of him was getting closer and closer. Rumble! A thunderbolt suddenly fell on Lin Hao's side, and he disregarded everything and directly rushed into the place where the thunderbolt was the densest. Spell it out. Boom! Boom! In the air, a violent and destructive thunder smashed down, and what was surprising to the extreme was that in this land of the Thunder Sea, Lin Hao was extremely lucky that he hadn't been struck down by thunder once. On the contrary, the underworld Jiao in the back wasn't so lucky and received a lot of thunder. Roar! The underworld Jiao roared with incomparable pain. The hard and incomparable black scales on its body were split in half, and the flesh surfaced an inch of charcoal color, and even came from the smell of meat. The underworld Jiao shook its body painfully, and in the end, it really couldn't resist these thunders withdrawing from the land of the Thunder Sea, looking at Lin Hao with red hatred in its outer eyes and letting out a furious roar. Roar! Hearing this unwilling roar, Lin Hao stopped and looked back. Sure enough, seeing this scene Lin Hao's eyes lit up. His face was happy as he directly stopped and rested, laughing. "Ha ha ha, why didn't it split you? Don't dare come after me now, do you? I'm right here, come and hit me." The heavenly demon remnant soul was also relieved, revealing a hint of a smile and said, "All kinds of thunderbolts don't add to your body, boy. Thanks to the 9-state Xinyun tripod that girl brought you, with the invisible luck of fortune adding to your body, the extremely dangerous desperate situation for the next person is nothing at all for you." It was as if this sudden dense thunder had grown eyes, directly avoiding the place where Lin Hao was, none of it falling. Lin Hao laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, it's finally safe. Next, just find Whisper and have her assist me." Speaking of this, Lin Hao took out a jade bottle, which was filled with incomparably thick black blood, emitting an extremely dangerous and bizarre aura, the most important material for the python sparrow swallowing dragon, the underworld Jiao essence blood. With it, it would be able to completely lay down the python sparrow swallowing dragon formation. Lin Hao looked at the underworld Jiao that was furious beyond the sea of thunder, but couldn't help but shake the jade bottle in his hand with immense smugness and laughed. I'll take your essence blood, if you don't die today. When I, Lin Hao, recover my cultivation, I will kill you in the coming day. Roar! The underworld Jiao roared wildly up to the sky. Its breath was wildly agitated, and its huge jiao tail directly shattered the surrounding ancient trees and earth into broken pieces. Its scarlet pupils were filled with violence and killing intent, and in the end, it was so angry that it spat out human words and growled, "Damn humans! I'm going to break you into pieces." Lin Hao sniffed even more rampantly and directly said towards the heavenly demon remnant soul, "Ha ha, heavenly demon senior, look, these are so angry that they are spitting out words." Chapter 155, Repeated Horizontal Jumps. Played off. Die for me. The enraged underworld Jiao roared furiously. It relented and rushed in once again. As soon as he entered, the huge body of the netherworld Jiao once again encountered several beams of lightning strikes. Ow dash! A roar of agony shook the sky. The underworld Jiao was in severe pain and had to retreat once again. Its breath shriveled and weak as it coiled outside the sea of thunder. Get out! Humans! Lin Hao grunted twice, only feeling relieved beyond measure. His eyes rolled as if he had thought of something. Anyway, this thunder can't split himself. This demonic beast is stupid to the extreme. Maybe he can also use the power of this thunder to split it alive. Thinking about this, Lin Hao came to the edge of the thunder sea with no fear, and directly began to repeatedly jump horizontally in a provocative manner. I love it when you look at me like that, but can't do anything about it. I, Lin Hao, am right here. Come and beat me up if you're capable. Come on. I'd like to see how many lives you have that can be struck by lightning. The underworld Jiao was furious with anger. Never seen such human beings before. This kind of cheap move, repeatedly jumping horizontally on the edge of death-defying, could not help but make even the heavenly demon remnant soul somewhat speechless. Sky demon. It was silent for a while, and then said quietly, "Forget it, this thunder will exist for an unknown period of time. We'd better retreat first." Lin Hao waved his hand and said in a low voice, "Don't worry, Tian Demon Senior. I have my own measure. That demonic beast has an extremely low IQ. Maybe I can use this thunder to split it to death. At that time, all of its essence blood will belong to me." That python sparrow swallowing dragon formation, isn't that as much as I want to set up? Lin Hao was emboldened and hopped out as if he were a gopher. "Come on, me!" Roar dash as expected. The underworld Jiao roared and charged over once. Lin Hao's eyes lit up and he directly retreated. But suddenly, a melodious and incomparable sword chanting sound resounded from within the tower where the thunder sea was the most turbulent. The surrounding sea of thunder suddenly dissipated. "It's like you found something." The heavenly demon remnant soul's breath hitched, and its pupils dilated as it yelled towards Lin Hao. "Kid, this thunder is gone. Come back, come on, you are." "What?" Lin Hao, who was still provoking, clammed up for a moment. His face stiffened a little as he looked up at the sky. The thunder, which was still dense and terrifying, dissipated into the sky in an instant. It was as if it had never existed, except for the woefully unrecognizable earth. What about Ray? Ray? Gollum. Swallow a mouthful of saliva. Lin Hao's heart and lungs stopped abruptly. No, not. The underworld Jiao berserked and let out a terrifying roar. "Damned human! No one can save you now." Facing the raging underworld Jiao, Lin Hao intuitively felt his legs go weak and directly sat on his butt on the ground. "Elder Sky Demon! Save! Save me! Help!" Roar! A deafening roar resounded. Not good. The heavenly demon remnant soul felt bad and cursed as his face turned hard. "You horse! Sooner or later this emperor will be played to death by you, burning soul." Next moment, an incomparably powerful imperial force suddenly erupted out. Just when it was performing the soul burning method, it wanted to go rescue Lin Hao. Inside the sword palace in the distance, a silver divine rainbow with astonishing might, curling with monstrous sword intent, sped over. That flash of sword light was so fast that it was suffocating. At the moment when the underworld Jiao was close to Lin Hao, he even directly chopped off the head of the underworld Jiao. The underworld Jiao stiffened in midair. The sword mark was filled with an extremely terrifying destructive force, erasing all of its vitality in an instant. The corpses were separated and the huge heads rolled to the ground, blood spurting out. Rumble. Seeing this scene, the heavenly demon froze in place, and Lin Hao, who had his eyes tightly closed, opened his eyes halfway and muttered with wide eyes, "I didn't die? What's the situation?" A voice like a nightmare sounded far away. "Man of sinful blood, I can't believe we meet again." This sound, Lin Hao's face changed and he immediately looked up. The Su family's divine son, only to see Su Chenshao stepping into the air not far away. Looking at Lin Hao, who was kneeling on the ground in a sorry state below, Su Chenshao only felt a little amused. Zero cultivation? He had heard the noisy vibrations of the outside world when he was collecting the absolute immortal sword in the Sword Palace, and had thought that it was something, but it turned out to be the commotion caused by this Heaven's Destiny protagonist. Su Chenshao grabbed the Jiesian sword with a big hand and said indifferently, "Quite a lot of guts, not a single bit of cultivation, and with a mortal body you dare to enter this creation Xian realm. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid they would have died more than 10,000 times." Lin Hao trembled all over. It's really him. Looking at the corpse of the netherworld Jiao in front of him that had driven him into a corner. This peak divine elemental realm demonic beast was so easily killed by that Su clan's divine son with a single sword strike. What level of cultivation is he at today? Lin Hao forced out a smile, tilted his head and opened his mouth. Thank you Lord Godson for saving my life. Just why is Lord Godson here? This devil. He won't be thinking about his treasures again. Lin Hao secretly tensed up. Su Chenshao narrowed his eyes for a long time before speaking with a faint smile. Don't worry, nowadays, there is nothing left in you that this divine son can look at. I was practicing here, only I heard the commotion over here and came over to take a look. Lin Hao let out a long breath of relief at his words, but soon he secretly hated it. It was all because of the other party that he had ended up in this situation. Su Chenshao did not move and glanced at the sky demon remnant soul at the other end. It seems that for the sake of this Heaven's Destiny protagonist this great emperor's remnant soul has paid a lot, even going so far as to burn his divine soul. But this was good. It was convenient for the dead soul beast to better control it. Su Duanxiao smiled and opened his mouth. Lin Hao, there are countless opportunities within the creation Xian territory, although there may be things that can allow you to restore your cultivation, but you must also have the life to take them. Next time, perhaps you won't be as lucky as you were when you met this divine son today. Be well. After saying that, Su Chenshao laughed loudly and left directly without looking back. There were countless chances within the creation Xian Yuan, and it was simply like an inexhaustible treasure trove for himself. Moreover, with Shen Liyan and Lin Hao, the two main characters of Heaven's Destiny, searching for treasures here, the moment Shen Liyun's memories awakened, he himself would be able to reap the benefits. Looking at the departing back of Su Chenshao, Lin Hao clenched his fists, his teeth clenching. Damn you! How dare you mock me, Lin Hao? Like that? Lin Hao vented for a while. Only then did he turn his head to look at the corpse of the netherworld Jiao in front of him, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. But this is good. This condescending fellow doesn't even care about the corpse of the Yin underworld Jiao, which gives me, Lin Hao, a chance. One day, you'll regret it. Chapter 156 Heavenly Demon Remnant Soul Sustenance, Dead Soul Beast Adulthood. Lin Hao. Right at this moment, only a weak and incomparable voice could be heard. Not far away from the sky demon residual soul slowly came. It is now weak to the extreme, as if the candle in the wind will be extinguished at any time. Seeing this, Lin Hao rushed forward and cared. Senior Sky Demon, are you alright? The heavenly demon sighed and said, Lin Hao boy, this emperor is going to fall asleep completely. Once the soul-burning secret technique was launched, there was no chance of retaining it, and nowadays, let alone recovering. It was a question of whether or not it could keep this remnant of its soul. Lin Hao's heart jerked at his words, and his eyes reddened as he opened his mouth. Elder Sky Demon, it's me who caused you harm. The heavenly demon waved his hand, somewhat relieved. It's just that, after so many years, I have also accepted the reality. Lin Hao brat, I've watched you grow up since I was a child, and I don't have any descendant bloodline in the heavens, so I've always treated you as a junior. But there's no feast under the sun, and after traveling with you all the way, we must eventually say goodbye. This slumber, I do not know how long it will be able to wake up you, and remember, now you have lost your cultivation. Only that python bird swallowing the dragon method can save you. Speaking of this, the light of the sky demon remnant soul became weaker and weaker, and in the end, staring at Lin Hao's face for a long time, it directly turned into a stream of light and disappeared into Lin Hao's sea of consciousness without any more movement. Lin Hao's heart was like a knife, clenching his teeth and sullenly saying, Senior Sky Demon, don't worry, one day, I will revive you and remake your flesh for you. He knew that from now on, every step would be like walking on thin ice, and no one would be able to protect him anymore. Just as Lin Hao secretly made up his mind, he didn't even realize that within his sea of consciousness, a furry white fur ball scurried out. It slowly climbed onto the body of the heavenly demon remnant soul that was sleeping soundly, then opened its bloody mouth and swallowed it into its stomach with a sucking sound. Hiccup dash. The dead soul beast burped. Its spiritual body became a bit more solid. directly outlawing the heavenly demon and lazily slumbering within Lin Hao's sea of consciousness. After many hours of non-stop devouring, a great emperor's residual soul had finally allowed it to enter adulthood. Adult dead soul beasts not only possess the ability to camouflage everything and devour and control divine souls, more can ignore any realm cultivation. In no time and soundless strong into other people's sea of consciousness secretly eat. 3 days later, the news of the opening of the creation Xian realm spread throughout the heavens, and more heavenly prides and demons came to search for treasures. And now, within the creation Xian realm, there were at least tens of thousands of scattered cultivators and Dao lineage heavenly prides gathered. Within a short period of time, the 13 imperial palaces were all found, and countless amazing blessings and treasures appeared, sensationalizing the party. In this countless treasure chance under all the people are crazy. The king family god Sun King order in the 7th palace to one person strength to fight dozens of heavenly pride. Kill the Flip Yuan Holy Land Supreme Realm Saint to seize the heaven and earth god immortal Kailan Jade shook the 4 directions. The Qin family and the Yen family 2 great emperor family set up a killing array monopoly 3 emperor palace attracted countless people dissatisfaction by countless pride group attacked. To the Yen had to lift the killing array people into the. At the same time outside the sword palace, a body of red gold body majestic huge sky gold mythical beast stepped in the air. In its upper head, but also followed a cover the sky, winged snow white bird, roar, golden divine aura blossomed, and the heavenly golden mythical beast transformed into a human body to look at the majestic and incomparable sword palace standing on top of the mountain in front of him. The master is here, but it makes me look good. Gaby Zhou's eyes flickered as he directly sent a message with his divine thoughts. Not long after, a blazing incomparable sword aura surged from within the sword palace. Ha ha ha, Gaby Zhou, finally you're here. Su Qianxiao laughed out loud. His gaze was like a torch as he stood proudly in midair. Sigh, the heavenly divine rock saw its master appear, and with a long cry that huge body directly would have been the original general size. Swooping down, it hovered beside Su Qianxiao, and in the end, it stopped and landed on top of Su Qianxiao's arm, intimately rubbing its furry head against him. Su Qianxiao's eyes brightened slightly as he stroked the soft fur of the Tsong Tian divine rock and spoke with a smile. It seems like you've also gotten some chance, and are already a peak immortal realm demonic beast. I think very soon, I will be able to return to my ancestors completely. Saying this, Su Qianxiao looked up at Gaby Zhou and continued. How is the situation within the creation Xian territory now? Gaby stepped forward and told him everything that had happened in the past few days. Su Qianxiao's face was calm as he slightly nodded. So many people? It seems that in the face of chance, this measly 10,000 extreme spirit stones is still less than it should be. Gaby Zhou spoke in a deep voice. Master, these days I don't know where it has been rumored that the inheritance of that great emperor of creation is precisely in the extreme north of the Xian realm of creation, and nowadays the heavenly prides of all the forces are heading towards there. Should we also? Su Qianxiao waved his hand and directly called up the system map. Above it, there were 2 red dots present. Su Duanxiao smiled faintly and opened his mouth. No, this is probably 80% fake news made by someone else. That great emperor of creation's inheritance. Within the entire Xian realm, there is only one person who knows where it is. That was the reincarnation of the great emperor of creation. Yin painting oracle, Shun Li Yun. The direction Shun Li Yun was advancing in was completely the opposite of what was rumored to be the case, and one only needed to follow her footsteps as she advanced to be able to find the greatest treasure left behind by the great emperor of creation. Let's go. Su Duanxiao spoke indifferently. The remnant soul is dead, so the protagonist has little value. It just so happens that the Kyushu Jingyan tripod has been put away for so long, and it's time to get it back. If there were no surprises, Lin Hao would have to start moving as well. Su Qianxiao's eyes flashed as if he had thought of something. Lin Hao wanted to seize the devouring god body with the python sparrow swallowing dragon technique, and if one remembers correctly, that Shun Li Yun seems to have 2 physiques, right? The existence of the heaven and earth spiritual body was too weak, and if it wasn't for the fact that he possessed the system, ordinary people were afraid that they wouldn't be able to detect Shun Li Yun's other physique at all. Su Qianxiao retrieved his thoughts and didn't care too much about it. Instead he lost his smile and shook his head. Let's go, Gaby Zhou. Gaby Zhou nodded and directly transformed into his own body, directly transforming into a dazzling and incomparable golden divine aura that disappeared into the sky. Creation Xian realm, the peak of the cliff of the bitter sea. A chorus of rebukes rang out. Stop right there. Give me back the 6-gate divine ring. Shen Li Yun's face was unsightly and incomparable as he chased after the red-clothed woman in front of him, who was no one else but Kei Yen, who had also entered within the Xian realm. She was preparing to head to that inheritance emperor palace. However, he did not expect that he would once again be able to meet this demon woman here. The other party took advantage of his defenses and secretly sneaked up on him, even taking away the treasures given to him by his master. Shin Liyun exclaimed, "Girl, I don't seem to have any grudges against you, do I? I swear by the heavenly Tao, if you're willing to return the six-gate divine ring to me, I'll spare your life from death." Chapter 157 Python Sparrow Swallowing Dragon Activation, Depriving Devouring God Body. Kule still didn't make any stops. This was a brainwave to escape towards the top of the cliff. Seeing that it did not move, Shin Liyun was irritated beyond measure and urged the azure-colored spirit sword, directly driving it to strike as a sword rainbow. "You made me." Put. The spirit sword slashed directly across Kule's shoulder and blood splattered everywhere. Yan's pretty face changed, looked back. All the demonic power rushed up to the sky, accompanied by a long chant and endless crimson divine flames, and even directly transformed into a gorgeous and beautiful Taiku Sparrow Wan body, waving its wings and speeding towards the front. Sigh. Shin Liyun was still in hot pursuit at the rear, with her cultivation of the third level of the Seal King realm now. Even if the other party was a Swire Sparrow Wan, it was only a matter of time before she broke through the Seal King realm to catch up. Obsessed, Shin Liyun snorted coldly and accelerated his speed once again. Her attention was entirely on that swift Sparrow Wan, and she didn't even notice the dull and incomparable formation pattern on the ground in front of her. The moment he stepped into the Python Sparrow Swallowing Dragon formation, the swift Sparrow Wan chanted long and loud, "Lin Hao, don't do it yet." Anyone else? Shin Liyun frowned and was secretly on guard. But at this time, when Lin Hao, who was hiding in the dark, saw Shin Liyun step into the formation, his face was overjoyed. His eyes were on fire as he directly bit through his index finger and violently pressed it towards the formation pattern on the ground. "Ha ha ha, thanks a lot, Whisperer. Finally, we've lured this guy here. Let's do it." Rumble. In an instant, the mysterious and ancient, dull formation pattern carved with the underworld Zhao's essence blood and countless heavenly treasures erupted with a demonic and incomparable black light. The pale and huge night curtain rises up to the sky, directly at the top of this bitter sea cliff, completely shrouding this place and isolating everything. Ow dash! A spiteful and agonizing dragon roar exploded piercingly. In the top of this formation dense strange black gas surrounded, even turned into a hideous and horrible body type of the shadow of the netherworld augur at the top of the clouds, rolling with the surging power. The pair of oozing incomparable scarlet eyes of the dragon is dead, overlooking the bottom of the Shin Liyun. At the same time, a golden divine aura from the outside world came from afar. This kind of antithetical array of heavenly justice, the outside world of the sea of bitterness of the cliffs of thunderclouds, below the waves beat the shore. The sky cloud pressure seems to be brewing a great horror. Huge waves and explosions continued. When just after arriving at this place Su Chuanxiao felt an extremely special aura, Rao Gabi couldn't help but exclaim, "What a weird vibe." What was that? Su Chinxiao's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the dragon swallowing array that was shrouded in darkness, and he couldn't help but raise his hand and say with a smile, "It seems we've come at the right time. To be able to witness some ancient forbidden arts with my own eyes, it's really not a bad trip." Inside the Python Sparrow Swallowing Dragon formation, this bizarre to the extreme scene around them caused Shin Liyun's delicate body to tremble, only to feel enveloped by a great terror. She paused in place, surrounded by all the brightly lit circular formations as if she was imprisoned within them. "This is..." Shin Liyun stared at everything around him with wide eyes incredulously. "Formation? How is that possible? It takes time to set up a formation. Could it be that?" As if thinking of a terrible conjecture, Shin Liyun looked at the opposite Taiku Sparrow Wan in death and angrily rebuked. "You set up a formation here early? What the hell are you trying to do?" The swift Sparrow Wan transformed into a human form, and Yan's stunningly beautiful face was ice cold to the extreme as she quietly looked at Shin Liyun in the formation and opened her mouth. "For the sake of all the spirits in the 10 Directions realm, you can only be sacrificed, girl." Ha ha ha, a loud laugh suddenly rang out, and behind the huge boulder beside him, Lin Hao slowly stepped out from it. Lin Hao's eyes were filled with madness, and he couldn't help but let out a loud laugh as he looked up at the underworld Zhao's silhouette in the sky, as well as the visions of this place. The gloom of the past was cleared away. The day has finally come. Python Sparrow Swallows Dragon. Dragon Soul locked. Formation has been made. I, Lin Hao, want your devouring god body. After all these experiences, everything was finally bittersweet. He didn't dare to imagine how powerful he would become after possessing the devouring god body. Getting rid of the mortal body distress, the future self would be like a dragon entering the sea, stirring up the Qiankuan. Python Sparrow, Swallow Dragon? Shin Liyun sniffed with a horrified look on his face. Her delicate body couldn't stop trembling wildly, and she couldn't help but murmur as she looked up at all this surrounding. "Do you Want my devouring god body? Piffle is not guilty of harboring a crime. He and the other party have no grievances, but unexpectedly because of the reason of devouring the god body, the other party has laid down this kind of array to restrict himself. KK Yip said in a cold voice, cut the crap and just get started. Lin Hao nodded, his face filled with excitement and fervor. Elder Sky Demon once said that the method of the python sparrow swallowing dragon requires trapping the opponent in a formation, causing the great formation to lock them in place, and then after that, it is to manipulate the formation soul to hide from the sky and deprive the other party of the devouring god body to graft it for their own use. While saying this, Lin Hao slowly closed his eyes. Essence blood is used as a guide to activate this side of the formation, communicating the augur soul with his divine thoughts. When he opened his eyes again, Lin Hao only felt that he had transformed into that netherworld augur in the air, as if he had arrived at a height of 10,000 feet, and what came into his eyes was the tiny and incomparable figure of Shin Liyun below. This forbidden art left behind by the heavenly demon senior is truly extraordinary. Lin Hao secretly marveled in his heart as it grinned a sardonic smile and directly swooped towards Shin Liyun with the body of a Jiao soul. Ow dash! The netherworld Jiao dragon's soul let out a deafening roar. Despicable person! I'll kill you! Shin Liyun's face suddenly changed, and instead of sitting back and waiting for death, he directly sent his sword towards the netherworld Jiao soul and chopped at it, bursting out his strongest divine skill. Stream Moon Heavenly Scripture. The clouds rise and the moon falls. The silver-white dazzling sword on like a moon will chop towards Jiao soul. Lin Hao laughed out loud. It's no use. The formation adults will perish. The formation will be destroyed and the people will die. Unless you are a supreme realm demon, the moment you step into this place, you are doomed. As the words fell, the formation patterns around Shin Liyun erupted with a bizarre and incomparable blood-red light. The formation pattern on the ground as if it had come to life, and even directly a wisp out of the ground. One after another as if it were a bandage will be wrapped around. That weird incomparable runic pattern was imprinted on top of Shin Liyun's skin body. Knock! The heart twitched heavily. Avatar was cut off. Shin Liyun's face instantly became pale to the extreme, spitting out a large mouthful of blood in his mouth, breath weak, half kneeling on the ground. This is... what? Rumble! Overhead that hideous regal netherworld Jiao soul straight down. The shadow suddenly rushed into the Shin Liyun body, bursting out a huge black light flooding everything around him. A mournful, agonizing scream rang out. At the same time, Lin Hao violently opened his eyes. It's okay. It's just this last step. Whisperer, no one must be allowed to interrupt during the spell, or I'll have my soul scattered at the end of the day. This is the most crucial moment. Chapter 158. It's done, but not quite. Kei Yan looked at Lin Hao, whose face was ecstatic, nodded and said, got it. Go ahead. It's your last chance. Don't worry. You will. Lin Hao directly rushed towards Shin Liyun, coming straight to him. At this moment, Shin Liyun was being bitten by that netherworld Jiao soul with a bloody mouth, and she was trembling, as if she was suffering great pain. This world is weak and strong. I'm only doing this for the sake of the countless living beings in the 10 Directions realm. I'm sorry, girl. Lin Hao took a deep breath, only feeling that his heart was beating a bit hard, and his mouth directly recited the ancient secret with a deep sigh. Directly reaching out, he pressed his hand on the top of Shin Liyun's head. Boom! The moment of touch. Lin Hao's entire body was as if he had suffered an electric shock, and an extremely special physical force was forcefully stripped from Shin Liyun's body. Then it rushed into his body as savagely and tyrannically as a fierce river and sea. This brutal and extreme power rushed into his body, and Lin Hao instantly bled from his 7 orifices, looking like a severe ghost. With his current mortal body, the pain he suffered trying to graft this devouring god body was more than 100 times greater. Lin Hao's eyes were covered in blood, crimson and incomparable as he lowly roared. I, Lin Hao, will change my fate against the heavens and save the 10,000 spirits of the 10 Directions realm. Python sparrow swallowing dragon, give me into roar. It was accompanied by a monstrous dragon roar. The entire python sparrow swallowing dragon formation was flooded with a demonic purple light. Did it work? At this moment in the outside world, Su Qianxiao was also curious about the situation within this python sparrow swallowing dragon formation. Ding! Divine Fate protagonist Shin Liyun has lost his heaven and earth spirit body, and has lost 100,000 Divine Fate values. Congratulations to the master for gaining villain value of 100,000. When the sound of the hearing system has passed, Su Qianxiao was silent for a while. In a sense, Lin Hao had succeeded, but not completely. The heaven and earth spirit body could be said to be the most useless waste physique of all. The glow lasted for who knows how long. Cut it out. As if something shattered, From within Shin Liyun's limbs and body, strands of mon-white streams of light converged towards his chest, gradually transforming into a light ball that merged into Lin Hao's body. Under this huge crisis in the outside world, Shin Liyun only felt a splitting headache, and countless fragments of tattered memories that didn't belong to him surged into his mind. Her eyes grew dim. On the other hand, Lin Hao on the opposite side was now kneeling on the ground with his hands propped up on the ground, panting heavily. Success! Success? Lin Hao was drenched in sweat. Feeling his body now, he was already able to detect the long-lost aura of heaven and earth, and his face was filled with excitement and joy as he laughed out loud. Ha! Ha 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 ha! The python sparrow swallowed the dragon and succeeded. I, Lin Hao, have finally gotten rid of my mortal body. From now on, the sea is wide and the sky is high. Let you fly. He raised his head and looked at Shin Liyun in front of him. However, he found that Shin Liyun had not fainted. Instead, his expression was extraordinarily calm, and those eyes flickered with an eerie light, full of a kind of lofty indifference as he gazed at himself. Lin Hao's smile froze. Why are you okay? According to what Senior Sky Demon said, once the python sparrow swallowed the dragon successfully, the person who was deprived of his physique would lose all of his cultivation, or die a violent death on the spot. But why is the other person acting like a nobody? Shin Liyun's beautiful eyes were cold to the extreme. The corners of her mouth curled into a cold smile. The voice was calm and said without any hint of emotion, Griffin, thanks to your help, I was able to wake up early. I can't imagine that someone can still know the python sparrow swallowing dragon technique in this era. It's a big favor for this seat. It felt like the person in front of him had a drastically changed temperament, almost like a different person. Lin Hao's pupils trembled, and he opened his mouth somewhat hoarsely. What do you mean? Shen Liyun, however, did not say anything more. Instead, he coldly glanced outside the formation, hidden in the sky in the direction of the heavenly gold mythical beast. Poof! She raised her right hand slowly. Buzz! A terrifying suction force erupted from his hands. In the distance, Kei Yan's heart thumped as a bad feeling rose. In her sleeve, a red golden sharp and incomparable ring actually detached uncontrollably, turning into a divine rainbow toward Shin Liyun. Kei Yan's face was shocked, and her wide-eyed eyes looked straight at the scene. The 6 divine rings of the gate. He had clearly used the Sparrow One treasure technique to sever the connection between this magic weapon and the other party. How could it possibly be out of his control? The 6 gates divine ring kept rotating in front of Shin Liyun, and a trace of nostalgia flowed out of Shin Liyun's eyes as he murmured softly, It's been a long time. I can't imagine there's a time when I'll need you. At the end of his words, Shin Liyun tapped his toes and rode the 6 gates divine ring up into the air, directly arriving at the top of the Bitter Coast cliff. What do you do? Looking down at the raging waters below, she leapt without the slightest hesitation. It was difficult to cross the bitter sea, and it was important to know that the water of this bitter sea was heavy and incomparable, and it would be difficult to fly even in the air above under great pressure. If one were to inadvertently dip into the slightest bit of seawater, even a supreme realm cultivator would sink into the sea of bitterness forever. And that guy, he just jumped right in? Under the unbelievable gazes of Lin Hao and Kei Yan, Shin Liyun directly disappeared into the sea of bitterness. This guy, did he not want to live anymore because his divine body was stripped? Lin Hao murmured with a horrified expression. At this moment, Kei Yan also rushed forward and inquired with incomparable concern. Lin Hao, how is it? Has the devouring god body become a success? For Shin Liyun's suicide, Lin Hao didn't care at all, grinning as he looked at his hands and said, Whisperer, I did it. I am now able to feel the presence of heaven and earth aura. Kei Yan looked him up and down, her brows furrowed slightly, and she directly took out a top-grade spirit stone from her storage ring and handed it over. Try. Lin Hao nodded and directly absorbed the spirit stone result. He was indeed able to feel the presence of spiritual energy within this spirit stone now. The heaven and earth aura was absorbed into the body in strands, and this process was smooth and incomparable. But the speed, yet there was no difference in comparison to the speed of one's previous mortal body refining. Queer language, that's it? Lin Hao stopped and muttered with a puzzled look in his eyes. Elder Heavenly Demon once said that the devouring god body, which can refine all things, even absorbs spirit stones 100 times faster than ordinary people. Although these words may have an element of exaggeration in them, how can the gap be so great when viewed in comparison with the present? I must have opened it the wrong way. After saying that, he once again tightly gripped this top-grade spirit stone. This time he exerted all his strength, his eyes greatly Zhandao. Refine, devouring god body, refine it for me Chapter 159 Lin Hao's body falls, Great Emperor of Creation's memory awakens. Lin Hao's face was red with anxiety, And the large amount of spiritual chi within this top-grade spirit stone still hadn't diminished much. His face became more and more ugly. Just when he thought that something must have gone wrong somewhere, from behind this cliff top, two figures came walking leisurely. Tada! What man? Q reacted, turning directly to look. Lin Hao was stunned at his words and also turned to look, his pupils contracting violently as he said loudly, Su Chuanxiao, it's you again. Kei Yan's beautiful eyes flickered as she stared dead-on at the two people coming from the opposite side, only to realize that some of them looked incredibly familiar. He was that Su family's divine son that Lin Hao had spoken of? Su Chenxiao guffawed. His eyes calmly swept over the wrecked cliff bank and said, the python sparrow dragon swallowing technique. I don't want it to really be used successfully by you, but it's just a pity that the luck is average, and this heaven and earth spiritual body has absolutely no comparison to that devouring god body. Rather, the root restoration can only cause you to cultivate a bit more bitterly. Lin Hao was instantly enraged as he glared and shouted angrily, Heaven and earth spirit body? What do you mean? I got a devouring god body. Could it be that you've gotten up to something again? Su Chenxiao innocently spread his hands and opened his mouth with a smile. Why do you put everything bad on this godson's head? Before you used this python sparrow swallowing dragon method, did you ever consider that Shinliyun had more than one physique? As soon as these words came out, Lin Hao immediately choked on his breath and took 2 steps backward unbelievably. Another physique? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Could it be that her devouring god body is still in that woman? After looking at the opposite side of Lin Hao's face that was full of unbelief, as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. He looked as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. Su Chenxiao said calmly and incomparably, as it turns out, the python sparrow swallowing dragon is indeed far inferior compared to the art of changing lives. Lin Hao, after raising you for so long, it's time to settle the score. This person of sinful blood and the great emperor of creation's yin painting oracle are both very different. The great emperor of creation belongs to the outside world's invaders, while the person of sinful blood is almost always the descendant of the person who once betrayed the heavens after committing a mortal sin. Lin Hao's eyes were unkind and he said in a cold voice, What do you mean? Su Chenxiao's smile gradually converged, and without much explanation, he directly grabbed with his big hand, and a terrifying suction force directly dragged Lin Hao to come alive. Lin Hao only felt that in front of this overwhelmingly terrifying power, he could not resist at all, and was greatly shocked. Whisper help me. Kei Yan gave a petulant rebuke and immediately activated the Spiral Wand treasure art, condensing a blazing flame aptitude to blast towards Su Chenxiao. Let go of Lin Hao. That endless flame transformed into a firebird, burning everything as it rolled in. Su Chenxiao glanced at her faintly. So are you. The absolute immortal sword slashed out. Boom. The sword light wiped out the firebird in an instant. What? Kei Yui's beautiful eyes stared. Looking at the terrifying sword awnings, a huge sense of death surged into his heart. What power is this? Bang! Before she could finish her sentence, the sword light directly will K language the whole person engulfed in it. The penalty god is destroyed. No! Whisperer! Ding! Lin Hao's heavenly destiny heroine, Kei Yan, has fallen, with a loss of 50,000 heavenly destiny values. Congratulations to the master for obtaining a villain value of 50,000. Compared to the massive amount of villainous values within this creation Xian, all of this today was almost nothing more than a mere hair's breadth. Su Chenxiao did not have any fluctuation, and Lin Hao, who was caught in front of him, was in pain, and his eyes were red with incompetent rage. Why? Su Clan Godchild, we have no grudges against you. Why are you doing this? I kill you. I'll kill you. A flash of chaotic light bloomed. All the disguises on Lin Hao's body were directly removed, revealing his face and eyes that were full of sinful blood. Su Chenxiao shook his head with some regret and muttered, Do you think it's not good for you sin-blooded descendants to stay honestly in the 10 Directions realm? Lin Hao's pupils widened, full of resentment as he looked dead at Su Chenxiao in front of him. This guy, it turns out, had already identified himself. At this point in time, he didn't even want to argue about anything anymore, and let out a loud laugh with madness in his eyes. Ha! 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 If it weren't for the people of your Emperor clan, how would my 10 Directions realm have been labeled with the name of sinful blood? I, the living beings of the 10 Directions realm, find it difficult to cultivate, and my lifespan is even shorter than that of an ordinary mortal in one of the heavens. Lin Hao pulled his voice and roared, What our ancestors did, why should my descendants have to bear the burden? The billions of living beings in the 10 Directions realm are all innocent. It was like this, as if it was not their ancestors who were at fault, but the world. Su Chenxiao said indifferently, None of the people of sinful blood are burdened with sins. if it were not for the mercy of the sages, do you think a place like the 10 Directions realm would still be able to continue until today? It's still too merciful to you guys, which is why a few more grasshoppers pop up from time to time in the 10 Directions realm. This bitter, hateful protagonist says he's right about everything anyway. Su Chenxiao's eyes were calm as he directly took out the 9 continents Jinyun cauldron that was stored on top of Lin Hao's body. Buzz. A small copper tripod floating up. For tripods where the dragon head spit beads, tripod dense with a vigorous and rich golden mist. It looked divinely extraordinary, condensing the most mysterious and inscrutable statement of chi fortune among the heavens. People who have had great luck, either in their youth or middle age, will always have a high time at a certain stage of their life, and when the chi is used up, they will either stop or fall down the hill. And this heavenly destiny protagonist's chi was even more dense and pure. And in order to collect the materials for this complete python sparrow swallowing dragon formation, Lin Hao had almost put all of his own chi into it. Su Chenxiao looked at this party's small tripod and couldn't help but tsk in admiration. What a dense power. I can't guarantee that if I accumulate some more chi luck values, I'll be able to get a heavenly fate protagonist as well. Lin Hao's eyes were wide with anger, constantly struggling and roaring. 9 continents Jin Yun Ding. This is mine. My treasure. Yours? Su Chenxiao glanced at him and said with a smile, it's mine now. Lin Hao. After such a long time, it's time to hit the road. As the words fell, white chaotic light suddenly enveloped Lin Hao. What are you going to do? As if all the blood and flesh of his body was being extracted from it, Lin Hao's eyes were about to stare out as he screamed miserably in extreme pain. No! Aha! He was but a mortal body. How could he withstand the terrifying secret arts within the chaos scriptures? After only a short while it was all but lifeless. Ding! Heavenly destiny protagonist Lin Hao has fallen, and is settling rewards. Sparrow and Wan Yuan Shun. Fire plume reverse feather. Heaven and earth spiritual body origin. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining all items of the divine fate protagonist and unlocking the remaining chances. 1. Extraterrestrial boundary. Currently hunting divine order protagonists. 5. Current villain value. 285,5000. Close to 3 million in villain value. Most of them come from Shun Liyun, compared to which Lin Hao's little bit of villainous value is nothing more than a small calami. Next, Su Chenxiao casually threw Lin Hao's corpse aside. At this moment, from among Lin Hao's corpses, a small, hooded white figure leaped out. Squeak! Chapter 160, Heavenly Loam Divine Soil, Dead Soul Beast Spiritual Spirit. The dead soul beast had now become almost indistinguishable from a solid entity, and its fleshy body climbed directly on top of Su Chuanxiao's shoulders, emitting a squeaky sound. Su Chenxiao patted its head. Adult ah, not bad. The Emperor's soul is a great tonic, and now that it's hard to come of age, I think he'll be able to play a not-so-small role. Z. The dead soul beast purred and rolled its belly in Su Chenxiao's hands, enjoying its master's touch. It then grunted and spun in a circle and stood up, its fur shaking a bit, and it actually spat out an incomparably snow-white dust bead from its mouth. Put. The dust bead took on a monochromatic white color and was merely the size of a marble. This is. Su Chenxiao looked at what the dead soul beast spat out and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Gaibijio's eyes lit up from the sidelines, and he opened his mouth in some surprise. Spirit, Master, this is a great tonic. I can't imagine that this little thing can give birth to such a treasure. Su Chuanxiao was feeling some novelty, only to see the dead soul beast in his hand is poofing out spirit continuously. 1, 2, 3, that's something. After spitting out 8 in a row, the dead soul beast only belly flopped and directly lay in the palm of Su Chuanxiao's hand, lazily like it had no strength. I remembered that the system's introduction clearly labeled that the adult dead soul beast was able to feed the host's divine soul. The spirit that was floating in the air in the surplus was divine and extraordinary. Su Chenxiao raised his other hand and gently poked it. When the handheld touched the moment, a cold feeling from the fingertips came. That a spirit even poof turned into a cloud of white mist, directly around the fingertips along a wisp did not enter the body. A strange sensation flooded the mind, not of physical pleasure, but of divine enjoyment. Under the absorption of this spirit, Su Chuanxiao only felt a sense of clarity in his mind, and his divine soul space actually grew by more than 1 point. Su Chenxiao's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but tsk and marvel. Something that can strengthen and restore the divine soul. Gaibijio. If this dead soul beast had been able to spit out spirit souls in the first place, I'm afraid it wouldn't have needed so many heavenly materials to repair that remnant of your soul. Gaibijio nodded, similarly surprised. These dark era beings have always been bizarre. Even great emperors do not dare to easily touch for fear of being infected by that bizarre gas. I can't imagine that there is such a role. even we have never heard of it, including the dead soul beast in his sea of consciousness. An aura flashed in Su Chenxiao's eyes and the corner of his mouth lifted up as he lightly laughed. This place is done. So next, it's the body of that great emperor of creation. Before outside the python bird swallowing the dragon, there is a formation isolation. It is difficult to see the scene inside the formation. I cannot imagine which Xin Liyun was able to escape from the hands of Lin Hao and K language duo. The system map was pulled out. The gloomy area above gradually appeared. Xin Liyun at this moment, is that endless sea of bitterness in the rapid action? Above the cliff bank of the sea of bitterness, Gaby Jiu gazed down at the sight of the waves hitting the reefs below, the waves lapping at the shore, and murmured with a frown, heavenly loam and divine earth, 10,000 green and decaying wood, and the water of the sea of bitterness. This creation Xian realm seems to have been constructed by that great emperor of creation from the 5 elements divine objects. It is rumored that the water of the sea of bitterness is as heavy as Tarzan, and cannot be cooped up in the sky above, and if one is tainted with a trace of it, one will sink into it for eternity. Master, does that guy really have a way to be able to cross the sea? Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered as he gazed at this area of the sea. Above the surface of this rough sea, however, one can find a huge piece of mottled driftwood floating from time to time. Those were the ancient trees that Lin Hao had cleared earlier for the formation. This side of the Xian realm has the 5 elements rotating in and out of each other, and this water of the bitter sea is derived from a divine object that does not sink 10,000 green and rotten trees. It is not impossible to cross over. Glancing at the dense ancient forest under that cliff bank in the back, Su Chenxiao joined his fingers together and directly erupted a powerful and incomparable sword chi to chop away. Rumble! A 10,000-year-old tree fell with a loud bang, and was neatly and incomparably chopped in half by the sword chi. Mobilizing with his true chi, a huge ancient wood was directly thrown into the sea of bitterness, erupting with a huge explosion. Put! Those ancient wood sank below the surface of the sea for a moment and then floated up. Gaby Jiu pupils suddenly bright. Some surprised. I can't imagine that it's still possible to use such a method. Su Chenxiao smiled faintly, came to the top of the cliff and leapt, turning into a stream of light and landing steadily on top of the ancient wooden tree that floated on the surface of the sea. Shoo away. Somewhat similar to the ancient ape trial. As soon as he stepped into the sea of bitterness, a terrifying pressure suddenly came from all around him. The waves lapped against the sides of the ancient wood, and the chaos light surplus enveloped his body. Su Chuanxiao stood on top of the doki, a black coat hunting, not stained with the slightest bit of seawater, propelling forward with his true chi. Gaby Jiu, keep up. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, that great emperor of creation's lifelong legacy existed within this sea of bitterness. After the 2 figures disappeared into the sea, not long after, a haze erupted in the sky, and the holy beast Qilin, which stomped on the clouds, appeared at the top of the cliff. Wang Ling's eyes swept over this peak cliff, discovering the corpse of Lin Hao that existed here, as well as the wretched scene around it. Here, it seems that a great battle took place not long ago. He couldn't help but frown slightly and murmured after a moment of contemplation, the breath of chaos. It's that Su family's godson who has come. Looking around, but not finding the figure of that Su clan's divine son, Wang Ling sighed and muttered somewhat helplessly, can really be able to run I got the unicorn jade after I hoofed it, but always ended up in the back to eat dust. Where exactly is that heavenly soil divine soil? Why I have explored 5 palaces have not found any trace. He had traveled thousands of miles from the Emperor clan's wine clan for that innate divine artifact, the heavenly loam divine soil. He was carrying the Emperor Yu divine body, and if he was able to obtain the heavenly loam divine soil, it would be like adding wings to a tiger, and he would be able to explode in strength and exert 100 times his power. As early as before entering this Xian realm, the Thousand Faces realist had told himself that the innate divine object was in this Xian realm of creation. However, there was a fear that a great change would occur within the creation Xian Yuan, and that a great crisis would arise, and that even he himself, who was the divine son of the Emperor clan, might perish here. Only by teaming up with that Su family's divine son can we get the heavenly loam divine soil and come out safely. Wang Ling's eyes twinkled as he calmly murmured, is it possible for even my king's order to fall here? Dang, I'd like to see just who's capable of that. Thinking that he, as the divine son of the Wang family, had unrivaled battle power in the same realm and was proud of the heavens. If other people had said this about themselves they might have scoffed and disdained it. But 1,000 calculations of the real person is his Emperor family Wang family offerings. In order to pull it into the Wang family can be said to have paid a lot of resources. From his mouth divining things, there has never been a time that there is a mistake. Chapter 161, Divine Wood Garden. 1 Elemental Divine Tree. Claptrap. Gaby Jiu maneuvered Doki to quickly catch up towards Xin Liyun. There was nothing in this endless sea, and the raging waves tried several times to topple the single log. I don't know how long I've been traveling, but I'm miles away in the distance. A magnificent and incomparable, huge and grand bronze ancient hall came into view. This bronze ancient hall was majestic, standing on a lonely island in the middle of the sea, emanating a cool and majestic aura from afar. The sky above it was even more shocking, with 5 colors of divine haze intertwining, a beam of vast and remote haze drooping down, as if the aurora borealis was as gorgeous and misty as it was dreamy to the extreme. Gaby Joe's eyes widened, looking at the distant scene with some incredulity. Hiss, what's going on in that sky? Imperial Palace? Su Chenxiao's eyes also lit up. This should be the most important inheritance place of that great emperor of creation. The system map showed that Qin Li Yun was clearly within that bronze ancient hall. Gaby Geo maneuvered the doki, and as soon as the two of them ascended the island together, the dark and immense bronze palace with its huge stone door open came into view. An ancient and desolate aura came to the surface. This imperial palace that had been dormant within the creation Xian territory for an unknown number of years was filled with the aura of age, and was magnificent through and through. On both sides of the gate, a huge and ancient stone statue stood with both hands holding a sword, like a guard responsible for guarding this place. Su Chenxiao and Gaby Geo came straight to the front of the ancient hall. Looking at the rusty and mottled ancient city, engraved with ancient arcane Dao patterns, Gaby Geo stopped in front of a Bixia stone pillar and stroked the texture on it. As if thinking of something, he blurted out somewhat incredulously, "This one is Dawning Stone. The divine embodiment has lost its splendor and is dim. It has existed for at least 100,000 years. Gaby Geo looked around, his heart becoming more and more shocked. Pillars made of Dao ripple stone, imperial palaces forged from Tongdi Shenjin, and 10,000-year-old indestructible divine sea pearls. Anything taken out here is capable of driving people crazy. This imperial palace was originally supposed to be the color of silver and gold. It's just a shame that the power of everything here has drained away." Gaby Geo looked up at the majestic ancient palace, his golden pupils filled with trembling. It was as if he had seen, through billions of years, the grandiose and extreme sights of this heyday in the past. It's too extravagant. Even if he had once been a great emperor, he couldn't help but breathe heavily after seeing an imperial palace forged from so many precious ancient materials. Geiju couldn't help but curse. Grass. Even the true dragon clan doesn't amass wealth like this. Bandits. Simply living bandits. Which of the Dao ripple stones in Tongdi Shenjin released is not a precious and incomparable thing, but this great emperor of creation would rather leave these things here to let the divine radiance gradually dissipate. This great emperor of creation deserves to be called an extraterrestrial barbarian. It's simply greedier than even a demon race. It only cares about its own selfish desires in doing so. It doesn't care what happens to the future generations. Su Chenxiao was also frowning as his eyes swept over everything around him. Although he had a premonition in his heart, he still couldn't help but feel a wave of shock after seeing this inheritance imperial palace left behind by the great emperor of creation with his own eyes. There's no point in saying more. These things, after all, have also outlived their usefulness. The treasures that this great emperor of creation has collected throughout his life should be inside. Ta-da! Upon stepping inside the imperial palace, the surrounding lights were lit up one by one, illuminating this side of the imperial palace. The surrounding space was very empty, and on both sides of the road one could clearly see a piece of the puppet's severed limbs and remains. Obviously someone had been here not long ago. Not long after stepping into this imperial palace, Gaby Geo seemed to have discovered something. Suddenly found at the side of the stay on top of that oil lamp is different. A strong wind sliced through him, and he whisked his fingers together. At its fingertips, a spirit form had clearly appeared, and the white, hazy butterfly was vibrating continuously. "What's wrong?" Su Duanxiao looked over. Gaby Geo tightly frowned and murmured after a moment of contemplation, "Master, this is a divine art that seems to have been left behind to spy on the people coming from the rear. I'm afraid that the news of our arrival here has already been known in advance by the one who cast the spell." Su Chenxiao looked at the butterfly and let out a faint smile. It seems that Qin Li Yun is quite vigilant. "No harm, no foul. Let's go." Gaby Geo nodded, and with a slight force from his fingers, the white butterfly directly exploded into bits of light that dissipated into thin air. Meanwhile, in the middle of the other end of the imperial palace, in the middle of a blessed land that was incomparably empty and rich in spiritual chi planted with countless heavenly treasures, a pool of rich aura separates the two sides of the river, surrounded by lush celestial treasures gently swaying, from the great medicine of longevity, down to the million-year-old spirit plant, the sacred tree. A glance at the branches and foliage, clear springs ringing with water. Looking at everything around him, Qin Li Yun's eyes couldn't help but show a hint of nostalgia. She came before the lush and huge divine tree on the opposite bank, lightly lifted her hand, and directly plucked a crystal clear, ripe and full Dao fruit. Ka! This Dao fruit exuded endless divine energy, and a few drops of water were left behind on top of its smooth and reddish skin. Shen Liyun smiled faintly and murmured softly, "A million years. Even this Yuan Dao tree has matured and yielded fruits. I can't imagine that I, Yen Painting Oracle, have returned again." She gently bit down on the Dao fruit and it melted in her mouth. A majestic sea of aura filling her chi as a flash of white light blossomed. Ka Chao, with the power of the devouring god body dissipating. Just by eating this Dao fruit, he had already broken through the 7th level of the Seal King realm. This imperial palace was the most important thing she had left behind. A treasure trove containing countless supreme treasures. It was also the capital for his own rebirth and re-emergence. The devouring god body was designated by himself, and relying on these huge resources, he was able to bring himself back to the top in the shortest possible time. This place, however, was only the outermost divine wood garden. The corners of Shen Liyun's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a nice-looking arc. It's ridiculous that this group of barbarians are still out competing for that trash. This time, even the heavenly Tao of these heavens can't stop my yen-painted oracle from breaking through to the innate. Suddenly, like sensing something, in her memory, through the vision of that butterfly, she clearly saw Su Chuanxiao and Gaby Jiao who were following behind. A hint of surprise flashed through Shen Liyun's eyes. It's that Su family's godson? How is it possible? Why did they find their way to this place as well? She possessed all of Shen Liyun's memories, so she naturally knew what kind of character that Su clan's divine son was. Within just a moment's time, countless thoughts surfaced in his mind. Shen Liyun looked like she realized something in an instant. Her beautiful face covered with frost, and she said in a deep voice, "I see. I'm afraid that the person who peered outside that python sparrow swallowing dragon formation before was that Su clan's divine son. Humph, this greedy barbarian of the heavens. Are the things of my yen-painted oracle so easy to take?" Chapter 162 Stepping into the Realm of Illusion. Ransacking the world. If you want this emperor's treasures, you have to see if you have the life to take them. Shen Liyun sneered. His eyes swept across this side of the divine wood garden and came directly before a flower that emitted colorful phantom light. The color of this flower was demonic and beautiful, and the dense petals bloomed like a lotus flower, filling the air with a bone-crushing aroma. And the most unusual thing, that is the heart of the flower actually grows a beautiful, absolutely beautiful and touching woman's face. Its eyes were lightly closed and it had long eyelashes that made it look like it was asleep. Eclipsed Sphinx, one petal for 1,000 years, one side for 10,000 years. This extremely sinister heavenly material was capable of plunging a person into an everlasting ecstasy illusion. Without the slightest hesitation, Shen Liyun ripped off this soul-eroding sphinx flower raw, bringing with it a streak of dirt with long roots. The eclipsed sphinx seemed as if it was stimulated. Yikes! A sharp, mournful shriek rang out. That stunningly beautiful woman's eyes suddenly awakened. Her expression became twisted and hideous, opening her hollow mouth, spitting out a channel of rich to the extreme disorienting bizarre breath. Shen Liyun's face was cold to the extreme, directly throwing the soul-eroding sphinx on the ground casually, smiling somewhat cruelly. "After raising you for so long, it's time to play your part." This soul-eroding sphinx is not born out of thin air, but after he once killed a dead enemy, he refined and shaped the other party's flesh and soul into this heavenly treasure. At the end of his speech, Shen Liyun directly strides towards the next entrance in the divine wood garden without looking back. "After I take complete control of this imperial palace's main hall, everything within the creation Xian will be under my control. If nothing else, the coordinates should be activated as well." Not much longer. In the back, Su Chenxiao and Gaby Jiao arrived in the divine wood garden. Everything around appeared peaceful and incomparable. The rich spiritual qi was like a sea, and all sorts of rare and incomparable heavenly materials from the outside world were planted randomly everywhere as if they were weeds. As soon as he stepped into this place, Su Chenxiao smelled a nice aroma and frowned slightly. "What's that smell?" Gaby Jiao beside me was greatly shocked. "This is like a heavenly paradise, a paradise in the world in general. So many precious materials. These are all unrivaled alchemy materials." He wandered around in amazement, and from time to time, he directly and savagely plucked up a precious spirit plant and threw it into his mouth and chewed it raw. Click, click. Gaby Jiao's entire body was enveloped in a white, hazy light, and a massive amount of spiritual qi surged into his body, and after eating dozens of celestial treasures in one breath, his cultivation of the first level of the Supreme Realm actually broke through layer by layer to the third level of the Supreme Realm at this moment. Gee, it just tastes worse. This direct swallowing effect is far less than the refining of pills, and if an ordinary person directly swallowed, I am afraid that they will directly burst and die. just Gabi Zhou Tianjin mythical animal body is strong, but also by the Su family great emperor to countless divine objects molded to be able to do whatever they want. Seeing this kind of wasteful behavior, Su Qianxiao felt a heartache. Have you ever eaten like that? These are fine materials. While saying that, Su Qianxiao waved his big hand. Chaotic chi like a river and sea poured out from his body, directly diffusing and spreading to the entire divine tree garden. Shoo away. All the heavenly materials within the divine tree garden trembled. Su Qianxiao's eyes flickered as he manipulated this square mile of power to directly uproot these hundreds of heavenly treasures alive. Pft! Countless soils were broken open, and plants of longevity treasures and immortal medicine spirit plants all rose up in the air, enveloped by the Manhwa chaotic light. The soil was churning, and the divine wood garden, which was beautiful and like a fairyland on earth 1 second, became a mess the next. Gabi Zhou's eyes widened at the sight, looking straight at Su Qianxiao for this bandit behavior. Even eat and take. You're planning to empty the place. Ding! Destiny protagonist Chen Liyun/Yin painting oracle loses the 9-leaf sword branch and loses 20,000 destiny values. Ding! Destiny protagonist Chen Liyun/Yin painting oracle loses the Xianhuan lotus pillar and loses 15,000 destiny values. The wonderful sound of the system kept ringing in my ears. Su Qianxiao raised his left hand, hauling this strain of heavenly material directly into the storage ring and said with a smile, "What kind of words? This gongzi is called robbing the rich to help the poor. These were originally the treasures of the heavens, and it is right that they should be returned to their rightful owners." Speaking of this, Su Qianxiao raised his eyebrows slightly and looked towards the yuan dao tree that stood in the most spectacularly dense area of this place. This divine tree was simply too huge. It was really not good to be included in the storage ring. Thinking about this, Su Qianxiao secretly said, "System, is there any way to take this divine tree away?" Ding! The appropriate item is being recommended. Small world loam, spiritual fields of heaven and earth, capable of cultivating blessed heavenly treasures. Required villain value, 300,000. Only $300,000? Su Qianxiao grinned. The comparison to the villainous value he had harvested from Yin painted oracle was simply a drop in the bucket. Buy it. Consuming 300,000 villain value. Purchasing small world loam successfully. Current remaining villain value, 185,0500. A party of yellow soil had suddenly appeared within the system storage space. Su Qianxiao directly mobilized it. Eyes lowered. Between the palms of his hands, an inch of soil foursquare and only the size of a palm appeared. The dense and pale yellow light is dense and shrouded, as if it were a shrunken version of the world. Su Qianxiao directly planted all of the heavenly materials and geomaterials that he had collected, then turned his head to look at the yuan dao tree and said with a faint smile, "Come over here too." Rumble. The entire divine tree garden exploded with a terrifying roar, only to see that the yuan dao tree trembled violently, being pulled by a terrifying force alive. It even directly uprooted itself from the ground. Boom! This gigantic heavenly divine tree was just enveloped by the chaotic light, continuously condensing and shrinking, and directly disappearing into the small world loam. Ding! Divine Fate protagonist Chen Liyun/Yin painting oracle loses a yuan dao tree and loses 100,000 divine fate values. Su Qianxiao nodded in satisfaction and put the small world loam away. Nice. There really are quite a few good things that exist in the places that this heaven's destiny protagonist passes through. Instead of roaming around aimlessly within the Xian realm of creation, searching for chances like a headless fly, it would be better to directly catch a heavenly fate protagonist to glean. You can always trust that the divine order protagonist has chosen the perfect product. Gabi Zhou. Let's go. Next, just as Su Qianxiao was preparing to head to the next location, everything around them suddenly became incredibly quiet, with no sound coming from them. Su Qianxiao looked back, but realized that Gabi Zhou had disappeared at some point. The entire divine tree garden was unusually bizarre. When looking around again, the divine tree garden, which was originally in a mess, had now become intact and serene as it was when he had just stepped in. Chapter 163, Saint Realm Puppet. Crystal Main Palace. An incomparably precious heavenly material gently swayed, and even the yuan dao tree, which was intact as before, stood not far away. All that had happened before was as if it had never happened. Su Qianxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, his face looking unusually calm. Illusion? A ripple suddenly rippled in the space aside. Suddenly, an incomparably terrifying sword unfell directly above. Su Qianxiao. A roar of rage resounded. Su Qianxiao looked up and saw that the supposedly dead heaven's destiny protagonist Yang Beixian had appeared here at some point. Death. He looked as if he had come from hell, and his whistling and overpowering sword intent pressed down like a great wave. Su Chenxiao's face was indifferent to the extreme as he directly raised his hand and chopped away with a sword chi. Boring. Rumble. Terrifying fluctuations boomed out, and in the other two directions, terrifying divine abilities burst out once again. Nameless sword technique, 10,000 swords, heavenly Tsubaki treasure art, cross kill. On the left and right sides, Xian Aotian and Dusty Xian came to kill with incomparably fierce faces. Xian Aotian accompanied by tens of thousands of sword chi. His aura was like a rainbow, while Dusty Xian's entire body was actually that great into the appearance of Tian Chun. The 4 pairs of transparent feathered wings behind his back violently incited, and the terrifying cutting power seemed to be able to cut through even the world. In the middle of this divine tree garden, the power displayed by several people was actually as terrifying as it was not below any supreme realm. It was like 3 heavens' destiny protagonists who had attained great cultivation, and their astonishingly monstrous pressure was simply breathless. Su Chuanxiao said indifferently, "The Yin soul is still alive. Being alive can't help my lord, let alone a mere illusion?" Buzz. The absolute immortal sword rose and struck out with a sword swing. Ah! A mournful to the core female voice rang out. The few heavens mandate protagonists that were killing around them froze in place for an instant, and along with them, their divine abilities shattered inch by inch as if they were standing still. This illusion ended, and the divine tree garden returned to its original appearance. And on top of the ground not far from Su Chenxiao, a weird flower that withered and broke in half gradually lost its vitality. Master! Gady Gio rushed from the side, frowning as he looked at the soul-eroding human-faced flower. Soul-eating sphinx flower. This object has been activated by a person, and the aroma it releases will cause you to fall into the middle of an eternal sinking if you are not careful. We still have to get out of here quickly. Su Chenxiao glanced at Gady Gio on the side, nodded slightly, and spoke with a faint smile. That's right, then how come you have that scent on you too? Gady Gio's face stiffened. He was silent for a moment before his face turned vicious and he directly raised his hand and blasted with a palm. Snort! A sword flashed. Gady Gio's entire body dissipated into purple smoke. As the scenery transformed again, the soul-eroding sphinx appeared directly in front of him, just a few steps away. The stunningly beautiful woman's face in the center of the flower looked very frightened and shocked, and on top of its flower, the dead soul beast was gnawing on it with a big mouthful. Su Chenxiao said indistinctly, "So that's what this is, the soul-eroding sphinx, capable of sinking the soul. The closer it got, the more real the illusion it brought. When it has arrived in front of you it will completely devour your soul. It's just a shame that having the dead soul beast itself won't be disturbed at all, and the dead soul beast seems to like eating stuff related to the divine soul." Ha ha ha. At that moment, a lewd laugh suddenly rang out. What's that? Su Chuanxiao turned his head to look and found Gady Gio lying on all fours, his face pleasant and occasionally letting out a strange laugh. No way. Who's next? This emperor will battle 3,000 today. Su Chenxiao had a black line on his face and directly went up and kicked him. Still not awake? Gady Gio let out a cry of pain and snapped his eyes open angrily shouting, Who dares to hit this emperor? Looking for death? When he saw Su Chenxiao's smiling face, Gady Gio froze and reacted violently. He scratched his head in some embarrassment and hemmed and hawed. So it's the master. Su Chuanxiao flirted. Gady Gio, think you were at least once a great emperor. How? You can't even break through a mere illusion? Gady Gio muttered as she gave him a somewhat sultry look. Of course I know that. It's just that it's hard to go back once. Even though it's fake, at least I can still enjoy myself in the illusion. And I want to revisit what it used to be like. I just didn't expect you to break so quickly. Master. Su Duanxiao. Just as Gady Gio complained, a burst of strange fluctuations came from this side of space. Buzz. An oval-shaped vortex suddenly appeared in front of the two, from which a creaking, rattling sound, like the twisting of gears, rang out. An extremely terrifying and powerful aura filled out from that vortex. Space vortex? Gaiju's heart shook, sobering up for a split second after sensing the aura. Supreme? No, how is this possible? There is even a trace of a saint's aura? Gady Gio's face suddenly became grave. One must know that within this creation Shin territory, the highest is only the supreme realm, and above the saint realm, it was impossible to step within this Shin realm even if one suppressed their cultivation. Why is there a person with a saint realm cultivation on this side? Withdraw? Gady Gio looked to the side and Su Chenxiao said in a deep voice. Su Chenxiao narrowed his eyes and gazed at the space vortex in front of him and said, First look. Click click. The twanging sound grew louder and louder, only to see that from within that spatial vortex, an astonishing breath, humanoid puppet slowly walked out from it. This was actually a half-step saint realm puppet. Its entire body was made of green crystal, rusty, and it held a long spear, solemn as a guard, and its voice was thick as it opened its mouth. The two of you. Master, you are invited to come over. Master? Su Chenxiao frowned. Judging from the previous Sword Palace, these puppets were without exception the handiwork left behind by the great Emperor of Creation. That Shen Liyun should have sensed that she and the others had followed her. Could it be that during the time she was caught in the illusion, she had recovered the memories of the great Emperor of Creation and was in control of an entire inheritance imperial palace? Gaby Zhou carefully surveyed the somewhat decayed puppet in front of him and whispered in a low voice. Scared me. These puppets are strong on the outside. It's not easy for them to function. I'm afraid they'll fall apart after a few moves. Master, can we just wipe it out? Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered as he opened his mouth after a moment of contemplation. Check it out. Gaiju nodded and didn't say anything more. From the puppet material, if it is intact at its peak, I am afraid that it has the peak strength of the Saint Realm, and now just running are extremely difficult. Can play out 1/10 of the power are considered to be the top of the sky. With their own strength simply do not need any scruples. The two of them stepped directly into the spatial vortex that led to nowhere. Buzz. With a flash of white light, when the eyes were opened again, Su Chenxiao and Gaby Zhou suddenly appeared outside a crystal palace that was empty to the extreme and surrounded by a huge grandeur. Right above that golden and magnificent crystal palace, the five elements divine substance flowed silently within the circular formation, maintaining the operation of everything within the Xian realm of creation. Su Chenxiao muttered, "Here is." At this time, Gaby Zhou, who was on the sidelines, seemed to have discovered something and couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment with her eyes wide open. How could it be you? Chapter 164, Seeing Nanshiren Again. By mistake. Violet domain. 100-phase divine sect. An incomparably bright, azure-colored light of a divine pillar rose up into the sky. Rumble. Immediately afterward, a huge tremor came. A vast and grandiose heaven and earth chi surged, and the heaven and earth that stood above the star sect cracked. In the sky that was as blue as the sea, a huge bundle of cracks began to fill the sky, and the withered remnants of the heavens and earth fell down as splendidly as if they were star perishers. Within the entire vast and grand world, tens of thousands of 100-phase divine sect's disciples all looked startled and frightened as they looked up into the sky. What's that? One could only see an incomparably sacred, heavenly, towering heavenly gate slowly situated down from that crack, and an extremely powerful, terrifying light burst up from within the divine sect ancestral ground, rushing towards the heavenly gate. The many disciples of the God sect were greatly shocked, looking at that one figure that was as strong as the sun and incomparably excited. That's Old Man Big Sun, and my 100-phase divine sect's elders as well as Lord Patriarch. What are they doing? Above the celestial dome, a figure shrouded in divine light with an astonishing aura laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, my clan has been communicating for 10,000 years, and we finally know the coordinates of that blessed treasure land. Within the 100-phase divine sect, all disciples gather, enter the heavenly gate and seize the opportunity. Outside the crystal palace, Gaby Zhou's eyes were round, looking incredulously in the direction of the crystal palace across the street. Before that crystal palace, a magnificent woman was standing there. The woman's face was stunningly beautiful and she was wearing a black dress, which further emphasized her snow-white and flawless skin. Her temperament was extraordinarily cool, and there was a puppet armor guard following beside her. Nanshiren. Even Su Chenxiao was somewhat stunned as he looked at this scene. How did this guy end up here? Only to see that armored guard puppet in the back come directly in front of Nanshiren, speaking respectfully and incomparably. Master, the man has been brought. Nanshiren nodded slightly, her face calm as she came straight forward. Su Chenxiao looked at the person in front of him and was silent for a long time before he couldn't help but open his mouth. What's the situation? Explain? Nanshiren nodded gently, her voice calm. Honestly, I don't know what's going on. When I was fighting someone outside an imperial palace yesterday, out of nowhere these puppets suddenly appeared to kill that person. They call me master when they open their mouths. Nanshiren explained briefly. After knowing what happened, Su Chenxiao could not help but recall the words of the turtle spirit puppet within the sword palace before it died. His face became odd to the core for a moment. So, you came here? If one's guess was correct, these puppets were the handiwork left behind by that great emperor of creation, Yen Painting Oracle, who was responsible for assisting her to relive her life in the future. Only Yen Painted Oracle before this used that forbidden method. Her reincarnation body Shen Liyun and Nanshiren two fate exchange. That's what caused all of these puppets to mistake Nanshiren, who possesses the divine body of creation, for their master's reincarnation. Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered as he pondered for a moment before figuring everything out. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and he couldn't help but laugh softly. That's interesting. Shen Liyun went to great lengths to reach this place, but I never imagined that you would pick up the pieces by mistake. His eyes swept over those Imperial Palace puppets present. There were quite a number of them, and among them, there were at least 3 puppets of supreme realm strength. Did you ask that guy to bring us here? Nan Shirin, well, this seems to be the deepest part of the Imperial Palace, and within that palace, there are things that can monitor all movements within Xian. It was through it that I saw you enter this place, which is why I had the puppet bring you here. Su Chenshao drifted off and said with a big smile, "Go, take us there. I'd like to see just what treasures that great Emperor of Creation left behind to be stored here." Under Nan Shiren's leadership, the 2 of them entered within the Crystal Palace together. The surrounding light was bright, and that splendid and magnificent Crystal Palace took on the appearance of a circle. After entering the interior, both sides of the road were lined with a dazzling array of ancient divine sources and mountains of artifacts, the least of which had reached the level of the Supreme Realm. Only a pity. I'm afraid that the great Emperor of Creation did not expect to wait for the arrival of her reincarnated body will be so long in the past. This pile of magic weapons and treasures in the erosion of the years, most of the touch will be broken, turned into fragments and dissipated. He came all the way to an open-air place, where the air was exposed above, and the 5 elements divine objects, which governed the operation of the entire Xian realm, floated silently in the air above his head. Below is a dense light screen similar to a surveillance room, from which one can see clearly any place within the Xianhua creation, even including the Imperial Palace. Gaibizhou's eyes glowed. Looking straight at the 5 elemental divine objects floating in the air above that head, he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of water, his eyes fiery with excitement. Hiss. Indeed, correct with what I thought. This great Emperor of Creation has indeed collected the origin of these things, the heavenly soil, bitter water, and Yuan Jin. 3 of them can be innate divine items that are rare in the world, rarely seen in 10,000 years. Nan Shirin said softly, "Well, these are indeed collected by the great Emperor of Creation. This is." Su Chenshao, however, noticed the curtain of light in front of him. From those light curtains, it was possible to clearly and incomparably see the situation between the various parties within the creation Xian and the outside world, and a large number of heavenly prides were exploring within the creation Xian and competing for the treasures. Even Xin Liyun's movements within the Imperial Palace were able to be clear. Raising his hand and gently touching it, the light curtain rippled away as if it were a mirror. Su Chenxiao's eyes lit up as he murmured softly, "A projection array?" Nan Shiren similarly looked over, for Xin Liyun within the light screen appeared calm. The creation Xian realm relies on this 5 elemental divine object to function, but wherever the 5 elemental divine object is located, it will be able to monitor everything, and this main palace is divided into a total of 4 major areas: the divine tree garden that you passed through before, then the beast nurturing mound, the 100 scrolls scripture pavilion, and finally the inheritance hall of this place. Su Chenshao nodded and couldn't help but tsk in admiration. This kind of means is really extraordinary. Just by being situated here, one is able to monitor every move in the outside world at all times. Hey Ren, you seem to know this place well? Nan Shiren was silent for a moment. She gently raised her right hand, and a precious pearl emitting a 5-colored divine aura appeared in her hand. This item is the inheritance of that great Emperor of Creation as well as the heavenly scripture. It contains a record of all the things that have happened within the creation Xian territory. Take a look. One must know that this was the lifelong legacy of that great Emperor of Creation, a half-step ascended being, but even then, Nan Shiren's eyes didn't fluctuate much when she looked at this precious pearl. Chapter 165, I'm back again, ahead of the game. Su Chenshao waved his hand and said indifferently, "It doesn't matter, I'm not interested in her inheritance." Truly, one was still a bit more interested in the treasures here, but Nan Shiren shook it and looked at Su Chenshao with a serious face and said again, "No, you need to see it. Among them, there is a secret concerning the great Emperor of Creation, which, likewise, is the pivotal key that can control the entire Xian realm of creation." Su Chenshao raised an eyebrow and directly took that inheritance light ball. Divine thoughts probed into it, and a massive amount of information and memories flooded into his mind. It's all extraterrestrial language and information. When Su Chenshao opened his eyes again, he looked up at the 5 elements divine object directly above him. A cold flash flashed in his eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "I can't believe this is happening. It seems that great Emperor of Creation has long since constructed a connection with the heavens beyond." Geiju asked curiously from the sidelines, "What's wrong? Show me." "These are all extraterrestrial languages. You can't read them," Su Chenshao slowly said. "That fellow, he doesn't just intend to rely on the creation Xian realm to rise again. This creation Xian realm is a huge formation, and those who are able to enter through the heavenly gate are not just us people of the heavens. Through the side-by-side light curtains, many of the locations revealed by the light curtains were all empty. scattered around the ancient teleportation arrays. Among them, they were also able to see heavenly pride demons from the heavens enter from time to time. Gaby-Jo's pupils condensed, and with just these 3 words he thought of a lot in an instant. He frowned tightly as the burly man with the full head of blonde hair showed some rare signs of reflection. You mean to say that not only us, but those people from outside the heavens are also able to come in through those teleportation formations? Master, these Taiku teleportation formations that I saw on my way to seek you out before were not a few. Su Chenxiao looked through that light screen at Xin Liyun, who was continuously rushing here, and smiled coldly. All of this can be attributed to this good fellow. Those outside of heaven can rely on the heavenly gate to enter. That great emperor of creation, Yen Painting Oracle, immediately opened up his layout after knowing that he would not be able to break through above the great emperors in this lifetime. She didn't believe that she was the only one of the countless beings from beyond the heavens who had strayed into the heavens, so she spent 10,000 years and finally found the people from beyond the heavens who had strayed here together in the heavens. It just so happens that one of them, then there is a way. Speaking of this, Su Chenxiao turned to look at Nan Shiren, who was to the side, and opened his mouth. That's exactly what you asked us to come here to tell us, isn't it? Nan Shiren gave a soft recalling the inscriptions he had viewed outside the heavenly gate earlier, and said quietly, the earliest plan of the great emperor of creation was that the Xian realm would open and the heavenly gate would appear. Now that the coordinates of this place have been sent out, I'm afraid that it won't be long before someone from beyond the heavens descends and comes. The scene became somewhat silent for a while, and an invisible austere intent filled the air. Gaby-Jo turned his head to look at Su Chenxiao on the side and spoke in a deep voice. Master, what should we do now? Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered, and after pondering for a moment, he found a place to casually sit down and faintly said, there's no rush. The rules within the creation Xian territory simply can't withstand an existence above the supreme realm entering. Even if someone from beyond the heavens comes, they are still on the same level as those from my heavens. Not to mention, said Su Chenxiao, directly turning his head to look at the many treasures piled up inside this crystal palace, grinning. Instead of worrying about that, let's get down to business. Business? Geiju paused, but the next moment, when saw Su Chenxiao big hand wave, directly rolling this a small mountain of treasures, regardless of whether he has no use, collectively into the storage ring when Jiosum dumbfounded. Asterisk. Can you save some for me? Ding. Divine Fate protagonist Qin Liyun / Yen Painting Oracle loses Emperor's Soldier Remnant without Huang Clock, and loses 100,000 Divine Fate values. Ding. Divine Fate protagonist Qin Liyun / Yen Painting Oracle loses 1 million pounds of Taiku Divine Source, and loses 500,000 Divine Fate values. The treasures within the Crystal Palace were so numerous that even this highest-ranked storage ring of his own couldn't fit. Just converging the treasures of this place took tens of minutes, and in the end, it even directly stuffed the system's storage space, and had to be cast to the system for recycling. And the massive amount of resource treasures within this Crystal Palace also pulled the villain value directly to an unprecedented number. Ding. Current villain value, 552,0310. Su Chenxiao wiped the sweat from his forehead. His other hand crossed his waist, and his eyes were filled with the joy of a good harvest. A long sigh of relief. Comfortable. Where is this a Divine Fate protagonist? It's simply a treasure pot. Su Chuanxiao's only worry now is that I'm afraid I won't be able to meet such an affluent destiny protagonist in the future. Just then, the system voice beside his ear sounded once again. Ding. Detected that the host's villain value meets the demand. The system mall and the prize pool of the heavens have been upgraded. New innate divine objects and great world-class treasures. Upgraded? Su Chenxiao slightly froze and directly called up the system mall as well as the prize pool of the heavens. The interface in front of me is brand new, as if a big update in general. The system mall in one page there are 100 pieces of goods treasure, and the total number of pages below is up to more than 300 pages. On the other side, the draw amount for the heavenly pool was similarly updated to the amount of 10,000 villain value / 1 time. It just so happened that there was still some time now. Su Chenxiao directly came outside the Crystal Palace and directly studied this system upgrade. 1 hour later, after a lot of hard work, Xin Liyun finally arrived in front of the last huge round bronze door. Even her face couldn't help but be a little agitated and fiery at the moment. At last, we have reached the Hall of Inheritance that I have left behind. As long as we reach this place, this emperor will be able to completely control this creation Xian realm. The backhand she left behind was that Emperor Palace puppet slave. And within the entire Wu Xian realm, there were even more than 100 in number. Only to make Xin Liyun somewhat puzzled is that, according to reason, he should not be able to hide the matter of entering the imperial palace from this place puppet slave. Why the other party has not come to look for himself? I think it should be that it's been too long. And those Imperial Palace puppets are probably all in slumber mode as well. Shen Liyun also did not think too much. Looked at the round bronze door in front of him, directly pressed his hand on it, took a deep breath and heavily pushed it open. Rumble. A large amount of lime debris spilled out from among the cracks in the door, and a blazing, incomparable white light came through the bronze door. Shen Liyun could not hide her excitement and could not help but murmur softly, after countless eons, Yen painting oracle. Finally back. The immense crystal palace with incomparable brilliance was reflected in the middle of the eye. The humanoid puppets that were stationed on both sides of the road stood straight, their torsos full of mottled marks left by age. But when he saw Su Qianshao sitting on top of the steps of that crystal palace, with a handsome appearance and a debauched smile on his face, shoo away, Shen Liyun's beautiful eyes contracted violently, filled with a look of horror and disbelief. This, how can it be?